The masseuse I booked is my white moonlight. My name is Lin Yanting, once the leader of the Fingyu Hui criminal gang. I was sentenced to death for multiple felonies including rioting, smuggling, kidnapping, extortion, and murder. At the moment of execution, I calmly accepted the fate I deserved. I only regret taking that irreversible path of social dancing back then. Ding-a-ling, the phone's ringtone snapped me out of my deathly daze. I'm not dead. Seeing my loyal brother Meng Shixing by my side and Xia Bing's name on the caller ID, I realized I'd been reborn back to my university days. This was the moment I'd just decided to dive into the underworld. There was still time to change everything. Xia Bing, the woman I loved to the core in my past life yet ultimately betrayed me, was the one whose words "I want to be the woman of a gangster boss" led me down the path of street life, only for her to take the money I had laundered and marry a wealthy, handsome man. At this thought, my rage burned fiercely as I answered the phone. Xia Bing's furious screams came through the line, demanding I bring men to back her up in a fight, because she was caught red-handed stealing 500 yuan from her roommate and even threatened to find someone to cripple that girl. I recall my past life. It was precisely because of this unprovoked attack that I cracked open the guy's skull, landing me in detention for the first time. After being released from prison, all I got was Xia Bing's accusations. A meaningful curve formed at the corner of my mouth as I said into the phone, "Bing Bing. Don't worry, I've already gathered 300 to 500 people. They're on their way to you right now." Xia Bing was overjoyed, and then I hung up the phone. Meng Shixing was worried about where I'd find so many people, so I directly rapped his forehead. "Are you insane? We live in a society governed by law. Group brawling is illegal. Trust me, in the underworld, there are only 3 possible outcomes. Shot dead by the police, hacked to death by thugs, or rotting in prison singing tears behind bars." Meng Shixing didn't understand, but he still followed my arrangements. I decided to give up the popularity of social media dance trends and took him for a bathhouse massage instead. The top priority now is to make money. I recall the biggest opportunity from my past life, the unfinished building in the eastern part of town. The original property worth 200 million was sold for 80 million, only to become a school district home months later, quintupling its value. I must earn 100 million before then. In the bathhouse, we ordered a masseuse. I spotted a particularly interesting number 9413, named 9 deaths, 1 life. How intriguing. Meanwhile, Meng Shixing chose number 999. I figured most of the technicians at this bathhouse were probably old folks, so it'd be good for him to experience the harsh realities of society. Lust is a bone-scraping blade. I must quit. In this lifetime, I'm destined to be irreconcilably opposed to vices like gambling and drugs. As I was pondering my future direction, the door opened, and a voice as clear as a silver bell rang out. "Hello, technician number 9413 at your service." I couldn't take my eyes off her at first sight. The G-class goddess. Though wearing a mask, her captivating peach blossom eyes and curvaceous figure couldn't hide her charm. This technician number 9413 was none other than the campus belle of our vocational school, Wei Zhixi. She recognized me at a glance, panicking inside, hoping desperately that I hadn't recognized her. I told her to remove her top and lie flat on the massage table. I took off my bathrobe, revealing 8-pack abs and broad shoulders and overwhelmingly masculine physique that left her stunned. Wei Zhixi began to massage, and the familiar, reassuring technique, along with her unique body scent, made me recognize her as the schoolmate who had taken a bullet for me in my previous life and died. It wasn't until she turned to get the essential oil that I saw the mole on the back of her neck, confirming her identity, and I blurted out her name. Wei Zhixi. The bottle of essential oil fell to the ground, and Wei Zhixi trembled all over, wanting to flee. I reached out and grabbed her back, but accidentally pulled on her strap, causing her to let out a soft gasp. I immediately let go. She leaned against the wall, looking at me with a mix of fear and resentment. I put on a roguish smirk. "Wei, the campus belle, not even saying hello when you run into a classmate?" Knowing she couldn't talk her way out of it, she simply pulled down her mask and demanded to know what I wanted. I lay back down and said meaningfully, "I've heard that places like your bathhouse should offer other services, right?" My gaze intentionally or unintentionally drifted toward my lower body. Wei Zhixi blushed and stammered that there were no such services, and she wouldn't know how to perform them anyway. I pretended to be displeased. "You wouldn't? Then why bother being a technician? If you don't help me with the service, tomorrow I'll spread the word at school that the prestigious campus belle, Wei, actually works as a technician in a bathhouse." She compromised and instinctively asked, "Using my hands should be enough, right?" I was taken aback for a moment, then feigned panic. "Hey, what are you trying to do? I just asked you to massage my legs, but you're trying to help me with a software hardening project." Wei Zhixi was so ashamed and angry she wished she could die, waving her hands frantically in explanation as panic completely overtook her. I didn't continue to tease her and proposed the conditions. First, give me a half-hour massage every day. Second, you cannot refuse anything I give you. Third, let's exchange contact information. She didn't expect my requests to be so simple and immediately agreed. After adding each other as friends, Wei Zhixi hurriedly fled. I secretly made up my mind that in this lifetime, I would never let her down and would definitely make her happy and joyful. I checked the date again. and discovered that in a few days, a major news story would break in this city. The only daughter of renowned entrepreneur Xia Ting was kidnapped and murdered. This information gap could perhaps be leveraged to my advantage. For slam on the brakes. That legendary jolt. As the two left the bathhouse. It was already midnight. From Meng Shixing's utterly dejected expression. His long-awaited technician number 999 had utterly shattered his fantasies about the goddess of the Big G. Lin Yanting, however, wore a smug grin of triumph. He instinctively pulled out his phone to check. The missed calls totaled 99. Without exception, every single one was from Xia Bing. Looks like my interference didn't get in the way. Xia Bing must have had a pleasant afternoon with her roommate, right? At this thought, a mocking curve lifted at the corner of Lin Yanting's mouth. He promptly closed his phone and paid it no further mind. Meng Shixing, standing nearby, caught sight of the missed call notification on Lin Yanting's phone. He expected his boss to call back immediately. But to his surprise, Lin Yanting paid it no mind. Instead, he tucked his phone away. Let's go. It's getting late. We should head back to sleep. Seeing this, Meng Shixing merely nodded in response. But inwardly, he couldn't help but grumble to himself. Looks like the boss has truly changed his ways, finally stopped being a bootlicker. The two headed straight back to their off-campus rental apartment. Lin Yanting and Meng Shixing didn't live in the school dorms. Due to their previous live streaming schedule, they often broadcast late into the night, disturbing the entire floor's peace. Ultimately, the dorm supervisor revoked their on-campus housing privileges. Unable to tolerate the restrictions anyway, the pair decided to rent a place off-campus outright. First, it offered freedom. Second, should their influence grow in the future, this rental could serve as their operational base. The next day, early in the morning, as the most loyal subordinate to Lin Yanting, he naturally wouldn't let his boss go hungry. He had planned to rise early and bring back breakfast. But unexpectedly, the moment he stepped out of the bedroom, he spotted a figure bustling about in the kitchen. Meng Shixing's face instantly turned ashen. He instinctively shouted, "Boss!" That's right. The figure bustling about in the kitchen was none other than Lin Yanting. You see, ever since Meng Shixing and Lin Yanting started sharing an apartment, Lin Yanting had never lifted a finger to do any housework. All the housework had always been handled solely by Meng Shixing, let alone personally getting up early to make breakfast. Just as Meng Shixing was puzzled, Lin Yanting's voice suddenly reached his ears. "What are you standing there for? Come eat breakfast. I've got yours ready too." Hearing this, Meng Shixing was overjoyed, instantly forgetting his earlier doubts. He scampered off to the kitchen. A faint, pleasant aroma immediately wafted into Meng Shixing's nose. Next, he watched as Lin Yanting ladled a bowl of golden millet porridge from the pot and handed it to him. The sight left Meng Shixing wide-eyed. "Holy crap! That smells amazing. Who knew you had this kind of skill, boss?" After taking the millet porridge, he scooped a spoonful and popped it into his mouth. The moment the millet porridge touched his tongue, that refreshingly sweet aroma instantly shot straight to Meng Shixing's head. "It's delicious. Boss, when did you learn to make breakfast? This skill could rival that of a restaurant chef." Lin Yanting smiled faintly. He didn't answer Meng Shixing. Instead, he picked up a packed bowl of millet porridge and headed toward the door. "Alright, take your time eating. I've got some things to take care of, so I'll be heading out now." Seeing Lin Yanting hurry out the door with the millet porridge, Meng Shixing finally snapped out of his daze. "Ah, a bootlicker is a bootlicker. I knew there was a reason the boss suddenly got up early to make breakfast. He must be delivering breakfast to Xia Bing for yesterday's incident, begging for forgiveness while he's at it." After saying that, Meng Shixing went back to shoveling down his millet porridge. Meanwhile, Lin Yanting was already riding his Ghostfire motorcycle, arriving at the base of a residential building. He promptly pulled out his phone, found Wei Zhixi's number, and dialed it. After a moment, Wei Zhixi's sleepy voice came through the phone. She clearly hadn't fully woken up yet. "Hello? Who is this?" "Wei, the campus beauty, just one night apart, and you've already forgotten me? How heartbreaking." Wei Zhixi, on the other end of the line, froze upon recognizing Lin Yanting's voice. She snapped awake almost instantly. "Is that you? How did you get my number?" Lin Yanting heard this. He just smiled faintly. "You don't need to worry about that. Remember what you promised me? Hurry up and get ready. I'm waiting for you downstairs." Upon hearing that Lin Yanting had already arrived downstairs, Wei Zhixi was quite taken aback. But she didn't dwell on it. Instead, she left a message, "Hold on a moment," and hung up. Lin Yanting showed no sign of impatience, leaning quietly against his Ghostfire motorcycle. About 10 minutes later, Wei Zhixi appeared at the building entrance, dressed in a simple blue dress with her hair naturally falling over her shoulders. Though Wei Zhixi's attire was quite simple, she still exuded an indescribable aura. Even without makeup, her exquisite features were breathtakingly beautiful. Her fair skin resembled a freshly peeled egg, So delicate it seemed it could be pierced by a mere touch. For a moment, Lin Yanting's eyes went wide. So much so that Wei Zhixi had already approached him before he snapped back to reality. Lin, what brings you here so early in the morning? Lin Yanting gave a slight smile. He handed her the thermos flask filled with kanji. Here, breakfast I made for you. After you finish eating, I'll walk you to school. Hearing this, Wei Zhixi instinctively wanted to refuse. But Lin Yanting's voice echoed in her ears. Looks like Miss Wei, the school beauty, isn't planning to keep her promise. Then I'll just have to spread the word around campus about what happened last night. Hearing Lin Yanting's ambiguous words, Wei Zhixi recalled the moment yesterday when she had reached out toward Lin Yanting's forbidden zone. Her fair complexion instantly flushed crimson. Alright, I'll listen to you. With that, she took the thermos from Lin Yanting's hands. Seeing this, Lin Yanting's face lit up with a satisfied smile. That's more like it. Now eat your breakfast like a good girl, and I'll drive you to school later. But at that moment, Wei Zhixi felt an immense weight on her shoulders. She didn't believe Lin Yanting would have come all the way just to bring her breakfast this early. Recalling yesterday's events, Wei Zhixi couldn't help but suspect Lin Yanting had suddenly discovered her secret, finding it amusing, and was now teasing her. As for the possibility that Lin Yanting might be pursuing her, Wei Zhixi hadn't even considered it. After all, everyone at their vocational school knew it. Lin Yanting's heart belonged solely to Xia Bing. He'd do anything for Xia Bing. How could he possibly shift his affections and fall for her? Wei Zhixi stared at the thermos in her hands, feeling utterly helpless. Who could blame her for being caught in this guy's trap? Now Wei Zhixi could only hope Lin Yanting wouldn't take his teasing too far. Her mind was already conjuring up all sorts of disgusting scenarios. Then, gritting her teeth, she flung open the lid of the insulated box. But what she hadn't expected was, what met her eyes wasn't some bizarre, nauseating substance. Instead, it was golden-hued, fragrant millet porridge. Even so, Wei Zhixi didn't let her guard down. She carefully retrieved the spoon attached to the lid of the thermos. She scooped a small spoonful, gritted her teeth, and sent it into her mouth. The next moment, Wei Zhixi felt the millet porridge melt instantly on her tongue. A delicate fragrance instantly filled her mouth. Accompanying it was an overwhelmingly familiar sensation. Why does this porridge taste exactly like the one Mom taught me to make? Wei Zhixi, who had been cautious before, now completely let down her guard and began slurping it down in big gulps. Before long, the entire bowl of millet porridge was gone. Watching Wei Zhixi, who still seemed unsatisfied, a pang of pity welled up in Lin Yanting's heart. He knew her story: her parents had died unexpectedly. Although they had left her some assets, nearly 90% of it had been seized by her uncle's family. In his previous life, Lin Yanting hadn't heard Wei Zhixi mention what that remaining 10% of the family fortune was used for. In the end, she could no longer sustain herself. Coincidentally, at this very moment, Lin Yanting, now at the height of his success, encountered Wei Zhixi once more. And Wei Zhixi became Lin Yanting's personal physical therapist. This kanji recipe was also taught to him by Wei Zhixi in his previous life. Now, all he could do was cherish her in the small details of daily life. Trust me, Zhixi. What belongs to you, I will reclaim for you. His thoughts snapped back to the present. Wei Zhixi now politely packed away the thermos. She handed it back to Lin Yanting. Lin Yanting couldn't help but smile at the sight. If you like it, I'll bring you some every day from now on. Consider it payment for your massages. What do you say? At these words, Wei Zhixi, who had been about to refuse, instinctively nodded in agreement. Seeing Wei Zhixi agree, Lin Yanting produced another helmet and handed it to Wei Zhixi. Get on the bike. Whether it was because of the millet porridge or not, Wei Zhixi didn't overthink it this time. After fastening the helmet, she swung herself onto the back seat of the Ghostfire motorcycle. At first, to steady herself, Wei Zhixi braced herself against the rear of the bike with her hands. But when a large yellow dog suddenly darted across the road ahead, Lin Yanting instinctively slammed on the brakes. This caused Wei Zhixi, propelled by inertia. She ended up wrapping her arms around Lin Yanting in front of her. By the time Wei Zhixi regained her senses, the big yellow dog had vanished from sight. Only then did Wei Zhixi belatedly notice the suggestive position they were in. She immediately tried to pull her arms back, but Lin Yanting's large hand pressed down firmly on hers. For safety's sake, let's just leave it at that. Originally, Wei Zhixi feared that her sudden embrace of Lin Yanting, he would mock her like he did yesterday. But when she heard Lin Yanting's calm, unruffled voice, she finally relaxed. The sudden breaking had genuinely startled her. So Wei Zhixi didn't pull her arms back. Instead, driven by fear, she clung even tighter than before. What she didn't know, however, at that moment, Lin Yanting felt an astonishing sensation on his back. He could even faintly catch the unique scent of the young girl's body. It sent his mind racing. Beneath his helmet, the corners of his mouth stretched wide, harder to suppress than an AK-47. Is this the legendary sensation of being pushed from behind? Watching the big yellow dog disappear into the distance, Lin Yanting could only think to say, "Dog brother. You're the man. 5 interest. Slap him twice first." Soon, the two arrived at the vocational school's entrance. Wei Zhixi immediately took off her helmet. She handed it back to Lin Yanting. For some reason, Wei Zhixi's face seemed even redder than before. Without another word, she broke into a light jog toward the school grounds. She couldn't bring herself to look back at Lin Yanting even once. Wei Zhixi's bashful expression naturally didn't escape Lin Yanting's notice. All because of Dog Brother's sudden interruption earlier had led Lin Yanting to grasp the essence of the back-pushing sensation. On the journey ahead, there were multiple emergency stops. The first time could be considered an accident. But as the frequency increased, even Wei Zhixi, as innocent as she was, couldn't help but suspect Lin Yanting was doing it on purpose. The thought that Lin Yanting was deliberately taking advantage of her. She felt both embarrassed and annoyed. Her face grew even redder with embarrassment. She immediately resolved never to ride Lin Yanting's motorcycle again. Of course, Lin Yanting was unaware of Wei Zhixi's thoughts at that moment. After removing his helmet, he watched Wei Zhixi's retreating figure until she disappeared from sight. A sly, triumphant grin spread across his lips. Little did he know. As Wei Zhixi jogged away, the scene was witnessed by Meng Shixing, who was rushing toward the school gate from a distance. But since he only saw Wei Zhixi's back, Meng Shixing instinctively mistook Wei Zhixi for Xia Bing. He shook his head helplessly. "I knew it. The boss just can't escape his destiny as a love-struck fool." Shortly after Wei Zhixi departed, a slightly slurred female voice suddenly rang out. "Lin Yanting. Where the hell were you yesterday?" Lin Yanting instinctively looked toward the source of the voice. There stood a girl in a crop top and short shorts, charging toward him with fierce determination. Surprisingly, her cheeks were now covered in bruises, especially on both sides, where rows of slap marks were clearly visible, making her cheeks appear swollen and puffy. Clearly, she had been brutally beaten, and the swelling hadn't yet subsided. In the corner, Meng Shixing, who witnessed this scene, froze in shock. Wasn't that Xia Bing? Then who was that girl who just went inside? Even from a distance, Meng Shixing recognized Xia Bing instantly. But when Lin Yanting saw the person before him, his brow furrowed. "Who are you? In my memory, I don't recall meeting you." A girl with such an unusual appearance and a face as round and delicate as a pearl. The moment these words left his lips, clearly struck a nerve with the young girl. Her eyes widened in fury, as if she wanted to devour Lin Yanting whole. "You bastard! How dare you stand me up yesterday? Do you have any idea how close you came to killing me?" The girl cursed Lin Yanting in a slurred voice. She raised her hand, ready to slap him across the face. Seeing this, Lin Yanting's eyes narrowed instantly. With even greater speed, he countered with a backhand slap that struck the girl's face. Not only did Lin Yanting not hold back on this slap, but rather, he had mustered all his strength. He sent the girl crashing to the ground with a single blow. Thud! The force was so immense. Her teeth tore through the soft tissue inside her mouth, causing the girl to spit out a mouthful of blood. The girl stared blankly at Lin Yanting before her. Her shocked eyes seemed unable to believe Lin Yanting would actually strike her. But just as she was about to protest, she heard him say solemnly, "Classmate, I advise you not to try to get my attention this way. Though I may be handsome and dashing, my heart already belongs to someone else. My darling Bing Bing once said that any woman who dares to make physical contact with me besides her will get a slap across the face. If you weren't trying to get fresh with me, I wouldn't have slapped you. So you'd better take a good hard look at yourself." Originally, after Xia Bing regained her composure, her anger was rising. But when he heard Lin Yanting's words, he suddenly felt worse than eating. The reason was simple. Because she had indeed spoken such words to Lin Yanting. Of course, Lin Yanting had long recognized Xia Bing's identity. He was merely toying with her on purpose. Lin Yanting was the kind of person who never forgave a slight. That's why in his previous life, he tolerated everything Xia Bing did, and obeyed her every word. Was solely because he loved her. But after the betrayal of his past life, Lin Yanting's affection for Xia Bing had long since vanished. Now that he had been reborn, he would naturally make Xia Bing repay what she owed him from the previous life. Logically speaking, Lin Yanting was deliberately toying with her. Xia Bing should have easily seen through it. But Lin Yanting's affection for her was already common knowledge throughout the entire school. So Xia Bing would rather believe Lin Yanting hadn't recognized her, rather than accept that he would deliberately slap her. Deliberately slap her. Especially when she saw the solemn and resolute look in Lin Yanting's eyes at that moment. As if he were carrying out some sacred mission. So Xia Bing ultimately reached her conclusion. Lin Yanting probably didn't recognize me. After all, beaten like this, I'm practically unrecognizable. Upon this realization, Xia Bing not only felt no anger over that slap, Instead, she felt a quiet thrill of delight. Lin Yanting has truly fallen madly in love with me. A casual remark from me, and he treats it like an imperial decree. A faint smile even touched the corners of her mouth. But Xia Bing's joy was short-lived. Smack! Lin Yanting struck her again with a backhand slap. Another mouthful of blood spurted out. Seeing this, Xia Bing feared Lin Yanting would strike her again. She scrambled to her feet and backed away several steps. She created distance between herself and Lin Yanting. Only then did she dare to speak again. I didn't even touch you. Why did you hit me? Hearing this, Lin Yanting couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Oomph. Don't think I don't know. You must have some improper intentions toward me. Otherwise, why would you laugh so smugly after getting hit? My precious Bing Bing said. Women with ulterior motives like you deserve a good lesson. For a moment, Xia Bing was utterly speechless. She never would have imagined Lin Yanting could be so stubborn. Just as she was about to reveal her identity. But Lin Yanting's brow furrowed again. The look on your face suggests you've turned your love for me into hatred. To prevent you from harming my precious Bing Bing. And harm her. I've decided to eliminate the threat once and for all. Seeing the murderous intent in Lin Yanting's eyes, Xia Bing knew she couldn't wait any longer. If she waited any longer, she feared she herself would be in danger. She immediately spoke up. Yanting, don't be impulsive. It's me, Xia Bing. Smack. Another slap. Damn you. You still haven't given up on your dirty tricks. How dare you impersonate my precious Bing Bing? Why don't you take a good look at yourself in the mirror? Do you even deserve it? At this moment, Xia Bing felt utterly hopeless. For the first time, she realized just how despicable and self-absorbed Lin Yanting truly was. But at this moment, she dared not show even a hint of discontent. She feared that if Lin Yanting flew into a rage, he might actually beat her up. Yet Lin Yanting showed no sign of stopping. It was as if he wouldn't stop until he beat him to death. Xia Bing was genuinely terrified. She knew all too well how ruthless Lin Yanting could be. Fortunately, the commotion had drawn a crowd of onlookers. Seeing that reason was futile, Xia Bing cried out for help to the crowd. Help me. Please, someone help me. But most of the people around were vocational school students. They knew Lin Yanting's reputation. No matter what, they dared not be the first to step forward. But just as Lin Yanting was about to strike again, a mocking female voice suddenly rang out. Ha, that's hilarious. Xia Bing, didn't you say your boyfriend loves you so much? Not only did he fail to recognize you, but he also mercilessly slapped you 3 times. Six-face blind? You'll never wake someone pretending to sleep. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the voice. There stood a young delinquent girl dressed similarly to Xia Bing. Walking arm in arm with a menacing bald man emerged from the crowd. It was none other than Zhu Yuji, Xia Bing's roommate who had clashed with her yesterday. Seeing the hostile intent in her approach, Meng Shishing, who had been crouched in the crowd watching the spectacle, had somehow positioned himself behind Lin Yanting. Zhu Yuji's face was now filled with mockery and amusement. After all, no one could have imagined Lin Yanting would be violently slapping Xia Bing across the face at the school gate. And at that moment, upon seeing Zhu Yuji, Xia Bing didn't feel anger. Fear gripped her. Only then did she realize Lin Yanting was right beside her. The thought struck her. Xia Bing instantly felt emboldened. Yesterday was your lucky break. Today, Lin Yanting is here. And you still dare to show up. If you don't kneel and apologize to me right now, and compensate me with 5,000 yuan, you're finished. Those words seemed to snap Zhu Yuji out of her daze. She instinctively glanced at Lin Yanting. After all, Lin Yanting's feelings for Xia Bing were known throughout the entire school. She didn't believe Lin Yanting would deliberately slap Xia Bing. It must be because she had beaten Xia Bing so badly yesterday. That's why Lin Yanting hadn't recognized Xia Bing at first. But after their recent conversation, even if Lin Yanting were an idiot, he should have realized that the girl in front of him, beaten to a pulp, was Xia Bing. What Zhu Yuji hadn't anticipated. Lin Yanting was now staring at Xia Bing and Zhu Yuji with a peculiar look. Then, a look of sudden realization dawned on his face. Oomph. You think you can fool me with tricks like that? You think I'd fall for this? Just finding some random pig-faced girl to impersonate Xia Bing? Give me a break. The moment those words left his mouth, Xia Bing was utterly stunned. Lin Yanting, are you out of your mind? You can't even recognize me like this? But Lin Yanting didn't even bother to acknowledge her. He turned and walked away. But just as Lin Yanting turned away, the bald man arm in arm with Zhu Yuji finally spoke up. Lin Yanting, I've long heard of your reputation. But now I see you're even worse in person than your reputation. Our women are beaten like this and you remain unmoved? I see you're nothing special after all. Hearing this, Lin Yanting halted his steps. He turned to face the bald man beside Zhu Yuji. Leopard, the boss of Spruce Road. Just as their eyes locked, Xia Bing, standing nearby, instantly perked up. Yes. It's him. Yanting. They beat me up like this, you absolutely have to avenge me. Immediately after. Lei Bao continued speaking. Debts must be repaid, it's only fair. Your woman stole 5,000 yuan from mine. You'd better pay it back immediately. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to make your woman suffer 10 times worse than she is now. Hearing the figure of 5,000 yuan, Xia Bing instantly flew into a rage. She threw caution to the wind. Pointing her finger at Lei Bao, she screamed furiously. Lei Bao. You shameless bastard. It was Zhu Yuji who dropped 500 yuan and I just happened to find it. If you weren't grateful to me, that's one thing. Now you have the nerve to demand an outrageous sum, asking me for 5,000 yuan outright. Do you really think Lin Yanting is made of clay? Immediately after. Xia Bing approached Lin Yanting again. She said in a spoiled tone. Ting, call your men. Take down Lei Bao. Once Lei Bao is taken down, you'll be the boss of Yunshan Road. He had thought that hearing the word boss, Lin Yanting would be swayed. But unexpectedly, Xia Bing was met with another sharp, resounding slap. This time, the blow knocked out 2 or 3 of Xia Bing's back molars. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers couldn't help but gasp in shock. It wasn't just Xia Bing. Even Lei Bao, Zhu Yuji, and Meng Shishing, those closest to the scene, were stunned into silence. This guy really wasn't holding back. But then came Lin Yanting's slightly haughty voice. Trying to fool me. My precious Bing Bing said that there's no future in gang life. She told me to study hard even if it's just vocational school so I can become someone useful to society. The moment he said this, the entire room fell silent. Everyone stared at Lin Yanting in utter disbelief. No one could have imagined that Lin Yanting would actually say something like, I'll study hard. Has the world gone mad, or have I? Lin Yanting paid no heed to the collective astonishment. He merely snapped his fingers at the equally bewildered Meng Shishing and entered the campus without looking back. Without another glance, he strode into the school grounds. Meng Shishing finally snapped out of his daze. Seeing Lin Yanting depart, he hurried after him. Immediately after, Xia Bing recovered from the blow delivered by Lin Yanting. Seeing Lin Yanting leave, she had intended to slip away as well. But Zhu Yuji, quick as a flash, grabbed her by the hair. You little. Trying to slip away? Since your boyfriend won't take care of you, you'll have to deal with this yourself. With that, Zhu Yuji tightened her grip and dragged Xia Bing away from the school gate. It was obvious. Even Xia Bing, whose head was still spinning from the several hard slaps she'd given Lin Yanting, could sense what was coming next. Her voice immediately cracked with tears. No. Lin Yanting isn't ignoring me. He just didn't recognize me. Please, just let me go. But Lei Bao couldn't care less. He stepped forward and delivered 2 more slaps across Xia Bing's face. Shut the hell up. It's annoying. When Xia Bing met Lei Bao's fierce gaze, she was so terrified she couldn't utter another word. Seeing Xia Bing finally fall silent, Lei Bao no longer paid her any mind, instead fixing his gaze on Lin Yanting, who had long since walked away. Lin Yanting. I don't care if you're playing dumb or not. Nor whether your words just now were truth or lie. In short, only by crushing you underfoot can I become the true boss of Lianyun district. Inside the school, Meng Shishing was now following Lin Yanting toward their classroom. After hesitating for a moment, Meng Shishing finally spoke up. Boss. That woman you just slapped repeatedly, it really seems to be Xia Bing. Hearing this, Lin Yanting showed no surprise whatsoever. Instead, he replied with extreme composure. I know. I just made up an excuse to slap her face. I must admit, it felt damn satisfying. Upon hearing this, Meng Shishing's eyes widened in shock. Holy. No wonder even I recognized her as Xia Bing, but you didn't, boss. Turns out it was all an act. No wonder they say you can never wake someone who's pretending to sleep. That really makes sense. But then, Meng Shishing seemed to think of something. He changed the subject. But boss, you hit her so hard? Aren't you afraid she'll break up with you? He chuckled. Lin Yanting nearly burst out laughing at Meng Shishing's remark. Break up? That'd be perfect. Whoever wants a woman like that, let them have her. Only now, looking at Lin Yanting's face filled with mockery, Meng Shishing finally realized. Lin Yanting was dead serious. But that was fine by him. Meng Shishing always thought Xia Bing was no good. Now that the boss didn't want to deal with her anymore, he no longer had to kowtow to her. But then he recalled the scene he'd witnessed earlier at the school gate. A flicker of doubt crept into his mind. I used to think the boss was making porridge this morning to win Xia Bing over. But now it seems I misunderstood. Who could make the boss get up early to cook porridge for her and personally walk her to school? Just who is this woman? As Meng Shishing's mind raced with thoughts, Lin Yanting paid no attention to Meng Shishing muttering to himself. Instead, he suddenly spoke in a mysterious tone. Meng, I've got some business to handle tomorrow. Get me some decent tools. 7 inspection? It's perfectly reasonable for a college student to carry a ruler, right? The next day. Weekend. Main entrance of Guojin Tower. Everyone, listen up. Miss Yi Zixuan, the chairman's only daughter, will be visiting the building today for an inspection. All departments must be on high alert. Especially the security department. Although the building is now complete, construction materials remain stored within the premises. To prevent greedy individuals from stealing surplus construction materials for resale, the main entrance is equipped with state-of-the-art metal detection systems. Whether you're visiting a store, a prospective tenant, or contractors assigned to renovate storefronts for existing tenants, anyone triggering the alarm must undergo strict inspection. Of course, this isn't solely for theft prevention, it's also for Miss Yi's safety during her inspection. We must demonstrate our professional dedication to Miss Yi. If any dangerous items are brought into the building and threaten Miss Yi's safety, we'll all be in big trouble. Understood. Following a manager-like figure. After delivering this stern warning to all staff at the International Finance Center, everyone returned to their respective posts. But after everyone had left, this manager-like figure approached the security guard once more. He whispered, "The new tenant on the 8th floor is rushing to renovate their shop. They'll be sending a construction crew today. This crew is racing against the clock. To save the tenant time and costs, skip the usual inspections. Got it?" Upon hearing this, several security guards nodded in agreement. Seeing this, the manager finally departed with satisfaction. Watching the manager walk away, the security guards began murmuring among themselves. Manager Wang must have taken bribes again. That's why he pulled strings for them. Need we even say it? How often has Manager Wang pulled stunts like this? Just last time, he secretly pocketed a bunch of extra construction materials and sold them on the side. Forget it, forget it. Why bother? It's none of our business anyway. We just need to guard the gate properly. Just as the security guards were chatting idly, the gate alarm suddenly blared. They looked up. A young man with a backpack was heading straight into the building. Seeing this, the security guards immediately rushed forward to intercept the young man. And this young man was none other than Lin Yanting. "Good day, sir. This mall is not yet open for business. If you require access to select a retail space, strictly prohibited items must be checked." The security sensors at the entrance detected what appeared to be metal objects on your person. For your safety and that of others, we must verify whether the metal objects you carry pose any danger. Lin Yanting heard this, showed no resistance whatsoever. Instead, he naturally opened his backpack. Seeing Lin Yanting's calm demeanor, the security guards initially thought nothing of it. But the moment they saw what was inside his backpack, their expressions became utterly priceless. "Could you explain what this is, young man?" As he looked at the item the security guard was pointing at, Lin Yanting wore a look of utter bewilderment. "It's a ruler, can't you tell?" Seeing Lin Yanting's innocent expression, one of the security guards couldn't hold back any longer. "Sir, while this item does appear to be a ruler from the outside, but may I ask, whose ruler is forged using Damascus steel folding and hammering techniques? And if I'm not mistaken, your so-called ruler has also undergone heat treatment processes like high temperature quenching and tempering. And the tail end features a component resembling a knife handle. This makes it hard for me to believe this is a ruler. To put it bluntly, if you were to open the blade on this thing, it would undoubtedly be an unbreakable, deadly weapon." Hearing the security guard say this, Lin Yanting was displeased. "What nonsense! What kind of nonsense is this? I'm a college student today, a pillar of society's future. Carrying a ruler is perfectly reasonable, right? With such clear markings, how could it not be a ruler? Even if the craftsmanship is excellent, what does that prove? You said it yourself, I'm not sharpened and I don't have a blade tip. Even with an extra handle attached, how could it possibly be considered a dangerous item?" This retort left the security guards speechless. They proceeded to thoroughly inspect Lin Yanting's backpack. Besides discovering a pencil sharpened to an extremely sharp point, an extension cord with an unusually long plug, and a triangular ruler also forged from Damascus steel, they found nothing else. Seeing that they truly couldn't find anything wrong with Lin Yanting, the security guards instructed Lin Yanting to set down his backpack and pass through the scanner once more. Lin Yanting obediently complied. But immediately afterward, the security alarm sounded again. This time, the security guards' expressions changed once more. They all turned their gaze toward the inside of Lin Yanting's jacket. Their first thought was, this kid must be hiding something else on him. Immediately, the same security guard stepped forward. "Sir, what else can you say now? Please remove all metal items from your person so we can inspect them." Seeing the other person persistently clinging to him, Lin Yanting grew impatient. Still, he cooperated and unzipped his jacket. But when the officers saw what lay beneath Lin Yanting's jacket, they were utterly stunned. Beneath his jacket, Lin Yanting was wearing a garment made entirely of densely packed tiny iron rings. The security guard who had spoken earlier blurted out instinctively. Chainmail? No. You're just shopping at the mall and you're wearing chainmail? How scared of dying are you? Facing the security guard's questioning, Lin Yanting immediately snapped back impatiently. What's it to you? I'm a armor enthusiast. Wearing chainmail isn't illegal, is it? Seeing they couldn't find any fault with Lin Yanting, the security guards didn't press the matter further. But as they were letting Lin Yanting go, that same security guard still warned him in a stern tone. Don't cause trouble. The police station is only a 5-minute drive away. If anything goes wrong, you won't be able to run away. Lin Yanting paid no heed to the security guard's warning. Lin Yanting paid no heed whatsoever. Joking aside, after everything that happened in his previous life, Lin Yanting had long resolved to be a law-abiding citizen in this life. Every action would be taken within the bounds of the law. A van had been parked not far from the International Finance Center for 10 minutes already. The entire process of Lin Yanting being questioned by security just now was also observed by several men with menacing expressions. Through the van's windows, Brother Bao's assignment to kidnap Yi Zixuan seems to be a bit tricky this time. With the police station so close by, using guns would definitely alert the authorities. And we'd have nowhere to run. Add to that the tight security at the entrance, it'd be tough enough just to sneak a pocket knife inside. Listening to his men's concerns, the leader, however, remained completely unconcerned. Don't worry. I've already arranged everything through my connections. We just need to tell the security guards we're the construction crew renovating the 8th floor. And they'll let us right through. Just as the group was discussing the kidnapping details, a supremely luxurious stretch Rolls-Royce approached from the distance and pulled up at the main entrance of the International Finance Center. A woman of striking beauty, dressed in a sharp business suit, stepped out of the car accompanied by someone who appeared to be her secretary. This was none other than Yi Zixuan, the only daughter of the city's renowned entrepreneur Yi Zixuan. Yi Zixuan's arrival naturally caught the attention of those inside the van. As Yi Zixuan and her secretary walked straight into the Guojin building, the kidnappers had already changed into construction worker uniforms inside the van. Carrying toolboxes, they got out of the van. They headed toward the main entrance of the Guojin building. Ate a chance encounter? Lin Yanting's scheme. Since all the commercial spaces on the 17th floor of the Guojin building had already been leased or sold, Yi Zixuan and her secretary intended to proceed directly to the 8th floor to inspect the tenant occupancy status. She had just stepped into the elevator and pressed the button for the 8th floor. Before the elevator could start moving, the doors were forced open. Seeing several men dressed as construction workers carrying toolboxes of various sizes step inside, Yi Zixuan's secretary was about to speak up to ask them to leave. After all, in her eyes, how could someone as distinguished as Yi Zixuan possibly share an elevator with a group of construction workers? But Yi Zixuan's gaze stopped her. Seeing this, the secretary swallowed the words she had been about to speak. As the elevator doors slowly closed once more, the construction workers inside the elevator began exchanging glances. Years of tacit understanding allowed them to instantly grasp each other's meaning. That was to take advantage of the time inside the elevator and act immediately. This way, Yi Zixuan would have nowhere to escape. According to their original plan, they were supposed to wait until Yi Zixuan arrived on the 8th floor for her inspection. They would then find a spot under renovation without surveillance cameras to carry out the kidnapping. They planned to drug her unconscious, stuff her into a shipping container, and haul her away. But they never imagined Yi Zixuan would abandon the passenger elevator and insist on taking this cargo lift. This was pure luck. But just as they were about to make their move, the elevator doors opened once more. A young man carrying a backpack slowly stepped into the elevator. Seeing another person enter, the group who had been poised to act, though disappointed, feared complications might arise. So they decisively abandoned their opportunity to act. The young man casually pressed the close button. The elevator began moving again. After another round of glances exchanged among the group, they immediately resolved to proceed with the original plan. But when the secretary saw the young man's face, she recognized him instantly. She then whispered to Yi Zixuan beside her. Ms. Yi, that young man who just walked in seems to be that viral social dance influencer, Lin Yanting. This guy may look like an influencer, but he's actually a full-fledged gang leader. He's always live streaming to provoke others, setting up offline fights with other thugs. I can't believe security let this scum in. How could they let this scum into the venue? Hearing this, before Yi Zixuan could speak, Lin Yanting suddenly turned his gaze toward Yi Zixuan's secretary. Miss, the elevator space is limited. Could you please be mindful when speaking ill of others? If you really must, you can step away to a secluded spot, say whatever you like there. The secretary, exposed by Lin Yanting on the spot, clearly felt her face burning with embarrassment. After all, Lin Yanting had already heard her words. She stopped beating around the bush. Knowing it was about you. And you still dare to respond? How thick-skinned can you be? Scum like you, who spends all day doing nothing but disrupting public order, should rot in jail until you die. Don't think I don't know you're carrying a big bag into the International Finance Center. You must have some shady business going on. If you know what's good for you, put whatever you took back where it belongs. Then get the hell out of the International Finance Center. If this gets out, you'll be in for it. Seeing her secretary lash out without holding back, Yi Zixuan maintained her usual impassive expression on the surface. She was secretly panicking inside. She had heard rumors about Lin Yanting. Yi Zixuan understood that thugs like Lin Yanting valued their reputation above all else. Now that his secretary had confronted him like this, he would surely feel his pride wounded. If he were to do something extreme because of this, she feared she might get dragged into the mess. After all, they were still trapped in the elevator. Where could they possibly go? As for those honest, hard-working renovation workers behind her, Yi Zixuan didn't expect them to step up and help her. But what surprised Yi Zixuan was this. Even after being berated by his secretary, Lin Yanting's face showed not a trace of anger. Instead, a faint smile appeared on his face. He then spoke with unwavering conviction. Rumors cease before the wise, slander reveals the petty. My heart holds its own mirror, I fear no clouds obscuring my vision. The wise need not speak, much truth will surely come to light. To be honest, Yi Zixuan's thoughts weren't much different from her secretary's. She, too, disliked thugs like Lin Yanting. However, her refinement and upbringing prevented her from speaking as bluntly as her secretary. But what Yi Zixuan never could have imagined was this. The very man she dismissed as a thug would counter her secretary with such a remark. Elegant yet full of grace. For a moment, Yi Zixuan found herself viewing Lin Yanting in a different light. It seemed the young man before her wasn't the reckless, unrestrained, and wild individual portrayed online. As for Yi Zixuan's secretary, she was already flushed crimson by Lin Yanting's retort. Seeing that he wasn't continuing to slander her, Lin Yanting flashed a timely smile. I did do some foolish things in the past, but I've turned over a new leaf now. The reason I came here today is that I heard the 8th floor of the International Finance Tower is still open for leasing. So I came to see if there's a suitable space for my university startup. As for my backpack, it's filled with nothing but school supplies. If you don't believe me, I can open it for you to see. Seeing Lin Yanting's straightforwardness, the secretary's gaze began to drift, no longer daring to meet his eyes. She knew full well that what she had just said were partly her own fabrication. Calling it slander or defamation wouldn't be an exaggeration. Not only was he not angry, but he politely proved his innocence. Was this really the Lin Yanting who caused trouble everywhere online? Most importantly, Lin Yanting's current behavior stood in stark contrast to her own. It made him feel like a petty person who believed rumors and slandered others. For a moment, a pang of shame welled up in the secretary's heart. Seeing her secretary remain silent for a long while, Yi Zixuan knew she couldn't remain silent any longer. She immediately spoke with a tone full of apology. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry. This was our mistake. I apologize on her behalf. Just as Yi Zixuan was apologizing to Lin Yanting on behalf of her secretary, a ding sounded. The elevator had already reached the 8th floor. Hearing this, Lin Yanting responded magnanimously as ever. It's fine. Now that the misunderstanding is cleared up, I'll take my leave first. With that, Lin Yanting walked out of the elevator without looking back. Yi Zixuan turned her gaze back to the secretary beside her. Next time, think before you speak. If someone hasn't wronged you, don't go looking for trouble. Otherwise, how are you any different from those troublemakers who stir up trouble everywhere? Facing her boss's admonition, the secretary nodded in agreement. She promptly followed Yi Zixuan out of the elevator to begin inspecting the occupancy status of the 8th floor merchants. Meanwhile, the kidnappers disguised as construction workers were equally stunned. They never imagined that the person standing before them moments ago was none other than Lin Yanting, a man capable of going toe-to-toe with their boss, Lei Bao. Word was spreading throughout Lianyun district that whoever defeated Lei Bao or Lin Yanting would gain complete control over the underground forces in the area. Fortunately, Lin Yanting's visit to the Guojin building seemed to be merely for appearances. Their mission should remain unaffected. With that thought, the kidnappers finally stepped out of the elevator with renewed confidence. They began preparing to kidnap Yi Zixuan. Little did they know that everything that had just unfolded was meticulously orchestrated by Lin Yanting. Combining information and data from his previous life, Yi Zixuan and her secretary were abducted while riding the freight elevator in the International Finance Center by several kidnappers disguised as construction workers. Lin Yanting had deliberately entered the elevator, calculating precisely the kidnappers' psychology. If someone unexpected appeared, they would play it safe and refrain from acting in the elevator, choosing instead to make their move once they reached the 8th floor. Moreover, Lin Yanting was alone. If he waited until after Yi Zixuan was abducted to act, it would be too late. Most crucially, Lin Yanting must use this time in the elevator. He must present himself as a positive and capable figure in front of Yi Zixuan. Then he must establish a plausible reason for being at the Guojin building. This way, Yi Zixuan won't suspect he's deliberately approaching her. It would also allow him to later intervene in an injustice by labeling it a coincidence. Even if Yi Zixuan's secretary hadn't spoken up to mock Lin Yanting, Lin Yanting had plenty of other ways to achieve his goal. Of course, Lin Yanting had invested so much effort to rescue Yi Zixuan, who should have been killed by the kidnappers, was to ensure the Yi group owed him a major favor. For someone who currently had nothing, this would be an absolutely enormous help. Shortly after Lin Yanting exited the elevator, the kidnappers disguised as renovation workers decided to proceed with their original plan. 9. Hope. The only savior. A short while later, Yi Zixuan and her secretary completed their inspection of the merchant's setup on the 8th floor. She nodded imperceptibly. I'm very satisfied with the current occupancy rate at Guojin Tower. Continue tenant recruitment and lease the remaining retail spaces as soon as possible. Rent can be reduced by 10-15% as appropriate. Once all merchants are settled and the tower begins full operations, it will drive commercial development along the entire street. At that point, the market value of our Yi family's enterprises will inevitably rise with the tide. At this thought, Yi Zixuan's mood lifted considerably. Just as she was about to take the elevator with her secretary to leave. But suddenly they realized the elevator buttons on the 8th floor seemed to be malfunctioning. No matter how many times they pressed them, there was no response. This immediately caused Yi Zixuan to frown. She immediately turned to her secretary beside her and asked, Xiao Su, why is the elevator acting up like this? Didn't I tell you? We must pay special attention to all facilities in the Guojin Tower, especially safety issues. How long has the Guojin building even been completed that it's already experiencing such problems? Luckily it was only the 8th floor. What if it had been a higher level? Are we supposed to make guests or tenants climb down floor by floor? Have the person in charge come see me this afternoon. I want to see exactly how they're handling this. Upon hearing this, Secretary Xiao Su could only nod in agreement repeatedly. She immediately pulled out her phone to contact the elevator installation supervisor at the International Finance Center. But strangely, neither Secretary Xiao Su's phone nor Yi Zixuan's own phone had any signal. This only made Yi Zixuan's delicate brows furrow even tighter. This was utterly unacceptable. As the core building of the future economic hub being developed by Yi Group, how could there be no signal here? Seeing Yi Zixuan's anger escalate, Secretary Xiao Su hurriedly interjected. Ms. Yi, perhaps the foreman who oversaw the building's construction installed the signal blocking device to prevent workers from slacking off by playing with their phones. Since the building was just completed, they haven't had time to deactivate it yet. After receiving a more plausible explanation, Yi Zixuan's expression eased considerably. She promptly turned and headed toward the stairwell marked with emergency exit signs. She intended to walk downstairs. But soon, Yi Zixuan realized something was amiss. The door leading to the stairwell had been chained shut. She hadn't noticed it earlier. And she distinctly remembered it had been unlocked when she had passed by earlier during her inspection. This meant someone had locked it after they'd left. Su, something's wrong. It seems we've been targeted. Quick, find an exit. Seeing Yi Zixuan's grave expression, Secretary Xiao Su also realized the gravity of the situation. In her eyes, Yi Zixuan rarely showed such a look. She immediately quickened her pace, staying close behind Yi Zixuan. With each security passage they passed, their tension and fear deepened further. For without exception, the entrance doors to these emergency exits were all securely chained shut. Oh no! The elevator malfunctioned. Every passageway entrance was locked. And cell phone signals were completely blocked. This must be a premeditated plan. Someone wants to harm us. Yi Zixuan had already formed her judgment based on the current situation. Hearing this, Secretary Xiao Su's mind flashed with a name. I get it. It must be that Lin Yanting who came up with us just now. Otherwise, why would a lowlife like him even think to come to the Golden Finance Tower to look at commercial spaces? His behavior in the elevator was clearly meant to lull us into a false sense of security. So he could strike when the time was right. After hearing her secretary's speculation, Yi Zixuan pondered for a moment before shaking her head. No. It couldn't be him. He's alone. How could he possibly lock all these emergency exit doors in such a short time, especially without us noticing? Even if he had some special method, how did he bring the chains used to lock the doors inside? Listening to Yi Zixuan's analysis, Secretary Xiao Su felt momentarily at a loss. Ms. Yi, what should we do now? At that moment, Yi Zixuan displayed the decisive resolve of a true heroine. She made a decisive call. For safety's sake, we should find some weapons to protect ourselves first. Let's go. Find the fire hydrants. There should be a fire axe on every floor. With that said, Yi Zixuan promptly kicked off her high heels. Then she dashed toward the location of the fire hydrant. Secretary Xiao Su followed suit. She kicked off her high heels. Then she followed closely behind. In such circumstances, wearing high heels would severely hinder both women's mobility. Fortunately, after the completion of the Guojin Tower, Yi Zixuan had arranged for the entire building to be thoroughly cleaned. Thus, there was no risk of stepping on nails. Before long, they spotted a fire hydrant ahead. Just as they were about to approach and open the hydrant to retrieve the fire axe inside, a construction worker pushing a container suddenly emerged from around the corner. Upon seeing Yi Zixuan and her secretary, Xiao Su, both looking flustered, he asked curiously, "Ladies, you seem quite flustered. Have you run into trouble? Do you need any help?" Seeing the unexpected arrival, Secretary Xiao Su let out a long sigh of relief. She was about to step forward to tell the construction worker what had happened. But Yi Zixuan stopped her. Yi Zixuan asked with a look of caution, "Which shop's renovation crew are you with?" Hearing this, the construction worker answered calmly, "The third shop on the left." Yi Zixuan nodded without betraying her thoughts. She then continued her inquiry. "Could you tell me your standard for tile grout spacing?" The worker froze for a moment. Clearly, he hadn't expected such a question. The moment Yi Zixuan saw the expression on the man's face, she grabbed her secretary, Xiao Su, and turned to run without a moment's hesitation. Watching the two suddenly turn and flee, the man dressed as a construction worker realized he'd been exposed. He immediately cursed under his breath, "Damn it!" He had planned to wait until Yi Zixuan and her companion let their guard down, then used a drug towel he'd stashed in his pocket to knock Yi Zixuan unconscious. That way, he could load her into the shipping container and take her away without anyone noticing. But he hadn't expected her to be so vigilant. "One question has me completely stumped. Damn it! This had to be over quickly. If Lin Yanting gets involved, I just hope that guy keeps his nose out of it." He couldn't blame himself for worrying about Lin Yanting throwing a wrench in the works. After all, a man's reputation precedes him. In these underground circles, everyone knew Lin Yanting's skills were terrifyingly formidable. Rumors even claimed his skills rivaled those of elite special forces commandos. No one knows why his skills are so formidable. Otherwise, Lin Yanting, just a vocational college student, wouldn't have so many followers. And a street thug wanting to start a business? Checking out commercial properties? Who would believe that? The fact that Lin Yanting was vying with his boss, Lei Bao, for control of Lianyun district was practically common knowledge. He even suspected Lin Yanting might have gotten wind of something and was deliberately trying to cause trouble. But at this point, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and push forward with the task. After barely a moment's hesitation, the man dressed as a construction worker drew his knife and gave chase after the two women. "Ms. Yi? Why are you running? He's the criminal." Hearing this, Secretary Xiao Su turned back in disbelief. But immediately afterward, she saw that the seemingly honest-looking construction worker had somehow produced a knife and was now charging toward them with a menacing expression. "Don't look back. Keep your eyes forward. Hurry up." Secretary Xiao Su was now completely panicked. "Mr. Yi, what should we do now? All the exits are blocked. Where can we possibly escape to?" Faced with Secretary Su's question, Yi Zixuan spoke almost without hesitation. "Seek help from Lin Yanting." Upon hearing this, Secretary Xiao Su was taken aback. "Ms. Yi, why seek him out? Though you previously ruled out the possibility of him being the perpetrator. That was only based on him being alone. Now another person has suddenly appeared. They could very well be accomplices." Hearing Secretary Xiao Su's words, Yi Zixuan immediately dismissed her speculation. "I recall this suspect was the construction worker who rode the same elevator up with us earlier. So our enemies are definitely not just one person. But if Lin Yanting was in cahoots with them, they could have easily kidnapped us right in the elevator. We wouldn't have had a chance to escape. Why let us come up? That would have been redundant. Yet they didn't make a move. The only explanation is that they recognized Lin Yanting too. They feared his skills and dreaded unexpected complications, so they dared not act in the elevator. If Lin Yanting had been an ordinary person, they likely wouldn't have hesitated at all. Therefore, our only hope now is Lin Yanting. 10 fight? I'm a law-abiding citizen." It must be said, Yi Zixuan, a woman, managed to become the president of Yi Group. Her judgment and crisis response skills are truly exceptional. She quickly assessed our current predicament and identified the key to breaking the deadlock. "President Yi, how should we proceed to locate Lin Yanting now?" Yi Zixuan replied almost without hesitation. "We'll have to take our chances. But since he mentioned earlier that he was here to look at commercial properties, he's likely still on this floor. As long as we avoid being captured by these thugs, we'll run into him sooner or later." Hearing this, Secretary Xiao Su let out a long sigh of relief. But immediately after, a shriek erupted. "Ah!" Yi Zixuan turned around and gasped in horror. The criminal disguised as a renovation worker had caught up. He seemed to have grabbed the back of Secretary Xiao Su's dress. That was what had caused Xiao Su to scream. Seeing this, the criminal flashed a smug grin. But his joy was short-lived. A block of concrete came hurtling toward him, growing larger and larger in his line of sight. Smack! The brick struck the criminal squarely in the face, leaving him reeling. The intense pain and dizziness forced him to instinctively release his grip on Xiaosu. Are you okay? Run! Xiaosu, who had been so terrified his mind had gone blank, suddenly snapped back to reality upon hearing Yi Zixuan's voice. Only now did she realize that at that critical moment, just as she was about to fall into the criminal's hands, her boss hadn't abandoned her to flee alone. Instead, he picked up a brick lying nearby, disregarding the danger, and while the criminal was gloating, he smashed it right into his head. For a moment, Xiaosu felt both deeply moved and a wave of lingering fear wash over her. But before she could utter a word of thanks, Yi Zixuan grabbed her arm and dragged her running again. Xiaosu, right now, focus. Don't let your mind wander. One moment of carelessness could spell our doom. Sure enough, before the two could catch their breath, around the corner ahead, another man appeared, dressed exactly like the previous criminal. Seeing this, Yi Zixuan urgently pulled Xiaosu to change their route, immediately veering left. Thus, the two women leveraged their familiarity with the terrain, while keeping an eye out for Lin Yanting. Time ticked by. The gangsters all emerged, closing in to surround and block their path. But that wasn't the worst part. After all, both were women. The prolonged chase and evasion had gradually sapped their strength. Xiaosu, in particular, felt a growing sense of exhaustion, as if she couldn't hold on much longer. Having temporarily evaded the criminals, the pair found a relatively concealed spot to hide. Ms. Yi, I really can't hold on any longer. If they come after us, don't worry about me. Just run. Despite Xiaosu's plea, Yi Zixuan refused to abandon Xiaosu. Don't lose hope. Hang in there. The commotion we've caused is already loud enough. While the security guards on the first floor might not notice, if Lin Yanting is still on this floor, he'll definitely come over out of curiosity. As long as we hold out until he appears, we'll offer him a hefty reward, no doubt he'll help. But Secretary Su didn't share Yi Zixuan's optimism. What if he went upstairs or downstairs before getting locked in the emergency exit? Hearing this, Yi Zixuan's expression visibly darkened. Then we're finished. But then, Yi Zixuan's eyes sharpened. But I won't give up until the very last moment. Just as the two were whispering to each other, footsteps suddenly echoed from ahead. The two quickly hushed themselves. They clamped their hands over their mouths, fearing the slightest sound would alert the criminals. As the footsteps faded into the distance, the two breathed a long sigh of relief. But then, from behind them, a sinister voice suddenly echoed. So you were hiding here. Now let's see where you'll run to. They turned to look. A criminal wielding a short knife was advancing toward them with a sinister expression. Though both were nearly spent, Yi Zixuan still pulled her secretary, Xiaosu, and continued running. But this time, they couldn't shake off the thug behind them. As the criminal behind them closed in, Yi Zixuan abruptly changed direction. She aimed to use the momentum from running to create distance between herself and the pursuers. What she hadn't anticipated was, the moment she turned, she collided head-on with a broad chest. Originally, Yi Zixuan had maintained a distance from the person ahead. But because Yi Zixuan had abruptly stopped, Secretary Xiaosu caught off guard. She collided directly into Yi Zixuan's back. It was precisely this collision. Yi Zixuan found herself falling completely unprepared into the arms of the figure ahead. Yi Zixuan's first thought was, oh no! Caught! But immediately after, a somewhat familiar voice reached her ears. Holy crap! Running someone over with the ball. Hearing this, Yi Zixuan instinctively looked up. The person before her eyes was none other than Lin Yanting, whom they'd been searching for all this time. Just as Yi Zixuan was about to call for help, she caught Lin Yanting's peculiar expression. Miss Yi, this isn't quite appropriate, is it? Hearing this, Yi Zixuan finally noticed that her chest was pressed entirely against Lin Yanting's body. Though separated by their clothing, they could still distinctly feel the sensation of each other's bodies. Realizing this, Yi Zixuan hurriedly pulled away from Lin Yanting. She instinctively covered her chest. Having been single her entire life, this was the first time she'd been in such close physical contact with a man. For a moment, her heartbeat quickened involuntarily. A faint blush spread across her small face. Xiaosu, the secretary who had bumped into Yi Zixuan earlier, hadn't noticed her boss's current state. But the moment he recognized Lin Yanting's face, his eyes lit up with delight. Great! We've been looking for you everywhere. Hurry up and get rid of those people following us. Hearing Xiaosu's words, Yi Zixuan snapped out of her shyness. She immediately added, Mr. Lin, if you can help us get out of this mess, the Yi group will surely reward you handsomely. Before Lin Yanting could respond, the thugs had already caught up. But when they spotted Lin Yanting, they instinctively halted in their tracks. The leader, observing this, tentatively inquired, Lin Yanting? You're meddling in things that aren't your business? This couldn't help but make him nervous. Lin Yanting's ruthlessness was legendary on the streets. Not to mention he had a partner wherever he'd gone. Even if all their men were present, they might not stand a chance against Lin Yanting. Therefore, he had to figure out what Lin Yanting was doing here. Meanwhile, seeing Lin Yanting remain silent for so long, Secretary Xiao Su now understood that Lin Yanting was their only hope. Observing Lin Yanting's hesitant demeanor, she immediately decided to play a little trick. At that moment, Secretary Xiao Su's face showed no trace of fear. Instead, her expression radiated utter fearlessness. I advise you to leave immediately if you know what's good for you. Our CEO guarantees no hard feelings. But if you insist on pushing ahead, you don't seriously think a handful of you could stand up to Lin Yanting, do you? Hearing this, the bandits hesitated for a moment. Though they didn't know how the two who had previously harbored resentment toward Lin Yanting had managed to align themselves with him. But if Lin Yanting was determined to intervene today, they might truly meet their end here. Yet what followed was something none of them could have anticipated. Lin Yanting's words left not only Yi Zixuan and Secretary Xiao Su dumbfounded, but also stunned the criminals across from them. Sorry. I think there's been a misunderstanding. As a law-abiding citizen, I won't get into fights or brawls. If you have any issues, call the police, let the officers mediate. 11 Crisis. The final figure creeping closer. As Lin Yanting spoke these words, whether it was Yi Zixuan and Secretary Xiao Su, or the several thugs present, stared at Lin Yanting in utter disbelief. No one would be surprised to hear the words "call the police" from anyone's mouth. But coming from Lin Yanting's mouth, felt utterly jarring. For a moment, the criminals couldn't fathom what Lin Yanting was up to. They knew full well that the longer they delayed, the more likely their plan to seal off the floor and kidnap Yi Zixuan would be discovered. They still dared not act rashly. After all, if the plot was exposed and they were caught, they'd only face attempted kidnapping charges. They'd serve 5 to 10 years and be out. But if they really pissed off this Lin Yanting guy, they might very well end up permanently crippled. They knew exactly which risk was heavier. So for now, they dared only stand their ground and watch. But on the other side, Yi Zixuan and Secretary Xiao Su were growing impatient. Especially Xiao Su. Call the police? Don't be ridiculous. The entire floor's signal is jammed, we can't get through on the phone. If it weren't for this, we wouldn't have had to run for so long. Just get them all out of the way. Upon hearing this, Lin Yanting, however, looked at Xiao Su with a puzzled expression. First of all, I'm just an ordinary college student. And I have no obligation to follow your orders. Second, intentionally assaulting someone is illegal. You've repeatedly incited me to fight and brawl. And you must know that. If the instigation results in minor injuries, you may face up to 3 years of imprisonment, criminal detention, or public surveillance. If serious injury is caused, the sentence shall be fixed-term imprisonment of not less than 3 years but not more than 10 years. If death occurs, or if serious disability results from severe injury inflicted through particularly cruel means, the punishment may be imprisonment for 10 years or more, life imprisonment, or even the death penalty. At these words, Xiao Su's face turned green. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. Seeing this, Lin Yanting couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Let's see you talk now. Back in the elevator, you were already giving me that weird, sarcastic attitude for no reason. Now you expect me to be your enforcer without a word? You really think I don't have a temper? Yi Zixuan, standing nearby, watched her secretary beg for favors while maintaining an arrogant demeanor. She was utterly speechless. She promptly stepped in to mediate. Mr. Lin, it's like this. These individuals have blocked access to the entire floor. And brandished knives, intending to kidnap us. We had no other choice but to come to you, Mr. Lin. As a law-abiding citizen, Mr. Lin, you wouldn't stand by and do nothing in the face of such illegal activity, would you? If you choose to intervene, legally speaking, it wouldn't be considered fighting or brawling, it would be an act of bravery. Hearing Yi Zixuan say this, Lin Yanting's expression visibly brightened. Just as Yi Zixuan thought Lin Yanting was about to agree. Unexpectedly, Lin Yanting's expression clouded over once more. But acting in the public interest should still be within one's capabilities, shouldn't it? Miss Yi just mentioned they're all armed with knives. I'm just an ordinary vocational college student. What if I fail to save them and end up getting stabbed to death? My friends and family would be devastated. The moment these words left his mouth, even Yi Zixuan was momentarily speechless. But she quickly thought of something else. Yi Zixuan added, didn't Mr. Lin just say he was looking at the shop for a university startup? If Mr. Lin is willing to help us out this once, Yi Group would gladly gift him a commercial space free of charge, plus 1 million yuan as startup funding. Here it comes. Lin Yanting had been waiting for this very moment. Though Yi Zixuan had mentioned earlier that if Lin Yanting helped them, there would be a generous reward. But Lin Yanting wasn't someone easily fooled. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he'd seen more than his share of deceit and betrayal. Thinking a casual promise of generous reward would make him risk his life? Don't be ridiculous. What if, after he completed the task, the Yi group merely offered some trivial items to placate him? He wouldn't lift a finger without seeing tangible benefits. Hearing this, Lin Yanting immediately adopted a righteous demeanor and declared, "Miss Yi, what nonsense are you talking about? As a model youth of the new era, one must draw the sword to aid the oppressed when witnessing injustice." But then, Lin Yanting abruptly changed his tone. "But since we're just talking here, might Miss Yi be so kind as to provide me with some proof?" Hearing Lin Yanting say this, Su, standing nearby, instantly flew into a rage. "How can you be like this? Our CEO Yi has already made you a promise, yet you still push your luck?" Lin Yanting raised an eyebrow at this. "I handle things strictly by the book. You and I are complete strangers. I know absolutely nothing about you people. You expect me to risk my life for two complete strangers based on a few casual words? Do you think that's realistic?" Seeing that Secretary Xiao Su was about to say something more, Yi Zixuan cut her off abruptly. She then turned to Lin Yanting and said, "There's no paper or pen here. How does Mr. Lin intend to leave proof?" Seeing Yi Zixuan's consent, Lin Yanting promptly pulled out his phone. "The signal might be blocked, but we can still record video." Hearing this, Yi Zixuan instantly understood. Once Lin Yanting activated the video recording function on his phone, she proceeded to state everything she had previously promised directly into the phone's camera. She also added the date and both their names. After completing all this, Lin Yanting tucked his phone away. He turned to face the thugs. "Alright, hand over the stairwell key. Then go turn yourselves in at the police station." Seeing Lin Yanting was about to intervene, he tentatively asked, "Lin Yanting, you're just after the money too. As long as you don't interfere and let us finish this job, we'll give you a cut." At these words, Yi Zixuan and Secretary Xiao Su both felt a tightening in their hearts. They were about to offer Lin Yanting more money. But unexpectedly, Lin Yanting declared with righteous indignation, "What do you take me for? I'm a law-abiding citizen. How could I possibly associate with lawless individuals like you?" Hearing this, Yi Zixuan and Xiao Su finally let out a sigh of relief. Now it was these criminals who were in a bind. Could it be that they really had to turn themselves in? They certainly didn't want to go to jail. The mere thought of Lin Yanting's past exploits sent a chill down their spines. But just then, the leader of the gang suddenly spotted their unseen accomplice, who had somehow slipped behind Lin Yanting and his two companions. He was overjoyed. If they could seize Yi Zixuan from behind while they weren't paying attention, Lin Yanting would inevitably fall under their control too. That way, the mission would be accomplished smoothly. The criminal lurking behind the three at the corner seemed to have read the leader's intent. He immediately drew his knife. Step by step, he crept closer to the unsuspecting Yi Zixuan. 12 throwing knife? That's called a pencil. Watching his accomplice inch closer to Yi Zixuan, the ringleader, fearing the three across from him might notice, so he hurriedly spoke up to divert their attention. He deliberately adopted a troubled, solemn expression, as if making a tremendous concession. "Lin Yanting, let's be straight with each other. We're all in the same line of work. Don't you think we know exactly what you're thinking? You're just complaining the money's too low. How about this, whatever amount Yi Zixuan offers, we'll match it double." The moment these words were spoken, Yi Zixuan and her secretary Xiao Su's hearts, which had just begun to settle, now immediately began to race again. They knew full well that among those like Lin Yanting who operate in the underworld, how many of them truly uphold honor? They were nothing but a bunch of profit-driven scoundrels. Lin Yanting hadn't agreed to those thugs' demands earlier. It was quite possible he found their promised reward too meager. Now the other side had offered double the profit they had initially proposed. For a moment, Yi Zixuan couldn't tell if Lin Yanting would switch sides. Watching the stubborn thugs, and Yi Zixuan, who was clearly on high alert, Lin Yanting was at a loss for words. Did he really look that greedy? After all, he was now a law-abiding citizen. Using money to try to bribe him into joining their shady dealings, wasn't that just insulting him? Without further ado, Lin Yanting retorted with a sour tone. "I'll say it again. Hand over the keys. Then go turn yourself in. You might even get a lighter sentence." At that moment, the criminal behind the three of them was only 5 or 6 steps away from Yi Zixuan. The leader of the thugs naturally noticed this too. Instantly, the earlier look of gravity and hesitation vanished completely. Instead, his face was now filled with arrogance. "Lin Yanting, I've given you every chance to talk your way out of this. Don't push your luck, or else you'll end up with nothing to show for it. But also unnecessarily making an enemy." Watching the sudden change in the leader's expression, Lin Yanting smiled. "I wonder where you found the nerve to talk to me like that. Or do you think I'm unaware that a lowly punk is sneaking up behind us?" The moment these words left his mouth, the entire crowd gasped in shock. The leader of the thugs never imagined that Lin Yanting could detect someone approaching them without even turning his head. But then again, even if you're as formidable as Lin Yanting, what good does it do? His men were now just 2 steps away from Yi Zixuan. What good is your skill now? Everyone says Lin Yanting is arrogant and conceited. Today's encounter proves it beyond doubt. Knowing someone was approaching, yet failing to take precautions in advance. What a self-important fool. At the same time, upon hearing Lin Yanting mention someone behind them, Yi Zixuan and Xiao Su instinctively turned to look behind them. Sure enough, the next moment, a man dressed similarly in construction workers' clothes, holding a short knife, his face dark and sinister, had silently appeared behind them. Yi Zixuan even caught the cruel, sinister smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Just try running now. At that moment, only one thought remained in Yi Zixuan's mind. It's over. Simultaneously, countless thoughts raced through her mind. Even with her exceptional self-control, she couldn't help but feel resentment toward Lin Yanting. Since he had spotted the other party long ago, why hadn't he warned her? But dwelling on it now was pointless. Perhaps this was simply her fate. Just as they were about to succeed, the leader of the thugs dropped all pretense. Lin Yanting, this is the price you pay for your arrogance. Now let's see what you'll do. At that very moment, whoosh! 3 whistling sounds pierced the air. Yi Zixuan, who had been scared pale, immediately witnessed the knife-wielding thug before her suddenly gaping his mouth wide, letting out a piercing scream. Collapsed straight to the ground. The other criminal's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Flying knives? Hearing this, Yi Zixuan finally snapped back to her senses. She stared in disbelief. That the criminal before her had a bloody hole in each of his legs, as well as one on the wrist of his knife-wielding right hand. A foreign object seemed to be lodged in the center of each wound. Yi Zixuan stared intently. What kind of flying knife was this? They were clearly 3 pencils. How could this be possible? To injure someone with pencils from 3 or 4 meters away. Just as everyone was stunned into silence, Lin Yanting's voice slowly echoed through the air. Oh my goodness. You guys really know how to read the room. I was just worrying about finding a reason to act, and here it comes right to me. With that, all eyes turned back to Lin Yanting. There he was, calmly zipping up his backpack. Clearly, those 3 pencils had just been pulled from his backpack. But Secretary Xiao Su spoke up with a displeased expression. Lin Yanting, what do you think you're doing? You clearly noticed someone behind us earlier. Why didn't you warn us? Our CEO Yi was almost captured by the criminals. Regarding Xiao Su's accusations, Lin Yanting certainly wasn't going to let it slide. What kind of secretary are you? Don't you know that acts of bravery and self-defense can only be invoked when criminals are actively committing unlawful acts? That guy just now, charging at Miss Yi with a knife that was already an unlawful assault. That's precisely why I could act in self-defense. Faced with Lin Yanting's explanation, Xiao Su still wouldn't let it go. She seemed shaken by the knife-wielding criminal from earlier. They were both armed with knives. How isn't that unlawful assault? Why didn't you just take them all down yourself? Hearing this, Lin Yanting shot Xiao Su a look that said he was an idiot. Couldn't they be using the knives to peel fruit? Did they even get a single drop of your blood on their knife? That cut on your body was made by them. Besides, when I first arrived, I didn't see them doing anything excessive to you guys. After you bumped into them, I just saw them standing there watching this side. So how can you claim they committed unlawful assault against you? Watching Lin Yanting's relentless tirade, Xiao Su's face was now uglier than eating. Yet his face still bristled with defiance. But Lin Yanting couldn't be bothered to indulge her. Say one more word to me, and I'll press charges for inciting assault. Suddenly, Lin Yanting's expression darkened. A sinister smile spread across his face. When these thugs are cornered and come charging at us with knives, I'm only one person. If I'm not careful enough to protect you and you get stabbed to death, Miss Yi wouldn't blame me, would she? The moment these words left his mouth, Secretary Xiao Su snapped back to her senses. That's right. Right now, both her and President Ye's safety depended on this guy protecting them. What if he abandoned her and she fell victim to harm? Realizing this, Secretary Xiao Su dared not speak her mind. Yi Zixuan, standing nearby, quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Mr. Lin, please don't be angry. Xiao Su was just startled earlier. She meant no offense. To express our gratitude for your heroic actions, once we're safely out of this, Yi Group is willing to add another million as a token of appreciation for you, Mr. Lin. Hearing this, Lin Yanting's eyes lit up instantly. Now that you mention it, I'm wide awake. Miss Yi, rest assured. With me here, I guarantee your safety today. Meanwhile, the criminals on the other side had snapped out of their shock. Since Lin Yanting was determined to intervene, they had no choice but to fight to the death. They knew that if today's mission failed, not only would they face punishment under gang rules upon returning, 3 stabs and 6 holes would be the least of their worries. Even if they survived, they didn't believe the Yi Group would let them off. By comparison, Lin Yanting seemed far less terrifying. Moreover, when Lin Yanting opened his backpack just now, it contained only rulers, pencils, and other stationery. Not a single proper weapon in sight. Given this situation, with weapons in hand and outnumbering him, they might just stand a chance against Lin Yanting. At this thought, the leader of the thugs gritted his teeth. Guys, if we fail this mission today, we're finished. Better to fight Lin Yanting to the death. Kill. With the ringleader's furious roar, the remaining thugs all raised their blades and charging toward Lin Yanting. Seeing this, Wei Zhixi and Xiao Su were thrown into a panic by this sudden turn of events. But at that moment, a meaningful smile curved the corners of Lin Yanting's mouth. Finally, they couldn't hold back any longer. 13 Savagery. You'd better grip your blades tight. Watching the thug charge toward them with a knife raised, Lin Yanting immediately pulled out a ruler and a triangle from his backpack. He gripped one ruler in each hand and stepped forward to meet them, all the while muttering under his breath. Don't hurt us. Drop the knives. What you're doing is wrong. Assault with a weapon and kidnapping are illegal. Ah. I'm so scared. The bandits across from him were stunned. They couldn't figure out what Lin Yanting was really up to. His mouth was full of cowardly words. Yet they clearly saw that Lin Yanting, who now faced them, was clearly brimming with excitement. Soon, the leader's expression shifted from utter bewilderment to seething rage. Damn it! Lin Yanting is mocking us. This is too much. Cut him down. At that moment, the hearts of several thugs were filled with rage. They'd completely forgotten who they were facing. Especially the leader among them. His rage was off the charts. His repeated concessions had only earned him Lin Yanting's scorn and humiliation. Today, he would kill Lin Yanting right here and climb to power by trampling him. The thought filled him with such fury. He felt an overwhelming urge to kill this hideous creature before him immediately. Just as he was about to confront Lin Yanting, the leader of the thugs leapt into the air in a single bound. Gripping his knife with both hands, he unleashed a powerful downward strike aimed squarely at Lin Yanting's head. Lin Yanting raised his right hand, using his ruler to block the attack. Wei Zhixi and Xiao Su, witnessing this, snapped out of their panic. They gasped in shock. Lin Yanting. Don't go head to head with him. Lin Yanting only had 2 drafting rulers in his hands. Even if both rulers were made of metal, at best, they were ordinary stainless steel. How could they possibly block these men's short knives? But just then, with a clang, everyone's eyes widened in shock. The lead thug's powerful slash struck Lin Zhixi's ruler. The blade snapped clean in two, splitting into 2 pieces. The severed blade, propelled by the combined force of the clash, flew backward. It traced a perfect parabolic arc through the air. It then landed on the ground, emitting a metallic clang. Broken? How could that be? Just as the leader of the bandits froze in shock, Wei Zhixi and her secretary, Xiao Su, witnessed this scene and were instantly overjoyed. Xiao Su exclaimed excitedly. Quick! Lin Yanting! Take advantage of his broken blade. Hit him on the head with the ruler. But Lin Yanting only responded with a look of regret. Secretary Su, let me repeat. Your actions are tantamount to inciting murder. His knife has been broken by me, so theoretically he no longer has the ability to harm me. If I hit him on the head, it wouldn't fall under self-defense, it would be intentional assault. Besides, don't you think hitting someone over the head right off the bat is pretty brutal? At this, Xiao Su was speechless. He genuinely hadn't expected that even now, with his life hanging by a thread, this Lin Yanting would still feel the need to lecture him on the law. And what's with that look on your face? You were the one who broke his knife. Why the look of regret? What exactly are you regretting? Beside him, Wei Zhixi shared the same bewilderment. Even she, a seasoned businesswoman who'd seen it all, couldn't quite figure out what Lin Yanting was up to. But in the next instant, they instantly understood what Lin Yanting was truly regretting. 2 more thugs, wielding sharp daggers, charged toward Lin Yanting. These 2 seemed to be waiting for the moment when Lin Yanting turned to speak with the 2 women, his attention diverted, to launch a surprise attack. The 2 women tried to warn Lin Yanting about the danger behind him. But before they could speak, they saw Lin Yanting's earlier look of regret vanish instantly, replaced by that same look of excitement. With a sudden spin, the triangular ruler in his left hand instantly locked onto the short knife wielded by one of the criminals. With a slight downward pressure from his left hand, the criminal's knife was firmly wedged in the triangular gap of the ruler. Meanwhile, the straight edge in his right hand struck first. Just before the dagger could pierce him, it smashed directly into the skull of the other bandit. With a dull thud, blood spattered. The criminal was knocked flat to the ground. The spot where Lin Yanting struck him visibly caved in. Before long, crimson blood began seeping from the indentation. Of course, Lin Yanting didn't stop there. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the criminal whose blade was pinned by the triangle ruler. What? You still want to hurt me? I advise you to drop the knife immediately. Otherwise, I'll fight back. Hearing this, the criminal, seeing his comrade's pitiful state, instinctively prepared to drop the knife in his hand. But before he could let go, He suddenly felt his fingers, which had been about to release their grip, locked in place by a strange, unnatural force. He immediately looked down at his right hand. The triangular ruler that should have been gripping his blade. Not only was it still clamped onto the blade, but one of its corners was now firmly pressed against his finger, preventing him from letting go. Seeing this, the criminal was about to beg for mercy. But before he could utter a word, he heard Lin Yanting's voice, low and sinister like a demon's whisper. "Oh dear. I've already warned you. Since you still refuse to put down the knife and insist on threatening my life, don't blame me for defending myself." Bang! Almost the instant the words left my mouth, another muffled thud echoed, followed by a burst of snowflakes. This criminal met the same fate as the previous one. His skull caved in, blood gushing wildly as he collapsed instantly. At that moment, Lin Yanting's face broke into a look of pure satisfaction. Yes. That's the feeling. It had been so long. At those words, not only did the remaining thugs who had been about to attack freeze in their tracks. Even Wei Zhixi and Xiao Su behind him wore expressions of shock and fear. Seeming to notice the strange looks from those around him, he cleared his throat awkwardly twice. "You all saw it, they were the ones who tried to stab me with a knife. I was too terrified, so I had no choice but to fight back. But when someone fights back out of fear, they can't control their strength. You should understand that, right? Scared. You get it, right? You nearly knocked a dent in my skull. Want me to find a mirror so you can see your own expression? You're clearly loving every minute of it. Now you're trying to play innocent with us? And this is way too violent. How much force does it take to beat someone like this? And what the hell are those two rulers in his hands made of? How could they be so hard?" Only then did Wei Zhixi and Xiao Su finally understood why Lin Yanting had looked so regretful earlier. It turned out he was regretting breaking the leader's short knife. He had destroyed the fundamental element of self-defense. This prevented him from taking action against the leader, hence the look of regret on his face. Xiao Su especially. Seeing the scene before him and recalling Lin Yanting's earlier accusation of his cruelty, he couldn't help but inwardly scoff. Is this guy some kind of superhero gene or something? What gives him the nerve to call me cruel? Of course, if this had happened earlier, such words would have been spoken without a second thought. But having just witnessed this bloody, violent scene, even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare speak like that anymore. At the same time, they finally understood why Lin Yanting had such a fearsome reputation among the underground forces in Fallen Dragon City. Don't panic, don't be afraid. Everyone strike at once. I refuse to believe he has only 2 hands to block all of us. Hearing this, the excitement Lin Yanting had suppressed once again burst forth. Is that so? Then you'd better grip your blades tight. 14 Investigation. Crossing the river and dismantling the bridge? As a convoy of police cars, their emergency lights flashing, headed toward the Guojin building, everyone learned a shocking piece of news. Lin Yanting, the sole daughter of Yi Group's chairman, Wei Zhixi, president of Yi Group, had been subjected to a meticulously planned kidnapping. But what was unexpected was that, when the police arrived at the scene, Wei Zhixi and her secretary were completely unharmed. Instead, the 9 criminals involved in the abduction suffered 4 fatalities and 5 injuries. 3 of the injured criminals suffered severe concussions and remained unconscious. The remaining 2 suffered multiple fractures and blunt force trauma marks all over their bodies. Naturally, as parties involved, Wei Zhixi, Xiao Su, and Lin Yanting were also taken to the police station for questioning. Although they cooperated fully, Wei Zhixi and Xiao Su were treated as victims and underwent routine questioning. After recording their statements, they were released from the station. Lin Yanting, however, was investigated as a murder suspect. Despite Wei Zhixi repeatedly emphasizing that Lin Yanting had acted as a good Samaritan, the police still detained him and brought him back to the station. Explain. Why did you strike those criminals so brutally? You shattered their skulls. Are you trying to silence witnesses to cover up some unspeakable secret? In the dimly lit interrogation room at that moment, a policewoman in uniform, a beautiful, capable female officer, suddenly raised her hand, directing an intensely bright light toward Lin Yanting, who sat handcuffed across from her. Beside him, another officer stood ready with paper and pen to record Lin Yanting's upcoming confession. Although Lin Yanting had frequently visited police stations in his previous life, he still couldn't get used to being blasted by such a bright light. Officer, I'm innocent. Didn't Miss Yi explain the whole situation to you earlier? I'm just a vocational school student. I'm currently scouting for a commercial space for my university startup. Never imagined I'd get caught up in a kidnapping. I was terrified too. Hearing this, the female officer laughed bitterly in anger. Ha! Scared? I'd say you're enjoying yourself. You killed 4 of the 9 criminals, knocked out 3, and left 2 critically injured. And you still dare claim it wasn't murder? Facing the female officer's interrogation, Lin Yanting's expression grew increasingly bitter and aggrieved. Officer, Everything must be based on evidence and the law. I never intended to meddle in this business. Miss Yi insisted on asking me for help. As a model young citizen of the new era, how could I ignore such illegal activities? Seeing Lin Yanting still refusing to budge, the female officer lost her patience. Lin Jinsheng, Lin Yanting's biological father, was a member of a drug trafficking organization. He passed away when you were 5 years old, at the age of 27. Lin Yanting, 19 years old, male. Popular online streamer. Exploiting the convenience of the internet, he recruited idle individuals from all walks of life. Engaged in organized crime activities. Has instigated multiple violent incidents. Though no major incidents have occurred yet, continued involvement will inevitably make him a detrimental factor to society. As for your grandfather's background, the records are too old to trace. But judging by your family's background, I can guess you're no upstanding citizen either. We've known your true colors all along. Don't play the innocent here. Moreover, our investigation confirms these criminals are all under your arch-rival, Lei Bao. I know you and Lei Bao are fighting for control of Lianyun district. So you're using this heroic act as an excuse to settle a personal score. Hearing this, Lin Yanting could only shake his head helplessly. He let out a long sigh. Seeing Lin Yanting's dejected expression, the female officer couldn't help but frown and ask, "What do you mean?" Seeing this, Lin Yanting continued, "I had always believed that the People's Police handled cases with fairness, democracy, and objectivity. But it turns out they also wore colored glasses when doing their jobs. Ah, so it is. Prejudice in people's hearts is like a mountain. Once formed, they're nearly impossible to overcome. All I want to ask now is, who can guarantee they never made a wrong turn or chose the wrong path in their youth? Who says those who strayed can't rein in their horses at the cliff's edge and return to the right path? Just because I made some mistakes in my youth out of ignorance, does that mean you can slander me as a deliberate murderer? And how can you be certain the information you've gathered is accurate? How can you be certain that what you see is the truth?" Staring into Lin Yanting's deep, piercing eyes, the female officer wavered for a moment. But soon, she spoke again. "No matter what you say, the fact remains that you acted with extreme cruelty and killed someone. We must detain you according to the law." Upon hearing the words "detain you according to the law," Lin Yanting just frowned. Detain me? On what grounds? First off, I was facing 9 burly criminals armed with knives. I had to protect 2 vulnerable women. Under these circumstances, ensuring neither myself nor the women behind me got hurt was already a huge accomplishment. On top of that, I had to ensure my defensive actions effectively neutralized the criminals' offensive capabilities without injuring them. Could even you, professionally trained officers, manage that? At these words, the female officer also fell silent. Indeed, in such circumstances, even professionally trained personnel couldn't possibly handle it with such ease. So how could they possibly expect a vocational school student to do it? Seeing how eloquent Lin Yanting was, the officer taking notes beside them couldn't stand it anymore. He slammed the table and shouted angrily, still trying to wriggle out of it. "The steel ruler in your backpack is Damascus steel, forged and folded countless times. The pencil has also been specially treated. And you still claim this wasn't premeditated murder?" Hearing this, Lin Yanting immediately fired back. "Who says Damascus steel can't be used to make rulers? Besides, I already told you I plan to start a business in college. And I'll definitely need to do drafting and other tasks. What's wrong with wanting a higher quality ruler? As for the pencils, I was worried they'd break in my bag after all that sharpening, so I reinforced them to prevent breakage. Let me ask you this. Is there a single restricted knife or contraband item in my bag?" For a moment, facing Lin Yanting, the officer's imposing demeanor visibly weakened. Seeing this, Lin Yanting knew his chance to fight back had arrived. He immediately continued speaking. "I believe Miss Yi has already explained the situation to you all. When the criminal charged at us with a knife, I repeatedly begged for mercy. I repeatedly urged them to put down their weapons and not to commit illegal acts that harm others. Yet they continued to charge recklessly, intent on killing us. I was forced to act in self-defense." But what Lin Yanting hadn't anticipated was, the female officer suddenly wore an expression that was neither quite a smile nor quite a frown. She spoke up. "Begging for mercy? But the testimony I received clearly states that during your struggle with the criminal, your face was filled with excitement. After smashing several skulls, you even flashed a sickening grin. It's hard for us not to suspect you're a sadistic psychopath who thrives on killing." Only then did Lin Yanting finally understand why these cops had been fixated on him all along. So this was the Yi group's plan to burn their bridges after crossing the river. The reason behind the situation became clear. Lin Yanting began to reflect on himself. In this life, he had resolved to become a model young man who was proactive, positive, and beneficial to society. Some bad habits from his past life definitely needed to be changed. Though in Lin Yanting's understanding, the Yi group wouldn't betray someone who'd done them a favor over a mere 2 million and a shop. To repay kindness with betrayal over a mere 2 million yuan and a shop. He wondered if there were hidden circumstances at play. But since the problem lies with the Yi group, no matter the reason, he wouldn't let them off easy. If they want to play games, let's play a big one. With that thought, Lin Yanting sighed deeply once more. He immediately declared, "If you insist on calling it premeditated murder, I'll take the blame." The moment these words left his mouth, the female officer and the other policeman's eyes lit up. But what followed left them utterly flummoxed. Strictly speaking, there's actually a mastermind behind me. Just as the two officers waited for Lin Yanting to continue, another officer knocked open the interrogation room door and stepped inside. Someone came to bail Lin Yanting out. Upon hearing this, the female officer flatly refused. This is a critical moment in the investigation. Lin Yanting cannot be released on bail. Upon hearing this, Lin Yanting's eyes darted around. He said, "No bail is no problem. Could you kindly pass on a message to whoever comes to bail me out? Looks like I won't be getting out anytime soon. Could you ask them to upload the thesis from my cloud drive to the internet? All the detailed arguments and videos are in there. I want to see what kind of feedback my paper gets from netizens. That's my only request. If even this can't be done, I won't utter another word from here on out." The newly arrived officer instinctively glanced at the female officer. The female officer was at a loss for words. "You're just a vocational college student writing some crappy thesis? Do you actually plan to apply for graduate school?" But then she thought about it. At this point, he was still thinking about his thesis. Could it be that she really had misjudged him? But the sight of those criminals' pitiful state. The female officer reaffirmed her resolve. Still, given Lin Yanting's perfectly reasonable request, she found no reason to refuse. She promptly nodded to the officer who had just entered. The officer immediately understood. He promptly exited the interrogation room. The female officer turned her gaze back to Lin Yanting. Lin Yanting understood her meaning. Without hesitation, he declared, "The person who ordered me is the president of Yi Group, Wei Zhixi." 15 Stunned. Wei Zhixi's system crashed. What did he mean by asking her to upload his thesis from the cloud drive? The detailed argumentation and videos were all inside. He wanted to see what kind of feedback his paper would get from netizens. What on earth is this? This guy barely attended any classes at school and now he's thinking about a thesis? When did he become so ambitious? Wei Zhixi, just out of the police station. Her face bore a look of utter bewilderment. Earlier at school, she'd heard that Lin Yanting had been caught up in the kidnapping case at the Golden Finance Tower. After all, the kidnapper's target this time was Wei Zhixi, the president of Yi Group, so it caused quite a stir in the city. For reasons unknown, she found herself inexplicably bringing her last bit of savings to the police station to bail Lin Yanting out. But what she never could have imagined was that, upon arriving at the station, she was informed that Lin Yanting was implicated in a homicide case. Although there was no direct evidence proving Lin Yanting had premeditated the murder. But due to the significant impact of this incident, Lin Yanting would be forcibly detained for 72 hours. Wei Zhixi believed that although Lin Yanting had taken a wrong turn, but he was fundamentally a kind person. She believed he might have gotten into minor trouble. But to say Lin Yanting would commit murder? Wei Zhixi absolutely refuses to believe it. As her thoughts churned, an image of a bright, cheerful little boy smiling at him surfaced in Wei Zhixi's mind. This image only strengthened her resolve. No matter what, she would help Lin Yanting escape this trouble. Wei Zhixi knew that although Lin Yanting was currently thriving on short video platforms, he didn't actually have much money in his pocket. Most of his income went toward supporting the gang. If it came to a lawsuit, he simply couldn't afford a lawyer. At this thought, a resolute glint flashed in Wei Zhixi's eyes. If it came down to it, she could temporarily mortgage the bathhouse her father had left her. She'd raise the money to hire a lawyer for Lin Yanting. But what Wei Zhixi didn't know was that the Lin Yanting of the past might never have done such a thing. But the Lin Yanting of today was the reincarnation of the Windspeaker Society's leader, the man who once ruled the entire underworld. Though he had returned to walk the righteous path within the bounds of the law, he wouldn't hesitate to take extreme measures. And that police officer relayed such a baffling message to her. This small favor was nothing more than a simple gesture. But where on earth was she supposed to get Lin Yanting's cloud storage account and password? Just as Wei Zhixi was at a loss, a burly man with a hint of roguishness approached the police station, cursing under his breath. It was Meng Shixing. What the hell is the boss up to? Just a few days ago, he told the brothers to stay out of trouble and be law-abiding citizens. And now he's caused such a huge mess. This is just too much to handle. If things get too bad, I'll have no choice but to lead the brothers in storming the police station. Just as Meng Shixing was contemplating whether to stage a prison break like in the TV shows, a voice as clear as a silver bell suddenly rang in his ear. "Are you Meng Shixing?" When Meng Shixing turned to look in the direction of the voice, his eyes went wide in shock. He never imagined this day would come for him, Meng Shixing, to be approached by a beautiful woman. Instantly, Meng Shixing tightened his collar with his left hand. Then, with his right hand, he gently ran his fingers through the strands of hair on the left side of his head. This gesture was as greasy as it could possibly be. That's right. I am Meng Shixing. Beautiful young lady, what might you need from me? But Wei Zhixi, with her simple mind, didn't read too much into it. Instead, she simply introduced herself. My name is Wei Zhixi. I'm a fellow student at your school. The moment Meng Shixing heard the name Wei Zhixi, it instantly clicked. So you're the school's top beauty. No wonder I felt so familiar the moment I saw you. As he spoke, Meng Shixing flicked his bangs in a rather flamboyant manner, as if doing so could make him look even more handsome. But then, Wei Zhixi's sudden remark sent Meng Shixing plummeting into an ice cave. You must be really good friends with Lin Yanting, right? Clang. For a moment, Meng Shixing felt as though he heard the sound of his heart shattering. Gotcha. Thought my luck with women was finally turning. But who knew it'd be another woman trying to use me to get close to the boss? So shallow. Is the boss really just a billion times more handsome than me? Can't these women see my inner beauty? Such shallow women don't deserve to be with the boss. Yeah, they don't. If I get rid of this shallow woman for the boss, he'd thank me, right? Right. I'm doing this for the boss's own good, not to get back at him for that bathhouse incident. At this thought, Meng Shixing's smile vanished at the speed of light, instantly turning into a deadpan expression. Yes. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. Bye. With that, Meng Shixing turned and walked away. He didn't give Wei Zhixi any time to react. Seeing Meng Shixing's attitude shift so dramatically before and after, Wei Zhixi couldn't make sense of the situation. She simply concluded that approaching Meng Shixing out of the blue had been too presumptuous. That must have upset him. But to fulfill Lin Yanting's request, Wei Zhixi caught up with Meng Shixing once more. This time, however, Meng Shixing seemed even more impatient. What now? Is this ever going to end? Wei Zhixi seemed startled by Meng Shixing's demeanor. Still, she mustered her courage and spoke up. Hey, Meng. Do you know Lin Yanting's cloud storage account and password? The moment those words left her lips, Meng Shixing suddenly frowned, as if he had just realized something. He instinctively asked, what do you need his account and password for? Immediately, Wei Zhixi recounted how she had heard about Lin Yanting's incident and come to post bail. At this moment, although Officer Meng was deeply curious about why Wei Zhixi had come to bail out Lin Yanting, but now was not the time for curiosity. After hearing the details, Meng Shixing instantly grasped the implication behind Lin Yanting's words. Lin Yanting's cloud storage account and password were indeed known to him. But what was stored there were all the core documents and information of their gang. Although Lin Yanting claimed he wanted to lead them down the right path, most of the contents were likely useless now. Yet only those Lin Yanting trusted implicitly knew of this cloud storage. In other words, those whom Lin Yanting would confide in about this cloud storage's existence all shared an exceptionally close relationship with him. At this thought, Meng Shixing couldn't help but scrutinize Wei Zhixi once more. This time, however, his eyes were filled with solemnity. For a moment, Wei Zhixi felt slightly uncomfortable under Meng Shixing's intense scrutiny. Meng, why are you staring at me like that? And then, a flash of insight suddenly lit up Meng Shixing's eyes. I get it. So that's how it is. The woman boss Wei Zhixi was riding on that ghost fire that day. No wonder he dumped that vain girl Xia Bing. So these two scoundrels had been hooking up all along. Immediately after, Meng Shixing immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. So Wei Zhixi and the boss are together now. But I just snapped at her. What if she turns around and badmouths me to the boss, and he stops letting me hang out with him? The more he thought about it, the more fierce Meng Shixing's eyes became. Wei Zhixi instinctively took a step back. She thought she must have said something wrong to anger Meng Shixing. Then, a gust of wind swept through, momentarily blinding Wei Zhixi. But when she opened her eyes again, the scene before her eyes left her utterly dumbfounded. There stood Meng Shixing, who had just moments ago been a burly, menacing figure, was now wide-eyed and acting cute. Seeing Wei Zhixi staring at him in utter bewilderment, Meng Shixing blinked his eyes and flattered her with a beaming smile. Sis, let's get out of here fast. The boss specifically reminded us about the cloud drive. There's probably something in there that can help him out of this mess. Watching Meng Shixing's lightning-fast change of expression, Wei Zhixi blurted out instinctively. Ha! Before Wei Zhixi could react, Meng Shixing hailed a taxi. With exceptional gentlemanly grace, he approached the back seat and opened the door. Throughout the motion, his left hand lightly stroked the door, while his right hand rested gently on his left chest. His body bent at a 90-degree angle in a deep bow. He murmured something under his breath. My esteemed princess, please step into the vehicle. Witnessing this scene, Wei Zhixi's mind froze once more. She simply couldn't fathom why Meng Shixing's behavior had shifted so drastically. Still, she eventually stumbled into the taxi. Meng Shixing, meanwhile, took the front passenger seat without prompting. After completing all this, Meng Shixing couldn't help but give himself a mental high five for his clever maneuver. This way, when the boss gets out, he won't have any reason to come after me. 16 Misunderstanding. One wave after another. As Lin Yanting pointed out Yi Zixuan as the mastermind behind the murder, the expressions of the two officers abruptly changed. The female officer immediately slammed her hand on the table. Lin Yanting. Confess and receive leniency, resist and face harsher punishment. If you continue making baseless accusations, that constitutes defamation, a crime punishable by harsher penalties. Hearing this, Lin Yanting merely shrugged indifferently. What do you mean by making baseless accusations? According to your logic, you insist on labeling me a premeditated murderer. Then Yi Zixuan is obviously the mastermind. What's wrong with that? Wasn't fairness and justice supposed to be the rule? What's the problem? Just because she's the only daughter of big-time entrepreneur Yi Yanting, you claim others are slandering her? I see your fairness and justice are nothing special. With that remark, left the two officers speechless. After a moment of silence, the female officer in charge spoke again. All right. You're right. When we police investigate cases, we absolutely shouldn't treat people differently based on their social status. This is indeed where I fell short. Hearing this, Lin Yanting looked at the female officer sitting across from him with some surprise. He had expected her to be the type who would never admit fault. But to his surprise, the officer admitted her mistake so readily. But immediately after, he heard the policewoman continue. Since you're accusing her, I expect you to produce evidence. If you can't produce evidence, I'll have no choice but to consider this a baseless accusation. This time, Lin Yanting didn't argue back. Instead, he said solemnly, I have a memory card in my pocket. It contains the entire recording of the incident, recorded by the button camera on my chest. Seeing that Lin Yanting truly had evidence, the female officer couldn't help but freeze in surprise. Still, she instinctively asked, why would you be carrying a button camera for no reason? Seeing the suspicion in her eyes, Lin Yanting couldn't help but roll his eyes. Clearly, this woman was suspecting him of premeditation again. Although that is indeed the case. But how could Lin Yanting admit it? He retorted irritably. Come on. I already told you I was checking out the storefront. Of course I'm going to record the surroundings clearly. That way I can go back and discuss with my partners which shop to choose. After all, starting a business and opening a shop, I can't pull it off alone. The Guojin building is huge. If I had to hold my phone up the whole time filming, my arm would get sore. Better to clip a button camera to my chest, then I can film wherever I go. Seeing how Lin Yanting made such sound arguments, the female officer was nearly convinced. She immediately had someone retrieve the memory card from Lin Yanting's pocket. After obtaining the memory card, the female officer continued. Mr. Lin, rest assured. The police would never wrongly accuse an innocent person. Nor will we let any criminal who breaks the law go unpunished. We will verify the video on this memory card and the details of the incident you described. However, this kidnapping case has resulted in multiple fatalities. Even without direct evidence proving premeditated murder, we must detain you for 72 hours. If, after 72 hours, there is still no direct evidence proving your guilt, we will release you immediately and compensate you for any damages incurred. We appreciate your understanding. Upon hearing this, Lin Yanting said nothing more. Instead, he nodded in agreement. This slightly improved the female officer's impression of Lin Yanting. Just as the officer was about to turn and leave, Lin Yanting suddenly called out to her. The officer turned back, puzzled. Is there something else? Lin Yanting gave a slight smile. Nothing much. I'll be here for 3 days. As the officer in charge of my case, we'll inevitably interact during that time. I can't keep calling you officer the whole time, can I? Hearing Lin Yanting speak thus, the female officer didn't hesitate for a moment, responding with ease. My name is Lu Lin. With that, she turned and walked away. Seeing this, Lin Yanting nodded in acknowledgement. The name Lu Lin sounded familiar. Right. I remember now. Her father is Lu Guoping, the deputy director of the Provincial Public Security Department. An upright and incorruptible man, a good cop. Unfortunately, he later died in the line of duty. If I could save him, not only would I preserve this officer who dedicated himself to the people, but also gain a valuable connection. Surely Lu Guoping wouldn't be as ungrateful as Yi Zixuan? Truth be told, Lin Yanting felt rather aggrieved at that moment. He had assumed that saving Yi Zixuan would earn him the gratitude of the Yi Group. He could have secured a substantial sum of seed money. Instead, they branded him a psychopathic killer. He had already given up hope on the reward Yi Zixuan had promised him. But he wouldn't let the Yi Group off easy either. Yi Group, just you wait. Good thing I kept a card up my sleeve. No one has ever screwed me over, Lin Yanting, and walked away unscathed. So much time has passed, Meng Shishing should have started acting according to the instructions in my cloud drive by now, right? It turned out that when he first heard someone was coming to bail him out, Lin Yanting instinctively assumed it was Meng Shishing. But he never imagined it would be Wei Zhixi. Fortunately, Wei Zhixi hadn't ignored the message he'd sent out. Instead, she connected with Meng Shishing. Otherwise, Lin Yanting would have been utterly devastated. At that moment, Wei Zhixi and Meng Shishing had already arrived at the internet cafe within Jiguan Vocational School. The moment they stepped into the private booth area, an unbearably vulgar sound wafted out from one of the private booths. Even Wei Zhixi, as innocent as she was, she instantly realized what the people in those booths were viewing on their computers. Her face flushed instantly, turning as red as a ripe apple. Seeing this, Meng Shishing immediately chimed in with a fawning tone. Hee, no offense, Ms. Wei. You know, there's always one or two lonely souls on campus who can't stand the solitude. So they head to the internet cafes to look at this kind of stuff. If you don't like it, I'll go tell them to turn off this disgusting stuff right away. Seeing Wei Zhixi didn't refuse outright, Meng Shishing took Wei Zhixi's silence as tacit consent. Little did he know, Wei Zhixi was simply too shy to speak. Soon after, the guy in the internet cafe booth enjoying Japanese martial arts films was in for trouble. Meng Shishing kicked the booth door open with a single powerful stomp. At first, the moment the door burst open, the people inside the booth were startled out of their wits. This sudden fright made him feel particularly uncomfortable. After a moment of stunned silence, the man seated in the chair instantly flew into a rage, about to turn and berate the bastard who had disrupted his enjoyment. But the moment he turned around, he saw Meng Shishing's cold, menacing face. He immediately backed down. Meng, is there something you need your little brother to do? Upon recognizing the figure before him, a hint of displeasure flashed across Meng Shishing's face. Little loudmouth? It's you again, you good-for-nothing brat. Skipping class to watch videos at the internet cafe. Shut this thing down immediately. Otherwise, I won't mind making sure your little speaker goes silent. Though I've no idea what got into this Meng Shishing. He's got nothing better to do than hassle me over watching videos. But he dared not cross Meng Shishing, that ruthless bastard. Meng, good, you've got a point. I'm heading back to class right now. Even though little loudspeaker was seething inside, he still shut down the computer. He followed Meng Shishing out of the private room with a forced smile plastered on his face. There was no choice. Meng Shishing was Lin Yanting's right-hand man, both in terms of influence and background. Or perhaps personal strength. He couldn't hold a candle to Meng Shishing. Naturally, he dared not speak out of turn. But as he exited the private room, he spotted Wei Zhixi, the school beauty, standing right at the door of the room he had just used. Just as Little Horn was trying to figure out what was going on, Meng Shishing turned and walked straight into another private room. Wei Zhixi followed closely behind him into that room. The little guy who witnessed this scene was completely stunned. Holy crap! What did I just witness? The school's top beauty Wei is actually hooking up with that brute Meng Shishing. After a moment of stunned silence, a sly grin suddenly spread across little loudspeaker's face. Heh, Meng Shishing. Wei Zhixi is the woman Wu Xiao has his eye on. You dared to disrupt my enjoyment. Just wait till I tell young Master Wu about this. I'll see how you die. 17 Oh no! The counselor's here. After the two entered the internet cafe booth, they immediately fired up the computers. Meng Shishing then logged into Lin Yanting's cloud storage. Soon, they discovered several videos Lin Yanting had recently uploaded to his cloud storage, along with a text document. Meng Shishing instinctively clicked on the video file. A video playback window instantly popped up on the computer screen. The footage began with Lin Yanting entering the Guojin building. It then showed him encountering Yi Zixuan and several construction workers in the elevator. Subsequently, it showed one unrented commercial space after another. Meng Shishing was utterly baffled by what he saw. What the hell is the boss doing? Why are all these shots of retail spaces? What's the meaning behind showing us this? Hearing this, Wei Zhixi didn't share Meng Shishing's impatience. Instead, she tentatively inquired. Should we look further back? Seeing that it was his elder sister-in-law who spoke, Meng Shishing naturally wouldn't refuse. Though the repeated scenes were irritating to watch, he still patiently watched on. But suddenly, the scene shifted. Lin Yanting seemed to bump into someone. It was none other than Yi Zixuan, whom he had encountered in the elevator earlier. Immediately after, footage showed Yi Zixuan pleading for help from Lin Yanting. Both of them instantly realized what was happening. This was the surveillance footage from the kidnapping incident at the Guojin Tower. But the Lin Yanting in the video clearly wasn't keen on such a risky endeavor. As the video played, a segment suddenly dropped out in the middle. The two paid it no mind, assuming it was merely an upload error. Soon, the footage resumed. After Yi Zixuan's repeated pleas, Lin Yanting finally agreed to her request for help. He stepped forward to confront the criminal. Moreover, judging by the unique filming angle, it wasn't hard to guess that it had been recorded using a hidden camera device like a button camera. After they finished watching all the videos, Meng Shishing looked utterly frustrated. He muttered curses under his breath. What the hell is the boss playing at? They're just a bunch of punks. Why did he have to say all those cowardly things? If word got out, how embarrassing would that be? But Wei Zhixi, standing nearby, quickly spotted the problem. No! There's a huge difference here. Self-defense has several crucial criteria. Whether an actual unlawful invasion occurred, whether the motive for defense was legitimate, and whether the means of defense were not excessive. Lin Yanting's words, while seemingly conceding defeat. But he was actually defining the actions of those knife-wielding construction workers. First, Lin Yanting repeatedly stated in the video that he was merely visiting the shop and happened to stumble upon this kidnapping. Moreover, after encountering them, he repeatedly urged these knife-wielding construction workers to turn themselves in, indicating Lin Yanting had no desire for conflict. Second, it was these individuals who initiated the attack against Lin Yanting and the two women. This proves that these individuals were engaged in premeditated violent crime, actively threatening the personal safety of Lin Yanting and the other two women. When defending against ongoing violent crimes such as assault, murder, robbery, rape, kidnapping, or other serious threats to personal safety, causing injury or death to the aggressor does not constitute excessive self-defense and does not incur criminal liability. Moreover, Lin Yanting's actions constituted an act of bravery in the face of danger, and the weapon he used was merely a ruler. After the assailants lost their capacity to commit further crimes, Lin Yanting immediately ceased his actions. This video footage fully proves Lin Yanting's innocence. Simply submitting this video to the police will suffice. Why did Lin Yanting go to such lengths to have us view this footage? Just as Wei Zhixi was puzzled by Lin Yanting's actions, Meng Shishing also opened the final text document. After both of them finished reading the document, they instantly understood. It turned out that when Yi Zixuan sought Lin Yanting's help, she had promised him a generous reward. To guard against the possibility of the other party reneging afterward, Lin Yanting uploaded these videos as proof. Logically, with the witness present, they wouldn't even need this evidence to prove Lin Yanting's innocence. Yet Lin Yanting still hadn't been released, proving that the person he saved had turned on him. He's even facing legal charges because of it. Realizing this, Meng Shishing flew into a rage. He slammed his hand down on the table. He immediately shouted angrily. Yi Zixuan is utterly despicable. The boss saved her life, and she reneged on her promise that could be forgiven. But to repay kindness with betrayal. Fortunately, the boss had a backup plan. You've crossed the boss. Let's see how you'll handle this. Hearing this, Wei Zhixi was also startled by Meng Shishing's words. She tentatively asked. You're not seriously going to follow what he said here, are you? Meng Shishing immediately let out a cold snort. Since they show no mercy, don't blame us for being ruthless. Seeing Meng Shishing so determined, she couldn't say much. Lin Yanting was clearly a hero who acted courageously, yet he was being detained. Even Wei Zhixi felt deeply unjustified by this. The two women Lin Yanting had saved had truly gone too far. Meng Shishing had intended to continue discussing with Wei Zhixi how best to execute the plan Lin Yanting had outlined in his written document. But suddenly, Meng Shishing felt a violent churning in her lower abdomen. He immediately doubled over, clutching his stomach with both hands, his face contorted with pain. He said to Wei Zhixi, my stomach hurts a bit. I'll go to the restroom first. With that, he dashed out of the private room without looking back. With Meng Shishing gone, Wei Zhixi was left alone in the private room. For a moment, Wei Zhixi felt utterly bored. Unbidden, Lin Yanting's face appeared in her mind. She couldn't fathom why this was happening. Her gaze drifted toward Lin Yanting's cloud storage. I wonder if he still remembers me. Then, as if possessed, she began scrolling through Lin Yanting's cloud storage. But Wei Zhixi scrolled through it over and over again. All she found were things like gathering plans and target strategies. She couldn't find what she was hoping to see. This left her feeling a wave of disappointment. But she didn't give up, continuing to search. Suddenly, a file named Study Materials appeared before her eyes. This caught Wei Zhixi off guard. This guy isn't as idle as I thought he was, is he? Perfect. Let me see his study progress. Who knows? I might even be able to help him. Wei Zhixi promptly clicked open the folder labeled Study Materials. But the names of several folders that appeared one after another in the Study Materials folder made her pause in surprise. Domestic Zone, Japan-Korea Zone, 3D Zone. What on earth were these? Driven by an overwhelming curiosity, Wei Zhixi clicked directly on the folder labeled Japan-Korea Zone. At that moment, Meng Shishing, who had just stepped out of the internet cafe restroom, wore an expression of pure bliss. But before he could take a few steps, a blush-inducing scream suddenly pierced Meng Shishing's ears once more. The most absurd part was that the shouts were actually getting louder. Seeing this, Meng Shishing flew into a rage. Damn it! Which death-defying fool started playing videos in the internet cafe again? And the volume keeps getting louder. But before Meng Shixing could locate the source of the noise, a middle-aged man with glasses and a stern expression suddenly walked over. The moment he saw this middle-aged man, Meng Shixing was utterly horrified. Holy crap! Why is the counselor here? We gotta get out of here. This man was none other than Meng Shixing's counselor, Lu Wenchuan. Years of habit made Meng Shixing react the moment he saw their counselor. His first instinct was to bolt like a mouse seeing a cat. But he halted abruptly. Wait a minute. What the hell am I scared of? I haven't done anything today. Even if old Lu shows up, he can't do a thing to me. But that fool watching the movie, he's got it coming. Who told you to be so flashy and crank the volume up so loud? Did you want everyone to know you were watching porn? Caught red-handed by old Lu, you're dead meat this time. Just as Meng Shixing gloated, ready to watch the show unfold, Lu Wenchuan strode straight to the door of a private room. He raised his hand, ready to push the door open. But when he recognized the private room Lu Wenchuan was approaching, Meng Shixing suddenly snapped back to reality, his heart pounding in shock. Holy crap! No way! Big sister. 18 sincerity. The only surefire move. Originally, Wei Zhixi had merely opened a video file out of curiosity. She casually clicked on a video file. But the moment the image appeared, Wei Zhixi's face flushed crimson at a visible speed. To Wei Zhixi, the scene unfolding on the computer screen, utterly shameless. Especially those bizarre, outrageous actions, made Wei Zhixi feel like her eyes were burning. After a moment of stunned silence, the thought that flashed through Wei Zhixi's mind was to immediately shut off this shameful video. But as often happens in such situations, when you least expect it, something unexpected happens. For Wei Zhixi was now in a state of extreme embarrassment. Her body had stiffened completely, compounded by overwhelming nervousness. Wei Zhixi, who had intended to shut off the video, accidentally hit the volume button nearby. In her flustered state, not only did she fail to turn off the video, instead, the video's volume grew louder and louder. Listening to the increasingly audible, blush-inducing moans echoing through the private room, Wei Zhixi was utterly panicked. Her hands frantically tapped at the keyboard and mouse. The result? More and more of those embarrassing videos started playing. Just then, a knock sounded at the booth door. Wei Zhixi assumed it was Meng Shixing returning. But to her surprise, the voice outside the door belonged to a very familiar middle-aged man. You guys in there. You have 10 seconds to turn off the video and come out to apologize. Otherwise, when I come in, you'll be in for it. In an instant, Wei Zhixi recognized the voice as that of their counselor, Lu Wenchuan. Already extremely nervous due to her shyness, now, her body trembled involuntarily. 2 words echoed in her mind, it's over. If the counselor walked in and saw the scene, she'd truly have no face left to show anyone. Just as Wei Zhixi's mind went blank, Lu Wenchuan, standing at the door of the private room, saw that no one was coming out after a long while. His anger flared instantly. Lu Wenchuan was a man of unyielding integrity. In his view, even Jiguan Vocational School couldn't compare to those attending prestigious universities or undergraduate institutions. He was determined to educate the students here into kind and upright individuals. If I can acquire a skill at Jiguan Vocational School, they could contribute to society in the future and become useful members of it. What he finds most intolerable are those who already lag behind others. Not only do they waste their time in school, but also dabble in these shady schemes. Seeing the other party ignore his warning and stubbornly refuse to open the door and admit their mistake, Lu Wenchuan immediately prepared to call the internet cafe owner to force open the booth door. Just then, a rather ingratiating voice reached Lu Wenchuan's ears. Mr. Lu, what a coincidence. How come you have time to visit the school's internet cafe today? Could it be you're tired from work and want to unwind at the internet cafe? How about we play a round of Crossfire together? Meng Shixing wore a sly grin that bordered on flattery. Lu Wenchuan, with years of experience as a counselor, immediately frowned. What? Trying to cover for someone by getting rid of me? Do you really think I'm that gullible? Seeing Lu Wenchuan expose him without hesitation, Meng Shixing could only offer an awkward chuckle. Of course, he wouldn't admit it out loud. No way. I was just... Before Meng Shixing could finish his sentence, Lu Wenchuan cut him off with a displeased expression. Enough. Don't waste your time here. Today, though I'm not here to see you, I still have some advice for you. Don't follow Lin Yanting down that crooked path. Even though you're in vocational school, if you work hard, you still have a chance to make something of yourself in the future. At that moment, Meng Shixing's mind was entirely occupied with how to help Wei Zhixi escape. Lu Wenchuan's heartfelt words, however, fell completely on deaf ears. Yes. Teacher Lu is right. Hearing your words is like hearing a whole lecture. The last time someone taught me like this was, well, the last time. For Teacher Lu's words alone, we must have a couple of drinks today. Teacher Lu, let's go. My treat. With that, he didn't bother asking if Lu Wenchuan was willing. Meng Shixing was already pulling Lu Wenchuan toward the exit of the internet cafe. Seeing this, Lu Wenchuan could only shake his head helplessly. But at that moment, Meng Shixing was stunned. He suddenly realized. This seemingly frail Lu Wenchuan was utterly unmovable. No matter how hard he strained, Lu Wenchuan remained standing in place, unflinching as he stared back. Don't think I don't know every penny you and Lin Yanting earn from your live streams goes straight into your so-called gang activities. How could you possibly afford to treat me to dinner? I bet come time to pay the bill, I'll be the one footing the bill. Enough. Don't try these tricks in front of me. I said it, I'm catching that guy inside today, no matter what. With that, Lu Wenchuan casually pushed Meng Shixing aside. Meng Shixing was utterly dumbfounded. He never imagined that he, who had fought alongside Lin Yanting across the land, would be reduced to a helpless little chick before an ordinary counselor today. Snap. At that very moment, the previously closed door to the private room slowly swung open. Meng Shixing, witnessing this scene, helplessly slapped his own face. Meanwhile, Lu Wenchuan, upon seeing Wei Zhixi, the top student of their grade, emerge from the private room, a look of disbelief flashed in his eyes. Wei Zhixi? How could it be you? Clearly, Lu Wenchuan hadn't anticipated things turning out this way. At that moment, Wei Zhixi understood clearly. Although Lu Wenchuan hadn't spoken harshly to her, but the look of disappointment on his face alone made her understand his thoughts. Recalling the usually well-behaved and sensible Wei Zhixi, Lu Wenchuan decided to give Wei Zhixi a chance to explain. Wei Zhixi, what were you doing in the private room just now? I hope you'll tell me the truth. Hearing this, despite her fear, she steeled herself and said, that teacher Lu. I originally came to the internet cafe to look up some information. But somehow, shameful videos suddenly popped up on the webpage. I tried to close them, but they wouldn't shut down. I wanted to mute the sound first, but I got so flustered that I accidentally turned the volume up louder and louder. Then you knocked on the door, which made me even more flustered. I intended to shut down the videos and come out, but unexpectedly, I ended up opening more and more of them. I truly didn't mean to delay opening the door. Seeing Wei Zhixi's sincere gaze, coupled with her usual image as a top student, Lu Wenchuan believed her about 70 or 80%. However, Lu Wenchuan's gaze suddenly shifted. He turned his gaze toward Meng Shixing. If that's the case, what does this matter have to do with you? Why have you been trying so hard to get rid of me? Caught off guard by Lu Wenchuan's question, Meng Shixing was completely dumbfounded. If he'd known things would turn out like this, why did he even bother arguing with old Lu? Wasn't this just shooting himself in the foot? Facing Lu Wenchuan's interrogation, cold sweat broke out on Meng Shixing's back. But at this critical moment, a flash of inspiration struck Meng Shixing's mind. He immediately spoke up. Mr. Lu, I won't hide it from you. Actually, my boss Lin Yanting had told me long ago that he didn't want to be involved in the underworld anymore. He wanted to focus on his studies. He says there's no future in this line of work. So lately, we've been brainstorming some business ideas. That's why we thought of Wei. I'd like to ask her for advice. But there are some things even Wei doesn't quite understand, so we came to the internet cafe to look up some information. Just as we were halfway through our research, I felt a bit queasy and went to the restroom. As soon as I returned, I heard a sound coming from the booth. My first thought was that Wei, who rarely uses the internet, must have clicked on some virus-infected site. And you happened to walk in just then. Even though Wei didn't mean to, she's still a girl and easily embarrassed. In this situation, being seen by a teacher, especially a female teacher, wouldn't be ideal. Plus, I was the one who invited Wei to help out. So I thought I'd send you away first before discussing it. Listening to Meng Shixing's explanation, Lu Wenchuan's gaze kept shifting back and forth between the two of them. Finally, Lu Wenchuan's expression softened. So that's how it is. It was the teacher who had been looking at people through colored glasses. I'm glad to see you've turned over a new leaf. The police had already notified the school about Lin Yanting's situation. I had assumed Lin Yanting had gotten into some serious trouble outside. But judging by the police's response, and considering what you just said, I believe you went to the internet cafe to look up information. And also believe that this time, Lin Yanting did indeed go to the International Finance Center to look at commercial spaces. Encountering such an incident should be considered an act of bravery. I'm truly relieved. Alright, now that the misunderstanding is cleared up, I won't keep you any longer. Go about your business. I'll be on my way. With that said, Lu Wenchuan also turned and left immediately. Seeing Lu Wenchuan leave, Wei Zhixi asked shyly, Meng, how could there be such embarrassing videos in the cloud storage? Seeing this, Meng Shixing's heart skipped a beat. Holy crap! Did the boss's wife discover the study materials I downloaded from the boss's cloud storage? No way! I absolutely cannot ruin the good impression I've made with my sister-in-law. With that thought, Meng Shixing made a difficult decision. Meng Shixing's expression suddenly changed. He spoke with an expression of profound reluctance. Ah. I've warned the boss many times to watch fewer of these videos. Maybe it's because he's too lonely inside. That's why he can't quit. Upon hearing Meng Shixing say this, Wei Zhixi instantly grasped the meaning behind Meng Shixing's words. She immediately reached a conclusion. Lin Yanting. You scoundrel. And after all I've done for you, this time you nearly ruined me. Noticing Wei Zhixi's increasingly sour expression, although Meng Shixing had shifted the blame onto Lin Yanting, he dared not push it too far. He quickly changed the subject. Shouldn't we focus on completing the task the boss assigned us first? Hearing this, Wei Zhixi felt a surge of anger. She nodded in agreement. Then, she turned and re-entered the private room. She began executing Lin Yanting's plan. Meanwhile, in a nearby corner, the little loudspeaker, having returned, was now fawning over a well-dressed, handsome young man. Young Master Wu. You heard that, right? Upon hearing this, the young man addressed as young Master Wu gave a slight nod. Very well. Earlier, upon learning that Wei Zhixi was actually with Meng Shixing, young Master Wu could scarcely believe it. It wasn't until he overheard the three of them talking just now. Wu Xiao finally understood. The one trying to steal his woman wasn't Meng Shixing. It was Lin Yanting. Lin Yanting, huh? Dare to compete with this young master for a woman. Just wait and see how I'll deal with you. I'll gladly help you spread the word about the murder at Guojin Tower. 19 Public outcry. Lin Yanting's retaliation. Yi Group. At that moment, Yi Zixuan sat in her office chair. She gently pressed her thumb and index finger against her nose bridge. She looked exceptionally weary. Lately, Yi Zixuan had been swamped with work. Most business people harbor some degree of superstition regarding feng shui. Businesses that had originally purchased or leased shops in the Guojin building demanded compensation from the Yi Group or outright refunds of their deposits. Demanded compensation from the Yi Group or outright refunds of their rent. It must be noted that the GFC Tower was a crucial component of the Yi Group's future commercial district development. If this incident were to deter businesses from moving into the GFC Tower, it would deal a devastating blow to the Yi Group's commercial district plans. To resolve this issue, Yi Zixuan made a series of concessions to the affected merchants. She pledged numerous support programs. She also invested substantial funds in effort to minimize the incident's impact. Only then was the situation barely stabilized. Yet despite all this, Yi Zixuan still felt fortunate. Had she not encountered Lin Yanting at that moment, who knows what fate would have befallen her. Even if Lin Yanting had accidentally killed a few kidnappers and caused her this series of troubles, she still felt grateful to Lin Yanting. She knew full well that Lin Yanting wasn't the one responsible for all this. It was the mastermind who had orchestrated the kidnapping attempt. Judging by the circumstances at the time, those hired to kidnap me must also have come from the underworld. Perhaps I could still ask Lin Yanting for help. The mere thought of Lin Yanting. A pang of guilt welled up in Yi Zixuan's heart. Sigh. Since returning, I've been busy handling matters at the Guojin building. I still haven't given Lin Yanting the payment I promised him. This would be the perfect opportunity to ask for his help and fulfill my promise to him at the same time. Just as Yi Zixuan was thinking this, the office door suddenly swung open. Secretary Xiao Su rushed in, frantically clutching a tablet. Seeing this, Yi Zixuan's expression darkened slightly. What's the matter? In such a flustered state. But at that moment, Xiao Su couldn't spare a thought for anything else. He quickly handed the tablet in his hands to Yi Zixuan. Ms. Yi. This is bad. We just managed to suppress the impact of this incident. Now someone has dug it up again. And they've even attached high-definition footage from the scene. At these words, Yi Zixuan's brows instantly furrowed. She snatched the tablet from her secretary, Xiao Su. Immediately, a series of eye-catching headlines appeared before her eyes. Shocking. Group CEO deceives and abandons naive college student. Huaxi life caught in counterfeit scandal. Herbal extracts revealed as chemically mixed. Corporate CEO betrays gratitude, slanders lifesaver as psychopathic killer after rescue. Where is justice? College student detained and slandered for brave intervention. Boycott unscrupulous companies. Huaxi skin-damaging face masks are outrageous. Glancing down, at least half the trending topics were negative news about herself. Yi Zixuan casually clicked on one of the headlines. The moment she read the content, her face darkened instantly. Shock. Why are an 80-year-old woman's underpants vanishing repeatedly? Why does the sow keep wailing in pain at midnight? Why are giant sausages costing 8 yuan each frequently stolen from the girls' dorm? Why did bizarre little holes appear on the Manhwa website? Behind all this, is it a lack of morality or a distortion of humanity? Welcome to this week's Jiangning City Major Events. This episode's protagonist is Shaolin. Despite the absurd opening, Yi Zixuan still patiently continued reading. To her shock, the description matched her own kidnapping experience that day exactly. However, the narrative didn't focus on her perspective. Instead, it vividly portrayed the image of an upstanding, socially conscious young man who bravely intervened in a criminal incident. But by the end of the article, the CEO of a certain company who had nearly been kidnapped turned the tables. He deliberately provided false testimony to the police. The young man who had acted courageously was detained as a psychopathic murderer. Not only that. At the end of the article, a high-definition video was attached showing the company president pleading for help from the college student. Filmed with a button camera, Lin Yanting's face remained obscured. Many people were unaware that this student was none other than internet celebrity Lin Yanting. Although the protagonist's face was pixelated, anyone familiar with Wei Zhixi could recognize her as the protagonist in the video. Moreover, online public opinion was overwhelmingly one-sided. Everyone is voicing outrage on Lin Yanting's behalf. I'm truly amazed. A college student comes to the International Finance Center to look at commercial spaces, only to get caught up in this mess. After acting bravely to help someone, he gets slandered by the very person he saved. Rich people are all like this, groveling when they need favors, but the moment you lose your usefulness, they trample you without a second thought. What kind of world is this? Who'd dare act heroically in situations like this anymore? One wrong move and you're the one left smelling like a skunk. And here I was thinking Ye Group was some kind of ethical company. Turns out they're cut from the same cloth as those heartless business tycoons. And these accusations are utterly baseless. With so many thugs armed with knives, all this guy had were 2 steel rulers. If I were in his shoes, I'd fight for my life too. Plus, he was protecting 2 ungrateful brats. Why should he be held to such high standards? Exactly. Support the young man. Even if he accidentally killed a few thugs, he took down the bad guys. It was self-defense. The young man is innocent. Reading this, Wei Zhixi slammed her hand down on the table in anger. At this point, how could she not figure it out? This was all Lin Yanting's doing. Whether it was the perspective in the article or the camera angles in the video, it was undoubtedly Lin Yanting's handiwork. Damn it! What the hell is Lin Yanting playing at? He actually slandered me online. What does he think I am, Wei Zhixi? Does he really think I'd default on a debt? Would I really go so far as to give false testimony to the police to frame him over such a trivial matter? When the words Lin Yanting and false accusation were heard, a flicker of obvious panic crossed Secretary Xiao Su's eyes. But Wei Zhixi, still boiling with anger, didn't notice. Of course. If it were merely online defamation, Wei Zhixi wouldn't have been this furious. What mattered to her was reputation. The reputation of Ye Group. As the president of Ye Group, she naturally represented the company's reputation to a certain extent. If these online rumors were allowed to ferment unchecked, it would deal a devastating blow to both Ye Group's upcoming commercial street project. And the group itself would suffer a devastating blow. The higher one climbs in society, the more one values one's reputation. If someone can turn on their own savior, who would trust such a person? Lacking even the most basic integrity and social grace, how could anyone trust them in business deals worth tens of millions or even hundreds of millions? Partnering with such a person is like trying to skin a tiger. You'd constantly live in fear of being stabbed in the back. And precisely because of this, if this matter continues to escalate, Wei Zhixi couldn't guarantee that the companies with long-term partnerships with Ye Group wouldn't start having second thoughts. No way. I'm going to confront Lin Yanting and get to the bottom of this. See what he really means. With that, Wei Zhixi stood up and started heading toward the door. Seeing this, Secretary Xiao Su instinctively stepped forward to block her path. Ms. Yi, I think you should reconsider. If you go confront Lin Yanting like this, he probably won't admit these articles are his work. At that moment, seeing Xiao Su suddenly step in to stop her, Wei Zhixi narrowed her eyes slightly. Xiao Su, you seem off today? Aren't you the one who hates Lin Yanting? Why are you stopping me from confronting him? Faced with Wei Zhixi questioning and that scrutinizing gaze, Secretary Xiao Su found himself momentarily at a loss. Her gaze began to drift and become unfocused. At that moment, Wei Zhixi finally sensed something was amiss. Just as she was about to press Xiao Su further, Wei Zhixuan's phone suddenly rang. Without a second thought, Wei Zhixuan answered the call. Soon, Lu Lin's voice came through the phone. Wei Zhixuan? There's been a new development in the kidnapping case at the Guojin building. Based on your secretary's previous testimony, combined with the latest evidence we've obtained, we now suspect you of ordering the crime. Please come to the police station immediately. If you refuse to cooperate, police officers will personally escort you there. 20 Freedom. Liberated. After hanging up the phone, Wei Zhixuan suddenly understood. No wonder Lin Yanting orchestrated this whole thing. It turned out that Xiao Su's testimony was problematic. But Wei Zhixuan didn't intend to pin the blame on Xiao Su. Regardless of Xiao Su's motives, By doing this, he'd not only screwed over Lin Yanting, but also himself. Ultimately, she bore the primary responsibility. Had she not been preoccupied with resolving issues involving the merchants at the Golden Finance Tower during her recent return, and set aside Lin Yanting's issues, things wouldn't have escalated to this point. But a mistake is a mistake. Yi Zixuan's expression immediately turned cold. Xiaosu, I don't have time to pick a fight with you right now. I'm heading to the police station first. When I return, I expect a reasonable explanation from you. With that, Yi Zixuan grabbed her bag. Without a backward glance, she walked out of the office, leaving behind only the secretary, Xiaosu, with a complex expression. After Yi Zixuan left, Xiaosu sighed deeply. She then pulled out her phone and dialed a number. I've taken care of the matter you asked me to handle. It's time to release my sister. As these words left Xiaosu's mouth, a deep, masculine voice answered from the other end of the line. Finished? Do you take me for a fool? I had you frame Lin Yanting for murder, labeling his actions as gang-related revenge. But you go and give the police testimony that he just had a sick smile while defending himself, like some sadistic psychopath who thrives on killing. That's basically leaving Lin Yanting a backdoor escape route. Hearing this, Xiaosu sensed something off in the other person's tone. He asked tentatively. So what do you want me to do? Hearing Xiaosu's question, the other person just chuckled. What do I want? You've ruined my entire plan. You'll never see your sister again in this lifetime. At these words, Xiaosu was utterly horrified. No. Please, don't do anything rash. You can make me do anything you want. Just don't hurt my sister. Xiaosu collapsed weakly to the ground. Yet his mouth kept pleading. Seeing that Xiaosu's emotions were on the verge of erupting, the voice on the other end of the line suddenly softened. Why bother starting this in the first place? But I'm not some cold-blooded monster either. As long as you obey me from now on, and continue working for me by staying by Yi Zixuan's side, I'll guarantee your sister's safety. Hearing this, Xiaosu felt as if he'd been granted a pardon, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. But immediately afterward, Xiaosu seemed to recall something. He hesitated before speaking. But Mr. Yi already knows about my frame-up of Lin Yanting. I'm afraid my days at Yi Group are numbered. Upon hearing Xiaosu's words, the voice on the other end of the line sounded completely unconcerned. What's the rush? Yi Zixuan values loyalty above all else. You've been with her for so long, if not for your achievements, then for your dedication. All you need to do is explain that Lin Yanting repeatedly humiliated you and you acted impulsively out of anger. Then sincerely apologize to Yi Zixuan. I believe, given her character, she won't make things difficult for you. Seeing how far the other person had gone with their words, for her sister's sake, she had no choice but to grit her teeth and agree. As the call ended, at an abandoned factory on the outskirts of Jianing City, a solemn expression crossed Lei Bao's face. Lin Yanting, I really underestimated you. You haven't even released the person yet, and you've already stirred up such a huge commotion online. You've outdone yourself this time. But we'll have plenty of time to settle this. Meanwhile, Yi Zixuan had once again arrived at the police station. The moment she stepped into the interrogation room doorway, a mocking voice immediately reached her ears. Oh, the mastermind's here. Quick! Officer Liu, we can close the case now. Just throw us in the death row cell and wait for the execution come autumn. Yi Zixuan instinctively turned toward the source of the voice. There, handcuffed to the interrogation chair, Lin Yanting stared at her with a look of pure amusement. Lu Lin beside him shot Lin Yanting a disapproving glare. Enough. Stop being so sarcastic. But despite Lu Lin's attempt to calm him down, Lin Yanting showed no sign of letting it go. Officer Liu, that's quite an interesting way to put it. What do you mean by being so cryptic? Isn't it the Yi Group who keeps calling me a psychopathic killer? If I'm a murderer, then asking me for help, Mr. Yi, makes him the mastermind. Officer Yi, you haven't forgotten the video I showed you, have you? When I repeatedly urged the criminal to turn himself in, they kept yelling at me to smash the criminal's head. At these words, a flicker of embarrassment and guilt crossed Yi Zixuan's face. Lu Lin, noticing this, naturally observed Yi Zixuan's expression. She immediately understood the situation. She turned to Yi Zixuan and said, Miss Yi, you saw it too. Based on your previous statements, Lin Yanting is indeed a psychopath with the potential for premeditated murder. And his actions were carried out under your instructions. Then, Miss Yi, in relation to this case, your role may shift from victim to the mastermind behind the murder. Upon hearing this, Yi Zixuan hastily shook her head. That's not true. Didn't I make that perfectly clear in my statement? Mr. Lin acted heroically to protect us. He fought the criminals to defend us. The consequences were completely unforeseeable. Despite Yi Zixuan repeating her previous statement once more, Lu Lin remained unmoved. But your secretary previously described Lin Yanting as a psychopathic killer. Hearing this, Yi Zixuan hurriedly explained. Secretary Su was probably startled by the scene at the time, which caused her to hallucinate or misinterpret what she saw. Seeing Yi Zixuan speak thus, Lu Lin nodded in agreement. In that case, the police will classify Lin Yanting's actions as an act of bravery. The lawsuit we were originally going to file can be dismissed outright. Lin Yanting will be released without charges. He will also receive compensation to make up for the 2 days of detention. However, since this misunderstanding was caused by your Yi group, the compensation for Lin Yanting shall be borne by your Yi group. In summary, Miss Yi, you have no objections, correct? Seeing Lu Lin relent, Yi Zixuan had no objections whatsoever. She immediately agreed. Lu Lin then continued. Since there are no objections, we'll re-record the statement shortly and process the compensation payment. We'll deposit this compensation directly into Mr. Lin's bank account. As she spoke, Lu Lin narrowed her eyes, fixing them on Yi Zixuan. Oh, and Miss Yi, I must remind you of one thing. Providing false testimony or misrepresenting the facts of a case, the police have the authority to pursue administrative or criminal liability depending on the severity of the impact. I do not wish to see such incidents occur again. Facing Lu Lin's sharp words, Yi Zixuan knew she was in the wrong. My apologies, Officer Lu. This time, the fault lies with Yi Group. We will pay every penny of compensation and fines owed. Seeing that Yi Zixuan offered no excuses whatsoever. Instead, she honestly admitted her mistake. Lu Lin didn't press the matter further. Instead, she produced a key and unlocked Lin Yanting's handcuffs. Alright, once the remaining paperwork is processed, you may leave. Hearing this, Lin Yanting gave Lu Lin a faint smile. Thank you, Officer Lu, for your keen insight in clearing my name. With that, he turned and walked out of the interrogation room. As for Yi Zixuan, Lin Yanting didn't even glance her way. He clearly hadn't calmed down yet. By the time Yi Zixuan had completed all the formalities, she was startled to discover Lin Yanting had already left the police station. She had intended to find Lin Yanting to explain further and fulfill his earlier promise. But unexpectedly, Lin Yanting simply refused to acknowledge her. Faced with this, Yi Zixuan could only let out a long sigh. Ah, forget it. After all, Yi Group was in the wrong this time. All I can do now is personally visit Lin Yanting's school. Then I'll formally apologize. That was indeed the case. Whether it's the guilt I feel deep down, or the current public opinion climate, this journey she must undertake. And she must make sure the ceremony is grand enough. She must give Lin Yanting the utmost respect. Perhaps once Lin Yanting sees her sincerity, he might calm down? Yi Zixuan had never been one to shy away from problems. Since we made a mistake, we must own up to it. Only then can we eliminate the root cause of the online backlash affecting the Yi Group. Of course, she still hoped Lin Yanting could help her investigate the true mastermind behind her kidnapping. 21 Misunderstanding. It's all my fault. The next day, Wei Zhixi stumbled out of her house, her eyes still heavy with sleep. These past 2 days, because of Lin Yanting's situation, she hadn't gotten a single night of restful sleep. Even now, she was still worried about Lin Yanting's situation at the police station. If things really didn't work out, she decided to stick to her original plan: to hire a lawyer for Lin Yanting. After all, she now possessed a series of video evidence. With this evidence, combined with her savings accumulated over the years, she was confident she could help Lin Yanting extricate himself from this predicament. Just as Wei Zhixi was deep in thought, a familiar voice suddenly reached her ears. How about it? Did you miss me after 2 days apart? Hearing this, Wei Zhixi immediately looked up toward the source of the voice. There was Lin Yanting riding his Ghostfire motorcycle. He was holding a thermos in his hand. He had stopped not far away and was watching her. Seeing Lin Yanting appear before her unharmed, Wei Zhixi couldn't help but let a genuine smile spread across her face. That's wonderful. You're okay. Seeing Wei Zhixi's face brimming with joy, Lin Yanting was momentarily taken aback. Then, a mischievous grin spread across his face. What could possibly be wrong with me? It's you who should be worried. After just 2 days apart, you're this happy to see me? You look like you haven't slept in days. Could it be you missed me so much you couldn't sleep? Hearing this, Wei Zhixi's smile froze abruptly. She immediately realized she might have gotten too excited. Instantly, Wei Zhixi's face flushed crimson at a visible pace. Her voice began to stutter. I didn't. Even though Wei Zhixi said nothing aloud, her mind was screaming wildly. Damn you, Lin Yanting. And I've been running around like crazy for you these past 2 days. And what do? Bully me the moment you step out. I absolutely hate you. Seeing Wei Zhixi's adorable expression, Lin Yanting almost couldn't control himself, wanting to reach out and pinch her little cheeks. But he forced himself to hold back. The reason was simple. He knew Wei Zhixi was introverted and shy. Suddenly making such an intimate gesture would surely startle her. So Lin Yanting devised another way to bridge the gap between himself and Wei Zhixi. That was to ask her for academic help. At this moment, Lin Yanting remained unaware that it was none other than Wei Zhixi standing before him who had first bailed him out of the police station. He therefore assumed Wei Zhixi was unaware of the events that had unfolded over the past 2 days. I had some matters to attend to these past 2 days. So I missed the last 2 days of class. Are you free tonight? I bought some study materials and wanted to ask your advice. Lin Yanting had thought that discussing academic matters with Wei Zhixi to help ease her emotions. But unexpectedly, the moment he said that, Wei Zhixi, who had already been flustered by Lin Yanting's words, upon hearing the words study materials, her mood not only failed to improve, her cheeks grew even redder. If the Wei Zhixi of before was a plump, juicy peach, then the Wei Zhixi of this moment was a perfectly ripe red apple. Red to the point of purple. Lin Yanting even caught a flicker of angry embarrassment in Wei Zhixi's eyes. Before he could speak, smack! A resounding slap echoed through the air. A slender handprint appeared on Lin Yanting's cheek. Immediately after, Wei Zhixi's indignant cry, filled with grievance, rang in his ears. You filthy scoundrel! Shameless! Lin Yanting was stunned. What did I say wrong? Nothing. I just wanted to study with her. I wasn't hitting on her again. Why did she hit me? Lin Yanting quickly reviewed his previous words in his mind. He confirmed again and again that he hadn't said anything wrong. Just as he was about to demand an explanation from Wei Zhixi about why she hit him, before he could utter a word, he saw Wei Zhixi's large eyes brimming with hurt. That single glance made Lin Yanting feel like the sky had fallen. He even felt as though the entire world had wronged Wei Zhixi. In that moment, right and wrong no longer mattered. Lin Yanting felt utterly damned. How could he have let her suffer injustice? Especially just now. His face had collided with Wei Zhixi's palm. Had he hurt her? Just as Lin Yanting opened his mouth to apologize, Wei Zhixi turned and ran away. Seeing this, Lin Yanting's heart sank. He quickly hopped on his Ghostfire motorcycle and gave chase. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Don't be angry. Seeing that Wei Zhixi was ignoring him, Lin Yanting quickly retrieved the insulated box he'd brought earlier. He handed it to Wei Zhixi. Here. I specially cooked this millet porridge for you this morning. Aren't you the one who loves it the most? Seeing the millet porridge placed before her, a flicker of hesitation crossed Wei Zhixi's face. But soon, her mind flashed back to that day in the internet cafe when she opened the folder labeled Study Materials. The scene that had appeared. I actually thought Lin Yanting was different from other guys. Who knew his cloud drive was hiding those embarrassing videos. And he had the nerve to say he bought some study materials to ask me for help. I don't know anything about those shameful things. What does he take me for? The pallor that had eased with the rice porridge suddenly flushed crimson again. No! You scoundrel! Don't follow me! With that, Wei Zhixi stomped off with her little face all puffed up, heading to the nearby bus stop to wait for the bus. Seeing this, Lin Yanting knew his plan to experience that back-pushing sensation again had failed. He swiftly located a parking spot for electric scooters and motorcycles along the roadside. He parked his Ghost Flame motorcycle. At that moment, the bus pulled into the station. Seeing Wei Zhixi board the bus, Lin Yanting, without a moment's hesitation, hurriedly followed her. Just as Wei Zhixi boarded the bus, a man with a sleazy appearance also noticed Wei Zhixi. He was quickly drawn in by her stunning figure and innocent looks. A lecherous gleam flashed in his eyes. His tongue involuntarily licked his lips. He murmured softly, in a voice only he could hear. Damn, she's a knockout. Bro, I'm really getting lucky today. Especially seeing that Wei Zhixi seemed to be alone at that moment. Ji Xiong's courage surged. He plopped right down on the seat next to Wei Zhixi. Are you alone, beautiful? Want to come with me? Big brother can take you somewhere to have some fun. As he spoke, his hand crept toward Wei Zhixi's thigh. Staring at the sleazy-looking man before her, Wei Zhixi was momentarily stunned. As his hand was about to touch her thigh, her entire body froze in place. Just as Ji Xiong was about to succeed, a powerful hand suddenly seized Ji Xiong's thumb, wrenching his entire arm backward. Ji Xiong yelped in pain. Seeing this, Wei Zhixi, who had been frozen in terror, finally snapped back to her senses. She looked up. There stood Lin Yanting, his face twisted with fury, already hoisting the sleazy-looking man beside her into the air. He snarled viciously. Looks like you don't want this hand anymore. With that, Lin Yanting seized the man's arm and began to exert force. He looked ready to wrench the arm right off. Seeing this scene, Wei Zhixi couldn't help but tense up. Of course, she wasn't worried about the sleazy guy beside her. Rather, she was anxious for Lin Yanting. After all, Lin Yanting had just been released from the police station, and the incident at the International Finance Tower was still fresh in everyone's minds. If he got into trouble again because of her now, it could affect Lin Yanting. With that thought, Wei Zhixi spoke up to dissuade him. Forget it. Luckily you arrived in time and I didn't suffer any loss. It's not worth getting into trouble over someone like that. Seeing Wei Zhixi willing to speak with him again, Lin Yanting's spirits lifted instantly. He immediately said to Wei Zhixi, "I'll do whatever you say, as long as you're not angry with me." Seeing Lin Yanting still worrying about whether she was angry at this point, Wei Zhixi found herself both amused and exasperated. However, due to Lin Yanting's recent actions, Wei Zhixi, who had been slightly annoyed, now felt her anger completely dissipate. Seeing Wei Zhixi didn't argue back, Lin Yanting tossed the rooster aside. Then he spoke up. "Get lost. You're lucky today. Don't let me catch you doing this kind of filthy business again." With that, Lin Yanting paid no further attention to Ji Xiong. Instead, he plopped down onto Ji Xiong's former seat. He began making small talk with Wei Zhixi. Meanwhile, Ji Xiong, seeing that Lin Yanting seemed like someone not to be trifled with, he dared not utter any threats. Instead, he secretly memorized Lin Yanting's appearance. "Dare to mess with your brother's plans. You just wait, kid. Next time I catch you, you're in for it." Immediately, Ji Xiong paid no heed to Lin Yanting's warning. Instead, he casually plopped down in a nearby spot. The commotion he'd caused earlier was apparently quite significant. Passengers nearby shot him peculiar glances. As if sensing the stares, Ji Xiong's eyes widened instantly. He scanned the entire carriage. He snarled, "What are you looking at? Keep staring, and I'll stab you all to death." But when his gaze fell upon Lin Yanting, Ji Xiong's heart skipped a beat in fright. But soon, he realized the other man hadn't even acknowledged his presence. Seeing this, Ji Xiong finally relaxed. The other passengers, seeing Ji Xiong's thuggish appearance, naturally didn't want to provoke him. They promptly averted their gaze. No one dared to sit next to Ji Xiong. Soon, the bus pulled into the next stop. A woman with a beautiful face, dressed in a business suit and radiating mature elegance, boarded the bus. Her voluptuous figure and the slight sway of her hips as she walked instantly captured Ji Xiong's attention. She scanned the cabin, spotting a single vacant seat. Without a second thought, she walked straight toward it. Just as she was about to sit down, a barely perceptible sly grin appeared at the corner of Ji Xiong's mouth. His hand, taking advantage of her inattention, he quietly placed his palm up, on the seat she was about to sit on. 22 Public outrage. The childless foot representing love and justice. Ah! A startled gasp, tinged with a hint of breathlessness, echoed through the air. Passengers on the bus turned their gaze toward the scene. The woman who had just boarded the bus now stood beside her seat, clutching her buttocks, her face flushed crimson as she glared angrily at the lecherous man beside her. Suddenly, everyone suddenly understood. They immediately understood what had happened. It must be this punk who's been groping the girl. Several people couldn't stand by and watch, preparing to confront the cocky guy. But then they remembered Ji Xiong's vicious expression earlier, constantly threatening to stab people with a knife. They quickly abandoned their heroic intentions. After all, you only get one life. It wasn't worth getting involved in this mess for a stranger. Of course, there were still some stubborn souls, ready to stand up for that woman. But they were talked out of it by those around them. Seeing she'd caused such a commotion yet no one spoke up, the woman had no choice but to grit her teeth and address Ji Xiong. "Why did you pinch my butt?" Hearing this, Ji Xiong, seated at his place, remained utterly unconcerned. He even turned the tables on her. "I wasn't even talking about you. I was clearly sleeping in the car just now. But you just plopped right down on my hand. Not only did you sit on my hand and make it hurt, I didn't even bother you, yet you're the one blaming me first." Seeing the other person speak with such righteous indignation, the woman was completely stunned. Because when she first got on the bus, she'd been scanning for an empty seat. She hadn't really noticed what the people around her were doing, especially seeing the other person's furious expression. She felt not the slightest bit guilty. For a moment, the woman began to doubt herself. Could it be that she really hadn't noticed and had sat on someone else's arm? As this thought crossed her mind, her expression shifted from earlier embarrassment and anger to one filled with sincere apology. "I'm so sorry. I didn't notice and misunderstood you." Seeing the woman apologize, Ji Xiong's heart was bursting with joy. But outwardly, he still put on a magnanimous front. Never mind. Catching the bus this early isn't easy. It's understandable if you didn't notice at first." Hearing this, the woman gave Ji Xiong an awkward smile. She promptly sat down in the seat next to Ji Xiong. She thought to herself, "Though he's ugly and sleazy looking, but he has a decent heart. At least he's not a bad person." The woman had thought the matter would simply blow over. Plus, the man beside her hadn't made any further inappropriate advances. She gradually let down her guard. Perhaps from sheer exhaustion, she actually leaned back in her seat and fell asleep. But suddenly, she felt a rough touch on her thigh. A rough sensation. and this sensation was spreading up her inner thigh. It was about to touch her most private area. The woman jolted awake. She quickly reached out and pressed it down. She saw the man sitting beside her was grinning lewdly at her, and his hand was already halfway under her skirt. Seeing this, the woman was about to scream, when suddenly she felt a chill at her waist. A gleaming dagger was pressed against her waist. The man's utterly repulsive voice echoed in her ear. "Listen to your cock. Don't scream. Don't shout. After all, you don't want a hole in your body, do you?" Sure enough. As Ji Xiong uttered these words, the woman, overcome by fear, and forced herself to endure it. Not a sound escaped her lips. Seeing this, Ji Xiong grew even more brazen. "That's the spirit. Cooperate with me, and it'll be good for both of us. Once I'm done, we'll get off the car and pretend nothing ever happened." With that, Ji Xiong tried to resume his earlier actions, but he discovered the woman's hands were firmly blocking his, not allowing his hands to advance an inch. Now, be a good girl and let go. I bet you haven't tried it in the car either? I'll be very gentle. I promise you'll be in heaven." Seeing the woman still refusing to let go, Ji Xiong's expression turned cold. "I'll say it one more time. Let go. Or don't blame me for crushing the flower." Feeling the cold steel at her waist, the woman, overcome by sheer terror, a string of tears began to well up in her eyes. Under the threat of death, the woman slowly released her grip. Ji Xiong was overjoyed. But just as he prepared to swim deeper, suddenly, a tremendous force surged from behind him. It yanked him right off his seat. The hand that had been holding the knife also suffered a powerful blow, causing it to slip and fall to the ground. That familiar voice echoed in his ears once more. "Didn't I just warn you? Stop doing such sleazy things. Seems you didn't take my words seriously, huh?" At that moment, Ji Xiong finally got a clear look at the intruder's face. It was the very person who had ruined his plans before. His plans had been sabotaged by this person time and again. Ji Xiong was getting fed up. "Bro, I'm telling you, stay out of this. If you're sticking up for your woman, I'll take the fall. But this woman has nothing to do with you, right? Don't say I didn't warn you. My boss is Yu Taiso. Iron hands in with leopard brother. If you know what's good for you, let go of chicken brother right now. Don't mess with people you shouldn't mess with. You won't even know how you died." Facing chicken hero's threats, Lin Yanting merely sneered in disdain. "Oh? Is that so? No matter how powerful your boss is, what can he do to me now? As a model young citizen of the new era, I will never bow to criminal forces. You openly carry a restricted knife, and intentionally inflicted bodily harm and committed indecent assault. If I beat you up now, it's an act of bravery. The police won't say a thing against me. And besides, I have all these witnesses. Right, everyone?" Lin Yanting now scanned the surrounding area. The passengers who had been afraid of Ji Xiong earlier now watched as he was lifted up like a little chicken. His knife had fallen to the ground. Their earlier fear vanished instantly. After a brief silence, someone suddenly shouted out, "I can't take it anymore. This is unbearable. I've wanted to beat the out of this piece of trash for ages." And so, a balding middle-aged man clutching a briefcase delivered a flying kick straight to Ji Xiong's gut. He nearly kicked up last night's dinner. Seeing someone take direct action, the crowd around them couldn't hold back any longer. They rolled up their sleeves and charged forward. "Beat the out of this pervert. Yeah. Beat him good. See if he dares bully girls again. Watch this." The sterilizing kick. As more and more people joined the mob beating Ji Xiong, amidst the chaos, no one knew who shouted with childish bravado. A kick landed squarely in the center of Ji Xiong's groin. Besides Ji Xiong's pain-stricken, high-pitched scream, everyone seemed to hear the sound of cracking eggshells. Instantly, every male present felt a chill in his groin. Even Lin Yanting was no exception. Seeing the passengers' emotions growing increasingly intense, fearing a fatal incident on his bus, the driver hurriedly pulled over. He stopped everyone in their tracks. Enough. Everyone, stop. Just beat him up to vent your anger. I've already called the police. Don't let this turn into a fatality." The moment they heard the word police, they scattered like birds and beasts. In an instant, they were back at their posts. After all, no one wanted to get into trouble. Only the unconscious Ji Xiong remained on the ground. Seeing Ji Xiong's pitiful state, Lin Yanting hadn't expected that before he could even intervene, the enraged crowd had already beaten the man beyond recognition. He couldn't help but inwardly marvel. Soon after, police cars appeared in the distance ahead. The bus driver recounted the entire incident to the police. He retrieved the surveillance footage from the bus as evidence and handed it over to the officers. Despite Ji Xiong being severely injured, the police showed no sympathy whatsoever. After all, the law doesn't punish the many, especially when it comes to acts of bravery. The officers had no intention of pursuing charges against the crowd. They immediately handcuffed Ji Xiong. Before being led away by the officers, the dazed and bruised Ji Xiong turned to Lin Yanting and spat out a threat. "You just wait, kid. When Chicken Brother gets out, he won't let you off the hook." Seeing Ji Xiong dare to threaten them, a nearby officer slapped him hard across the head. "Behave yourself. You can barely save yourself. And you dare threaten others. Take him away." With that, they shoved Ji Xiong straight into the police car. Lin Yanting, naturally, didn't give a second thought to a small fry like Ji Xiong. After all, even the boss's boss didn't truly hold this guy in high regard, let alone him. Returning to his seat, Lin Yanting immediately caught Wei Zhixi's admiring gaze. "You looked so cool when you took down that bad guy." Perhaps Wei Zhixi's voice was too soft, or perhaps the boss's noise drowned her out. Lin Yanting didn't quite catch what Wei Zhixi had said. "Huh? What did you just say?" Wei Zhixi, regaining her composure, couldn't help but flush slightly. As if afraid Lin Yanting might notice something amiss, she quickly lowered her head, refusing to let Lin Yanting see her expression. "Nothing." Hearing this, Lin Yanting scratched his head. Oh. Just then, a woman's voice suddenly reached Lin Yanting's ears. "Thank you for earlier. Otherwise, I would have." Lin Yanting looked up. His gaze landed directly on the woman's ample bosom. He immediately leaned back, feeling a bit embarrassed. The woman seemed to notice too, realizing their angle had become rather suggestive. She too took a half step back, her expression flushing with embarrassment. Seeing this, Lin Yanting finally spoke with a serious expression. "It's no big deal. Within one's capabilities, acting courageously in the face of injustice is simply an expression of civic responsibility. You needn't dwell on it." Just as the woman was about to say something more, the bus arrived at the stop. Seeing this, Lin Yanting pulled Wei Zhixi, who had been staring down in silence, toward the rear door of the bus. As they departed, he continued addressing the woman. "Stay alert when you're out and about. Maybe we'll meet again someday." With that, the two stepped off the bus. The woman watched Lin Yanting's retreating figure. Then she glanced at the bus stop sign. She murmured to herself, "Is he also a student of Zhiguang? 23 expulsion?" The perplexed Meng Shishing. Zhiguang Vocational School. Academic building. As the bell rang, an elderly professor with graying hair, nearing 80, leaning on his cane with one hand and clutching textbooks in the other. He slowly entered the classroom. Seated in the back row, Meng Shishing, his gaze fixed on the back door, staring down the hallway, muttering to himself under his breath. What's the boss up to now? Didn't he promise to start attending class properly from today? Professor Zhou's already here. Why isn't he even here yet? At this point, Meng Shishing couldn't help but sigh deeply. Ah, never mind. When Professor Zhou takes attendance later, I'll just sign in for him too. Meanwhile, Professor Zhou, with his graying hair, had already walked to the center of the podium. Students, by all accounts, today marks my official retirement. However, your new instructor encountered some trouble on the way, and I happen to be on campus today. So I'll temporarily cover her class today. This will also serve as my farewell to all of you. Once she arrives later, I'll hand the class back over to her. With that said, the students in the classroom exchanged glances. They knew their school inside out. If you had to sum up Zhiguang Vocational School in one word, it would be rotten. As rotten as it could possibly be. Not only were the students rotten, coasting through each day, even the school administration was utterly inactive. Only a handful of teachers strive to change the status quo, to guide students onto the right path. Counselor Lu Wenchuan is one of them. The rest of the faculty are either like Professor Zhou, too old and weary to make a difference, or, like the students here, merely coasting through Zhiguang Vocational School to pass the time and build their resumes. As for the students' futures? Who cares? The school pours most of its funds into developing on-campus commercial and recreational facilities. Only by pampering this group of students will they be willing to spend money on campus? In the school's eyes, those sitting in classrooms aren't students. They are customers. As long as they stay at Zhiguang for 3 years, not only will the school's mission be accomplished, but it also generates a substantial commercial income. That's precisely why these students looked so surprised when they heard about a new teacher. The crowd considered this for a moment. The astonishment on their faces vanished in an instant. A boy standing beside Meng Shishing murmured under his breath, "Looks like the school's got another slacker." Meng Shishing, however, offered no comment on the matter. After all, most people choose the teaching profession with the aspiration to educate and nurture students to realize their ambitions. But the caliber of teachers willing to come to Zhiguang, well, that goes without saying. Noticing the students' peculiar expressions, Professor Zhou offered a mysterious smile. "Ha! You've come at just the right time." Without further ado, he continued, "Our school really was terrible before. But just yesterday, a local entrepreneur visited the school and had a very pleasant conversation with the principal. He even pledged to fund the school's expansion, starting with donating a gymnasium and an academic building. He also introduced the latest teaching equipment and strengthened the faculty. And today, this new teacher arrived a graduate of Peking and Tsinghua universities with a PhD. The school will subsequently expand its academic offerings, provided the school's scale keeps pace. Zhiguang Vocational School might even be upgraded. In the near future, Zhiguang Vocational School might even be renamed Zhiguang University. And your graduation certificates could transition from vocational to bachelor's. This means that if you continue coasting through like before, you might not even get your diploma. In short, it's entirely up to you. Do you want to keep coasting through life on your parents' money, or do you want to earn Zhiguang's bachelor's diploma and fight for a bright future? For a moment, the look in many eyes began to change. They thought they failed the college entrance exam and ended up at Zhiguang Vocational School. That would be the end of their prospects. But the school's sudden transformation has given them new hope. Even though the value of a bachelor's degree today doesn't hold the same weight as it did decades ago, many still find themselves stuck in society without this essential stepping stone. At that moment, Meng Shixing couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Who'd have thought even I, Meng Shixing, would get a chance to earn a bachelor's degree? I'll tell the boss about this later, he'll be thrilled. Meng Shixing's thoughts were straightforward. He intended to stay on the straight and narrow. A higher degree certainly couldn't hurt. Seeing that the students had mostly processed the news, Professor Zhou opened the roster, ready to begin roll call. But before the roll call began, Professor Zhou suddenly interjected. By the way, for today's class, any student absent will have 2 credits deducted. If you end up short on credits and can't graduate, don't come looking for me later. With that, Professor Zhou began taking attendance according to the roster. Zhang Dongxi, Xia Shuidao. As the roll call echoed through the room, students below the stage pulled out their phones, fingers flying, constantly bombarding their still sleeping roommates with text messages. Others simply started answering for their roommates outright. Meng Shixing was one of them. Ruan Shixi, present. Zhu Dueyo, present. Ji Boda, present. The boys sitting next to Meng Shixing were completely dumbfounded. Meng Shixing, that sneaky guy, kept ducking his head and using the people in front as cover, yet he managed to answer 7 or 8 names in a row. And each time he answered, he used a different voice. Sometimes rough and bold. At times, deep and resonant like a bell. At times, it was as smooth as jade. But the most outrageous moment came when Professor Zhou called out, "G&I is too beautiful." Meng Shixing suddenly reached out and clutched his own throat, forcing him to emit a high-pitched, girlish voice. Present. Meanwhile, the boy beside Meng Shixing had already transitioned from his initial bewilderment to midway bewilderment to a look of utter admiration. Ultimately, 1,000 words condensed into the simplest, clearest, yet most complete expression of his current state of mind, a single word. 6. Hearing this, Meng Shixing couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Basic skills, don't be a 6. Soon, Professor Zhou called out Meng Shixing's name. This time, Meng Shixing made no attempt to conceal his voice. In his natural tone, he answered loudly, "Present." Clearly, Professor Zhou was quite satisfied with Meng Shixing's performance this time. He even looked up specifically to observe Meng Shixing, who now sat upright in his seat, his face filled with earnestness. Not bad. Your loud response, Meng, showed the teacher your spirit and energy. Far superior to those 7 or 8 listless students before. And your recent attitude toward learning has been excellent. The teacher is very satisfied. I'll take the initiative and award you 2 extra credits. Once the new teacher arrives, I'll inform her about this. Upon hearing this, every student present shot disdainful glances at Meng Shixing. Damn it! That bastard is shameless. Yet Meng Shixing remained utterly unfazed. He stood up and bowed deeply to Professor Zhou. Thank you, Professor. I will study diligently from now on. Seeing Meng Shixing display such courtesy, Professor Zhou's smile grew even broader. He promptly gestured for Meng Shixing to sit down. All right, sit down. Seeing the classroom now empty of over a dozen students, Professor Zhou nodded with satisfaction. Today's attendance is excellent. With the exception of a few students, nearly everyone is present. Everyone should follow Meng Shixing's example. It's rare to see someone pull back from the brink and get back on the right path. Don't end up like Lin Yanting, causing trouble outside and even resulting in a fatality, only to be expelled in the end. He's still detained in the detention center. As Professor Zhou finished speaking, the entire classroom erupted in an uproar. No way? Wasn't Lin Yanting hailed as a hero for his righteous act? How could it have resulted in a death? No one knows for sure, but the fact he's still locked up speaks volumes. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Meng Shixing's expression also darkened. No wonder we never heard the boss's name. Turns out the school expelled him. But that doesn't make sense. He clearly called me yesterday after being released, saying everything was settled and he was fine. How could he still be in detention? At this thought, Meng Shishing could no longer sit still. He immediately stood up and addressed Professor Zhou. Professor, this doesn't add up. Old Lin Yanting was released yesterday and the police have already cleared up the investigation. There's no doubt Lin Yanting acted heroically. Why would the university expel him? Hearing this, Professor Zhou shook his head. I'm not clear on the details of this matter either. This decision was reached after deliberation by the university's senior leadership. I'm merely relaying the outcome to you. Meng Shishing couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about this whole situation. For the sake of his boss's future, he couldn't concern himself with anything else. No way. I'm going to see the principal. There must be some mistake, Meng Shishing said as he stood up from his seat and hurried toward the classroom exit. Professor Zhou tried to stop Meng Shishing, but before he could speak, a furious shout suddenly rang out. What the hell? Don't you know it's class time? It's precisely because of social trash like you ignoring discipline and refusing to study that Ji Guang has never progressed. I'm giving you a chance to get back to class immediately and sit down properly. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to document your truancy and have the student council issue a formal reprimand. Meng Shishing, who had just started to slip out the back of the classroom. Upon hearing the voice, he turned his head to look behind him. At that moment, several people wearing red armbands stood at the front door. Meng Shishing recognized the leader at a glance. None other than Wu Liang, the nephew of Jiguan Vocational School's vice principal and the student council president. 24 Humiliation. Wu Rinqing and Wu Liang's scheme. You bastard. Don't go looking for trouble. I've got no time for you right now. With that, Meng Shishing turned to leave. Two student union members emerged from behind Wu Liang and blocked Meng Shishing's path. Seeing this, Meng Shishing raised an eyebrow. What the hell is Wu Liang playing at? Don't push your luck. Others may fear your student union, but your brother Meng sure doesn't. Push me too far, and I guarantee you'll walk in today but leave on a stretcher. Seeing Meng Shishing's fierce gaze, Wu Liang's heart skipped a beat involuntarily. He instinctively took 2 steps back. He knew better than anyone else. Meng Shishing was notorious for being a brute. Once he set his mind on someone, he'd stop at nothing to get what he wanted. Seeing Meng Shishing's eager expression, Wu Liang's tone instantly softened. Hey, Meng. Calm down. I'm only looking out for you. The school just issued instructions to the student council yesterday to support the school's reform efforts. They specifically assigned student council members without classes to patrol, aiming to eliminate early departures, tardiness, and truancy. You just storming out like this puts me in a tough spot. Professor Zhou chimed in from the side. Meng, whatever it is, finish the class first. We can talk after class. Seeing Wu Liang's tone soften, and Professor Zhou's persuasion, Meng Shishing wasn't unreasonable either. His attitude softened considerably. He explained to Professor Zhou. Professor Zhou, I already explained to you earlier. The matter concerning Lin Yanting must be a mistake made by the school. I must go see the principal to clarify this matter. As Meng Shishing finished speaking, another voice cut in. Mistake? How could the school possibly make a mistake? Lin Yanting has been causing trouble everywhere, creating enormous problems for the school. A student with such egregious offenses should have been expelled long ago if not for the school's policy of educating all students regardless of circumstances. This time, he even caused a fatal incident at the Golden Finance Tower. He's caused immense negative repercussions for society. Why keep someone like this around if they won't expel him? A pot-bellied middle-aged man, walking toward them with his hands behind his back. This man was none other than Vice Principal Wu Rinqing. Beside him walked a woman with delicate features, dressed in a business suit, exuding an air of mature elegance. Had Lin Yanting and Wei Zhixi been present, they would have instantly recognized the woman trailing behind Wu Rinqing. She was the female passenger who had been harassed by Ji Xiong on the bus earlier. Her demeanor now was completely different from before. On the bus, she had been gentle and kind. Now, however, her face was cold and stern, radiating an aura that clearly signaled keep your distance. She gave off an extremely unapproachable vibe. Not far away, Wu Liang spotted his uncle approaching. Immediately grew bolder. Pointing at Meng Shishing, he declared, Uncle. Before he could utter the second syllable of uncle, Wu Rinqing glared him down. Seeing this, Wu Liang quickly corrected himself. Vice Principal. Meng Shishing has openly defied the school's established rules and regulations. Even after the student council repeatedly tried to stop Meng Shishing from skipping class, he remains unrepentant. He even attempted to strike someone. Professor Zhou, upon hearing this, he intended to speak on Meng Shishing's behalf. But Wu Liang didn't seem to have said anything wrong. He was merely recounting what had just happened. Even he, for a moment, didn't know how to respond. Hearing this, Wu Rinqing, overcome with rage, burst into laughter. Very well. Meng Shishing. You and Lin Yanting are truly birds of a feather. You're both scum of society. Human trash. All you do is stir up trouble day in and day out, never a shred of real work. Since you refuse to attend class, you won't be attending anymore. You're just like Lin Yanting. You're expelled. Seeing the contemptuous look on the other person's face, coupled with the constant personal insults and slander, Meng Shixing couldn't take it anymore. It's just some no-name, unaccredited vocational school. You really think you're so special? If you won't let me study, I don't give a damn. As his rage poured out, Meng Shixing lost all desire to explain further. He turned and left immediately, without the slightest hesitation. Seeing this, Professor Zhou had intended to speak up and dissuade him, but Wu Rinxing stopped him. Professor Zhou, there's no need to waste your breath on scum like this. The worst of the worst students, if he leaves, he leaves. For the school, it's actually a blessing in disguise. With the conversation having reached this point, Professor Zhou found it hard to argue further. But in the end, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Actually, Meng Shixing has improved significantly lately. If you're willing to invest a little more patience, you might just steer him back onto the right path. As for Professor Zhou's sighs and lamentations, Wu Rinxing paid no heed whatsoever. Instead, he began introducing the woman beside him. Professor Zhou. This is our new teacher, Dr. Su Shuyun, who holds a PhD from Peking University. Su Shuyun, Ms. Su. Su Shuyun had long been familiar with Professor Zhou's distinguished reputation. She held him in the utmost admiration. Not only had he achieved extraordinary success in his field, but also a selfless educator. Professor Zhou had not only declined offers from other institutions and forfeited opportunities for better promotions and compensation, but also voluntarily extended his retirement period. Because he knew that if even he were to leave, the students at Jiguang Vocational School would struggle to learn the real skills. That's why he persevered until today, when Jiguang Vocational School welcomed new faculty members. Only then did his heart finally settle. Immediately, Su Shuyun also gave Professor Zhou a slight bow. Professor Zhou, rest assured. I will impart all my knowledge and educate these students diligently. I will not disappoint you. Seeing Su Shuyun's sincere gaze, Professor Zhou's face softened into a faint smile. Good. With your promise, this old man can retire with peace of mind. But before I go, I'll leave you with one piece of advice. These kids are still young. They're bound to make mistakes. As long as they haven't committed heinous crimes, we teachers shouldn't give up on them too easily. With that, Professor Zhou paid no further attention to the others. With his hands clasped behind his back, he walked out of the teaching building. Su Shuyun, naturally, took Professor Zhou's words to heart. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, Su Shuyun turned to ask Wu Rinxing. Principal Wu, what was the situation with that student just now? Why did you expel him outright? And why did you use words like trash and scum to describe him? Hearing this, a mocking smile curled the corners of Wu Rinxing's mouth. Oh, you mean Meng Shixing? Teacher Su, let me tell you. This Meng Shixing and Lin Yanting? They're nothing but the rotten apples of this school. During their time here, not only were their attitudes toward learning terrible, but they also went around forming gangs outside school. Back then, it was just petty squabbles harmless enough that our school turned a blind eye. But just the other day, that Lin Yanting actually caused a fatal incident at the Guojin building. This has severely damaged the school's reputation. You tell me, shouldn't such scum be expelled? Or are we supposed to keep them here to corrupt others? After hearing Wu Rinxing's account, Su Shuyun also fell deep in thought. The name Lin Yanting had been vaguely familiar to her since arriving in Jianing City. It seemed this man was quite notorious within Jianing City's underground circles. Having experienced an unpleasant memory on the bus earlier, Su Shuyun now harbored little affection for these petty thugs. She had initially considered interceding on behalf of that student named Meng Shixing. But now it seemed that anyone who hung out with such lowlifes probably wasn't much better themselves. Since they had abandoned themselves. As their teacher, even if she wanted to help them, she simply couldn't. In that instant, Su Shuyun dismissed the idea of pleading for Meng Shixing. Instead, she recalled the young man who had come to her aid on the bus earlier. Oh right, he seemed to be a student at Jiguang too. Once I finish today's tasks, I must find him and properly thank him. With that thought, Su Shuyun continued addressing Wu Rinxing. Principal Wu, since Professor Zhou has left, I'll head back to class now. Hearing this, Wu Rinxing nodded in agreement. After Su Shuyun entered the classroom, he took Wu Liang back to the vice principal's office. After closing the office door, Wu Rinxing, who had been stern and upright, suddenly broke into a sly grin. Ha ha! Little Liang. You're truly Uncle's lucky star. Thanks to listening to you, not only did we get rid of those troublemakers Lin Yanting and Meng Shixing, but we've also secured the full backing of the Yi Group. Who knows? In a few years, Jiguang might just transform from a fly-by-night vocational school into a full-fledged university. And I'll finally be able to drop the vice from my title. becoming Zhiguang's rightful principal. Hearing this, Wu Liang chuckled. Uncle, what nonsense are you talking about? We're all family here. It's mainly because this Lin Yanting doesn't know when to quit daring to offend the Yi group. So what if he was acting heroically? He actually had the nerve to post those embarrassing videos of Chairman Yi online. For wealthy people like them, face is everything. Not only did Lin Yanting subject Yi group to public scrutiny, he openly humiliated the entire company. If he doesn't get destroyed, who will? We're just riding the wave. If we latch onto Yi group's coattails, uncle, you might even climb higher in the ranks. Listening to Wu Liang's account, Wu Rinqing's face grew even more excited. I never imagined Yi group would be so generous. All we did was fire Lin Yanting. And the Yi group rewarded the school with such a huge surprise. What a deep-pocketed tycoon. As if recalling something, Wu Rinqing continued. Oh, and President Yi mentioned he'll personally visit our school this afternoon. We absolutely must treat him well. Only then can we strengthen our ties with the Yi group. 25 apologize? Get lost. Wu Liang, who had just stepped out of Wu Rinqing's office. His face was beaming with triumph. Inside, he was overjoyed. Originally, Wu Liang had only intended to leverage his uncle's authority to expel Lin Yanting and Meng Shixing from the school. That way, Lin Yanting would never again be able to compete with him for Wei Zhixi. Even if Lin Yanting kept showing up at school every day, clinging to Wei Zhixi like a leech, he could still use the excuse that the other was an unauthorized outsider and have him kicked out immediately. As for whether Lin Yanting would resist, then he couldn't care less. If Lin Yanting left quietly, it would mean his interactions with Wei Zhixi would drastically decrease. Then he could launch a full-scale romantic offensive against Wei Zhixi right here on campus. But if Lin Yanting fought back and refused to leave, Wu Liang would be even happier. Picking fights, harassing students on campus. Who knows, Lin Yanting might end up detained again. Wu Liang knew full well that Wei Zhixi was an exceptionally driven individual. Had it not been for the family crisis during the college entrance exams, she would never have underperformed and ended up at Zhiguang Vocational School. Wu Liang suspected Lin Yanting had likely put on a show of reform and ambition in front of Wei Zhixi. That's how he managed to connect with Wei Zhixi. Otherwise, he simply couldn't believe Wei Zhixi would team up with a small-time hoodlum like Lin Yanting for some university startup venture. If he could get Lin Yanting detained by the police a few more times, or even land him in jail, Wei Zhixi would surely see Lin Yanting's true colors. All he needed to do was maintain his persona of being optimistic, studious, upright, and pure-hearted in front of Wei Zhixi. With that lowlife Lin Yanting as his foil, why would Wei Zhixi not develop feelings for him? At this thought, Wu Liang's lips curled upward in an uncontrollable smile. Hee, young Master Wu. Have you run into something fun? Just as Wu Liang was daydreaming about the sweet life after winning over his goddess, a slightly lecherous voice suddenly rang out beside his ear. Wu Liang frowned immediately. He glanced to his side. He noticed that at some point, an extremely frail figure, seemingly suffering from long-term malnutrition, had appeared before him. Xiao La Ba? Why are you here instead of class? The person before Wu Liang was none other than the same Xiao La Ba who, just 2 days prior, had been scolded by Meng Shixing for watching Japanese romance action films at the internet cafe, and later secretly tipped off Wu Liang. Born on the 8th day of the 12th lunar month, his parents named him Xiao La Ba. Seeing Wu Liang's slightly displeased expression, Xiao La Ba didn't take it to heart. Instead, he rubbed his hands together and chuckled. Hee. Young Master Wu, see how useful the intel I provided you is? Not only did it help you successfully get rid of that rival, Lin Yanting, but also earned you the vice principal's favor. Don't you agree? Wu Liang merely glanced at Xiao Laoba. He immediately spoke up. Rest assured. If you work for me, I won't shortchange you. I'll get you straight into the student council. And thanks to the Yi Group's connections, the government has increased its support for our school. Each grade now has 5 additional financial aid spots for students from low-income families. I'll arrange for 1 more to be added for you. From now on, you'll have dedicated subsidies for all your school expenses, food, clothing, and daily necessities. But you'll also receive an extra monthly living allowance. Over the course of a year, that'll easily add up to tens of thousands. At these words, a gleam of greed flashed in Xiaolaba's beady eyes. He immediately responded with a fawning expression. Oh my, thank you so much, young Master Wu. Should you ever need anything from Xiaolababa in the future, young Master Wu, just give the word. I'll never turn you down. At that moment, Xiaolababa was absolutely thrilled inside. Though his family was well off, he'd grown accustomed to spending money freely. The allowance his family gave him was nowhere near enough. Especially since he had a particular hobby. Touch and sing. Normally, just booking a hostess for some cuddling and touching. A single session costs thousands. If you wanted to take things further, you'd need to take the hostess you booked out. But that depends entirely on the hostess's personal willingness. If she's willing to charge extra, it's not a big deal. But his monthly allowance only covers one trip to the touch and sing place. But if he could secure that financial aid scholarship, it would essentially solve all his living expenses. He could take the leftover cash and go wild. As he pondered this, Xiao Laba practically drooled with anticipation. Seeing Xiao Laba's pig-like expression at that moment, Wu Liang remained utterly unfazed. Just by looking at the guy's expression, he could guess exactly what was on his mind. But precisely because of that, such a person was easy to manipulate. As if recalling the task his uncle had entrusted him with earlier, Wu Liang turned to Xiao Laoba beside him and said, "Let's go. Come with me to the school gate to see how it's set up. This afternoon, the president of Yi Group will personally visit our school. The welcoming ceremony at the school gate must be arranged perfectly." Upon hearing this, Xiao Laba naturally wouldn't refuse. Soon, the two of them walked one after the other toward the school gate. Meanwhile, at the school entrance, Lin Yanting was glaring impatiently at his secretary, Xiao Su. It turned out that shortly after Lin Yanting and Wei Zhixi had gotten off the bus, he had run into Xiao Su by the roadside. Though Lin Yanting desperately wanted to tear into this ungrateful woman who had betrayed his kindness and sabotaged him, since he had resolved to walk the straight and narrow path, he naturally wouldn't resort to illegal actions. Of course, he wouldn't let her get away with what she'd done to him. But now was not the time to settle the score. Immediately, Lin Yanting, accompanied by Wei Zhixi, prepared to ignore Xiao Su entirely and walk straight out. But unexpectedly, Xiao Su had also noticed Lin Yanting. Even though he was ignoring her, she quickened her pace and stepped in front of Lin Yanting. Seeing that Xiao Su dared to block his path, Lin Yanting frowned. What? Is Secretary Su dissatisfied with framing me? And now she wants to harm me again? Observing Lin Yanting's hostile expression, and the information revealed in his words, Wei Zhixi also guessed the identity of little Su. She now understood that this woman before her was the very person Lin Yanting had saved, yet who had later framed him in her testimony. Once she understood who the other person was, Wei Zhixi, who had been smiling moments before, now her exquisitely delicate face was filled with wariness and hostility. Seeing Lin Yanting's intense hostility toward her, immediately interjected with an explanation. "Mr. Lin, please don't misunderstand. I came specifically to apologize to you. Because you humiliated me several times at the International Finance Center earlier, I harbored resentment. That's why I embellished the testimony." Hearing this, Lin Yanting burst out laughing in anger. "So this is why you betrayed me, despite me saving your life?" Seeing that Lin Yanting showed him no mercy at all, Secretary Xiao Su's face flashed a hint of embarrassment. "I'm sorry. I know I was wrong. Please forgive me." Even as the other party apologized again, Lin Yanting remained unmoved. "Alright, you've apologized enough. You can get lost." With that, he grabbed Wei Zhixi's arm and prepared to walk away. But Secretary Xiao Su wouldn't let it go. She blocked Lin Yanting's path once more. "Hey! How can you be like this? I've already apologized to you. What kind of attitude is this? Just love you, but the other party won't let it go." Lin Yanting also said to Wei Zhixi beside him. "We're going to be late. You go ahead inside." Seeing Lin Yanting let her enter the school first, a flicker of concern crossed Wei Zhixi's eyes. "What about you?" As if sensing Wei Zhixi's concern, Lin Yanting offered a gentle smile. "Don't worry, I'll be fine. You go inside first. I'll be right behind you." Hearing Lin Yanting say this, Wei Zhixi knew staying here wouldn't help him. She nodded in agreement. Then, glancing back every few steps, she walked toward the school gate. Once Wei Zhixi had passed through the gates, Lin Yanting finally withdrew his gaze. His expression promptly hardened back into its previous icy state. "Miss Su, what exactly are you trying to do?" Watching Lin Yanting seamlessly switch between two expressions, Secretary Xiao Su couldn't help but feel a surge of irritation. Am I really that repulsive? Yet he was all warmth and kindness toward that girl just now. But he gives me this deadpan face. Despite this, Secretary Xiao Su still forced down her resentment. She began to explain. "Don't get upset just yet. About the previous incident where you were framed, it has nothing to do with President Yi. I don't want you to misunderstand Mr. Yi because of me. That's why I came to explain this to you personally." Upon hearing this, Lin Yanting scoffed dismissively. "Just when it's fine and she, Yi Zixuan, could wash away the stain of ingratitude completely? Don't be ridiculous. And another thing. I have class soon. I advise you to get out of here before I lose my temper." Seeing Lin Yanting still harboring anger toward Yi Zixuan, Secretary Xiao Su still refused to give up. "Ms. Yi, I know I was negligent in your matter. Therefore, this afternoon she..." Before Secretary Xiao Su could finish her sentence, Lin Yanting couldn't be bothered to argue with her any longer. "Get lost." He shoved Xiao Su aside. He strode purposefully toward the school gate. Lin Yanting didn't hold back on the force of his shove. Xiao Su fell flat on the ground. His whole body ached intensely. Seeing that Lin Yanting was completely unyielding, Xiao Su could only give up. There was nothing else to be done. It seemed he'd just have to wait for President Yi to come explain things personally this afternoon. With that, Secretary Xiao Su turned and walked straight out of the gate of Zhiguan Vocational School. However, this scene was witnessed by Wu Liang and Xiao Laba, who had just stepped out of the school. 26 Misunderstanding. Commotion at the school gate. Young Master Wu. Look. That looks like Lin Yanting. Oh my, how could Lin Yanting push such a beautiful woman to the ground? What a waste. A thought seemed to occur to him. A lecherous grin spread across Xiao Laba's face. He immediately said to Wu Liang. Young Master Wu, that beauty is so pitiful. I'll go help him up, he said. Xiao Lababa rubbed his hands together. He was about to dash over there. But just as he took a step, he was pulled back by Wu Liang behind him. Suddenly, Xiao Lababa froze in surprise. But soon, Xiao Laba's expression shifted to one of sudden realization. Oh, I was being presumptuous. When it comes to rescuing damsels in distress, naturally, it should be you, young Master Wu. Though Xiao Laba's face remained plastered with smiles. But inwardly, he couldn't help but mutter to himself. ING hell. Looks like Wu Liang's just as tight as me. I was hoping to take advantage of that beauty falling down, use helping her up as an excuse to grope her a couple times. But now it looks like I'm out of luck. At that moment, Wu Liang spoke with irritation. Put those filthy thoughts of yours away. Do you even know who that woman is? The personal secretary to the CEO of Yi Group. If you dare to make a move on her, you won't even know how you died. Hearing this, Xiao Laba was instantly startled. He knew the Yi Group's name, of course. The thought that if Wu Liang hadn't pulled him back, the consequences would have been unimaginable. A flicker of gratitude welled up in Xiao Laba's heart. Young Master Wu, I owe you so much. But before Xiao Laba could continue, Wu Liang quickly raised his hand to stop him. Do you think I can't see through your little scheme? But what worries me now is that Lin Yanting's actions just now might affect the school. Yi Group funded this school precisely because it expelled Lin Yanting, avenging Yi Group's grievance. I suspect Secretary Su came secretly to inspect how our school's welcoming ceremony preparations are coming along. Who'd have thought we'd run into Lin Yanting at the school gate? Great. The welcome ceremony hasn't even been set up yet. If the Yi Group now thinks we never expelled Lin Yanting, and they withdraw their support in anger, what then? Xiao Lababa, standing nearby, watched Wu Liang muttering to himself. His heart suddenly tightened. As for the rest, Xiao Lababa couldn't care less. After all, he wasn't exactly a studious type. But if the funding were to disappear, that would mean the financial aid spot for underprivileged students Wu Liang had promised him would go down the drain too. At this thought, Xiao Laba immediately panicked. Young Master Wu, what are we waiting for? Show some commitment now, or once that secretary lady leaves, it'll be too late. Xiao Laba's words served as a timely reminder to Wu Liang. You're right. Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Liang wasted no time. He dashed to the security office. He addressed the guards who were slacking off and playing with their phones. Hurry! There's a disturbance at the school gate. Come with me to check it out. Suddenly hearing someone barking orders at them, the guards, who had been feeling somewhat resentful, just as they were about to erupt, but when they recognized Wu Liang's face, their attitude did a complete 180. The lead security guard quickly stowed his phone and addressed the others around him. What are you standing around for? Didn't you hear young Master Wu speak? Get up immediately, grab your gear, and head out with young Master Wu to take a look. Of course. The reason these security guards were so obedient was entirely because Wu Rinqing was Wu Liang's uncle. If they want to keep their jobs as security guards at Zhiguan Vocational School, you can ignore others. But the vice principal's nephew? They'd listen to him for sure. Immediately, several security guards, armed with riot shields, batons, and riot forks, they followed Wu Liang and Xiao Laba out. Secretary Xiao Su, who had just scrambled to his feet, watched as several fully armed security guards emerged from the security office of Zhiguan Vocational School. For a moment, Secretary Xiao Su was completely dumbfounded. No way. I only spoke a few extra words to Lin Yanting. Why did so many security guards suddenly show up? They wouldn't mistake me for some weirdo who harasses college students, would they? A disturbing image seemed to flash through his mind. Secretary Xiao Su's face also turned extremely grim. What if word of today's incident got out? Tomorrow's front page headline might read, Corporate CEO's personal secretary harasses male college student at campus gate, beaten away by security guards after discovery. If things truly escalated to that point, coupled with the lingering negative online sentiment toward Yi Group, not only would I fail to resolve the trouble for President Yi, but I might very well have plunged Yi Group into even greater trouble. the moment he considered the stakes involved. Secretary Xiao Su also turned tail and ran without a word, terrified the security guard behind her would catch up. She didn't even dare to look back. Watching Secretary Xiao Su turn and flee, Wu Liang inwardly cursed his luck. Damn it! Secretary Su's face had turned dark. And judging by her expression, she was clearly furious. Otherwise, she wouldn't have turned and left without even giving us a chance to explain. This is big trouble. It's all that damn Lin Yanting's fault. For a moment, Wu Liang vented all his anger at Lin Yanting. Lin Yanting! How dare you show your face on campus? Watching Wu Liang approach him with security guards in tow, Lin Yanting was utterly bewildered. He couldn't fathom what the other guy was up to. Wu Liang, have you lost your mind lately? I'm a student at Jiguang. Isn't it perfectly natural for me to come to class? And what are you doing parading around with these security guards? Are you trying to become the captain of the security squad? Apparently emboldened by the security guards backing him, Xiao Laoba, who normally wouldn't dare breathe a word in Lin Yanting's presence, seemed eager to demonstrate his loyalty in front of Wu Liang. He immediately pointed at Lin Yanting and shouted angrily, "Put! How dare you even ask? The mess you caused at the Guojin building, the school already knows about it. Because of the negative impact you've caused on society and the school, you have been expelled from the school. Therefore, you are no longer a student of Jiguang. You are now a member of the idol class. Go back to where you came from." Looking at the arrogant Xiao Baba before him, a playful curve lifted at the corner of Lin Yanting's lips. "Little loudmouth? Talking so tough now? Who gave you the courage? Was it Liang Jingru? Or the bodyguards behind you?" he said. Lin Yanting suddenly reached out. Xiao Laba flinched, his neck jerking back as he clutched his head tightly. "Ting. I'm sorry." But after waiting for quite some time, Xiao Laoba felt not a single twinge of pain. Only then did he dare to slowly lower his arms. The moment he lowered his arms, he met Lin Yanting's mocking gaze. The hand that had been raised was now used to adjust his hair before being lowered. Only then did Xiao Lababa realize he'd been played by Lin Wei. Xiao Laba finally realized he'd been tricked by Lin Yanting. He was instantly furious. Just as he was about to unleash a torrent of threats, he instantly realized the distance between himself and Lin Yanting felt decidedly unsafe. He spun around and ducked behind Wu Liang's back. Only then did he dare speak up. "Lin Yanting, don't get too cocky. Young Master Wu is here today. You won't be stepping through these school gates." No sooner had he finished speaking, Xiao Laba immediately retreated behind Wu Liang, never to show his face again. Seeing this, Wu Liang rolled his eyes at the cowardly Xiao Laba. Then he locked eyes with Lin Yanting. Xiao Laba was right. "Lin Yanting, you've been expelled from school. You'd better leave immediately." Hearing this, Lin Yanting raised an eyebrow. "You just expel me like that? I haven't received any notification. And you don't seriously think a handful of people can stop me, do you?" Though a hint of anger tinged Lin Yanting's words, Wu Liang remained unconcerned. "What? Want to fight? Come on then." At that moment, Wu Liang's face wore an exceptionally smug grin. His eyes even hinted at a trace of anticipation. But before Lin Yanting could respond, a furious shout suddenly echoed from the distance. "Bring it on! Do you really think we're afraid of you?" Everyone instinctively turned toward the source of the voice. In that instant, whether it was Wu Liang, Xiao Laba, or the fully armed security guards behind them, were all left speechless. A hint of fear even flickered in their eyes. A massive crowd of young thugs surged toward the school gates. At a glance, roughly 100 people. And leading them was none other than Meng Shixing, the very man Wu Rinqing had kicked out of the school earlier. 27 young Master Wu. One more song conquest. Boss. We're here. With Meng Shixing's shout, the 100+ men behind him all shouted in unison toward Lin Yanting, "Boss." For a moment, Wu Liang and the others felt a sudden dizziness in their minds. It felt as though they weren't standing at the gate of Jiguang Vocational School at that moment, but on an ancient battlefield. Feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from the opposite side, everyone instinctively held their breath. Simultaneously, an unparalleled sense of oppression surged toward them. Wu Liang, who had been smug moments ago, lost all his previous composure. Though he'd long known Lin Yanting had a reputation in Jianing City's underworld, and that Lin Yanting was a formidable fighter, his previous arrogance stemmed solely from the armed security guards behind him. Was simply because he had a team of armed security guards backing him up. Even if Lin Yanting was a formidable fighter, he was still just one man. Could Lin Yanting possibly break through the security guard's riot shield with his bare hands? Therefore, in his understanding, he believed himself to be in an absolutely secure environment. Even if Lin Yanting were driven to desperation, he couldn't harm him. He could even exploit this situation to have the security guard thoroughly discipline Lin Yanting. Then he'd call the police to have him arrested. It was a win-win situation. But he never imagined Lin Yanting actually had such influence. He could effortlessly summon over 100 men. If things continued down this path, the moment Lin Yanting made his move, the few security guards behind him, armed with basic equipment, wouldn't stand a chance. Even if the police were eventually called in and managed to arrest Lin Yanting, he himself would likely fare no better. Serious injury, disability, or even death were all possibilities. With Jiguang on the verge of promotion, a bright future still awaited him. He absolutely couldn't falter now. With that thought, Wu Liang began to retreat unobtrusively. Xiao Laba, however, had long since been terrified by the scene before him. He froze solid in place. His pants were soaked through. The security guards, though somewhat better off than Xiao Lababa, they were, at the end of the day, just ordinary people with security badges, earning just a couple thousand yuan a month. They were fine for intimidating people or goofing off on the job. But when it came to facing off against 100 people? After all, as the saying goes, for 2,000 a month, why risk your life? These security guards certainly weren't about to suck up to Wu Liang. They'd rather go head-to-head with Lin Yanting. They immediately started thinking about making a quick getaway. But Meng Shixing, who had endured so much humiliation on campus, wasn't about to let them off the hook. Seeing them try to slip away, he waved his hand decisively. Stop those bastards. Not a single one is to escape. Security guards who slack off all day, spoiled rich kids, and a guy already worn down by the sex industry. How could they possibly outrun these young men who roamed the streets day in and day out? Before long, Wu Liang and his crew were completely surrounded by the 100 or so men. Wu Liang, who moments ago had been swaggering and taunting Lin Yanting, at this moment his gaze became exceptionally clear, devoid of any hostility. His face was now plastered with a friendly smile. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Mr. Lin, let's talk this out. Before Lin Yanting could speak, Meng Shixing, standing nearby, strode up to Wu Liang with a smug look on his face. He declared with extreme arrogance. Well, if it isn't our esteemed student council president, young master Wu Liang himself. How could you possibly have a misunderstanding with trash and scum like us from the lowest rungs of society? Hearing this, Wu Liang's face twisted with horror. He knew full well. This was Meng Shixing settling a score from before. For the humiliation his uncle had inflicted upon him. For his own safety, Wu Liang immediately threw caution to the wind. Meng. It was all a misunderstanding. It's all my uncle's fault. He claimed that Lin caused a fatal incident at the International Finance Center, tarnishing the school's reputation, and insisted on expelling you both. I tried to talk him out of it countless times, but you can't fight City Hall. I had no choice but to. But Meng Shixing wouldn't listen to his nonsense. He immediately cut him off impatiently. Don't treat me like a fool. Now I'm giving you two options. First, let me break all 3 of your legs, and we'll call it even. Second, sing me 2 songs. If I'm satisfied, I'll let it slide. What do you say? Upon hearing the word sing, Lin Yanting, who had been letting Meng Shixing run wild all along, suddenly let a meaningful curve appear at the corner of his mouth. Having spent so much time with Meng Shixing, Lin Yanting naturally understood what Meng Shixing meant by singing. Moreover, from their earlier exchange, he had already learned that before he arrived at the school, Meng Shixing had suffered humiliation on campus. Lin Yanting had initially worried that Meng Shixing, having called so many people, might do something impulsive. But now it seemed this guy had taken his words to heart after all. That was fine. Though he intended to walk the straight and narrow path in this life, it didn't mean he and Meng Shixing would let others push them around. With that thought, Lin Yanting tacitly approved Meng Shixing's actions. Seeing that Lin Yanting didn't stop him, Meng Shixing understood Lin Yanting's meaning. His heart settled instantly. Meanwhile, Wu Liang remained completely oblivious to the exchange of glances between the two. Compared to the first option, Wu Liang's choice was self-evident. I choose option 2. Option 2. Since it was all a misunderstanding, I'll sing a song for everyone to express my. Hey! What's going on? Why are you hoisting me up? Wasn't I supposed to sing? Before Wu Liang could finish his sentence, the few energetic young men nearby had already hoisted him up. Meng Shixing, witnessing this scene, let out a wicked chuckle. Haha, you think singing is just singing? Pull down his underwear and pull it over his head. Then make him kneel and sing Conquest or Love Trade. The moment those words left his mouth, Wu Liangdu was stunned. Without a second thought, he began struggling desperately. While struggling, he shouted. No way! I'm the son of the Wu family. The student council president. You can't treat me like this. This is illegal. Hearing this, Lin Yanting, who had remained silent until then, suddenly spoke up. What nonsense are you talking about, Wu? Until we officially receive the expulsion notice, we're still students of Jiguang. What we're doing is, at worst, school bullying. Even if the police show up, they'll just give us a verbal warning and make us settle it ourselves. It's nowhere near criminal. Besides, young Master Wu wouldn't want the whole school to find out about him singing Conquest in his birthday suit, would he? Hearing Lin Yanting say this, Wu Liang felt completely numb. But before he could process the implications, a young man with a baseball bat approached Wu Liang. He addressed Lin Yanting and Meng Shishing. Boss, second brother. This kid doesn't seem willing to talk. I say we just break his 3 legs. Without another word, the young man. He raised the baseball bat in his hand, preparing to swing it down at Wu Liang's groin as he was held up. Seeing this, Wu Liang could no longer bear the terror gripping his heart. If that bat really came down, his happiness for the rest of his life would be pretty much over. Even if he managed to send Lin Yanting to prison in the end, would it be worth it? At the critical moment, Wu Liang shouted with all his heart. I'll sing. I'll sing. Sure enough, upon hearing Wu Liang's shout, the young man with the sharp eyes immediately halted his actions. Then, 2 more people stepped forward. They began to pull down Wu Liang's pants. Though Wu Liang desperately wanted to resist, for the sake of his future happiness, he suppressed his shame, allowing them to pull his underwear over his head. Seeing Wu Liang in such a pitiful state, Lin Yanting and Meng Shishing couldn't help but glance down at Wu Liang's lower body. Immediately, a look of contempt appeared on their faces. Then they spoke in unison. Put. Little toothpick. As if struck at his weakest point, a whirlwind of anger, humiliation, and hatred began brewing within Wu Liang. But even so, he was utterly powerless to resist. He could only let the men holding him pin him to the ground. Wu Liang muttered venomously in his heart. Lin Yanting. Meng Shishing. I will make sure you all die a miserable death. Seeing that the situation was beyond his control, Wu Liang began his performance. You betrayed my love. You left me behind. Knowing the truth, my tears fall. But what he didn't know was that Lin Yanting had quietly activated the button camera on his chest, recording the scene before him directly. Love isn't something you can buy. The song ended. Meng Shishing even clapped his hands with schadenfreude. Good. Next up, conquer. This time, remember to clap along while you sing. Hearing this, Wu Liang was so ashamed and angry he felt like crying. The last shred of dignity left in his heart forced him to speak with great difficulty. Don't push it too far. 28. Rage. The frustrated young spirits. Seeing that Wu Liang still seemed somewhat defiant, Lin Yanting merely shot the previous young man a glance. The other immediately understood. He grabbed the baseball bat and started walking toward Wu Liang. Witnessing this scene, Wu Liang let his actions speak for him. Conquered by you like this. Drinking the poison you hid. He sang while clapping his hands to the beat. Seeing this, the young man with the sharp mind tossed out a parting shot, good for you for knowing when to back down, and retreated back inside. Gazing at the utterly humiliated Wu Liang before him, Meng Shishing felt a surge of satisfaction. He then turned to ask Lin Yanting, now that Wu Liang's been dealt with, what should we do with the little loudmouth and these security guards? Hearing them discuss how to deal with him, the mentioned individuals began to feel uneasy. After all, Wu Liang's pitiful state was plain for all to see. They immediately dropped to their knees with a thud. This has nothing to do with us. We were only following orders. Just as the executioner was about to rebuke them, but Lin Yanting stopped him. Forget it. These security guards are just scraping by. Besides, they didn't actually do anything to me. No need to dwell on it. Just keep an eye on them and make sure they don't leak any information. Hearing this, the others breathed a sigh of relief. They promptly stepped aside obediently. Seeing this, Xiao Laba instinctively tried to step aside with the security guards, but he quickly felt someone grab his collar. Did I say you were done? When Xiao Laba turned to look at the speaker, he was startled to find Lin Yanting smiling warmly at him. Xiao Laba shuddered in fright. Brother Ting, I was wrong. I shouldn't have come to gawk. I'll never do that again. Hearing this, Lin Yanting gave a playful chuckle. Watching the show? I seem to recall you were just yelling at me to go back where I came from. What, already forgotten? Seeing he couldn't wriggle out of it, Xiao Laba suddenly dropped to his knees with a thud. Brother Ting, I truly know I've done wrong. Please spare me this once. Looking at Xiao Laba before him, Lin Yanting let out a cold laugh. Heh, you must have forgotten when you were being extorted by those 2 thugs at the school gate, it was me who stood up for you. I do things for my own satisfaction, never expecting anything in return. But that doesn't mean I'll tolerate ungrateful people targeting me. Same as with Wu Liang. I'm giving you 2 options, you choose. Xiao Laba was dumbfounded. He truly never imagined that by clinging to Wu Liang's coattails, he'd be able to run rampant on campus. But never in his wildest dreams did he imagine things would turn out like this. What a stroke of rotten luck. Seeing Xiao Laba frozen in place for a long while, The young man with the baseball bat stepped forward again. Boss. Since he won't choose, I'll pick for him. Hearing this, Lin Yanting gave a casual nod. Only when he saw the young man striding toward him with the bat raised did Shaula Baba snap out of his daze. I choose singing. I choose singing. Seemingly overcome with fear, Shaula Baba didn't wait for the young men around him to act. He yanked down the young man's already urine-soaked underwear. He pulled them over his own head. For a moment, a faint, foul stench filled the air. The surrounding young men instinctively covered their noses. Seeing this, Lin Yanting couldn't help but admit he'd underestimated this guy. And so, an utterly bizarre scene unfolded at the entrance of Zhiguan School. 100 or so people gathered around two bare-bottomed men kneeling on the spot, singing Conquest. Just then, a female voice rang out, catching Lin Yanting off guard. Lin Yanting, do you have any idea what you're doing? Everyone turned toward the source of the voice. When Lin Yanting's henchmen recognized the face of the person who had spoken, their expressions instantly darkened. Lin Yanting raised an eyebrow as well. He muttered under his breath. Xia Bing? Indeed, this woman who had suddenly appeared was none other than Lin Yanting's ex-girlfriend, Xia Bing. Lin Yanting had already been harboring the idea of using Lei Bao to eliminate Xia Bing. He knew Lei Bao's penny-pinching nature all too well. Xia Bing had stolen 500 yuan from Lei Bao's woman, Zhu Yuji. In his previous life, Lin Yanting's intervention not only resolved Xia Bing's predicament but also allowed him to step on Lei Bao, making a name for himself in Jianing City's underworld. Lin Yanting believed that this time, by simply stoking the flames, he could ensure Xia Bing completely antagonized Lei Bao. Xia Bing would surely be left with nowhere to bury his remains. He could then use Lei Bao as a tool to exact revenge for Xia Bing's betrayal in his previous life without spilling a drop of his own blood. But what Lin Yanting never could have imagined was this. Xia Bing was not only still alive, but she seemed to be living quite comfortably. The exorbitantly priced clothes she wore from head to toe were proof enough. This left Lin Yanting utterly stunned. Seeing Lin Yanting staring at her without a word, Xia Bing instantly flew into a rage. You bastard, Lin Yanting. When that Zhu Yuji was bullying me, I asked you to bring people to help me. But you never showed up. What kind of man are you, bullying classmates at the school gate? Faced with Xia Bing's furious rebuke, not a single one of Lin Yanting's 100-odd henchmen dared utter a word. Because they all knew full well, their boss was madly in love with the woman standing before them. If they wanted to keep following their boss, they absolutely couldn't cross Xia Bing. But what the others failed to notice was the terrifying calm in Lin Yanting's eyes. The tenderness and affection of before had vanished completely. Lin Yanting stared coldly at Xia Bing. Then he spoke in a detached tone. So what do you want now? As if she hadn't detected the chill in Lin Yanting's tone, Xia Bing still declared haughtily. I want you to kneel and apologize to young Master Wu. If you dare refuse, we're done. Seeing Xia Bing single-handedly intimidate Lin Yanting and his entire 100-strong crew, Wu Liang instantly felt his spine straighten. He swiftly removed the underwear and pants covering his head, pulling them back on. Pointing angrily at Lin Yanting, he shouted. Kneeling isn't enough. Lin Yanting must have his own underwear pulled down and stuffed over his head, singing conquer for this young master. Otherwise, this isn't over. As soon as Wu Liang finished speaking, Xia Bing had already stepped before the crowd. But what no one expected was, Xia Bing didn't rush to Lin Yanting's side first. Instead, she rushed to Wu Liang's side and comforted him. Young Master Wu, are you alright? I was worried seeing you out for so long without returning. So I came out to check on you. Never imagined it would be that useless Lin Yanting causing you trouble. How utterly despicable. Wu Liang seemed intent on redeeming himself. He actually wrapped his arm around Xia Bing's waist. He said with a hint of amusement. Since your boyfriend has offended this young master, this young master will naturally take it out on you instead. As he spoke, Wu Liang gently lifted Xia Bing's chin with his hand. The gesture was intensely suggestive. Yet Wu Liang's gaze deliberately drifted toward Lin Yanting. For a moment, Xia Bing was also tickled into giggles. She even completely ignored her current boyfriend, Lin Yanting. At that moment, Lin Yanting's 100 or so underlings also wore extremely grim expressions. They knew how much Lin Yanting valued Xia Bing. They immediately began whispering among themselves. What the hell is she playing at? Flirting with another guy right in front of the boss and even making him kneel. Ah, what can you do? The boss is great in every way, but he's such a suck-up. What a pathetic loser. I'd love to slaughter that pair of dogs right now. Expressions varied among the crowd, but none were pleasant. Only Meng Shishing wore an expression that was deeply intriguing. That faintly upturned corner of his mouth caught the attention of the young men around him. Second brother, what kind of time is this? And you still have the nerve to smile. The boss is about to be cuckolded, and you still have the nerve to laugh. Hearing this, Meng Shishing remained perfectly composed as he replied. Calm down, calm down. Just watch patiently. 29 break up. I did it on purpose. Xia Bing finally seemed to notice the strange looks from those around her. She cleared her throat awkwardly. She slipped out of Wu Liang's arm without showing it. Her tone softened slightly. Lin Yanting. Don't misunderstand, young Master Wu was just joking. Hearing this, Lin Yanting couldn't help but give a playful chuckle. Misunderstanding? The way you two look together, you're practically a perfect match. I say you two should lock yourselves in. Oh, wait, you should grow old together. The moment those words left his mouth, not only was Xia Bing stunned, even the 100 or so people behind Lin Yanting were stunned. What the hell is going on, boss? Was he triggered by seeing Xia Bing flirting with another man? Beyond jealousy, they couldn't fathom why their boss would say such a thing. After all, their boss was notorious for being a total suck-up. Anything involving Xia Bing would send the usually cool-headed boss into a frenzy. Clearly, Wu Liang's thoughts mirrored everyone else's. They all believed Lin Yanting had been provoked by him. The smugness on his face only grew more pronounced. Even after you, Lin Yanting, humiliated me in front of everyone, you still dare to compete with me for Wei Zhixi? But you'd never dream it, would you? Your house was stolen by this young master long ago. And the woman? I've already slept with her. You, Lin Yanting, are nothing but a cuckold in my eyes. A loser. The Wu Liang felt a rush of satisfaction, cursing inwardly. He dared not voice these words openly. After all, he was still surrounded by over 100 people. Had he not known Lin Yanting would obey Xia Bing's every word? And the pent-up rage from repeated humiliations. He would never have dared to provoke Lin Yanting under such circumstances. Meanwhile, Xia Bing, thinking Lin Yanting had noticed something. A flicker of panic crossed her eyes. But she concealed it well. After all, she'd done this kind of thing countless times before. She'd long since mastered the art of handling such situations. The next moment, Xia Bing's expression suddenly darkened. Her voice rose several notches. Lin Yanting. What do you mean by that? Stop projecting your filthy thoughts onto others. There's nothing between me and young Master Wu. Absolutely nothing. It's you. Where were you when Zhu Yuji was bullying me? What's most infuriating is that when I came to you, beaten beyond recognition, seeking your help to stand up for me, you didn't even recognize me. And you even let that scumbag Lei Bao take me away. If I hadn't run into young Master Wu along the way to resolve the issue for me, you probably wouldn't even see me alive today. As she spoke, Xia Bing even managed to squeeze out a couple of tears. She looked utterly wronged. Anyone unaware of the truth would believe this girl had suffered the greatest injustice. Lin Yanting's crew, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but let out a collective sigh. It's over. The boss is going to cave. Instantly, an indescribable sense of disappointment washed over their faces. Their boss was great in every way. Loyal and powerful. He treated his brothers well. But he was such a suck-up. If not for the fact that everyone present had, to varying degrees, received either direct or indirect help from Lin Yanting, they would have long since abandoned Lin Yanting and switched allegiance to someone else. It's no wonder they might think that way. After all, whenever Xia Bing showed even a hint of displeasure, Lin Yanting would abandon all dignity to appease her. Though it stung to see it, he'd long since grown accustomed to it. At this moment, however, Lin Yanting was oblivious to these dynamics. Instead, a flicker of realization crossed his eyes. I knew it. How could Xia Bing return unscathed? Turns out that bastard Wu Liang ruined my plans. I bet that's when those two scoundrels hooked up. Lin Yanting knew Xia Bing and Wu Liang's true colors all too well. Xia Bing was the quintessential hypocritical, vain woman. As the nephew of the vice principal, Wu Liang was someone she'd definitely want to connect with. As for Wu Liang, he was every bit as despicable as Xiao Laba. Both were fundamentally sleazy, lecherous scoundrels. The only difference was that Xiao Lababa was a genuine villain, utterly unconcerned with others' opinions. As long as he gets his kicks, reputation and dignity be damned. Wu Liang, however, was not only the student council president but also the nephew of vice principal Wu Rinxing. His family in Jianing City barely counted as upper class. Naturally, he exercised far more restraint. Put simply, Wu Liang was a hypocritical, pretentious, and lecherous phony. Since Wu Liang managed to rescue Xia Bing from Lei Bao's clutches, he must have paid a hefty price in money. Lin Yanting didn't believe for a second that Wu Liang would be so kind as to help Xia Bing without expecting anything in return. As for what Wu Liang stood to gain, that was self-evident. Xia Bing had assumed that as long as she put on this pitiful act, Lin Yanting would surely come running to her, fawning over her, begging for forgiveness. But to her surprise, after waiting for quite some time, Lin Yanting still hadn't made a move. Her anger flared instantly. Break up. Lin Yanting. I'm breaking up with you. By now, Wu Liang had calmed down from his anger. He knew it was impossible to get Lin Yanting to strip down and sing conquest like he had before. If he really angered the 100 or so people backing Lin Yanting, today wouldn't end well. This debt would have to be settled with Lin Yanting later. For now, the only thing he could do was to make Lin Yanting feel uncomfortable. With that thought, Wu Liang instantly put on a different face. He turned to Lin Yanting and said, Lin Yanting, I know you have issues with me. But you can't take your anger out on Bing Bing. If you still have issues, take it out on me. Hearing this, Lin Yanting, who had remained silent until now, suddenly lit up. He turned to his henchman beside him and ordered. Since young Master Wu has requested it, what are you all standing around for? Take young Master Wu back to sing. This time, sing love even if it kills me. If young Master Wu can't hit the high notes, use the baseball bats in your hands to help him out. The surrounding henchmen had assumed Lin Yanting would spare Wu Liang out of respect for Xia Bing. Though they were reluctant, if Lin Yanting truly intended to do so, there was little they could do. But what they never expected was how uncompromising Lin Yanting would be this time. He showed Xia Bing absolutely no face, insisting on punishing Wu Liang. They were overjoyed. They'd long been sick of Wu Liang's cocky, provocative attitude. And his little flirty moves with Xia Bing? Everyone had noticed them. How dare he try to frame their boss? Uncle can tolerate it, but Auntie can't. What are you guys waiting for? Didn't you hear the boss say to take young Master Wu out for karaoke? In an instant, 6 or 7 young men closed in on Wu Liang. Their eyes swept over Wu Liang's rear end with clear intent. Young Master Wu. This time you'd better sing your heart out. Otherwise, we won't mind giving you a little help. As they spoke, one of them even mimed thrusting upward with a baseball bat in his hand. This scene made Wu Liang, who had been preparing to discuss Lin Yanting, clench his buttocks in fear. Don't you dare. You'll tear it open. But those rowdy youths paid him no mind. Just as Wu Liang had nowhere to flee, Xia Bing stepped directly in front of him. She shouted angrily at Lin Yanting. Lin Yanting, can you stop acting so childish? I've already said there's nothing between me and young Master Wu. Today I stood up for young Master Wu only because he helped me before. Besides, can't you reflect on your own mistakes? Why weren't you there to help when I was being bullied and needed support? Why? Before Xia Bing could finish her well-rehearsed speech, Lin Yanting suddenly cut in coldly. Oh, because I did it on purpose. The moment those words left his mouth, Xia Bing's mind froze for a moment. Ha! Seeing Xia Bing's utterly bewildered expression, Lin Yanting spoke again. Yes. You heard me right, I did it on purpose. When you came looking for me earlier, those slaps I gave you, that was on purpose too. How about that? Didn't expect that, did you? Surprised? Shocked? For a moment, Xia Bing's face was frozen in utter disbelief. She never could have imagined Lin Yanting, who had always followed her without expecting anything in return, would act like this. She seemed unable to believe it. Xia Bing kept murmuring to herself. Impossible. This absolutely can't be. You couldn't possibly do this to me. You love me so much, how could you stand by and watch me die, even going so far as to slap me? But at this moment, Lin Yanting couldn't be bothered to argue with Xia Bing. He snapped back immediately. If you want to break up, then break up. Starting today, you, Xia Bing, and I have nothing to do with each other. Let me give you some advice, get the hell out of here. Or face the consequences. 30 sirens. Xia Bing's life plan. At that moment, Lin Yanting's 100+ henchmen, seeing their boss suddenly become so tough, were immediately struck by an expression of utter disbelief. After a moment of stunned silence, the entire group of over 100 men began to beam with delight. Great! The boss has finally come to his senses. Yes. We won't have to kowtow to that woman anymore. Exactly. Our boss is no fool, how could he have been deceived by this woman all along? Put. What nonsense. Did she really think our boss was a two-faced turtle? Daring to flirt with another man right in front of him. Hearing the murmurs from the surrounding subordinates, Lin Yanting couldn't help but show a hint of awkwardness. Indeed, in his previous life, because of Xia Bing, the brothers who had always followed him had suffered a lot of humiliation. Back then, he'd been foolishly immersed in his own little world with Xia Bing. He hadn't noticed Xia Bing's treacherous intentions at all. But it was precisely because of this that Lin Yanting witnessed the unwavering loyalty of these brothers. Lin Yanting silently vowed to himself he would lead these brothers onto the right path. Never again would they live in constant fear and dread. He would lead them to build a business empire uniquely their own. Just as Lin Yanting was lost in his grand ambitions, Xia Bing was already questioning the meaning of life. The man who should have been filled with love for her, now coldly berating her to get lost. An indescribable sense of disillusionment welled up within her. A sense of anxiety and uncertainty overwhelmed her, leaving Xia Bing utterly miserable. I don't believe it. Lam Ting, I can't believe you'd do this to me. You promised me you'd give me the life I wanted. Faced with Lin Yanting's sudden coldness, Xia Bing simply couldn't wrap her head around it. Could it be that he found out about her affair with Wu Liang? But that shouldn't be possible. Even if rumors had reached Lin Yanting's ears, given Lin Yanting's character, he would have trusted her without hesitation. How could he be so heartless toward her? There must be something going on that she didn't know about. Don't be fooled by Xia Bing's habit of bossing Lin Yanting around daily. But deep down, she understood Lin Yanting's feelings for her better than anyone. And precisely because of this, she dared to act so brazenly. Because she knew that in this world, if there was one person willing to give everything for her, that person could only be Lin Yanting. Thus, Lin Yanting became her ultimate fallback option. She understood perfectly well that a man like Lin Yanting who possessed nothing but sheer ruthlessness, beyond the underworld, he had no chance of ever rising above his station. To ensure this fallback option could provide her with a comfortable life in the future. That's why Xia Bing would often casually drop hints in Lin Yanting's presence. Being the boss's woman, how impressive. She used this to provoke Lin Yanting into embracing the life of the underworld. But she couldn't guarantee Lin Yanting would succeed. That's why she had to cast her net wide. During Lin Yanting's time in the underworld, she had to hook up with as many rich people as possible. If, before Lin Yanting could establish himself, she would have no qualms about dumping Lin Yanting. That was precisely why she slept with Wu Liang. Unfortunately, what he hadn't anticipated was Wu Liang and she were just playing around. He had no intention of taking responsibility. Fortunately, Wu Liang promised to handle any trouble she encountered on campus. He could even leverage Wu Rinqing's connections to secure scholarships and grants for her. Moreover, she recently received word that someone was funding support for Jiguan Vocational School. Jiguan might even be upgraded to a full-fledged university. So, sleeping with Wu Liang wouldn't be such a bad deal after all. But for the sake of her own happiness in the years to come, Xia Bing had long made up her mind. If Lin Yanting truly made it big and she failed to hook up with a wealthy man as she'd hoped, then she would marry Lin Yanting outright. Then, not only would she gain prestige, but she'd also secure a substantial fortune. After all, as the saying goes, the easiest ways to strike it rich are written right there in the criminal code. The moment Lin Yanting ran into trouble, she'd play the righteous daughter and personally report him to send him to prison. That way, she could seize everything Lin Yanting owned. But she could also craft an image of a pitiful woman deceived by a petty crook who finally saw the light. Who knows? She might even attract the pity of some wealthy suitors. Then, she could marry into wealth with those laundered assets, with substantial funds as her backing. Even if it was a second marriage, she wouldn't have to fear being looked down upon after marrying into that family. But now, she hadn't hooked up with any wealthy men. And now Lin Yanting, her backup plan, had rejected her. This completely disrupted all of Xia Bing's plans. How could she not be panicking? Yet as he watched Xia Bing, who seemed on the verge of hysterics, Lin Yanting's eyes brimmed with disgust. Is that so? What did I ever promise you? Seeing Lin Yanting speak thus, Xia Bing was about to repeat the promises Lin Yanting had once made to her. But unexpectedly, Lin Yanting had no intention of letting her continue. Before Xia Bing could open her mouth, Lin Yanting immediately continued speaking. No matter what I promised you back then, what I want to say now is, I've changed my mind. A woman like you, with your ulterior motives and fickle nature, is unworthy. With that, Lin Yanting had no desire to waste any more time with Xia Bing. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he shoved Xia Bing roughly to the ground beside him. Because he hadn't held back at all, Xia Bing was sent crashing to the ground. Xia Bing had expected Lin Yanting to react as he usually did. Upon seeing her fall, he would immediately rush over to check on her, apologize, and try to win her favor. But imagination is a beautiful thing. Reality was cruel. After pushing Xia Bing away, didn't even glance at her, not even with a single sideways look. He simply ignored Xia Bing outright. What are you waiting for? Get moving. Let everyone hear just how high young Master Wu's voice can go. As soon as Lin Yanting finished speaking, the young men who had been held back by Xia Bing raised their baseball bats once more. They advanced toward Wu Liang with wicked grins on their faces. Seeing this, Wu Liang was filled with regret. He should have seen this coming. Lin Yanting had set his sights on Wei Zhixi. Why would he bother with Xia Bing? Even if he had slept with Xia Bing before, it was merely for momentary gratification. Paying her off to solve his problems was just a way to find a better-looking woman, to satisfy his physical needs. But compared to Wei Zhixi, Xia Bing is nothing. If I'd known this, I never would have been so arrogant and provoked Lin Yanting. Seeing the baseball bats as thick as bowls in the hands of the men across from him, Wu Liang couldn't help but swallow hard. He, young Master Wu, was no stranger to the ladies. Who'd have thought that after a lifetime of hunting eagles, he'd end up getting his own eye pecked out? Today, it seemed his rear end was in serious trouble. Truly. Just as Wu Liang was sinking into despair, the distant wail of police sirens suddenly pierced the air. One after another, police cars arrived. Not only that, a familiar voice echoed from the entrance of Jiguan Vocational School. Lin Yanting. Mang Shishing. You've already been expelled from this school, yet you dare to gather a large group of idle individuals, intending to unlawfully harm our students. I've already called the police. Why don't you surrender now and seek leniency? Hearing this, Wu Liang's previously dull eyes suddenly lit up. Uncle? It's uncle coming to rescue me. Ha! Lin Yanting, my uncle has already called the police. This time, I'll see how you all meet your end. 31 The scheme. Wu Rinqing's plot. One police car after another approached from the distance. Fearing being dragged into this mess, Xia Bing. She scrambled to her feet, hurriedly making her escape. Lin Yanting, however, paid no attention whatsoever. Instead, he glanced toward the school gate in the direction where the police cars were pulling up. There stood Wu Rinqing, his face dark and sullen, striding toward them with an air of arrogance. Seeing this, Lin Yanting couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Based on his understanding of Wu Rinqing, don't be fooled by this old bastard's fearless expression right now. He was actually scared to death. He'd likely noticed the commotion at the school gate long ago. But seeing his own side outnumbered and outmatched, he dared not show his face, allowing his nephew to be toyed with and humiliated. Now that the police had arrived, he finally dared to show his face. Just then, the bell signaling the end of class rang. The commotion at the school gate had already drawn the attention of some students. Seeing the police and over 100 young men in uniform, such social incidents were bound to pique the students' curiosity. It would surely become the talk of the town after class. Many idle students swarmed to the scene. Wu Rinqing made no effort to stop them. He wanted nothing more than to see Lin Yanting taken away by the police in full view of the public. That way, no one would accuse him of abusing his authority by expelling a student. Sure enough, upon recognizing Lin Yanting as the ringleader, began whispering among themselves. What's going on? Why did Lin Yanting bring so many people to block the school entrance? We've heard rumors that Lin Yanting's involved with the underworld. Who knew it was actually true? Look, isn't that Wu Liang from the student council? Could Lin Yanting have brought people to confront him? But why? They don't have any beef. Why would Lin Yanting ambush him? Well, you guys probably don't know this, but Lin Yanting was involved in that kidnapping case at the Golden Finance Building that caused such a stir a few days ago. The school is even considering expelling him because of it. Ha! But didn't they say Lin Yanting was acting heroically? Who knows? Listening to the surrounding whispers, a flicker of smug satisfaction crossed Wu Rinqing's eyes. Lin Yanting, let's see how long you can keep jumping around. Not only will I fire you, but today I'll send you back to the station. Who told you to be so reckless, posting that video online and offending the Yi group? Once I take you down, I'll finally be firmly attached to the Yi group's coattails. Of course, aside from this group of whispering students. Amidst the crowd, two figures remained silent. They were Lu Wenquan, the counselor who had followed the crowd out, and Wei Zhixi. Ever since parting ways with Lin Yanting, Wei Zhixi couldn't concentrate on class either. Her mind was completely occupied with thoughts of Lin Yanting. So as soon as class ended, she rushed straight to the school gate, hoping to get a glimpse of the situation. But she never imagined the situation would have escalated to this. Even the police had arrived. For a moment, Wei Zhixi's face was filled with worry. Not far away, Lu Wenquan's gaze shifted toward the police officers, lost in thought. Just then, the officer in charge stepped out of the police car. Lin Yanting recognized this person. It was none other than Lu Lin, the very officer who had interrogated him before. Seeing the large contingent of police approaching, the 100 or so underlings behind Lin Yanting began to panic. After all, in the underworld, how many could remain unfazed at the sight of police? Seeming to sense the panic among his men, Meng Shishing whispered urgently. Boss, what should we do? The cops are here. Hearing this, Lin Yanting remained utterly composed. What's there to panic about? We haven't broken any laws. Officer Lu wouldn't arrest innocent people. Lin Yanting's voice carried not a hint of concealment. Seeing their boss so unflappable, the group behind him felt their hearts ease slightly. Oh, isn't this Principal Wu and Officer Lu? What brings you here? Lu Lin still wore her usual icy expression. She approached Lin Yanting. She was accompanied by a squad of armed police officers. Lin Yanting, why is it always you? I received a report that someone is gathering a large group of idle individuals with the intent to incite violent incidents. Aren't you going to explain yourself? Before Lin Yanting could respond, Wu Rinqing, who had just walked over, couldn't wait to speak up. What's there to explain? They're bullying our school students with such numbers we have both witnesses and evidence. Officer, arrest them all immediately, before they cause more harm to society. The Wu Rinqing's bossy attitude was infuriating. But then again, he is the vice principal of this school. Seeing her students wronged, it was only natural to feel a bit emotional. So Lu Lin didn't dwell on it. Instead, she turned her gaze back to Lin Yanting. What else do you have to say? As soon as Lu Lin finished speaking, what no one expected was, Lin Yanting's expression suddenly changed. She said with a look of grievance on her face, Officer Lu, you've got to judge this fairly. This Vice Principal Wu is just too much. For a moment, not only the 100 or so people behind Lin Yanting and the students watching the spectacle were stunned. Even the security guard who witnessed the entire incident, Wu Liang, and Xia Bing were all dumbfounded. Even Lu Lin, the team leader, stared at Lin Yanting with a peculiar look. Her expression seemed to say, "You're not serious, are you?" As if to say, "Are you kidding me? You've got over 100 burly men blocking the school entrance, and you're still getting bullied?" Even they, as police officers, would feel uneasy facing 100 unarmed people without proper equipment. How much more so for these ordinary civilians? But Lin Yanting completely ignored the strange looks around him and immediately said, "Officer Lu, you've got to vouch for me. Last time at the Guojin building, even though I was detained for 2 days. After thorough investigation, it was clearly an act of bravery. By all accounts, that should be a commendable act. Even if Jiguang didn't hold a commendation ceremony for me, they should at least have given me a verbal commendation, right? But not only did I receive no honor. Today, upon arriving at the school gate, I was informed that the university has expelled me. The reason? I caused a fatal incident at the Guojin building, which has negatively impacted the school and society. Don't you think this is bullying an honest person?" At the words honest person, Lu Lin's face visibly twitched. Though he'd only crossed paths with Lin Yanting twice, he knew all about Lin Yanting's background. This guy was a first-rate badass. Not only did he possess the skills and prowess of an elite special forces commander, but also commanded a massive following of loyal fans through his online livestreams. The police department had long classified Lin Yanting as an unstable factor threatening public order in Jianing City. Lin Yanting himself is a key focus of the police department's surveillance. It's safe to say that the moment Lin Yanting makes any illegal move, the police will immediately arrest him. Precisely because of this, coupled with Secretary Su's testimony, following the incident at the Golden Finance Tower, authorities proceeded to forcibly detain Lin Yanting for 72 hours. Had Lin Yanting not recorded video evidence proving his heroic intervention rather than exploiting the situation to suppress rival underground factions, not only would he not have been released a day early, but not even a single second earlier would have been possible. However, in Lu Lin's view, although Lin Yanting's words just now were somewhat shameless, they were indeed the truth. As someone determined to become a good police officer, she valued objective facts above all else. She nodded in agreement. Indeed. After thorough investigation by our police department, the incident at Guojin Tower confirms that Lin Yanting did indeed act heroically. There is no doubt about that. With that statement, the onlookers around them began murmuring once more. Who would have thought Lin Yanting actually acted heroically? I'd heard rumors before that he caused a death at the Guojin building to suppress other underground factions. Oomph. How can rumors compare to an officer's official confirmation? Gossip isn't reliable. Though Lin Yanting operates in the underworld, he's never bullied us. On the contrary, he's repeatedly driven away troublemakers who came to cause trouble at our school. If that's the case, shouldn't Lin Yanting get at least a school-wide commendation for his heroic act? Why is Vice Principal Wu still expelling him? Who knows? Maybe Lin Yanting crossed Vice Principal Wu, and now Wu's making his life miserable. Indeed, Vice Principal Wu has a history of pulling such stunts. Watching the public opinion shift abruptly because of Lu Lin's words, Wu Rinqing's expression darkened instantly. He knew that if this continued, his decision to expel Lin Yanting would become untenable. So he decided to muddy the waters first. Wu Rinqing suddenly shouted angrily, "I don't care what the reason is. None of it justifies you gathering a mob to cause trouble." Over 100 people brutally assaulted Wu Liang, Xiao Laoba, and the security guards in the security office. The evidence is irrefutable. Officer, arrest these scum and trash of society immediately. 32 Violence? Not a chance. Upon hearing this, whether they were students who had received Lin Yanting's help, or those who had been hanging around with Wu Liang for years, began murmuring once more. Indeed, gathering so many people at the school gate was rather inappropriate. While Vice Principal Wu's decision to expel Lin Yanting was unfair, Lin Yanting acted too impulsively. Yeah. With so many people gathered, wielding baseball bats, no amount of reasoning could make sense. Put. I bet Lin Yanting just got expelled and is holding a grudge, so he called people to stir up trouble. Exactly. A hot-headed, easily provoked student who hangs out in the underworld is like a rotten apple in any school. Not only does he tarnish the school's reputation, but he also threatens social stability. If I were the principal, I'd expel him too. Exactly. Regardless of whether Lin Yanting had previously acted heroically. Now he's leading a gang of hotheads to blockade the entrance of Jiguan Vocational School. At the very least, this constitutes provoking trouble. Just as Lu Lin was about to order his arrest, she was inexplicably reminded of what Lin Yanting had told her at the police station. Prejudice in people's hearts is like a mountain. How can you be certain what you see is the truth? The arrest order that had been on the tip of her tongue suddenly vanished. After a moment of deep thought, Lu Lin tentatively asked instead, Lin Yanting, if you have any evidence proving your innocence, produce it now. Don't wait until I've taken all of you back to the station before you start dragging your feet, pulling out evidence and claiming you're innocent. Lin Yanting froze upon hearing this. He quickly grasped the meaning behind Lu Lin's words. It seemed the incident at the International Finance Tower a couple days ago had left a deep impression on Lu Lin. But he couldn't be blamed for that. At the time, Lin Yanting had been utterly baffled. He had clearly saved Yi Zixuan and Secretary Su. Yet these two suddenly turned on him. He couldn't fathom what he'd done to offend them. Fortunately, thanks to his experiences from his previous life, Lin Yanting always kept a backup plan ready for the worst-case scenario. Ever since he began planning the National Finance Tower, he had considered whether Yi Zixuan might turn on him. So after rescuing the two, he immediately uploaded all video evidence and contingency plans to a cloud storage service. Originally intended to prevent Yi Group from reneging on their debt, it unexpectedly became crucial evidence proving his innocence. The reason Lin Yanting didn't hand over the evidence immediately back then was because he feared that once handed over, given the Yi Group's methods, they could completely destroy the evidence even if it was in police custody. Therefore, he had to wait for public opinion to ferment. Only then could he feel confident enough to hand over the evidence. By this point, whether the Yi Group destroyed the evidence or not was irrelevant. Clearly, Lu Lin's words also reflected her concern that the case might be compromised midway through the investigation. Lin Yanting suddenly produced more evidence to prove his innocence. That would be a headache for her. After all, there were over 100 suspects right before her eyes. Taking all these people back would overwhelm the detention centers, and they couldn't be sent to prison before conviction. It would inevitably consume vast amounts of manpower and resources. If Lin Yanting suddenly produced evidence again after a few days in custody, the police station would have to pay compensation for all 100 of them. Just thinking about it was enough to give him a headache. Realizing this, Lin Yanting could only shrug his shoulders. Sorry, but this time, I don't have any evidence. The moment those words left his mouth, a sinister smile curled the corners of Wu Rinxing's mouth. In his eyes, this meant Lin Yanting had backed down. His plan had succeeded. After all, the school gates were equipped with high-definition surveillance cameras. No matter how Lin Yanting tried to deny it, it would be useless. Seeing this, Wei Zhixi in the crowd grew increasingly tense. She couldn't help but inwardly scold. That Lin Yanting, why is he so impulsive? Calling in over 100 people like that is bound to attract police attention anywhere. Meanwhile, Lu Lin exhaled a long breath and nodded. So, you're admitting to provoking trouble and inciting violence, then? Well, that saves me a lot of trouble. All individuals involved in the case. But before Lu Lin could finish her sentence, Lin Yanting suddenly interrupted. I never admitted to doing any of those things. Seeing Lin Yanting trying to stir trouble again, Lu Lin frowned in response. Every criminal denies their guilt. But the facts are right before our eyes. You led over 100 people to the school gate to surround the students and security guards and you expect to deny it? Hearing this, Lin Yanting feigned anger. Officer Lu, don't make baseless accusations without evidence. My friends merely heard I'd been expelled and came to help me pack and move my belongings left behind at the school. I couldn't resist my brother's enthusiasm. I tried telling them not to bring so many people. But they insisted on coming. Seeing Lin Yanting's evasive tactics, Wu Rinxing tightened his belt. He immediately snapped back. Lin Yanting, who do you think you're fooling? You're not even a boarding student. Even if you left something at school, why would you need over 100 people to help? Who would believe that? And why would everyone need baseball bats to move stuff? Seeing this, Lu Lin narrowed her eyes at Lin Yanting. Her expression seemed to say, what else could you possibly say? But Lin Yanting remained unconcerned. Vice Principal Wu, have you lost your mind? How could you ask such an idiotic question? Taking a baseball bat? Obviously to play baseball. After helping me move my stuff, we were planning to head to the ballpark for some exercise. Is that so wrong? At this remark, Wu Rinxing was momentarily speechless. But Lin Yanting didn't let it go there. He pressed on. And the person involved is right here. You can ask them yourself, have I or any of my brothers ever harmed them? Hearing this, Lu Lin found Lin Yanting's words reasonable. She turned to the security guard beside her and asked, did they lay a finger on you? Faced with Lu Lin's inquiry, these security guards, who were always joking around, were no fools. Seeing how Lin Yanting could summon so many people at a moment's notice, he clearly wasn't someone to be trifled with. If their testimony today really landed them in jail, once these 100-odd people were released, they wouldn't let them off the hook. Besides, the other party hadn't actually harmed them. The security guard then spoke up. They didn't harm us. But as security personnel, seeing so many of them gather at the school gate, and out of responsibility to the students, we naturally had to approach and inquire about the situation. But because there were so many of them, we felt a bit intimidated. So we took these security gear to bolster our courage. This security guard was clever. He downplayed the incident by focusing on the less critical aspects. He also managed to keep Wu Liang out of the picture. If the school administration found out that Wu Liang could command these security guards simply by leveraging his uncle's position, it would tarnish Vice Principal Wu's reputation as someone who favors relatives and abuses his authority. By framing it this way, the security guard avoided offending either side. Moreover, in front of numerous students, he crafted an image of a diligent and responsible security guard. But Wu Rinqing beside him was furious. What nonsense are you spouting? They've clearly surrounded you. Don't be afraid. The police are here. They won't dare do anything to you. For a moment, the security guards looked troubled. They understood Wu Rinqing's meaning perfectly well. But they couldn't bring themselves to act. They were just ordinary people with security badges. If anything went wrong, he didn't believe Wu Rinqing would lift a finger to help them. Seeming to sense the guard's predicament, Lin Yanting spoke up at just the right moment. Vice Principal Wu, you're deliberately leading the witness. Whether my brothers laid a hand on them or not, just look at their injuries. If they were really beaten by over 100 people, they'd be lucky to avoid the ICU. Surely they wouldn't be completely unscathed? Hearing this, Lu Lin acted decisively. She immediately ordered her team to begin examining the injuries. Earlier, when responding to the call, the report had mentioned large-scale criminal disturbances and violent assaults. Besides armed police officers, Lu Lin had also brought along medical personnel. After thorough examinations, neither the skin surface nor the internal organs showed any signs of injury whatsoever. After receiving the medical staff's precise report, Lu Lin immediately turned her gaze toward Wu Rinqing. Mr. Wu, your security guard earlier mentioned violent assault. Now, neither these two students nor any of the security guards show the slightest injury. Facing Lu Lin's piercing gaze, Wu Rinqing felt a chill run down his spine. If he couldn't prove Lin Yanting was at fault, and had caused the police to deploy such a large force, he'd be in serious trouble. Instantly, Wu Rinqing's eyes darted about. He turned his gaze toward his nephew, Wu Liang. Right. Officer. Before you arrived, these people subjected Wu Liang and Xiao Laba. Subjected Wu Liang and Xiao Laba to a brutal, inhumane character assassination. It dealt a massive blow to their mental state. If you don't believe me, ask them yourselves what kind of atrocities did Lin Yanting inflict upon them. Seeing Wu Rinqing speak with such unwavering conviction, Lu Lin also turned to look at Wu Liang and Xiao Laba. Is what Vice Principal Wu just described accurate? Don't be afraid, with the police here, no one can harm you. Witnessing this scene, a flicker of smug satisfaction once again crossed Wu Rinqing's eyes. He even challenged Lin Yanting with his gaze. This time, I'll see if you live or die. But what Wu Rinqing never could have anticipated was, Wu Liang simply shook his head. He immediately spoke up. Nothing happened. We just felt a bit sad seeing Lin get expelled. So we came to see him off. 33 Open strategy. Steady as an old dog. I was counting on my nephew to help out. He could paint his situation in a more pitiful light. Get Lin Yanting straight into the station. But what Wu Rinqing never expected was, that bastard Wu Liang actually claimed he was here to see Lin Yanting off? Had he forgotten their earlier discussion in the office? The thought struck Wu Rinqing, and he hurriedly spoke up. Wu Liang, don't be afraid. Did Lin Yanting coerce you into keeping the truth hidden? Don't worry. The police and I, the vice principal, are here. Lin Yanting wouldn't dare do anything to you. As he spoke, he frantically signaled to Wu Liang. But Wu Liang still showed no sign of changing his story. He could only offer an awkward smile. Vice Principal Wu is truly fine. It's all a misunderstanding. Wu Liang emphasized the word really with particular emphasis, as if hoping Wu Rinqing would grasp the meaning behind his words. But at this moment, Wu Rinqing was already getting flustered. He genuinely couldn't figure it out. Wu Liang knew full well that he had to take down Lin Yanting today. Yet now he was actually speaking up for Lin Yanting? How could Wu Rinqing, boiling with rage, possibly make sense of this? How could he possibly take the time to analyze the meaning behind Wu Liang's words? Just as he was about to speak up. But just then, Lin Yanting suddenly spoke up. Principal Wu. Even Wu Liang, the person involved, says he's fine. Why are you so fixated on accusing me and my brothers of bullying them? Are you so eager to pin a label of lawbreaking on me? Upon hearing this, Lu Lin, standing nearby, also sensed something was off. While Lin Yanting did gather such a large group at the school gate, there was indeed potential for disturbing the peace. But Wu Rinqing's attitude was also somewhat unusual. When the student named Wu Liang said he was fine, as the vice principal, Wu Rinqing should have been relieved. Yet judging by his expression just now, not only was there no trace of relief, but it was tinged with a hint of anger and urgency. This doesn't add up. Seemingly sensing Lu Lin's scrutinizing gaze, Wu Rinqing appeared slightly flustered. Nonsense. What's in it for me to frame you? I'm just worried you're using violence to coerce my students. That's why I want them to tell the truth. Lin Yanting heard this. His expression instantly shifted to one of sudden realization. Oh. He deliberately drew out the last syllable of the word. His expression was utterly exaggerated. I see. But what I want to say is, Vice Principal Wu, you've really got it all wrong. Wu Liang and I are like brothers. How could I possibly hurt or humiliate him? Not only have we done nothing illegal or improper, but my group of brothers and I have actually had a very pleasant conversation with Wu Liang. Wu Liang even sang a song to see me off. If you don't believe me, there are surveillance cameras at the school entrance, right? Bring them out for everyone to see. At the mention of surveillance, Wu Rinqing's face lit up with delight. Right. There are cameras at the school gate. How could I have forgotten? As long as we get the footage, Lin Yanting is finished. That idiot Lin Yanting. I'd completely forgotten about this. Who'd have thought he'd remind me himself? He really is courting death. But before Wu Rinqing could speak, upon hearing the word surveillance, Wu Liang beside him was suddenly alarmed. He rushed to Lu Lin's side and exclaimed, "Officer! This is all a misunderstanding. Vice Principal Wu was just worried about our safety, so he made a mistake in the heat of the moment. There's no need to check the surveillance footage. Are you kidding me? He'd just been kneeling naked in front of Lin Yanting singing Conquest. If they really played that footage, especially in front of all these people, what about your own reputation? How could the Wu family ever hold their heads up in Jianing City again?" Most crucially, Wu Liang had spotted Wei Zhixi in the crowd long ago. If the goddess saw him looking so pathetic, his entire plan to pursue Wei Zhixi would be utterly ruined. Now, seeing Lin Yanting smirk, Wu Liang felt utterly frustrated and enraged. Having endured every conceivable humiliation, he wanted to tear Lin Yanting apart with his bare hands. Yet now he had to go out of his way to cover for Lin Yanting, the very culprit behind it all. Even though Lin Yanting's surveillance footage was within easy reach, yet he dared not produce it. Only now did Wu Liang finally understand. Why would Lin Yanting, knowing full well there were cameras at the school gate? Was because he had calculated that Wu Liang, for the sake of his own and the Wu family's reputation, would never allow the footage to be seen. Was because he was certain that, for the sake of his own and the Wu family's reputation, he would never allow anyone to see that surveillance footage. Plus, there wasn't a single scratch on his body. Even if Lin Yanting had gathered so many young men, he couldn't do a thing to him. What a cunning scheme. But Wu Liang had now harbored a deep, lasting grudge against Lin Yanting. Lin Yanting, you're ruthless. Today, I've been bested. But don't think I won't get my chance. Or I'll make you pay dearly. Seeing that Lu Lin remained silent, Wu Liang turned and gave Xiao Laoba a meaningful glance. Seeing this, Xiao Laoba quickly chimed in. Really? Everything young Master Wu said is the absolute truth. Hearing this, everyone wore expressions of utter disbelief. How strange. When did Wu Liang become so close to Lin Yanting? Wu Liang even sang a song to see him off personally? Who cares? Turns out it was all a misunderstanding. I thought Lin Yanting really got expelled and brought this whole crew to cause trouble. At that very moment, Wu Rinqing, consumed by rage, locked eyes with his nephew. Recalling Wu Liang's earlier unusual behavior, Wu Rinqing finally realized his nephew seemed to be hiding something. Otherwise, why would his expression visibly stiffen whenever surveillance cameras were mentioned? He sighed immediately and didn't bring up the surveillance issue again. Seeing that Wu Rinqing had nothing more to say, she drew her own conclusion. Since the parties involved hadn't suffered any harm or personal humiliation, this was clearly a case of mistaken identity. Vice Principal Wu, we fully understand your concern for student safety. Let's just let this one go. Stand down. Although Lu Lin knew full well that this matter was far from simple. However, there was no concrete evidence proving Lin Yanting had engaged in any illegal activities. Even the person involved was defending Lin Yanting. This made it rather awkward for her to intervene. Before leaving, Lu Lin still addressed Lin Yanting. Lin Yanting, you'd better keep your men in check. Don't ever let me catch you guys doing anything illegal. Otherwise, I'll have every last one of you thrown in jail. Hearing this, Lin Yanting merely smiled faintly. Officer Lu, what kind of talk is that? We're all law-abiding citizens, aren't we? Truthfully, the real reason I gathered these brothers isn't to smuggle anything. All that earlier talk with Vice Principal Wu was just joking around. You know I'm starting a business, so I specifically brought these guys together to discuss the details. Little did I expect that the moment we reached the school gate, we were told we'd been expelled. That's how this whole mix-up happened. Hearing this, Lu Lin nodded non-committally. Seeing that the matter was now clear, the students who had received Lin Yanting's assistance were overjoyed. Now that the matter was clear, would Lin Yanting no longer face expulsion? Wei Zhixi, standing among the crowd, overheard the others discussing this. Her heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally relaxed considerably. She even felt a faint tinge of secret delight. But just then, Wu Rinqing interjected. A good-for-nothing like you, a piece of social trash, actually wants to start a business? You're a laughingstock. Even if today's incident was a misunderstanding, I won't retract my decision to expel you. People like you, with your shady dealings, only tarnish the school's reputation and influence other students. It's come to this. Getting Lin Yanting arrested is no longer feasible. But Wu Rinqing had already made up his mind even if he couldn't send Lin Yanting to jail today. Lin Yanting he was as good as fired. What if President Yi visits the school this afternoon and discovers that Lin Yanting, the very person who offended her, is still here? What if she flew into a rage and withdrew all support for Zhiguang? For the sake of his own career, Lin Yanting must be removed. No one expected that even with police testimony confirming Lin Yanting's heroic act at the Guojin building. And today's incident was merely a misunderstanding. Wu Rinqing remained determined to expel Lin Yanting. But with Wu Rinqing holding the position of vice principal, no one dared to speak up for Lin Yanting. As for Lu Lin, she had no intention of intervening. Whether Lin Yanting was dismissed or not was ultimately an internal matter for the school. It had little to do with her. Thus, Lu Lin simply led her armed police squad away. Just then, a timid voice suddenly spoke up. Since Lin Yanting hasn't caused any harm to society or the school, Vice Principal Wu asked, isn't expelling him like this a bit harsh? 34 case closed. How could a sparrow ever comprehend the ambitions of a swan? The unexpected challenge caused Wu Rinqing's expression to darken. But when everyone turned toward the source of the voice, they couldn't help but freeze in surprise. Did I see that correctly? Wasn't that just now the voice of Wei, the campus beauty? No way. How could Wei, the campus beauty, be pleading for Lin Yanting? What's going on here? Just then, Xia Bing, who had spotted the police earlier and feared getting dragged into trouble, seemed to materialize out of nowhere. Seemingly driven by a woman's intuition. Seeing Wei Zhixi pleading for Lin Yanting, Xia Bing couldn't shake this strange feeling. As if something that should have been hers was about to be snatched away by someone else. She immediately retorted in a sarcastic tone. This is a first. The top campus beauty Wei actually pleading for Lin Yanting. Truly unexpected. If people didn't know better, they'd think you two were having an affair. Wei Zhixi clearly hadn't expected this either. She only intended to plead on Lin Yanting's behalf. Xia Bing actually said that. Her face flushed instantly. But she didn't know how to explain. She could only stammer out. No, no. Seeing Wei Zhixi's flushed cheeks, it instantly sparked a flurry of whispers among the crowd. No way? Could it be that the campus beauty Wei and Lin Yanting really have something going on? No wonder she's pleading for Lin Yanting. But you know what? They actually seem pretty well matched. Yeah. Xia Bing is pretty, but compared to Miss Wei, she's nowhere near. If I were Lin Yanting, I'd definitely like Wei Daxia too. Just look at Xia Bing's sourpuss expression. She's clearly jealous her boyfriend got snatched. Xia Bing, who had been beaming with pride moments ago, now, hearing everyone's gossip, her face darkened instantly. She immediately snapped back in a flustered tone. What the hell are you all gossiping about? Lin Yanting is nothing but a good-for-nothing ne'er-do-well. I, Xia Bing, wouldn't even give him the time of day. I only agreed to be with him because he kept pestering me every day. It was too annoying. Who knew he'd turn out so lazy and cause trouble at school every single day? I just dumped him. From now on, Xia Bing and him have nothing to do with each other. Seeing this, Wu Liang saw his chance. He immediately spoke up. Exactly. I just witnessed Xia Bing dumping Lin Yanting. Zhixi, you've been with Lin Yanting for so long, you know exactly what kind of person he is. You can't let Lin Yanting fool you. Everyone froze in surprise. That doesn't add up. Didn't this Wu guy just say he and Lin Yanting were super close? Why is he suddenly badmouthing Lin Yanting now? But Wu Liang didn't seem to care at all. He continued to rant and rave about Lin Yanting's faults. As his accusations grew increasingly outrageous, Wei Zhixi's cheeks grew redder and redder. As if noticing Wei Zhixi's flustered state, Lin Yanting immediately interjected. Oh, Mr. Wu. Miss Wei, the campus beauty, hasn't even said a word yet. Why are you so nervous? Are you that afraid people might think I have something going on with Miss Wei? Someone who didn't know any better might think you like Miss Wei too. At this remark, Wu Liang, however, remained utterly unfazed. A cold laugh rose in his heart. Do you really think this will make me back down? What a joke. With that, Wu Liang threw caution to the wind. He addressed Wei Zhixi. Zhixi, I admit it. I said all this to you simply because I feared you'd be deceived by that scoundrel Lin Yanting. Now that Lin Yanting has exposed my true intentions, as a man of honor, there's nothing I can't admit. I do have special feelings for you. If you're willing, I want to be your boyfriend. As Wu Liang made his confession, the entire venue erupted in an uproar. No one could have imagined Wu Liang would actually dare to confess in front of so many people. Everyone turned to Wei Zhixi with curious expressions, awaiting her response. But what they didn't know was, at that moment, Wei Zhixi. She hadn't heard a single word. Her mind was completely occupied by the words Lin Yanting had spoken earlier. Moreover, she had keenly noticed the word also in Lin Yanting's statement. Her heart began to race uncontrollably. He said he likes me too, could it be that he? But Wei Zhixi quickly dismissed the thought. No, that's not right. Xia Bing just said she broke up with Lin Yanting. Lin Yanting must have said that just to provoke Xia Bing. That must be it. Seeing Wei Zhixi staring blankly, Wu Liang waved his hand in front of her face. Zhixi? Zhixi? Can you hear me? Wei Zhixi snapped back to reality, her face blank with confusion. Ha? Sorry. I was just spacing out. I didn't catch what you just said. For a moment, Wu Liang's expression darkened. He had already imagined the scene in his mind. He'd also mentally prepared himself for rejection. But he never imagined Wei Zhixi would simply ignore him. In an instant, a wave of boisterous laughter erupted from behind Lin Yanting. The source of this uproar, naturally, was the 100 or so underlings trailing behind Lin Yanting. Having spent years navigating the underworld, they'd honed their observational skills. Naturally, they'd picked up on the subtle chemistry between their boss and the campus beauty. They instantly understood who their future boss's wife would be. Daring to compete with their boss for a woman? They certainly wouldn't let Wu Li off easy. Ha! That's hilarious. Little toothpick, she doesn't even look your way. With your measly assets, don't drag others down. I think my boss and this beauty are a much better match. You, just go chill somewhere else. Or else the brothers will drag you out for another karaoke session. Facing Lin Yanting's younger brother's taunts, Wu Liang's face turned red then green. He despised the nickname toothpick with every fiber of his being. Yet he desperately wanted to appear magnanimous in front of Wei Zhixi. Moreover, he couldn't let anyone find out about what had happened earlier. Thus, Wu Liang forced himself to suppress his inner rage. What a bunch of vulgar people. I can't be bothered to argue with you lot. Just then, Wu Rinxing, who had remained silent seeing his nephew humiliated, hurriedly spoke up. Enough. Stop arguing. I have no interest in the romantic affairs of you youngsters. But Lin Yanting and Mang Shishing remain detrimental to the school's reputation. Therefore, I have decided to expel them, no exceptions. He then turned to Wei Zhixi and said, Wei Zhixi, as the top student at this school, I expect you to associate more with peers of your own caliber. And keep your distance from those uneducated social scum. As he spoke, his gaze swept over Wu Liang and Lin Yanting. The implication was clear. Meanwhile, Xia Bing, observing everyone gathered around Wei Zhixi, a pang of jealousy welled up within her. But now that everyone was protecting Wei Zhixi, she dared not continue directing her hostility toward Wei Zhixi. Instead, she redirected her venting toward Lin Yanting. Vice Principal Wu was absolutely right. Social scum like this should be expelled immediately. Don't let one bad apple spoil the whole bunch. After all, with the school's promotion, we all have bright futures ahead. Don't let this social scum affect us. People like Lin Yanting are destined to struggle at the bottom of society. He might have dodged the cops today, but who knows, tomorrow he could get arrested or get stabbed by some other thugs. I, Xia Bing, was blind to have ever liked you. But from now on, we belong to two different worlds. We're destined to rise with Jiguang's dazzling brilliance, while you'll sink into the mud and never climb out. Xia Bing's words struck a nerve deep within Wu Rinxing's heart. Good. Xia Bing, you've said it well. With that kind of awareness, I have high hopes for you. This afternoon, you'll serve as the hostess, guiding that important guest on a tour of the school. If you impress them, you could skyrocket to success. Xia Bing beamed instantly at the news. She never imagined that by simply taking out her anger on Lin Yanting, yet she'd gained this opportunity one others would beg for but never get. She knew full well that Jiguang Academy's recent promotion was entirely due to the backing of a powerful figure. Now she realized it must be the person arriving at the school this afternoon. I absolutely must seize this opportunity. Originally, Wu Rinxing had intended for Wei Zhixi to serve as the hostess. But judging from the recent situation, Wei Zhixi was somewhat entangled with Lin Yanting. To avoid provoking the Yi group, he decided to replace her with Xia Bing instead. Meanwhile, the 100 or so people behind Lin Yanting witnessed the audacity to humiliate their leader. Each of them immediately began rubbing their hands together, clearly ready to fight at the slightest provocation. Seeing this, Wu Rinxing, Xia Bing, Wu Liang, and the others were startled. Wu Rinxing steeled himself and spoke up. Lin Yanting, are you looking for trouble? Don't forget the police just left. I can call them back anytime. To this, Lin Yanting merely sneered in disdain. Guys, there's no need to get worked up over these narrow-minded fools. How could sparrows ever comprehend the ambitions of a swan? The only reason they think they're superior is because their horizons end right here. One day, they'll be on their knees, begging for our forgiveness. As long as you follow me faithfully, I guarantee that in the not-too-distant future, every single one of you Every single one of you will rise above the rest. Brothers, let's go. If this place won't keep us, there are plenty of others that will. Just as Lin Yanting was about to lead everyone away, Lin Yanting suddenly halted his steps. He glanced back toward the school gate. Wait for me. I'll be back. Their eyes locked. Upon meeting Lin Yanting's gaze, Wei Zhixi felt as if an electric current had shot through her entire body. She could clearly sense Lin Yanting's final words were meant for her. Wei Zhixi silently repeated to herself, I believe in you. Even if you can't finish your studies, you will still make something of yourself. 35. Plan. Commence. After leaving Jiguan Vocational School, due to the large number of people, fearing it might cause a disturbance, Lin Yanting led Meng Shishing and the 100 or so underlings straight to an abandoned lot where they often gathered. Lin Yanting remained silent throughout the journey. Upon reaching the lot, he plopped down onto a concrete pillar stacked there. Meng Shishing took a seat on another concrete pillar not far from Lin Yanting. The rest of the men formed a circle around them, lining up in order with Lin Yanting at the center. Seeing no one around, Meng Shishing couldn't help but speak up. Boss, are we just gonna let Jiguan's expulsion slide? Why don't we pick a time and just storm the school? As soon as Meng Shishing uttered these words, he instantly won the support of the entire crew behind him. Yeah, boss. Meng is right. We can't just let this slide. Look at that Wu Rinqing, gloating like a petty tyrant. Let's tail him home and kidnap his whole family. Then we'll settle every grievance and avenge every wrong. Listening to the cacophony of voices around him, Lin Yanting remained silent. He simply let them vent their various schemes for revenge against Wu Rinqing. After a flurry of chatter, seeing Lin Yanting remain silent, they gradually quieted down. It was Meng Shishing who first noticed something amiss in Lin Yanting's expression. He tentatively asked, Boss, why aren't you saying anything? Hearing this, Lin Yanting nodded. I was just waiting for you to finish speaking. You're also capable. Should we consider taking over City Hall tomorrow and making it our base? At this remark, even the most obtuse person could tell Lin Yanting seemed furious. Meng Shishing, seeing this, quickly interjected. We're just speaking up for you, boss. Lin Yanting gave a helpless smile. Instead of answering Meng Shishing directly, instead, he countered with a question. Do you think we could have handled that armed police squad we just encountered? Meng Shishing pondered briefly before replying. Though we outnumbered them several times over. They're all armed with guns. If it came to a fight, I'm afraid we'd all be finished. As Meng Shishing finished speaking, Lin Yanting's entire aura shifted. A commanding presence without anger. So you know the power of firearms? I thought you didn't. Have you forgotten everything I told you? There's no future in this life of crime. Even if you rise to become the boss of Jianing City, or even the head of the biggest gang in the whole country, a short mule is still a short mule. You'll never outlast the cops. We've only been expelled. Do you really want all these brothers to sacrifice their futures just to satisfy your pride? Hearing this, they finally understood Lin Yanting's true intentions. Their boss feared his actions would drag everyone down with him. Having navigated the underworld for years, they knew the unwritten rules of the underworld. A subordinate must be willing to take a bullet for the boss, even risking his life for him. If the boss committed a crime, taking the fall and serving time in prison was just part of the deal. They never imagined that Lin Yanting's anger stemmed from his fear of dragging them down with him. For a moment, their hearts were deeply moved. Several underlings immediately stepped forward. Boss, we fear neither death nor being implicated. If it means avenging you, we'd gladly die for it. The rest echoed their sentiments in unison. Hearing this, Lin Yanting rose from the concrete pillar. He walked over to the few underlings who had just spoken. He casually placed a hand on one of their shoulders. Death? Easy to say. I remember your parents died young, and it was your grandfather who raised you alone, right? What would he do if you died? You don't seriously expect me to take care of your grandfather in his old age, do you? Even if I did take care of your grandfather in his old age, could you bear to see your grandfather, after losing his son and raising his grandson with such difficulty, lose his grandson before him? Lin Yanting's words instantly silenced the crowd. Though these men were generally uneducated and drifted through society, most were actually hard-luck souls. Driven by necessity, they had taken the path of crime. Meng Shishing lowered his head upon hearing this. Boss, I was wrong. I'll never cause trouble again. But Wu Rinqing and Wu Liang are clearly targeting us. Are we really just going to let this slide? Hearing this, Lin Yanting's lips curved into a suggestive smile. Forget it? Anyone who dares to target me, Lin Yanting, and walk away unscathed hasn't even been born yet. Lin Yanting's response left Meng Shishing utterly dumbfounded. Boss, I don't quite understand. You won't let us take action on our own, so how are we supposed to retaliate? Lin Yanting knew full well that if he didn't explain this matter clearly, these guys wouldn't grasp it. The The reason Wu Rinqing could fire us at will is because he sets and controls the rules of our environment. But what if one day we were the ones in control of those rules? Hearing this, Meng Shixing's eyes lit up instantly. He seemed to grasp the meaning behind Lin Yanting's words. Yet confusion quickly returned to his expression. But how exactly would we control the rules? Seeing that the crucial point had finally been addressed, Lin Yanting cut straight to the chase. Of course, it's about starting a business and accumulating capital. Only when we accumulate sufficient capital, we'll finally earn the right to shape and control the rules. That's precisely why I brought everyone here. Don't think I was just talking nonsense when I was at the school gate earlier. As long as you all follow me diligently, in the near future you'll transform from the underdogs others look down on into business elites. And you won't have to fight tooth and nail with other factions just to make ends meet. For a moment, everyone was fired up by Lin Yanting's words. After all, if they could earn a stable income, who would want to live on the edge every day, constantly on edge? Seeing that the bloodletting was nearly done, Lin Yanting also pulled a book from his person and handed it to Meng Shixing. Of course, making everyone obey the law doesn't mean they can be bullied. As subjects of the Great Xia Kingdom, you must abide by its laws. Memorize every word in this book. Next time you encounter trouble, don't be as reckless as today marching through the city with 100 people in plain sight. Meng Shixing also took the book from Lin Yanting's hands. Two bold characters stood out prominently on the cover. Criminal Code. Remember, as long as you don't violate the laws and regulations in this book, even the police can't touch you. Seeing Lin Yanting speak thus, everyone roughly understood what Lin Yanting was trying to convey. Boss, you can rest assured. We'll definitely study this material thoroughly. Seeing that everyone was willing to take his words to heart, Lin Yanting felt deeply gratified. He then turned to Meng Shixing and said, I've saved some short video scripts and storyboards in the cloud storage. When you have time, gather the guys and shoot them. Once edited, post one daily on our previous account. Remember, send me the back-end feedback data every single day. This is crucial for our transition. Though Meng Shixing couldn't fathom Lin Yanting's motives, he still agreed without hesitation. Same as always. Whatever the boss tells him to do, he just follows orders. No need to overthink anything else. After detailing the specific procedures, Lin Yanting turned and left the clearing. He now needed to find a crucial figure. He'd initially considered taking the bus to retrieve his Ghostfire motorcycle. But upon second thought, that would be too time-consuming. He decided it would be quicker to just take a taxi there. He'd retrieve his Ghostfire motorcycle after handling his business. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the Yi Group building, Yi Zixuan had just wrapped up her tasks. Just then, a knock suddenly sounded at the office door. Come in. As Yi Zixuan's voice echoed, Secretary Xiao Su entered with a grim expression. Seeing this, Yi Zixuan frowned. Xiao Su, where have you been? Why do you look so upset? Hearing this, Secretary Xiao Su stammered hesitantly. Ms. Yi, perhaps we should reconsider going to Zhiguan this afternoon? Hearing Xiao Su's suggestion, Yi Zixuan's expression also turned slightly puzzled. Seeing this, Xiao Su proceeded to recount everything that had just transpired at the entrance of Zhiguan Vocational School to Yi Zixuan. As soon as Xiao Su finished speaking, Yi Zixuan sprang to her feet. She sprang up from her seat. What? You went to see Lin Yanting on your own, and not only did he give you the cold shoulder, but Zhiguang's security even mistook him for some weirdo harassing students? Seeing Yi Zixuan so flustered, Xiao Su nodded awkwardly. In response to this, Yi Zixuan retorted with a sigh. Xiao Su, could you just think before you act? We're already in the wrong. Going to apologize in person is only fair. Even if they refuse to forgive us, that's their prerogative. I appreciate your concern. You feared I'd lose face if Lin Yanting rejected my apology in person. But by barging in like this, Lin Yanting will only think Yi Group is trying to force him to accept our apology. This would backfire, making Lin Yanting think we lack sincerity. Hearing this, Secretary Xiao Su finally realized how rash her actions had been. She immediately lowered her head in shame. Mr. Yi, I'm so sorry. I've caused you trouble again. What should we do now? After a moment of deep thought, a resolute glint flashed in Yi Zixuan's eyes. To dispel the rumors and make amends for what we owe Lin Yanting, we must visit Zhiguang this afternoon. 36. Public opinion. The veteran's persistence. Seeing Yi Zixuan had made up her mind, Secretary Xiao Su could say no more. But just then, Yi Zixuan's phone suddenly rang. She pulled it out to check. 3 characters stood out prominently in her contacts. Zhou Zhenhua. Yi Zixuan let out a long sigh. Clearly, Yi Zixuan didn't want to answer this call. But she didn't hang up immediately. Instead, she let the phone vibrate persistently until the other party hung up. Seeing this, Xiao Su, the secretary beside her, couldn't help but feel curious. Ms. Yi, who was that caller? Since you didn't want to answer, why didn't you just hang up? Hearing this, Wei Zhixi didn't hide anything. The caller was Zhou Zhenhua, the CEO of Huaxi Life. The moment Huaxi Life was mentioned, Secretary Xiaosu instantly realized. Oh, you mean Huaxi Life, the one that trended with you on social media recently? As those words left her mouth, Wei Zhixi couldn't help but roll her eyes at Xiaosu. That look seemed to say, how dare you even mention how I ended up trending? Xiaosu caught Wei Zhixi look. He gave an awkward chuckle. He quickly changed the subject. I've heard that Huaxi Life's products have serious quality issues. They're clearly substandard products with excessive chemical ingredients, yet they insist on marketing them as herbal extracts. People who've used their masks and shampoos either end up with ruined skin or bald spots. Huaxi Life has been getting absolutely slammed online lately. Even the authorities got involved and sent investigators to look into it. So what does this crooked businessman want by calling? Wei Zhixi heard this. She replied with a hint of regret. Zhou Zhenhua was originally a discharged veteran who founded Huaxi Life after leaving the military, promoting herbal extracts and natural eco-friendly products, coupled with extremely affordable prices. The brand rapidly gained prominence. I too believed Huaxi Life would become a shining example of domestic brands. I respect Zhou Zhenhua as a veteran, and I also wanted to contribute to the rise of domestic brands. I pursued a partnership with Zhou Zhenhua, aiming to bring his products to the Guojin building for sale. But unexpectedly, just as we were about to finalize the partnership, various scandals erupted. What a pity a veteran who defended our homeland could have retired in glory. Now, one misstep has brought eternal shame. For a mere profit, he sold these substandard products that pose severe health risks. Truly, he has tarnished his legacy in his twilight years. Hearing this, Xiaosu dramatically patted his chest in feigned alarm. That was close. Had we signed that contract, Yi Corporation would have suffered significant repercussions. Wei Zhixi glanced at the time. She stood up to gather her belongings. As she packed, she continued speaking. Exactly. That phone call he just made was probably another attempt to pursue cooperation. But now, we're caught up in the public scrutiny. If we get tangled up with Huaxi again, we'll be in big trouble. The reason I didn't take that call was to spare this veteran some dignity. Alright. It's time. We should be heading to Zhiguang now. With that said, Wei Zhixi picked up her handbag and walked straight out the office door. Secretary Xiaosu followed closely behind. At the same time, inside a small factory building of only 3 or 4 stories, a gray-haired elderly man sat in an office barely 4 or 5 square meters in size. He stared helplessly at the elderly-friendly phone in his hand. The phone kept emitting the unanswered call alert tone. The number you dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. Sorry. The subscriber you dialed cannot be connected at this time. Please redial later. Finally, with a sigh of resignation, he pressed the end button on the phone. In that moment, he seemed to age a few more years. He looked up at the ceiling and exhaled a heavy sigh. Could it be that I really can't stand up to these people? No. Think you can break me? Not so easily. I will never bow down to these foreigners. This old man was none other than Zhou Zhenhua, founder of Huaxi Life. Recently, due to the high quality and effectiveness of Huaxi Life products coupled with their low prices, it rapidly became a hot commodity in the Great Xia nation. It even became the top choice for many ordinary households. While Huaxi Life seemed to be riding high at the moment, only Zhou Zhenhua knew the truth. Huaxi Life wasn't making any profit at all. Whether it was face masks, cleansers, laundry detergent, or baby creams, Zhou Zhenhua kept every item priced between 20 and 30 yuan. And each product boasts a generous net content. After deducting necessary costs, the profit margin per item hovers between just 50 to 80 cents. To call them a steal is no exaggeration. Despite the meager income, Zhou Zhenhua couldn't care less. His original motivation for founding Huaxi Life was simply his distaste for foreign companies treating the people of Daxia like fools. Face masks, cleansers, and shampoos priced at hundreds or even thousands were hyped up through various marketing tactics. In reality, they offer only basic cleansing functions. Some even caused skin breakouts or hair loss with prolonged use. Moreover, the product quantities were extremely small. Yet the packaging is exquisitely crafted. In Zhou Zhenhua's view, these products are all show and no substance. They were nothing but a scheme to fleece the common folk of the Great Xia Kingdom. As a proud veteran, he simply couldn't stand idly by. His sole wish in life was for high-quality, affordable domestic products to reach every household. That's why he emptied his life savings to found Huaxi Life. But unexpectedly, just as Huaxi Life began to gain traction, a group of foreign companies sought to acquire Huaxi. Zhou Zhenhua instantly saw through their intentions. It was simply because Huaxi's products delivered excellent results at affordable prices. Their foreign products, aside from looking slightly better, couldn't compete at all. To monopolize the market, they resorted to this acquisition tactic. Zhou Zhenhua flatly refused. But what Zhou Genoa never could have imagined was, at some point, Huaxi's products seemed cursed. Quality issues began surfacing frequently. Online, countless users shared photos of their skin breaking out and hair falling out in clumps after using Huaxi products. Some review bloggers even directly presented quality inspection reports showing Huaxi products failing standards. This sparked a wave of criticism from countless netizens targeting Huaxi. Zhou Genoa was absolutely certain his products were flawless. These products were crafted using natural herbal formulas passed down through generations. They contained absolutely no chemical additives. Zhou Genoa wasn't stupid. The only explanation was that the foreign companies that had previously sought to acquire Huaxi were trying to ruin him. After piecing it all together, Zhou Genoa's military pride absolutely forbids him from bowing to these parasites who only seek to exploit the people of Great Xia. As long as he had breath left in him, even if he couldn't win, he would fight these people to the bitter end. Looks like the Yi group is out of the picture too. He'd have to find another way. For a moment, an overwhelming wave of exhaustion washed over Zhou Genoa. In that moment, he yearned intensely for the fresh air outside. He walked out of his office with his hands behind his back. He wanted to go for a walk. But he had barely reached the factory gate. Suddenly, a young man's voice reached Zhou Genoa's ears. "Old man. Is this the production facility for Huaxi Life? I'd like to buy some shampoo and facial cleanser." 37. Recognition. Persuading Zhou Genoa. Noticing the old man seemed distracted, Lin Yanting took 2 more steps toward Zhou Genoa. He repeated what he had just said. "Old man. Is this the production facility for Huaxi Life? I'd like to buy some shampoo and facial cleanser." Looking at the young man before him, whose face radiated warmth and sunshine, Zhou Genoa clearly froze for a moment. These days, Huaxi was notorious. He never imagined that someone would actually come directly to their factory to buy goods. Without a second thought, Zhou Genoa didn't think much of it. He simply assumed Lin Yanting was a merchant coming to place an order. "Young man, you came all this way specifically to see me. You must need quite a lot of goods, right?" Hearing this, Lin Yanting nodded non-committally. "Yes. I need a large quantity." Obviously. Zhou Genoa failed to detect the hidden meaning in Lin Yanting's words. Though securing an order during these challenging times, it was a positive development for the precariously struggling Huaxi. But driven by a strong sense of social responsibility, Zhou Genoa still addressed Lin Yanting. "Young man. I'm truly grateful you're still willing to take my goods under these circumstances. But you must think this through carefully. Don't be fooled by the low prices. You've surely heard about the online situation, right? One wrong move and this shipment could end up being your own problem. Here's what we'll do, take a portion back and try selling it. If you really can't sell it, bring the goods back and I'll refund your money." Lin Yanting, who had been smiling broadly moments before. After hearing these words, Lin Yanting couldn't help but feel deeply moved. He truly hadn't expected. Huaxi was already facing a life or death crisis. Zhou Genoa could still go to such lengths for a small vendor he'd just met. Worried that I might take too much merchandise and be unable to sell it all, he was even willing to take it back directly. Evidently, the old man before him genuinely cared for the welfare of the common people. How could he possibly be like the rumors online selling substandard products mixed with chemical additives for personal gain? This resolved Lin Yanting's determination. He would change the tragic fate of Zhou Genoa and Huaxi from his previous life. Lin Yanting vaguely recalled that in his previous life, Huaxi's high-quality, affordable products caused significant disruption to foreign-funded enterprises' products. Foreign companies joined forces to suppress and frame them. Ultimately, Huaxi living collapsed. Zhou Genoa, a veteran who had defended his country in his youth and still wished to contribute to the nation in his old age, unable to endure the relentless slander and defamation from outside forces, he climbed a high building and leaped to his death, proving his innocence through sacrifice. Meanwhile, Lin Yanting, egged on by Xia Bing, was preoccupied with territorial disputes against other underground factions. Though he had learned some inside information through certain channels and was deeply troubled by Zhou Genoa's fate, he was powerless to intervene. After a brief moment of shock, Lin Yanting regained his usual composure. He addressed Zhou Genoa with respectful deference. "Sir, I believe you may have misunderstood my meaning. When I said large quantities, I was referring to every single product in your factory." Upon hearing this, even Zhou Genoa, a seasoned veteran who had seen it all, couldn't help but freeze in surprise. "Young man, are you sure you're not mistaken? You want every single item in my factory? Aren't you afraid of losing everything?" Hearing this, Lin Yanting chuckled. "Old man, what kind of talk is this? In business, how could I let myself lose money? Naturally, I'll take a cut from your profits." Zhou Genoa froze in surprise. "What? This kid comes to me for goods and wants a cut of my profits? What kind of nonsense is this?" Soon, Zhou Genoa snapped out of it. A flash of anger appeared on his previously amiable face. "Kid. So all this time, you've been toying with me? Get out. Even if Huaxi goes under, I won't take your insults. Oomph. After a cold snort, Zhou Zhenhua prepared to turn and leave. Seeing this, Lin Yanting couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. He immediately dropped the pretense and got straight to the point. Old man. Don't get angry. I wasn't mocking you. I have a way to revive Huaxi. Zhou Zhenhua, who had been about to leave. Upon hearing the words bring back to life, he halted abruptly. He turned back to Lin Yanting, half believing, half doubting. Kid. You think this old man's past his prime? And think I'm an easy target? How dare you toy with me time and again? Hearing this, Lin Yanting remained unperturbed. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he could see right through it. His words had struck Zhou Zhenhua's sore spot. The reason he wore that furious expression was simply because he still didn't believe in himself. Realizing this, Lin Yanting knew the moment had come. He immediately pulled a yellowed black and white photograph from his pocket and handed it to Zhou Zhenhua. You should still remember Lin Yifu, right? The moment the name Lin Yifu reached Zhou Zhenhua's ears, his pupils dilated violently. After a moment of stunned silence, he slowly extended his wrinkled palm and took the photograph from Lin Yanting's hand. As Zhou Zhenhua recognized the figure in the photograph, the hand holding the photograph began to tremble uncontrollably. The photo showed 2 young men in military uniforms, arms slung around each other's shoulders, grinning foolishly at the camera. Upon closer inspection, one of the young men bore a striking resemblance to Lin Yanting. The other youth was unmistakably Zhou Zhenhua himself, the man holding the photograph at that very moment. On the back of the photograph, densely packed words were scrawled. Every word was Lin Yifu introducing his comrade in arms, who had risked his life for him, to his young son. Zhou Zhenhua couldn't help but feel tears welling up in his eyes. Suddenly, Zhou Zhenhua seemed to realize something. He stared intently at Lin Yanting. His lips kept murmuring. So much like. Too much like it. How come I didn't notice it sooner? Young man. Judging by your age, you must be old Lin's grandson, right? Hearing this, Lin Yanting also let out a faint smile. He respectfully said, Young Lin Yanting greets grandfather Zhou. Seeing the other party greet him with such respect, Zhou Zhenhua instantly confirmed his suspicions. The gloom in his heart vanished instantly. To encounter the grandson of an old friend here, Zhou Zhenhua was overjoyed. Never did I expect to meet old Lin's grandson. Truly, heaven has eyes. How have you and your father been all these years? At the mention of the word father, a flash of bitterness crossed Lin Yanting's eyes. After grandfather died in battle, grandmother raised father alone. But when I was 5, my father passed away too. Grandma, overcome with grief, followed him in death. Only my mother and I were left to rely on each other. My mother worked tirelessly to support me while caring for our household, but the strain took its toll. By the time I was 10, she too had passed away. All my grandfather left my father was this yellowed photograph. And my father left me only a few worthless trinkets. Fortunately, the government provided monthly welfare payments, allowing me to grow up to this age. As Lin Yanting recounted his story, Zhou Zhenhua was already weeping uncontrollably. Who would have thought old Lin's son also gave his life for the country? My child. You've endured so much hardship these past years. It's all Grandpa Zhou's fault for not finding you sooner. But it's all right now. Everything is in the past. From now on, you'll live with Grandpa, okay? Grandpa has no children of his own. Once Huaxi gets through this crisis, everything Grandpa has will be yours. Grandpa will make sure you live a good life. Hearing this, Lin Yanting was quite taken aback. He never imagined that the old man before him would go to such lengths. Could go to such lengths. An overwhelming sense of guilt spread through Lin Yanting's heart. In my past life, I risked everything for a woman like Xia Bing. Even after learning of grandfather Zhou's connection to me and the details of Huaxi's frame-up, I still didn't lift a finger to help. I deserve to die. At this thought, Lin Yanting made a silent vow within himself. He would help Huaxi overcome this crisis. And so, Lin Yanting turned to Zhou Zhenhua and said with utmost solemnity, Grandpa Zhou, do you trust me? I've come here specifically to help Huaxi overcome this crisis. If you're willing to hand over the product formulas, pricing authority, and existing inventory to me, I'm 90% certain I can turn things around for Huaxi in a big way. Seeing the earnest expression on the young man before him, Zhou Zhenhua couldn't help but smile warmly. Almost without hesitation, he said. With such confidence, grandfather naturally believes in you. I can entrust everything to you. Even if you fail, I won't blame you. Just go ahead with confidence. Show those foreigners who treat the people of our great Xia kingdom like chives to be harvested what we're made of. Even if we fail, we'll bite off a chunk of their flesh. 38 thoughts. Tangled and complex. As time passed, afternoon arrived in the blink of an eye. At the entrance of Jiguang Vocational School, a vibrant red carpet stretched from the school entrance all the way to the roadside. Both sides of the carpet were adorned with an abundance of flowers, but also several bands waiting nearby. Above the gate hung a large banner, "Welcome to Miss Yi Zixuan, president of Yi Group, for her visit and guidance." A middle-aged man with meticulously combed hair led a group of school administrators and faculty members. They stood quietly waiting at the school entrance. Even Wu Rinxing, the vice principal, could only stand silently behind this middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was none other than the principal of Jiguan Vocational School, Lu Ziyuan. Soon, a stretch Rolls-Royce pulled up at the end of the red carpet. The next moment, Secretary Xiao Su stepped out of the car. She walked halfway around the vehicle. She approached the door facing the red carpet. He respectfully opened the door. Yi Zixuan, dressed in a sharp business suit, finally stepped out of the Rolls-Royce. The moment Yi Zixuan stepped onto the red carpet, melodious music immediately began to play. Fireworks erupted directly in the sky. Yi Zixuan hadn't expected this. She had merely come to apologize to Lin Yanting and visit his school. Yet he had arranged such a grand welcome ceremony for her. It truly made Yi Zixuan feel a bit embarrassed. As Yi Zixuan approached the school entrance, Lu Ziyuan hurriedly led the senior management and faculty of Jiguan Vocational School to greet her. Yi Zixuan had originally planned to find Lin Yanting the moment she arrived at Jiguan Vocational School and offer a sincere apology. But now it seemed Jiguan's higher-ups were placing such importance on her arrival. She couldn't very well let them down now. She would have to wait until she finished her obligations here before seeking out Lin Yanting. The presence of President Yi at Jiguan truly graces our school with honor. Just then, Lu Ziyuan arrived at Yi Zixuan's side, accompanied by Wu Rinxing. Hearing this, Yi Zixuan offered a faint smile. Not at all, not at all. Your students are intelligent and decisive, and they also helped me resolve a major issue. My primary reason for coming here today is to personally express my gratitude to him. All the support Yi Group has provided to Jiguan is also to repay his assistance. As the principal, Lu Ziyuan naturally didn't think much of it. He immediately responded. I wonder which of our students had the honor of assisting Mr. Yi with his troubles. I'll have him brought here immediately. Su had been worried about the incident earlier that morning, when he was mistaken by security at the school gate for some strange person harassing Lin Yanting and was driven away. Now, noticing no unusual expressions from others, he breathed a sigh of relief. Hearing Lu Ziyuan say this, Xiao Su was about to speak up and mention Lin Yanting's name. But Yi Zixuan stopped him. Principal Lu, that might not be appropriate. After all, I came here to express my gratitude. It should be me who personally seeks him out. To show my sincerity. Hearing this, Lu Ziyuan didn't say much. Instead, he smiled and nodded. Since Mr. Yi has such intentions, I naturally can't object. Since Mr. Yi has come in person, I'd like to extend our hospitality. How about this, our hostess will show you around first so you can tour Jiguang's facilities. Then we'll accompany you in searching for this student. Yi Zixuan didn't refuse upon hearing this. Instead, she readily agreed. With Principal Lu being so gracious, I simply couldn't refuse such a warm invitation. Her visit to Jiguan was ostensibly to express gratitude in person, but in truth, she came to apologize. She had intended to make a grand gesture of apology to Lin Yanting. She had been somewhat concerned that making too much of a scene would it disrupt the students' studies and inadvertently bolster Lin Yanting's proposal? But now, Lu Ziyuan had proactively requested to give me a tour of the campus. This would naturally draw the attention of the student body. When the time came for her to thank Lin Yanting in person, Lin Yanting would surely feel incredibly honored. But what Yi Zixuan didn't know was, Lu Ziyuan's suggestion was entirely out of concern that after handling her own affairs, she would immediately leave Jiguang. If that happened, his plan to secure more support from the Yi Group would be ruined. Only by using the pretext of showing Yi Zixuan around could he naturally reveal to Yi Zixuan what Jiguang currently lacked. After receiving Yi Zixuan's affirmative response, Xia Bing, dressed in a crimson qipao, approached Yi Zixuan with grace and poise. Hello, Ms. Yi. I'm Xia Bing, a freshman at Jiguan University. I will be your guide and explainer for the upcoming tour. Xia Bing's figure was already stunning, and the cheongsam accentuated it with an added touch of allure. Her naturally fair complexion appeared even more snow-white against the fabric. Combined with her naturally beautiful features, she instantly won Yi Zixuan's favor. After all, regardless of gender, people tend to give extra points to things that are visually appealing. Hello, Sister Xia Bing. I'll be counting on you from here on out. Seeing Yi Zixuan's approachable demeanor, Xia Bing struggled to contain her inner excitement. She offered a polite smile. She knew full well that she'd made a great first impression with Yi Zixuan. If she could build a closer relationship with Yi Zixuan during the upcoming tour, it would undoubtedly be of great help to her after graduation. At that moment, Wu Rinxing, trailing behind Lu Ziyuan, shared the same thought. When he heard Yi Zixuan explicitly state that she had come to Jiguang to thank a student, Wu Rinqing knew this day was in the bag. Need he even guess? This person must be his nephew, Wu Liang. If it wasn't Wu Liang, the incident Lin Yanting caused at the International Finance Tower would still be suppressed by that counselor Lu Wenxuan. The thought that this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity had nearly been squandered by Lu Wenxuan. Wu Rinqing gritted his teeth in frustration. If he hadn't known Lu Wenxuan had some connections, he'd have kicked Lu Wenxuan out with the trash. Thankfully, his nephew Wu Liang, not only did he report such crucial information to him, but also uncovered the video of Lin Yanting humiliating General Manager Yi online. Otherwise, Wu Rinqing would never have guessed Yi Zixuan's true intentions. He knew all too well that for someone like Yi Zixuan from the top echelons of the elite, money was nothing more than a pile of numbers to them. What truly mattered was face. Lin Yanting actually dared to make her lose face. Anyone with half a brain would know what to do. Sure enough, the moment he issued the order to fire Lin Yanting, Yi Group immediately began promoting Zhiguang. Could such a coincidence really exist? At this thought, Wu Rinqing's heart burned with growing fervor. My uncle and I have made such significant contributions to Zhiguang. The next principal must be me. Then, Wu Rinqing seemed to have an idea. He hurriedly pulled out his phone and sent a message to Wu Liang, instructing him to wait ahead on the mandatory tour route for a staged encounter. This way, he could not only make a strong impression in front of the school's top brass, but it would also let Yi Zixuan know that he and his nephew were the kind of people who knew their place. Though you, President Yi, have stated you wish to personally express your gratitude. But how could we possibly let Ms. Yi actually do that? Especially after the incident with Lin Yanting, in Wu Rinqing's eyes. Yi Zixuan was an extremely prideful person. Lin Yanting merely posted a video online, yet Yi Zixuan was determined to crush this man who had saved her life. Her uncle and nephew had merely offered a simple favor. If she couldn't grasp such basic social etiquette, and if Ms. Yi were to actually meet with Wu Liang, their fate wouldn't be much better than Lin Yanting's. On the contrary, if her uncle and nephew could preserve Yi Zixuan's dignity while simultaneously helping him cultivate an image of being grateful and repaying kindness, they would surely earn another wave of goodwill in Yi's eyes. Just as Wu Rinqing believed he had everything figured out, the group began moving forward under Xia Bing's guidance. Along the way, Xia Bing chatted eloquently, detailed every location they passed to Yi Zixuan. She even cracked a few jokes or shared some light-hearted anecdotes to liven up the atmosphere. This caused Yi Zixuan's admiration for Xia Bing to skyrocket. In fact, she even began considering bringing Xia Bing directly into the Yi Group upon graduation. Just then, Yi Zixuan suddenly recalled Xia Bing's earlier self-introduction. A first-year student at Jiguan High. Wasn't that the same grade as Lin Yanting? Perhaps the two even knew each other. Though Yi Zixuan outwardly seemed unconcerned about Secretary Xiao Su being dismissed by Lin Yanting, she was secretly worried that even if she came to apologize to Lin Yanting in person, he might still refuse to forgive her. Wouldn't that be utterly humiliating? If Xia Bing here had a good relationship with Lin Yanting, and she acted a little closer to her, perhaps Lin Yanting would spare her the humiliation for Xia Bing's sake. At that thought, Yi Zixuan suddenly reached out and hooked her arm through Xia Bing's. I heard there's a guy named Lin Yanting at your school, same year as you. How are you too? 39 what? Expelled? This sudden turn of events left the group of school administrators following behind them completely stunned. Soon, they all broke into delighted smiles. Especially Principal Lu Ziyuan. The smile on his face was impossible to hide. The look in his eyes when he gazed at Xia Bing grew increasingly satisfied. Though outwardly, Lu Ziyuan maintained his composure and calm demeanor. But inside, his mind was already churning with excitement. It seems President Yi is quite fond of Xia Bing. If we can establish connections with Yi Group through Xia Bing, our school will truly take off. Let those old fossils from other institutions laugh at me. Once I'm riding Yi Group's coattails, I hope you'll still keep that arrogant attitude. Don't you dare come groveling to me. Ha! At that moment, Xia Bing was equally unsettled. Hearing Yi Zixuan actually inquire about Lin Yanting from her, Xia Bing froze for a moment. Then, because of Yi Zixuan's sudden intimate gesture, and felt both flattered and a bit overwhelmed. Her heart surged with excitement. No way! The CEO of the prestigious Yi Group is actually being this intimate with me. Could it be she genuinely has feelings for me? Her sudden inquiry about Lin Yanting must hold deeper meaning. If I answer this question well, maybe I, Xia Bing, could rise to the top in one fell swoop. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Xia Bing also spotted Wu Rinqing in the crowd. Wu Rinqing's gaze instantly reminded Xia Bing of what he had said to her this morning after she had sent Lin Yanting away. The words Wu Rinqing had spoken to her. When Yi Zong arrives this afternoon, you must remember. Mr. Yi absolutely despises Lin Yanting. Under no circumstances should President Yi feel our school still has any connection to Lin Yanting. In an instant, Xia Bing had already figured out how to respond to Yi Zixuan. Her face, which had been smiling moments before, sank the moment she heard Lin Yanting's name. Immediately darkened. Yet she maintained a composed smile, giving the impression that even though hearing Lin Yanting's name caused her discomfort, she was forcing herself to keep smiling. Sure enough, Xia Bing's unusual expression caught Yi Zixuan's attention. Yi Zixuan didn't read too much into it. She simply asked instinctively, "Xia Bing, what's wrong? Why do you look so pale?" Hearing this, Xia Bing's heart leapt with joy. Her actions had indeed caught Yi Zixuan's attention. With Wu Rinqing's earlier advice in mind, Xia Bing knew exactly what was coming. When Yi Zixuan asked about Lin Yanting, he could simply speak ill of Lin Yanting or even fabricate baseless rumors to slander him. But doing so directly would only give Yi Zixuan the answers she wanted. And the school could distance itself from Lin Yanting. It would also make Yi Zixuan perceive him as someone who casually gossips behind others' backs, a person of questionable character. Her current favorable impression of him was on the rise. For the sake of her future prospects, Xia Bing would never allow even the slightest negative impression to form in Yi Zixuan's mind. That's why Xia Bing wore that hesitant expression. After Yi Zixuan's repeated questioning, Xia Bing finally adopted a resigned tone and said, "Ms. Yi, I never intended to gossip behind anyone's back. But if you insist on knowing, I'll tell you the truth. It's not just me at our school, neither students nor teachers have a good relationship with Lin Yanting." Upon hearing this, Yi Zixuan asked calmly, "Why?" Xia Bing continued, feigning difficulty. "Lin Yanting has been hanging around the streets for years, gathering a group of idle youths from society. He runs rampant at school. Many students bullied by him dare not speak out. Naturally, no one gets along with him." Just as Xia Bing was about to steer the conversation toward how the school leadership had cracked down on the criminal gang led by Lin Yanting and ultimately expelled him, who would have thought that Yi Zixuan, who had been extremely close to Xia Bing, suddenly turned cold. The arm that had been linked with Xia Bing's was abruptly jerked away. Xia Bing froze. She hadn't expected Yi Zixuan, who had been acting so affectionate toward her just moments ago. How could she suddenly turn like this? The school administrators trailing behind them all looked equally puzzled. "Oh? Is that so? But I heard that although Lin Yanting had been involved in some shady dealings for a while, he's actually a man of honor. And has never bullied the weak." Just then, Yi Zixuan's voice rang out once more. This time, however, it lacked the warmth and affection of before. Instead, it carried a cold, distant tone. Facing Yi Zixuan's accusatory tone and that icy glare, Xia Bing was suddenly at a loss. At that moment, Xia Bing's mind was filled with confusion. Wasn't it said that President Yi despised Lin Yanting? Why is she reacting like this? Shouldn't she despise Lin Yanting? Why is she speaking up for Lin Yanting? Meanwhile, Wu Rinqing, lost in the crowd, felt his mind racing. Soon, he believed he had figured out the reason. "I get it. No matter what, Lin Yanting is publicly recognized as President Yi's savior. Even if President Yi despises Lin Yanting to the core, he must still uphold his reputation in public. So we absolutely must give her a way out." Wu Rinqing quickly stepped in to smooth things over. "Mr. Yi, I know you're a man who values loyalty and gratitude. Lin Yanting once saved your life, and you've always remembered that debt of gratitude. But what Xia Bing said is absolutely true. You mustn't let Lin Yanting deceive you. Lin Yanting is notorious for being a crook. He never does anything without personal gain. I even suspect the kidnapping at the Golden Finance Tower was staged by him. All to win your favor. To profit from it. Mr. Yi, take a look. This surveillance footage shows Lin Yanting assaulting students at the school gate." Apparently feeling that wasn't convincing enough, Wu Rinqing pulled out his phone, opened a video, and handed it to Yi Zixuan. The footage showed Lin Yanting brutally beating another boy at the school gate. Upon hearing this, Yi Zixuan snatched the phone and began watching the footage. Su Shuyun, who had remained silent amidst the crowd, also found herself intrigued by this student named Lin Yanting. He was the one who had sparked such a heated argument between the school administrators and the president of the Yi group. With that thought, Su Shuyun quietly edged forward a few steps. Just then, she caught sight of the video playing on Yi Zixuan's phone. When she recognized the protagonist in the video, she gasped in shock. How could it be him? The guy who saved me on the bus was Lin Yanting. As the video finished playing, Wu Rinqing continued. "Mr. Yi, do you believe it now? Lin Yanting frequently assaults others and has a despicable character. He even orchestrated the kidnapping at the International Finance Center. Students with such malicious intent have already been expelled from our school." Wu Rinqing had originally thought that by highlighting Lin Yanting's heroic act at the Guojin building, and weave in some conspiracy theories and self-serving motives, along with video evidence to prove Lin Yanting's despicable character, would provide Yi Zixuan with sufficient grounds to publicly discipline Lin Yanting. But what Wu Rinqing never anticipated was, Yi Zixuan's expression not only failed to soften, her expression grew even darker. What? You fired Lin Yanting? 40 reversal. No matter what it takes, bring him back. Seeing Yi Zixuan suddenly become somewhat agitated. Even Wu Rinqing was taken aback. This makes no sense? What's the deal here? I've presented all the necessary evidence, more than enough to prove Lin Yanting's despicable character and his ulterior motives regarding the Guojin Tower incident. But why does President Yi seem so furious? At this moment, Wu Rinqing finally sensed something was amiss. Before he could sort through his thoughts, a voice suddenly echoed through the room. Good afternoon, university leaders and faculty members. Wu Rinqing turned his head. It was his nephew, Wu Liang, arriving. Seeing this, Wu Rinqing quickly signaled to Wu Liang, urging him to leave immediately and avoid contact with Yi Zixuan for now. But at that moment, Wu Liang was already completely overwhelmed by the exhilaration of his impending rise to prominence. He assumed Yi Zixuan had come to Zhiguang specifically to thank him for reporting Lin Yanting. Watching his uncle glance back and forth between him and Yi Zixuan, Wu Liang assumed his uncle was signaling him to hurry up and strike up a conversation with Yi Zixuan. Without a second thought, Wu Liang strode up to Yi Zixuan. He extended his hand and said, "My name is Wu Liang. It's a pleasure to meet you, Ms. Yi." Wu Liang had expected that the moment he introduced himself, Yi Zixuan would flash him an approving smile. But unexpectedly, Yi Zixuan merely gave Wu Liang a sidelong glance. Even with her usual politeness, she offered only a lukewarm hello, before turning her gaze back to Wu Rinqing. As for Wu Liang's hand, suspended mid-air, Yi Zixuan showed no intention of acknowledging it. Seeing this, Wu Rinqing knew it was over. He seemed to have truly misread the situation. Yi Zixuan wasn't trying to get back at Lin Yanting. She was trying to thank Lin Yanting. And the person he'd come to the school to find wasn't his own nephew, Wu Liang, it was Lin Yanting. And here he was, foolishly assuming it was Lin Yanting who would leak those videos online, plunging Yi Group into negative publicity and embarrassing Yi Zixuan, thus provoking her wrath. Great! Not only did I fire Lin Yanting, but I've completely alienated him. What on earth was he to do now? Just as Wu Rinqing was desperately trying to figure out a way to fix things, Wu Liang, who had been half ignored by Yi Zixuan, still thought Yi Zixuan hadn't heard him clearly. So he steeled himself and repeated his earlier words. "Ms. Yi. My name is Wu Liang." This time, however, Yi Zixuan paid him no mind. Instead, her secretary, Xiao Su, stepped forward. "What do you want? If you have no business, please keep your distance from our President Yi. Besides, you already said your name is Wu Liang. No need to repeat it, we're not deaf." Watching Yi Zixuan, who was barely acknowledging him, and Secretary Xiao Su, whose face practically screamed displeased, Wu Liang was utterly dumbfounded. Surrounded by the strange stares of the university administrators and faculty, Wu Liang felt a profound sense of social death wash over him. A burning sensation spread across his cheeks. This plot is all wrong. I helped Mr. Yi deal with Lin Yanting. Mr. Yi shouldn't have shaken my hand after hearing my name, then lavishly praise me in front of all the school leaders? What the hell is going on now? Wu Liang, utterly baffled by the situation. He turned his pleading gaze toward his uncle, Wu Rinqing. But Wu Rinqing was in no position to help. Yi Zixuan, meanwhile, had long since shed her earlier politeness. Instead, she adopted an overbearing demeanor. "Vice Principal Wu. I demand an explanation. Why expel Lin Yanting?" Principal Lu Ziyuan, standing nearby, instantly sensed trouble. He knew full well that Wu Rinqing had expelled a student named Lin Yanting. Lin Yanting had neither family connections nor influential contacts. He was an orphan. He turned a blind eye to Wu Rinqing's actions. After all, it was just one student irrelevant to the school. But now, how could he not understand? Lin Yanting was the very person Yi Zixuan had come looking for. And now Zhiguang had expelled him. For a moment, even he, the principal, didn't know how to resolve this. But after all these years of hustling and bustling, Lu Ziyuan was no fool. With things having come to this, he had to shift the blame elsewhere. At the very least, he couldn't let Zhiguang and himself get implicated. So, Lu Ziyuan suddenly put on a look of uncontrollable rage. He addressed Wu Rinqing. "Vice Principal Wu. What expulsion? I know nothing about this. Why would you expel a student for no reason? If you don't give me a proper explanation today, not only will President Yi not let you off the hook, but neither will I." Hearing this, Wu Rinqing was furious. He understood perfectly well that Lu Ziyuan was trying to sacrifice the pawn to save the king, shifting all the blame onto him. But what could he do? After all, the other man was the principal. And Lin Yanting had indeed been expelled by him in violation of regulations. But now that things had reached this point, Wu Rinqing knew he had no choice but to stick to his guns. If he couldn't stick to the story that Lin Yanting had violated school regulations, then he'd be finished. He could count his days as vice principal. With that thought in mind, Wu Rinqing gritted his teeth. "Principal Lu, President Yi. I've said it before. Lin Yanting frequently hangs out with unsavory elements, gets into fights, and bullies classmates. The severity of his misconduct has seriously disrupted the normal learning environment for other students. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't have expelled a student so lightly. And didn't I just show you the video footage? The evidence is irrefutable. Seeing this, Lu Ziyuan beside him also let out a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, that bastard Wu Rinqing dug his own grave by refusing to admit his mistake. Now we have concrete video evidence of Lin Yanting violating school regulations. Even if Lin Yanting has done Yi a favor, he can't directly interfere with Jiguang's internal affairs. He can't openly challenge us now, right? The only question is how much weight Lin Yanting actually carries with President Yi. If President Yi secretly targets us for Lin Yanting's sake, that would be disastrous. Just as Lu Ziyuan pondered the hidden stakes of this matter, a voice suddenly caught everyone's attention. I've met this Lin Yanting. He's nothing like the despicable person Vice Principal Wu described. On the contrary, he's actually very helpful. I was harassed by a pervert on the bus. And if it weren't for Lin Yanting stepping in, I honestly wouldn't have known what to do. Everyone turned toward the source of the voice. They discovered the speaker was none other than the new teacher, Su Shuyun. Seeing the situation growing increasingly tense, Wu Liang also began to feel anxious. Teacher Su, how could you fabricate facts to defend a lowlife who corrupts the school's atmosphere? Lin Yanting is nothing but a petty thug. A person like that is nothing but a rotten apple. Only by expelling him can we prevent him from corrupting others. Hearing this, Su Shuyun couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Is that so? Then should we gather some students to ask about Lin Yanting's reputation at school? Ever since that morning, when he witnessed Meng Shixing being driven away by Wu Liang, Su Shuyun had already sensed something odd about the situation. The reason Su Shuyun remained silent at the time was that he was new to the situation and unfamiliar with Yiziguang's circumstances. But the parting words Professor Zhou left behind. It was that remark that resolved Su Shuyun to investigate the matter. So, during the morning break, Su Shuyun took the opportunity to ask the students about Meng Shixing. Following the trail, he soon uncovered the truth about Lin Yanting. At that time, Su Shuyun didn't realize Lin Yanting was the Jiguang student who had helped him on the bus. It was precisely because Su Shuyun had thoroughly investigated Lin Yanting's circumstances. He now dared to speak with such righteous conviction. The moment these words left his mouth, Wu Liang, who had been so confident moments ago, began to stammer and falter. Seeing this, Yi Zixuan couldn't help but realize that someone at Jiguang Vocational School had taken a dislike to Lin Yanting and was out to get him. She immediately snorted coldly. Enough! I think the facts speak for themselves, she said. Yi Zixuan turned her gaze toward Wu Rinqing. Vice Principal Wu. In the video you just showed me, Lin Yanting was indeed fighting. But why does the person he hit have tattoos? You claim he was bullying and assaulting others. Does Jiguang Vocational School actually permit students to have tattoos? Or was Lin Yanting merely defending other students from troublemaking punks? Seeing that Yi Zixuan had already figured everything out, Wu Rinqing found himself at a loss for words. After all, this had all come too suddenly. He'd only intended to use this video as a token gesture. He hadn't paid much attention to the details. How could he have noticed such a detail as a tattoo? Besides, even if he wanted to tamper with it now, it was too late. If Yi Zixuan was determined to investigate, there was no way to hide it from her. Seeing this, Lu Ziyuan felt his heart sink. He was about to say something to distance himself from the matter. But Yi Zixuan wouldn't give him the chance. Listen carefully. The reason I had Yi Group support your Jiguang is not because you have much potential. It's because Lin Yanting is a student here. He is also my savior. Now that you've expelled Lin Yanting, there's no longer any need to support your Jiguang. Moreover, I have serious doubts about the competence of your school leadership. I will petition the Education Bureau to evaluate your teaching standards and qualifications. Let's see if Jiguang's leadership needs a change. With that said, Yi Zixuan paid no heed to the reactions of the Jiguang crowd. Accompanied by her secretary, Xiao Su, she approached Su Shuyun, took her hand, and led her out of the school. Seeing this, Lu Ziyuan knew he couldn't escape. The thought that he was suffering this undeserved calamity because of Wu Rinqing instantly filled him with rage. Wu Rinqing, what the hell was you thinking? You dare lay a finger on the benefactor of President Yi. I don't care what methods you use. You must bring that student Lin Yanting back here. Otherwise, I'll make the Wu family pay. 41 So chilling. The figure in the bathroom. At this moment, Wu Rinqing's face was ashen. Faced with Principal Lu Ziyuan's scolding, he could only nod repeatedly. Yes. 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 Principal, I will definitely bring Lin Yanting back. After receiving Wu Rinqing's affirmative response, Lu Ziyuan gave a cold snort before turning and leaving with the other school administrators. Only Wu Rinqing, Wu Liang and his nephew, and Xia Bing remained, watching the two groups depart one after another. Xia Bing's eyes filled with confusion, resentment, and venom. So that's how it was. I get it now. No wonder Lin Yanting broke up with me so decisively. Turns out he caught the eye of the Yi Group's president. No wonder. This Yi CEO has been supporting the school, donating buildings to it. That scumbag. And I actually let him buy me bags, clothes, and give me money to spend. Now that he's hooked up with a rich woman, he wants to dump me? How dare he treat me like this? Standing nearby, Wu Rinqing and Wu Liang felt their faces twitch uncontrollably at Xia Bing's outburst. Wu Liang inwardly rejoiced. Thank goodness this young master only follows his instincts, never his heart. Otherwise, ending up with a woman like this would be the worst luck imaginable. Then, as if suddenly struck by a thought, Wu Liang's expression turned grim. He turned to Wu Rinqing and said, "Uncle, what should we do now? It seems we've misunderstood. Now we've completely alienated Lin Yanting. How can we possibly ask him to come back?" Hearing his nephew's question, Wu Rinqing was momentarily at a loss. If only we hadn't pushed things so far. Now that things had reached this point, Wu Rinqing was filled with profound regret. One slip up and the entire Wu family could face utter ruin. Don't underestimate Lu Ziyuan just because he's a school principal. The power behind him was more than enough to crush the Wu family, who had only just begun to climb the social ladder in Jianing City. As for Yi Zixuan, that goes without saying. The top-tier aristocratic families of Jianing City. Not only could the Yi group handle the Wu family with ease, but they could also manipulate Lu Ziyuan and his entire network at will. Just as Wu Rinqing was agonizing over this dilemma, a sudden flash of insight struck his mind. He turned his gaze toward Xia Bing, who was still chattering away. He instantly adopted a sincere expression. "Xia Bing, my friend. This time, it all depends on you." Hearing this, Xia Bing and Wu Liang both froze. They couldn't figure out what Wu Rinqing was up to. As if sensing their confusion, Wu Rinqing cut straight to the point. "Just now, you both heard it too. If we can't get Lam Yingting back, then the three of us who've crossed him will be finished. The power behind the principle alone is enough to crush us. So now, the only way to bring Lin Yanting back is to rely on you." Xia Bing. At the mention of Lin Yanting, a flash of resentment crossed Xia Bing's face. Vice Principal Wu, now that Lin Yanting has hooked up with President Yi, why would he even acknowledge me? And I broke up with him this morning. Regarding this, Wu Rinqing couldn't care less. "Xia Bing, you just don't understand men. I've heard bits and pieces about your situation with Lin Yanting. Lin Yanting was an orphan from the start, with no parents. You were the one who stood by him during his loneliest times. He even joined the underworld just because of something you said. From what I know, if there's anything you want, he'd go without food or sleep to get it for you. Given the depth of his loyalty to you, I simply can't believe he could cut ties so completely. Besides, I don't think President Yi has any romantic feelings for Lin Yanting. She simply wants to repay his kindness. You must understand Ms. Yi is the legitimate daughter of the Yi family. She's destined to marry into another elite family of equal standing. Lin Yanting is a penniless student with nothing to his name. He and Ms. Yi are never meant to be. If you're willing to humble yourself and beg Lin Yanting for forgiveness, I'm confident that with his past affection for you, he'll be able to persuade Lin Yanting to come back. Besides, I heard that during your relationship, you never let Lin Yanting touch you. That's something no man could endure. Just imagine, Lin Yanting now has Mr. Yi's favor. If you could reconcile with him, the benefits it would bring to your future, well, I needn't elaborate further, right?" Xia Bing, whose eyes had been filled with resentment and bitterness, after hearing Wu Rinqing's words, not only did she show no trace of embarrassment, instead, her eyes gradually lit up. "All right. Vice Principal Wu. I'll follow your lead. I'll change into something tonight and go find Lin Yanting." Seeing that Xia Bing understood his meaning, Wu Rinqing's face broke into a subtle, enigmatic smile. Meanwhile, Lin Yanting was clutching a sealed manila envelope. He stood dejectedly beside the bus stop where the Ghostfire motorcycle had pulled up that morning, gazing at the empty bus stop. Because, after just finishing negotiations with Zhou Genoa, he had returned here intending to retrieve his Ghostfire motorcycle. But to his shock, upon his return, his Ghostfire motorcycle was gone. No need to guess, it must have been stolen by some petty thief. Realizing this, Lin Yanting was instantly boiling with rage. Damn it! They wouldn't even spare a used Ghostfire worth over 1,000. If I find out which bastard stole my bike, I'll make you pay dearly. Of course, the main reason Lin Yanting was so furious wasn't primarily because his car had been stolen. It was because he'd been counting on driving Wei Zhixi to school tomorrow morning to experience that thrill again. Now that the Ghostfire had been stolen, his plans were ruined. How could Lin Yanting not be furious? Never mind. Once Grandpa Zhou's Huashi gets through this crisis, I'll get a decent cut of the profits. Then I'll buy a new motorcycle, one with plenty of horsepower and a sleek design. Then I'll be all set, haha. After indulging in a moment of daydreaming, Lin Yanting didn't linger at the scene. Instead, he hailed a cab and headed straight for his rented apartment. By the time Lin Yanting arrived home, it was already past 7 in the evening. The moment he unlocked the door to his apartment, his face instantly contorted in utter shock. Holy! Did I walk into the wrong house? Is this even my house? Where once shoes had been carelessly tossed by the door, they now stood neatly arranged inside the shoe cabinet. The mountains of trash bags and takeout boxes had long since been cleared away. The filthy floor gleamed like new, clearly scrubbed clean by someone. But the most unbelievable part? The moment he stepped through the door, the mouth-watering aroma of freshly cooked food wafted straight to his nose. Seeing this scene, Lin Yanting stepped back from the doorway, half believing, half doubting. He scrutinized the door number plate once more. Lotus Community, Building 27, Unit A108. No mistake about it. This really was his home. What's going on inside? Could it be that bastard Meng Shishing? For just a moment, Lin Yanting dismissed this absurd notion from his mind. Meng Shishing was the sort who wouldn't even bother washing his feet more than once a year. Every time, it was only when Lin Yanting could no longer stand the sour, pungent stench emanating from Meng Shishing's feet, and resorted to physical coercion to finally get him to wash his feet. You're telling me Meng Shishing would voluntarily clean up and cook dinner? That's about as believable as a sow climbing a tree. As Lin Yanting pondered this, he suddenly noticed movement coming from the direction of the bathroom. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yanting didn't even have time to change out of his slippers. He simply locked the documents he was holding in a cabinet in the living room. He hurried straight to the bathroom. Through the glass bathroom door, Lin Yanting could vaguely make out a figure moving inside. Without a second thought, he shoved the bathroom door open. Perhaps because Lin Yanting's action was too sudden, the figure inside the bathroom didn't react in time. Compounded by the slippery bathroom floor, they stumbled and fell to the floor. The figure instinctively reached out to steady themselves, but unexpectedly, due to the sheer suddenness of it all, suddenly, he grabbed the shower head handle. In an instant, the shower head erupted with water, drenching the figure standing there. Perhaps because the gas hadn't been turned on, the water gushing from the shower head was bone-chillingly cold. Under the intense stimulation, the figure couldn't help but let out a soft gasp. Ah, so cold. When Lin Yanting finally made out the figure's face, he froze in surprise. Ha! Wei Zhixi. 42, rage. Who the hell rang the doorbell? Watching Wei Zhixi's delicate face, a hint of pain appeared on her delicate little face. Lin Yanting couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. He quickly turned off the shower head handle. Then he helped Wei Zhixi up from the floor. He grabbed a towel nearby. He began drying her hair with natural ease. He spoke gently as he did so. Zhixi, I'm so sorry. I was too rash and scared you. Wei Zhixi, too, was taken aback by Lin Yanting's sudden tenderness. Caused her cheeks to flush. But this time, Wei Zhixi, for the first time ever, didn't pull away from Lin Yanting's hand as he dried her hair. Instead, she murmured softly. No, it's not your fault. It's my fault for barging in uninvited and disturbing you. Looking at the understanding girl before him, Lin Yanting's heart was filled with tenderness. By the way, what made you suddenly think to come here? And the food on the table, the housekeeping, did you do all that? Hearing Lin Yanting's question, Wei Zhixi instinctively lowered her head. You said it yourself that I'd give you a half-hour massage every day. When you were detained, I had no choice. But now that you're out, I naturally have to keep my promise. Don't mistake Wei Zhixi's words. Truthfully, she'd been worried about Lin Yanting after he got expelled from school that morning. That's why she came over after today's class, using the massage as an excuse. Seeing Wei Zhixi's bashful expression, Lin Yanting couldn't help but feel playful. He feigned annoyance and said, Miss Wei, the school's top beauty who knew you'd be this kind of person? You just barged into someone's house without permission. And you're just going around touching my things. Seeing that Lin Yanting seemed to have misunderstood her, Wei Zhixi panicked slightly and hurriedly explained. No, it's not like that. After class this afternoon, I first went to see Meng Shishing. I told him I wanted to come see you. But he seemed to be filming a video with his friends, so he gave me the key and told me to come over on my own. I noticed you guys seem to order takeout often, and the place hasn't been cleaned in ages. This could affect your health. Since no one came back for half a day, I figured I'd help clean up and cook you a meal while I'm at it. I really didn't barge in without permission. Wei Zhixi's voice grew quieter as she spoke. Lin Yanting noticed the mop and rag lying nearby. A hint of affection flickered in his eyes. This girl must have been helping clean the bathroom earlier, and got startled when I barged in unexpectedly. Realizing this, Lin Yanting's tone softened back to its previous gentle cadence. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. I was just joking with you earlier. Hearing this, Wei Zhixi slowly lifted her head. Her gaze met Lin Yanting's, who was wearing a slightly mischievous smile. Only then did she realize. Lin Yanting seemed to have been teasing her on purpose. A flicker of embarrassment and annoyance crossed her face as she pouted slightly, looking thoroughly flustered. Seeing Lin Yanting staring blankly at her, Wei Zhixi couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction. See what you get for teasing me? Scared by my fierce look, huh? But what Wei Zhixi hadn't anticipated was, the reality was quite the opposite. At this moment, Lin Yanting was utterly captivated by Wei Zhixi's playful and adorable demeanor. Her large eyes fluttered constantly. Beneath her moist, long lashes, the girl's pupils glistened with moisture. A faint blush spread across her fair, smooth skin. Occasionally, droplets of water slid down Wei Zhixi's cheeks. The crystal-clear droplets cascaded down her slender neck, landing precisely in the hollow of her collarbone. Following the droplets' path, his gaze drifted downward. Lin Yanting felt as though he'd glimpsed something utterly astonishing. Yet Wei Zhixi remained utterly oblivious. Her attention was entirely focused on Lin Yanting's bare soles. She immediately retorted with a hint of irritation. You guys really don't know how to take care of yourselves. You don't even take off your shoes when you come inside. Going barefoot like that will make you catch a chill. With that, Wei Zhixi walked around Lin Yanting. She walked straight toward the shoe cabinet by the door. At that moment, Lin Yanting found himself inexplicably following Wei Zhixi out of the bathroom. She pulled a pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet, then turned and jogged toward Lin Yanting. As if she feared that if she slowed down even slightly, Lin Yanting might catch a chill. But at that moment, Lin Yanting's pupils suddenly contracted sharply. His Adam's apple bobbed. As if he'd been struck by some shock. Only then did he truly grasp the meaning of half concealed, half revealed. Wei Zhixi's white t-shirt, which had covered her upper body, had long since been soaked through by the cold water. Her fair skin, tinged with a rosy flush, was now faintly visible. A pair of magnificent white rabbits bounced along with Wei Zhixi's running. Up and down, leaping. Lin Yanting even had a fleeting illusion. As if the next moment, that pair of lively white rabbits would leap out from Wei Zhixi's black bra. For a moment, Lin Yanting felt an uncontrollable surge of lust rise in his lower abdomen. To this, Wei Zhixi remained completely oblivious. She soon arrived before Lin Yanting. She crouched down before him, neatly arranging his slippers. Then she looked up at Lin Yanting with a smile. And that upward glance proved quite something. Due to the angle, the view beneath Wei Zhixi's collar was laid bare before Lin Yanting's eyes. Seeing Lin Yanting's unblinking stare, Wei Zhixi finally sensed something was amiss. Her gaze followed his line of sight downward. Ah! You pervert! Realizing the truth, Wei Zhixi quickly stood up, one hand hastily covering her chest. Her other hand pushed directly toward Lin Yanting. She wanted to shove him away. But who was Lin Yanting? Even though Wei Zhixi didn't hold back with that shove, Lin Yanting remained completely unmoved. As her knuckles brushed against Lin Yanting's warm skin, Wei Zhixi could distinctly feel the sensation transmitted through her fingertips. A solid chest, the defined contours of his abs. It made Wei Zhixi's mind wander involuntarily. Her already fair, rosy skin visibly flushed even redder. Wei Zhixi instinctively wanted to step back. But she soon realized there was nowhere left to retreat. Behind her, the distinct texture of the wall pressed against her back. Just as Wei Zhixi tried to turn and flee, Wei Zhixi suddenly realized she had already been cornered by Lin Yanting. Lin Yanting now pressed both hands against the wall, completely cutting off any possibility of Wei Zhixi escaping. In that instant, Wei Zhixi felt an intoxicating scent surge through her nostrils straight to her brain. It was the scent uniquely his. In that moment, Wei Zhixi's heart was utterly thrown into disarray. In her panic, she grabbed hold of Lin Yanting's sleeve. But unexpectedly, with a sharp tearing sound, Lin Yanting's shirt was torn open by Wei Zhixi. His broad chest and well-defined muscles were now exposed before Wei Zhixi's eyes. Wei Zhixi froze completely in place. Lin Yanting looked down at his partially exposed chest. The laughter that escaped his throat sent a tingling sensation through Wei Zhixi's fingertips. Are you that impatient? At that moment, Wei Zhixi resembled a startled kitten. She quickly released Lin Yanting's sleeve. But Lin Yanting wasn't about to let her off so easily. He slowly leaned in toward Wei Zhixi's lips. Wei Zhixi was utterly flustered. Her delicate hands nervously clutched the hem of her dress. Then, as if resigning herself to fate, her eyes closed. Just as their lips were about to touch. Ding dong! A sudden, abrupt doorbell rang out. In an instant, Wei Zhixi snapped back to her senses. She immediately mustered all her strength and shoved Lin Yanting away. She intended to scold Lin Yanting, but the words stuck in her throat, unable to escape. A moment of silence passed. Wei Zhixi timidly uttered, "My clothes are wet. Can I borrow your clothes for now?" The next moment, she darted into Lin Yanting's room without looking back. Seeing the sure thing slip away, a surge of inexplicable anger rapidly spread through Lin Yanting's heart. Of course, Lin Yanting wouldn't take his anger out on Wei Zhixi. Instead, his anger immediately turned toward the doorway. That bastard who'd interrupted his business at the crucial moment. With that thought, Lin Yanting rolled up his sleeves and strode toward the door. Who the hell is ringing my doorbell for no reason? 43 Come in. Got business? Speak up. No business? Get lost. Half a day earlier. After Yi Zixuan pulled Su Shuyun away from Jiguan Vocational School. They chatted on the way. Given Su Shuyun's qualifications, she could have taught at a much better institution. The reason she ended up at Jiguan was entirely because of her best friend, Yi Zixuan. When she learned Yi Zixuan wanted to support a vocational school and was actively recruiting faculty members, Su Shuyun figured Jiguan was in Jianing City anyway. Teaching here would bring her closer to her best friend. She'd be closer to her best friend. She could drop by her best friend's place whenever she felt like it. As for career prospects, she wasn't the least bit concerned. Not only was her best friend the president of the Yi Group, she herself came from a scholarly family. Her network of connections was naturally extensive. Therefore, no matter where she taught, she never had to worry about her future prospects. Moreover, Su Shuyun herself was genuinely curious about Jiguan. She simply couldn't fathom how an ordinary downright mediocre vocational school could possibly inspire her best friend to pour so much money and effort into supporting it. It wasn't until just now that Su Shuyun finally understood. It was all because of Lin Yanting. Xiao Yun, you're being so inconsiderate. Not only did you sneak off to Jianing City, but you also got hired at Jiguang. And you saw me earlier, why didn't you say hello? Facing Yi Zixuan's feigned angry questioning, Su Shuyun just smiled gently. As childhood best friends who grew up together, Su Shuyun knew Yi Zixuan's temperament inside out. Don't be fooled by her public persona as the president of Yi Group. But in reality, she was a true schemer. Ever since childhood, she'd loved to tease and scare her. So now, regarding Yi Zixuan's claims, Su Shuyun paid no heed whatsoever. He simply continued to smile as he said, I just wanted to surprise you. Besides, I wanted to see for myself what a tiny vocational school could possibly offer. If I hadn't sneaked over, I'd never have known you went to all this trouble just for some little guy. At this point, Su Shuyun flashed Yi Zixuan a mischievous grin. Faced with Su Shuyun's peculiar expression and gaze, Yi Zixuan, who had intended to feign anger to intimidate her opponent, but now she blushed like a shy little girl. Xiao Yun. Don't get any ideas. I just want to repay the debt of saving my life and ask him for a favor. Lin Yanting is so much younger than me. How could I possibly be interested in him? As she spoke, Yi Zixuan caught the playful glint in Su Shuyun's eyes. She instantly caught on. Oh, really? Xiao Yun. When did you become so wicked? How dare you tease me? With that, Yi Zixuan completely disregarded her status and began tickling Su Shuyun by the roadside. Xiao Su, the secretary who had been following the two the entire time, shook her head helplessly. Who would have thought that the president of Yi Group would ever display such a lively expression in public? Perhaps only Su Shuyun, her closest confidant, could bring out Yi Zixuan's true self. Before long, Su Shuyun conceded defeat. She begged Yi Zixuan for mercy. Xian Yuan, I was wrong, please forgive me, Seeing this, Yi Zixuan finally stopped her relentless kneading of Su Shuyun's body. She stopped kneading Su Shuyun's body. That's more like it. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, Yi Zixuan turned to ask Su Shuyun. Oh, right. Xiao Yun. You mentioned earlier that Lin Yanting helped you on the bus this morning. What exactly happened? Upon hearing this, Su Shuyun didn't hold back. She recounted how Lin Yanting had acted heroically that morning, teaching Ji Xiong a lesson. After hearing her best friend's account, Yi Zixuan instantly flew into a rage. Well, how dare he bully my best friend, Yi Zixuan? I'll make that little punk Ji Xiong pay dearly. Seeing that Yi Zixuan seemed genuinely furious, Su Shuyun hurriedly tried to calm her down. Forget it. That guy's already beaten to a pulp. And that thug named Ji Xiong seems like he's got some serious connections behind him. That's what I found out through my connections after this morning. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare act so brazenly in public. Yi Zixuan understood. Su Shuyun advised her to let it go precisely because he feared she might attract unnecessary trouble. But now that Yi Zixuan knew about this, she certainly wouldn't let the person who bullied her best friend off easily. Ever since the kidnapping incident at the International Finance Center, Yi Zixuan had developed a deep loathing for these lawless criminals. Still, to spare Su Shuyun's worries, Yi Zixuan still spoke up. Fine. Since he's already been punished, I'll let him off this time. But if anyone bullies you in Jianing City from now on, you must tell me immediately. Hearing this, Su Shuyun finally relaxed. Got it. With you as the local big shot protecting me in Jianing City, who would dare bully me? The two chatted idly for a while longer. Yi Zixuan suddenly spoke up. Xiao Yun, to be honest with you, Lin Yanting did save me back then. But due to some things, a misunderstanding arose between us. I want to go directly to his place to apologize. Why don't you come with me? Without much hesitation, Su Shuyun agreed immediately. Sure thing. I also want to thank him in person. After all, he saved me too. The two immediately hit it off. Using the information they had, they quickly located Lin Yanting's rental apartment. But it was only just past 3 in the afternoon. No one seemed to be home. So, they decided to go shopping and catch up first. They'd return to find him when he got home in the evening. Before they knew it, it was already past 7 in the evening. The three of them arrived at Lin Yanting's doorstep once more. After catching their breath, Wei Zhixi pressed the doorbell. Yet there was still no response. This left the trio puzzled. Could it be that Lin Yanting hadn't returned home yet? Just as Wei Zhixi was about to ring the doorbell a second time, a slightly impatient voice suddenly rang out. Who the hell is ringing my doorbell for no reason? Immediately after, a series of heavy footsteps approached the door. Click. The door swung open. When the three saw Lin Yanting's face twisted with rage, they were startled by his fierce demeanor. It was as if the three of them had some mortal enmity with Lin Yanting. But soon, the three of them gradually found their gaze drawn to other parts of Lin Yanting. They saw Lin Yanting's clothes torn apart, revealing his broad chest. The torn fabric fluttered wildly in the night breeze. Moonlight streamed down his taut collarbone, illuminating Lin Yanting's flawless chest. Drops of water glistened on his skin, sparkling like tiny shards of moonlight. 3 pairs of eyes were simultaneously transfixed by Lin Yanting's flawless physique. Wei Zhixuan's fingertips unconsciously crumpled the silk cuff of her sleeve. As the president of Yi Group, she often encountered young men who tried to use their looks to climb the corporate ladder. Yet Wei Zhixuan never so much as gave them a proper glance. Yet this time, Wei Zhixuan simply couldn't look away. Even Su Shuyun, the refined young lady from a scholarly family, couldn't help but swallow hard. She never imagined that the seemingly frail young man who saved him this morning would be so well endowed beneath his clothes. As for Secretary Su at that moment, her eyes were already glued to the scene. His gaze was magnetically drawn to those 8 distinct abdominal muscles, his breathing even quickening involuntarily. When Lin Yanting recognized the 3 faces, he froze in surprise. Isn't that the girl who got harassed by that thug at the top? How come she's with Wei Zhixuan? And she's showing up at my doorstep? But immediately afterward, Lin Yanting noticed the strange looks the 3 were giving him. Look. What are you looking at? If you have something to say, just say it. If you've got nothing, get lost. 44 swindler? Check this report first. With Lin Yanting's angry outburst, the 3 women snapped back to their senses. They all flushed with embarrassment. An awkward silence fell over the scene. Seeing the 3 of them fall silent, Lin Yanting couldn't be bothered to engage. He prepared to simply close the door and be done with it. Seeing this, Wei Zhixuan, she hurriedly pressed her hand against the door. After gathering her thoughts for a moment, she finally spoke up. Lin Yanting, we came here today because of the misunderstanding last time. And to fulfill our previous promise. Hearing this, Lin Yanting raised an eyebrow. He seemed to be weighing the sincerity in Wei Zhixuan's words. Seeing Lin Yanting remain silent, Su Shuyun, standing nearby, quickly interjected. Hello? Do you remember me? Thanks to your help this morning. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have known what to do. You were walking so fast back then, I didn't get a chance to express my gratitude. This time I came with Xian specifically to thank you in person. Seeming to detect the doubt in Lin Yanting's eyes, Su Shuyun continued. Xian has already told me about the misunderstanding between you two. I'm afraid you still don't know. To repay you, she not only contributed funds but also put in effort to support Jiguang. She even prepared a token of appreciation long ago, waiting only for this afternoon at Jiguang to present it to you publicly. She wanted to give you full face to make up for the misunderstanding caused by her previous oversight. But unexpectedly, Jiguang's people actually fired you. That's why we came to your home to express our gratitude in person. Having said that, seeing Lin Yanting still sizing up the 3 of them, Wei Zhixuan wasted no time. She turned her gaze directly to Secretary Xiao Su. Noticing her boss looking over, Secretary Xiao Su instantly understood. Even though she was reluctant, she could only slowly approach Lin Yanting. She bowed deeply with sincere humility. I'm so sorry. Because you confronted me earlier at the Guojin building and made me lose face. That's why I deliberately altered my testimony to try and frame you. Mr. Yi had absolutely no knowledge of this matter. If you still harbor any resentment, take it out on me. I promise not to lift a finger. With that said, Secretary Xiao Su closed his eyes, adopting a resolute expression as if facing death. But after waiting for a long time, she felt no pain whatsoever. When Secretary Xiao Su slowly opened her eyes, all she saw was Lin Yanting's impatient expression as he said, "Forget it. Since you've humbled yourself enough to come apologize, I suppose you know you were wrong. I'm not the type to hold a grudge. Let's just forget about this. Hearing this, the three of them all lit up with joy. But their joy was short-lived. Lin Yanting suddenly changed the subject. But, because of you, both Meng Shishing and I have been expelled from the academy. Beyond the compensation you previously promised. The Yi group must agree to one thing as recompense. Upon hearing this, Secretary Xiao Su immediately grew displeased. You're pushing your luck. The money and shop you were promised were already prepared for you by President Yi. What more do you want? Seeing Secretary Xiao Su's defiance, Lin Yanting had no intention of indulging her. He immediately snapped back. That's one thing. I saved your lives. The money and shop were promises you made long ago. Now that you've screwed me over, that's a whole different story. Moreover, agreeing to this matter, it will bring unexpected benefits to your Yi group as well. Hearing Lin Yanting say this, Yi Zixuan instantly perked up with interest. After several encounters, whether it was the kidnapping incident at the Guojin Tower, or the public relations crisis that engulfed the Yi group, it was clear that Lin Yanting was no ordinary man. That he could utter such words actually piqued Yi Zixuan's curiosity. Oh? Well then, I'd like to hear what conditions could possibly benefit the Yi group. At that very moment, Su Shuyun naturally sensed that both sides were moving toward a positive resolution. A subtle trend toward reconciliation was emerging. He promptly decided to give it one more push. You two are discussing business. Do you really intend to stand here by the door? Upon hearing this, after a moment's thought, Lin Yanting, he swung the door wide open, allowing the three women to enter the room one after another. After pouring each of them a cup of tea, Lin Yanting got straight to the point. I won't beat around the bush. I do have an idea that could significantly boost both the reputation and profits of Yi Group. That idea is live stream sales. To help Washi Lifestyle rise again. Exactly. The reason Lin Yanting was willing to forgive Yi Zixuan wasn't just because of the compensation Yi Zixuan promised, but also to leverage Yi Group's influence to aid Zhou Genoa's Huashi life. Although due to previous misunderstandings, Yi Group wasn't part of Lin Yanting's original plan. But just now, Lin Yanting recognized Yi Zixuan's sincerity. He believed 80% of what she said. At the very least, he believed she had no intention of deliberately harming him. That's when he considered leveraging the power of the Yi Group. Even without Yi Group, Lin Yanting was confident he had a 70% chance of turning Huashi life around. But the process would undoubtedly be fraught with complications and resistance. But with Yi Group joining the effort, those troubles would be easily resolved. As for Xiao Su, his secretary, who tried to sabotage him over a petty personal grudge, Lin Yanting was certainly displeased. He naturally wouldn't mind letting the matter rest completely. He naturally didn't mind letting the matter rest completely. But Yi Zixuan's expression suddenly shifted. Initially, upon hearing Lin Yanting's earlier words, Yi Zixuan had been quite intrigued. But the moment she heard the words, Washi life, her brow instantly furrowed. Mr. Lin. Other terms might be negotiable. But if it's Huashi Life, then I'm afraid I can't help you. Mr. Lin, you should know. Huashi Life's products are marketed as herbal extracts, but are actually chemical concoctions blended from various industrial ingredients. They cause severe damage to human skin. Numerous victims have already come forward online, denouncing Huashi Life's unethical practices. As a company that has lost its conscience, Yi Group will never extend a helping hand. I see no need to discuss this matter further. Regarding the previously promised compensation, I will have someone deliver double the amount to Mr. Lin tomorrow. Consider it compensation for the debt owed to Mr. Lin. Goodbye. With that, Yi Zixuan immediately stood up to leave. Su Shuyun, standing nearby, had naturally heard about the recent events involving Huashi Life. She despised such scummy companies with every fiber of her being. Yet she placed extraordinary faith in Lin Yanting. She simply couldn't believe that someone like Lin Yanting, who would risk himself to help a stranger, acting with such courage, could be a bad person. She also wanted to express her gratitude to Lin Yanting. So the moment Yi Zixuan stood up, Su Shuyun grabbed her arm. Xian, don't be impulsive. I believe Mr. Lin would never be the kind of person who would harm ordinary people. Why not let Mr. Lin finish speaking before you decide? Hearing her best friend's words of caution, Yi Zixuan's anger subsided considerably. She immediately sat back down. Fine. Today, I'll do you a favor, Xiao Yun. She then turned to Lin Yanting and said, Mr. Lin, I hope you can provide me with a reasonable justification. Otherwise, I absolutely will not agree to assist Huashi Life. Upon hearing this, Lin Yanting showed little emotional reaction. His expression remained unchanged. It seemed as though he had anticipated Yi Zixuan's reaction all along. This left the three women rather taken aback. Instead of offering an immediate explanation, Instead, he walked over to a nearby drawer, retrieved a document sealed in a leather pouch. He handed it to Yi Zixuan. Ms. Yi, it's difficult to explain everything based solely on my account. Once you've reviewed this document, you'll understand the truth of the matter. 45 persuade? Why should I believe you? Hearing this, Yi Zixuan opened the manila envelope Lin Yanting handed her, half convinced. Her face, which had been clouded with displeasure, couldn't help but show a hint of surprise upon seeing the documents inside. These were the financial data of Huaxi Life. Not only that, but it also contained the purchase price list for commonly used raw material inspection reports, experimental records, and test reports. These were all core confidential documents of Huaxi Life. How did you get your hands on this? Even if Lin Yanting hadn't produced the most crucial formulas and extraction techniques. But it was enough to startle Lin Yazixuan. Not only that, even Su Shuyun and Xiao Su beside them wore expressions of utter disbelief. Even though one was a young academic instructor and the other merely a personal assistant, they were well aware of how crucial these documents were to a company. Lin Yanting paid no heed to their astonishment. Instead, he spoke with solemn gravity. Don't concern yourselves with how I obtained them. This is only the most basic data. The real core data, I won't be sharing that. But even with just this, it's enough to reveal some issues. And I can assure you, this information is 100% authentic. If you don't believe me, Mr. Yi can verify at any time using this information. Seeing Lin Yanting speak thus, Yi Zixuan fully trusted the authenticity of these documents. After all, for Yi Group, verifying the authenticity of these documents would be no trouble at all. So Lin Yanting had no reason to fabricate a bunch of fake documents to deceive himself. But what exactly was his purpose in obtaining these documents? Holding on to a trace of doubt and confusion, Yi Zixuan continued reading. But as she read on, Yi Zixuan could no longer maintain her composure. How could this be possible? Huaxi Life, each product only yields a profit of 58 cents. Clearly, they're using some cheap chemical raw materials. Why is the profit so low? As if something occurred to her, Yi Zixuan hurriedly flipped open another document. It was the Huaxi Life Common Raw Material Purchase Price List. Eclipta prostrata, Thuja orientalis leaf, Polygonum multiflorum, Ligustrum lucidum, aloe vera, Sapindus mucurasi, lavender, Hibiscus sabdorifa, Coptis chinensis flower. Even though the price list Yi Zixuan saw was incomplete, it was merely a small portion that Lin Yanting had presented. But combined with the raw material inspection reports, these ingredients were all top-tier, premium quality. No wonder. If Huaxi Life uses such premium herbal ingredients, it made perfect sense that their profit margins would be so low. Listening to Yi Zixuan's analysis, the other two exchanged bewildered glances. They never imagined that any company today would use pure herbal plants as raw materials. While this approach significantly enhances product quality, it also increased costs and reduced profits. Undeniably, companies that take this step are truly conscientious enterprises. But this approach is far from beneficial for the company's growth. Not only does it intensify sales pressure, but it can even lead to severe shortages in working capital. Should any issues arise with product sales, it could deal a devastating blow to the company. As the president of Yi Group, Yi Zixuan naturally considered these issues. A look of sudden realization flashed across her face. No wonder Zhou Zhenhua was so urgently seeking partners everywhere. It was all because of this. I had thought. Seeing Yi Zixuan hesitate to speak, Lin Yanting, however, couldn't help but let out a cold smirk. What did you think? Was she shameless? Knowing their products cause skin damage and hair loss, yet still begging for partnerships everywhere? Yi Zixuan naturally caught the sarcasm in Lin Yanting's words. Her expression darkened considerably. Meanwhile, Su Shuyun and Xiao Su beside them finally grasped the implications of Lin Yanting's words. Su Shuyun spoke with disbelief. If all these materials before us are genuine, it would mean that numerous products from Huaxi Life are genuinely herbal formulations. Moreover, the experimental data and test reports for these products truly outperform other beauty and cleansing products on the market. Secretary Xiao Su chimed in beside him. In that case, those individuals who have recently surfaced online accusing Huaxi Life products of causing skin damage and hair loss are nothing but slanderers and fabricators. After all, genuinely gentle herbal formulations may cause minor discomfort for a small percentage of users, but they could never inflict such severe harm on the human body. Yi Zixuan remained silent at this point, lost in thought. But her hands never stopped moving. Instead, she pulled several recent financial reports and raw material price lists from a stack of datasheets for comparison. Her expression grew increasingly grim. Judging by these latest financial reports and raw material price lists, for reasons unknown, the costs of these herbal raw materials had suddenly skyrocketed, far exceeding normal market prices. Meanwhile, the profit margin per item for Huaxi Life had plummeted from 50 to 80 cents to just 30 to 60 cents. The sudden surge in raw material costs, coupled with the current wave of negative online sentiment targeting Huaxi life. I dare say, behind each and every one of these events, there is undoubtedly an invisible hand stirring the pot. A force determined to bring down Huaxi life. Upon hearing this, the other two showed no signs of surprise. Evidently, they had already considered this possibility. Seeing that Yi Zixuan had grasped the issue, he immediately continued. This is precisely why I sought Yi Group's assistance for Huaxi life. Grandpa Zhou endured too much hardship in his lifetime. He defended the homeland during wartime. Now, he simply couldn't stand seeing foreign companies treating the people of Great Xia like chives. Yet he faces a united campaign of suppression and false accusations from these very foreign companies. Grandpa Zhou doesn't covet fame, fortune, or luxury. He simply wants products that truly benefit the people to reach every household in Daxia. Even now, trapped like a fish in a boiling pot, he still dares to stake his entire fortune to fight these foreign forces to the bitter end. As Jianing City's foremost conglomerate, Yi Group, if it could help Huaxi life clear its name and rise from the ashes, it would not only be a blessing for the people of Daxia, it would also bring considerable benefits to Yi Group itself. Good companies make profits, great companies win hearts. Doesn't President Yi also desire to win the hearts of the people while securing gains for Yi Group? Lin Yanting had believed that after delivering this speech, would surely sway Yi Zixuan. But unexpectedly, Yi Zixuan suddenly locked eyes with Lin Yanting. She spoke each word deliberately. Mr. Lin, it must be said, your words have truly touched my heart. If all this is true, helping Huaxi life clear its name would indeed earn Yi Group considerable goodwill. However, in terms of benefits, it seems our Yi Group wouldn't get any guarantees. 46 Collaboration. Lin Yanting's trap. Mr. Lin, please don't take offense. I'm a businessman. Naturally, I value profit. If we choose to assist Huaxi life, the Yi Group will undoubtedly incur immense costs. Setting aside the capital investment, consider the shadowy forces suppressing Huaxi. If they learn Yi Group has entered the fray, my Yi Group would inevitably face repercussions. Should we fail, unimaginable damage would befall the Yi Group. Even if we succeed, how can Mr. Lin guarantee that Huaxi life will ever repay the Yi Group? Don't let it end up that Yi Group pours in money and effort to save Huaxi life from the brink, only to gain a hollow reputation with no tangible benefits. After all this effort, wouldn't Yi Group simply be sewing a wedding dress for someone else? Mr. Lin, you understand what I mean, right? Lin Yanting was genuinely taken aback by this. He hadn't anticipated Yi Zixuan possessing such scheming and cunning. After all, the cornerstone of any enterprise rests on integrity and reputation. With these two elements in place, a company can secure substantial tangible benefits. It could be said that a company's profits are not only tied to the quality of its products, but also directly proportional to its integrity and reputation. If Yi Group assists Huaxi Square, it will undoubtedly gain unimaginable influence. In fact, the Yi Group's market value could multiply several times over. Despite knowing the immense benefits Yi Group would gain upon success, yet Yi Zixuan dismissed it as worthless, seeking to secure additional gains for Yi Group. Because Yi Zixuan understood clearly the potential of Huaxi life. It could be said that if things had continued on their previous trajectory, were it not for the sudden appearance of the disfigured face and hair loss incident, Jianing City might have witnessed the rise of another colossus rivaling the Yi Group. Moreover, Lin Yanting understood perfectly well. Beyond seeking greater profits for the Yi Group, she was also testing Lin Yanting. Yi Zixuan wasn't stupid. Lin Yanting could produce such a large volume of internal documents from Huaxi life. Although Lin Yanting claimed these were merely basic data, simply obtaining such materials proved Lin Yanting's relationship with Zhou Jinhua was far from ordinary. Moreover, Lin Yanting hinted that he might possess even more critical information. This sparked Yi Zixuan's immense curiosity about the nature of Lin Yanting and Zhou Jinhua's relationship. She too wanted to see just how far Lin Yanting could represent Huaxi life. What surprised Yi Zixuan, however, despite her blatant attempt to extract favors, Lin Yanting not only didn't get angry. Instead, he actually smiled. In Lin Yanting's view, the stronger the methods of Yi Zixuan, his future ally, the better. If she were merely an innocent little rabbit, he feared not only would he be swindled out of his last pair of underwear, even the Yi Group might be dragged down with him. As for the already shaky Huaxi life, it would vanish entirely. Moreover, Yi Zixuan's increasingly bold behavior perfectly aligns with Lin Yanting's plan. Lin Yanting understood clearly that Zhou Jinhua might be a competent entrepreneur, but he was certainly not a competent businessman. This was evident from the fact that Zhou Jinhua squeezed his profits to the absolute limit, unwilling to earn even one extra yuan from the common people. While such actions undoubtedly benefited the common people, such a business could never endure in the long run. If it cannot even safeguard its own interests, how could it possibly have the capacity to give back to society? In this regard, Yi Group excels tremendously. Even if Lin Yanting is a reincarnated individual and possesses foresight into events yet to unfold. But in his previous life, he was constantly embroiled in battles and conflicts. When it came to running a business, he ultimately couldn't compare to Yi Zixuan, the president of Yi Group. Thus, Lin Yanting uttered words that would astonish Yi Zixuan. On behalf of Huaxi Life, I can fully transfer the pricing authority and sales rights of our products to Yi Group. Huaxi Life will only be responsible for supplying goods and exclusively to Yi Group. Beyond the cost of goods, Huaxi Life will only take 40% of the net profit. The sole requirement is that while maximizing profits, pricing must not be set too high, it must remain affordable for the majority of ordinary people. At that moment, it wasn't just Yi Zixuan who was stunned. Even the other two were utterly stunned. Ceding 60% of the net profit. What does that even mean? Remember how wildly popular Huaxi Life's products had been? Monthly sales alone hit 12.3 billion. Though due to extremely low pricing, net profit was only 10 to 20 million. But once the Yi Group got involved, that monthly net profit would skyrocket at least tenfold. Moreover, if Huaxi Life were to clear its name, it would effectively serve as reverse publicity for Huaxi Life's products. Sales would inevitably skyrocket. At that point, the actual profits would be incalculable. But what Lin Yanting hadn't anticipated was Yi Zixuan merely smiled faintly. Mr. Lin, I see your sincerity. I, Yi Zixuan, am not one to take advantage of others' misfortune. I'll grant you this favor. But please exempt Huaxi Life from pricing and sales rights. However, once things settle down, I can arrange for a dedicated counter in the Guojin building to sell Huaxi products. Hearing this, Lin Yanting hadn't anticipated that such immense benefits placed before Yi Zixuan. She actually managed to resist. Even Lin Yanting, who had lived 2 lifetimes, couldn't help but regard Yi Zixuan with newfound respect. At the same time, he felt a pang of regret. But he didn't press the matter. Instead, he extended a hand toward Yi Zixuan. He smiled. Pleased to do business with you. Seeing this, Yi Zixuan grasped Lin Yanting's broad hand. Happy cooperation. After briefly discussing the details, Yi Zixuan also rose from her seat. She said to Lin Yanting. Then it's settled. Once Mr. Lin has everything ready, please notify me. Lin Yanting nodded upon hearing this. As if remembering something, Yi Zixuan addressed Lin Yanting again. Oh, and I actually have one more favor to ask. Hearing this, Lin Yanting's expression turned slightly curious. Go ahead, Ms. Yi. Thus, Yi Zixuan revealed her other purpose. Mr. Yi, do you recall the individuals who abducted me at the International Finance Center last time? According to my investigation, those men were all henchmen under a gang leader named Lei Bao. The survivors have kept their mouths shut. To this day, the police haven't extracted any useful information about the real mastermind behind it all. I've heard that Mr. Lin possesses considerable insight into Jianing City's underground networks. Therefore, I'd like to request your assistance in investigating who the mastermind behind my attempted kidnapping truly is. Hearing Yi Zixuan say this, Lin Yanting raised an eyebrow. Ms. Yi, you've come to the wrong person. I'm a law-abiding citizen who follows all the rules. Before Lin Yanting could finish his sentence, Yi Zixuan cut in immediately. If Mr. Yi can uncover any useful information, I'm not one to be stingy. I'll put up 3 million as a reward for Mr. Lin. This time, Lin Yanting didn't beat around the bush, but simply said 2 words, deal. Seeing that matters were nearly settled, Yi Zixuan prepared to turn and leave. Before leaving, however, Su Shuyan asked Lin Yanting for his contact information. She said she wanted to thank him for his help that morning. And Lin Yanting, thinking that more friends meant more opportunities, he accepted Su Shuyun's invitation. The 3 then promptly departed Lin Yanting's rental apartment. After stepping out the door, they hopped straight into Yi Zixuan's Rolls-Royce. At that very moment, Secretary Xiao Su asked with confusion, Ms. Yi, why did you refuse Lin Yanting's incredibly generous offer? For Yi Group, it would have been nothing but pure benefit. Hearing this, Yi Zixuan recalled the lucrative terms Lin Yanting had previously offered. But a deep sense of apprehension flashed in her eyes. Don't underestimate Lin Yanting. Behind this seemingly enormous benefit lies a web of deadly schemes. Had I agreed to Lin Yanting's terms just now, the Yi Group would likely change hands before long. 47 Xia Bing. Come to the door. Hearing Yi Zixuan say this, not only did Secretary Xiao Su look over in disbelief, but Su Shuyun, who had been pondering how to repay Lin Yanting, also stared in utter shock. No way? How could it be that exaggerated? I reckon Mr. Lin just wants to use huge profits to tie Huaxi and Yi Group together. Besides, with Huaxi on the brink of collapse, how could they possibly force a change of ownership at Yi Group? Secretary Xiao Su nodded in agreement. Her thoughts seemed to align perfectly with Su Shuyun's. She too felt Yi Zixuan was being overly cautious. But Yi Zixuan shook her head. Everyone says you underestimate Lin Yanting too much. This guy wants to borrow the chicken to lay eggs. using Yi Group's chicken to lay eggs for his Huaxi Life. You know full well how popular Huaxi Life's products are. If we at Yi Group were in charge of pricing and sales, Huaxi Life's products would skyrocket. Plus, if Huaxi Life's reputation is cleared, sales will surely hit new heights. Over time, Huaxi's products would generate substantial profits for our Yi Group. At these words, Su Shuyun and his secretary Xiao Su both froze in surprise. The more I hear this, the less I understand it. Isn't high profit a good thing? Seeing that the two still failed to grasp the implications, Yi Zixuan could only continue explaining. The ability to generate massive profits for Yi Group. This means Yi Group will allocate more resources and connections to support Huaxi. At that point, Yi Group and Huaxi would become increasingly inseparable. Its dependence on Huaxi would only deepen. But the problem was that the most crucial core formula, core materials, and extraction methods were still in Huaxi's hands. This means that over time, under the protection and support of the Yi Group, Huaxi Life will gradually grow stronger. It may even gradually gain the upper hand in their collaboration. The Yi Group will become increasingly reliant on Huaxi. Initially, this might seem manageable. Yet as time progresses, Huaxi will gradually seize control, unknowingly tightening its grip around Yi Group's throat. By then, the Yi Group would exist in name only. After hearing Yi Zixuan's analysis, the two women couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Secretary Xiao Su stammered nervously. But that's a substantial profit margin after all. If we agree to Lin Yanting's demands and secretly restrict Huaxi's growth, wouldn't that suffice? Yi Zixuan gave Xiao Su a penetrating look. She continued immediately. You're still too young, you don't understand human nature. Remember, merchants are insatiable. Our Yi Group is no exception. Do you really think our shareholders, after discovering how much profit Huaxi Life could bring to Yi Group, would allow us to suppress them? To them, it doesn't matter who runs Yi Group, as long as it brings profits. When push comes to shove, they might even secretly aid Huaxi Life in swallowing up Yi Group. These words had barely left his mouth. Secretary Xiao Su instantly grasped the meaning. She immediately retorted with a sigh. This Lin Yanting. We're trying to help him out of kindness, yet he's digging a pit for us. Seeing this, Yi Zixuan, however, smiled. Backstabbing and deceit are just part of the business world. I suspect Lin Yanting just wanted to see if we were worthy of partnering with him. If we truly let ourselves be blinded by the benefits he offers, he certainly won't trust us either. If he ever finds an opportunity, he will inevitably seek to replace us. Though we've relinquished that enormous profit, we can still collaborate with him. That's precisely why I suggested setting up a dedicated counter for Huaxi Life. Regardless, if Huaxi can clear its name, its rise will be unstoppable, and our Yi Group will gain unimaginable prestige. Moving forward, we need only maintain a superficial partnership with them. Watching the two men continuously analyze the situation and future trends, Su Shuyun spoke tentatively. Shen Xian, aren't you overthinking this? The Yi Group is so powerful, how could it be swallowed up so easily? I suspect Mr. Lin is simply seeking future benefits in exchange for Yi Group's assistance. After all, Huaxi Life has nothing to offer at present. Facing Su Shuyun's perspective, Yi Zixuan paused only briefly to consider. She then spoke up. Perhaps I really am overthinking this. But I absolutely cannot tolerate even the slightest instability within the Yi Group. As the women in the car continued their discussion, the Rolls-Royce vanished into the night. Shortly after the three women departed, a figure appeared not far from Lin Yanting's front door. It was none other than Lin Yanting's ex-girlfriend, Xia Bing. At that moment, Xia Bing, gazing at the Rolls-Royce that had long since vanished into the distance, her beautiful eyes sparkled with a strange light. It seemed Lin Yanting had truly latched onto the Yi Group. For the sake of my future life of luxury, I must secure Lin Yanting tonight. As she spoke, a hint of allure flickered in her eyes. She strode toward Lin Yanting's front door. At the same time, Lin Yanting was also quite surprised. He never imagined Yi Zixuan would so decisively turn down such a huge profit offered right to her doorstep. This development completely dashed Lin Yanting's hopes of achieving instant success. However, there was a silver lining. Whether Yi Zixuan had seen through his true intentions, or genuinely didn't care about the benefits offered to her, it proved that Yi Zixuan was someone worth partnering with. If she had seen through his intentions, it proves she is an ally with foresight, decisiveness, and sharp intellect. If she was indifferent to the benefits offered, then it proves the other party possesses excellent character. At the very least, they're not someone who takes advantage of others in times of crisis, and they're worthy of trust. Regardless of the reason, Yi Group will become a reliable ally for Huaxi Life in the future. However, with some assistance from Yi Group, Lin Yanting would need to make slight adjustments to his previous plans. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yanting had already found his direction. Just then, Lin Yanting suddenly remembered Wei Zhixi, who had gone to his room to change clothes. What on earth is that girl doing? Why hasn't she come out after so long? Just as Lin Yanting was about to go check on her. Ding dong! The doorbell rang again. Lin Yanting assumed it was Officer Meng returning. So he didn't think much of it. Instead, he walked straight to the door and opened it. But when Lin Yanting saw the visitor's face, he was stunned to discover it was none other than Xia Bing. Ting. Aren't you going to invite me in for a moment? 48 Clue. Xia Bing's deduction. Xia Bing now appeared, her eyes brimming with allure and flirtatious glances. The zipper of her coat was deliberately pulled down below her chest, exposing the tight, low-cut tank top beneath. It could be said that this simple gesture alone perfectly showcased Xia Bing's figure before Lin Yanting's eyes. Curves where they should be, slender where they should be. Her deep cleavage was fully on display. Xia Bing knew full well that if this were the old Lin Yanting, seeing her dress like this now would have sent him into a frenzy. After all, unless he was an idiot, anyone would understand what she wanted when she showed up late at night dressed like this. She couldn't believe Lin Yanting wouldn't take the bait. But what Xia Bing never could have imagined was this. At that moment, Lin Yanting showed not a shred of excitement. Instead, he stared at her with an extremely peculiar look. Seeing this, Xia Bing simply assumed her offensive wasn't forceful enough. So, Xia Bing suddenly crossed her arms below her chest and feigned a pout. Ting, hurry up and let me in. It's so cold out here. Though Xia Bing kept saying she was cold, anyone with eyes could see she wasn't the least bit cold. Moreover, at this moment, as Xia Bing cupped her chest, the pressure from her arms, her already deep cleavage became even more pronounced and full. It seemed as though it might spill out at any moment. Combined with Xia Bing's expression, which blended innocence with desire, her allure to men was undeniably potent. Yet no matter how Xia Bing squeezed the ample curves before her, Lin Yanting remained unmoved. He didn't even glance downward. At that moment, Xia Bing nearly shoved her ample bosom right into Lin Yanting's face. But no matter how she tossed her hair and made suggestive gestures, Lin Yanting's eyes remained fixed on hers, unblinking. Lin Yanting's unusual behavior almost made Xia Bing lose her composure. Yet, for the sake of reconciling with Lin Yanting and secure the powerful backing of the E group, Xia Bing refused to give up. Yet inwardly, she couldn't help but inwardly rant. What's gotten into Lin Yanting today? Back then, just holding hands would make him happy all day. Now look at him. I'm practically begging him, my chest pads are practically popping out, and he's as stiff as a board, completely unmoved. Could he still be holding a grudge over the harsh words I said to him this morning? But soon, Xia Bing seemed to have come to some realization. No. Based on past experience. As long as I'm willing to say a few kind words to Lin Yanting, no matter what I've done, he'll forgive me. This time, I must have been too enthusiastic. Lin Yanting just isn't used to it, so he's taken aback. Right. That must be it. Since Lin Yanting feels awkward, for the sake of my future path to wealth and prestige, I'll just have to be a bit more proactive. And so, Xia Bing immediately abandoned her seduction tactics. She switched to a full-on assault instead. If she could successfully get Lin Yanting into bed just once, she could gain unimaginable benefits. This deal was worth it. With that thought, Xia Bing threw caution to the wind. She immediately cooed sweetly. Ting, don't be angry, okay? I bought a new set of lingerie just for today. Will you help me check it out? The moment Xia Bing finished speaking, Lin Yanting suddenly looked as if he'd had an epiphany. Sorry. I didn't call a prostitute. With that, Lin Yanting slammed the door shut without another word. This left Xia Bing frozen in place. She'd thought she'd made things perfectly clear. Lin Yanting would be hooked. But to her utter surprise, Lin Yanting actually replied with, sorry. I didn't call a prostitute. Leaving Xia Bing utterly speechless. After standing there dumbfounded for a moment, Xia Bing instantly lost her composure. She started kicking and punching Lin Yanting's door. Lin Yanting, what do you think you're doing? I humbled myself to make peace with you, and you called me a whore. You're just holding a grudge over what I said to you this morning, aren't you? Are you even a man? Such a petty heart. But no matter how fiercely Xia Bing screamed and cursed, there was not a single sound from inside the room. Seeing that her tantrums were useless, Xia Bing was exhausted, panting heavily. What the hell is going on? I've tried both soft and hard approaches. Yet Lin Yanting still wouldn't even let me in the door. After calming down, Xia Bing instantly sensed something was off. Logically speaking, Lin Yanting shouldn't be this cold toward her no matter what. Even if he was venting his anger over this morning's incident, she knew how to handle it. After all, the fiercer his anger, the greater the impact she had on him. It also proved she held a greater place in his heart. But judging from just now, it seemed as though Lin Yanting regarded her as an insignificant person. His affection for her seemed to have vanished long ago. As a seasoned veteran of love affairs, Xia Bing knew well. The only way to help a man quickly recover from heartbreak was to swiftly start a new relationship. Moreover, Xia Bing had been so preoccupied with seducing Lin Yanting earlier. Only now did she recall that Lin Yanting's shirt had seemed torn. It was clearly torn by hand. As Lin Yanting's ex-girlfriend, she naturally knew about his living arrangement with Meng Shixing. But when she peeked through the door crack just now, it was obvious Meng Shixing wasn't home. Given Meng Shixing's temperament, if he had been home, he would have definitely come out to see what all the commotion at the door was about. As for why Meng Shixing hadn't returned home so late, putting it all together, connecting all these pieces of information together, there was only one possibility. Lin Yanting was hiding a woman at home. To avoid interfering with Lin Yanting's affair, Meng Shixing chose not to stay at home. Moreover, the two seemed to be engaged in some peculiar game. That's why Lin Yanting's clothes were torn. This finally explains why Lin Yanting has been so cold toward me. At this realization, Xia Bing was suddenly overcome with panic. No! Now that Lin Yanting has hooked up with the Yi group, a bright future lies right before my eyes. I absolutely cannot allow this mysterious, seductive to steal Lin Yanting away. I must get inside and ruin their plans. But how could she get inside? Just as Xia Bing was pondering how to enter Lin Yanting's home, Lin Yanting had already arrived at his bedroom door. Wei Zhixi had just said she was going in to change clothes. But it had been so long. There was still no sound. This made Lin Yanting feel a bit suspicious. Yet he feared that barging in might lead Wei Zhixi to misunderstand him as intentionally being inappropriate. So Lin Yanting gently knocked on the door. Knock. Zhixi? Have you changed yet? He called out several times in succession. But there was no response from inside the room. This unusual situation stirred a flicker of concern in Lin Yanting's heart. After a moment of deep thought, Lin Yanting decided to force his way in. Just as he was about to take action, his gaze instinctively drifted toward the doorknob. To his surprise, a gentle press unlocked the door. At this, Lin Yanting couldn't help but let a faint smile slip. This little girl really trusts me. She doesn't even lock the door when changing clothes. Aren't you afraid I might suddenly lose control? And so, Lin Yanting pushed the door open. But the scene before him made Lin Yanting swallow hard. He thought Wei Zhixi hadn't made a sound for so long because something was wrong. Instead, she was sound asleep on his bed. Worst of all, the blanket on the bed had long been kicked aside by the soundly sleeping Wei Zhixi, only partially covering Wei Zhixi's upper body. Her lower body, however, was completely exposed, revealing a pair of long, slender, fair legs. 49 shameless excuses. These are all rumors. Seeing this, Lin Yanting slapped his forehead. I knew something was off when she took so long to change clothes. Turns out she was lying here asleep, looking at Wei Zhixi snoring soundly on the bed. A hint of affection flashed in Lin Yanting's eyes. She just finished a full day of classes, then rushed over to help me tidy up and cook dinner. This girl must be completely exhausted. With that, Lin Yanting picked up the blanket Wei Zhixi had kicked aside. Back over, covering those long legs. Thankfully, the executioner hadn't returned yet. Otherwise, if that guy saw this, I'd be in big trouble. Just then, a commotion seemed to rise from outside the door. It sounded like someone was arguing. Even Wei Zhixi, who had already fallen asleep, was roused by the commotion. Wei Zhixi rubbed her sleepy eyes and sat up groggily in bed. Who is it? Can't people get any sleep? Her hair was a mess, and her upper body was covered by a white shirt that was clearly much too big for her. It was clearly just something she grabbed at random from Lin Yanting's wardrobe. Yet this simple attire left Lin Yanting utterly transfixed. The shirt was so large that one side of the collar had slipped down to Wei Zhixi's shoulder at some point, exposing her smooth, delicate neck. The rounded, full curves were half hidden, half revealed. At that moment, Wei Zhixi radiated an unusual allure from head to toe. It made Lin Yanting swallow hard. This eerie atmosphere didn't last long. The moment Wei Zhixi recognized Lin Yanting as the one covering her with the blanket, her drowsiness vanished instantly. Only then did she recall the ambiguous contact she'd shared with Lin Yanting in the hallway earlier. Had set her heart racing and fluttering like a deer. Even a faint glimmer of anticipation stirred within her. But the sudden ring of the doorbell shattered the lingering tension between them. This jolted Wei Zhixi, who had nearly lost her composure, back to her senses. Overwhelmed by shyness, she half-heartedly used the excuse of changing clothes to cool down. Yet after changing her clothes, she found herself inexplicably sitting on Lin Yanting's bed. In that moment, Lin Yanting's unique, refreshing scent drifted into Wei Zhixi's nostrils. Perhaps it was sheer exhaustion, combined with that pleasant scent. Wei Zhixi found herself drifting off to sleep without even realizing it. As Wei Zhixi sorted through her thoughts, her heart raced with unease. She didn't know what to say. Oh my gosh, how embarrassing. I actually fell asleep on Lin Yanting's bed. Does he think I'm some kind of loose woman? Wei Zhixi thought to herself, while stealing glances at Lin Yanting beside her, fearing he might judge her harshly. But to her surprise, Lin Yanting was actually staring straight at her. Wei Zhixi followed Lin Yanting's gaze. Only then did she realize the accidental glimpse of her cleavage she had inadvertently revealed. Seeing this, Zhixi hurriedly pulled the quilt over herself to cover her upper body. I'm so sorry. I'm just so exhausted today. I accidentally fell asleep. Hearing this, Lin Yanting cleared his throat awkwardly twice. Then he said, That's okay. If you're tired, get some rest. Something seems to be happening outside. I'll go check it out. With that, Lin Yanting turned and walked out of the room. He casually closed the door behind him for Wei Zhixi. Watching Lin Yanting depart, Wei Zhixi felt a pang of anxiety and uncertainty. Judging by his demeanor just now, it seemed he hadn't taken advantage of my sleep to do anything strange to me. He merely helped me cover up with the blanket. Could it be that I'm not charming enough? At that moment, Lin Yanting remained completely unaware of Wei Zhixi's wild imaginings. As soon as he stepped out of the room, he clearly heard a burst of cursing. Damn you, no matter where you're from, you fox spirit. Dare to steal my man from me, Xia Bing. You must be tired of living. Upon witnessing the scene before him, she froze in place. Xia Bing? Meng Shishing? What the hell is going on? For some reason, Xia Bing was now in Lin Yanting's home. And judging by her demeanor, she seemed intent on barging inside. If not for Meng Shishing blocking her, she would have already reached the door to Lin Yanting's room. Seeing Lin Yanting arrive, Meng Shishing looked at him as if he'd seen a savior. Boss, you're finally out. I just got to the front door and opened it, when Xia Bing suddenly appeared out of nowhere and barged right in without asking my permission. Hearing this, Lin Yanting instantly understood. Looks like Xia Bing just won't give up. I didn't let her in before. Now she's actually barged in while Meng Shishing was opening the door. She really has some nerve. At that moment, Xia Bing, upon seeing Lin Yanting, things finally calmed down considerably. She shoved Meng Shishing aside. He jogged over to Lin Yanting. Ting, you have to believe me. I'm the only one who truly loves you. All those other women have ulterior motives. Come back to me. Vice Principal Wu and the others have already investigated the matter thoroughly. If you're willing to come back, we can be together every day just like before. Hearing this, Lin Yanting understood perfectly. A faint, mocking smile then appeared on his lips. So it was Wu Rinqing who sent you to beg me to return? Tell him this for me. If you're going to beg, at least look like you're begging. Don't think you can just send any Tom, Dick, or Harry to get me back. Earlier, while chatting idly with Yi Zixuan and the others, Lin Yanting naturally learned about the afternoon's events from their conversations. Combined with Wu Rinqing and the others' attitude toward him that morning, it wasn't hard to piece together the entire sequence of events. To curry favor with the Yi group, and to secure this hard-won support, Lin Yanting had long anticipated that Wu Rinqing would come begging him to return. But he never imagined they would send Xia Bing. At that moment, Xia Bing heard Lin Yanting compare her to a stray cat or dog. Though her heart burned with fury, she dared not show it. Instead, she feigned a look of grievance. Her voice trembled slightly as she said, Yanting, how could you say that to me? Are you still upset about what I said to you this morning? I only said those things to spark your fighting spirit. Why can't you see my good intentions? As she spoke, 2 tears welled up in Xia Bing's eyes. She looked utterly wronged. Watching Xia Bing's over-the-top performance, Lin Yanting couldn't help but almost burst out laughing. Good intentions? Could it be that you slept with Wu Liang for my sake too? The moment those words left his lips, Xia Bing's expression changed abruptly. But she quickly regained her composure. She hurriedly explained. Ting, who started this rumor? You mustn't believe it. I've been completely devoted to you and I've remained pure while we've been together. How could I possibly sleep with Wu Liang? The only reason I spoke up for him this morning was because he helped me deal with Lei Bao's trouble. Don't misunderstand me, okay? 50 defenses down. Hysterical Xia Bing. In his previous life, Lin Yanting was at least a formidable figure in Jianing City's underworld. Though in this life, he chose the righteous path. He still possessed some fundamental skills. After confirming Xia Bing's safety that morning, Lin Yanting had discreetly investigated what transpired after Lei Bao took Xia Bing away. Following the trail, he uncovered the incident where Xia Bing and Wu Liang had checked into a hotel room. After piecing together the entire sequence of events, he finally headed to the factory where Huaxi worked. Lin Yanting had originally believed Xia Bing had betrayed him in his previous life solely to avoid being implicated by him. But today, he suddenly realized Xia Bing was nothing but a who'd sleep with anyone. As long as someone could offer her wealth and a prosperous future, she'd throw herself at them. Wu Liang had merely paid Lei Bao 5,000 yuan to settle the matter. She'd sleep with Wu Liang. Thinking back to how he had carefully nurtured Xia Bing for over a decade in his previous life, it all felt like a joke now. In Xia Bing's eyes, he was nothing but a spare tire. Had he not become a powerful figure in his previous life? She would have kept stringing him along forever. Marriage was out of the question. Seeing Xia Bing act so shamelessly, coupled with her betrayal in his previous life. At this moment, Lin Yanting's heart was already burning with rage. Xia Bing. Don't treat everyone like fools. Do I need to lay out the hotel records of you and Wu Liang at Fuyua Hotel before you'll admit it? Hearing this, Xia Bing couldn't help but startle. She had assumed Lin Yanting had overheard a message from somewhere. That's why he was treating her this way. Unexpectedly, that Lin Yanting knew exactly where she and Wu Liang had booked a room. With things having come to this point, if she were a normal girl, would have been too ashamed to stay here. But Xia Bing's thought process was anything but ordinary. Her shock instantly turned to joy. See? Ting, you do care about me after all. If that weren't the case, why else would you have investigated my affairs? The moment those words left her lips, not only Lin Yanting but even the attendant Meng beside him was dumbfounded. What the hell is going on here? Is this something a sane person would say? Seemingly realizing the ambiguity in her words, Xia Bing hurriedly explained. I already said it was a misunderstanding. I did check into a hotel room with Wu Liang. But Wu Liang did it to protect me. When you left me alone back then, I was terrified. And didn't dare go home. So I let Wu Liang take me to get a room. But we didn't do anything. We just played cards all night. I admit that when Wu Liang saved me, I was grateful to him. But I only feel gratitude toward him. My heart belongs only to you. Hearing this, Lin Yanting couldn't help but applaud. He truly hadn't expected that Xia Bing could spin such a tale. If Wu Liang hadn't later shared the details of sleeping with Xia Bing with his rowdy friends, Lin Yanting might have actually believed Xia Bing's story. At that very moment, Meng Shishing, who had remained silent the entire time, suddenly blurted out coldly. Doesn't landlord require 3 players? How can 2 people play? The moment those words left his mouth, Xia Bing's face, which had been filled with grievance, instantly froze. Seeing this, Lin Yanting's face grew even more scornful. Finally, Xia Bing's defenses crumbled. She unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks on Meng Shishing beside her. It's precisely because of you so-called friends around a Ting that caused problems in our relationship. However, Meng Shishing felt no pain from Xia Bing's assault. Meng Shishing felt not the slightest sting. He even shrugged it off with a carefree expression. I was just curious how 2 people play landlord. Why are you getting so worked up? Meng Shishing would have been better off staying silent. But the moment those words left his mouth, Xia Bing, already on the brink, went completely berserk. Seeing this, Lin Yanting, standing nearby, could no longer bear to watch. He grabbed Xia Bing by the hair and yanked her aside. Then he gave her a shove. Xia Bing crashed to the ground. Seeing Lin Yanting lay hands on her, Xia Bing's face was filled with disbelief. A Ting? You actually hit me for him? Facing Xia Bing's accusation, Lin Yanting responded with a faint, contemptuous smile. Hitting me? For a two-face like you, even beating you to death would be too lenient. You trespassed into someone else's residence without permission, violating Article 245 of the criminal law. This constitutes the crime of unlawful intrusion into a residence, punishable by up to 3 years imprisonment or criminal detention. Furthermore, your attempted assault just now, if it had caused minor injuries or worse, would violate Article 234 of the criminal law, constituting the crime of intentional injury. This carries a sentence of up to 3 years imprisonment, criminal detention, or public surveillance. Causing serious injury or death could result in 10 years imprisonment or even the death penalty. Given your actions just now, even if I beat you to death, it would be justified self-defense. Facing Lin Yanting's condescending attitude, Xia Bing's patience had reached its limit. In her eyes, Lin Yanting was nothing but a lackey who came when summoned and vanished when dismissed. Now he dared to call her a. And now he was trying to intimidate her with all sorts of nonsense. She had humbled herself to beg for reconciliation, only to be met with Lin Yanting's humiliation. Right then, Xia Bing decided to drop the act. Lin Yanting, don't push your luck. If this lady is begging you to make up, it's like your ancestors are smiling down on you. A loser like you landing a girlfriend like me, curvy and gorgeous, must be karma from a past life. Why don't you take a good look at yourself in the mirror? How dare you compare yourself to Wu Liang? Wu Liang comes from a wealthy family, has more money than you, and his future is limitless. So what if I slept with Wu Liang? What are you gonna do about it? I'll treat you like a pathetic loser. What are you gonna do about it? I'm going to cheat on you. What are you going to do about it? Sleeping with him once might not land me a high-status partner, but he can at least meet my financial needs. And you? You're just a low-level thug, no money, no status, no future. How could you possibly compare to Wu Liang? Don't think that saving the Yi Group president once means he'll look out for you forever. He was just putting on a show for society, leaving behind a reputation for gratitude and loyalty. Once the dust settles on this affair, do you really think President Yi will give you the time of day? And you called me a whore. What makes you any better? Don't think I don't know you've got a woman hiding in your room. I bet you wouldn't dare bring her out, probably too ashamed for me to see her, huh? A broke loser like you probably can only afford to call a 40 or 50-year-old woman who charges a few dozen to $100. Or have you become a male escort? Getting ed by some 100-pound fat cow with weird fetishes? Otherwise, how else would your clothes be torn to shreds? Seeing Xia Bing so shameless, Lin Yanting's face instantly darkened. Meng Shixing, standing nearby, was so enraged he was about to lash out. But he was restrained by Lin Yanting beside him. Seeing Lin Yanting's reaction, Xia Bing assumed Lin Yanting had been exposed by her words. His pride was wounded. But no matter how much Xia Bing humiliated him, he would never allow Wei Zhixi and Xia Bing to meet. After all, Lin Yanting knew exactly what Wei Zhixi was going through. If Xia Bing were to see her, who knows what rumors she might spread about Wei Zhixi outside. Lin Yanting would never allow Wei Zhixi to suffer even the slightest harm. Therefore, Lin Yanting immediately pulled out his phone and called the police. Seeing this, Xia Bing not only showed no fear, but grew even more smug. Oh, getting desperate now. Looks like I hit the nail on the head, huh? Threatening to call the police to scare me? Lin Yanting, looks like without your old lady, you can't even find a decent woman. I wonder if you could even handle that 100+ pounds of fat sitting on you for a couple more minutes. Ha! But just as Xia Bing was mercilessly mocking, ridiculing, and humiliating Lin Yanting, with a click, the door to Lin Yanting's bedroom swung open. Immediately, a voice as sweet as a silver bell drifted out from within. What's going on with Ting? Why hasn't he come to bed yet? 51 sarcasm. Blaming the victim. As the voice rang out, not only Xia Bing and Meng Shixing were dumbfounded. Even Lin Yanting's mind instantly froze. Wei Zhixi, wearing Lin Yanting's white shirt and her own original short shorts, strolled lazily out of Lin Yanting's room. She then naturally hooked her arm through Lin Yanting's. She said in a coquettish tone, Ting, what are you guys doing? You guys are so loud. It's so loud I can't sleep properly. At that moment, Wei Zhixi radiated a unique beauty all over. Innocence tinged with a hint of allure. Like a lazy little kitten, she nestled against Lin Yanting's shoulder. Even Lin Yanting, who had lived 2 lifetimes, couldn't help but feel his heart flutter upon seeing Wei Zhixi like this. Especially the soft, yielding pressure against his arm. It sent his thoughts racing wildly. He even forgot the humiliation inflicted by Xia Bing. Now, Lin Yanting's mind was filled with just 2 words, damn big. Meanwhile, Meng Shixing watched the 2 of them standing there, their clothes disheveled. And the fact they'd emerged one after the other from the same room. Meng Shixing's mind immediately ran wild with all sorts of scenarios about what might have transpired inside. He immediately wore a look of schadenfreude. I knew it. Those 2 were up to something. But I never imagined things would progress this quickly. Xia Bing will be furious when she sees this. Just as Meng Shixing had anticipated. The moment she saw Wei Zhixi, Xia Bing's eyes were filled with utter disbelief. Wei Zhixi? You two just. Xia Bing had already been emotionally shattered by Lin Yanting and Meng Shixing's relationship. That's why she had hurled so many insults at Lin Yanting. Now, provoked by Wei Zhixi's words, recalling how she had humiliated Lin Yanting earlier, Xia Bing felt like nothing but a clown at that moment. If Lin Yanting's woman was truly as she had described, a cheap old woman or an obese rich woman who liked to keep young lovers, she wouldn't feel this miserable. Instead, she would have felt an odd sense of satisfaction. But as the saying goes, that's just how people are when you see your ex's new partner is better than you. It hurts worse than being stabbed in the heart. This was precisely how Xia Bing felt at that moment. Instantly, the disbelief on Xia Bing's face gave way to rage. Wei Zhixi. You dare steal my man. I'll kill you, you. You 2 bastards deserve to die. Without a second thought, she lunged at Wei Zhixi. But Wei Zhixi didn't have the thick skin of a prison guard. Lin Yanting naturally wouldn't give Xia Bing any chance to harm Wei Zhixi. Before Xia Bing could touch Wei Zhixi, he swiftly reached out and slapped her across the face twice. He knocked her flat onto the ground. Sitting slumped on the floor, Xia Bing felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Clearly, Lin Yanting hadn't held back with those slaps. But before Xia Bing could recover, Lin Yanting's icy voice rang in her ears. Xia Bing, if you want to die, I won't mind granting your wish. She seemed to sense the murderous intent laced within Lin Yanting's words. Coupled with the 2 slaps she'd just endured, Xia Bing finally realized that Lin Yanting might actually harm her. A wave of terror began to spread through Xia Bing's heart. The rage that had burned within her heart before now dissipated by more than half because of this fear. But the scene that unfolded next caused Xia Bing's blood pressure to spike instantly. Whether Wei Zhixi did it intentionally, unintentionally, or was genuinely frightened, Wei Zhixi suddenly burrowed into Lin Yanting's embrace, her voice trembling with a hint of tears as she said in a soft, delicate tone. Ting, I'm so scared. She's so scary. Why did Xia Bing hit me? Seeing this, Lin Yanting found himself both amused and exasperated. Except at first, Lin Yanting was momentarily stunned by Wei Zhixi's actions. After that, he immediately understood Wei Zhixi's intent. Clearly, this girl couldn't stand Xia Bing's shamelessness and the viciousness of her humiliating words. Unable to stand by and watch, Wei Zhixi deliberately acted so affectionate with him to provoke Xia Bing. What Lin Yanting hadn't anticipated, however. Wei Zhixi was so deeply immersed in her act. Was she trying to drive Xia Bing to her grave? Lin Yanting never imagined that Wei Zhixi, who usually didn't even dare to speak loudly, would be so bold today. Sure enough, Xia Bing, whose anger had been quelled by Lin Yanting's 2 slaps, now, seeing Wei Zhixi clinging to him like a little bird, her rage flared up again. But this time, she dared not lay a hand on her again. She merely pointed at Wei Zhixi and shouted angrily. Well, Wei Zhixi. So it was you sabotaging my relationship with Ting. You shameless homewrecker. Seeing this, Lin Yanting immediately frowned. He had expected Wei Zhixi to be at a disadvantage. He was about to step in to defend Wei Zhixi. But to his surprise, Wei Zhixi replied without batting an eye. But you two have already broken up. How can you call me the other woman? Besides, it seems like you were the one who cheated on Ting with Liang, right? How dare you turn around and accuse us now? Wei Zhixi's voice sounded soft and sweet. Her words were sharp and pointed. She cut straight to the heart of the matter. Xia Bing was left speechless. If this had happened earlier, Xia Bing could have argued that someone was deliberately spreading rumors to sabotage her relationship with Lin Yanting. But in the heat of the moment just now, she had already confessed everything about her affair with Wu Liang. Now, faced with Wei Zhixi's words, she couldn't even bring herself to argue back. However, Xia Bing had no intention of letting it rest there. She immediately shifted her focus, directly targeting Lin Yanting. This was all his fault. If he hadn't stood by and let me be taken away by Lei Bao, how could I have ended up with Wu Liang? Hearing this, Lin Yanting was nearly laughing in anger. He retorted immediately. Xia Bing, if I don't call you out on this, do you really think I'm a fool? Don't think I don't know if you hadn't stolen Zhu Yuji's 500 yuan. How would Lei Bao have blackmailed me? Seeing that Lin Yanting knew everything, Xia Bing couldn't help but startle. But she still put up a front. Even so, I'm your girlfriend. Shouldn't you tolerate all my flaws and solve every problem for me? Hearing the word girlfriend, Lin Yanting felt nothing but bitter irony. Girlfriend? I bet you only see me as your fallback option when you've got nowhere else to turn, right? You're the one pushing me to mix with the wrong crowd, while you're shopping around, hunting for a wealthy husband. If you could use me to climb into high society, you'd kick me to the curb in a heartbeat. But if you don't find one, once I make a name for myself in the underworld, you'll still get a life of luxury. Once I'm no longer useful to you, you'll report me to the police without a second thought. Then you'll take that laundered money to elevate your own status. Then you'll go hunting for your ideal upper-class catch. Am I right? This is Xia Bing, her eyes revealing a look as if she'd seen a ghost. These were all thoughts churning within her heart, never once revealed to anyone. How could Lin Yanting know so clearly? As if possessed, she blurted out the question. How did you know? Observing Xia Bing's expression at that moment, Lin Yanting's eyes brimmed with amusement. How did I know? I was tricked to death by you in my previous life. Of course, Lin Yanting wouldn't reveal his reincarnation. He merely said meaningfully, don't always treat others like fools. Back then, I didn't see through you because I loved you. But now, I don't love you anymore. I can see right through your little tricks. At that moment, Xia Bing's face had turned ashen. For a moment, Lin Yanting before her seemed utterly unfamiliar. Just as she was about to speak, the doorbell rang again. Meng Shishing, standing nearby, immediately went to open the door. Several police officers in uniform appeared at the doorway. They presented their credentials to Meng Shishing. We're from the police department. We just received a report of a home invasion and assault. We're here to investigate the situation. Meng Shishing immediately pointed inside at Xia Bing. Here you go, officer. That woman over there. Upon hearing this, the officer immediately stepped inside, ready to question her. At that moment, Xia Bing panicked. She had thought Lin Yanting was just putting on a show to scare her. Little did she know he'd actually called the police. If she really got arrested by the police, it would be a huge embarrassment. Her eyes darted around frantically. She promptly burst into loud sobs. Officer! You're finally here. I was just passing by when these men dragged me in by force. These 2 men even tried to assault me. If I hadn't fought back with all my strength, my innocence would have been lost by now. 52 arrest. Lin Yanting's worries, the moment these words were spoken, instantly drew the attention of the officers present. They immediately began scrutinizing everyone in the room. Seeing potential leads, Xia Bing continued. Officer, look at my face. These are the marks they left on me after assaulting me. They even threatened that if I didn't comply, They'd call the police to arrest me for trespassing and assault. But I'm just a small, vulnerable girl. How could I possibly fight off these two big, burly men? And that woman standing nearby. She tricked me into coming closer to this spot, then those two big men rushed out and dragged me inside. Officer, you must help me get justice. After all, what girl would risk her reputation by lying? Hearing this, Wei Zhixi was utterly horrified. She never imagined Xia Bing could be so shameless. And if the police actually believed her story, the three of them would be in serious trouble. Charges like luring, unlawful detention, and violent indecent assault were no small matter. Upon hearing this, Meng Shishing, he immediately rolled up his sleeves in anger. Xia Bing, you've got some nerve. But Xia Bing showed no fear, only a smirk. Officer, look at this. He's trying to hit me again. Seeing this, the officers couldn't help but believe Xia Bing's words a little more. They all rushed to stand in front of Xia Bing. He shouted at Meng Shishing. What the hell do you think you're doing? You dare to hit someone in front of the police? Lin Yanting feared Meng Shishing might act impulsively. He immediately shot him a warning glance to stop him. Then, he took a step forward. He gave Xia Bing a cold, meaningful smile. Do you think this means I can't touch you? Seeing Lin Yanting speak thus, Xia Bing wasn't stupid. Naturally, she wouldn't respond. Instead, she timidly pleaded. Please, let me go. As long as you don't bother me in the future, I absolutely won't testify against you. Yet Lin Yanting could still detect a hint of defiance in Xia Bing's eyes. Seeing that Xia Bing thought she had him cornered, Lin Yanting walked straight up to the lead officer. Officer, I trust you wouldn't convict an innocent person based solely on one side's account. I happen to have something here you might want to take a look. With that, he pulled out his phone, tapped a few times on the screen. He promptly handed it over to the officers. Soon, the expressions of several officers shifted from skepticism to anger. They then marched straight over to Xia Bing, who stood frozen in terror, holding Lin Yanting's phone. See for yourself. What else can you say now? Xia Bing instinctively looked at the phone screen. Playing on the screen was the very scene she had just moments ago, flaunting herself provocatively in front of Lin Yanting at the door. After the first video finished playing, the second video immediately began playing. It showed Xia Bing punching Meng Shishing and pointing at Lin Yanting while hurling insults. Finally, she charged straight toward Wei Zhixi. Fortunately, Lin Yanting forced her back with two sharp slaps. The Xia Bing in the footage bore no trace of her usual gentle demeanor. Her expression was nothing but sharp, biting, and fierce. Even the police officers watching felt this girl was utterly arrogant. Lin Yanting, observing the scene from the side, he decided to add fuel to the fire. Officer, this woman was our classmate back in college. Today, for some reason, she showed up at my door. She kept hinting, both directly and indirectly, that she wanted to get involved with me. I suspect she's trying to set me up or force some kind of dirty deal on me. So I made it clear I don't call for prostitutes. But then, she actually barged right in when my roommate opened the door. What happened next, you all saw for yourselves. Everything I've said here is clearly recorded on the surveillance footage. Officer, it's up to you how to proceed from here. Seeing Lin Yanting produce the surveillance footage, Xia Bing could no longer keep up the act. Lin Yanting, you dare to betray me? I'll fight you to the death. Watching Xia Bing charge toward him, Lin Yanting didn't even flinch. With the evidence irrefutable and the truth largely uncovered, the police wouldn't let Xia Bing run wild. They swarmed her instantly, cuffing Xia Bing just as she was about to lash out. Behave yourself. You dare act out in front of the police? You put on quite the act earlier. You almost had us fooled. Luckily, this young man had surveillance footage at home. Otherwise, we'd have arrested an innocent man today. Take him away. With that, the other two officers escorted Xia Bing straight out the door. Xia Bing, having nothing left to lose, he began screaming hysterically. Lin Yanting, you just wait. I'll never let you off the hook. Neither the police nor Lin Yanting paid any attention to Xia Bing's impotent rage. Neither the police nor Lin Yanting paid any attention. Seeing the matter concluded, the lead officer approached Lin Yanting. The matter has been resolved. We'll wrap things up for now. Hearing this, Lin Yanting expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your trouble. The lead officer nodded, then turned and walked out of Lin Yanting's residence. Soon, only Lin Yanting and his two companions remained in the rental unit. Meng Shishing immediately rushed to Lin Yanting's side. Boss, when did you install surveillance cameras in the house? How come I didn't know about this? Looking at the clueless Meng Shishing, Lin Yanting gave a faint smile. There's plenty more you don't know. Ever since Lin Yanting's rebirth, he'd grasped a fundamental truth. In any situation, if you cannot set the rules, you must learn to leverage the rules. And the law is the most crucial rule in this world. To guard against any unforeseen circumstances, Lin Yanting had long installed pinhole cameras throughout the public areas of his residence. His goal was to gain the upper hand from the very start should any unexpected events occur. The primary purpose of those ubiquitous cameras wasn't surveillance, it was deterrence. Had Xia Bing noticed the surveillance at home earlier, she wouldn't have acted so brazenly. Lin Yanting wouldn't have caught her off guard. Meng Shixing, however, was left utterly baffled by Lin Yanting's mysterious demeanor. But soon enough, Meng Shixing flashed an ambiguous smile. "Oh, I just remembered I haven't had dinner yet. I'll go take a look around the public restroom next door." With that, he turned and headed straight for the door. But just before leaving, he flashed a suggestive grin. When the two saw Meng Shixing's suggestive gaze, they finally snapped back to reality. The two of them were still locked in an ambiguous embrace. Only then did Wei Zhixi realize how bold her actions had been. Her cheeks flushed instantly. She quickly released her arm from around Lin Yanting's. She stammered. You don't have to misunderstand. I just wanted to help you vent your frustration." With that, she practically fled back into Lin Yanting's room. She slammed the door shut. Lin Yanting knew Wei Zhixi's character well. To help him vent his anger, she had gone as far as she did just now. It had taken immense courage. Moreover, Wei Zhixi dreaded trouble and gossip more than anything. Otherwise, she wouldn't have let Lin Yanting discover her work as a massage therapist and gain leverage over her. Thinking of this, Lin Yanting couldn't help but feel worried for Wei Zhixi. After today's events, Wei Zhixi had thoroughly alienated Xia Bing. Lin Yanting made a rough assessment. What Xia Bing had done today, though seemingly severe, they hadn't actually caused any serious consequences. Meng Shixing had only sustained superficial injuries. It fell far short of meeting the criteria for minor injuries. Xia Bing's actions, at most, constituted an administrative violation. The penalty would be a fine under 500 yuan and detention ranging from 10 to 15 days. Given Xia Bing's temperament, who knows what kind of story she'll spin about Wei Zhixi once she's released from the police station. At this thought, a flash of sharpness flickered in Lin Yanting's eyes. If Xia Bing dared to harm Wei Zhixi, she would make her regret ever being born. 53. The plot. The Wu family's true intentions. The next day. Jiguang Vocational School. Vice Principal's office. Clang. As the ceramic cup smashed onto the floor, it instantly shattered into countless shards, scattering in all directions. Immediately following was Wu Rinqing's furious roar, filled with rage. Xia Bing was nothing but an idiot. She was supposed to use her charm to lure Lin Yanting back. Instead, she went and barged into someone's home, even resorting to violence. Not only did this fail to mend the rift between the school and Lin Yanting, but it actually got Lin Yanting thrown in jail. The police report even got sent to me. What an absolute disgrace. Wu Liang, standing nearby, was equally stunned. Xia Bing would be so brazen. He couldn't help but feel secretly relieved. Thank goodness I only messed around with Xia Bing back then. Otherwise, if I'd actually ended up with a woman like her, she'd have ruined me sooner or later. But then, upon further reflection, Wu Liang felt a surge of anger. Now, with Xia Bing causing such a scene, the already strained relationship between the two sides had become even more tense. Originally, they didn't care much about Lin Yanting. But now that Yi Zixuan had made her stance clear, if they couldn't secure Lin Yanting's forgiveness, not only would they lose Yi Group's backing, but even Vice Principal Wu Rinqing's position might be in jeopardy. Principal Lu Ziyuan had also made it clear. If they failed to bring Lin Yanting back, the Wu family would face serious consequences. If things truly escalated to that point, forget about his own future. It would be uncertain whether the Wu family could even continue to survive in Jianing City. Then, as a useless rich kid who knows nothing, he'd have no choice but to beg for food on the streets. At this thought, Wu Liang felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Uncle! What should we do now? Hearing this, Wu Rinqing sighed deeply. At this point, our only option is to personally go and personally apologize to Lin Yanting. Hearing this, Wu Liang's expression darkened considerably. Uncle! Are you out of your mind? We go to apologize? You haven't forgotten how Lin Yanting humiliated me at the school gate, have you? That's the shame of my life. I couldn't help but slap him right then and there. Wu Liang glared at him angrily. Wu Rinqing shook his head. Great men don't get bogged down by trivialities. Didn't we already delete that surveillance footage of your humiliation? Then it proves the incident never happened. As long as we bring Lin Yanting back, we'll secure the backing of the Yi Group. This will elevate the school's status. We'll even have a shot at qualifying for the Jianing City College Student Entrepreneurship Competition. This is a competition jointly founded by Jianing's most prominent figures. When that time comes, Uncle will definitely do everything in his power to ensure you participate. If you can secure a top ranking in the entrepreneurship competition, countless corporate leaders will invest in you. Then, our Wu family will rise to prominence because of you. For a moment, Wu Liang found himself swept up in the fervor of Wu Rinqing's words. The humiliation he'd endured before seemed utterly insignificant compared to this immense prospect. Uncle. I understand. I'll do whatever it takes to bring Lin Yanting back. Hearing this, Wu Rinqing's face softened into an expression of approval. Good. You truly are one of the Wu family. Flexible and adaptable. A gentleman's revenge can wait a decade. That Lin Yanting, I'll deal with him sooner or later. For now, let him keep jumping around for a while longer. Then, uncle and nephew exchanged a glance. They all let out sinister laughter. Achoo! At that moment, Lin Yanting. For some reason, he suddenly sneezed. Who's talking about me? Meng Shishing, who was reporting account data to Lin Yanting. He too suddenly flashed an ambiguous smile. Boss. Did you overwork yourself yesterday? And caught a chill from sweating? Seeing Meng Shishing's sly expression, Lin Yanting couldn't help but smack Meng Shishing on the back of the head. I'm talking business here. Act like you mean it. And don't ever joke about these things in front of Zhixi again. She's already sensitive enough. Because of yesterday's incident, she hasn't spoken to me all day. I texted her, brought breakfast to her doorstep. She either doesn't reply or says she's busy. If you provoke her again, I won't mind taking some time to see if your skills have deteriorated. He said. Lin Yanting extended his right hand toward Meng Shishing, clenched into a fist. Watching the fist before him, which kept making cracking sounds, Meng Shishing couldn't help but swallow hard. He quickly changed the subject. Boss. These past few days, I've been leading the crew to strictly follow your script for filming. Several videos in a row have surpassed 1 million likes. View counts have soared to tens of millions. Our daily follower growth has been at least 200,000. Who would have thought that making these positive, humorous videos has actually generated way more traffic than our previous brawling videos? How do you even come up with this stuff? Hearing this, Lin Yanting rolled his eyes at Meng Shishing. Isn't that obvious? The stuff we filmed before was all shady and easily targeted by official crackdowns. And if we really went viral with that kind of content, our doom would be near. Seeing Lin Yanting speak so gravely, Meng Shishing remained somewhat skeptical. It can't be that exaggerated, right? Seeing Meng Shishing's skepticism, Lin Yanting didn't press further. After all, it wasn't something he could explain to Meng Shishing in a few words. He certainly couldn't tell Meng that in his previous life he'd already been executed by firing squad for his criminal activities. And these anecdotes were all internet memes that would soon go viral. If he actually said that, Officer Meng would definitely think he'd lost his mind. He'd inevitably be mocked for it. Knowing this would happen, it was better to keep quiet. So Lin Yanting chose to speak ambiguously. When has my judgment ever been wrong? As long as we follow my plan, we'll rise steadily. Once traffic stabilizes, we can naturally integrate some Huaxi products. This way, observant viewers will inevitably notice the detail. Some people will inevitably bring up Huaxi's negative publicity. At that point, by strategically leveraging the resulting buzz, not only showcase the true efficacy of Huaxi products to a wider audience. They claim Huaxi products cause skin damage and hair loss? We'll demonstrate it right before their eyes. At the same time, we'll help some viewers truly recognize the hidden tricks behind that negative buzz. After hearing Lin Yanting's rough plan, Meng Shishing finally understood. So that was the boss's real objective all along. To leverage online buzz and capture public attention. But upon reflection, it made perfect sense. Only by making more people aware of the problem, the shadowy figures behind it all would finally start to hesitate. Once he grasped this point, Meng Shishing couldn't help but praise him generously. Boss. That's brilliant. Regarding Meng Shishing's praise, Lin Yanting remained largely unmoved. This was merely the first step. Tougher battles lie ahead. The mastermind behind framing Huaxi Life won't just let us act freely. They're bound to make their next move. As he spoke, Lin Yanting rose, put on his coat, and prepared to leave. Seeing this, Meng Shishing instinctively asked, Boss, where are you headed? To this, Lin Yanting didn't hide anything. Instead, he got straight to the point. Yi Zixuan just transferred 4 million directly into our account. She said the extra amount is meant as an apology to us. Additionally, she asked me to go to the International Finance Tower to sign the gift deed for the commercial space. At the mention of 4 million, Meng Shishing's eyes lit up. Holy crap! 4 million! Boss, we're rich. Tonight, we're gonna party hard. This time, I'm ordering 10 of those bombshells. Hearing this, Lin Yanting smacked Meng Shishing on the back of the head again. This 4 million is our seed money. Can you stop obsessing over Miss Delay all the time? Once we're really established, what kind of girlfriend could you possibly want? Why insist on wasting money in those shady places? Meng Shishing, scolded by Lin Yanting, let out a pitiful "oh." Without another word to Meng Shishing, he walked straight out the door, leaving behind only Meng Shishing, his face utterly devoid of hope. Oh my dear Miss Lei. 54 Unusual. Su Qingyin's plea for help. After stepping out, Lin Yanting hailed a taxi and arrived at the base of the Guojin building. Secretary Xiao Su was already waiting downstairs. But when Xiao Su saw Lin Yanting, she still wore a sour expression. I've been waiting for you forever. You're really slow. Looking at his secretary Xiao Su, Lin Yanting was at a loss for words. He hadn't done anything to provoke her. And regardless, he had saved her life after all. Why did she always seem to pick on him? But today he was here to take possession of the shop and sign the contract. Plus, he'd just received 4 million from Wei Zhixi. Lin Yanting was in a good mood. He couldn't be bothered to argue with her. Yes. Secretary Su was right to scold her. Just hurry up and lead the way. Seeing that Lin Yanting hadn't retorted, Secretary Su was clearly taken aback. His tone softened considerably without him even realizing it. Alright then, let's go. Saying this, she led Lin Yanting into the Guojin Tower. As they passed the entrance, Lin Yanting noticed security measures had become significantly stricter. The security equipment was also more comprehensive. Unlike the somewhat lax state before, the security guards stationed at the entrance of the Guojin building now were visibly more alert and energetic than their predecessors. Moreover, Lin Yanting could tell that every single one of these guards was trained in martial arts. It seemed the previous kidnapping incident had significantly impacted Wei Zhixi. As if sensing Lin Yanting's scrutinizing gaze, the secretary spoke up. The entire previous security team was replaced by President Yi. Even the security manager was fired. The entire building's surveillance system has been completely upgraded. An incident like last time will never happen again. Upon hearing this, Lin Yanting nodded in agreement. But he was still somewhat surprised. Of course, his surprise wasn't that Wei Zhixi would enhance security measures. It was his secretary, Xiao Su. Earlier at the entrance, he'd been wearing a sour expression. Who would have thought this guy would now take the initiative to offer clarification? This left Lin Yanting thoroughly intrigued. Soon, the two of them stepped into the elevator. Lin Yanting had assumed Xiao Su's earlier approach was merely a passing whim. That's why he'd chatted with him a bit longer. But when the elevator doors closed, leaving only the two of them inside, Secretary Xiao Su hesitated for a long moment. As if she wanted to say something, yet she couldn't bring herself to utter a single word. Seeing this, Lin Yanting grew impatient and said, Secretary Su, what's going on with you? You were all tough and aggressive at the door earlier. Now you can't even speak? Lin Yanting had expected his words to set off a storm of anger in Xiao Su. But what Lin Yanting hadn't anticipated was the first words to reach his ears were actually thank you. Thank you. If it weren't for you earlier, I probably wouldn't be alive today. He never would have dreamed that the woman who'd been giving him the cold shoulder all along would actually thank him? Truly unexpected. Facing Lin Yanting's peculiar gaze, Secretary Xiao Su's face flushed with a rare blush. Don't read too much into it. I just think what you said yesterday was spot on. Let's keep things separate. Though I've already apologized for screwing you over. You did save me in the end. I feel I should at least say thank you. Hearing this, a faint smile touched Lin Yanting's lips. To be honest, I used to find you quite irritating. But now it seems you're not so bad after all. With those words spoken, and given that Xiao Su was standing quite close to Lin Yanting at that moment, a blush instantly spread across Xiao Su's face, creeping all the way to the back of her ears. As if afraid Lin Yanting would see her like this, Xiao Su quickly turned her back to him. Then, feigning a fierce tone, she declared, Don't get so full of yourself. I couldn't care less about what you think of me. I just felt it wouldn't be right not to thank you. Lin Yanting nodded non-committally. I see. Then he said no more. In an instant, the elevator fell silent once more. Lin Yanting had thought this silence would last until the elevator doors opened. But unexpectedly, before long, Secretary Xiao Su suddenly turned around and stammered to Lin Yanting. I heard you know quite a few people outside. I was wondering if you could help me find out about someone. This remark piqued Lin Yanting's curiosity. Find out about someone? Why not go straight to your boss, Yi? Instead of coming to me, a good-for-nothing thug? When Wei Zhixuan's name came up, Lin Yanting noticed a distinct flicker of panic in Xiao Su's eyes. But he didn't call her out on it. Instead, he waited quietly for Xiao Su's response. That Ms. Yi handles countless matters every day. How could such a minor matter trouble her? All these years working alongside Ms. Yi, and made some money. Though not as much as what she gave you before. But I can still come up with a couple 100,000. If you're willing to help me with this, I'll gladly give you all my savings as payment. Hearing this, Lin Yanting finally sensed something was amiss. However, he didn't show it. Instead, he feigned nonchalance and said, Wow. Secretary Su sure is generous. Since that's the case, go ahead and tell me. Who do you want me to find out about? Seeing Lin Yanting like this, Xiao Su clearly relaxed a lot too. I'd like to ask you to look into a young girl named Su Qingyan, age 14. Upon hearing that the girl he was asked to find also bore the surname Su, Lin Yanting pressed further. Secretary Su, what is your relationship with this girl named Su Qingyan? As if she had anticipated Lin Yanting's question all along, Xiao Su quickly replied. My real name is Su Qingyan. Su Qingyan is my younger sister. As you know, kids tend to get rebellious during adolescence. A while back, we had a huge argument over something trivial and then she ran away from home. Now I have no idea where she's gone. I know you have many connections in the underworld. A young girl out there isn't safe, so I'm asking if you could help me find her. Just get me solid information. I'll handle bringing her back myself. After hearing Su Qingyan's account, Lin Yanting's first thought was, Su Qingyan didn't run away at all. She'd been kidnapped. If it were just a simple case of running away, reporting it to the police would have been enough. Getting the police involved would be far more effective than trying to find her on my own. And it wouldn't cost a single penny. According to Lin Yanting's speculation, the reason Su Qingyan dared not report it to the police was because she feared the kidnappers would kill her. What's more, she likely knows these kidnappers personally. So she wanted to use him, someone with a bit of clout in the underworld, to track down Su Qingyan's whereabouts. Lin Yanting even had a premonition that Su Qingyan's case might be connected to the previous kidnapping at the Guojin building. After a moment's thought, Lin Yanting spoke up. I'll do my best to try. If I can truly find your sister's whereabouts, I'll find a way to bring her back to you. Su Qingyan didn't seem to catch the implication in Lin Yanting's words. Instead, she thanked Lin Yanting with some emotion. Just then, the elevator arrived at the 8th floor. All right. We're here. I couldn't wait to see my shop. With that said, Lin Yanting walked straight toward the elevator exit. Watching Lin Yanting's retreating figure, a flicker of worry crossed Su Qingyan's eyes. Though she was reluctant to admit it, her sister had been held captive by those men for so long. She didn't know if her sister was still alive. Seeking Lin Yanting's help this time was simply to obtain a definitive answer. With Lin Yanting's help, news about Xiaoyan should come soon. If anything happens to Xiaoyan, I'll do whatever it takes to take those people down with me. 55 Turmoil. Zhang Feiyun enters the scene. Returning to the 8th floor of the Guojin building. The place had been completely transformed. The construction materials and equipment once piled along the roadside had vanished. In their place stood an exquisitely decorated shopping mall corridor. Moreover, the 8th floor no longer resembled its former state where one might go half a day without seeing a soul besides construction workers. Instead, it was bustling with people coming and going. It seemed these people were all here for the same reason as Lin Yanting, to sign purchase contracts for shops or to select storefronts. This made Lin Yanting secretly praise Yi Zixuan's efficiency. After clearing up the misunderstanding with Yi Zixuan, Lin Yanting also found a convincing explanation to persuade netizens, successfully diffusing the negative public opinion that had previously targeted Yi Zixuan. It was clear. Yi Zixuan had not only completely erased the lingering impact of the previous kidnapping incident at the Golden Finance Tower, she had even leveraged this incident to generate a wave of positive publicity for the GFC Tower. Otherwise, there's no way so many businesses would be lining up to move into the GFC Tower. This left Lin Yanting marveling. Indeed, it's the conflicts and talking points that generate buzz. Truly the president of Yi Group, she knows how to play the game. No wonder so many influencers nowadays love stirring up trouble for no reason. That traffic just comes pouring in, doesn't it? Soon. Guided by his secretary, Xiao Su, he too arrived before a storefront. This was the retail space specially reserved for Mr. Lin by President Yi. Not only is it situated at the heart of this floor, but customers arriving from any direction would inevitably pass through here. This significantly boosts foot traffic for future operations. Moreover, this shop boasts excellent ventilation and natural lighting. If Mr. Lin is satisfied, I can retrieve the contract immediately. Upon hearing this, Lin Yanting began to scrutinize every detail of the shop. He immediately wore a satisfied expression. Perfect. This is the one. Seeing that Lin Yanting seemed quite satisfied, Su Qingyan also spoke up. In that case, please wait a moment, Mr. Lin. I'll go get the contract for you right away. With that, she turned and left. It was clear. Ever since Lin Yanting agreed to help Su Qingyan find Su Qingyan's attitude toward Lin Yanting had done a complete 180. This only reinforced Lin Yanting's conviction. Su Qingyan's disappearance was definitely no simple matter. Shortly after Su Qingyan departed, a piercingly shrill sound echoed from the corridor's corner. This Guojin Plaza isn't all that impressive. After all this time, not a single shop here has met this young master's standards. I wonder if your Yi Group is truly serious about partnering with our Naz Group. Soon, a young man dressed in a bespoke suit, around 25 or 26 years old, approached this direction, surrounded by a large entourage. Beside him was a pot-bellied middle-aged man in a suit, sweating profusely as he kept pace. Young Master Jiang, you're too kind. The Yi group is naturally sincere about partnering with the Naz group. But as soon as the words left his mouth, the young man addressed as Young Master Jiang flashed a hint of amusement. Mr. Xin, there's really no need for all this trouble. All it takes is for your Yi CEO to agree to date this young master. And marries into the Jiang family in the future. Yi Corporation and Naz will naturally become one family. As for cooperation? That's a given. Upon hearing this, anyone could discern the meaning behind the young man's words. His covetousness toward the Yi group was almost blatantly obvious. Yet the middle-aged man beside him dared not react at all. He merely stood by, bowing and scraping with a forced smile. Haha, young Master Jiang certainly has a sense of humor. How about this? I'll speak for Yi group. If young Master Jiang is willing to partner with us, Yi group will gift this shop to you today. The choice is entirely yours, young Master Jiang. Hearing this, the young man raised an eyebrow. Is that really true? In that case, I won't hesitate to accept. Seeing the young man relent, the middle-aged man was overjoyed. He immediately scurried ahead, eagerly leading the way for the young man. When Lin Yanting heard the name Nazi group in their conversation, his attention was instantly captured. The reason was simple. It was because of the information he had obtained in his previous life. Although Huaxi life had been jointly suppressed and framed by multiple foreign enterprises, Lin Yanting knew full well the true power behind these foreign corporations was none other than Naz Group. In other words, the primary culprit responsible for Huaxi life's downfall was none other than Naz Group. And that young man known as Young Master Jiang. If Lin Yanting's guess was correct, he was none other than the sole son of Jiang Zhengming, the chief executive director of Naz Group's branch in the Great Xia Nation. The only son of Jiang Zhengming, the chief executive director. As for that pot-bellied middle-aged man, he was Xin Guotao, marketing manager of Yi Group. Just as Lin Yanting was deep in thought, Zhang Feiyan had already arrived at the entrance of Lin Yanting's shop with his entourage and immediately halted his steps. Mr. Xin. This shop is quite nice. What kind of trash did you show me before? They can't hold a candle to this one. Whether it's ventilation, natural light, or location, they're not even in the same league. I'll take this one. At that moment, Xin Guotao's face instantly clouded over with concern. Young Master Jiang, this shop is a bit tricky to handle. Our CEO Yi has already promised to give this unit to someone else, and had already instructed us in advance. Hearing this, Zhang Feiyun, however, wore a look of utter indifference. Zixuan only agreed. No contract has been signed yet. Why not just switch to another shop and send someone else? As he spoke, Zhang Feiyun's expression suddenly turned cold. You just said I could choose anyone I wanted. Or are you deliberately toying with me, Mr. Xin? In that case, I think we can call off this partnership. The moment these words left his mouth, Xin Guotao's expression instantly darkened. In the end, he gritted his teeth. Fine. Since young Master Jiang wants it, I'll do my utmost to make it happen. I'll check immediately whether the contract for this shop has been signed. If not, I'll arrange the contract for young Master Jiang immediately. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feiyan's expression finally eased, revealing a hint of satisfaction. In that case, then we'll be indebted to you, Mr. Xin. Xin Guotao immediately offered a couple of apologetic smiles. He promptly pulled out his phone and began searching through his contacts. Soon, a look of relief washed over Xin Guotao's face. Thank goodness, thank goodness. The contract for this commercial space hasn't been signed yet. I'll have someone draft a transfer agreement right away. Zhang Feiyun gave a slight nod. No rush. Let's go. Let's go check the situation inside first. With that said, Zhang Feiyan led his men toward the shop entrance. Seeing this, he was instantly overcome with rage. That Naz group in my past life, they caused Grandpa Zhou such suffering. And now they dare to set their sights on my business? At this thought, Lin Yanting took 3 steps in 2 strides and blocked Zhang Feiyan's path. Sorry. This shop is mine. Please leave. 56 proof? Not right now. It'll be here soon. Xin Guotao had received orders from above. He was ordered to secure the partnership with Naz Group at all costs. He'd been treating Zhang Feiyan like royalty all this time. All to secure Zhang Feiyun's approval. Finally, the other party was about to agree to cooperate with the Yi Group. And the cost was merely a single commercial space. What could be more cost-effective than that? Although this shop was one Yi Zixuan had previously promised to give to someone else, the contract hadn't been signed yet. They could simply compensate that person later. But what's the deal with this kid who suddenly appeared? How dare he obstruct Zhang Feiyun? Wasn't he trying to get himself killed? And judging by his cheap, knockoff clothes, he doesn't seem like the type who could be connected to Yi Zixuan. Which meant this kid was just spouting nonsense. Realizing this, Before Jiang Feiyan could speak, Xin Guotao immediately flew into a rage. What kid? Spouting nonsense like this? Do you even know who you're standing before? This is none other than Jiang Feiyun. We have important matters to discuss, no time to waste on your nonsense. We have serious business to discuss, no time to waste on you. Get out of the way. With that said, Xin Guotao didn't bother with formalities. He reached out to shove Lin Yanting aside. But what Xin Guotao never expected was, the moment his hand touched Lin Yanting, he experienced a strange illusion. The figure before him wasn't merely a person, but a towering mountain range. Unshakable. Then, a colossal force surged forth from somewhere. It sent Xin Guotao flying backward. His entire mass of flesh slammed solidly onto the ground. The impact felt like his bones were about to shatter. What was most infuriating was, the mocking voice of his opponent rang in his ears. What's the matter with you, sir? It's not even New Year's yet. Why are you wishing me a Happy New Year already? Xin Guotao was absolutely furious. But because he'd just landed on his chest, he was momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Jiang Feiyan beside him wore an amused expression. Kid. Not bad at all. Interested in sparring with this young master? Hearing this, Lin Yanting was quite taken aback. He had expected his obstruction to make Jiang Feiyan fly into a rage on the spot. But to his surprise, the other's first reaction was to recruit him. However, Lin Yanting barely paused to think. He spoke up immediately. Thank you for your kind offer, young Master Jiang. I have no interest in being anyone's lackey. The bodyguard beside Jiang Feiyan was stunned that Lin Yanting dared to speak to their young master like that. He immediately wanted to strike. But Jiang Feiyan stopped him. What are you all trying to do? This is a society governed by law. Don't you dare tarnish the reputation of our Naz group. Don't be fooled by Jiang Feiyan always having a bunch of bodyguards with him. He's a martial artist himself. The kind who's been training since childhood. Even with his keen eyesight, he couldn't discern how the other guy had thrown Xin Guotao across the room. He instantly realized that the combat prowess of this man before him was far beyond what his bodyguards could handle. It was precisely for this reason that he had conceived the idea of recruiting Lin Yanting. But as expected, the other party seemed unwilling to deal with him. He had intended to bring out the Naz group and gauge Lin Yanting's reaction. But to his surprise, even upon hearing the name Naz group, the other party remained completely unfazed. For a moment, Jiang Feiyan couldn't tell whether the man was utterly fearless or had just crawled out of some backwater village, having never heard of the Naz group. Don't be fooled by Jiang Feiyan's outwardly arrogant and domineering demeanor. In reality, he was more cautious than anyone. He would never provoke conflict until he had thoroughly assessed his opponent's capabilities. As the saying goes, those who live in a well see only the sky, and the people of Yelong were arrogant. Yet the higher one stands, the more they see. The things he fears, cautions against, and contemplates likewise multiply. It was obvious. Jiang Feiyan was precisely such a man. He is not like the typical rich second generation who just coast through life. A set of principles has always guided his actions. The reason he dared to speak so arrogantly to Xin Guotao was because he knew Xin Guotao needed him. Plus, his status far surpassed that of his opponent. He naturally felt no fear. But this young man before him truly left him uncertain of his true nature. Unlike Xin Guotao, he wouldn't judge someone's depth based solely on their attire. Therefore, Jiang Feiyan didn't get angry. Instead, he asked quite politely, "Brother, I don't know what your reasons are for blocking our path. But this shop has already been gifted to me by the Yi Group. I'm on my way to the inspection right now. Please make way." Upon hearing this, Lin Yanting smiled. Just as Jiang Feiyan thought he had swayed the other party. Little did he expect. Lin Yanting actually spoke up. What a coincidence. Yi Group also said they'd give me this shop. How about that? Just then, before Jiang Feiyan could respond, Xin Guotao, who had been thrown to the ground earlier, finally regained his composure. Rubbing his chest, he angrily retorted, "Bull. Give the shop to you? As the marketing manager of Yi Group, how could I not know? Do you even know how much this shop is worth? Look at yourself. Give it to you? Do you even deserve it?" Facing Xin Guotao's humiliation, Lin Yanting remained unruffled, neither angry nor annoyed. He merely shot Xin Guotao a glance and instantly silenced him. After all, that blow had been excruciatingly painful. The only reason Xin Guotao dared to speak to Lin Yanting like that was solely because he'd just been thrown to the ground, which had cost him face. Moreover, his obstruction of Jiang Feiyan's shop inspection had, to some extent, disrupted the business deal he was negotiating with Jiang Feiyan. His anger surged in that moment, leading him to act this way. But after catching Lin Yanting's glance just now, he finally snapped back to reality. This guy before him could take him down with ease and pleasure. And here he was, daring to confront him like this. What if he attacked again? The thought made him flinch. Xin Guotao instinctively took a step back. Only then did he dare to continue speaking. Kid, don't get cocky. You dare assault me, the marketing manager of Yi Group. You must never have been caught by the police. As he spoke, Xin Guotao pulled out his phone to call the police. But unexpectedly, Lin Yanting showed not a hint of panic. Call the police? What proof do you have that I hit you? You were the one who came over to push me. You tripped over something yourself and fell down. What does that have to do with me? With that statement, Xin Guotao instantly fell silent. Exactly. What right did he have to claim the other person hit him? Besides, even though the fall hurt like hell, there wasn't a single scratch on him. Even if the hallway surveillance had captured the entire incident, he was the one who initiated the contact by shoving him. Even if it came down to it, it could only barely be considered mutual assault. And he was the marketing manager of the prestigious Yi Group. If word got out that he'd been brawling with some greenhorn, it would be downright embarrassing. Calling security was out of the question. There were simply too many people at the International Finance Center today. What if they had someone eject this kid without solid evidence? Who knows what tomorrow's news would say about him and Yi Group? He knew full well how much Yi Zixuan had suffered from public scrutiny before. And she was the chairman's only daughter. And I'm just a manager. If he caused any negative publicity for the group, getting fired was one thing. A demotion was guaranteed. Realizing this, Xin Guotao could only sigh inwardly. He immediately turned his pleading gaze toward Zhang Feiyan beside him. He knew that if Zhang Feiyan intervened, he could easily deal with this kid. But what Xin Guotao hadn't anticipated was, at this moment, Zhang Feiyan appeared utterly indifferent. He clearly had no intention of getting involved. After much deliberation, Xin Guotao abandoned his other plans and ultimately chose to persuade him with reason. Young man, the Yi Group has always been reasonable. I won't hold what just happened against you. But tell me, if our Yi Group were to gift you this shop, what proof do you have? Produce it now, and we'll turn around and leave immediately. If you don't, then I'm afraid I'll have to apologize. I'll have no choice but to call the police and report a disturbance here. After saying this, Xin Guotao couldn't help but give himself a mental thumbs up for his quick thinking. Didn't you say the shop owner gave it to you? Show me the proof. Without proof, you're just causing trouble and stirring up trouble, right? Just as Xin Guotao was mentally rehearsing Lin Yanting's possible responses to his question, little did he expect Lin Yanting to blurt out two words without a moment's hesitation: no. This response made Xin Guotao laugh in exasperation. Non? What the hell are you talking about? If everyone followed your logic, then I could just claim the entire Yi Group as mine. You have 1 minute to kowtow and apologize. Otherwise, we'll wait for the police to sort this out. Zhang Feiyan stood nearby, silent. He kept observing Lin Yanting. For some reason, he sensed this kid was brimming with confidence. Just as Zhang Feiyan pondered how Lin Yanting would resolve the situation at hand. But then came Lin Yanting's flippant remark. Not right now, but I will soon. 57 taking the fall. Unlucky Xin Guotao. Xin Guotao, standing nearby, heard this. He too let out a series of cold laughs. Enough. Stop pretending. Our boss Yi did say he'd give this shop to a friend of hers. But just look at your shabby appearance. You're not telling me you're the friend Mr. Yi was referring to, are you? Lin Yanting said nothing. He just stared at Xin Guotao without flinching. But to Xin Guotao, this very silence, as if his lie had been exposed. Thus, he had nothing more to say. Consequently, Xin Guotao grew increasingly arrogant. Let me tell you, even if you really are that friend of Ye's, between the cooperation with Naz Group and personal friendships, I believe Mr. Yi would still prioritize the greater good. And besides, a bumpkin like you could never be Mr. Ye's friend. I don't care where you got this information, or what your motives might be. Daring to cause trouble at Yi Group? You're finished. After Xin Guotao believed everything was above board, he immediately pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Hello? Security team? Someone's causing trouble on the 8th floor. Now. Immediately. Get him out of there right this instant. Then call the police to handle it. Seeing that Lin Yanting seemed to have run out of tricks, Zhang Feiyan remained silent. Because he saw that glimmer of confidence in the other man's eyes. He was also curious to see how today's incident would ultimately unfold. Moments later, the security chief of Guojin Tower arrived on the 8th floor with 7 or 8 guards. Seeing this, Xin Guotao's arrogance only grew more intense. Speak up. Weren't you being so arrogant just now? Now you're suddenly speechless? After venting his pent-up frustration a little, Xin Guotao hesitated no longer. He immediately pointed at Lin Yanting and declared, "That's him. Move." With that, Xin Guotao prepared to savor the sight of Lin Yanting being hauled away by security. He thought to himself. Let's see you act so cocky now. You dared to throw me. No matter how skilled you are, you can't possibly take on 7 or 8 fully armed security guards alone. Just as Xin Guotao was thinking this, he noticed the security guard beside him hadn't moved an inch. So, a hint of displeasure flashed across Xin Guotao's face. What the hell did Mr. Yi pay you for? What are you standing around for? Get moving. But the security captain in charge, upon hearing this, a look of hesitation crossed his face. Mr. Xin, could there be some misunderstanding here? The moment those words left his lips, Xin Guotao instantly flew into a rage. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? I've already investigated this thoroughly. This guy is nothing but a troublemaking thug. When I tell you to go, you go. Enough with the nonsense. You don't want to work anymore. Seeing Xin Guotao lose his temper, the security chief naturally dared not cross him. But he still gritted his teeth and said, Mr. Xin, I remember this person. Was brought in by Secretary Su. Perhaps we should consult Secretary Su? In case there really is some misunderstanding. Upon hearing the words Secretary Su, Zhang Feiyan, standing nearby, narrowed his eyes slightly, as if recalling something. Soon, a look of understanding flashed across his face. But at this moment, Xin Guotao, having already been put in his place by Lin Yanting, and then being contradicted twice in a row by the security captain, he felt his pride had been severely dented. His inner rage grew fiercer by the moment. He couldn't bear to listen to the security chief's advice. What's this about Secretary Su and Secretary Zhao? I'm the marketing manager of Yi Group. How could I possibly bow to some lowly secretary? Listen up. If you don't move within 10 seconds, you're all fired. Yi Group doesn't keep dead weight. Seeing that Xin Guotao had already spoken so bluntly, the security chief sighed helplessly. After all, rank has its privileges. Moreover, as marketing manager, his position was undoubtedly far above that of a mere security captain. He had done his part in trying to persuade him. If something truly went wrong in the end, Mr. Yi probably wouldn't blame me, right? Thus, under the intimidating pressure from Xin Guotao, the security chief waved his hand. The next moment, Lin Yanting was surrounded by 7 or 8 security guards. Brother, I'm sorry. We're also helpless. About this, Lin Yanting's expression had returned to normal. It's okay. I understand. Go ahead and do what you need to do. The security captain hadn't expected this. That this young man before him would be so magnanimous. When you take action later, try to go easy on him. Seeing the security team finally move to act, a smug smile finally spread across Xin Guotao's face. Stop. What are you doing? But just as the two sides were about to clash, a woman's voice suddenly rang out from the side. Seeing his orders repeatedly interrupted, Xin Guotao's anger, which had just subsided, flared up again. But when he recognized the face of the person who had spoken up, his expression softened slightly. Xing Yin, why aren't you with President Yi? What brings you here? But the moment he uttered those words, a sudden sense of unease washed over him. He vaguely recalled what the security chief had told him earlier. This kid was brought in by Secretary Su, and the person standing before him, his personal secretary. Her full name was Su Qingyin. Although Xin Guotao held a position far superior to Su Qingyin's, he dared not put on any airs in front of this personal secretary. In fact, every time he saw Su Qingyin, he would even show a hint of flattery. While many executives at Yi Group had their own secretaries, Su Qingyin was different. She grew up alongside Yi Zixuan. After Yi Zixuan took over the Yi Group, Su Qingyin remained by her side, providing constant support and assistance. It could be said that Su Qingyin within the Yi Group, she could even represent Yi Zixuan to a certain extent. Much like the personal eunuch who had been the emperor's companion and tutor since childhood in ancient times. Though her official status was low, even high-ranking officials in the imperial court dared not offend her lightly. After all, she was the emperor's confidant. If you truly angered him, and they spent every day speaking ill of you to the emperor, even if the emperor initially held a favorable impression of you, he would gradually grow to dislike you. He might even start suppressing and punishing you. No way? Could this kid really be Ye's friend? No way, no way. It must just be a coincidence. Even though he already suspected the answer, Xin Guotao still refused to admit it. He kept telling himself, but heaven doesn't always grant our wishes. The very thing he dreaded most had come to pass. Su Qingyin paid no attention to Xin Guotao. Instead, she walked straight up to Zhang Feiyan and greeted him politely. Mr. Zhang, hello. I'm Su Qingyin, Mr. Ye's personal secretary. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm not sure what's happening here. To come here, even if Su Qingyin didn't spell it out, With Zhang Feiyun's keen eye, he could easily tell. The young man before him was undoubtedly the very friend Yi Zixuan had mentioned. Su Qingyin had approached him to ask questions. Was simply to confirm whether this matter had anything to do with him. Once he grasped this, Zhang Feiyun naturally had to distance himself from it. After all, someone held in such high regard by Yi Zixuan couldn't possibly be an ordinary person. If he spoke up for Xin Guotao, he risked offending both Yi Zixuan and the young man before him. Though his family background and business holdings meant he feared the Yi group not at all. But for a shop in Xin Guotao? Wasn't worth it. Therefore, Zhang Feiyun hesitated not a moment. He promptly sold out Xin Guotao. He then spread his hands in a shrug. His face was pure innocence. Hey, I don't know either. I was just discussing the Naz and Yi family partnership with Mr. Xin. Then Mr. Xin insisted on gifting me a commercial space in the International Finance Tower. So I just followed him over. Then I ran into this guy who claimed Mr. Yi had already gifted him the shop. I figured since Mr. Yi had already promised it, I shouldn't insist. After all, a shop unit was neither essential nor indispensable to me. But Mr. Xin seemed skeptical of the young man's claim. And so, the situation has escalated to its current state. The moment those words left his mouth, Xin Guotao froze in place. He never imagined Zhang Feiyun would shift all the blame onto him. But just as he was about to speak up, his gaze suddenly met Zhang Feiyun's deeply meaningful stare. The words on the tip of his tongue were swallowed back down. Meanwhile, Su Qingyin, having pieced together the sequence of events, her expression turned extremely grim. Mr. Xin, Lin Yanting is a valued guest of Mr. Yi. You'll have to figure out how to explain this to Mr. Yi yourself. 58 Suspicious. Lin Yanting's discovery. Hearing this, Xin Guotao panicked instantly. He hurriedly interjected. Secretary Su. Don't. Ignorance is no excuse. I had no idea Mr. Yi's friend would be dressed like this. If I'd known, I would never have done this. Originally, Su Qingyin had only intended to tell Yi Zixuan about this matter. Let her impose a symbolic punishment on Xin Guotao. This would also serve as a form of closure for Lin Yanting. After the last incident, Su Qingyin had gained a profound understanding of Lin Yanting. Don't be fooled by his outward calm. Or even indifferent. Those unfamiliar with him might genuinely believe he possessed a broad-minded disposition. But she knew better. Given Lin Yanting's unforgiving nature, if she didn't make her stance clear now, Lin Yanting would surely harbor resentment. Combined with the incidents from earlier, this guy might start scheming up some underhanded plan to get back at her. Especially after what happened at Lin Yanting's home. When he and Yi Zixuan were discussing the details of their collaboration, he dug a huge hole for Yi Zixuan. Had Yi Zixuan not been cautious, Yi Group would have likely suffered a major setback. It was also from this moment onward, Su Qingyin dared not underestimate Lin Yanting anymore. For this man's schemes ran far too deep. When that time came, Yi Group might face far more than mere negative publicity. Moreover, she was counting on Lin Yanting to help locate her sister, Su Qingyin. At this critical juncture, she absolutely couldn't afford to offend Lin Yanting. But when she heard Xin Guotao's remarks, she couldn't help but change her mind. Yi Zixuan had repeatedly emphasized within Yi Group, the most crucial factor for a company's long-term success relied most crucially on its reputation. But if the company is filled with snobs like Xin Guotao who judge people by their appearance, then its reputation will never be good. Thus, Su Qingyin maintained a calm tone on the surface. Her displeasure was evident in her darkened expression. Mr. Xin, I feel I should remind you. The guiding principle of Yi Group is to serve the public. And certainly not to judge someone's power and background through tinted glasses. Even if the person standing here today has no connection whatsoever with President Yi, I believe you should still treat them with courtesy. Seeing that his pleas were falling on deaf ears, Xin Guotao immediately adopted a what's-the-point attitude, shedding his earlier amiable demeanor. Instead, he adopted an arrogant demeanor. Su Qingyin, don't act like you're in charge just because you've got a feather. I'm under Chairman Jia's direct authority. This meeting to discuss cooperation with Naz Group is also by Chairman Jia's orders. Now, our partnership has been disrupted and hindered because of this friend of President Ye's. I suggest Mr. Yi should start thinking about how he'll explain this to the board members. Oomph. With a cold snort, Xin Guotao turned and walked away. All traces of his previous warmth vanished. He didn't give Su Qingyin the slightest bit of face. This left Su Qingyin so furious her face turned ashen. However, Lin Yanting, standing nearby, he recalled certain events. In his previous life, because he hadn't intervened, Yi Zixuan and Su Qingyin were killed after being kidnapped. Afterward, due to the lack of a successor, Yi Yating, the chairwoman of Yi Group, had her corporate authority seized by a board member named Jia Zhengming. Jia Zhengming then replaced Yi Yating as the new chairman of Yi Group. Yi Group was subsequently renamed Xia Group. Shortly thereafter, Xia Group was directly absorbed by NAS Group, becoming a subsidiary of NAS Group. The chairman Xia mentioned earlier by Xia Guotao was most likely this very Xia Zhangming. Piecing all these events together, Lin Yanting's mind suddenly cleared. So that's how it was. Perhaps it was around this time that Xia Zhangming began colluding with the NAS Group to seize the Yi Group's assets. Even the kidnapping incident at Guojin Tower was likely orchestrated by Xia Zhangming or NAS Group. Currently, maintaining Huaxi's operations and countering the NAS Group requires the Yi Group's assistance. It seems I must find an opportunity to warn Yi Zixuan. Just as Lin Yanting was deep in thought, an untimely voice interrupted his thoughts. So you're the one who single-handedly defeated several knife-wielding kidnappers. The Lin Yanting who rescued President Yi. I've long admired your reputation. Zhang Feiyan had appeared before Lin Yanting at some point. He greeted Lin Yanting with genuine warmth. His words of admiration and praise were completely unguarded. This left Lin Yanting momentarily unsure of the man's intentions. However, given the other's warmth, Lin Yanting naturally wouldn't turn hostile on the spot. Young Master Jiang, you're too kind. By the way, are you still interested in this little shop of mine? Hearing this, Zhang Feiyun paused abruptly. But he quickly regained his composure. Ha, Brother Lin, don't joke like that. Since it's a gift from General Manager Yi, even if I like it myself, how could I possibly take something that belongs to someone else? To be honest, seeing you today, Brother Lin, I felt an instant connection. If Brother Lin ever has time, feel free to drop by my NAS Group. Since Brother Lin and Secretary Su still have matters to attend to, I won't keep you any longer. With that said, Zhang Feiyun also bid farewell to the two, and departed with his entourage. Shortly after Zhang Feiyun departed, Su Qingyin's puzzled voice reached Lin Yanting's ears. What did you talk about with Zhang Feiyan before I arrived? Why is he being so nice to you? Hearing this, Lin Yanting was utterly speechless. Damn it! This guy clearly has ulterior motives. You wouldn't fall for such an obvious ploy to sow discord, would you? Hearing Lin Yanting say this, Su Qingying felt considerably more at ease this time. Since you and President Yi have already reached a partnership, I still must remind you. Be extremely cautious whenever you encounter Zhang Feiyan. This guy is no ordinary person. Watch out for being sold out while counting the money for the other side. Listening to Su Qingyin's words of caution, Lin Yanting couldn't help but chuckle. Seriously? Do you really think I'd defect to the enemy? Let me tell you straight, I suspect the mastermind behind suppressing Huaxi is none other than the NAS Group. So no matter what, I won't ever side with the NAS Group. Seeing Lin Yanting speak thus, Su Qingying froze for a moment. His words clearly caught her off guard. Then she nodded slightly. I didn't realize you were quite capable. Your assessment aligns perfectly with the investigations conducted by President Yi during this period. Moreover, NAS Group has recently begun aggressively encroaching on Yi Group's market share. This has forced some board members to consider partnering with NAS Group to minimize losses. Of course, Mr. Yi has been maneuvering with the board all along. But the current situation doesn't look promising. Otherwise, the board wouldn't have sent Xia Guotao to negotiate a partnership with Zhang Feiyun. Upon hearing this, Lin Yanting nodded in agreement. Rest assured. Once our plan is set in motion, those directors will see the profits and business opportunities it holds. I'm confident we can shift their allegiances. After a brief exchange, Su Qingying handed the shop lease agreement to Lin Yanting. Once the contract was signed, the shop officially became Lin Yanting's property. Originally, after completing all these arrangements, Su Qingying intended to return to Yi Zixuan to report back. But unexpectedly, just before leaving, Lin Yanting suddenly spoke up. Be careful of Xia Zhangming, he warned Yi Zixuan. This guy might have already colluded with the NAS Group. Upon hearing this, Su Qingying initially found it hard to believe. But when she saw the earnest look in Lin Yanting's eyes, she instinctively nodded in agreement. Whether this information is true or false, I will relay it to President Yi. With that, she turned and left. Lin Yanting, too, prepared to return and begin formulating his operational plan for the shop. Shortly after their parting, Su Qingying suddenly received a call from an unknown number. The moment she answered, a familiar voice came through the line. Su Qingying. All those schemes you hatched to spy on Yi Zixuan. You're either blowing hot air or spouting nonsense. Hardly any of the intel you leaked was accurate. I told you to find a way to take down Lin Yanting. But look at you. You actually let him buy a shop outright. I'd say you've given up on your sister's life. Hearing this, Su Qingying was about to speak up to explain. But then, the voice on the phone suddenly changed. A terrified, slightly childish female voice suddenly reached Su Qingying's ears. Sister. Sister. I'm so scared. Xingyan wants to go home. 59 paying a visit. Apologizing in person. After leaving the Guijin building, Lin Yanting headed straight home. At the same time, he began contemplating the shop's renovation and layout. Since he wanted to clear Huaxi's name, merely attracting foot traffic wouldn't suffice. Therefore, Lin Yanting planned to open a beauty and wellness club in this shop. The products used in the club would be the herbal product line manufactured by Huaxi Life. Once customers truly experience the exceptional efficacy of Huaxi products, the false rumors will naturally dissipate on their own. Lin Yanting currently has 4 million yuan at his disposal, more than enough to renovate the shop. However, he still lacked a beauty therapist capable of handling everything independently. Regarding this issue, a name immediately sprang to Lin Yanting's mind: Wei Zhixi. In his previous life, Wei Zhixi had ultimately become a renowned therapeutic master both domestically and internationally. Having her serve as the salon's director would be the perfect fit. Yet Lin Yanting also worried whether this might interfere with Wei Zhixi's studies. After much deliberation, Lin Yanting decided he would personally seek out Wei Zhixi to ask her about it when he had the chance. Lost in thought, time flew by. Lin Yanting snapped back to reality at the bus stop announcement. But when he left the station and returned to his doorstep, he suddenly noticed 2 figures already waiting at the entrance. None other than Wu Rinqing and his nephew, Wu Liang. Lin Yanting initially intended to ignore them completely, but he hadn't counted on just how thick-skinned they were. Especially Wu Rinqing. The moment he spotted Lin Yanting, he immediately approached. "Oh my! Mr. Lin! We've been waiting here for you for ages. Where on earth have you been?" Hearing this, Lin Yanting naturally didn't give Wu Rinqing a friendly look. He immediately spat out 4 cold words. "None of your damn business." Wu Rinqing's face, which had been plastered with a smile, froze instantly at Lin Yanting's words. But he quickly recovered. He gave an awkward chuckle. "Lin, are you still upset about last time? It's like this. The school has already investigated the incident. The facts prove that you, Lin, truly acted with courage and righteousness. You deserve commendation. If you're willing to return to school, the school will give you a school-wide commendation. At that time, everyone at Jiguang from top to bottom will clearly know of your glorious deeds." Hearing this, Wu Liang chimed in from the side. "Yes. Mr. Lin. Given your outstanding performance, our student council will directly admit you as a member." Watching the 2 of them in perfect harmony, Lin Yanting couldn't help but chuckle. Looks like Yi Zixuan put pressure on them. Otherwise, given these 2's usual behavior, there's no way they'd personally come to apologize. But do these 2 really think I'm just some ordinary student? For ordinary students, a school-wide commendation and joining the student council might be something to be proud of. But why does it feel like an insult to me? They're trying to fool me like a child. They expect me to just go back without offering any real benefits? Dream on. Thinking this, Lin Yanting couldn't help but shoot the 2 of them a withering look. If this is the sincerity behind your apology visit, I suggest you turn around and go back where you came from. I'm swamped right now. No time to deal with you lot. With that, Lin Yanting turned and walked away. This left Wu Rinqing and his nephew Wu Lian utterly flustered. If they couldn't even persuade Lin Yanting to return now, they'd be in serious trouble. Wu Liang sprang forward once more, blocking Lin Yanting's path. He said with a hint of anger, "Lin Yanting, don't push your luck. Even Vice Principal Wu has personally come to escort you back. What more could you possibly want?" Looking at Wu Liang before him, Lin Yanting suddenly flashed a dangerous smile. "Over the top? Looks like you didn't get enough singing Conquest at the school gate last time." Hearing Conquest, Wu Liang felt a chill run down his spine. It felt like he was back in that humiliating day. But when he caught the unmasked mockery on Lin Yanting's face, his temper flared instantly. Wu Rinqing, watching his nephew lose his temper so easily, shook his head in disappointment. Then, he immediately stepped between the 2 men. He barked at Wu Liang. "Wu Liang, what kind of attitude is this? Admit your mistakes. Stand at attention when you're being punished. What happened earlier was entirely our fault at Jiguang. Now Lin just played a little joke on you. Why are you getting so worked up? Apologize to Lin right now." Wu Liang, who had been scolded by Wu Rinqing, was initially filled with resentment. But under Wu Rinqing's repeated gestures, he finally suppressed his anger and bowed 90 degrees to Lin Yanting. Only then did he reluctantly utter, "Mr. Lin, I'm sorry. I was in the wrong. Please forgive me." Seeing this, Wu Rinqing finally let out a satisfied smile. He then turned to Lin Yanting with a cheerful smile. "Mr. Lin, are you satisfied now?" Wu Rinqing had assumed that as long as he saved face for Lin Yanting would agree to return. But what he hadn't anticipated was, Lin Yanting responded with a faint, ambiguous smile. "Vice Principal Wu, do I seem like someone you can easily dismiss? Whether Wu Liang apologizes or not, it makes no difference to me. Since Vice Principal Wu wants me to return to Jiguang, You should at least show some genuine sincerity, not these worthless, intangible things, right? With that statement, Wu Rinqing instantly narrowed his eyes. He scrutinized Lin Yanting, as if trying to see through Lin Yanting's true intentions. After a long moment, Wu Rinqing finally spoke slowly. Student Lin, whatever you desire, feel free to state it plainly. As long as it's within the school's capabilities, we won't refuse. Hearing Wu Rinqing's words, Lin Yanting didn't beat around the bush. He spoke up directly. I know that because of my connections, Yi Zixuan provided substantial support to Zhiguang, and Zhiguang gained the opportunity for promotion. My request is simple. After the promotion, Zhiguang should be eligible for a recommendation slot in the Jianing City entrepreneurship competition. If the school is willing to allocate this recommendation to me, I'll return to Zhiguang tomorrow to resume teaching. Upon hearing this, Wu Rinqing hadn't said anything yet. Wu Liang immediately grew impatient. Uncle, he's pushing his luck. You absolutely mustn't agree to this. How could Wu Liang not be panicking? Wu Rinqing had promised to give him this competition spot. If Lin Yanting snatched it away now, he'd be left with nothing. But what Wu Liang hadn't anticipated was, Wu Rinqing answered without a moment's hesitation. I thought it was some big deal. Turns out it's just this little thing. Since Lin needs it, then this spot is Lin's. Not only that, but I'll also apply for a scholarship from the school to reward Lin for his act of bravery. Lin, is there anything else you need? Hearing this, Lin Yanting hadn't expected Wu Rinqing to be so accommodating. He immediately responded. Since Vice Principal Wu is so sincere, what else is there to say? I'll return to school tomorrow. Please arrange my re-enrollment paperwork today, Vice Principal Wu. Seeing Lin Yanting relent, Wu Rinqing's face broke into a smile. In that case, we won't disturb you any longer, Lin. We'll see you at school tomorrow. With that said, Wu Rinqing turned and left. As for Wu Liang standing nearby, no matter how unwilling he felt, the matter was already settled. He could do nothing but resign himself to it. He could only quicken his pace to catch up with Wu Rinqing as he walked away. As for Lin Yanting, in his eyes, Wu Rinqing and Wu Liang had never been anything special. Their friction was nothing more than trivial matters. Lin Yanting had always intended to make a big splash in this entrepreneurship competition, using it as an opportunity to boost Huaxi's reputation once more. Since Zhiguang had granted him this spot, he saved himself a great deal of effort. Meanwhile, Wu Liang, walking down the street, could no longer contain the rage boiling within him. He turned to Wu Rinqing and demanded, Uncle, why did you agree to Lin Yanting's demands when he's being so pushy? What about me if he goes to the entrepreneurship competition? Looking at his good-for-nothing nephew, Wu Rinqing felt a bit helpless. Don't forget, if Lin Yanting doesn't return to Zhiguang, we won't get anything. Though he somehow found out about the startup competition. If he wants that spot, give it to him. But whether the competition organizers will take notice? That's another story. The moment these words left his mouth, Wu Liang instantly picked up on the implication in Wu Rinqing's words. Uncle, you mean? Seeing that Wu Liang understood his meaning, Wu Rinqing flashed a sinister grin. That Lin Yanting is nothing but a lowly street thug. What does he know about entrepreneurship? He probably can't even write a business plan. As soon as Lin Yanting gets rejected by the organizers, I'll shove you right back in. By then, Lin Yanting won't be able to hold on to this spot and there'll be no arguing about it. Hearing this, Wu Liang flashed the same sinister grin as Wu Rinqing. Uncle, you're the one we need. Ha! 60, Anomaly. Wei Zhixi's secret. In the blink of an eye, evening arrived. Wei Zhixi arrived punctually at Lin Yanting's home to give him a massage. Lin Yanting had intended to ask Wei Zhixi if she'd be willing to take on the role of store manager at his shop. But after speaking at length, only to realize Wei Zhixi hadn't responded. Curious, Lin Yanting turned to look at Wei Zhixi. He was startled to discover Wei Zhixi's gaze was blank and vacant. She appeared completely absent-minded. Her hands mechanically repeated the same massage motion on one spot. This piqued Lin Yanting's curiosity. He tentatively asked, Zhixi? What's wrong? Is something on your mind? It seemed that Lin Yanting's inquiry. Wei Zhixi finally snapped back to reality. Seeing Lin Yanting looking at her with concern, Wei Zhixi managed to force a smile. Oh, nothing. Just thinking about some school stuff. I just got a bit lost in thought for a moment. Despite Wei Zhixi's reassurance, Lin Yanting still spoke with concern. If you're not feeling well today, should I take you home to rest? Hearing this, Wei Zhixi didn't refuse. After getting dressed, Lin Yanting escorted Wei Zhixi toward her home. Throughout the journey, Wei Zhixi appeared deeply preoccupied. Though Lin Yanting felt concerned, he refrained from pressing her for answers. If Wei Zhixi wanted to talk about it, she would have done so earlier when Lin Yanting had asked. Pressuring her too hard would only backfire. This made Lin Yanting wonder if something had happened at the school during the period he was expelled. That might have caused Wei Zhixi to be in this state. Regardless, he would find out tomorrow when he went to the school. Just then, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses suddenly stepped in front of Lin Yanting and Wei Zhixi. He spoke in a tone dripping with mockery. "Oh, so you don't take clients after all? Running out with a guy this late at night if it's not to get a room, what else could it be? How about $2,000 for the rest of the night?" Both of them knew perfectly well that this man was targeting Wei Zhixi. Seeing the man appear, Wei Zhixi's expression darkened considerably. Noticing Wei Zhixi unusual state in the man's foul language, Lin Yanting's expression darkened instantly. "Watch your language." Seeing someone stand up for Wei Zhixi, the bespectacled man not only failed to rein himself in. Instead, he shot Lin Yanting a contemptuous glance. "Bro! Stop pretending. We're all here for the same reason. Who's more precious than who? If you can land this chick, that's your skill. But you can't hog all the fun. You've had your fun all night long. What's wrong with letting me have the second half? I'm not saying no." Bam! Before the bespectacled man could finish uttering the word money, Lin Yanting's fist already landed on the bespectacled man's face. One punch sent him crashing to the ground. Seeing Lin Yanting actually dare to lay a hand on him, the bespectacled man was about to launch into a tirade of curses. But Lin Yanting grabbed him by the collar and hoisted him up with one hand. "I'll say it again. Apologize to her immediately." It seemed Lin Yanting's earlier punch had only fueled the bespectacled man's rage. Not only was he undaunted, but he yanked his neck back and bellowed. "Damn it! It's just a wild chicken. You're out here selling yourself, and I can't even talk? Kid, if you've got the guts, just kill me outright. Or else, when I get back, I'll make you pay." Hearing this, Lin Yanting didn't get angry, he just smiled. But that smile sent an inexplicable chill down the bespectacled man's spine. That's right. Ever since the day he was reborn, Lin Yanting had been suppressing the bloodthirsty nature left over from his previous life on the criminal path. In his previous life, Lin Yanting could be described as a ruthless killer. The number of people he had personally killed was in the dozens, if not hundreds. This time around, he intended to walk the straight and narrow. No more violence and bloodshed. When faced with problems, he sought only legal means to resolve them. If killing those kidnappers at the International Finance Center was a moment of uncontrolled rage, or if it was an unavoidable act to protect the two women behind him. But now, Lin Yanting genuinely wanted to kill the bespectacled man before him. He had sworn never to let Wei Zhixi suffer even the slightest harm in this lifetime. Yet this bespectacled man dared to insult Wei Zhixi right before his eyes. This had undoubtedly touched Lin Yanting's sore spot. However, Lin Yanting wasn't foolish enough to become a murderer. Therefore, Lin Yanting drew a butterfly knife from his pocket. He deftly flicked it a few times in front of the bespectacled man. Seeing the knife in Lin Yanting's hand, the man in glasses, who had been ranting incessantly moments ago, immediately fell silent. However, seemingly feeling he'd lost face, he managed to say in a voice that was all bark and no bite, "What the hell? Trying to scare me?" Hearing this, Lin Yanting paid him no mind. Instead, he flung the bespectacled man to the ground. Then he grabbed the man's wrist and twisted it. The intense pain made the bespectacled man let out a piercing scream. His entire hand went completely numb and uncontrollable. Lin Yanting quickly withdrew his hand into his sleeve. He wiped the butterfly knife clean with his sleeve, removing any fingerprints. He promptly placed it back into the bespectacled man's hand. Then he said meaningfully, "Don't be ridiculous. I'm a law-abiding citizen. How could I possibly use a knife to kill someone?" Though the bespectacled man couldn't quite grasp what Lin Yanting was up to, he finally felt his heart ease considerably. His heart, which had been in his throat, finally settled a bit. He'd thought this young man was a reckless fool. If that were the case, he might have met his end today. Just as the bespectacled man was feeling relieved, Lin Yanting's voice echoed in his ears once more. "But you're different. You're an armed robber. As long as the evidence is solid, I could kill you and it would still be self-defense." With that, Lin Yanting, under the stunned gazes of Wei Zhixi and the bespectacled man, grasped the glasses-wearing man's knife-wielding hand and thrust it into his own shoulder. Blood gushed out instantly. Before long, both Lin Yanting's chest and the bespectacled man's knife-wielding right hand were drenched in blood. Witnessing this scene, the man in glasses' first thought was, this man before him was a madman. Yet even as the blade pierced flesh, Lin Yanting's expression remained utterly unchanged. He just kept staring coldly at the bespectacled man. By now, the bespectacled man was utterly terrified. "Madman! You're a madman!" Fortunately, at that moment, the wrist that had been gripped by the immense force suddenly loosened. The bespectacled man felt a surge of relief. He instinctively released the butterfly knife in his hand. But his joy was short-lived. A sudden sensation of weightlessness hit him. In the blink of an eye, the bespectacled man was slammed back to the ground by Lin Yanting. Even though the wound continued to bleed profusely, it had no effect whatsoever on Lin Yanting. Lin Yanting looked down at the bespectacled man from above. Alright. It's time for me to start acting in self-defense. Lin Yanting charged forward like a tiger unleashed from its cage. He lunged directly at the bespectacled man. His knees pinned the man's arms down with deadly force, leaving him unable to move. His fists rained down like sudden showers from the sky, landing one after another on the bespectacled man's face. Each punch landed with a dull thud. The successive booms finally snapped Wei Zhixi out of her daze. Lin Yanting's actions had been utterly frenzied. She was frozen in place, utterly stunned. Now, witnessing Lin Yanting violently pummeling the bespectacled man's face, Wei Zhixi hurriedly threw her arms around Lin Yanting, fearing he might get into trouble again because of her. Stop hitting him! Stop hitting him! I'm fine! I'm really fine! Amid Wei Zhixi's repeated cries, Lin Yanting, who had been gradually descending into madness, slowly began to calm down. But the bespectacled man pinned down by Lin Yanting was already beaten beyond recognition. Unconscious. Soon after, Lin Yanting helped Wei Zhixi to her feet. Then, with a calm demeanor, he pulled out his phone and called the police. After completing everything, Lin Yanting turned to Wei Zhixi and gave her a tender look. Zhixi. I'm sorry. I scared you just now. Hearing this, Wei Zhixi could no longer contain her emotions. She threw herself into Lin Yanting's arms once more. How could you be so foolish? Let him say whatever he wants. We could just ignore him. How could you let yourself get into this state? Does it hurt? Let's get you to the hospital right away. Looking at Wei Zhixi, tears streaming down her face like rain on a pear blossom, Lin Yanting's eyes brimmed with tender affection. Silly girl. We can't go to the hospital yet. The police will be here soon. If they don't see my face, wouldn't this wound have been for nothing? Hearing this, Wei Zhixi still couldn't quite let it go. But your wound. But Lin Yanting cut her off abruptly. I just want to tell you. I'm here. No one can hurt you. I know you're troubled. If you don't want to talk about it, don't. When you're ready to talk, I'll be right here by your side, listening carefully. Finally, after Lin Yanting's heartfelt confession, Wei Zhixi stared at Lin Yanting with wide, tear-filled eyes and asked, if others say I'm no good, would you still believe in me? Hearing this, Lin Yanting replied almost without hesitation. No matter what others think, I'll always stand by your side. If there's any fault to be found, it's definitely theirs. Hearing Lin Yanting's words, Wei Zhixi's emotions, bottled up all day, erupted once more. Lin Yanting simply let Wei Zhixi vent and cry. He simply stood by quietly, offering comfort. As her sobs gradually subsided, Wei Zhixi's emotions were mostly spent. She immediately stopped holding back. She recounted everything that had happened today. It turned out that for some unknown reason, the moment Wei Zhixi arrived at school today, others began staring at her with strange looks. Many pointed fingers at her openly. Some bold ones even approached her directly, asking if she was a prostitute. Though Wei Zhixi was rather innocent, she understood what chicken meant. She felt angry. She didn't want to get into an argument with anyone. She simply chose to ignore these people. Earlier, when she came to find Lin Yanting, she encountered this bespectacled man on the way. The bespectacled man even tried to forcibly drag Wei Zhixi into a hotel. Fortunately, a passerby witnessed the scene and intervened, stopping the man's actions. Only then was Wei Zhixi able to escape. Unexpectedly, she encountered this bespectacled man again. After learning the full story, Lin Yanting keenly sensed something amiss. He immediately formed a plan. Looks like I'll need to thoroughly investigate this matter once I get to school tomorrow. 61 faint. Lu Lin again. Not long after, the wail of police sirens echoed from the distance. Although Wei Zhixi didn't particularly approve of Lin Yanting's rather extreme approach. But regardless, Lin Yanting was doing this to vent his anger for her. That's why he acted this way. So Wei Zhixi made up her mind. She would cooperate with Lin Yanting to get through this. Just as Wei Zhixi was thinking this, Lin Yanting suddenly collapsed straight to the ground. Though Wei Zhixi panicked, she instinctively reached out to support him. But alas, her strength was too feeble. She couldn't possibly support Lin Yanting's towering 185-centimeter frame. She could only cling to him as they both crashed to the ground. Though her body ached from the impact, a flicker of relief still crossed Wei Zhixi's mind. Thank goodness I didn't let Lin Yanting's head hit the ground. Staring at the wound on Lin Yanting's shoulder, blood flowing unchecked, Wei Zhixi didn't even notice Lin Yanting's head buried in her chest. Nor did she notice the fleeting tension and stiffness that flashed across his body. Meanwhile, the police car had arrived not far from them just as Lin Yanting collapsed. Seemingly noticing the situation here, the officers who stepped out of the vehicle visibly quickened their pace. Soon, a pleasant female voice suddenly rang out. To their surprise, the new arrival was none other than Officer Lu Lin, the same woman who had interrogated Lin Yanting earlier. Lu Lin first noticed the bespectacled man lying on the ground, beaten beyond recognition, his face a bloody mess. Her brow immediately furrowed. But her gaze quickly shifted to Lin Yanting, who was pale as a ghost and bleeding profusely, the gruesome knife wound on his shoulder glaring in stark contrast. She said with some surprise, "Lin Yanting?" Immediately after, several officers searched the surrounding area before approaching Lu Lin to report. Reporting to Officer Lu, "There are no surveillance cameras in the vicinity. But we found a blood-stained butterfly knife on the ground." As she looked at the butterfly knife sealed in a clear evidence bag, Lu Lin almost instinctively glanced at the wound on Lin Yanting's shoulder and the right hand of the man in glasses. A flicker of disbelief crossed her eyes. But that was quickly replaced by a wave of suspicion. Who is this guy? How could he possibly injure Lin Yanting in a one-on-one confrontation? Could this be another one of Lin Yanting's tricks? It wasn't surprising that Lu Lin would think this way. Back during the kidnapping at Guojin Tower, she was absolutely certain Lin Yanting had done it on purpose. But she just couldn't find any proof. On the contrary, Lin Yanting had casually gathered plenty of evidence to prove his own innocence. With that thought in mind, Lu Lin issued his order immediately. "Both are seriously injured. Call an ambulance immediately." After speaking, Lu Lin's gaze finally fell upon Wei Zhixi's face, which was filled with panic and worry. "Perhaps I can get some information out of this girl." With that thought, Lu Lin addressed Wei Zhixi. "Miss, I've already called an ambulance. Would you mind accompanying me to the police station shortly to recount the incident?" Hearing this, Wei Zhixi finally seemed to realize someone was beside her. The moment she saw Lu Lin, her eyes instantly lit up. "Officer, you're finally here. My friend was stabbed by that man. Please, hurry and save him." At that moment, Wei Zhixi was desperately pressing her hands against Lin Yanting's wound, as if hoping this method would stop the bleeding. But the wound was simply too large. Wei Zhixi's pressure had some effect, but it was minimal. Observing Wei Zhixi's expression and instinctive body language, Lu Lin, who had studied behavioral psychology, was certain this girl's expression wasn't feigned. Could this truly be some kind of accident? Looks like we'll have to start by checking this guy in glasses' identity. Soon, the ambulance arrived. After loading both victims onto stretchers, Wei Zhixi had to go to the police station first to give her statement. So she could only call Officer Mengshi. She asked him to go to the hospital first to take care of Lin Yanting. She herself followed Lu Lin back to the police station. After an unknown amount of time had passed, Lin Yanting heard the sound of a door opening and closing. Soon after, footsteps approached him. When the footsteps reached his side, they stopped. Then, a faint, almost inaudible voice as if deliberately hushed reached his ears. "Boss, stop pretending. There's no one else in this room." Hearing this, Lin Yanting slowly opened his eyes. He scanned the room. When his gaze met Meng Shishing's eyes, he gave a knowing smile. "When did you become so sharp, kid? I was pretending so convincingly, and you still saw through me?" Seeing his boss call him clever, Meng Shishing couldn't help but feel a hint of pride. "My sister-in-law already called and explained everything to me, and told me to come to the hospital first to take care of you. A little Four Eyes could stab you? Honestly, I'd rather believe in ghosts than that. Also, boss, didn't you tell us to study the criminal law and public security law thoroughly? I've already got them mostly memorized. Mastering the rules, I get it." Seeing Meng Shishing make such progress, Lin Yanting also let out a satisfied smile. Especially when he heard the words, "my sister-in-law." The smile on Lin Yanting's face grew even brighter. "Ah, Meng. If you can speak, say more." But the pain radiating from his shoulder made his expression stiffen. "This hospital really is stingy. They didn't even bother with anesthesia when I was unconscious, just went straight to stitching me up. The pain was so intense. I dared not react in the slightest." Hearing this, Meng Shishing chuckled gleefully from the side. "Boss, this is nothing but a fit of rage for a woman's sake. A few inches of flesh and blood. Isn't that a small case?" Seeing Meng Shishing actually daring to mock him, Lin Yanting shot him a disapproving look. But soon, he remembered the matter at hand. "Oh right. We can go back to school tomorrow. While we've been away, it seems someone's been spreading malicious rumors about your sister-in-law. Tomorrow we'll split up and investigate around campus. Then have the brothers who have time scout around the school area for related information. The moment you get any leads, report back to me immediately." Wei Zhixi heard that someone dared to spread rumors about her. Meng Shishing was absolutely furious. Ever since we started working together, whether it was his wholehearted assistance when Lin Yanting was detained, or her daily care for Lin Yanting, Wei Zhixi had earned Meng Shishing's heartfelt respect as his sister-in-law. Though Meng Shishing constantly joked that if Lin Yanting ever found a beautiful girlfriend, it would hurt him worse than death. Especially one like Wei Zhixi, a perfect girlfriend who's understanding and sweet as can be. But deep down, he always hoped Lin Yanting would find happiness. Moreover, Wei Zhixi treated their gang brothers quite well. She never looked down on them just because they were street toughs. She even often brought them meals when they were filming their skits. Compared to Wei Zhixi, Xia Bing from before was instantly reduced to dust. In her free time, she treated these brothers with utter contempt. She'd call them short mules and little punks at every turn. But if anything happened to her, she'd have these brothers step up and act tough for her. Once things were settled, she'd stand on her moral high ground and accuse everyone of going too far. This stark contrast. It only served to make Wei Zhixi's image appear all the more flawless. Not just Meng Shixing, but even Lin Yanting's other underlings felt the same way. Boss. Rest assured. Anything involving you and the sister-in-law is our business. If anyone dares to bully the sister-in-law, we won't let it slide. Hearing this, a faint smile touched the corner of Lin Yanting's lips. Alright. Just as the two were talking, voices of Wei Zhixi and Lu Lin echoed from the hallway outside. Officer Lu. Lin Yanting just finished surgery. Let him rest a bit longer. Any questions can wait until tomorrow. Hearing this, Lu Lin also gave a meaningful smile. Miss Wei, you really underestimate your boyfriend. This little injury is nothing to him. 62 Surprise. Lu Lin's request. Hearing the voice, Lin Yanting instantly slipped into character. Meng Shixing beside him was stunned by Lin Yanting's seamless acting transition. The Lin Yanting of this moment bore no resemblance to his former self. His lips had turned pale. His eye sockets were sunken and dark. He looked as if he'd lost a great deal of blood. Click. Lu Lin pulled open the hospital room door handle. She stepped inside first. Another officer remained stationed outside the room. Wei Zhixi, her face flushed with embarrassment, followed closely behind Lu Lin. Seeing that Lin Yanting had regained consciousness, Wei Zhixi, who had felt a bit shy because of Lu Lin's mention of boyfriend, put all that aside for now. She walked straight to Lin Yanting's bedside and exclaimed with delight. You're awake? Though it was just a simple sentence, Lin Yanting sensed the profound, unadulterated concern within it, and the relief that came with knowing he was safe. For a moment, a pang of guilt stirred in Lin Yanting's heart. Immediately, Lin Yanting forced a faint smile toward Wei Zhixi. He said weakly, I'm sorry for worrying you. Don't worry, I'm fine. Lu Lin, standing nearby, smiled silently. She paid no heed to Lin Yanting's frailty. She remarked with a hint of meaning. Lin Yanting, you really are something. Stabbed with a knife, yet you still managed to beat the attacker to a pulp with your bare hands. You're something else. Hearing this, Lin Yanting couldn't help but smile bitterly. Officer Lu, how come you're handling my case again this time? What a coincidence. Seeing Lin Yanting still putting on a show, Lu Lin couldn't help but want to give him a withering look. Stop beating around the bush. Just answer the question I asked. Seeing Lu Lin's expression, Lin Yanting knew. Lu Lin must have pieced together the general situation based on the loopholes in Wei Zhixi's testimony. After all, Lu Lin was the daughter of Lu Guoping, the deputy director of the Provincial Public Security Department. It was no surprise that Wei Zhixi had slipped up in front of her. It was hardly surprising. From the start, Lin Yanting hadn't expected Wei Zhixi's testimony to fool Lu Lin. What good would it do to doubt her? There were no surveillance cameras in the vicinity at the time, nor any other passers-by. The wound on her shoulder and that butterfly knife stained with her blood and bearing the glasses wearing man's fingerprints. That alone was enough to seal the deal. Wei Zhixi's cooperation with the investigation was nothing more than a formality. The facts were staring him in the face. The bespectacled man was finished. But even so, some things simply couldn't be brought out into the open. The charade must continue. Immediately, Lin Yanting continued in a feigned weak voice. I was terrified at the time. But the other person was holding a knife. To protect my friend's safety, my mind went blank. All I could think about was getting that guy out of there. Maybe it was the adrenaline kicking in. I managed to incapacitate the guy with glasses. What happened next, I don't recall. Listening to Lin Yanting's testimony, Lu Lin's face twitched uncontrollably. She couldn't help but inwardly scoff. Great. Always trying to shift the blame, huh? You literally cracked the guy's cheekbone. If you'd been any later, that guy might have died. Disabling the criminal's ability to harm others? You sure went all out. You clearly aimed to strip him of every last capability. However, Lu Lin didn't call Lin Yanting out on it. Instead, she delivered her closing statement with a cold smile. According to the investigation conducted by the public security authorities, suspect Luo Fukan had repeatedly committed heinous crimes including forced indecent assault and rape. Today, the criminal committed unlawful acts again, attempting to forcibly molest citizen Wei Zhixi. After failing, he attacked her a second time around 10 a.m. the same day. In the critical moment, citizen Lin Yanting stepped forward to intervene. During the struggle, he was injured by the suspect's weapon. Comrade Lin Yanting lawfully exercised necessary defensive measures. His actions have been determined by the procuratorial authorities to comply with Article 20 of the Criminal Law of the Great Xia Kingdom, constituting legitimate self-defense. He shall not be held legally liable. Further investigation revealed that suspect Luo Fukang is suspected of involvement in illegal activities related to a cross-border human trafficking syndicate. The case is currently undergoing further investigation. To promote social righteousness and commend exemplary conduct, in accordance with the relevant provisions of the Jianing City Regulations on rewarding and protecting persons who act bravely in the face of danger, it has been decided. 1. Comrade Lin Yanting is hereby commended for his heroic act of confronting criminals. 2. Comrade Lin Yanting is hereby awarded the honorary title of Advanced Individual for acts of bravery. 3. A commendation banner and a monetary reward of 20,000 renminbi shall be presented. We urge all cadres and citizens across the city to follow Comrade Lin Yanting's example, actively practice core values of positive energy, jointly maintain social order, and contribute to building a safe and harmonious society. Jianing City Public Security Bureau. Upon hearing this, not only was Meng Shixing stunned, even Lin Yanting, the person involved in this incident, was stunned. Even though Lin Yanting had long anticipated that he would likely face no consequences, he never imagined he'd receive such an unexpected windfall. The Luo Fukang mentioned by Lu Lin must undoubtedly be that bespectacled man. I thought I'd just run into some small-time crook. Who knew he'd actually help the police catch such a big fish? No wonder Lu Lin didn't cause trouble for me this time and let me off so easily. This time, my luck was truly off the charts. But then Lin Yanting felt a pang of gloom. Damn it! Then stabbing myself in the back was all for nothing. If I'd known it would turn out like this, I should have just gone for it. For a moment, Lin Yanting couldn't tell whether he should be happy or frustrated. As Lu Lin finished speaking, the other officer stationed at the door approached Lin Yanting, holding a commemorative banner and a slightly bulging envelope. Approached Lin Yanting and said, "Mr. Lin, this is a reward for your courageous act of assisting the police in their investigation. In recognition of your heroic actions, our department will soon publish an announcement on all major websites and newspapers in Jianing City to commend your bravery." Seeing this, Meng Shixing quickly stepped in to accept the police commendation on behalf of the severely injured Lin Yanting. Lin Yanting, the weak, spoke with unwavering resolve. As a citizen of Jianing City, it is our duty to fight crime and uphold public safety. Bringing criminals to justice is worth it, even if it means taking a few more blows. Lu Lin, standing nearby, couldn't help but roll her eyes at Lin Yanting's speech. The officer presenting Lin Yanting with his commendation, however, was deeply moved. His face brimmed with respect. I never imagined Mr. Lin possessed such awareness. As a proud member of the People's Police, I feel ashamed of myself. From now on, I will learn from Mr. Lin. Strive harder to combat illegal activities. His face grew increasingly animated as he spoke, gripping Lin Yanting's hands with fervor. Passers-by at the doorway mistook them for old friends reunited after years apart. Lu Lin, standing nearby, could no longer bear to watch. Xiao Li. That's enough. You should head back to the station first. I still have some matters I wish to discuss with Mr. Lin. Hearing this, the young officer called Xiao Li returned a perfectly standard salute to Lin Yanting. Then he turned and left. Seeing this, Lin Yanting addressed Wei Zhixi and Meng Shixing. You two wait outside for me. Seeing that Lin Yanting and Lu Lin seemed to have something to discuss, without another word, they walked straight out. After closing the door, only Lin Yanting and Lu Lin remained in the room. Immediately, Lu Lin spoke with utter contempt on her face. Lin Yanting, your acting skills are truly impressive. You're wasting your talent by not joining the entertainment industry. Hearing her words, Lin Yanting's face broke into a meaningful smile. But the cautious Lin Yanting naturally wouldn't let his guard down. Officer Lu, I don't understand what you're talking about. Seeing Lin Yanting still wouldn't budge, Lu Lin didn't dwell on it. Instead, she cut straight to the point. Rest assured, I won't come after you over this matter. As for that scumbag Luo Fukang, he deserves every bit of it. You don't need to be so guarded around me. Even though Lu Lin had already made herself perfectly clear, Lin Yanting still wouldn't budge. Instead, he shifted the subject. Officer Lu, just say what you mean. Don't beat around the bush with me. Seeing that Lin Yanting seemed unwilling to dwell on the topic, Lu Lin continued. Alright. I came to see you mainly to ask for your help. Upon hearing this, Lin Yanting raised an eyebrow. You wouldn't be asking me to help investigate the human trafficking ring behind this Luo Fukang, would you? Hearing Lin Yanting say this, Lu Lin nodded naturally. Yes. This left Lin Yanting speechless. I mean, what does this human trafficking ring have to do with me? Where am I supposed to investigate? Besides, I'm just a student. How could I possibly have that kind of influence? Seeing that Lin Yanting seemed reluctant to take on the job, Lu Lin remained unhurried. She spoke slowly. Indeed, this human trafficking ring was exceptionally cunning. Every time the police were about to uncover their hideout, they'd get wind of it and swiftly relocate their hideout, leaving every police raid to come up empty-handed. This leads us to suspect that someone has abandoned the honor of policing to become a shield for these criminals. Therefore, we request you temporarily serve as the eyes of the police. The moment any clues surface, Deputy Director Lu Guoping of the Provincial Public Security Bureau will personally lead the team to wipe them out. 63 Background. Descendant of heroes. When Lin Yanting suddenly heard Lu Lin say that as long as he uncovered useful information, Lu Guoping would personally lead the team to wipe them out, this instantly reminded Lin Yanting of a news report from his previous life. Deputy Director Lu Guoping of the Provincial Public Security Department leads raid against transnational crime syndicate, falls victim to enemy trap, dies heroically in the line of duty. Perhaps, at this very moment in his previous life, the police would have begun investigating this transnational criminal organization. Except that in his previous life, he had already become a rising star in the underworld by this point. Naturally, the police wouldn't seek his assistance. But in this life, though I still carried the label of a petty thug, every action he took remained within the bounds of the law. There were even signs of a shift toward the straight and narrow. Plus, he just happened to help the police catch that big fish, Luo Fukang. Perhaps precisely because of this, the police had set their sights on him. Even if he guessed their intentions, Lin Yanting still didn't agree immediately. Instead, he feigned ignorance and asked, "Why me?" Hearing this, Lu Lin got straight to the point. First off, you have connections in the underworld. Having you investigate this matter is the only way to avoid alerting that transnational criminal organization. Second, for reasons I don't understand, higher-ups specifically requested you for this assignment. At these words, Lin Yanting narrowed his eyes. Clearly, he hadn't expected such an answer either. After a moment of deep thought, Lin Yanting spoke slowly. This matter, I accept it. But I have one condition. Once this matter is resolved, I need to review one person's file. Hearing Lin Yanting's request, Lu Lin instinctively asked, "Whose file do you want to see?" Without hesitation, Lin Yanting uttered 3 words. Lin Jinsheng. Upon hearing those 3 words, a flicker of confusion crossed Lu Lin's face. Lin Jinsheng, he knew exactly who that was. During the kidnapping case at the Guojin building, Lu Lin had already thoroughly investigated the backgrounds of Lin Yanting and his 3 generations of ancestors. Lin Jinsheng was Lin Yanting's biological father. A member of a drug trafficking organization, he died when Lin Yanting was 5 years old, at the age of 27. After briefly organizing her thoughts internally, Lu Lin spoke up. You should know about your father. His file should be accessible at any police station. Even if you refuse, there are plenty of ways to access his file. I truly can't fathom why you'd make this your demand. Lin Yanting offered no further explanation. Instead, he fixed his gaze directly on Lu Lin's eyes. The file I want to see, you don't have the authority to access it. Only your father, Lu Guoping, has the authority to access them. If he agrees to my terms, I'll take on the transnational crime syndicate case. Lin Yanting appeared to say nothing. His meaning was already crystal clear. Lu Lin, standing nearby, seemed to finally grasp the situation. Her eyes widened in utter disbelief. How could the file of a mere drug dealer require access privileges higher than a deputy director of the Provincial Public Security Bureau? If everything Lin Yanting said is true, then there's only one possibility. This Lin Jinsheng isn't a drug dealer at all. He's an undercover cop. As a police officer herself, she knew all too well. Even when narcotics officers die in the line of duty, the police never reveal their heroic identities. This is to protect the families and descendants of these heroes from retaliation by drug traffickers. To be honest, at first, Lu Lin didn't actually trust Lin Yanting. If it weren't for her immediate superior strongly insisting that Lin Yanting assist the police, Lu Lin would never have sought him out. Only now, piecing together the information Lin Yanting had revealed, did Lu Lin connect the dots. But she still found it hard to believe. She must return to confront her father directly and verify everything. With that thought, Lu Lin spoke up. I'll relay your request as soon as possible. As soon as I have news, I'll contact you immediately. With that, Lu Lin turned and left the hospital room. Straight to the Provincial Public Security Department. Meng Shixing and Wei Zhixi were waiting at the entrance. Seeing Lu Lin leave, he once again entered Lin Yanting's hospital room. Meng Shixing was about to ask what Lu Lin and Lin Yanting had discussed. But Wei Zhixi, standing nearby, keenly noticed. Lin Yanting seemed preoccupied at that moment. She immediately placed her index finger to her lips, signaling Meng Shixing to be quiet. Prompted by Wei Zhixi's reminder, Meng Shixing also noticed Lin Yanting's unusual state. The words that had formed on his lips were abruptly swallowed back by Meng Shixing. What neither of them noticed was a resolute determination, unprecedented in its intensity, had just flashed across Lin Yanting's eyes. In my past life, I was hopelessly obsessed with love. Not only did I betray Zhixi's trust, but Meng died because of me. I also betrayed my father's hopes, embarking on a path of no return. This lifetime, I will not only live happily as my mother wished, but I will also bring the one who killed my father to justice. Before I knew it, it was 2 in the morning. Inside the Provincial Public Security Bureau. Inside an office. Zhao Mingyi. You're out of your mind. Jin Sheng only has this one son. And you actually want to drag him into this. If anything happens to Lin Yanting because of this, how will you face the late Jin Sheng in the afterlife? At that moment, a middle-aged police officer was confronting another middle-aged officer seated in an office chair. This officer was none other than Lu Guoping, Deputy Director of the Provincial Public Security Department. The middle-aged officer Lu Guoping addressed as Zhao Mingyi was none other than the Director of the Provincial Public Security Department. Seeing Lu Guoping visibly losing his composure, a flicker of reluctance crossed Zhao Mingyi's eyes. But it was quickly replaced by resolve. Do you think I want to do this? That kid vanished mysteriously for 8 years after his mother died. For those 8 years, no matter how hard I searched, I couldn't find a trace of him. Until a year ago. He enrolled in a shady vocational school at 18, and that's when I finally tracked him down again. But what I never expected was that the moment he returned, he not only displayed combat skills rivaling an elite soldier but also began frantically recruiting thugs from outside the school to serve as his henchmen. Recently, he's even exploited the emerging live streaming platforms to rapidly expand his influence. I thought Lin Yanting was heading down a path of no return. But recently, I suddenly realized it was all just a facade. This kid is actually setting his sights on the business world. Building connections, accumulating wealth. Isn't his intent crystal clear? He's building his strength to investigate what happened all those years ago. Since he seeks vengeance for his father, why not give him a legitimate reason? With police protection, wouldn't that be better than him going it alone? Listening to Zhao Mingyi's explanation, Lu Guoping's tone softened considerably. Yet he still voiced some discontent. These are all just your speculations. Didn't you send Lin to make contact with Lin Yanting? Let's wait until Lin returns before making any decisions. If Lin Yanting just wants to live an ordinary life, we'll support him discreetly. If he truly has that resolve, we'll do everything we can to keep him safe. Just then, the office door was knocked upon. Zhao Mingyi called out toward the door, "Come in." The next moment, Lu Lin pushed open the office door and stepped inside. "Report. I have made contact with Lin Yanting as per the director's orders." At these words, both men's expressions changed simultaneously. What did he say? This scene naturally caught Lu Lin's attention. This only reinforced Lu Lin's earlier assessment. Lin Yanting said he could agree to our demands. But we must also agree to one of his conditions. Upon hearing this, Zhao Mingyi and Lu Guoping both showed a hint of curiosity. What demand? Lu Lin, upon hearing this, spoke directly. Lin Yanting requested access to the personnel file of an individual named Lin Jinsheng. Moreover, he stated that only officers at the deputy director level or above are authorized to access this file. That's why I rushed back overnight to seek instructions. The two exchanged glances upon hearing this. A peculiar smile spread across their faces. That smile seemed to hold a mix of relief, resignation, but most of all, satisfaction. Zhao Mingyi then addressed Lu Lin directly. Agree to him. If Lin Yanting really uncovers any clues, cooperate fully with his investigation. Hearing this, Lu Lin saluted Zhao Mingyi. Yes, sir. Seeing this, Zhao Mingyi smiled gently at Lu Lin. Lilin, don't be as rigid as your father. It's already after work hours. Stop calling me sir all the time. Just call me Uncle Zhou. Seeing Lu Guoping nod to her from the side, Lu Lin stopped fussing over it. She visibly relaxed. But because of Lin Yanting's situation, her curiosity was now impossible to contain. Dad. Uncle Zhou. What exactly is Lin Yanting's background? His father isn't a member of some drug trafficking organization, is he? Hearing Lu Lin say this, the two exchanged a knowing smile. Yeah. Since you've already guessed it, we won't keep it from you. But this matter must remain between the three of us, no one else can know. His father was a drug enforcement hero. 64 setting the trap. Lin Yanting digs another hole. Early the next morning, Lin Yanting's phone buzzed with Lu Lin's reply. Seeing that the police had agreed to his request, Lin Yanting was also quite pleased. This way, he could finally uncover the detailed circumstances surrounding his father's death. Once Lin Yanting understood the police's true intentions, he knew he had no intention of continuing to pretend. So, first thing in the morning, he completed the discharge procedures. After undergoing a series of examinations, his attending physician was utterly astonished by Lin Yanting's terrifying recovery speed. Thus, under the attending physician's utterly incredulous gaze, left the hospital. Last night, since Lin Yanting was never seriously injured to begin with, and considering he needed to investigate Wei Zhixi today, he had already instructed Meng Shixing to send Wei Zhixi home. He then proceeded to arrange and deploy personnel. Lin Yanting, however, headed straight for the school. As soon as he arrived at the school gate, he spotted two men with suspicious expressions standing at the entrance. They seemed to be discussing something. Lin Yanting recognized one of them instantly. It was Xiao Baba. Xiao Baba and the person beside him were getting more and more excited as they talked. Hey, have you heard? Wei, the school's top beauty, is secretly a gigolo. Charges 5,800 a night. Who'd have thought such a high-class escort was right under my nose? Why waste money on those low-grade girls anymore? Just getting laid with the campus beauty once would be a huge win. The sleazy guy beside him tried to say something, but the words he wanted to say just wouldn't come out. Seeing this, Xiao Ba and grew curious. What's up? Could it be he was so excited about getting a chance with the school beauty that he couldn't speak? Here's what we'll do. I still have 3,000 yuan on me. Lend me 3,000 yuan first and let me have some fun this month. Next month I'll pay you back 3,000, then you can go have your own fun. How about it? But before the other person could answer, a voice suddenly reached Xiao Laba's ears. Hey! Isn't this little loudspeaker? What are you two talking about? Share it with me too, will you? He was just getting into the swing of things. Being interrupted like this really annoyed Xiao Baba. Just as he was about to curse out loud, he realized the intruder was none other than Lin Yanting. His tone shifted instantly. Hey, isn't this Boss Lin? What brings you to campus today? Lin Yanting ignored Xiao Laba's attempt to cozy up. Instead, he pressed on with his questioning. Who did you just call a sugar baby? Xiao Baba didn't think much of it. Hearing Lin Yanting's question, that lecherous grin of his surfaced once more. What? Is Boss Lin also one of us? Lin Yanting didn't answer. He merely smiled without a word. But to Xiao Laoba, this scene, it was tantamount to an admission. The lecherous grin on his face grew even more pronounced. He. Nothing to be embarrassed about. We're all men, after all. Let me tell you something. You'd never guess that campus beauty Wei Zhixi is actually a sugar baby. And her rates aren't cheap either. I was just talking with this buddy about whether we should try our luck and hook up with the campus beauty. Hearing this, Lin Yanting's heart was already boiling with rage. It's you guys spreading rumors everywhere that's ruined Zhixi's reputation. Just wait and see how I'll deal with you all later. Despite his inner fury, Lin Yanting still wore a smile on his face. He said, half believing, half doubting. Is that true? How did you guys find out about this? Xiao Laba glanced around. Then, with an air of mystery, he pulled out a small card from his pocket. Look! Hearing this, Lin Yanting also turned his gaze toward the small card Xiao Baba was holding. The card featured a woman wearing a skimpy bikini. But when Lin Yanting recognized the woman's face, a flash of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. For the face on the card belonged to none other than Wei Zhixi. At that moment, the smile on Lin Yanting's face grew even more intense. Only a few brothers who knew Lin Yanting well, like Meng Shixing, understood. When Lin Yanting wore this particular smile, it signaled that he had truly resolved to kill. The brighter the smile, the fiercer the intent. Of course, his anger stemmed from one reason alone. Because Lin Yanting could see at a glance that the woman on this little card had Wei Zhixi's face superimposed onto it using AI. Don't ask how Lin Yanting knew. If you must know, it was the mismatched proportions. A few days ago, Wei Zhixi had come to Lin Yanting's place to clean. Lin Yanting had taken advantage of her being soaked to get a clear look at everything he should and shouldn't have seen. The figure on this card clearly didn't match Wei Zhixi's proportions. In other words, this was clearly someone trying to frame Wei Zhixi. Lin Yanting had said it before. Anyone who dares to harm Wei Zhixi, he wouldn't let a single one off the hook. But before that, Lin Yanting first intends to give this rumor monger Xiao Laoba a grand gift. With that, Lin Yanting promptly tucked the card into his own pocket. Seeing this, Xiao Laoba was displeased but dared not utter any harsh words to Lin Yanting. What Xiao Laoba never expected was, Lin Yanting actually pulled out 5,000 yuan from his pocket and handed it to him. Don't ever say I, Lin Yanting, am ungrateful. Since you shared such important news with me, I certainly won't shortchange you. Forget about Wei Zhixi. But I can point you in the right direction. The girls there are way better than Wei Zhixi. Consider these 5,000 yuan my treat. Hearing this, Xiao Laoba's eyes lit up. He truly hadn't expected such a stroke of luck. He immediately swallowed hard twice. He slipped the money into his pocket without a trace of emotion. Big brother Lin was a true man of honor. But where exactly was this place he mentioned? Hearing Xiao Laoba say this, Lin Yanting knew the other party had taken the bait. He immediately pulled out another pen from his pocket and grabbed Xiao Laoba's hand. That place most people can't get there. I'll give you a phone number first. Before you go tonight, contact this number first. They'll guide you there when the time comes. I guarantee you'll be blown away. Every trick in the book, there's nothing she can't pull off that you haven't seen. For a moment, Xiao Laba was so intrigued by Lin Yanting's words that he couldn't sit still. He was itching to dash over right then and there. Alright. Big brother Lin. I, Xiao Laba, will never forget your kindness. From this day forward, I shall follow your lead in all matters. Hearing this, Lin Yanting deliberately flashed a meaningful smile and said, Alright. Once you've taken the money, don't get in my way. Got it? Hearing Lin Yanting's words, Xiao Laba pounded his chest emphatically, then pointed at Lin Yanting. Meaning, I get you. Lin Yanting returned the smile. Seeing this, Xiao Laba felt even more certain about his guess. He. Looks like Lin Yanting and I are truly kindred spirits. He just gave me such a detailed introduction. He's clearly an old hand at this. This time, he probably wants to taste the school beauty's flavor too. He's afraid I'll compete with him, so he gave me 5,000 yuan as compensation. But Lin Yanting seriously underestimates me, Xiao Laba. If I can't go tonight, won't I just go next time? Besides, someone else is treating tonight. Tonight, Lin Yanting gets to enjoy the ride first. I'll wait until tomorrow to find out what he's really like. And me? I'm going to try out those tricks Lin Yanting keeps bragging about today. After securing his benefits, Xiao Laba, accompanied by his fellow conspirator, skipped gleefully into the school. As the two departed, Lin Yanting's eyes grew increasingly icy. He immediately pulled out his phone and dialed Meng Shixing's number. Hey, Meng. Notify the brothers. Someone used AI to swap Wei Zhixi's face onto those street escort cards. Find the person who did the face swap. Then collect every single one of those cards you see. 65 entering the scene. The truth-twisting Kim Yuncheol. As the bell rang, the first class of the morning had concluded. Students poured out of the classroom, heading toward their next class. The temperature hovered around 27 or 28 degrees Celsius, nearing 30. Most students at Jiguang wore relatively thin t-shirts. Such attire was relatively cooler. Yet amidst the crowd stood an odd figure. She wasn't like the other students. Instead, she was draped in an extremely oversized hoodie. She was completely covered from head to toe. She simply clutched her textbooks and weaved through the crowd. And this person was none other than Wei Zhixi. Rumors had spread from who knows where. Wei Zhixi's life at school lately had been absolutely miserable. Wei Zhixi was top tier in both looks and figure. Naturally, she attracted the attention of some boys. But ever since the rumors started spreading, the looks of admiration and shyness in their eyes have now turned into something blatant, lecherous, and obscene. Feeling these gazes around her, Wei Zhixi felt an intense discomfort throughout her entire body. The boys no longer treated her with the respect they once did. Instead, every other day, someone would approach her and utter crude, lewd remarks. Wei Zhixi was naturally shy and reserved. Even when faced with the admiring glances of the past, she felt an urge to distance herself. How much more so now? So Wei Zhixi simply bought this loose-fitting hoodie to cover herself. But trouble. It's not something you can simply avoid. With a dull thud, Wei Zhixi, who had been charging forward with her head down, suddenly seemed to bump into something. She looked up. Blocking her path was a well-built young man. Whoa! Isn't this Miss Wei, the campus beauty? Usually keeping everyone at arm's length. Why are you throwing yourself at me today? Running low on cash? As he spoke, the man reached out to pull Wei Zhixi into his embrace. But Wei Zhixi reacted with lightning speed. With decisive force, she mustered all her strength and shoved him hard against his chest. Because Wei Zhixi's force was so sudden, the young man clearly hadn't anticipated it, and allowed Wei Zhixi to slip out of his grasp. At that moment, Wei Zhixi was both shocked and furious. Kim Yuncheol. What are you doing? Seeing this, the boy named Kim Yuncheol. A playful smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Stop pretending. Everyone in the entire school knows about your little private affairs now. At these words, Wei Zhixi's face darkened with displeasure. But Jin Yunche seemed oblivious to Wei Zhixi's expression. He even flashed a lecherous grin. It's nearly 30 degrees out, and you're wearing such a bulky hoodie? Are you planning to provide in-call services for some sugar daddy after school? So you're wearing that sexy little uniform underneath? Why not let me give it a quick inspection first? As a man, I definitely know your sugar daddy's tastes. I can offer some advice, right? He said. Kim Yuncheok reached out to grab Wei Zhixi's hoodie. Seeing this, Wei Zhixi hadn't expected him to be so bold. How dare he do this to her in front of so many people? Without a second thought, she raised her textbook with both hands and slammed it down hard onto Jin Yunche's outstretched palm. This time, Wei Zhixi held nothing back. She mustered every ounce of strength she possessed. The force of the blow sent Jin Yunche howling in pain. In that instant, Kim Yuncheok was furious. He pointed a finger at Wei Zhixi. He screamed angrily. You filthy! You think you're something special? Still pretending to be chaste and virtuous in front of me, huh? Fine. I'll make you play the part. Immediately after, Kim Yunchio bellowed at the top of his lungs. Everyone, look. This is our school's escort queen, Wei Zhixi. Just now she deliberately bumped into my arms. To seduce me. She even asked if I wanted escort services. She even said she'd give me a discount since we're classmates, charging me only 5,800. After I refused, she flew into a rage and even hit my hand with her textbook. In an instant, students who had been rushing to their classrooms all stopped in their tracks. All eyes turned this way. Soon, murmurs of discussion began to ripple through the crowd. No way. Could those rumors be true? Wei Zhixi, the school's top beauty, is actually a call girl? Man. I didn't believe it either, but then I got a flyer outside. The woman on it was Wei Zhixi, wearing a revealing bikini. You can't deny it. Yeah. I also heard Wei Zhixi gets pretty wild with those guys in private. As long as you pay, she'll do anything. Oh my goddess. Seeing this, some girls who were already jealous of Wei Zhixi's beauty started making snide remarks. Pfft, what goddess? She's just a little. Probably already has a dark down there. Exactly. She acts all innocent and sweet just to attract guys like you. That way, she gets a steady stream of customers. Then, a girl with a pockmarked face added with even more bitterness. Oomph. You guys have no taste, liking that type. I wonder what I'm lacking compared to her. At least I'm cleaner than her. If you marry a woman like that, you'll probably catch some nasty disease. Marry me instead, and not only will you stay disease-free, but your kids will definitely be yours. And sure, she talks a little sweetly? I can do that too. Geijai. Listening to the coarse, raspy voice of the pockmarked girl, one guy couldn't hold back any longer. You. Hey, lady. Stop yelling. Turn off your superpowers. If you yell 2 more times, I'll throw up my dinner from last night. Some guys who couldn't stand it anymore snapped back angrily. Let's not even talk about whether any man would want someone who looks like you. Even if you somehow snag a blind guy to marry you. Even if you wanted to get pregnant with someone else's child after marriage, they'd have to be willing to do it. Facing the 2 boys' taunts, the pockmarked girl shot them both a withering look. You 2 clueless jerks. This is called security. For a moment, the surrounding guys all wore expressions of utter speechlessness. At that moment, Wei Zhixi couldn't believe Jin Yunche would be so shameless. He deliberately blocked her path and tried to make a move on her. Now he had the nerve to turn it around and accuse her of seducing him. No. Kim Yuncheol deliberately blocked my path. Then, before Wei Zhixi could finish her sentence, Kim Yunche raised an eyebrow. Then what? You wouldn't be implying I tried to touch you, would you? And then add, how could a girl like me possibly risk her own reputation to slander you? Wei Zhixi, you've truly disappointed me. I never imagined you'd be this kind of person. He said. Jin Yunche even put on a deeply heartbroken expression. Many people couldn't help but feel sorry for Jin Yunche. Who didn't know Kim Yuncheol had always been in love with Wei Zhixi? How could he possibly do something like this to her? Another pure love warrior has fallen. Who would have thought the goddess he'd adored for so long was actually a sugar baby? No one could handle that. Jin Yunche must have been so traumatized that he couldn't control himself and shouted earlier. How pitiful. Among the crowd, some of Wei Zhixi's former secret admirers now shared a look of shared understanding as they watched Kim Yuncheol. Kim Yuncheol was naturally handsome and radiant. Now, with that wounded, hesitant look on his face, his appeal to girls was undeniably strong. Ache. Don't be sad. She's not worth it. Yeah. You still have us. If you're willing, any one of us would be happy to date you. You should take a good look at yourself. You're nothing but a cheap woman. Ache's father is a school board member. If he wanted a woman, why would he choose you? And don't even think about Ake molesting you. A trashy woman like you deserves to make a Che sad? Sisters. A woman like this has no place at Jiguang. Since she wants to reel in men, let's give her what she wants. Strip her naked. Let all these men see what kind of trash she really is. One stone set off 1,000 ripples. The moment these words were spoken, it stirred up some girls who were already jealous of Wei Zhixi. Seeing this, the girl who had suggested humiliating Wei Zhixi rolled up her sleeves and charged straight at her. Seeing someone take the lead, the others followed closely behind. Meanwhile, some boys nearby not only failed to intervene but even wore expressions of quiet anticipation. Surveying the crowd around her, Wei Zhixi felt an unfamiliar sense of alienation unlike any she had ever experienced before. Especially when Jin Yunche flashed that smug look at her without her noticing. Sent a chill deep into her bones. In that moment, she was terrified. Somehow, Lin Yanting's image suddenly flashed through her mind. Ting. Where are you? As the girls closed in on Wei Zhixi, amidst the crowd, several edgy-looking young men were also preparing to step in and block those girls for Wei Zhixi. But just then, a furious male voice suddenly rang out. Stop. What the hell are you all doing? Hearing this, a flicker of delight crossed Wei Zhixi's eyes. But when she recognized the person approaching, her expression darkened instantly. The newcomer was none other than the student council president of Zhiguan Vocational School, Wu Liang. 66 appearance. Lin Yanting's counterattack. Seeing that it was Wu Liang, the student union president, their earlier arrogance vanished instantly. Wu Liang barked sharply. What are you all doing crowding around here? Are we going to have class or not? Especially you girls. What's going on? The girls who had just threatened to strip Wei Zhixi's clothes off, now facing student council president Wu Liang. Not a trace of arrogance remained. They immediately began explaining. President Wu. It's all Wei Zhixi's fault, that escort girl. She's the one who's unprincipled, yet she dares to falsely accuse Ake of assaulting her. She even. But what no one expected was, before the girls could finish speaking, Wu Liang cut them off immediately. Nonsense. I believe Zhixi. She's not that kind of person. And she certainly isn't some kind of escort. Don't jump to conclusions. Spreading rumors without any evidence. With that said, though they felt indignant, they dared not show it too openly. They could only mutter under their breath. So the chairman's implying that Ake is lying? Hearing this, Wu Liang immediately retorted. Of course not. Whether it's Zhixi or Yunche, I trust their character. This whole thing is nothing but a misunderstanding. But you're using it to bully your classmates. As student council president, I will never tolerate bullying happening on Zhiguan's campus. I will report this matter to the school administration. You lot had better brace yourselves for disciplinary action. Even though you haven't caused any serious consequences, your mindset is seriously flawed. I expect a formal disciplinary notice is inevitable. The girls were about to say something else, but when they saw the look in Wu Liang's eyes, they immediately fell silent. Seeing this, Wu Liang paid no attention to the girls. Instead, he walked straight up to Wei Zhixi. Unlike his previous cold, businesslike demeanor, upon reaching Wei Zhixi, Wu Liang offered her a gentle smile. Zhixi, are you okay? Don't worry. With me here, no one can hurt you. For Wu Liang's timely intervention, Wei Zhixi felt profound gratitude in her heart. But regarding Wu Liang's somewhat ambiguous words, somehow, they always made Wei Zhixi feel uneasy. Nevertheless, Wei Zhixi politely expressed her gratitude. Classmate Wu Liang. Thank you. But in Wu Liang's eyes, Wei Zhixi's expression clearly showed she was blushing. This sent a surge of elation through his heart. Yet outwardly, he remained composed. He maintained his worried expression. Just then, Jin Yunche slowly approached the two, speaking in a voice only the three of them could hear. Wu Liang, don't think giving me a way out means this is over. If you dare to ruin my plans, we'll see about that. Hearing this, Wu Liang turned to face Kim Yuncheok, refusing to back down. Kim Yuncheol, as long as I'm here, I will never allow you to harm a single hair on Zhixi's head. This time, I will get to the bottom of it. You'd better pray it wasn't you. Otherwise, I'll make you pay a terrible price. Wei Zhixi, standing nearby, heard this. She also shot Wu Liang a look of surprise. She truly hadn't expected Wu Liang would defend her so fiercely, even at the cost of antagonizing Jin Yunche. Though she couldn't fathom what she'd done to offend Jin Yunche, Kim Yuncheok insisted on targeting her like this. But Kim Yuncheol's father was a school board member. If she ended up dragging Wu Liang down with her, she would be consumed by guilt. If there weren't others around, Wei Zhixi would have blurted out to Wu Liang, "You're such a good person." It seemed as though Yu Guang caught Wei Zhixi's gaze upon him. Wu Liang felt utterly smug inside. Finally, he had captured Wei Zhixi's attention. Seeing this, the people nearby, they all shook their heads. Well, we've long heard that President Wu Liang had feelings for Wei Zhixi, but who would have thought his affection had grown so blind? Indeed. The evidence was right before their eyes, yet he refused to believe Wei Zhixi was a sugar baby. He even tried to make excuses for her. It seems President Wu Liang is even more deeply ensnared than Kim Yuncheol. A boy who thought he saw through everything. He added with a pained expression. Perhaps President Wu Liang knows everything, but he refuses to let the image of Wei Zhixi, the pure, flawless campus beauty in his heart, be shattered. That's why he chose forgiveness, hoping to reform her with love. In this moment, devotion took tangible form, no longer just an abstract adjective. Upon hearing this, a group of pure love warriors felt a deep respect for Wu Liang. Yet to the girls nearby, these words rang especially jarring. Why? First it was Ake, now it's President Wu Liang. Ake had come to his senses, but President Wu Liang was sinking deeper and deeper. I refuse to accept this. Listening to the murmurs around him, Wu Liang could barely suppress the smirk threatening to break across his face. This was exactly the reaction he wanted. Even Wei Zhixi, one of the parties involved, found herself drawn in by the murmurs around her. Seizing this moment, Wu Liang managed to discreetly give Jin Yunche across the table a knowing glance. But this scene was caught by the eyes of several alternative-style youths mingling in the crowd. They didn't react in any way. They simply watched and waited. Kim Yuncheol, who caught Wu Liang's glance, instantly understood. Wu Liang, you've got some nerve today. Don't give me a chance, or I'll make you pay dearly. With that, Kim Yuncheol turned to leave. But what Kim Yuncheol hadn't anticipated was, the moment he turned, he collided with someone. Yet upon contact, he felt as though he'd slammed into a steel plate. Well, isn't this Mr. Kim himself? Usually so arrogant and haughty, why are you burrowing into my arms today? Is business slow lately? Running low on cash. Hearing someone dare to make such remarks about him, Kim Yuncheok flew into a rage. He was about to unleash a torrent of curses. But when he recognized the person as Lin Yanting, he swallowed hard. He had intended to tell Lin Yanting to mind his own business. But Lin Yanting didn't give him a chance to speak. He reached out and grabbed Jin Yunche by the collar. Seeing this, Kim Yunche instinctively tried to push Lin Yanting away. But Lin Yanting yanked him by the collar. Oh my! So the arrogant young Master Jin really is after all. I was just noticing your collar was a bit messy and wanted to help you fix it. Why did you suddenly put your hand on my chest? Jin Yunche braced himself, ready to muster every ounce of strength to break free from Lin Yanting's grip on his collar. But the moment Kim Yuncheok exerted force, Lin Yanting's grip tightened with a sudden, powerful pull, yanking Kim Yuncheok straight up in front of him. He deliberately feigned the appearance of Kim Yuncheol whispering a secret to him. He exclaimed in feigned surprise. What? You're giving me 5,800? I'm straight as an arrow. Even if you gave me 58,000, I wouldn't do that with you. With that, Lin Yanting tossed him aside like trash. With a casual toss, he flung Kim Yunche onto the ground beside him. Originally, Kim Yuncheol had some apprehension toward Lin Yanting. But faced with such humiliation and slander from Lin Yanting, Kim Yuncheol could no longer endure it. He scrambled to his feet and pointed at Lin Yanting, shouting, Lin Yanting, don't spout nonsense to this young master. I'm a real man. I'd never do anything. Hearing this, Lin Yanting chuckled. Is that so? If you're not, then why are you so flustered? Then why explain it to me? 67 fierce retort. My godbrother is Iron Hand. Though everyone present knew Lin Yanting was just making unreasonable accusations, not a single person dared to refute Lin Yanting's words. Especially Jin Yunche. Back in school, when he was pursuing Wei Zhixi, he maintained a sunny, cheerful, and innocent persona. But privately, he was juggling multiple relationships. Such behavior speaks poorly of one's character. But no one would ever call him. The thought of being slandered like this by Lin Yanting made Kim Yuncheol's chest tighten with anger. What hurt Jin Yunche the most was, he even noticed, amidst the crowd, that the way some people looked at him was gradually becoming strange. He knew it well. Rumors, by their very nature, are full of holes. Anyone who thought carefully could uncover the clues hidden within. But the crux of the matter was that most people today simply wouldn't bother to question the truth behind rumors. Or rather, they only choose to believe what they want to believe. As long as the story piques people's interest, they won't hesitate to pass it on to the next person. Take the Wei Zhixi incident, for example. When the first person saw that escort card with Wei Zhixi's face on it, the first thought that popped into their heads was, the school beauty is actually an escort. And what Lin Yanting is doing now is no different. Just like Wei Zhixi, Jin Yunche was the son of a school board member and captain of the school basketball team. He'd always been the object of affection for many girls. Perhaps at first, many would dismiss Lin Yanting's claims as nonsense. But once they connected the dots that Jin Yunche hadn't dated a single girl in school, add to that his current speechless demeanor, it made more and more people believe. Kim Yuncheol is really? No way. Could Kim Yuncheol really be? No wonder he's never dated anyone at school. Immediately, some girls sighed regretfully. What a waste, he was truly a hidden gem. Seeing the gossip around him taking an increasingly unfavorable turn, Kim Yuncheol knew that if this continued, even if this wasn't true, it would eventually become true. He couldn't afford to wait any longer. He pointed at Lin Yanting and declared, Lin Yanting, are you out of your mind? You're the ING one. You call me? Got any proof? No proof means slander. I'm calling the cops right now. As he spoke, Kim Yuncheok grabbed his phone, ready to dial 911. He looked ready to fight Lin Yanting to the bitter end. No matter how chaotic Kim Yuncheol might be in private. But he knew he had to maintain his public reputation. After all, he was an only child. If any negative rumors about him surfaced, it could very well impact his family's business. So even though he secretly harbored some apprehension toward Lin Yanting, who operated in the underworld, at this moment he had no choice but to confront him head-on. What Jin Yunche hadn't anticipated, however, Lin Yanting showed not a trace of panic. Instead, he shrugged indifferently. Fight it out. Better to make a big scene out of it. You ask me what proof I have that you're? Since you brought it up, I've got a question for you too. You just claimed Wei Zhixi is a prostitute, then accused her of seducing you. What proof do you have? Isn't that just your one-sided account? I'd like to ask anyone actually hear what you just said. For a moment. Jin Yunche was once again rendered speechless by Lin Yanting's retort. Seeing this, everyone immediately understood Lin Yanting had suddenly stepped in to defend Wei Zhixi. Immediately, the girls who had earlier wanted to lay hands on Wei Zhixi could no longer sit still. Evidence? This is the evidence. Her photos were printed on these escort business cards. And dressed so provocatively. If she's not a prostitute, what else could she be? As for Wei Zhixi's words seducing a Che, we didn't actually hear them. But isn't it normal for prostitutes to find their own clients? As she spoke, the girl produced a prostitution card featuring Wei Zhixi's photo from somewhere. Upon seeing this, those who had been skeptical about Wei Zhixi's escort activities due to Lin Yanting's questioning nodded in agreement. They found the girl's reasoning quite convincing. But Lin Yanting responded with a cold laugh. Are you brain dead? Hearing Lin Yanting dare to insult her, the girl was about to retort. But Lin Yanting didn't give her a chance to speak. He continued. It's just a card with an AI-swapped face, what does that prove? And face swaps of this caliber? You could easily pull it off with photo editing software like Photoshop, no AI needed. If I were to take a photo of you right now, and then superimpose your face onto the card you're holding right now, does that make you an escort? Facing Lin Yanting's condescending gaze, the girl felt furious. She couldn't refute a single word of what Lin Yanting said. But someone nearby immediately raised a question. Where did that photo come from? This question from the bystander seemed to give the girl courage. As if she'd found a loophole. She declared with righteous indignation. Exactly. If Wei Zhixi hadn't given them the photo herself, how would those people printing the cards have gotten it? Lin Yanting turned his gaze back to her. If I recall correctly, your name is Jiang Ning, right? You think just because Wei Zhixi has the character for lime in her name, her skin is as yellow as a lemon? Not even 20 years old and already looking like a haggard old woman. She's the campus beauty. The school network is flooded with candid shots of her. If some shady folks wanted to cause trouble, wouldn't it be easy to grab a photo from the campus network? Use your pig brains. Some quicker-witted individuals quickly caught on to the situation. Though Jiang Ning remained silent on the surface, anyone could see the defiance etched on her face. Especially when Lin Yanting called her a frumpy hag that really got her steamed. Jin Yunche, watching from the side, saw that continuing this would serve no purpose. It would only tarnish his reputation. He promptly turned to leave. But Lin Yanting stopped him in his tracks. But Kim Yuncheol, who had been stopped, demanded impatiently. Just explain what's going on. Why are you blocking me? Wu Liang suddenly darted forward from the side. He tried to calm things down. Yeah. It's all just a misunderstanding. Class is about to start. It wouldn't be good to linger here any longer. Lin Yanting glanced back and forth between the two. He spoke calmly and deliberately. Misunderstanding? His public slander of Wei Zhixi, I'll set that aside for now. But his attempt to assault Wei Zhixi in public? That's still unresolved. The moment these words left his mouth, Jin Yunche erupted in fury. Lin Yanting. Enough is enough. What is Wei Zhixi to you? Why are you sticking up for her like this? And you dare accuse me of assaulting her? Do you have any proof? Jiang Ning, who had been pushed into a corner by Lin Yanting earlier, chimed in from the side. 1 minute you're saying Akiz, the next you're accusing him of assaulting Wei Zhixi. You'll say anything. Do you really think spending some time on the streets gives you the power to cover up everything? Let me tell you something. My godbrother is Iron Hand. 68 Neil. Jin Yunche, apologize. Hearing the name, Iron Hand, Lin Yanting couldn't help but recall Ji Xiong, beaten beyond recognition on that bus. Seems like he was one of Iron Hand's men too. He couldn't help but chuckle to himself. He had been trying his best to avoid contact with these underworld figures. Yet he kept crossing paths with the underlings of Lei Bao's underlings. It was truly beyond his control. Facing Jiang Ning's threat, Lin Yanting remained utterly unconcerned. Oh? So what? It seemed that in this lifetime, Lin Yanting had chosen not to stand up for Xia Bing. Therefore, Lei Bao's territory wasn't absorbed by Lin Yanting. Instead, Lin Yanting's decision to abandon the turf war with Lei Bao. They interpreted this as fear. That's why Jiang Ning dared to so brazenly invoke the name of Iron Hand. But in the original scenario, after invoking his godbrother's name, Lin Yanting should have been scared out of his wits. Yet he never expected to receive Lin Yanting's response. Seeing her plan backfire, Jiang Ning seemed to be getting flustered. Lin Yanting, do you dare defy me? Don't you fear Iron Hand coming after you? Lin Yanting found Jiang Ning's threats childish and laughable. Do as you please. But today, if you lot don't apologize to Wei Zhixi, I doubt you'll be leaving here alive. Seeing Lin Yanting show no regard for his godbrother's face, Jiang Ning's temper flared. Lin Yanting, if you've got the guts, don't leave after school today. But if you want me to apologize? Forget it. Kim Yuncheol added with a teasing tone. Now I get it. You're helping her like this. Wei Zhixi must be your mistress, right? But no matter how you spin it, the fact remains that Wei Zhixi seduced me. Even if the King of Heaven himself came down, I'd still say it. Seeing the other party's stubborn, defiant attitude as if to say, what can you do to me? Lin Yanting didn't hesitate for a second. With a casual wave of his hand, a slightly unconventional young man stepped out from the crowd. He handed a phone to Lin Yanting. Lin Yanting took the phone and tapped it casually. A video clip appeared on the phone screen. The video captured the entire incident of Wei Zhixi bumping into Jin Yunche. Wei Zhixi in the footage kept her hood up, head bowed as she walked forward. And then, Kim Yunche appeared in the frame. It was clear that Kim Yuncheok in the footage had noticed Wei Zhixi. He deliberately took advantage of Wei Zhixi's limited vision due to her hoodie hood. He deliberately positioned himself in front of Wei Zhixi. Wei Zhixi collided with Jin Yunche. Kim Yuncheol then said something. Then he tried to pull Wei Zhixi into his arms. But she pushed him away. He then reached out to tug at Wei Zhixi's clothes. Only then did Wei Zhixi swat his hand away with her book. It was at this very moment that Kim Yuncheol deliberately shouted in the scene. Seeing this, the truth was no longer something Lin Yanting needed to elaborate on. Several people nearby had also witnessed the video's content. They immediately wore expressions of utter disbelief. Holy crap! It's all true. Kim Yuncheol was the one who actively flirted with Wei Zhixi. Damn! I actually thought Kim Yuncheol was some kind of pure love warrior, but turns out he's just a sleazy bastard. Oh my god, how could my idol be like this? You can never truly know someone's heart. Wei Zhixi stared at Lin Yanting in utter disbelief. She never imagined Lin Yanting's men would be hiding in the crowd, filming the entire incident. How could her friend just happen to capture this scene? Was it truly just a coincidence, or? Listening to the surrounding murmurs, Lin Yanting stepped right up to Jin Yunche and said, "Get down on your knees. Apologize. You wouldn't want this video to end up online, would you?" Without a moment's hesitation, Kim Yuncheok dropped to his knees with a thud. Because he knew all too well, if this video went online, the impact would be immense. Don't be fooled by how carefree these rich kids seem in their daily lives. Their upbringing was actually extremely strict. Every word and action could profoundly impact their family's business empire. Even if they wanted to indulge themselves, it had to be done without tarnishing the family name. Consider this, even a top-tier conglomerate like E Group in Jianing City can be overwhelmed by negative publicity? How much more so for a smaller family like the Jins? Wei, I was utterly foolish, please forgive me. Seeing Jin Yunche kneel before her, Wei Zhixi could say nothing more. She immediately whispered softly, "I hope you won't bully others so casually in the future." Those around them saw the truth laid bare. Although Lin Yanting hadn't produced direct evidence proving Wei Zhixi wasn't an escort, but with what had just transpired, along with Lin Yanting's rebuttals, they couldn't help but doubt the rumor's validity. Hearing this, Kim Yuncheol breathed a huge sigh of relief. Thank you. Look, I've already apologized to you. Can you please get Lin Yanting to delete the video?" Lin Yanting, seeing the other party daring to push his luck, was about to lash out in anger. But unexpectedly, Wei Zhixi flatly refused. "I know you're only apologizing because Lin Yanting has that compromising video on you. If he deletes it, what if you come bother me again later? But if you don't come looking for trouble with us in the future, I doubt Lin Yanting would be bored enough to release your video." Hearing Wei Zhixi say this, a faint smile curved the corners of Lin Yanting's mouth. He immediately turned to look at Jin Yunche and said, "What are you still standing there for? Get lost." Kim Yunche stood up, giving the two of them a long, lingering look. Then he turned and walked away without another word. Lin Yanting knew he'd humiliated Kim Yuncheok badly today. Given this guy's temperament, he wouldn't let it go easily. Moreover, he wanted to figure out why Kim Yuncheol had suddenly turned against Wei Zhixi. Was Kim Yuncheol somehow connected to the recent rumors? So, after Kim Yuncheok turned and walked away, he gave a knowing nod to several alert young men in the crowd. The young men understood the signal and quietly followed behind Kim Yuncheol. Wu Liang, who had remained silent all along, suddenly stepped forward. All right. Now that everything's been made clear, everyone should disperse. We still have class to attend." But Lin Yanting still refused to let it go. He pointed at the girls up front who were about to get into a fight. And them. The rest of the girls were fine. Seeing Jin Yunche kneel and admit his mistake, they promptly apologized and turned to leave. Only Jiang Ning remained, her face twisted in disdain. You can't even save yourselves, yet you expect me to apologize? How ridiculous. Let me tell you this, Lin Yanting. After this afternoon, I'll deal with you first. Tomorrow, I'll go after Wei Zhixi. After delivering the threat, Jiang Ning turned and walked away without another word. Lin Yanting didn't stop her. Only a cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. Not willing to apologize? Good. Whether it's Jiang Ning or Jin Yunche, I never intended to let either of you off the hook from the very beginning. 69 The Poisonous Plot. Wu Liang and Jin Yunche's Conspiracy. As Jin Yunche and Jiang Ning's group departed, the others, finding no more spectacle to watch, dispersed toward their respective classrooms for the next period. Seeing the matter concluded, Wu Liang stepped forward at that moment. He approached Wei Zhixi and said, Zhixi, rest assured. No matter what others think, I'll stand firmly by your side. I believe in your innocence. In response, Wei Zhixi merely replied politely to Wu Liang. Chairman Wu, thank you. You're truly a good person. With that, Wei Zhixi paid no further attention to Wu Liang. Seeing this, Wu Liang froze in place. Originally, Wu Liang had thought that by stepping in to help Wei Zhixi the moment she encountered trouble, Wei Zhixi would be deeply moved. He even shot a few defiant glances at Lin Yanting. Little did he expect this would be the outcome. Wei Zhixi, however, took light, quick steps over to Lin Yanting's side. She asked shyly, how did your friend happen to capture that video just now? But to Lin Yanting, this scene appeared as though Wei Zhixi thought he had someone watching her. So she felt a bit upset. Thinking of this, Lin Yanting, who had previously been composed and unflappable, now turned aggressive toward Jin Yunche and Jiang Ning. I started to panic a little. He hurriedly explained. Don't get the wrong idea. I saw you mention yesterday that you'd run into trouble at school. So I arranged for a few brothers to keep an eye on you. Since they all recorded videos to report your situation directly to me. That's why we managed to capture the footage just now. But the moment those words left his mouth, Lin Yanting immediately regretted it. Wasn't this just making things worse? He had expected his words to make Wei Zhixi even angrier. But unexpectedly, Wei Zhixi not only didn't get angry at him. Instead, she gave him an incredibly adorable smile. Thank you, Ting. That smile from Wei Zhixi sent a tingling sensation through Lin Yanting's entire body. At that very moment, Lin Yanting's heart skipped a beat. For a moment, Lin Yanting was utterly transfixed. So adorable. So captivated by the sight. Those three words slipped out unconsciously. Upon hearing those three words, her smile was replaced by a blush of shyness. She stammered. Class is about to start. I'll be going now. Watching Wei Zhixi flee with her face flushed crimson, a contented smile curved the corners of Lin Yanting's mouth. He promptly turned and left as well. And at that very moment, neither Wei Zhixi nor Lin Yanting failed to notice a pair of eyes, dark and stormy, fixed on them. Damn it! I stood up for you in front of everyone. Yet you're flirting with that bastard Lin Yanting right in front of me. Wei Zhixi, don't think this will let you off the hook. You'll be mine sooner or later. With that, Wu Liang turned and walked away. At that moment, following Lin Yanting's instructions, the two men assigned to tail Kim Yuncheol had followed Kim Yuncheol to a secluded corner of Zhiguan Vocational School. They discovered. After arriving here, Kim Yuncheol remained motionless, as if waiting for someone. After a long while, a voice filled with anger echoed from nearby. This is infuriating. I went out of my way to help her. And all I get is a "you're such a good person"? Since you show me no loyalty or gratitude, don't blame me for being ruthless. Hearing this, the two young men instinctively turned toward the source of the voice. What they didn't expect was the person approaching was none other than Wu Liang, the only other person willing to speak up for their boss's wife. The two exchanged a glance. Their expressions seemed to say, isn't this guy the one pursuing our sister-in-law? What's he doing here? Could he be here to teach Jin Yunche a lesson and avenge our sister-in-law? But the truth was far from what they imagined. Facing Wu Liang's fury, a wry smile flickered across Kim Yuncheol's face. Young Master Wu, please stop talking. You've at least managed to earn a reputation as a good guy. But this time, trying to help you has left me in a real mess. Not only was I forced by Lin Yanting to kneel in public, he even recorded it to blackmail me. Who can I turn to for justice? Listening to their conversation, the two young men lurking in the shadows instantly realized something was off. The relationship between these two was clearly not ordinary. They immediately pulled out their phones and activated the recording function. Sure enough, the next moment, Wu Liang blurted out a crucial piece of information. Damn it! That sly fox Xia Bing really didn't lie to me. Lin Yanting and Wei Zhixi really are hooking up. I thought all I needed to do was spread rumors and distribute those little cards proving Wei Zhixi was a sugar baby. would be enough to knock Wei Zhixi off her pedestal as the campus goddess. Then everyone would start attacking and humiliating her. Then I'd need to appear in a spotlight moment to stand unwaveringly by Wei Zhixi and speak up for her. Even if Wei Zhixi remained distant and unapproachable, she would inevitably develop feelings for me, perhaps even fall in love. After all, no girl could resist a man who, when everyone else isolates and opposes her, stands alone against the crowd to defend and protect her. Everything was going perfectly. But that damn Lin Yanting suddenly showed up. He ruined everything. Hearing this, Kim Yuncheol, standing nearby, also wore a look of resentment. That Lin Yanting is truly despicable. Though I did like Wei Zhixi before. Compared to your 100,000 yuan, Wei Zhixi just doesn't seem so appealing anymore. Originally, I only intended to play along with this charade for you. But for Lin Yanting to dare threaten me to kneel in front of all these people? This is absolutely intolerable. I'll make him pay dearly. Hearing this, Wu Liang's eyes lit up. He immediately shot Kim Yuncheok a meaningful look. Seriously? I happen to have a plan. Not only will it make Lin Yanting infamous throughout Jianing City, he'd be utterly ruined. Plus, he'd get to taste Wei Zhixi's sweetness. It all depends on whether young Master Jin dares to do it. With those words spoken, Jin Yunche found himself intrigued. Especially the latter part. To experience Wei Zhixi's charms. For a goddess like Wei Zhixi, how could he possibly not be interested? Had he not accepted Wu Liang's 100,000 yuan? He would never have given up on Wei Zhixi. But now it seemed Wu Liang, in his efforts to win him over, wasn't planning to hog all the fun. Young Master Wu, tell me the details. Seeing Jin Yunche didn't refuse, Wu Liang was overjoyed. He proceeded to unfold his plan step by step. Young Master Jin, I know your family owns a summer retreat in the suburbs. You could easily use the excuse of making amends to invite Lin Yanting and Wei Zhixi to a party at your summer retreat. Of course, you should invite some other classmates too. And what's a party without drinks? We'll find an opportunity to slip a little something into Wei Zhixi and Lin Yanting's drinks. When the effects start kicking in, they'll definitely start losing their senses. Then we can use their intoxication as an excuse to take them away. Then we brothers can take turns enjoying her charms. Or even go at her together. In short, when the time comes, young Master Jin can have his way with Wei Zhixi however he pleases. Hearing this, Jin Yunche frowned. No. Drugging her seems far too reckless. If this gets exposed, it won't just affect us too, our families behind us will suffer immense repercussions too. Seeing this, Wu Liang flashed a sinister grin. Young Master Jin, what are you afraid of? Don't forget. There's still Lin Yanting. You must know that after taking that drug, there will be temporary memory loss. Once we're done, we'll put Lin Yanting and Wei Zhixi in the same room. That way, once we're done, we can pin everything on Lin Yanting. We'll claim Lin Yanting lost control after drinking and raped Wei Zhixi. For the most perfect outcome, we'll need to increase Lin Yanting's dosage. That way, just as Wei Zhixi's effects wear off, Lin Yanting's will kick in again. If we burst in at that moment, we'll catch Lin Yanting red-handed. With the surrounding classmates as witnesses, Lin Yanting would be as good as dead. And Wei Zhixi, once sober, would surely harbor resentment toward Lin Yanting. After deep contemplation, Jin Yunche let out a wicked grin. Not a bad idea. But timing and dosage control might prove tricky. What if Lin Yanting's drug kicks in while we're messing with Wei Zhixi and he makes a scene, alerting other students? Then our plan would be ruined. Wu Liang, however, gave him a reassuring look. Don't worry. I'll have specialists handle the dosage and duration of the drug's effects. If you're worried Lin Yanting might cause trouble. At this point, Wu Liang deliberately paused. A sinister smile flickered across his face. We could plant a female dog in his room for Lin Yanting to vent his frustrations. 70 block the door. Iron Hand is here. Once we've perfected it, we'll up Lin Yanting's dosage. Then we'll toy with Wei Zhixi over here. While Lin Yanting is next door violently Then we can record the whole thing and send it to Lin Yanting later. Compared to this, that video of you he has? Not even in the same league. Just imagining that scene makes this young master feel so damn satisfied. As he spoke, Kim Yunche's eyes flashed with a gleam of gold beside him. Young Master Wu. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Before Kim Yuncheol could finish his praise, Wu Liang pressed on. This is nothing yet. Given Wei Zhixi's timid nature, even after something like this happened, she probably wouldn't dare report it to the police. Hearing Wu Liang's words, Jin Yunche couldn't help but look puzzled. We can't send Lin Yanting to jail. It just feels like something's missing. Wu Liang, however, wore a sinister grin. Lin Yanting wants to qualify for the entrepreneurship competition, right? When the time comes, countless prominent figures from Jianing City will come to our school to review the contestants' qualifications. Jianing City's major media outlets will accompany these VIPs. At that moment, we'll release all the videos of Lin Yanting dog ing and raping Wei Zhixi. Then the narrative will shift to Wei Zhixi, fearing Lin Yanting's underground network and retaliation, dared not report it to the police. We, unable to stand by while a classmate was bullied by evil forces. We'll seek help from Jiangning City's prominent figures for our classmate. What kind of outcome do you think that will bring? With that said, Jin Yunche instantly grasped Wu Liang's meaning. Regardless of Lin Yanting's fate, their noble act would undoubtedly be widely reported by major media outlets. This would bring immense benefits. The two exchanged a knowing smile, then burst into a series of sinister chuckles. But unbeknownst to them, two figures lurking in the shadows had already recorded the entire scene, sent directly to Lin Yanting. At that moment, watching the videos sent by his underling, along with the sinister laughter echoing through the footage, Lin Yanting also let out a smile. But this smile sent a chill down everyone's spine. Wu Liang. So you're the mastermind behind all this. Since you two have already written the script, I'll play along with you to the very end. At that very moment, Meng Shixing found Lin Yanting. He was holding two small burlap sacks. Boss. The job's done. Not only did we collect all the flyers around the school, but we also traced the source and found the unlicensed print shop. Not only did they print escort cards for various prostitution dens, but also numerous pornographic magazines and DVDs. We even obtained transaction records from the shop owner's hands. So the scumbag who framed my sister-in-law using face-swapping tech was that bastard Wu Liang. Boss, we have solid evidence now. Should we go straight to the police? Hearing this, Lin Yanting shook his head. Leave Wu Liang alone for now. Sending him to jail would be too easy on him. I want to keep him around for a little fun. Seeing the fierce glint in Lin Yanting's eyes, Meng Shixing knew Wu Liang was finished. He's going to die a miserable death. As if something occurred to him, Lin Yanting pressed further. What did you do about that print shop? Hearing this, Meng Shixing replied with a smug expression. As ordinary vocational school students, we just wanted to find a print shop to print our study materials, but unexpectedly uncovered the illegal activities of this unlicensed print shop. When the shop owner realized he'd been caught, he tried to force us to keep quiet through violence. But as outstanding youth of Jiangning City, we absolutely refused to bow to evil forces. So after exercising our right to self-defense, we immediately reported the incident to the police. During this time, we also accidentally uncovered the sordid dealings between our school's student union president and the print shop owner. Ultimately, the police shut down the print shop. Before leaving, the officers even praised us for doing the right thing. However, I felt the transaction records might be useful to the boss, so I didn't let the police know about them. After hearing Meng Shixing's account, Lin Yanting looked at Meng Shixing with some surprise. You're something else. You picked it up fast. This is how we'll handle things from now on. As long as you can make reasonable use of the rules, you'll be unbeatable. Faced with Lin Yanting's praise, Meng Shixing scratched his head sheepishly. It's all thanks to your excellent guidance, boss. But, as he spoke, a flicker of guilt crossed Meng Shixing's face. Seeing this, Lin Yanting guessed what Meng Shixing was about to say next. Go ahead. Who's behind that print shop? Who dares to run a gambling and prostitution den? There must be some underground forces backing them up. So it wasn't hard for Lin Yanting to deduce. Meng Shixing's operation this time, though it helped the police dismantle this hub for spreading obscene information, it inevitably antagonized the forces behind it. Of course, Lin Yanting had anticipated this outcome. Thus, he held no blame toward Meng Shixing. He had promised Lu Lin he would investigate that cross-border criminal syndicate. A clash with these underground forces was inevitable. One more or one less made no difference. At worst, he could simply leverage police resources to eliminate them when the time came. This was the lesson Lin Yanting had finally grasped in his previous life. No matter how vast an underground force grows, they are utterly powerless against the might of the authorities. With the Jiangning City police backing him now, what was there to fear? Seeing that his boss didn't blame him, he instead adopted an indifferent demeanor. Meng Shixing dared to continue. It was a guy called Iron Hand. Seems to be one of Lei Bao's underlings. But after we withdrew from the Lianyun territory dispute, he's helped Lei Bao seize quite a bit of territory, and has recently become notorious in these parts. This time, we've taken down his operation. I doubt this Iron Hand will let it go. When Lin Yanting heard the name, Iron Hand, he never imagined fate would be so coincidental. It was that bastard again. He hadn't forgotten that Zhang Ning had said her godbrother was Iron Hand. She'd also told him not to leave after school. The implication was clear. She wanted Iron Hand to come looking for trouble. Now that Meng Shixing had raided Iron Hand's territory, both old and new grudges would be settled at once. He feared Iron Hand would come after him with full force. But Lin Yanting couldn't care less. He'd never been one to shy away from trouble. Since the slanderous flyers targeting Wei Zhixi were printed at Iron Hand's place, And Jiang Ning, who bullied Wei Zhixi, was Iron Hand's adopted sister. Then Iron Hand would have to answer for it. Before long, afternoon arrived. A large group of people blocked the entrance to Zhiguang Academy with utter audacity. Facing the menacing crowd, the security guard at the entrance didn't even dare to peek outside. Students leaving campus chose to take detours. Jiang Ning, arm in arm with a young man whose left hand was a prosthetic. She cooed affectionately. Iron Hand, you absolutely have to help me get revenge this time. That Lin Yanting is utterly despicable. Upon hearing this, Iron Hand deliberately brushed his arm against Jiang Ning's chest. He then spoke up. Don't worry, little sister. I'll make sure to get revenge for you. But Iron Hand had only spoken half the truth. Lin Yanting, looks like you've had enough of living. Originally, seeing you back out of the turf war, I didn't even bother with you. But who knew you'd dare to call the cops and shut down my operation? Today, we settle both old and new scores. At that moment, Jiang Ning remained completely unaware of Iron Hand's true reason for seeking out Lin Yanting. She simply assumed her godbrother had come solely to vent his anger on her behalf. Even though she knew he was taking liberties with her, she still offered no resistance. Instead, she playfully punched his chest with her fist. Iron Hand brother. You're so naughty. Taisho beamed at her reaction. Little sister Jiang Ning. Today, Big Brother helped you teach Lin Yanting a lesson. Don't you owe me a favor? Big Brother really wants to do little sister every night. Hearing this, Jiang Ning said nothing. But a faint blush spread across her face. Whatever you say, Big Brother. Hearing Jiang Ning's response, Taisho burst into loud laughter. Just then, one of Iron Hand's underlings suddenly pointed in a direction and exclaimed. Boss! Look! Lin Yanting seems to be coming out. 71 ambush. I don't fight disabled people. The commotion at the school gate naturally drew the attention of many. Among them were Wu Liang and Jin Yunche. After a secret meeting, they finalized all the details to take down Lin Yanting. They planned to hit a bar for some fun after classes ended in the afternoon. But unexpectedly, they encountered Jiang Ning leading a large group to confront Lin Yanting. This development instantly delighted both of them. Kim Yuncheol remarked with some surprise. I thought Jiang Ning was just going to threaten Lin Yanting this morning. But she actually came to make a move. When that woman loses her mind, she truly has no sense of reason. Wu Liang, however, shrugged it off. Who cares? It's not like we called her anyway. Even if the cops show up, it's none of our business. But this really is an unexpected treat. I thought I'd have to wait a while longer to get my revenge. Who knew we'd get to see Lin Yanting get his comeuppance today? Kim Yuncheol, standing nearby, still voiced his concern. I've heard Lin Yanting has some connections in the underworld. The outcome might not be so certain after all. Upon hearing this, Wu Liang flashed a mocking smile. So what? He can't even call for help now. Who'd have thought the tables would turn so quickly? Today, it's finally Lin Yanting's turn to suffer. Facing so many people, Wu Liang didn't believe Lin Yanting could take them all on in a fight. Recalling the last time at the school gate when Lin Yanting stripped him of his pants and forced him to sing Conquest, Wu Liang felt a surge of resentment. Even if he couldn't see Lin Yanting strip today, watching him get beaten senseless was satisfying enough. Consider this a small interest payment collected by this young master today. The real gift is yet to come. Just then, Kim Yuncheok beside him seemed to think of something. He hurriedly spoke up. Young Master Wu. Wait a moment. If Lin Yanting gets too angry later, might he try to escape into the school? If he really manages to slip into the school, then we won't get to see the show, will we? Hearing this, Wu Liang gave Jin Yunche a thumbs up. Then he pulled out his phone and called the security office. Lin Yanting had provoked so many unscrupulous individuals. For the school's safety, the gates were locked immediately after he left. Soon, the person on the other end of the line responded promptly. With everything arranged, the two found a spot with a good vantage point. Preparing to enjoy the show, Lin Yanting, now sporting a sling bag, he strolled leisurely out of the school gate. Seeing the large group gathered at the entrance, others took detours around them, fearing they might provoke the other party. But Lin Yanting completely ignored the crowd before him, brushing right past Iron Hand without a second thought. At that very moment, the school gate behind Lin Yanting slammed shut. Seeing this, Jiang Ning, who had been waiting at the gate for Lin Yanting, couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Ha! It's as if heaven itself is aiding me. I was worried Lin Yanting might try to sneak back into the school, and then I'd be in a real bind. Who'd have thought someone would lock the school gates at this very moment? Now I'll see if you can escape death. Jiang Ning, who had been smirking with satisfaction, eager to savor Lin Yanting's fear and dread. Seeing Lin Yanting remain utterly unfazed despite facing her and her group, plus the closed school gates, Jiang Ning erupted in fury. Lin Yanting, don't think pretending not to see us will let you off the hook. I said I'd get you this afternoon, and I will. Now that the school gates are locked, you have nowhere to run. Not even the King of Heaven himself could save you. Hearing this, Lin Yanting didn't even glance at Jiang Ning. He merely uttered a light-hearted, "Oh." Then he continued walking as if nothing had happened. This scene completely enraged Jiang Ning. But Jiang Ning was well aware of Lin Yanting's fighting skills. No matter how furious she felt, she dared not lay a hand on Lin Yanting directly. Instead, she turned to look at Iron Hand beside her. She instantly adopted a look of hurt innocence. "Iron Hand. You're watching this. This Lin Yanting doesn't even respect you. He dares bully me with you standing right beside me." Watching his foster sister shake his arm with both hands, Iron Hand gave her a reassuring look. He immediately stepped in front of Lin Yanting, blocking his path. "Lin Yanting. I've heard Brother Bao mention you often. He often tells us you'll be his biggest rival in dominating Lianyun district. But now it seems Brother Leopard overestimated you. All you dare do is pull strings behind the scenes, get the cops to shut down my shop, and bully women. Now I've brought my brothers along. If you don't give me an explanation today, I doubt you'll be leaving here." Gazing at the ironclad figure blocking his path, Lin Yanting didn't take his words to heart. Instead, his attention was entirely drawn to the prosthetic on his left arm. "TSK. No wonder everyone calls you Iron Hand. Turns out you're just a cripple." The moment those words left his mouth, the gangsters behind Iron Hand couldn't help but gasp in shock. What's up with this guy? Why bring up the one thing he can't stand? Iron Hand hated it when people called him disabled. This guy is dead meat. Only Jiang Ning, standing behind Iron Hand, let out a sinister smile. She'd been following Iron Hand for quite some time. She knew Iron Hand's sore spots better than anyone. 3 years ago, Lei Bao was ambushed by rival factions. Fortunately, Iron Hand stepped forward. He used his left hand to block the fatal blow for Lei Bao. Though Lei Bao survived, Iron Hand's left arm was severed clean off at the wrist. Afterward, Leopard did not forget his debt of gratitude. Not only did he promote Iron Hand to a minor leader position, but also paid out of his own pocket to have this prosthetic limb made for Iron Hand. He even bestowed upon him the nickname Iron Hand. Yet despite all this, the disability of his left hand remained a thorn in Iron Hand's side. Even Lei Bao, Iron Hand's own boss, never mentioned it lightly. And now, Lin Yanting, who had long since withdrawn from the Lianyun district power struggle, had the audacity to call Iron Hand a cripple to his face. Could Lei Bao possibly swallow his anger? Iron Hand's face darkened with anger. Lin Yanting seemed utterly oblivious to the other's emotions. He continued to chatter on incessantly. "Take my advice, brother. There's no future in this life of crime. Look, you've lost your hand. Still haven't learned your lesson? If you turn over a new leaf now, considering you're disabled, I'll pull some strings for you. You might even qualify for disability benefits. What do you say?" No sooner had Lin Yanting finished speaking, he realized a fist streaking toward his face. It was the Iron Hand, the prosthetic left arm. Seeing this, a cruel smile curled at the corner of Iron Hand's mouth. "Lin Yanting, today you're as good as dead." Iron Hand had assumed that his powerful, forceful punch, delivered unexpectedly, would be impossible for Lin Yanting to dodge, no matter how skilled he was. After all, Iron Hand's prosthetic arm was forged at great expense by Lei Bao. Not only could it replace his left hand in daily tasks, but could also be wielded directly as a weapon against enemies. If that punch landed solidly, Lin Yanting's facial bones would likely shatter. Wu Liang and Jin Yunche, watching the scene from above, witnessed Iron Hand finally striking Lin Yanting. Felt a surge of excitement, though the distance was too great to make out their words. But just by looking at Iron Hand's expression, they knew Lin Yanting must have said something to provoke him. Was Lin Yanting an idiot? With so many people on the other side, he was all alone. Couldn't see such an obvious situation? Serves him right. Just as Wu Liang was sneering, Kim Yunchiak's eyes widened in disbelief. He exclaimed in disbelief. "Holy! Is this even possible?" Iron Hand couldn't believe what had just happened either. He had been certain his punch would land. But Lin Yanting merely tilted his head slightly and dodged it effortlessly. Not only that. Immediately afterward, Lin Yanting's hand shot out at blinding speed, gripping Taisho's prosthetic arm. Then, with a sudden burst of force, he actually wrenched the prosthetic off his left hand. This single exchange alone, Iron Hand, battle-hardened on the streets, instantly realized. In a one-on-one fight, he was no match for Lin Yanting. He quickly backed away, creating distance between himself and Lin Yanting, fearing the other might seize the chance to counterattack. Seeing this, Lin Yanting, however, wore a faint, amused smile. "Don't be nervous. Don't be afraid. As an outstanding youth of Jianing City, I would never lay a hand on a disabled person." As he spoke, he kept fiddling with the prosthetic limb he'd removed from Iron Hand's left arm. "See? I told you to quit messing around. You've lost your prosthetic now, haven't you? Immediately after, Lin Yanting seemed to have discovered something amusing. He actually started scratching his back with Iron Hand's prosthetic. But hey, this prosthetic makes a pretty darn good tickler. 72 mocking. Heartless. The two standing atop the high ground, witnessing that scene just now, could scarcely believe their eyes. This is ridiculous. Though they knew Lin Yanting was skilled, they never imagined he was this good. At such close range. Such a lightning-fast punch. Not only did he react in time, he even managed to dislocate the opponent's prosthetic limb. At that moment, Kim Yun-cheol's eyes widened in shock. His face was etched with utter disbelief. In contrast, Wu Liang beside him was also far from calm inside. Compared to Kim Yun-cheol, however, he appeared considerably more composed. So what if he's powerful? He's still just one man. Facing the 20-odd people on Jiang Ning's side, he was still doomed. Just as Wu Liang had anticipated, Lin Yanting's actions not only failed to intimidate Iron Hand and his followers. Instead, it only fueled their rage. Jiang Ning pointed her finger right at Lin Yanting's face and shouted, "Lin Yanting! You coward! How dare you remove Iron Hand's prosthetic limb? Give it back immediately!" Jiang Ning's original intention was to help Iron Hand reclaim his prosthetic. But what greeted her instead was Iron Hand's slap. Men handle their own business. What business is it of yours to meddle? Jiang Ning was completely stunned by Iron Hand's slap. She never imagined Iron Hand would strike her. She had intended to say something more. But Iron Hand's glare alone silenced her completely. Earlier, Iron Hand had already launched a sneak attack. Not only did he fail to injure his opponent, instead, she had dislodged his prosthetic limb. That alone would have been bad enough. But then came Lin Yanting's words, "I don't fight cripples," which instantly ignited the blazing fury within Iron Hand. After losing his left hand, Iron Hand had already undergone some psychological changes. His pride was exceptionally strong. After enduring Lin Yanting's sarcastic taunts, Jiang Ning's silence would have been better. But those words reaching Iron Hand's ears only made them sound more jarring. It felt as though Jiang Ning had acknowledged his weakness and disability. That's why she called Lin Yanting despicable. To Iron Hand, her words now meant, "You know Iron Hand is disabled, yet you still snatch his prosthetic? Isn't this bullying an honest man?" The damage this inflicted on Iron Hand was self-evident. That's why he slapped Jiang Ning across the face. "TSK. Iron Hand, huh? Don't get so worked up. I was just joking with you. Why are you getting so upset? She was just worried about you being disabled, afraid I'd take advantage of you. And sticking up for you, and you're not even happy about it? Here, I'll give you back your prosthetic right now." Lin Yanting's words only served to pour fuel on the fire. Iron Hand, already seething with rage, shoved Jiang Ning aside with one swift motion. Only then did he turn to Lin Yanting and say, "Lin Yanting, don't get cocky. I admit, you did earn some fame back then. You genuinely had real skills. But you're just one man. You don't seriously think you can turn the tables now, do you?" Hearing this, Lin Yanting shot him a look that said he was a complete fool. He whispered in a voice only he and Iron Hand could hear, "Damn it. Your godsister said she'd come get me this afternoon. Do you really think I'd be dumb enough to go alone?" The next moment, a clanging and clattering sound erupted around them. One after another, young men wielding metal baseball bats, rushing in from all directions. No one could have imagined that Lin Yanting had actually made preparations. Especially the two watching from above. They hadn't anticipated that things would unfold this way. Kim Yun-chae immediately let out a deep sigh. Looks like there's no chance of seeing Lin Yanting get beaten today. But beside him, Wu Liang narrowed his eyes. Not necessarily. Lin Yanting had called so many idle thugs to gather at the school gate. If a fight breaks out between the two sides, regardless of who wins or loses, it's a mass brawl. Once the police show up, Lin Yanting won't be able to wriggle out of it. Not to mention, there are surveillance cameras at the school gate. The evidence is irrefutable. Even Mr. Yi won't be able to save him. This time, Lin Yanting is finished. When he was humiliated by Lin Yanting at the school gate earlier, the reason Wu Liang didn't produce the school gate footage was mainly because he couldn't bear the humiliation. If footage of him singing Conquest naked were leaked, the Wu family's reputation would be utterly ruined. But now it's different. This incident has nothing to do with him whatsoever. He could hand the footage over to the police as evidence without a single qualm. At those words, Kim Yun-cheol's eyes lit up. Just as I was about to praise Wu Liang for his quick thinking. But then, a massive loudspeaker blared throughout the area. "Lin Yanting. Look. I don't have class this afternoon, so I called up my buddies and we're waiting for you at the school gate to play baseball together." "Oh my. What's going on here? Why are so many people gathered around you?" There stands Meng Shishing, one hand holding a megaphone, the other a baseball bat. In an extremely affected, exaggerated tone, he unleashed a torrent of words into the megaphone. No exaggeration. His voice could be heard within 100 meters. When Meng Shishing approached Lin Yanting snatched the megaphone from him. Then he said, "I have no idea. The moment I stepped out of the school gate, Jiang Ning said she'd bring people to deal with me. So I got cornered here by them." After Lin Yanting finished speaking, Meng Shishing took the megaphone again and said, "Oh dear. What should we do? Call the police quickly. Lin, don't worry. If they dare to bully you, we'll protect you with everything we've got before the police arrive." Meanwhile, Jin Yunche, watching from above, stared dumbfounded at the two of them. Lin Yanting and Meng Shishing chattering back and forth. Couldn't help but be filled with question marks. Had these two guys lost their minds? Why are they talking like elementary school kids reading a textbook? And they're even using a megaphone on purpose. As if they were afraid others couldn't hear them? But Wu Liang beside them had already turned dark as night. Good. Lin Yanting. You really are flawless. Seeing Wu Liang react like this, Jin Yunche was even more baffled. Could you please explain what's going on here? Hearing this, Wu Liang couldn't help but roll his eyes at Kim Yuncheol. He thought to himself, this guy really only built muscle, not brains. Playing basketball must have knocked some sense right out of him. Though he thought this inwardly, Wu Liang still explained to Jin Yunche. Earlier, weren't we planning to wait until both sides started fighting? Then, after the police arrived, we'd hand over the surveillance footage from the school gate to them. Then frame Lin Yanting, accusing them of gang fighting? Kim Yuncheol nodded. His eyes still held a clear-eyed foolishness. Seeing this, Wu Liang was utterly speechless. Even after explaining it this clearly, he still didn't get it. So he explained with even greater confidence. Lin Yanting is guarding against us sabotaging him. And also looking for a convenient excuse to act on his own. Didn't you hear their conversation? It was Jiang Ning who brought people to cause trouble for him. His people just wanted to play baseball with him, they just happened to run into him. Seeing classmates bullied by street thugs, they stepped in to protect their classmate. Even if we delete the surveillance footage from the school gate, the commotion here would likely have already drawn attention from many people. Once the police investigate, everyone will say Lin Yanting acted in self-defense. At this point, Kim Yuncheol finally snapped out of it. Damn! Is Lin Yanting even human? He's a total dog. Getting into a brawl and still trying to justify it with some ancient military strategy like needing a legitimate reason to go to war. Wu Liang shook his head. Looks like we've seriously underestimated Lin Yanting. For Jiang Ning to think she could take him on alone is pure folly. With that said, Wu Liang had no desire to watch Lin Yanting toy with Jiang Ning any longer. He promptly turned and headed downstairs. Seeing this, Jin Yunche followed closely behind. Meanwhile, Iron Hand clearly hadn't given it much thought. Seeing that the surrounding numbers were 1 or 2 times greater than his own side, his expression darkened considerably. Jiang Ning, who had been shoved aside by Iron Hand earlier, now wore a look of terror. She never imagined that Lin Yanting, who had long since withdrawn from the Lianyun district competition, still wielded such immense power. Instantly, fear and regret surged within her. If only she had simply apologized to Wei Zhixi this morning instead of making those harsh threats. But now, regret was useless. Her only hope now rested on Iron Hand. Iron Hand! What should we do now? There are so many of them. Surrounded by a dense crowd of young men, Iron Hand regained his composure. A wise man avoids immediate trouble. Let's put this debt on hold for now. We're leaving. I doubt Lin Yanting will be so easy to keep here. After whispering with Jiang Ning, he immediately addressed Lin Yanting. Lin Yanting, you're ruthless. Today we've been bested. If you let us go, I promise not to bother you again. Hearing this, Lin Yanting merely smiled faintly. What nonsense are you talking about? My friends just came to play baseball with me. Besides, didn't I make it clear earlier? You can leave anytime you want. I don't hit disabled people. Hearing the word disabled, Iron Hand's face twitched uncontrollably. The anger that had been suppressed due to the disparity in numbers between the two sides, it also shot up in an instant. Fortunately, at that moment, Jiang Ning tugged at Iron Hand's sleeve. This brought Iron Hand back to his senses. Fine. Very fine. After tossing out that ambiguous remark, Iron Hand turned and led his men, preparing to leave. But just then, Meng Shishing's obnoxious voice suddenly reached Iron Hand's ears. Hey! Hey, Iron Hand over there. You still want your prosthetic arm? Without this Iron Hand, won't your nickname become Broken Hand? 73 stunned. Everyone hit the deck. Iron Hand's face twisted into a savage grimace, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. Not only was his body throbbing with excruciating pain, but the rage burning within him had long since reached its peak. Even the excruciating agony when Lin Yanting ripped off his prosthetic arm, Iron Hand endured it. But he couldn't stand being called disabled. As the saying goes, once, twice, but not a third time. Lin Yanting and Mang Shishing kept bringing up his missing hand. They kept repeating that he was disabled. As Lei Bao's top lieutenant, if he allowed himself to be humiliated today and then slunk away in disgrace. If word of this got out, how could Iron Hand possibly keep his face in Jianing City? Iron Hand immediately halted his retreat. He turned to face Lin Yanting and Mang Shishing. This was too much. You're asking for it. With that, Iron Hand's right hand darted into his coat pocket, drawing a switchblade. He lunged toward Lin Yanting. Jiang Ning watched in alarm. She hurriedly tried to stop him. Iron Hand, don't be impulsive. There are too many of them. But what met her was Iron Hand's elbow strike. Get the hell out of my way. Jiang Ning was knocked flat to the ground. She was knocked unconscious instantly. Iron Hand's henchmen, seeing their boss take action, naturally followed suit. A faint smile touched Lin Yanting's lips. So close. He couldn't hold back after all. Lin Yanting's men didn't jump in immediately. Instead, they frantically tried to restrain Iron Hand's men. Don't start anything. We've already called the police. What you're doing is illegal. But the other side wasn't about to listen. Because Iron Hand, who had just charged at Lin Yanting with a switchblade, was instantly knocked to the ground by Lin Yanting's prosthetic arm. Seeing their boss knocked down, their blood boiled instantly. They immediately attacked Lin Yanting's group. Watching the scene unfold before them, Lin Yanting's crew kept saying, "Hold your horses, let's talk this out." Each of them wore an excited look, itching for a fight. Though Lin Yanting's group was smaller than last time, even with only 50 or 60 men, they were more than enough to overwhelm the 20-odd individuals Iron Hand had brought. After a chaotic melee, under Lin Yanting's leadership, Iron Hand's men were nearly all wounded. At a glance, nearly every one of them was bleeding profusely. What surprised Lin Yanting, however? Not a single one of them begged for mercy. Instead, they supported each other and rose to their feet once more. Iron Hand also forced himself to his feet. Lin Yanting, we're no bunch of cowards. Even if we can't defeat you today, we'll still bite a chunk out of you. At this, Lin Yanting couldn't help but marvel. With subordinates like these, no wonder after I stepped down, Leopard could rapidly expand his territory. Just as Iron Hand prepared to lead his men in another assault on Lin Yanting and his group, suddenly the sound of police sirens echoed from the distance. Iron Hand hadn't expected the police to arrive so quickly. But that was fine by him. Iron Hand had originally planned to fight to the death to cripple Lin Yanting. All for the sake of vindication. Things had come to this point. Though they were outnumbered and all had injuries, they had still fought with spirit. At least the underworld wouldn't label them cowards. With the police arriving, Lin Yanting's crew certainly wouldn't continue to hassle him. This way, not only had he saved face, their feat of fighting against overwhelming odds might even become a tale of bravery among their underworld brothers. Conversely, Lin Yanting's side outnumbered his own 2 or 3 to 1. Yet they still couldn't take him down. If he could walk away unscathed, it would be Lin Yanting who became the laughingstock. Sure enough, just as he'd expected, Lin Yanting's side showed no intention of continuing the fight. Instead, they made way for him. Seeing this, Iron Hand rejoiced. Lin Yanting, we've not settled this today. We'll settle this once and for all another day. With that, Iron Hand turned and fled with his men, never looking back as they vanished into the distance. But just then, a bizarre scene unfolded. Lin Yanting suddenly collapsed straight onto the ground. Iron Hand, witnessing this scene, froze in shock. Then he was overjoyed. Ha! Lin Yanting was actually forcing himself to keep going. Looks like he's been running on fumes for a while now. Guys, as long as we can shake off the cops' pursuit, today is our victory. Hearing this, Iron Hand's men couldn't help but get excited too. They'd all heard of Lin Yanting's reputation. He was the kind of man who could even go toe-to-toe with Lei Bao, the boss of their own boss. Now, despite having the numerical advantage, not only had they failed to take them down, instead, they'd beaten him to the point of exhaustion. What a remarkable feat. Just as the Iron Hand crew were gloating in triumph, what they hadn't anticipated was this. The men under Lin Yanting, who had been encircling them layer by layer, suddenly collapsed to the ground in unison. Not only that, Iron Hand noticed each of them grimacing in agony. Clutching their stomachs, hands, legs, and shoulders, they writhed on the ground. As if they'd been beaten. Iron Hand wasn't the only one utterly bewildered. His men were equally bewildered. This doesn't make any damn sense. Though the 50 or 60 men had seemed rather weak in combat earlier, they couldn't fathom how their mere 20-odd men could have worn out all 50 or 60 of them. Before Iron Hand and his crew could figure out what was going on, a row of police cars pulled up neatly in the distance, immediately followed by a thunderous shout. Seize them all! One by one, agile armed police officers surged toward them. Seeing this, Iron Hand could no longer afford to hesitate. He bellowed. Everyone, scatter and run. Every man for himself. At his command, Iron Hand's men instantly scattered like birds and beasts. The lead officer watched the scene unfold and let out a cold laugh. Thinking they could escape like this? You've seriously underestimated the Jianing City Armed Police. With that, the armed police officers divided into several squads in perfect order, closing in to apprehend Iron Hand and his men. Immediately after, the officer in charge seemed to have spotted Lin Yanting in the crowd. Mr. Lin. How are you? What exactly happened? At that moment, Lin Yanting was covered in blood, looking utterly miserable. Hearing someone call his name, Lin Yanting struggled to open his eyes, weak and weary. The first thing he saw was a face with thick eyebrows and large eyes. Lin Yanting recognized him. The person before him was Officer Shaoli, the same police officer who had presented him with a commendation banner and certificate at the hospital earlier. Officer Li. Is that you? Thank goodness you arrived in time. Otherwise, I would have been beaten to death. Hearing this, Officer Li hurriedly said, Mr. Lin, please calm down first. Could you tell me what's going on here? After clearing his throat twice, he continued. I got into an argument with a classmate at school. She said she'd get some tough guys to deal with me. I thought she was just talking tough. But right after school let out, she actually brought some tough guys over. Luckily, my friends were waiting at the school gate to go play baseball with me after class. They got beaten up by those thugs trying to protect me. Hearing this, Shaoli scanned the young men lying scattered around. He noticed baseball bats and balls scattered around them. Combined with Lin Yanting's history of repeatedly stepping in to help others, Shaoli fully believed Lin Yanting's account. Mr. Lin, rest assured. With us on the case, not a single criminal disrupting public order will get away. Also, where is the classmate who ordered someone to attack you? I need to question her. Lin Yanting pointed weakly in a direction behind Shaoli. Shaoli followed the direction of Lin Yanting's finger. That's her, my classmate Jiang Ning. A girl about Lin Yanting's age shook her head. She slowly climbed to her feet from the ground. At that moment, Jiang Ning felt dizzy and disoriented. Her face ached intensely. That blow from Iron Hand clearly hadn't held back. But it seemed he'd struck the wrong spot, leaving Jiang Ning only briefly knocked out. The thought crossed her mind. Jiang Ning couldn't help but curse under her breath. What a so-called god brother. When you were with me last night, you didn't hit that hard. Turns out you're quite the expert at beating women. Just as Jiang Ning was ranting about Iron Hand, a man's voice reached her ears. You're Jiang Ning? Tell me everything you know. 74, Rage. The frustrated Iron Hand. Seeing the police officer suddenly appear before her, Jiang Ning finally realized something was terribly wrong. She immediately scanned her surroundings. Only then did she notice that Iron Hand and his crew had vanished without a trace. Only Lin Yanting's group remained, sprawled haphazardly on the ground. According to her memories before losing consciousness, Iron Hand should have led his men toward Lin Yanting's group. But judging by the current outcome, it seemed Iron Hand had emerged victorious. At this thought, Jiang Ning found herself unconsciously letting slip a faint, triumphant smile. Lin Yanting really is a piece of trash. 50 or 60 of them couldn't even stand up to my Iron Hand. I'll see how you dare act so cocky in front of me from now on. And that smirk, naturally, was caught by Shaoli's keen eye. As a police officer, he naturally understood behavioral psychology. From Jiang Ning's smile, he could discern her current psychological state. His conviction regarding Lin Yanting's claims only deepened. What's so funny? Be serious. This is routine questioning. You'd better tell the truth. Faced with Officer Li's angry shout, Jiang Ning suddenly remembered the police were questioning him. Her face instantly fell, replaced by ignorance and bewilderment. Officer, you saw it yourself. I just got up off the ground. I was just passing by. I just arrived when someone knocked me out with a punch. I don't know anything. Hearing this, Shaoli's expression immediately darkened. Still trying to wriggle out of it? Looks like you won't see reason until you're on your deathbed. As he spoke, an officer then helped the badly injured Lin Yanting walk over from the side. Seeing Lin Yanting's pitiful state, Jiang Ning couldn't help but gasp in shock. She hadn't expected that not only had Lin Yanting's men been defeated by Iron Hand, but that Lin Yanting himself had been reduced to such a state. This brought a wave of satisfaction to Jiang Ning's heart. But having learned from past lessons, this time, she didn't show it. Instead, she seized the moment when Shaoli turned to look at Lin Yanting, glaring fiercely at him with her eyes. Lin Yanting could easily read the threat in Jiang Ning's eyes. Jiang Ning's meaning was crystal clear. If Lin Yanting dared to speak out of turn in front of the police, he'd be finished. Watching Jiang Ning, who was completely unaware of the harsh realities of the world, Lin Yanting couldn't help but find it amusing. Does this kid really think Iron Hand and his 20-odd men stand a chance against me and my brothers? If I hadn't ordered my brothers to go easy on them, Iron Hand and his crew would have been sent straight to the crematorium by now. Though he thought this inwardly, a hint of fear still flickered across Lin Yanting's face. This scene naturally caught Jiang Ning's eye. Seeing Lin Yanting's starkly contrasting demeanor before and after, Jiang Ning felt an even greater sense of satisfaction. But just then, Xiao Li suddenly whipped his head around. His gaze locked with Jiang Ning's smug and arrogant eyes. He immediately snapped back angrily. You think I don't know about your underhanded tricks behind my back? You dare threaten the victim right in front of me? You're something else. Hearing this, Jiang Ning felt a surge of panic. Just as she was about to speak up to explain, she heard Lin Yanting repeat the exact same words he'd said to Xiao Li earlier. With every word Lin Yanting uttered, Jiang Ning's expression grew increasingly grim. Realizing today's situation couldn't be resolved peacefully, Jiang Ning decided to throw caution to the wind. Lin Yanting, you coward. What kind of skill is calling the police? Even if you get me locked up today, I'll get you back the moment I'm out. Faced with Jiang Ning's brazen defiance, Xiao Li was furious. At this point, you still dare to act so brazenly? I'll see if you can still talk tough later. Jiang Ning saw that the mask was already off, so she gave Li no face whatsoever. What gives you, a lowly cop, the right to act so arrogant? Do you even know who my godbrother is? Iron Hand. And my godbrother's boss is the big shot of Lianyun District Lei Bao. Think you can afford to cross him? Facing Jiang Ning's harsh words, Xiao Li's face twisted into a cold smirk. Meanwhile, Lin Yanting beside him was utterly speechless. Is this Jiang Ning an idiot? The so-called underground rules and underground world, they're called underground for a reason. Is precisely because these things cannot see the light of day. They can't be discussed openly. Now this guy actually spills Iron Hand and Leopard's dirty laundry right in front of Officer Li. Isn't this just handing the police a reason to investigate Lei Bao? Watching the two men remain silent, Jiang Ning assumed it was her name that had silenced them both. Her smug expression grew even more pronounced. But just then, squad after squad of armed police soldiers escorted over 20 individuals before Li. Reporting to the commander, the 24 suspects who had just attempted to flee have all been apprehended. At your command. Watching as the armed police held Iron Hand and the others down firmly, Jiang Ning was utterly dumbfounded. The only reason she dared to act so brazenly was because she believed that even if she were captured, Iron Hand would find a way to get her out. But she never imagined that Iron Hand and his men, who should have escaped, had all been captured without exception. This caused Jiang Ning's expression to undergo a complete reversal. Her earlier arrogance now turned into utter misery. But then, a thought crossed her mind. Jiang Ning's eyes flashed with renewed determination. Iron Hand. It's okay. And your boss, Lei Bao. He'll definitely get you out of this. When the time comes, remember to pull me out too. Hearing this, Iron Hand's already grim expression darkened further. He cursed Jiang Ning silently in his heart. This idiot. How did I end up with such a brainless moron? Would you say that in front of the police? But his mouth spat out fury instead. Lei Bao? I don't know him. Don't drag innocent people into this. It's just a group brawl, right? I'll take the blame. But it has nothing to do with the others. Lin Yanting, standing nearby, was equally surprised. Iron Hand was actually this loyal. He'd rather plead guilty himself than drag Lei Bao into this. But clearly, Officer Li wasn't about to let Lei Bao off the hook so easily. Your godsister has already confessed your boss is Lei Bao. Or whatever, the boss of Lianyun District. It's too late to deny it now. Her statements just now have all been recorded by our police equipment. It can be used as evidence. Hearing Xiao Li say this, Iron Hand glared at Jiang Ning with eyes wide. Damn it! How did I end up with such an idiot? If I weren't handcuffed right now, I'd rip your mouth off. At this point, even if Jiang Ning was as dumb as a rock, she finally sensed something was terribly wrong. She immediately lowered her head, not daring to say another word. At that very moment, Iron Hand noticed Lin Yanting standing nearby. He immediately voiced his displeasure. Officer, this isn't fair. They're all involved in a mass brawl. Why isn't Lin Yanting being taken into custody? Upon hearing this, Officer Li, he immediately sneered coldly. Now you're trying to frame the victim? I've already investigated this thoroughly. It was clearly you lot who were summoned by this woman to beat up Mr. Lin. Fortunately, Mr. Lin's friend happened to arrive to play baseball with him. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Seeing that Xiao Li seemed to have misunderstood something, Iron Hand hurried to explain. Officer, I admit it. We did come looking for trouble with him. But it was Lin Yanting's people who kept attacking us. Before Iron Hand could finish his sentence, Xiao Li couldn't bear to listen any longer. He cut him off immediately. They hit you? Don't you see who's lying on the ground? If it was really a fight with so many of them, could you guys have won? How could you run so fast when you saw us cops? Mr. Lin's friends may have had the numbers. They're all law-abiding citizens. They've been purely on the defensive this whole time, that's why they ended up eaten like this. Moreover, your goddaughter has already admitted that you injured Mr. Lin and his friends. With matters having reached this point, Iron Hand finally understood why Lin Yanting's crew collapsed the moment they heard the sirens. Turns out they were waiting for him right here. Lin Yanting wasn't exhausted at all. They clearly intended to pull a fast one on him right in front of the police. Damn it! Lin Yanting, you set me up. The realization sent Iron Hand into a rage. He tried to break free from the armed police's grip and charge toward Lin Yanting. But the armed police soldier was no ordinary man. They immediately pinned Iron Hand down to the ground. As he lay pinned down, Iron Hand turned his gaze toward Jiang Ning beside him. My biggest mistake was ever associating with a fool like you. Seeing the hysterical Iron Hand before him, Xiao Li sneered with disdain. Oh, you're putting on quite the act. But no matter how convincing you are, I won't believe a word from a short mule like you. Mr. Lin was awarded the title of Outstanding Individual for bravery in the face of danger by our bureau long ago. A hero who acts courageously in the face of danger, how could you possibly slander him? 75, Harmver? You're dead meat. Iron Hand was seething inside. It was clearly a case of mass brawling. Now it's being framed as our side's fault. And now they're awarding Lin Yanting the Heroic Citizen Award? Bull. Of course. And this Jiang Ning. What the hell is wrong with her brain? Even his own boss, Lei Bao, has to use the cover of being a nightclub owner. Whether it's fighting over turf or engaging in other gang activities, every move requires meticulous planning and deployment. All to avoid drawing police attention. This guy, though, not only does he make no effort to conceal his activities, he actually flaunts his power right in front of the cops. Iron Hand now bitterly regretted agreeing to help that fool Jiang Ning. Watching Iron Hand pinned to the ground by armed police, his eyes fixed on her with murderous intent. Even Jiang Ning, as foolish as she was, realized the gravity of the situation. She immediately turned her head away, daring not to meet Iron Hand's gaze. Aren't gang bosses in movies always super badass? Even the cops can't touch them. Why is the current situation completely opposite to what I imagined? Just then, Meng Shishing slowly rose from the ground. He limped over to Officer Li. Officer, do you remember me? I'm the one who reported that print shop for distributing pornographic materials. Upon hearing this, Xiao Li also scrutinized Meng Shishing closely. Only then did he recognize the other person. Classmate. It's you. What are you doing here? Seeing that he had been recognized, Meng Shishing adopted a look of deep bitterness and resentment. Officer. You don't know yet? That pornographic print shop? This guy owns it. I suspect he's using the pretext of avenging his little sister to cause trouble for us. That's only part of it. The real reason is that we reported his operation and he's holding a grudge. Meng Shishing said. He pointed at Iron Hand as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Iron Hand was instantly alarmed. He knew full well. For mass brawling, the maximum sentence was 10 to 15 days. You'd be out in about half a month. But prostitution offenses were different. If the circumstances were severe, it would be at least 2 years, up to 10 years. Iron Hand knew his own business. Judging by the impact of that print shop's case, if they really get sentenced, it'll start at 8 or 9 years. Seemingly wary of arousing suspicion in the young Li before him, Meng Shishing added. These people are utterly despicable. They swapped our friend's face onto a prostitution flyer, causing her immense distress. Officer, you must punish them severely. After all, it's rather suspicious for a student to investigate and report a suspected prostitution den out of the blue. That's genuinely suspicious. To avoid being mistaken by the police as a dispute among underground factions, Meng Shishing had to explain it all over again. Upon hearing this, Xiao Li suddenly understood. Oh, so you're that gooden. Assaulting a group is bad enough. But you actually dared to get involved in prostitution. This young man has already handed over the evidence he gathered to us at the police station. We were just about to come arrest you. And now you have the nerve to bring people to retaliate against the victim. Upon hearing the words Godan, Lin Yanting nearly burst out laughing. Who would have thought that Lei Bao's trusted lieutenant, Iron Hand, actually went by the real name Godan? It's laughable enough to kill someone. No wonder Iron Hand never revealed his real name to anyone. Hearing this, Iron Hand abruptly lifted his head, staring at Lin Yanting and Meng Shishing. Only now did he realize that these two had been deliberately setting him up all along. And the reason? That AI swapped escort card they'd spread around earlier. Lin Yanting. Nice move. Don't you dare think that by destroying me, you can rest easy. I'll be watching you from prison as you descend into utter ruin. But before Lin Yanting could speak, Little Li beside him barked out sharply. You dare threaten the victim in front of me. Looks like there's a bigger fish pulling your strings. Hold on. Once I bring you back to the station, I'll interrogate you thoroughly. Hearing this, Iron Hand was taken aback. He'd only intended to make a threatening remark. But he'd inadvertently revealed more information to the police. Earlier, the police had already learned from Zhang Ning. Had already learned that Lei Bao was the man behind him. Now, by saying this, it was essentially an admission. The police would undoubtedly pursue this lead. Iron Hand immediately regretted his impulsive outburst. He'd even put his own boss in a bind. Immediately afterward, Tai Shou and the others were all escorted into the police van. As they were leaving, Officer Li first asked Lin Yanting if he needed an ambulance. After all, his friends were injured. Hearing Xiao Li's offer, Lin Yanting hastily declined. He explained he had acquaintances at the hospital, so he wouldn't trouble Officer Li. But even though Lin Yanting said this, Officer Li still insisted on handling everything for Lin Yanting. This left Lin Yanting feeling a bit flustered. After all, his men were all faking it. If they were actually taken to the hospital, they'd be exposed at the first examination. Just then, Lin Yanting's men began scrambling to their feet one by one. Hearing Lin Yanting's words, his entire crew instantly understood his meaning. They immediately expressed their gratitude to Xiao Li. Seeing this, Xiao Li was taken aback for a moment. Then, as if suddenly understanding something, he gave Lin Yanting a meaningful smile. Seeing that look on Xiao Li's face, Lin Yanting knew the other party had probably guessed something. Fortunately, Xiao Li merely smiled. He didn't say much more. He didn't call him out on it. Instead, he repeatedly urged Lin Yanting, if he ever encountered such thugs causing trouble for him in the future, just come find him. Upon hearing this, Lin Yanting was somewhat taken aback. The other party had clearly guessed that Lin Yanting and his group were putting on an act. Yet not only did he not expose them, he didn't even ask a single additional question. This was rather intriguing. After Xiao Li departed, Lin Yanting began to reflect on himself. He had underestimated the police after all. Fortunately, they didn't seem intent on making things difficult for me. Otherwise, not only me, but the whole crew would have ended up spending some time in the detention center. But the thought of Iron Hand's fate, Lin Yanting couldn't help but let a faint smile slip across his face. Though you weren't the mastermind, daring to put Zhixi's face on those escort cards is unforgivable. Gathering large numbers of idle individuals to carry out violent acts. And your shop is implicated in distributing obscene materials. Iron Hand, I'll see if you survive this time. Cross me, Lin Yanting, and you might still have a sliver of hope. But if you dare bully Zhixi, you'll only find death. Wu Liang and Jin Yunche, I'll let you two squirm for a few more days. Tonight, after I deal with that lowlife Xiaolaba, it'll be your turn. 76 thrill? Most people can't handle it. Evening. Xiaolaba, heart racing with excitement. He dialed the number Lin Yanting had given him. The moment the call connected, a high-pitched male voice came through the line. Chirp chirp. Upon hearing this, was taken aback for a moment. Then he quickly realized. This was the other party giving him a secret code. Fortunately, Lin Yanting had already shared the secret code with him. So, Xiao Laba continued. Mulan flies a plane. Seeing the other party pick up the first line, the other person asked again. What kind of plane? This time, Xiao Laba answered almost without hesitation. Boeing 747. Seeing that Xiao Laba had matched the code word perfectly, the other party got straight to the point. Judging by your number, this must be your first time contacting us. The person who referred you should have briefed you on our situation, right? Hearing this, Xiao Laba felt utterly speechless. It's just a chicken coop, isn't it? What else is there to know? Without a moment's hesitation, he replied. I told you. Seeing Xiao Laba give an affirmative reply, the other party continued. Just to be clear, the work we do here is too intense. Most people can't handle it. Are you sure you want this? Listening to the description, Xiao Laba's already agitated heart could no longer be restrained. He thought to himself. I've seen countless films and visited all sorts of places, big and small. But I've never heard anyone talk this big. And you say ordinary people can't handle it? Don't wait until I'm ready to charge before your girls can't take it anymore. The thought crossed his mind. As if defending a man's pride, Xiao Laba's voice rose several octaves. Don't give me that nonsense. I'm out here to get my kicks. The wilder, the better. The more twisted, the better. If your jobs are too ordinary, I wouldn't even bother with them. Facing Xiao Laba's arrogance, not only did the other party not get angry, but actually grew more enthusiastic. Great. Our shop needs customers just like you. Rest assured, I'll personally arrange the finest goods our shop has to offer. I guarantee you'll have an experience like never before today. Listening to the incessant chatter across the counter, Xiao Laba was growing impatient. Cut the nonsense. Just send me the address already. Almost there. Xiao Laba's phone received a location pin. But what Xiao Laba didn't expect was, The location received on his phone was none other than Golden Domain Mansion. This was Jianing City's renowned luxury residential complex. How could a prostitution den be located here? But then, Xiao Lababa's imagination ran wild. Perhaps this wasn't a prostitution den at all. It could be a place wealthy people set up specifically for thrills. No wonder it's so shrouded in secrecy. First you need a guide, then you exchange passwords. Xiao Laba had heard plenty of gossip. Some wealthy individuals, their spiritual lives too hollow. So they seek out all sorts of thrilling activities to compensate for their spiritual emptiness. Don't be fooled by these people who call themselves high society and appear to live in the lap of luxury. But behind closed doors, their indulgences grow increasingly perverse. He'd heard about a wealthy woman who, in search of excitement, deliberately wearing a mask to work at those places. Then she'd seek thrills with different men. Xiao Laba suspected that the place Lin Yanting had introduced him to was probably similar. Truth be told, Xiao Lababa had wondered before. Could Lin Yanting be setting him up? But then he thought, what would Lin Yanting gain from setting him up? And he'd even gone out of his way to give him 5,000 yuan. There was absolutely no reason for him to do that. Now, with the address sent by the guide, Xiao Laba became even more convinced that Lin Yanting just wanted to spend some money to get rid of him. He could go find Wei Zhixi. After solidifying his thoughts, Xiao Laba hailed a taxi. The moment Xiao Laba uttered the words Golden Domain Mansion to the taxi driver, the driver's expression changed. Young man, do you live in Golden Domain? That's where the wealthy live. What are you doing there? Hearing this, Xiao Laba replied with a hint of impatience. You go when I tell you to go. It's none of your business. Why ask so many questions? Seeing Xiao Lababa so confident, assumed he was a low-key rich kid. His tone instantly turned fawning. What the young master said. I'm just being nosy. I'll get the car moving right away. Upon hearing the other party address him as young master, Xiao Laba instantly realized the other party had misunderstood something. But he rather enjoyed the feeling. Xiao Lababa's family background was already poor. Wherever they went, they were always at the very bottom. Now, for the first time, he experienced a different sensation. His vanity was instantly ignited. He couldn't help but start fantasizing. If only this trip could land him a fair-skinned, beautiful, and wealthy woman at Golden Domain Mansion. Then, not just today, but every day from now on, I'd hear people calling me young master. 2 hours later, the taxi pulled up at the main gate of Golden Domain. In an instant, Xiao Laba was also stunned by the grandeur of Golden Domain. Soon, a middle-aged man dressed in a butler's uniform emerged from the main gate of Golden Domain. He glanced this way uncertainly. Seeing the situation, he grew increasingly certain of Xiao Lababa's status as a rich kid. Oh my! He really is the young master of a wealthy family. With a butler personally coming out to greet you. It's truly my honor to have escorted you this far. Upon hearing this, Xiao Laba wasn't entirely sure if this butler-dressed individual was the guide assigned to him. But the driver's words still made him feel particularly sour. Without hesitation, Xiao Laba pulled out the 5,000 yuan Lin Yanting had given him from his pocket. Seeing this, assumed the wealthy young man before him was about to tip him. His face lit up with excitement. That stack must be at least 4 or 5,000, right? Rich kids are rich kids. What a generous gesture. But clearly, he was mistaken. Xiao Laba pulled out a 100 yuan bill from the stack and handed it to the driver. He declared with great generosity, "Keep the change." The driver was stunned on the spot. But Xiao Laba, oblivious to the driver's sour expression, got out of the car without a second thought. Shortly after Xiao Laba got off, the driver muttered a curse under his breath. Damn it! And he calls himself a rich kid. He didn't even pay the full fare. And he says no change needed. What the hell is he playing at? The driver was just an ordinary guy. Though he was furious inside. He dared not risk offending the rich kid over a few bucks. He cursed under his breath. Then he floored it and sped away from Golden Domain Mansion. After getting out of the car, Xiao Laba felt a wave of relief wash over him. Feeling like a big shot is awesome. Soon, a familiar high-pitched male voice rang in his ear. Was that you contacting me earlier? The master has been waiting for you for a long time. 77 want to play? The secret room in the basement. The master? Upon hearing that word, Xiao Laba froze on the spot. What happened to the rich woman? Why does it seem like the other party is a man? Had Lin Yanting really set him up? What if this person was some kind of pervert with male tendencies? Wouldn't he be in serious trouble today? Though these thoughts raced through Xiao Laba's mind. But somehow, he blurted out. It's me. It's me. But the moment the words left his mouth, Xiao Lababa immediately regretted it. Damn it. I was too nervous. Why did I just admit it like that? But the man dressed as a butler couldn't care less about that now. After receiving Xiao Laba's affirmative answer, He immediately said. Then follow me. Hearing the tone that brooked no refusal, Xiao Laba wanted to refuse, but the words simply wouldn't come out. So he obediently followed the butler into the Golden Domain mansion. All the way there, Xiao Lababa's mind went completely blank. It wasn't until he was led to an independent villa within the Golden Domain mansion he finally snapped back to reality. But at this point, he could only take things one step at a time. What brought Xiao Laba some relief, though? Upon entering the villa, a middle-aged, stocky man with a somewhat dopey appearance, dressed in an ornate nightgown, descended slowly from the second floor. His face appeared kind and approachable, showed no trace of perversion. He even had a touch of endearing charm. Upon seeing the man, immediately bowed in greeting. Then he respectfully said, "Master, this is the one." From the moment he entered the door, the middle-aged man had been sizing up Xiao Laba. Now, upon hearing his steward speak, he finally gave a slight nod. What Xiao Laba never could have imagined next. The middle-aged man before him, addressed as master, actually took 3 steps in 2 strides to reach Xiao Lababa's side. He grasped both of his hands firmly. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jia Zhangming. You can call me Brother Jia. Young man, it's so good you're here. As the saying goes, youth wastes precious time, only to weep in vain when old age comes. My body just can't keep up anymore. But it's a pity for my little treasures. From now on, no one will cherish them anymore. Can you help me? Right?" Because before that day, Xiao Laba's mind was consumed with wondering if the other man was. So when this middle-aged man clasped his hands, Xiao Laba froze completely. Yet he dared not pull his hands away. Inside, he kept screaming, "Oh no, oh no. This guy is totally. My ass is doomed." But then, Xiao Laba finally snapped out of it. Wait a minute. What did he just say? He can't do it? His little darling won't be loved anymore? He still needs my help? Which means, he. According to Xiao Laba's understanding, don't be fooled by these rich guys with their fat heads and big ears. Their taste in women is absolutely top-notch. The more Xiao Laba thought about it, the more his heart burned with excitement. Saliva dripped from the corners of his mouth. Just as Xiao Laba was lost in his fantasies, the butler's shrill voice suddenly cut through the air. "Stop daydreaming and wipe your drool first." Xiao Laba finally snapped back to reality, awkwardly accepting the tissue the butler handed him. Though it was the other party who made the request. But to fantasize about the man's woman right in front of him, that would make anyone angry. But what Xiao Laba hadn't anticipated was, when he looked at the short, stout middle-aged man across from him, not only did the man show no sign of anger, Xiao Laba actually saw a hint of satisfaction in the man's eyes. Though the man didn't get angry over it, Xiao Laba breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't help but inwardly scoff. Damn it! This guy is definitely a pervert. A cuckold fetishist. He actually pays someone to cuckold him and seems to enjoy it. He might think it. Xiao Laba wasn't foolish enough to voice them aloud. He immediately patted his chest. Honestly, I shouldn't have agreed to this kind of thing. But I'm just too soft-hearted. I can't stand seeing others in need. Since Brother Jia insists so strongly, I'll certainly do my utmost to help. After receiving Xiao Lababa's affirmative response, Jia Zhangming's face lit up with joy. Great! That's exactly what I wanted to hear from you, brother. But immediately afterward, Jia Zhangming changed the subject. But let me be clear from the start. This matter, though, I'm asking for your help. I don't like people taking advantage of me either. Those are my precious treasures. Do whatever you want with them. But you're paying. I won't ask for much. $5,000 for 5 sessions. Can you accept these terms? Xiao Laba couldn't understand why, given how wealthy the other party already was. Why would he offer such terms? But the money was all from Lin Yanting. Even if he spent all 5,000, he still considered it a free ride. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Laba agreed immediately. Hearing this, Jia Zhangming was overjoyed. Great! Then hurry up and go. Don't keep my little darlings waiting. Butler, please escort this young gentleman over there. With that, Jia Zhangming turned and headed back upstairs. Only the butler and Xiao Laba remained. Hearing his master's command, the butler gestured politely to Xiao Laba. Seeing this, Xiao Laba promptly and willingly pulled out the 5,000 yuan Lin Yanting had given him. He promptly handed it to the butler. Though Xiao Laba admitted that this Jia Zhangming fellow was indeed quite twisted. It was utterly impossible that he would go to such lengths to pull off such an elaborate scheme. After all, Golden Domain Mansion was prime real estate. Renting out any villa there for a single day would easily exceed 5,000 yuan. It was precisely because Xiao Laba understood this that he handed over the 5,000 yuan so decisively. The butler who received the money swiftly. He swiftly counted the bills in his hand. But when he reached the last bill, he couldn't help but frown. There were only 49 bills here, meaning the total was only 4,900 yuan. 100 was missing. Don't say I didn't warn you. But those who dare take advantage of him never end well. Hearing this, Xiao Laba was startled by the steward's sudden change in expression. Only then did he recall. He'd already used one earlier for a cab ride. Especially upon hearing the phrase "no good outcome." He swiftly pulled out a 100 yuan note from his waist pouch and handed it to the steward. My apologies. I used one for the taxi earlier. Seeing the amount was right, the butler finally tucked the bill into his inner lining. Let's go. I'll take you there. With that said, the butler headed straight for the depths of the villa. He continued speaking as he walked. Just a heads up. Lately, the master's little darlings have been in rather foul moods for some reason. So they've all been chained up. You needn't be overly nervous or afraid. Hearing this, Xiao Laba's already itchy heart grew even more restless. Holy crap. These rich folks sure know how to have fun. Bondage play. Before long, Xiao Laba was led to the entrance of the basement beneath the villa. Alright. We're here. The master's little treasures are right here. But each room has only one darling. Feel free to play with any you like, choose whichever you wish. Hearing the butler's words, Xiao Laba began to get excited. Alright. Butler, old buddy. Cut the chatter. Open the door already. Seeing Xiao Laba so impatient, the butler couldn't help but flash a knowing smile. You and the master truly share complementary interests. Remember, play all you want, but don't you dare hurt the master's little treasures. Otherwise, you'll be in for a world of trouble. If anything happens, just shout, I'll be waiting at the door. He was about to mount his horse and take up arms. Xiao Laba had long since lost his patience. Got it. Hurry up. Seeing this, the steward said no more. He unlocked the door directly. The moment the door swung open, Xiao Laba darted straight inside. Upon entering the basement room, Xiao Laba discovered a reddish-purple glow emanating from all corners, much like the rooms in those adult-themed hotels. This made Xiao Laba marvel once more. These rich folks sure know how to have fun. The atmosphere is so perfectly set. Those 5,000 yuan were definitely well spent. As Xiao Laba moved forward, soon an antique-style screen appeared, blocking the way ahead. Through the screen, a faint figure could be seen writhing. Upon catching sight of this blurred figure, Xiao Laba felt his mouth go dry. Yet his voice remained gentle as he spoke. Beautiful lady. Your husband sent me to attend to you. Rest assured. Today, Big Brother will make you feel like you're soaring to the heavens. As he spoke, Xiao Laba quickened his pace toward the blurry figure ahead. As the distance gradually closed, Xiao Laba felt his desire burning fiercely. He couldn't wait to see the true face of this so-called little treasure. With his heart pounding, Xiao Laba slowly peered over the screen. But just one glance was enough to send Xiao Laba's soul flying. There, face to face with Xiao Laba, was a massive face covered in thick black hair. A gaping maw bristling with fangs unleashed a savage roar at Xiao Laba. Xiao Laba was so startled he stumbled backward and plopped down onto the ground. Holy chimpanzee. 78A lesson. Lust is a double-edged sword. Xiao Laba had thought the figure behind the screen a starving beauty. But to his surprise, the beauty turned into a beast. And a chimpanzee at that. If this creature hadn't been restrained by an iron cage, she could have swatted him to death with a single blow. Only now did he realize he'd been set up. Damn you, Lin Yanting. You've screwed me over big time. For a moment, Xiao Laba didn't care about anything else. He rushed straight toward the entrance of the room. The butler guarding the doorway shook his head. He truly hadn't expected that someone in Jianing City would actually share the same peculiar inclination as his master. Not fond of people, but rather a fondness for beasts. Of course, out of fear of being harmed by the beasts. So his master mostly enjoyed watching others with beasts. He himself never participated directly. That earlier remark was merely a ploy, nothing more than a tactic to pique the other party's interest. The butler hadn't anticipated it either. He had merely posted a message on the dark web of Jianing City's underground world, and actually found a young man with such unique tastes. Once this young man finishes, I'll copy the footage from the room and hand it over to the master. Having completed the master's task so flawlessly, I should be in line for a hefty bonus, right? At this thought, the butler grew increasingly pleased. But then he thought again. The butler couldn't help but admire Xiao Laba. To go toe-to-toe with a wild beast. This kid might just be the first in Jianing City to do so. Just as the butler was indulging in the morbid curiosity of how long the boy could last against a real beast, the door suddenly swung open from the inside. There stood little loudspeaker, who had entered less than a minute ago. Rushed out, drenched in sweat and panting heavily. Seeing this, the butler couldn't help but flash a look of contempt. Young man. You're really not up to par, are you? Finished in less than a minute? But at that moment, Xiao Laba had no energy left to argue. He immediately explained. Housekeeper, old buddy. You've got the wrong guy. Completely wrong. I thought you were helping lonely girls with their needs. I had no idea you were catering to the needs of beasts. Here's what we'll do. You don't have to refund the whole 5,000. Just give me half back. Give me the money, and I'll get the hell out of here. Hearing this, the butler, who had been wearing a faint smile toward Xiao Laba, suddenly darkened. A mistake? You think a simple mistake will make this go away? These chimpanzees are nationally protected animals. If word of this gets out, we won't end up well. Hearing this, Xiao Laba froze in shock. Only now did he truly grasp the gravity of the situation. Still, Xiao Laba clung to a sliver of hope as he said, Bro, I'll be honest with you. A guy named Lin Yanting paid me 5,000 to come here. If you want to cause trouble, take it out on him. It's got nothing to do with me. Here's the deal, I won't take the money. Once I'm out of here, I promise not to breathe a word. Hearing this, the butler also let out a smile. He immediately reached into his inner pocket. Xiao Laba thought he'd swayed the other party. But to his surprise, next thing he knew, a gleaming pistol was pointed straight at him. Whoever sent you here, whether they're setting you up, or set you up, none of it is my concern. But since you've seen everything here, I'll never let you leave so easily. The butler finally understood why Xiao Laba had been so agitated earlier. Turns out this fellow thought his master was unwell, and had summoned him to satisfy his mistress's physical needs. At this realization, the butler couldn't help but chuckle. Where in the world did such a windfall exist? If such a blessing truly existed, wouldn't he just take it himself? Why bother seeking someone outside? He had genuinely believed Xiao Laoba to be a pervert just like his master. I told you, finding a pervert like the master couldn't possibly be this easy. Turns out this kid was just being set up. But who cares? Though I did take 5,000 from him, he's still a grasshopper on the same string. Even if we let him go, he wouldn't dare say anything. But if we really let him go, what about my bonus? Thinking of this, in order to get the bonus from the old master, he had no choice but to play along with the mistake. When Xiao Laba saw the black muzzle of the gun pointed at him, he was already scared out of his wits. He immediately dropped to his knees and began banging his head on the ground. Brother, I was wrong. Please spare me. Please don't kill me. Hearing this, the butler revealed a sinister grin. Want to live? Simple. Turn around. Go back. Then carry on with your business. One word. Either do it, or die. Though at this moment, Xiao Laba's pants were already soaked through. But that last shred of his principles still drove him to make one last desperate attempt. Brother, I beg you, spare me. I don't want to die. And I don't want to have anything to do with these beasts. Seeing this, the butler looked at Xiao Laoba with some surprise. Who'd have thought this kid could hold his own? But so what? Without hesitation, the butler fired a shot without hesitation at an ornament in the basement. Bang! The blast sent Xiao Laoba into another fit of incontinence. You didn't really think I wouldn't kill you, did you? Anything you see here, any one of these could land you at least 5 years behind bars. Jail time is the least of our worries. The sheer weight of public outrage alone would drown us all. Condemned forever. Tell me, compared to that, what's your measly life worth? Take my advice. Join our side, the boss won't shortchange you. At that moment, the steward's words echoed like a demon's whisper, echoing relentlessly in Xiao Laba's ears. His human ethics and morals clashed fiercely with his instinct for survival. After a long moment, Xiao Laba finally revealed a sickly smile. Brother, you're right. I'll do as you say. No one will ever know what happened here anyway. As long as we survive. With that said, Xiao Laba slowly rose from the ground. He turned and walked back into the crowd behind him. Upon witnessing Xiao Laba's choice, the steward was overjoyed. He finally gave in. Ha ha! My bonus is finally mine. Meanwhile, at home, Lin Yanting received an email notification on his phone informing him that a surveillance device had synchronized video files. When Lin Yanting saw this email, a meaningful smile curved at the corners of his mouth. Xiao Laba, don't blame me. You only have yourself to blame for letting lust cloud your judgment. Otherwise, how could you have fallen for it? Still, I have to thank you for helping me get crucial evidence. 79 boss. That's where you went wrong. It turns out, when Lin Yanting met Xiao Laba at Jiguang School's gate this morning, he had secretly attached a miniature pinhole camera to his body. From the moment they entered Golden Domain Mansion, everything that happened was transmitted through this pinhole camera. Transmitted to Lin Yanting's phone. The moment Lin Yanting's phone received the notification alert, He knew he finally had the dirt on that old pervert Jia Zhangming. Although Lin Yanting had known Jia Zhangming in his previous life, they had never interacted much. Their relationship was strictly professional. But now that he'd resolved to help Huaxi Life restore the glory of domestic brands in this lifetime, it was only natural to clear away every obstacle blocking his path. According to the information Lin Yanting had gathered, Jia Zhangming had long coveted the position of chairman at Yi Group. Therefore, he has long maintained close ties with Naz Group. His aim was to leverage Naz Group's influence. Now that Yi Zixuan has agreed to collaborate with Lin Yanting, she naturally became part of the Huaxi faction. Lin Yanting would never tolerate an enemy mole like Jia Zhangming lurking among his own people. Therefore, Lin Yanting must seize the initiative. That meant striking first. He had long known that Jia Zhangming harbored a secret, unspeakable fetish. He derived excitement from watching humans engage in relations with animals. To this end, he had even captured a number of animals through illegal means. He even scoured the dark web of the underground world to find others with similar inclinations. Lin Yanting exploited this very weakness. Now he finally had the evidence to convict Jia Zhangming. With this evidence in hand, even if Jia Zhangming is a director of the Yi Group, he poses no threat to me or Huaxi. I can send him to hell at any moment. However, taking him down now would serve no purpose. It won't affect the Naz Group in the slightest. Jia Zhangming seeks to leverage the Naz Group to seize power for himself. The Naz Group seeks to use Jia Zhangming to swallow up the Yi Group. Sooner or later, they'll become a united front. Only by waiting until the most critical moment to play this card can we deliver the heaviest blow to them. Thinking of this, Lin Yanting also felt a bit thirsty. So he took a cup of yogurt from the refrigerator. He returned to the sofa. He opened the video file he'd just received. Of course, it wasn't that Lin Yanting had any particular interest in such things. He opened these video files to watch them. Mainly, he wanted to see just how depraved Jia Zhangming could get, and how long that spineless Xiao Laba could endure it. The video started off seemingly normal. It showed the butler leading Xiao Laba into the Golden Domain mansion. Lin Yanting calmly peeled open the yogurt lid. He even stuck out his tongue to lick the yogurt residue off the lid. But as he watched on, Lin Yanting started to feel a bit overwhelmed. The further the video progressed, the more unbearable the scenes became. Even Lin Yanting, after witnessing that unspeakable scene, couldn't help but flinch. The yogurt he'd been holding spilled directly onto his stomach and crotch. Damn, that's painful to the eyes. Now I've spilled my yogurt all over myself. After spitting a few times, Lin Yanting set the remaining yogurt on the nearby table, then pulled out several tissues to wipe himself down. But just then, click, the door suddenly swung open. A new dessert shop opened near the school. I bought a few strawberry mousses, would you like some? Wei Zhixi appeared, carrying several elegantly wrapped bags. She said as she walked inside. She walked into the house. But when she looked at Lin Yanting, her voice abruptly trailed off. For a moment, not only Wei Zhixi, but Lin Yanting froze in place as well. Her gaze fell upon the yogurt stains on Lin Yanting's abdomen and trousers, and the sight of him wiping himself with tissue paper. Wei Zhixi seemed to have misunderstood something. Her originally snow-white cheeks flushed crimson at a visible speed. Lin Yanting. Pervert. Oh no. I'm going to get a sty. With that, Wei Zhixi covered her face and turned to leave. I'm innocent. I just accidentally spilled yogurt on myself. See for yourself. Seeing this, Lin Yanting quickly reacted. He grabbed the yogurt sitting on the table and gave chase after Wei Zhixi. As he ran, he stretched out his arm, wanting Wei Zhixi to clearly see the yogurt in his hand. Upon hearing this, she turned back, half believing, half doubting. But unexpectedly, perhaps Lin Yanting was too eager to prove his innocence. He couldn't control his strength. He ended up splashing the yogurt right onto Wei Zhixi's face. Even her hair was drenched in it. Lin Yanting was completely stunned. Given his usual dexterity, such a mishap should never have happened. But now, due to a moment of nervousness, he'd made such a rookie mistake. After a moment of stunned silence, her eyes instantly welled up with tears. Her voice, brimming with hurt, reached Lin Yanting's ears. Lin Yanting, you're bullying me. With that, this time, she didn't linger for even a moment. She turned and left Lin Yanting's rented apartment, leaving Lin Yanting alone, disheveled in the wind. Meanwhile, Meng Shixing had just returned to the entrance of the rental apartment, glancing at the ever-growing video data in his hands. Meng Shixing wore a broad smile. Just then, a figure came jogging toward him. He saw Wei Zhixi wiping her cheeks with one hand while brushing away tears with the other. Meng Shixing intended to greet her, but he suddenly noticed Wei Zhixi's face was now completely smeared with sticky residue, coupled with her bloodshot eyes. Couldn't help but spark his imagination. Could it be Has the boss finally made his move on the boss's wife? But why spray her face? Beast! For a moment, Meng Shixing's heart was filled with contempt for Lin Yanting. The greeting he'd intended to offer remained unsaid. Wei Zhixi didn't greet Meng Shixing either. She simply jogged away on her own. The more she acted this way, the more certain Meng Shixing became of his suspicions. As soon as he entered the door, he noticed Lin Yanting wiping the floor with paper towels. Moreover, Meng Shixing noticed that dried yogurt stains still clung to Lin Yanting's lower abdomen and pants. His mind naturally filled in the blanks with something else entirely. Seeing this, Meng Shixing was now 100% certain of his suspicions. He snapped back immediately. Boss! You can't rush things like this. Look at the mess you've made. Not only did you spray the girl's face, and when she left, you didn't even help her wipe her face clean. Lin Yanting looked up toward the doorway upon hearing this. There stood Meng Shixing, gazing at him with a peculiar look tinged with disdain. He was utterly speechless. He knew full well, given Meng Shixing's simple-minded, lecherous nature, he'd surely misunderstood something. He retorted irritably. What are you talking about? I just accidentally spilled yogurt on Wei Zhixi's face. What on earth are you thinking? Hearing this, Meng Shixing wasn't buying it for a second. He instantly wore an expression that seemed to see right through everything and declared, an explanation is a cover-up. A cover-up is the truth. I was just asking casually, why are you so nervous? Besides, with your skills, boss, how could you possibly have splashed yogurt on Wei Zhixi's face? Even if we assume everything you said is true, how could that yogurt suddenly curve back and splash onto your own body? As he spoke, Meng Shixing's gaze kept drifting toward Lin Yanting's lower body. Seeing this, Lin Yanting was utterly speechless. Seeing that he couldn't explain it clearly, he simply gave up trying. His only concern now was how to apologize to Wei Zhixi tomorrow. After all, he knew full well how fastidious Wei Zhixi was about cleanliness. Today, he'd splash that sticky, gooey yogurt all over her face and body. It would definitely make her feel uncomfortable for a long time. Seeing Lin Yanting's silence, Meng Shixing couldn't help but wear a smug expression. He thought to himself, the boss always thinks I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed. And he still tries to pull the wool over my eyes. Now you're speechless, huh? AD apologize? The uncharacteristic Kim Yun Cheol. Early the next morning, at the entrance of Jiguan Vocational School, two figures walked one after the other toward the campus. The figure in front, pouting with a small mouth, arms crossed over their chest, walking along in his own world, completely ignoring the figure trailing behind. Clearly, she was upset. Meanwhile, the figure behind trotted along eagerly, constantly muttering things like I'm sorry and I was wrong. These two figures were none other than Wei Zhixi and Lin Yanting. Though after Lin Yanting's explanation, Wei Zhixi had come to believe that the stain on Lin Yanting was indeed yogurt, and that he hadn't done anything inappropriate. Still, she couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. She had kindly bought strawberry mousse hoping to share it with Lin Yanting, only to end up with yogurt splashed all over her face. Worst of all, it had left her hair sticky and messy. She'd seen Lin Yanting's agility before. She didn't believe for a second that it was an accident. I hate him so much. He must have seen how I misunderstood him yesterday. So he deliberately splashed yogurt on me to humiliate me. Oomph. As for Lin Yanting, he was genuinely innocent. He never imagined that someone as calm and collected as him would lose his composure in front of Wei Zhixi over such a trivial matter, and ended up splashing yogurt all over her face. But now that it had happened, Lin Yanting could only tell the truth and beg for forgiveness. He truly couldn't think of any other way. Zhixi, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Yesterday was truly an accident. I don't know what came over me. Seeing you misunderstand me, I felt this sudden, inexplicable panic. My hands and feet went haywire. That's how I ended up spilling yogurt on you. I don't know how it happened. Wei Zhixi, who had been fuming moments before, after hearing Lin Yanting's words, her furrowed brows unconsciously began to relax. You mean, you panicked because you feared I might misunderstand? Lin Yanting seemed oblivious to the hidden meaning in Wei Zhixi's words. He nodded earnestly. Yes. I don't know what happened either. But yesterday's incident I truly didn't mean to. Watching Lin Yanting desperately explain himself before her, Wei Zhixi finally let a faint smile touch her lips. Alright then. I forgive you. But since you stained my clothes yesterday, this weekend, you're taking me shopping. I need to buy a new outfit. Originally, when Lin Yanting heard Wei Zhixi say she forgave him, he felt genuinely happy inside. But the moment he heard the words go shopping, his face darkened. As everyone knows, when it comes to women, if you ask them to hike a mountain or walk a few extra steps, they'll likely start complaining of exhaustion within 10 minutes. But once they start shopping, yet she can walk for hours on end without taking a break. Even the most physically fit male companions who tag along for shopping would inevitably have legs so weak they could barely stand after the shopping trip. As if sensing Lin Yanting's hesitation, Wei Zhixi suddenly spoke up. What? Are you unwilling? Hearing these two sentences, Lin Yanting instinctively prepared to say, of course I'm not willing. But when he saw Wei Zhixi's expression at that moment, he forced himself to swallow those words back down. The Wei Zhixi still wore a smile on her face. But now, that smile was clearly tinged with a hint of menace. Lin Yanting was certain. If he dared to refuse Wei Zhixi, it wouldn't be so easily resolved. So, for the sake of his own happiness in the years to come, gritted his teeth. Willing? Why wouldn't I be willing? Shopping with the school's top beauty, Wei Zhixi, is my honor. After receiving the affirmative answer, that faint, almost imperceptible aura of hostility vanished completely. That's wonderful. Seeing he'd finally dodged a bullet, Lin Yanting exhaled deeply in relief. He couldn't help but inwardly sigh. This girl is really hard to appease. Harder than my past life of fighting and killing. Just as the two began discussing their weekend plans, a figure suddenly materialized before them. Upon recognizing the figure, Wei Zhixi instinctively moved closer to Lin Yanting. Lin Yanting frowned. He spoke with a hint of displeasure. Jin Yunche? What brings you here? We don't know you. Hearing this, Kim Yuncheol didn't act as arrogant as before. Instead, he spoke with genuine sincerity. Don't misunderstand. I came here specifically to apologize. What happened last time was my fault. I shouldn't have believed those rumors and targeted Wei Zhixi. Wei, can you forgive me? Seeing the sincerity in her eyes, Wei Zhixi was somewhat taken aback. Just a short while ago, Jin Yunche had been trying to bully her at school. Now he was actually coming to apologize on his own. Immediately, Wei Zhixi turned her gaze to Lin Yanting beside her. As if asking, did you do this? Lin Yanting hadn't expected this either. That Wei Zhixi would instinctively assume he was the one who made Jin Yunche apologize. While he did want to impress Wei Zhixi and win her favor, this incident had absolutely nothing to do with him. He certainly wouldn't fabricate anything for himself. Besides, Lin Yanting knew full well that whether this guy was genuinely apologizing or had ulterior motives was still unclear. So Lin Yanting simply shook his head. Seeing it wasn't Lin Yanting's doing, Wei Zhixi nodded to Jin Yunche. I accept your apology. Just don't go around picking on people anymore. Hearing Wei Zhixi say this, Jin Yunche's face lit up with a delighted smile. Receiving Wei Zhixi's forgiveness seemed to bring him great joy. Wei Zhixi had assumed that once she forgave him, he would leave immediately. But to her surprise, Kim Yuncheok showed no intention of leaving at all. Instead, he continued. I know my actions have caused Wei Zhixi a great deal of distress. These past few days, I've been reflecting on my actions constantly. To express my apology, I'd like to invite both of you and the other classmates to my summer retreat this weekend. All expenses will be covered by me. I hope you'll give me a chance to make amends. Upon hearing this, Lin Yanting narrowed his eyes slightly. Sure enough, this guy has ulterior motives. It was identical to the secret recording his men had made of him and Wu Liang's plans. However, Lin Yanting chose not to expose him. First, the previous rumors had already caused considerable psychological harm to Wei Zhixi. If Wei Zhixi discovered the truth that her own classmate had schemed against her with such vicious tactics, it would only deepen Wei Zhixi's psychological trauma. It could even alter her personality. It would be problematic if she developed a persecution complex because of these people. Therefore, to protect the innocent Wei Zhixi, Lin Yanting had no intention of letting her know any of this. Secondly, he feared alerting the enemy prematurely. Lin Yanting's principle was, never harbor malicious intent, but always remain vigilant. But if you dare come to harm me, I will repay you 100-fold. For the sake of the drama to come, Lin Yanting didn't mind playing along with their scheme. Upon hearing Kim Yuncheol's words, Wei Zhixi was about to refuse. But Lin Yanting stepped in and agreed on her behalf. No problem. We'll definitely be there. After receiving the confirmation, a sly gleam flashed in Kim Yuncheol's eyes. Though it was but a fleeting moment, Lin Yanting still caught it. That's absolutely perfect. This time, I'll definitely make up for my past mistakes. In that case, we'll see each other this weekend. With that, Kim Yuncheol turned and walked away. Watching him walk away, Wei Zhixi pouted her little mouth and said with a hint of grievance, but you promised to go shopping with me this weekend. Hearing this, Lin Yanting affectionately ruffled Wei Zhixi's hair. Shopping can be done anytime. But some good shows, once missed, are hard to see again. 81 Surprise? Is Xia Bing about to make a comeback? Watching the mysterious Lin Yanting, Wei Zhixi didn't read too much into it. She simply assumed Lin Yanting wanted to mend their relationship. That's why she accepted his invitation. Regarding this, Wei Zhixi was actually quite pleased. Don't be fooled by how carefree and thoughtless Lin Yanting seemed when he was with her. And even teased her from time to time. She understood clearly. Ever since his mother passed away, Lin Yanting had become a solitary person. He didn't enjoy interacting with others much. Had it not been for that, since entering Zhiguang Academy, Lin Yanting wouldn't have only Meng Shishing as a friend. That Lin Yanting is now willing to accept others as a good thing. Just then, Lin Yanting suddenly spoke up. If I recall correctly, you don't have any classes this afternoon, right? Hearing Lin Yanting's question, Wei Zhixi was taken aback. No classes. Why? Seeing Wei Zhixi's dazed and innocent expression, Lin Yanting couldn't help but smile. Come with me somewhere this afternoon. I've got a surprise for you. Wei Zhixi was curious about what kind of surprise Lin Yanting had in store. She didn't press for details. Since Lin Yanting wanted to keep it a mystery, she'd let him have his way. Before she knew it, it was already afternoon. Lin Yanting led Wei Zhixi all the way to the entrance of the Guojin building. Wei Zhixi hadn't expected that Lin Yanting would bring her to the Guojin building. This is the place you wanted to bring me to? Recalling the surprise Lin Yanting had mentioned earlier, Wei Zhixi couldn't help but ask. You wouldn't be planning to buy me a gift inside the GFC, would you? If that's the case, then forget it. The items at GFC are all top-notch quality. They're just too expensive. Sure, you and Meng Shishing have been making some money lately with your short videos. That's all hard-earned money. It's the seed money for your future business ventures. You absolutely mustn't squander it. Looking at Wei Zhixi before him, genuinely concerned for his well-being, Lin Yanting couldn't help but recall the events of his past life once more. In that past life, Wei Zhixi had been the same. Staying by his side without seeking anything in return. She had always prioritized his well-being above all else. No matter what happened, she always put him first. Alas, in that past life, he was blinded by a single leaf. Unable to see her own feelings clearly. Only gradually awakening when death was imminent. This lifetime, I will give you the very best. Thinking of this, Lin Yanting's gaze toward Wei Zhixi grew increasingly tender. This, in turn, made Wei Zhixi's cheeks flush crimson. Why are you staring at me like that? Let's go back, she said. Wei Zhixi tried to pull Lin Yanting away. But unexpectedly, Lin Yanting swiftly grabbed Wei Zhixi's small hand with his own. Oh my. You don't have faith in me, do you? I said I'd give you a surprise, and I'm giving you a surprise. Let's go. With that, Lin Yanting didn't hesitate for a second, grabbing Wei Zhixi and pulling her straight into the GFC tower. On the 8th floor, at a newly opened luxury boutique, a saleswoman dressed in uniform smiled as she saw off a customer. That customer was none other than Xia Bing, the very woman Lin Yanting had sent to the police station earlier. Since no serious consequences had resulted at the time, after compensating Meng Shishing for his medical expenses, she was detained for only a few days before being released. Xia Bing's family was already struggling financially. But because she had been with Lin Yanting before, she received a monthly allowance from Lin Yanting, plus the occasional holiday transfers and red envelopes from her backup suitors. And after she started hooking up with Wu Liang, and each time they had relations, Wu Liang would transfer her money. So Xia Bing lived quite comfortably. But ever since she fell out with Lin Yanting never sent her another penny. Even Wu Liang, under Wu Rinxing's intense pressure, cut off all contact with Xia Bing. Now, Xia Bing was left with only the red envelopes and transfers from her backup options. But how could these clingy backups compare to Lin Yanting and Wu Liang? Such meager sums were nowhere near enough to cover Xia Bing's expenses. Left with no other choice, Xia Bing had no choice but to find a job, working part-time while studying to make ends meet. Damn Lin Yanting. So what if I went out with Wu Liang a few times? If you can't even accept that, how can you say you love me? What really pisses me off is, he actually had the nerve to dump me and start hooking up with that Thai fox Wei Zhixi right in front of me. Don't get too cocky. Sooner or later, I'll make you regret this. Just then, another sales clerk approached. Bing Bing. What are you muttering to yourself about? Hearing this, Xia Bing replied indifferently. Nothing. But the salesperson didn't notice the disdain in Xia Bing's eyes. Still beaming with excitement, she exclaimed. Bing Bing. You're amazing. Our store just opened a few days ago, and you've already sold several bags worth tens of thousands. Just your commission alone must be over 10 or 20,000. The boss said whoever tops the sales charts this month will be promoted to store manager next month. Looks like this position is yours for the taking. When Xia Bing heard those final words, a faint smile involuntarily curved her lips. Clearly, this remark had struck a chord with her. He immediately replied in a superior tone. Xiao Shan, you'd better do a good job. Otherwise, once I become store manager, I won't keep any deadwood with no sales performance around. The sales clerk called Xiao Shan naturally understood the implication in Xia Bing's words. But she didn't want to pick a fight with Xia Bing. She gave an awkward smile instead. Got it. I'll definitely work hard to improve my sales. Hearing this, Xia Bing nodded in satisfaction. Her expression clearly conveyed, good for you for knowing your place. Otherwise, once I'm in charge, you'd be the first one I'd fire. Though Xiao Shan felt bitter inside, she could only force a smile. She had come to the city from the countryside to work. She had only graduated from junior high school. At home, she had a gravely ill mother and a young sister to support. The entire family's income depended on her. She always knew Xia Bing looked down on her for being from the countryside. He even bullied her openly and covertly. But she had no choice. According to the boss's policy, whoever had the best sales performance this month would be promoted to store manager next month. Xia Bing wasn't just pretty, she was also smooth-talking. Many customers made purchases through her. It was practically a done deal that Xia Bing would become store manager next month. To keep their current jobs, one must curry favor with Xia Bing. For my mother and sister, I must keep inspecting. Even though I've thought this 1,000 times in my heart. At this moment, Xiao Shan couldn't help but feel utterly drained. Gazing at the prime 8th floor shop diagonally across the street, Xiao Shan couldn't help but mutter to herself. If only I could have a shop like that. Then I could bring my mom and little sister from the countryside to enjoy the city life. But the moment those words left her lips, Xiao Shan immediately regretted them. Xia Bing's mocking voice instantly rang in her ears. You'll likely never be able to afford even a single shop in the Golden Finance Plaza in this lifetime. Let alone this prime retail space right in the heart of it all? 82. Speculation. Mr. Ye's mysterious friend. As soon as Xia Bing finished speaking, another salesperson chimed in immediately. Sis Bing is absolutely right. Why don't you take a good look at yourself in the mirror? You actually think you can get your own shop in the International Finance Center? You're delusional. Don't you know? This shop was specifically reserved by Mr. Yi of Yi Group to give to his friend. Even money can't buy it. The moment Yi Zixuan's name came up, Xia Bing's expression visibly darkened. You see? She had once had the chance to latch onto Yi Zixuan's powerful connections. But because of Lin Yanting, Yi Zixuan had come to despise her. At this thought, an idea began to take root in Xia Bing's mind. Seeing that this shop has already been fully renovated, it won't be long before it officially opens for business. The owner of this shop, Yi Zixuan's friend, will surely come by. Since we're both on the 8th floor of the Golden Finance Tower, there might be plenty of chances to interact with this friend of Mr. Ye's. If I could establish a connection with this friend of Mr. Ye's, I might even get another chance to latch onto Mr. Ye's coattails through this connection. Besides, how could Mr. Ye's friend be an ordinary person? He must be the heir to some wealthy family, or at the very least a promising young talent. If it's a man, I might even snag a wealthy husband. Then, Wu Liang and Lin Yanting can all go to hell. With that thought in mind, Xia Bing turned to the salesperson who had just agreed with her and asked, her expression unchanged. Ah Hua, since you seem to know so much, could you tell Sister Bing about the background of the shop owner diagonally across from us? Seeing his goddess actually come over to talk to him, Ah Hua was absolutely thrilled. Ever since Xia Bing started working here on her first day, Ah Hua had been utterly captivated by Xia Bing's beauty. Now, Xia Bing even has the opportunity to become the manager of this store. If only she could win his heart. Then wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wanted in this shop? He might even leverage this connection to land a management position. Countless thoughts flashed through Ah Hua's mind in an instant. He immediately replied. Ice sister. Honestly, I don't know much either. I just heard from Auntie Wang, who handles cleaning on our floor, that not long ago, when the commercial spaces in the Golden Finance Tower were being sold, even young Master Jiang Feiyan from the Naz Group came. And it was Mr. Xin Guotao, the marketing manager of Yi Group, who personally received him. Rumor has it that Mr. Jiang had his eye on the shop diagonally across from here. But unexpectedly, Mr. Ye's friend happened to be here inspecting his own shop at that very moment. Mr. Xin intended to leverage the prestige of Yi Group and Naz Group to pressure Mr. Ye's friend into ceding the shop to Mr. Jiang. But the other party completely ignored both young Master Jiang and Mr. Xin. Fuming, Mr. Xin summoned his security guards. But unexpectedly, the security guards, upon seeing Mr. Ye's friend, dared not lay a finger on him. Even Mr. Ye's personal secretary, Su, stepped forward to back up Mr. Ye's friend. In the end, Xin and young Master Jiang stood surrounded by a crowd while Mr. Ye's friend stood alone. And stood there for ages, unable to do anything to him. Even young Master Jiang, in the end, dared not utter another word. And could only lead his men away in disgrace. As for Mr. Xin, it seemed he'd been demoted by Mr. Yi. Hearing this, Xia Bing couldn't believe her ears. Ah Hua, is that really true? It was no wonder Xia Bing found it hard to believe. After all, Natsu Group was a renowned international corporation. Even its small domestic subsidiary in China could hold its own against the Yi group. Even someone like Zhang Feiyan wouldn't dare act out of line in front of Ye's friend. So what exactly was the status of this friend of Ye's? Faced with the goddess's questioning, Hua hurriedly explained. Not only did Aunt Wang witness it, but a whole crowd gathered here that day to gawk. If Yi group hadn't hushed up the incident, it would have made the news. Seeing Hua so adamant, Xia Bing was convinced 80%. She couldn't help but feel even more curious about this friend of President Ye's. Then, Xia Bing asked the question that concerned her most. That is, whether the person was male or female. However, to conceal her true thoughts, she cleverly rephrased her question. Hua, tell Ice sister honestly. Is Mr. Ye's friend an exceptionally beautiful young woman? Otherwise, I truly can't fathom what kind of person could command such influence that Zhang Xiao of NAZ Group would willingly step aside. Hearing this, it seemed like he was trying to show off his own abilities. Or perhaps to show off in front of Xia Bing. Hua quickly chimed in. No way. Aunt Wang said. The other party is a very handsome young man. And he dresses so modestly. You'd never guess he was from a wealthy family. From what I gather. At this point, Hua glanced around left and right. Then he continued. He might be the son of some big shot up there. Mr. Yi gifted him the shop to pave the way for Yi Group's future. Hearing this, Xia Bing's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Could it be that Mr. Ye's friend is truly the offspring of some high-ranking official? If that's true, then his status would be far above that of ordinary rich kids. No wonder even Zhang Feiyun from NAZ Group dared not utter another word. If that's truly the case, I absolutely must seize this chance to get close to him. If I could truly become his woman, then those who wronged me in the past wouldn't I be free to deal with them however I pleased? Though she thought this in her heart, Xia Bing maintained a calm expression on the surface. All right. Instead of envying and speculating about others' identities, we'd be better off focusing on our own duties. Remember, relying on others is no substitute for relying on yourself. As long as we stay grounded and work diligently, our day to shine will come. Hearing this, Hua promptly chimed in with a well-timed compliment. Ice sister. You're absolutely right. Today's society is far too superficial. Independent women like you, self-reliant and unafraid to stand on their own, are a rare sight these days. Just as Hua was lavishing praise upon Xia Bing's gaze seemed to be drawn to something. Her expression darkened noticeably. Hua followed Xia Bing's gaze. A man and a woman were walking toward them, holding hands. At a glance, Hua was stunned by their striking good looks. Especially the woman beside him. Both her looks and figure far surpassed his goddess, Xia Bing. And these two were none other than Lin Yanting and Wei Zhixi. Hua and Xia Bing weren't the only ones who spotted them. Xiao Shan, who had been targeted by Xia Bing earlier, also spotted them. Determined to boost her sales performance and keep her job, Xiao Shan rushed over to the girls and said, Miss, would you like to see our store's handbags? We just got a new shipment today. 83 fabrication? Produce the evidence. Because Lin Yanting had held her small hand earlier, Wei Zhixi's mind had been a complete blank. Until Xiao Shan's voice suddenly rang in her ear. Wei Zhixi finally snapped back to her senses. Lin Yanting also turned his gaze toward Wei Zhixi. The salesperson's words had also reminded Lin Yanting. Lately, whenever Wei Zhixi had free time, she would come to his rented apartment to help clean. And she cooked meals for both him and Meng Shixing every single day. It could be said that Wei Zhixi had been taking care of both Lin Yanting and Meng Shixing during this period. This arrangement had given both men more time to focus on their careers. Lin Yanting had long wanted to give Wei Zhixi a gift. But back then, he was dirt poor. He couldn't afford anything decent. Now, while he wasn't exactly wealthy, and there were still plenty of expenses to cover, he could finally afford to buy Wei Zhixi a proper gift. As this thought crossed his mind, just as Lin Yanting was about to ask Wei Zhixi if she wanted to go inside and take a look, a sarcastic, mocking voice suddenly rang out. He, Xiao Shan. I know you're trying to boost your sales figures, but you should at least be selective about your customers. Do these two look like they can afford luxury goods? Hearing this, Lin Yanting and Wei Zhixi also turned to look in the direction the voice came from. Lin Yanting was fine, but Wei Zhixi froze in surprise. Xia Bing? Weren't you taken away by the police and detained? The moment those words left her lips, Xia Bing, who had been wearing a hint of a playful smile, instantly turned grim. But before she could speak, Hua suddenly spoke up from the side. Oh, you two are that pair, aren't you? The scumbag and his mistress who not only swindled Ice Sister out of her money but also framed her for getting detained. I can't believe you two have the nerve to show your faces in front of Sister Bing. I've heard all about your deeds from Sister Bing. I never imagined there could be such shameless people in this world. Hua isn't stupid. From the moment Xia Bing first laid eyes on the two of you, She had already guessed the relationship between the three of them. Of course, this was all thanks to the romantic history Xia Bing had shared with them over the years. But in this story of love, Xia Bing became the one who gave everything, while Lin Yanting became the scumbag who swindled Xia Bing out of every last penny, and then cheating on her. Wei Zhixi, meanwhile, became the third wheel who meddled in others' relationships. In the end, Xia Bing was even framed and detained by these two. Though Ahua found the girl before him quite beautiful, a mistress is still a mistress. And he knew full well that next month, Xia Bing would likely become the manager of this shop. If not now, when would be the right time to latch onto Xia Bing's coattails? Especially since they were just a scumbag and a few choice words might just win Xia Bing's favor. Why not? Hearing this, Lin Yanting raised an eyebrow. His gaze instinctively shifted to Xia Bing beside him. Originally, upon seeing Lin Yanting and Wei Zhixi, she had only intended to vent her frustration with a few taunts. Little did she expect that Ahua would connect it to the story she had altered earlier. He even blurted out the altered story right in front of the person involved. This left Xia Bing utterly embarrassed. When Lin Yanting's gaze turned toward her, a flicker of guilt crossed Xia Bing's eyes. But she quickly covered it up. So what if I fabricated facts and deliberately spun tales? Hadn't she been living it up with Lin Yanting's money, sleeping with Wu Liang a few times, and stringing along a bunch of suitors? What's the big deal? Wasn't she seeing other men to ease Lin Yanting's financial burden? Besides, I even came begging for forgiveness. Why must Lin Yanting be so ungrateful? Not only did he humiliate her, he even called the police to have her arrested. What's most infuriating is that this jerk actually hooked up with Wei Zhixi. She was absolutely right to call him a cheater. Thinking of this, Xia Bing suddenly felt emboldened. What are you staring at? Did I say something wrong? That Wei Zhixi slept at your place. What else could you be but a scumbag? At that moment, Wei Zhixi was reminded of the last time at Lin Yanting's house. To help Lin Yanting vent his anger, she had acted impulsively. Her face flushed bright red on the spot. What was most embarrassing was that the commotion drew numerous customers from the 8th floor over to watch the spectacle unfold. Especially after catching keywords like cheating, scumbag, other woman, sleeping at your place, and scamming money. It really piqued their curiosity. Some even started whispering among themselves. Both of them look pretty decent, yet they're such a scumbag and it's precisely because they're good looking that they can so easily deceive people. How shameless. The mistress and the scumbag actually have the nerve to show up in front of the wife. Xia Bing hadn't anticipated. A story she'd casually made up had actually caused such a stir. She promptly put on a look of hurt innocence. What more do you want from me? Haven't you already made my life miserable enough? All I want now is to live a quiet life. Can you just leave me alone? Don't show up in front of me. It must be said, Xia Bing's acting was truly first-rate. As she spoke, tears began streaming down her face in big, heavy drops. But inside, Xia Bing was already beaming with delight. Lin Yanting, you dared to humiliate me. Didn't expect this, did you? Today the tables have turned. Seeing the crowd growing larger around them, Wei Zhixi feared Lin Yanting would be misunderstood. She was about to speak up to explain. Lin Yanting raised his hand to stop her. Instead of refuting Xia Bing and Ahua's words, instead, he curved his lips slightly. He said with a hint of teasing, "What evidence do you have to back up these claims?" At this remark, not only Ahua, but even Xia Bing was taken aback. They truly hadn't expected. Faced with this situation, Lin Yanting would remain so calm. Ahua, who was dead set on being Xia Bing's protector, immediately blurted out an angry rebuke. Evidence? Do you think this is a courtroom trial? Evidence? You must watch too many TV dramas. Seeing Ahua's righteous indignation, Lin Yanting didn't get angry. Instead, he continued. My friend, what you're saying is quite interesting. Without any proof, how can you call us scumbag men and trashy women just based on Xia Bing's one-sided account? And you're accusing me of swindling her money? Ahua hadn't expected Lin Yanting to ask these questions with such righteous indignation. He was instantly overcome with rage. Isn't the truth plain as day? What more proof do you need? I refuse to believe a girl as beautiful as Ice Sister would lie. The moment those words left his mouth, Lin Yanting nearly burst out laughing at the sight of this salesperson. He couldn't help but burst into applause. Well, anyone who hangs out with Xia Bing clearly has a twisted way of thinking. Does being pretty mean you can't tell a lie? Well, the lady beside me seems to outshine Xia Bing in both figure and looks, doesn't she? What if she claims Xia Bing deceived my feelings, treated me as a long-term meal ticket, and even urged me to engage in shady schemes to earn money for her to spend, while stringing along multiple love-struck suck-ups who adore her? And that she slept with other men while we were dating, would you believe it? Lin Yanting's counter-question left Ahua speechless. For a moment, he didn't know how to counter Lin Yanting's argument. Still, he forced himself to speak. Impossible. I's sister isn't that kind of person. Hearing this, Lin Yanting's expression darkened abruptly. Not that kind of person? How long have you known her? How well do you know her? How can you be so sure she's not that kind of person? Is it a fact that I toyed with her feelings and swindled her money? Didn't Xia Bing keep insisting that I swindled her out of her money? Where are the transfer records? Where are the bank statements? If Xia Bing can produce even one piece of evidence to prove her claims are true, I'll pay back tenfold. Right then and there. 84 serves her right. Stubborn as a dead duck. Among the onlookers, there were plenty of sharp minds. They quickly picked up on something in Lin Yanting's words. But the situation remained unclear. These people didn't say much more. They simply stood by, quietly watching the drama unfold. But Hua still felt a lingering resentment toward Lin Yanting's rebuttal. I's sister. Since they won't see reason until they're forced to, then pull up the transfer records. Give them a taste of their own medicine. But as Hua finished speaking, Xia Bing's reply was slow in coming. When Hua looked at Xia Bing again, Xia Bing finally stammered out. Well, I gave him all cash. Hearing this, Lin Yanting chuckled. Oh my. That's quite the excuse you've come up with. Cash. When a mobile transfer takes just a few seconds. Yet you went out of your way to withdraw cash from the bank just to give it to me? What's the deal? Is your phone an old school model? Or are you just clueless about transfers? Facing Lin Yanting's questioning, Xia Bing's face alternated between green and red. At this point, the truth gradually came into focus. The onlookers' gaze toward Xia Bing had shifted from sympathy and pity to one of suspicion and disgust. Even Hua, who had consistently supported Xia Bing, had finally come to his senses at this moment. But, since things had come to this, he could only stubbornly insist. All right. We don't want to keep arguing with someone like you. Please leave immediately. Seeing the other party still stubbornly refusing to budge, Lin Yanting was no pushover. He waved his hand dismissively. How ridiculous. We were merely passing by. Yet you attack us without a second thought, hurling insults at us. You want to drop it now? Since you can't produce any evidence. I have it. As he spoke, Lin Yanting pulled his phone from his pocket. He pulled up the transfer records and mobile banking statements. Look closely. These are the monthly transfers I made to Xia Bing. Though the amount wasn't large, only 2,000 yuan each month. But for a college student like me, that was my entire income. He said. Lin Yanting glanced at the onlookers surrounding them. Seeing this, Xia Bing finally broke down. Lin Yanting, are you even a man? It's just 2,000 yuan transferred to me every month. You actually kept the transfer records. Have you no shame? No sooner had the words left her lips, before Lin Yanting could respond. Those who had previously been deceived by Xia Bing immediately flew into a rage. Look at yourself, you're the shameless one. She treated you so well, and you still slander her. She looks like a pretty girl, but her values are so twisted. Exactly. Just because she didn't keep the transfer records, does that mean she should let you slander her? Seeing the crowd growing increasingly furious around him, Hua felt utterly helpless. He should have kept his mouth shut. If this keeps up, it'll definitely hurt the shop's business. If the boss blamed them later, they'd all be fired. Since they were already in the same boat as Xia Bing, might as well go all the way down this path. Everyone, don't be fooled by this guy's words. Haven't you noticed the pretty girl by his side? That's proof he's cheating. This money must be compensation he sent to Sister Bing out of guilt. I even suspect this money was swindled from my sister while you were with her. Now he's just paying it back. Yet you claim it's your own income. Right, Bing? He said. Hua couldn't resist shooting Xia Bing a glance. Seeing this, she immediately understood. No, that's right. That's exactly what I meant before. That's why I said, it's just 2,000 a month. Because that money was mine to begin with. I was so blinded by anger at that jerk back then that I didn't make myself clear. Though, the people around them have lost their previous trust in Xia Bing and Hua. But at least they were given a chance to redeem themselves. Squashing everyone's anger was the best outcome possible. To avoid further complications, Hua and Xia Bing understood that Lin Yanting and his partner must be expelled. Only then could the situation stop escalating. With that thought in mind, Hua continued speaking. Sorry, but we don't want to get entangled with people like you anymore. We have business to attend to. Please leave immediately. Lin Yanting heard this. Couldn't help but chuckle. These two clearly chickened out. Yet they still had the nerve to talk tough. Lin Yanting didn't really care what others thought of him. But he absolutely couldn't stand the slander directed at Wei Zhixi. So today, Lin Yanting was locked in a standoff with these two. Feeling guilty? Seeing you can't stand your ground, you want to kick me out? It's not that easy. Seeing that Lin Yanting wasn't falling for this tactic, Hua started to get a little flustered. But just then, Xia Bing stepped forward and said, Lin Yanting, don't push your luck. Your actions are disrupting our business operations. If you don't leave immediately, I'll call the police. Seeing Xia Bing speak up like this, Lin Yanting was somewhat taken aback. After not seeing her for a while, Xia Bing had actually made some progress. She even knew how to use the rules to achieve her goals. But Lin Yanting wasn't someone to be easily dealt with. Without delay, Lin Yanting spoke up. Sorry. I'm not leaving. Didn't you say I was interfering with your business? Fine. Today I'll help you do business. Hearing this, Xia Bing and Hua exchanged a glance. They also let out a burst of mocking laughter. Lin Yanting, do you know how much the cheapest bag in our store costs? 39,800. Even if you didn't eat or drink for an entire year, you probably still couldn't afford that cheapest one. Hua chimed in from the side. Exactly. Still trying to act like a big shot here? If you know what's good for you, get out of here. Don't make me actually call the cops. Some onlookers nearby also tried to reason with him. Young man, don't be so cocky. This store's bags are famous luxury brands. Most people simply can't afford it. Lin Yanting merely smiled faintly at this. Then he turned his gaze to Xiao Shan, who stood alone nearby, looking a bit bewildered. Come here. Give me the rundown on your store's handbags. If I'm not mistaken, your store probably has a sales commission system, right? This sale will count toward your sales target. Hearing Lin Yanting was about to place an order with her, Xiao Shan's eyes gradually lit up with delight. Though she didn't know if the man before her was truly the scumbag who cheated and stole money that Xia Bing had described. The moment she laid eyes on Lin Yanting, she sensed he wasn't the type to prioritize appearances over substance. Adhering to the principle of customer-first service, Xiao Shan ushered Lin Yanting and Wei Zhixi into the shop. She then proceeded to introduce each item to them one by one. The crowd that had gathered around to watch the spectacle didn't disperse. Instead, they remained in place, waiting for the matter to conclude. They were just as curious. Young people willing to spend tens of thousands just for a showdown. Were they truly wealthy, or just putting on a show? Whichever outcome unfolded, it promised to be quite the spectacle. And they were eager to see how this whole affair would ultimately play out. And right at that moment, while everyone's attention was focused on Lin Yanting, Hua whispered to Xia Bing. Ice. He can't possibly afford anything in our store, can he? If he really becomes our customer, and he reports all the things we've done to the boss, we'd be in big trouble. Hearing this, Xia Bing couldn't care less. Lin Yanting might be making a name for himself on the streets, but he's a total broke-ass. How could he possibly afford a bag costing tens of thousands? Who would believe that? No problem. Don't I know his true worth? If he wants to put on airs, let him. I'll see how he gets out of this mess later. As long as he can't pay the bill in the end, we'll just call the cops. Charge him with disturbing the peace and send him to the station for a few days. 85 store manager? What gives? Sir, I'd recommend these two handbags. In terms of appearance, materials, and craftsmanship, they're absolutely top-tier choices. They're two of our store's best value products. And they're also our best sellers. What do you think? Xiao Shan didn't recommend any particularly expensive items to Lin Yanting and his companion. Instead, she selected two high-quality, affordable products after considering all factors. Lin Yanting could tell that the girl before him was genuinely dedicated to serving customers. This made Lin Yanting very satisfied with Xiao Shan's service attitude. However, Lin Yanting didn't rush to respond. Instead, he turned his gaze toward Wei Zhixi. Although Wei Zhixi genuinely liked the two handbags before her, at that moment, Wei Zhixi was more concerned about the price of the bags. She had heard from Xia Bing earlier that the cheapest bag in this store was priced at 39,800 yuan. Wei Zhixi was well aware that Lin Yanting and Mang Shixing's short videos had been gaining immense popularity online lately, and had earned some money as a result. But she didn't want Lin Yanting to spend so much on her. This single bag might wipe out all their recent hard work. That was something Wei Zhixi didn't want to see. Yet Wei Zhixi was also aware. Since Lin Yanting had already made it clear he intended to buy a bag from this store, it was no longer simply a matter of whether or not to buy the bag. It was about Lin Yanting's reputation. Wei Zhixi's mind was made up instantly. Today, I absolutely cannot let Ting lose face in front of Xia Bing. Nor can I let him spend money on me. His money is hard-earned. And it's capital for his future development. I absolutely cannot spend money on something so trivial. Thankfully, I haven't been spending recklessly. My total savings amount to over 50,000 yuan. That should be enough to buy a bag. I'll use mobile banking to transfer the money to Ting's card right now. With that thought, Wei Zhixi also asked, how much are these two bags? Hearing this, Xiao Shan immediately replied. One is 39,800 and the other is 45,200. Hearing Xiao Shan's reply, Wei Zhixi felt a wave of relief wash over her. Wonderful. No matter which bag, I can afford it. If I choose the cheapest one. Who knows what nasty things Xia Bing might say to Ma Ting. So I'll just go with the 45,200 one. That way, they should have nothing to say. And so, Wei Zhixi took out her phone and quietly transferred 50,000 yuan to Lin Yanting's card. Then she finally spoke up. Ting. I want to choose that 45,200 yuan bag, is that okay? Hearing Wei Zhixi's choice, a trace of scorn involuntarily flashed across Xia Bing's face. I thought Miss Wei, the campus beauty, was some kind of lotus untouched by the mud? Turns out she's just as money hungry as the rest of us after all. Seeing someone else foot the bill, she even deliberately picked the priciest one. Now it's just a matter of whether young Master Lin is willing to foot the bill. No, the real question is whether he can afford it. Xia Bing emphasized the words young Master Lin with particular venom. The sarcasm and provocation in her words were self-evident. Inside, she couldn't stop sneering. That penniless Lin Yanting, his entire outfit probably doesn't even cost 200 bucks. He probably couldn't even scrape together 1,000 yuan. Yet you demand 45,222? But that's fine. Not only can it drive a wedge between Lin Yanting and Wei Zhixi, but also give Lin Yanting a proper slap in the face. What Wei Zhixi hadn't anticipated was, upon hearing Xia Bing's words, Lin Yanting's gaze immediately turned toward her. Not a word was spoken. Seeing this, Wei Zhixi's heart couldn't help but flutter. Could Ting really be misunderstanding me? I wonder if that 50,000 has been transferred yet. Meanwhile, Xia Bing, who witnessed the scene, couldn't help but sneer repeatedly. But what neither of them could have anticipated was, Lin Yanting seemed completely oblivious to Xia Bing's words. He suddenly spoke up. How about this? I think both these bags are pretty nice. Why don't we just buy both of them? Buy an extra one, then you can switch them up when you go shopping. The moment he said this, Wei Zhixi was stunned. No way. Ting. What are you thinking? Spending 45,200 on a bag is already extravagant enough. And you actually want to buy me too? That's 85,000 yuan. Even after deducting the 50,000 I transferred to you, you'd still have to shell out another 35,000 out of your own pocket. Wei Zhixi was about to refuse. But before she could speak, Lin Yanting pulled a card from his pocket and handed it to Xiao Shan. Swipe it. Thank you. At that moment, Xiao Shan was clearly bewildered. She had thought getting one sale would be good enough. But unexpectedly, the customer bought 2 bags. What a pleasant surprise. Instantly, the bewilderment on Xiao Shan's face gave way to a smile. All right. Sir. As Lin Yanting's bank card swiped through the machine, the words "payment successful" appeared on the machine. Xia Bing, witnessing this scene, froze for a moment. Then her heart was instantly filled with envy, jealousy, resentment, and bitterness. Damn it! When did Lin Yanting get so rich? Back when I was with him, he was always so stingy, only giving me cheap trinkets worth a few $100. Now he's with Wei Zhixi and drops 85 grand like it's nothing? The crowd gathered outside the store witnessed the scene and murmured among themselves. This guy's got serious money. Splurging 85,000 yuan on a bag for his girlfriend without a second thought. Look, his ex-wife's face is turning dark. Listening to the murmurs outside the door, Xia Bing's expression grew increasingly grim. Hua, who witnessed the entire scene, naturally noticed this change. But he dared not help Xia Bing confront Lin Yanting anymore. Because at this point, Lin Yanting had spent 85,000 in their store, making him a valued customer. According to their shop's rules, if he dared to clash with a customer, it wouldn't just be him, a lowly sales clerk. Even if he were the store manager, he'd definitely be fired by the boss. So Hua could only whisper to Xia Bing beside him. Ice. Didn't you say he was broke? How could he just blow 85 grand like that? It was meant to be a simple question. But the moment those words left his mouth, Xia Bing reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Instantly furious. Why do you have to talk so much? Can you just shut your mouth? Just because you don't speak doesn't mean anyone thinks you're mute. For a moment, Hua was also scolded by Xia Bing until he was covered in blood. Hua, who had suffered this undeserved calamity. A surge of anger welled up inside him. What's with the hostility? After all, I was just helping you vent earlier. And now you're taking it out on me. Though Hua was seething inside, he dared not vent it on Xia Bing. After all, next month Xia Bing would become the store manager. He couldn't afford to cross her. As for Lin Yanting and the others, now that they were customers of the shop, he dared not cross them at all. As luck would have it. Just then, Xiao Shan's voice suddenly reached their ears. Mr. Lin. Thank you so much. If it weren't for these 2 orders, I'd probably have to pack up and leave next month. Hearing this, Hua, as if finding an outlet for his pent-up anger, he immediately turned to Xiao Shan and snapped angrily. Put. What's there to brag about? Just got lucky with 2 orders? You really think you're something special? At your level, you're nowhere near Ice Sister's caliber. When Ice becomes store manager next month, I hope your luck holds out. As for the veiled threats in Ah Hua's words, Xiao Shan could easily detect the threat in Ah Hua's words. She immediately lowered her head, not daring to retort. Seeing this, Ah Hua finally found a shred of superiority over Xiao Shan. As for Ah Hua's behavior, Xia Bing made no move to stop him. On the contrary, she felt somewhat annoyed with Xiao Shan. After all, if Xiao Shan hadn't gone to pitch to Lin Yanting, how could she have been repeatedly humiliated by Lin Yanting? Even without Ah Hua's reminder, once she became store manager next month, she would find an excuse to fire Xiao Shan. Just as Xia Bing felt a slight sense of relief, Lin Yanting's voice suddenly rang out again. Xia Bing? Store manager? What gives? 86 Heartless. Xia Bing's defenses crumble once more. Seeing Lin Yanting's displeased expression, a tinge of satisfaction welled up in Xia Bing's heart. Yes. Next month, she would be the store manager of this luxury boutique. Why waste her breath on someone like Lin Yanting? Meanwhile, Ah Hua, standing nearby, he too noticed Lin Yanting's displeasure. He immediately felt a surge of delight. So what if he's a customer? Can't openly defy you. Does that mean I can't annoy you behind the scenes? With that thought, Ah Hua retorted in a sarcastic tone. Oh dear, Mr. Lin probably doesn't know, does he? Our store selects the store manager for the next month based on this month's sales performance. And our Ice Sister? Her sales this month hit 310,000. She's in first place by a landslide. Sister Bing becoming store manager is practically a done deal. Once she becomes store manager, her base salary alone will be 30,000 yuan a month. She'll get 6 insurances and 1 housing fund. Her commission rate will also jump from 1% to 2%. By all logic, this information shouldn't be shared in front of everyone. But right now, Ah Hua, desperate to save face, and to better cling to Xia Bing's coattails and restore her dignity, he couldn't care less about such niceties. Listening to Ah Hua's account, Xia Bing, whose face had already darkened like the bottom of a pot, now flashed a smug look toward Lin Yanting. Yet her words were deliberately reproachful as she addressed Ah Hua. Ah Hua, keep a low profile. Even if we've got the skills, we shouldn't flaunt them around. We can't be like certain people who, after lucking out with some money, forget who they really are. Nor can we rely on those rich fools who want to play the big shot to support us. We must stay grounded and take things step by step. In my view, whether man or woman, we should rely on ourselves. Only then can we avoid becoming someone else's possession. Xia Bing's words were clearly veiled criticisms and subtle insults. Lin Yanting could easily detect the biting sarcasm in her tone. Xia Bing had assumed her words would surely hurt Lin Yanting. But to her surprise, Lin Yanting not only showed no sign of distress, but the smile on his face grew even more pronounced. Just as Xia Bing thought Lin Yanting was forcing himself to stay calm, he suddenly spoke up. I think you're right. People must rely on themselves. Then let me see just how hard you can push yourself. With that, Lin Yanting turned to Wei Zhixi beside him and said, I thought it over carefully. Those 2 bags from earlier were decent. They still can't match your elegance. Save them for grocery shopping from now on. Hearing this, Wei Zhixi's face was filled with confusion. She couldn't figure out what Lin Yanting was really after. Lin Yanting offered no explanation. Immediately after, he brought Wei Zhixi back to Xiao Shan's presence. Bring out the most expensive bag in your store for me to see. Hearing Lin Yanting's demand, Xia Bing instantly grasped Lin Yanting's intent. This guy must be trying to boost Xiao Shan's sales performance and snatch the store manager position I'm about to get next month? Damn Lin Yanting. Does he just hate seeing me succeed? But upon hearing this, Xiao Shan didn't dwell on it. Instead, she instinctively walked over to a counter. She retrieved a sleek, glossy black handbag. Ladies and gentlemen, this handbag is our store's crown jewel. Crafted from specially treated Midnight Galaxy alligator leather. Its surface shimmers with starlight, featuring a platinum crescent lock adorned with 7 white diamonds. The interior is lined with 18K gold-threaded silk and includes 3 compartmentalized storage sections. Limited to 88 pieces worldwide, each meticulously handcrafted over 400 hours and engraved with a unique serial number. It also comes with lifetime maintenance and personalized engraving services. Listening to Xiao Shan's introduction, then gaze upon this exquisite, petite handbag before her. Even Wei Zhixi, a girl known for her frugal lifestyle, couldn't tear her eyes away for a moment. Lin Yanting, standing nearby, noticed Wei Zhixi's fondness for the bag. He promptly asked Xiao Shan, how much is this bag? Upon hearing this, Xiao Shan didn't harbor any expectations that they would actually purchase the bag. In her eyes, if these 2 could help her close the sale, it would be a blessing. Not only would she keep her job next month, she might even earn a small commission. With that in mind, Xiao Shan proceeded with her standard sales pitch. The price for this bag is 910,000 yuan. The moment she uttered those words, the crowd gathered at the entrance couldn't help but gasp in shock. Holy crap! A bag for 910,000 yuan. Though I often see luxury bags costing tens of millions online, this is the first time I've seen one approaching a million in real life. Someone immediately seemed to sense Lin Yanting's thoughts at that moment. Could this guy actually be thinking of buying that 910,000 yuan bag? No way. He's got some cash, but I bet he's already spent most of it on those two bags earlier. Who in their right mind would drop 910,000 on a bag? I agree. He's probably just trying to intimidate his ex-wife's sister with this whole charade. Xia Bing had also been startled by Lin Yanting's actions earlier. But now, hearing the murmurs outside the door, she gradually regained her composure. Yeah. What was she afraid of? Never mind whether Lin Yanting can even come up with the 910,000 yuan. Even if he did, Xia Bing couldn't believe the other party would go to such great lengths just to sabotage her impending promotion to store manager. At that moment, Wei Zhixi, standing beside Lin Yanting, also spoke up to dissuade him. Why not just let it go? 910,000 is too much. It's not worth it. As she spoke, Wei Zhixi kept batting her big eyes at Lin Yanting. She wanted Lin Yanting to know when to stop. By saying this, Wei Zhixi was already giving Lin Yanting a way out. She knew full well Lin Yanting simply didn't have that kind of money. Even if he'd earned some money recently from filming short videos, adding her own 50,000 to buy those two bags had already nearly depleted it. Where on earth would he get 910,000 yuan? But Wei Zhixi hadn't expected Lin Yanting to react just like before. As if he hadn't heard a word she just said. He continued speaking as if lost in his own thoughts. This bag barely matches your style. Since that's the case, you can use it for now. We'll swap it out later. With that, Lin Yanting paid no attention to the expressions of the others. He pulled out his bank card once more and handed it to Xiao Shan. Same as before. Swipe the card. Seeing this, Xia Bing's cold smile grew increasingly pronounced. Her voice dripped with sarcasm as she continued. Mr. Lin is truly generous. 91,000, just swipe the card. If the balance runs low later, I'm sure Mr. Lin can resolve it immediately, right? I doubt Mr. Lin is the type to pretend to know something he doesn't. Anyone with eyes can see that. Xia Bing's words completely cut off Lin Yanting's escape route. If Lin Yanting couldn't afford this bag today, he'd likely lose all face. But what no one could have anticipated was this. The moment Xiao Shan took the bank card and swiped it through the machine, a beep sounded. The screen displayed payment successful once more. This meant that with just one swipe, Lin Yanting had charged 910,000 yuan. The crowd gasped in shock once more. Whoa! Just who was this guy? Adding the previous 85,000, he'd spent nearly $1 million on a bag without even batting an eyelid. Could he possibly be the young master of some wealthy family? Ha! This is going to be a show. The ex-wife's sister's position as store manager is in jeopardy. The moment the payment went through, Xiao Shan's mind went completely blank. In that moment, the whole world seemed unreal. I've already hit $1 million in sales? Before Xiao Shan could even process it, Lin Yanting's teasing voice rang out again. Go for it. I believe you can surpass $1 million in sales by month end. After all, you are the first independent woman of the new era. At that remark, Hua was utterly dumbfounded. He couldn't even fathom such a terrifying figure. $1 million in sales. Wouldn't that mean the store manager position next month would be? At that thought, Hua stole a glance at Xiao Shan, who was equally stunned. Xia Bing noticed this too. Her defenses crumbled once more. She unleashed a hysterical roar at Lin Yanting. Lin Yanting! You heartless mad dog. Can't you stand to see me doing well? You actually spent $1 million just to target me. When we were together, you only gave me those cheap trinkets costing a few hundred each. Why are you so generous with Wei Zhixi? Facing Xia Bing, who was now somewhat unhinged, some passersby couldn't help but feel pity for her. Yeah, even though you broke up, there's no need to be so vindictive toward a girl, right? She got where she is today through her own abilities. If not for this incident, she'd probably be promoted to store manager next month. If I were in her shoes, I'd feel resentful too. I think this guy went way too far. Facing this sudden shift in public opinion, Lin Yanting remained composed. Since you all want a gawk, I'll give you all you can handle. Then, Lin Yanting turned his gaze back to Hua. You just said I'm not a customer of your establishment and have no right to argue with you. Now I'll ask again, do I have the right? Hearing this, at this moment, Hua dared not defy Lin Yanting. Not to mention, he was a customer who had spent millions in the store. A customer who'd spent $1 million in your store. And Lin Yanting himself? He could casually drop $1 million on luxury bags. With that kind of clout, crushing an ordinary guy like him would be a piece of cake. At this thought, Hua immediately began bowing and scraping. You have every right. Absolutely every right. After receiving Hua's response, Lin Yanting stepped before Xia Bing and declared. If you insist on asking me why, I can only give you 3 words. You're not worthy. Immediately after, Lin Yanting pulled his phone from his pocket. He addressed the onlookers. Since everyone's so curious, let me show you all what this so-called modern independent woman who keeps boasting about relying on herself is really made of. With that, Lin Yanting played a video. It was the surveillance footage from Lin Yanting's home earlier. 87 inches house strife. Dogs fighting amongst themselves. Lin Yanting, don't push your luck. That I'm even considering making peace with you is a blessing from your ancestors. A loser like you landing a girlfriend like me curvy, gorgeous must have done some good deeds in a past life. Why don't you take a good look at yourself in the mirror? You think you're even in the same league as Wu Liang? Wu Liang comes from a wealthy family, has more money than you, and his future prospects are limitless. So what if I slept with Wu Liang? What are you gonna do about it? I just see you as a bootlicker. What are you gonna do about it? I'm going to make you wear the green hat. What are you going to do about it? Sleeping with him once might not land me a high-status partner, but he can at least meet my financial needs. And you? You're just a low-level thug, no money, no status, no future. How could you possibly compare to Wu Liang? As each explicit sentence poured out from the phone, Xia Bing felt numb all over. She never imagined Lin Yanting still had the surveillance footage from back then saved on his phone. Beside her, Ahua stared at his goddess with utter disbelief. Though he'd already guessed from their earlier conversations that Xia Bing hadn't been entirely truthful during their casual chats, he never imagined the reality would be this shocking. Not only did she treat men as long-term meal tickets, she shamelessly justified sleeping with men for money with righteous indignation. If I'd known Xia Bing was this kind of woman, I never would have gotten involved in this mess. Now not only did I fail to secure a powerful patron, but I've also alienated Xiao Shan. The thought of Xiao Shan's terrifying $1 million sales figures now. Ah Hua's heart was filled with regret. Everyone else saw the arrogant woman's face on the screen too. Holy crap. That's my ex-wife's sister, isn't it? No wonder this guy broke up with her. Good riddance. Exactly. Women like that have no shame whatsoever. She's got the nerve to accuse others of cheating. Now I get it, she dumped him for being broke, slept with someone else, and now that he's successful, she's resentful and causing trouble again. Seriously, I'm speechless. I'll bet my bottom dollar she's kicking herself right now. But regret won't help her now. In an instant, the onlookers were all fired up. Xia Bing, who had tried to turn the tables, was thoroughly exposed for who she really was. Now she was like a rat in the street, everyone shouting for her to be beaten. She knew full well there was nowhere to hide. She tried to leave the shop, but the doorway was already blocked by onlookers. She was genuinely afraid these angry people would storm in and beat her up. All Xia Bing could do now was keep her head down, not daring to utter a single word. Yet her heart was filled with venom and hatred. Damn Lin Yanting. He really is trying to destroy me. If I ever get the chance, I'll make you wish you were dead. And that Ahua. Nothing but a useless piece of trash. If he hadn't flaunted the fact that I was about to become store manager, he wouldn't have given Lin Yanting the chance to snatch my store manager position. But the most despicable one is Wei Zhixi. If it weren't for her, how could Lin Yanting have abandoned me? He used to love me so much. How could he abandon me just because I slept with someone else a few times? At this moment, Lin Yanting could see right through Xia Bing's calm exterior. In truth, she was already seething with rage. But Lin Yanting couldn't care less. As someone who holds grudges over the slightest offense, this was precisely the effect he wanted. Only by slowly crushing Xia Bing's spirit could Lin Yanting finally ease the knot in his chest. Seeing Xia Bing and Ahua both silent, Lin Yanting did not stop there. If he didn't finish them off while he held the upper hand, would he really give others a chance? With that thought, Lin Yanting turned his gaze back to Ahua. You come looking for trouble after hearing a couple of idle rumors? Who gave you the nerve? Seeing that Lin Yanting clearly had no intention of letting him off the hook, Ahua immediately forced a smile that looked worse than crying. Sir, I was wrong. I shouldn't have believed Xia Bing's one-sided account. It's all because Xia Bing has been slandering you in her idle chatter. That's why I felt compelled to take up her cause. Hearing Ahua start shifting the blame onto himself, Xia Bing couldn't hold back any longer. You bastard, Ahua. Are you even a man? Don't think I don't know your little schemes. You only see me because I'm pretty and have great performance. And now you're trying to curry favor with me by dragging Lin Yanting down? You lust after my body, yet you're a spineless freeloader living off me. What? Now that you see I'll never get the store manager position, you want to distance yourself from me? You've got some nerve. Seeing his thoughts exposed in front of everyone, Ahua's cheeks flushed crimson with embarrassment. Cut the crap. Do you really think you're that good looking? Stop being so full of yourself. You're just a flirt. Since we're being so blunt, I might as well tell you. I've had it with you for ages. If it weren't for you using your flirtatious ways to cozy up to customers all the time, you wouldn't have such great sales figures. You strut around the store like you own the place just because you've got a few sales. You haven't even gotten anywhere yet. And you're already acting like you're the manager? Now that your position's been snatched away, I say it's your just desserts. Seeing Ah Hua actually say that about him, combined with the anger from Lin Yanting exposing her past and snatching her store manager position, Xia Bing erupted in an instant. She lunged straight at Ah Hua. One hand clawed at Ah Hua's face with her nails. The other hand yanked fiercely at Ah Hua's hair. You pretentious upstart. Just you wait, I'll scratch you to death. What no one could have anticipated was that Ah Hua, being a man, was beaten so badly by Xia Bing that he couldn't fight back at all. He could only scream for help. The onlookers watched as the two began to tear into each other like dogs fighting. Not a single soul stepped in to break up the fight. Instead, they were cheering them on. Lin Yanting hadn't anticipated the situation escalating to this point. He felt a mix of laughter and tears. Xia Bing. Feels pretty tight to get stabbed in the back, huh? Rest assured. This is only the beginning. Just then, Lin Yanting suddenly felt his sleeve tugged. Then he heard Wei Zhixi speak up. Don't you have something to do? Shouldn't we leave first? Hearing this, Lin Yanting nodded in agreement. My bad. I forgot you don't like these kinds of gatherings. I'll be more mindful next time. Lin Yanting knew Wei Zhixi's temperament well. She never liked excessive noise, especially when she becomes the center of attention. Wei Zhixi, with her striking looks and figure, she'd endured her share of stares, both admiring and critical. So she never particularly enjoyed the feeling of being stared at. If it weren't for wanting to save face today, she would have turned and walked away long ago. It's nothing. Besides, this wasn't something you started. Just handle it properly. Lin Yanting didn't continue apologizing. Instead, he pulled Wei Zhixi through the crowd at the entrance. What Lin Yanting didn't know, as he pulled Wei Zhixi toward the exit, Xiao Shan watched them depart the entire time. At the same time, Xiao Shan silently resolved within herself. If I ever become the store manager, once I make it big, I will repay this gentleman. With this thought, Xiao Shan couldn't help but glance at Xia Bing and Ah Hua. This couldn't go on any longer. She had to notify the boss immediately. Otherwise, we won't be able to do business today. So, Xiao Shan took out his phone and recorded a video of Xia Bing beating Ah Hua. Then she opened her contacts and sent it to her boss. She even added a voice memo. Boss, Xia Bing and Ah Hua are fighting. If you're free right now, could you come over? Otherwise, the shop definitely won't be able to do business today. 88 Zhixi. Thanks for looking out for me these past few days. Lin Yanting and Wei Zhixi pushed their way through the crowd. They also noticed the onlookers who had previously gathered outside that luxury store. Not only did their departure not thin the crowd, instead, more and more people were gathering. This made Lin Yanting inwardly sigh. Sure enough, gawking at spectacles is in the very nature of us great Xia people. Just then, Wei Zhixi also spoke up. These 3 bags are too expensive. Let's find a place to sell these 3 bags later. Hearing this, Lin Yanting froze. Why sell them? Don't you like them? But you seem to really like them just now? Seeing that Lin Yanting hadn't grasped her meaning, Wei Zhixi hurriedly explained. No, that's not it. I really like these 3 bags. But they're far too expensive. All 3 together cost nearly $1 million. I know you have so many other things that need money. I don't want you to spend so much. I only supported you buying the bags because I wanted you to get some satisfaction. After hearing Wei Zhixi's explanation, a flicker of warmth touched Lin Yanting's heart. Though $1 million yuan might not seem like much to the wealthy, for Lin Yanting and Wei Zhixi right now, it was absolutely a huge sum. To his surprise, Wei Zhixi faced this $1 million yuan handbag. She could still stay true to her original intentions. She was solely focused on what was best for him. You're just the same as in your past life. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Yanting's eyes had already filled with affection. Perhaps because Lin Yanting's gaze was too obvious at that moment. Wei Zhixi blushed and lowered her head shyly. Why are you staring at me like that? Hearing this, Lin Yanting snapped back to his senses. He quickly resumed his usual carefree demeanor. Oh, that. Didn't I say I'd give you a surprise? Since you like these 3 bags, you can keep them. Besides, you promised me before that you wouldn't refuse anything I gave you. Wei Zhixi, who had been about to protest, she swallowed the words she'd been about to say. After a moment of deep thought, she finally replied. Fine then. Wei Zhixi knew Lin Yanting was dead set on making her accept this gift today. But she had her own plans. She would keep these 3 bags safely. Just in case the day came when Lin Yanting desperately needed money, she would secretly sell these 3 bags. Then she would return the money to Lin Yanting. Seeing Wei Zhixi so calm, Lin Yanting raised an eyebrow. Aren't you curious how I got so much money? Hearing this, Wei Zhixi wore a puzzled expression. Curious? Why be curious? As long as I believe your money wasn't obtained through shady means, that's all that matters. Why should I concern myself with the rest? Looking at Wei Zhixi's adorably dazed expression, Lin Yanting couldn't help but let a faint smile slip. Exactly. Perhaps that was Wei Zhixi's most admirable quality. She didn't associate with people based on their wealth. Nor did she go out of her way to pry into such matters. What mattered to her was the purest form of human connection. Everything else pales in comparison. If Xia Bing were standing beside Lin Yanting at this moment, she would undoubtedly pester him relentlessly, digging into the origins of his wealth. Because Xia Bing only associates with people who can bring her benefits. Otherwise, Xia Bing wouldn't even give them a second glance. That was the fundamental difference between them. Aren't you curious where my money came from? Why don't you care about the 50 grand you transferred to me? That must have been your entire savings, right? Aren't you afraid I won't pay you back? Hearing Lin Yanting say this, Wei Zhixi also showed a hint of surprise. So you've seen it already? I thought you hadn't noticed before. And you've already given me nearly $1 million in gifts. I only transferred you 50,000. By that math, I've made a profit of nearly 950,000. This deal's not a bad one. Although Wei Zhixi didn't voice her thoughts to Lin Yanting at the time, Lin Yanting could still guess. She was likely afraid her own funds wouldn't cover it, fearing embarrassment. That's why she secretly transferred the money to him. This gesture deeply touched Lin Yanting. Still, he couldn't help but tease her. Who knew our campus beauty Wei was secretly loaded? 50 grand, she just waved it away like it was nothing. You'd better support me from now on. Seeing Lin Yanting being so carefree, Wei Zhixi immediately puffed out her little lips and retorted with a pout. You've got some nerve saying that. I spent all my savings to save your face. And you still have the nerve to ask me to support you. Why don't you offer to support me instead? When Wei Zhixi uttered these words, she hadn't given it a second thought. She was simply overcome with anger at Lin Yanting's earlier words. What Wei Zhixi hadn't anticipated was, Lin Yanting replied without hesitation. Fine. The moment those words left his mouth, Wei Zhixi was momentarily stunned. Her face flushed crimson. What are you talking about? But Lin Yanting wore a mischievous grin. You're the one who said I should take care of you. And I'm agreeing to it now. What do you mean? What am I saying? As Lin Yanting's face drew closer and closer, Wei Zhixi felt a tinge of nervousness. You're such a jerk. I was just trying to save your face. And you go and act like a jerk in front of me. Lin Yanting frowned at her words. Who's being a jerk? Seeing Lin Yanting still refusing to admit it, Wei Zhixi was about to speak up, when she suddenly felt her phone vibrate. Thinking someone might be trying to reach her, she instinctively pulled out her phone. But when she saw the message that popped up on the screen, her eyes widened instantly. 1 million. Her bank notification showed that 1 million yuan had just been deposited into her account. The moment she saw the sender's name, she turned to Lin Yanting with utter disbelief etched across her face. You just bought me $1 million handbag. Why did you transfer another $1 million to me? This money is simply too much. Wei Zhixi had never wanted Lin Yanting to spend so much. 3 handbags for $1 million. She already felt like she was a burden to Lin Yanting. Now Lin Yanting had transferred another $1 million to her bank account. How could she possibly accept this? She was just about to return the money to Lin Yanting. But Lin Yanting spoke first. Zhixi, you deserve every bit of it. Thank you for taking care of me all this time. As she met Lin Yanting's sincere gaze, Wei Zhixi's heart gave a violent thud. She couldn't quite place the feeling welling up inside her. What's happening? Why does his gaze make my heart race? If I return the money, will he think I'm trying to distance myself? What if he takes my earlier words seriously and mistakenly thinks I genuinely dislike him? Forget it. I'll just hold on to this $1 million for him for now. When he needs it, I'll sell that bag too and give it all back. 89 flashback. Steal my car? See how far you get. Wei Zhixi, having made up her mind, she nodded in agreement. All right. Since you're sincerely thanking me, I'll accept it. But you absolutely must not squander money like you did today. Seeing Wei Zhixi didn't refuse, Lin Yanting was overjoyed. All right. I'll follow your lead from now on. Seeing this, Wei Zhixi asked. You said you had a surprise for me earlier. You weren't just talking about coming here to buy a bag, were you? Seeing Wei Zhixi get straight to the point, Lin Yanting didn't beat around the bush. Instead, he directly pulled Wei Zhixi to the shop Yi Zixuan had gifted him. From now on, you're the manager of this shop. You won't have to work part-time as a technician at the bathhouse anymore. Hearing Lin Yanting say this, Wei Zhixi couldn't help but look puzzled. She seemed unable to grasp the meaning behind Lin Yanting's words. You mean I'm the manager of this shop? You're not joking, are you? Seeing Wei Zhixi's disbelief, Lin Yanting continued. Yes. Of course I'm not joking. This shop was given to me by Yi Zixuan as a token of gratitude, or rather, compensation after I saved her. I hadn't told you before because the shop was still under renovation. See? It's just finished, so I brought you straight here. Seeing Lin Yanting's expression, it didn't seem fake. Wei Zhixi hadn't expected it either. Yi Zixuan was so generous. She actually gifted Lin Yanting this prime retail space in the Golden Finance Tower as a token of gratitude. So Lin Yanting's sudden wealth must have come from that Ms. Yi, right? In that moment, Wei Zhixi, relying on her sharp wit, deduced the source of Lin Yanting's funds. Had she been Xia Bing, upon learning the source of Lin Yanting's funds, would undoubtedly seize the moral high ground to condemn Lin Yanting for failing to repay kindness. Especially since the money came from a woman. After thoroughly trampling his pride, she would then smugly take all the money back from Lin Yanting. Under the guise of, men go bad with money, I'm just planning for our future. But Wei Zhixi was the complete opposite. Not only did she say little about it, instead, she felt Lin Yanting deserved it. After all, Lin Yanting had nearly gotten into serious trouble over this matter before. And fighting off criminals such a dangerous thing. It was only right for President Yi to acknowledge his efforts. Hearing Lin Yanting say this, Wei Zhixi couldn't help but flash a slightly awkward expression. Why don't you just ask someone else? I can't leave the bathhouse. Hearing this, Lin Yanting immediately frowned. Is the bathhouse owner forcing you? Seeing Lin Yanting's misunderstanding, Wei Zhixi hurriedly explained. No. I just didn't want to leave. Hearing this, Lin Yanting looked puzzled. Why? Staying here as manager of my shop isn't that better than working as a technician at that bathhouse? Besides, I'm planning to rebrand this place as a high-end therapeutic spa. With your therapeutic skills, you definitely shine. And I really need you. The first few sentences were fine. But when Lin Yanting uttered that final line, Wei Zhixi's heart trembled involuntarily once more. Why is it that every time he says these things? Does it always make me feel so strange? No. I must stay calm. With that thought, Wei Zhixi forcibly suppressed the fluttering in her heart. She began to explain. I absolutely cannot leave the bathhouse. I have reasons I must stay there. As for your shop, if you truly need help, I can assist here too. Hearing Wei Zhixi agree to his request, Lin Yanting finally let a faint smile touch his lips. Alright. Since you have reasons you must stay there, I won't force you. But if you run into any trouble, remember to tell me first. It's settled then. Once the Jianing City startup competition wraps up, our shop will officially open for business. Then it'll be all up to you. Seeing Lin Yanting place such trust in her skills, Wei Zhixi couldn't help but smile. I'll do my best. Lin Yanting then began sharing his vision and plans for the shop with Wei Zhixi. After chatting for a while, Lin Yanting then escorted Wei Zhixi out of the Guojin building. First, he dropped Wei Zhixi off at her home. Then he made his way to the bus stop to wait for his ride home. By then, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. It was the time when school was letting out. Some children walked along the road in small groups of 3 or 5. Others were accompanied by their parents. But without exception, every child's face was beaming with happiness. Seeing this scene, Lin Yanting couldn't help but feel a pang of longing. Even the corners of his mouth curved upward into a faint smile. Just then, a little girl suddenly stumbled as she passed by Lin Yanting. She stumbled and fell. Seeing this, Lin Yanting quickly helped the little girl to her feet. Little one? Are you okay? The little girl was resilient and didn't cry from the fall. Instead, when she saw Lin Yanting helping her up, she flashed a small smile. Thank you, big brother. I'm fine. Seeing the little girl before him, both resilient and polite, Lin Yanting gently ruffled her little head with equal kindness. Watch your step next time. Don't fall down again. The little girl nodded in agreement. She promptly reached into her pocket and rummaged around. Then she placed a big white rabbit milk candy into Lin Yanting's palm. Big brother. This is my thank you gift for you. My grandmother is waiting for me at home. With that, the little girl skipped and hopped away into the distance. Her ponytail swayed rhythmically with each step. The scene before him inevitably stirred a childhood memory in Lin Yanting. Back then, Lin Yanting's father had just passed away. He didn't cry. Instead, he buried all his feelings deep inside. His mother took him everywhere to make ends meet. Perhaps it was because of his father's death. Lin Yanting developed a deeply solitary disposition. He refused to play with the other children at school. Until one day, as Lin Yanting passed by a small garden, he discovered a group of children bullying a little girl. He faintly overheard the bullies saying things like the girl had no parents. Lin Yanting was already in a vulnerable state. Hearing that someone dared to use such things to bully others, Lin Yanting flew into a rage. Without a second thought, he charged forward and punched the ringleader. However, The result of that punch was that the young Lin Yanting got thoroughly beaten up by that group of kids. After the group of children left the small garden, the little girl who had been bullied earlier was helped up by the others, just as Lin Yanting had helped her earlier. She helped Lin Yanting to his feet. She even tenderly wiped the blood from his face. Through this exchange, the two gradually became friends. When Lin Yanting learned that the little girl had lost both her parents, a complex mix of emotions welled up inside him. At least he still had his mother, but she had lost even that. Perhaps it was precisely because both had lost their closest kin. An unspoken bond formed between them. They found themselves unusually compatible. They talked for hours that afternoon. What Lin Yanting hadn't expected was, the little girl didn't seem discouraged by the loss of her parents. Her outlook on life remained as sunny and positive as ever. To this day, Lin Yanting still remembers the words that little girl once shared with him. When you're sad, you don't have to put on a brave face, but don't forget that you still deserve sunshine. They would surely want you to embrace your future self while remembering them. That afternoon, the young Lin Yanting cried. He cried until all the pain pent up inside him was finally released. The little girl sat beside him, gently stroking his back. That feeling brought Lin Yanting immense comfort. Because he was so young back then. He understood nothing. When the little girl left the small garden, Lin Yanting could only recall the swaying ponytail as she walked away. He hadn't even thought to ask her name. Every weekend after that, Lin Yanting would run to that little garden, hoping to see the little girl again. But things didn't go as planned. Until Lin Yanting's mother passed away from overwork. He never saw that little girl again. Yet she remained a beacon of light in the young Lin Yanting's heart. Had it not been for the little girl's encouragement, it's likely that Lin Yanting would have been crushed by his mother's death. He might have lost all hope in life. Whenever he recalled the little girl he met in his childhood, even though Lin Yanting had no idea where she was now, he would silently pray for her in his heart. May the rest of your life be filled with happiness, joy, and peace. Just as Lin Yanting was lost in his memories, a roaring sound swept past him. Lin Yanting instinctively looked up, only to see two tattooed young men on a Ghostfire motorcycle flash past him in an instant. Lin Yanting's gaze locked onto the Ghostfire motorcycle they rode. Lin Yanting recognized it instantly. This was the very bike that had been stolen from him before. A sinister grin immediately curled at the corners of his mouth. Damn it! Daring to steal my bike. This time, I'll see where you run to. 90 child trafficking? I suggest you mind your own business. Xin Shanxian is 9 years old. Her parents are migrant workers. Only she and her grandfather were left behind. Because of this, Xin Shanxian has developed an independent, resilient, and optimistic personality. Whenever her grandfather comes to pick her up from school, she would always say to him, "Grandpa, I'm in 3rd grade now. I'm all grown up now. I can go home by myself now." Despite this, deep down, she still envied the other children who were picked up and dropped off by their parents. But she understood her parents were working far away. Grandpa was getting old and had to work in the fields every day. If he were to pick her up from school too, his body simply couldn't handle it. So Xin Shanxian preferred to walk home alone, rather than have Grandpa come pick her up. Seeing Xin Shanxian insist, he couldn't say much. He could only give her 5 yuan in coins each morning before school. But Xin Shanxian couldn't bring herself to spend it. She knew that earning money wasn't easy for either her parents or her grandfather. So she preferred to walk back slowly. As for the money she saved, besides buying small snacks to bring home for her grandfather, the rest was all put away. But today, Xin Shanxian didn't bring anything for Grandpa, because she had given away the big white rabbit milk candies she bought earlier. Grandpa always said one should repay kindness with gratitude. I just fell down at the station, and that handsome young man helped me up. I gave him the candy. Grandpa would be proud of me, right? That's what I thought. Xin Shanxian felt guilty for giving away the candy meant for Grandpa. That made her feel much better. As time passed, Xin Shanxian gradually approached the urban-rural fringe. At the same time, the number of passers-by around her grew increasingly sparse. This couldn't help but stir a flicker of fear in the young Xin Shanxian's heart. It's okay. Just a little further, and I'll be home. Though that's what Xin Shanxian told herself. In reality, she still had over an hour to go before reaching home. Just then, a roaring sound grew louder from afar. It reached right beside Xin Shanxian. Little sister? Why aren't you heading home so late? Want me to give you a ride home? Xin Shanxian looked at the two people riding on the same Ghostfire motorcycle. A sudden wave of unease washed over her. No, thank you. My place is just up ahead. With that, Xin Shanxian turned and walked away. She dared not linger for even a moment. Seeing this, one of the men riding the Ghostfire motorcycle couldn't help but let out a cold, mocking laugh. Oh my! This little brat's pretty alert. But thinking she can slip through our fingers? No way. With that said, The two men hopped on their motorcycles and began chasing Shin Shanshan. Though Shin Shanshan was young, she recognized their malicious intent. She knew her own little legs could never outrun a motorcycle. Fortunately, they had reached the outskirts of the city. Shin Shanshan acted on impulse. She whipped her head around and plunged straight into the nearby sorghum field. This left the two riders on the Ghostfire motorcycle utterly dumbfounded. That little brat was pretty crafty. So what do we do now? What now? If we can't even catch a little girl, how are we going to explain this to the boss? What are you standing around for? Get off and chase her. After a brief exchange, the two men followed suit, charging into the sorghum field. You go left, I'll go right. We'll flank her from both sides. Let's see where that little brat can run. Meanwhile, Shin Shanshan's heart was already pounding wildly. She was still trying her best to control her breathing. She knew very well. She was just a child. There was no way she could outrun these two villains. The only thing she could do was minimize any noise, prevent the villains from discovering her, and buy as much time as possible. Wait until Grandpa came looking for her. Then she might just have a chance to escape. And so, using the terrain of the sorghum field to her advantage, began circling around the two men. At first, it went smoothly. But Shin Shanshan was only a 9-year-old child. As time wore on, her stamina rapidly depleted. At this rate, she might not last until her grandfather came to find her. At this thought, Shin Shanshan could only pray that her grandfather would come looking for her soon. But things didn't go as planned. A teasing voice suddenly rang out beside her ear. You little brat, you're quite the dodger. But what good would it do? Seeing two figures looming on either side. For a moment, Shin Shanshan felt her heart fill with terror. Yet a voice in her mind warned her. You absolutely must not let these two villains catch you. Otherwise, she'd never see her grandfather again. She wouldn't see her parents, who were working away from home, either. If she were taken away, they would surely be heartbroken. Without a moment's hesitation, Shin Shanshan turned and ran. Unlike her earlier cautious evasion, Shin Shanshan now ran at full speed, using every ounce of strength she had. Intense fear. It spurred a rapid surge of adrenaline. It had already made her forget her fatigue. Seeing Shin Shanshan still able to run, the two men trying to catch her were taken aback. They hadn't anticipated that merely catching a little girl. They never imagined it would wear them out so thoroughly. Chase. The two men began chasing at full speed. At that moment, Shin Shanshan used her hands to part the tall sorghum leaves blocking her vision ahead. This reduced the resistance to her movement. Even as the sharp edges of the leaves carved bloody gashes into her delicate palms, she dared not stop. For the two heavy, labored breaths behind her, like a death knell, mingled with the crisp snaps of breaking stalks, closing in on her step by step. But then, an unexpected turn of events. A towering figure suddenly appeared before Shin Shanshan, blocking her path. Shin Shanshan lost her balance. She collided directly with the person who had appeared. Shin Shanshan's first thought was, it's over. She'd never see her grandfather again. Never see her father and mother again. But what Shin Shanshan never expected was this. Just as she was about to fall from the impact's recoil, a pair of strong hands suddenly caught her. Immediately after, a rather familiar voice reached her ears. Little one? What's wrong? Why so flustered? Shin Shanshan looked up. She froze for a moment. Then a hint of surprise and delight flashed across her face. It's you! The big brother I met at the station. It was none other than Lin Yanting. For some reason, Shin Shanshan had a feeling. The man before her must be a good person. And now, the only one who could save her was him. So, Shin Shanshan didn't waste any words. She immediately spoke up. Big brother, please save me. Two bad guys are trying to grab me. Looking at Shin Shanshan, who was still shaken and frightened, Lin Yanting offered a gentle smile. Then he gently rubbed her little head. Don't worry. With Big Brother here, those two bad guys can't hurt you. And those two crooks stole my motorcycle too. Big Brother will get it back, yours and mine right now. Just then, amidst the crisp snap of breaking straw, two panting figures appeared before them. Seeing this, Lin Yanting pulled Shin Shanshan behind him. He couldn't help but sneer. You two really are useless. Getting beaten up by a kid like this. Seeing Lin Yanting suddenly appear, the two of them froze in surprise. They couldn't figure out how another person had suddenly appeared. Moreover, they both felt like they'd seen Lin Yanting somewhere before. But they didn't dwell on it, because their immediate priority was to get this kid back. If they failed to complete the task the boss had assigned them today, they'd likely face punishment again. With that thought, the two men instinctively drew their switchblades from their pockets. They glared at Lin Yanting and snarled. Kid, we advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Otherwise, if you lose your life, and you'll have no one to blame but yourself. 91 Curiosity. What kind of person is he, really? Watching the two men brandishing knives and snarling menacingly, Xin Shanxian tugged at Lin Yanting's sleeve with a hint of worry. Big brother. Lin Yanting could tell Xin Shanxian was worried about him. He immediately shot her a reassuring glance. Lin Yanting stepped forward. He spoke up. You two stole my ghost fire, fine, I'll let that slide. At worst, it's just a couple thousand yuan. A few days in jail and you'd be out. But I never imagined you'd go so far as to kidnap children. You really don't know when to quit. Hearing this, the two men suddenly understood. No wonder this guy suddenly showed up here. Turns out he's the owner of that Ghostfire motorcycle you stole a few days ago. Understanding the situation, clearly, neither wanted to complicate matters further. They immediately began negotiating with Lin Yanting. Bro! We had no idea that bike was your ride. No fight, no friendship. We'll return the car and compensate you with an extra 1,000 yuan. Just forget about today's incident. Let's just call it making friends. How about that? Hearing this, Xin Shanxian, standing nearby, immediately grew anxious. Her eyes looked pitifully at Lin Yanting, fearing he might abandon her. Seeing this, Lin Yanting couldn't help but chuckle. The two across from him, seeing that Lin Yanting hadn't acknowledged them, an expression of displeasure immediately flashed across their faces. Bro! What's your deal? Hearing this, Lin Yanting shot them a look of utter disgust. $1,000? That's what you give to beggars. Just now, this kid gave me the most valuable thing he had on him. If I switch sides at the last minute because of your measly $1,000, wouldn't that be utterly disloyal? At these words, Xin Shanxian, the person involved, was taken aback. What valuable things did she even have on her? Earlier at the station, she'd only given this big brother a dib by 2 candy as a token of thanks. How could that possibly be worth more than 1,000 yuan? Just as Xin Shanxian was puzzling over this, the two men across from her suddenly lit up. Ha ha! Who'd have thought we'd get so lucky? We thought this little brat was just some poor kid. Who knew she was hiding such treasures? The things she carries are worth more than 1,000 yuan. What ordinary family could afford to give a child that much money? Once we've got this little brat tied up, maybe we can squeeze some cash out of her parents too. Hearing the two of them say that, Lin Yanting shook his head helplessly. No hope. But the two across from him paid no heed to the implication in Lin Yanting's words. The greed in their eyes only grew more intense. Kid, we're giving you one last chance. Get out of here immediately. The people backing us aren't someone you can mess with. But Lin Yanting had long since lost his patience. Before the two could finish their warning, he lunged forward in a single stride. Seeing Lin Yanting had truly resolved to oppose them, they immediately raised their switchblades and met his charge head-on. But what they hadn't anticipated was, the man before them possessed not only astonishing speed and agility, but also possessed extraordinary strength. In a single exchange, their switchblades were snatched from their hands. Then Lin Yanting delivered a single kick to each of them, knocking both of them flat on their backs. Unable to withstand Lin Yanting's terrifying strength, they were knocked unconscious by the sheer pain. After dealing with the two, Lin Yanting dialed Lu Lin's number. He briefly recounted the sequence of events. Soon after, Lu Lin personally arrived at the scene with several officers. As Lu Lin stepped out of the police car, Lin Yanting pointed directly at the two figures lying on the ground. These two scumbags tried to kidnap this little girl. Seeing the two motionless bodies on the ground, she was immediately alarmed. You didn't kill them again, did you? Hearing this, Lin Yanting couldn't help but roll his eyes. In your mind, do I look like some kind of psychopathic killer? Don't worry. I only knocked them unconscious. They were just saying something about how I can't afford to offend the people behind them. Once they wake up, interrogate them thoroughly, we might get some useful information. Hearing Lin Yanting say this, Lu Lin's heart finally settled. Just as Lu Lin was about to speak, Xin Shanxian suddenly stepped in front of Lin Yanting and said, Officer, Big Brother is a good person. Earlier at the station when I fell down, it was Big Brother who helped me up. And just now, when the bad guy chased Shanxian, it was Big Brother who saved me. Please don't take my brother away, okay? In Xin Shanxian's understanding, hitting people is wrong. If you hit someone, the police will take you away. But this Big Brother hit someone to save her. So she absolutely couldn't just stand by and watch him get arrested by the police. As for what constituted self-defense, the young Shanxian had no idea. Seeing the small figure standing in front of Lin Yanting, both Lin Yanting and Lu Lin both couldn't help but smile gently. Lu Lin hurried to explain. Little sister, is your name Shanxian? Don't worry, sister isn't here to arrest this brother. I'm here to arrest these two bad guys. Hearing the police officer speak these words, Xin Shanxian finally let out a long sigh of relief. Lin Yanting affectionately ruffled the little girl's hair. Seeing the affectionate look on Lin Yanting's face, Lu Lin hadn't expected Lin Yanting to have such a tender side. she immediately teased him. Who would have thought? The violent maniac who took down several criminals at the International Finance Center could be so affectionate with a little kid? Seeming to detect the teasing in Lu Lin's tone, Lin Yanting retorted with a sigh. Hey! Give it a rest. Always bringing up that incident. When you're surrounded by a dozen desperate men wielding blades, can you guarantee you'll stay calm and collected? Not to mention having to protect two women. Seeing Lin Yanting's slight displeasure, this time, Lu Lin surprisingly didn't argue back. Yes. You're a commendable citizen for bravery. How could you possibly be a violent maniac? Alright, leave this matter to us police to handle. You may leave now. Hearing this, Lin Yanting shook his head. No. Shanxian's family seems to be facing some difficulties. Walking such a long distance to school every day, plus things have been a bit unsettled lately. This is far too dangerous for a child. I must help Shanxian resolve this. Here's what we'll do. You guys take these two jerks away. As for Shanxian, I'll take her home. Then I'll talk with her family to see how we can help. A moment of silence. Lu Lin seemed lost in thought. But in the end, she nodded. Alright then. We'll wrap things up for now. Seeing that Lu Lin didn't object to his suggestion, Lin Yanting waved to Lu Lin. Then he led Shanxian toward the spot where his Ghostfire motorcycle was parked. Watching Lin Yanting's retreating figure, Lu Lin couldn't help but think. Who would have thought this guy had such an unknown side to him? It seems the violent, cold, and cunning Lin Yanting we knew before wasn't the real him. I had thought he was just doing a good deed by rescuing this little girl. I never imagined she'd actually think about solving the little girl's safety issues on her way to and from school. Lin Yanting, what kind of person are you? 92 weird. We're in the same boat. My place is just up ahead. Shin Shanxian stood before the Ghostfire pedal, pointed with her finger toward a nearby house with lights on. Lin Yanting twisted the throttle. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the doorstep of that house. Shin Shanxian's home. A mud brick house snatched up at a bargain. Its perimeter was enclosed by a fence made of wooden poles. At that moment, an elderly man with a slightly hunched back was standing at the doorway, looking around anxiously. The moment she saw the old man, Shin Shanxian hurriedly leaped off Lin Yanting's Ghostfire platform. She ran toward the old man. Grandpa! Grandpa! Shanxian's back. The moment he saw Shanxian, the old man quickened his pace to meet her. Just come back. Just come back. My dear granddaughter, why did you come back so late today? If you'd been any later, Grandpa would have gone out looking for you. Hearing this, Shanxian replied in kind. Grandpa! Shanxian almost didn't make it back. On the way just now, I encountered two bad guys who tried to kidnap me. Hearing this, Grandpa was about to say something, but suddenly spotted Lin Yanting in the distance. Recalling his granddaughter's mention of encountering villains, Grandpa instinctively pulled Shanxian behind him. He addressed Lin Yanting. I don't care who you are. Get out of here immediately. Or I won't be polite. Seeing that the old man seemed to have misunderstood something, Lin Yanting couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. Fortunately, Shanxian quickly intervened. Grandpa! You've got the wrong person. Big Brother isn't a bad person. Those two bad guys up front were chased away by Big Brother. Then Big Brother called a police officer who took those two bad guys away. Big Brother was worried it wasn't safe for me to go home alone. That's why he brought me back. After hearing Shanxian's explanation, the elderly man finally understood. He immediately apologized. Young man, I mistook you for a bad guy. My apologies. Come on in. Have some water. As he spoke, the old man had already approached Lin Yanting. He warmly invited him inside as a guest. It must be said, Lin Yanting did rather like this kind of down-to-earth person. They say what they mean, never hiding anything. Seeing the old man's warmth, Lin Yanting couldn't refuse such a gracious invitation. He helped the old man into the house. The interior of the mud brick house was extremely simple. There was only a table and a few chairs. Even the bed was made of mud and brick. Despite this, Shanxian's grandfather still brought out the only corn they had to offer Lin Yanting. Seeing this, Lin Yanting did not refuse. Instead, he ate with relish. This made Grandpa Shanxian beam with delight. The reason was simple. Because Grandpa Shanxian sensed respect in Lin Yanting. Just like when Shanxian had fallen at the station and Lin Yanting had helped her up. He had also gladly accepted Shanxian's big white rabbit milk candy. Though these things weren't particularly valuable to Lin Yanting. But for Shanxian and her grandfather, they were the very best things they possessed. The affection they carried was priceless. Watching Lin Yanting savor each bite, Shanxian beside him couldn't help but drool. Seeing this, Lin Yanting picked up a corn cob and handed it to Shanxian. Seeing Grandpa didn't object, Shanxian hugged the corn and began munching away. While she ate, Lin Yanting addressed Shanxian's grandfather. Old man, Shanxian's parents are working away from home. Is it convenient for you to take care of her alone? Hearing this, Qianqian's grandfather didn't respond directly to Lin Yanting. Instead, he turned to Qianqian beside him and said, Qianqian, it's already dark outside. Hurry inside and finish your homework. If you don't finish it, your teacher will scold you tomorrow. Hearing her grandfather say this, Qianqian obediently nodded. She grabbed her backpack in one hand and a cob of corn in the other. She skipped and hopped her way inside. Lin Yanting instantly realized Qianqian's grandfather had deliberately sent her away. Only after Qianqian had entered the inner room did he finally speak up. Is there something the old man is hesitant to mention? Seeing Lin Yanting speak up, Qianqian's grandfather sighed deeply. Ah, old man, I won't hide it from you. Qianqian's parents passed away long ago. I was afraid that learning about her parents' death would cause psychological harm to the child. That's why I've always told Qianqian her parents are working away from home. Upon hearing this, Lin Yanting fell silent. He understood the pain of losing one's parents. If only he could. He too wished Qianqian could remain unaware of the truth forever. But Lin Yanting still asked instinctively, how did Qianqian's parents pass away? Qianqian's grandfather seemed to trust Lin Yanting deeply. He immediately answered without reservation. Qianqian's father had been working as a laborer at a construction site for Zhixi Construction Company. Then an accident happened at the site. My poor son just had no luck, he died like that. My daughter-in-law couldn't bear the blow and drowned herself in the river. At least they're at peace now. But poor Qianqian. Thankfully, we now have 9 years of compulsory education, requiring only a few hundred yuan for textbooks each semester. As an old farmer, I can still scrape together that money. Now my only worry is what will become of Qianqian in the future. I'm already over 70, I won't be able to be with Qianqian for much longer. I just don't know what will become of my poor granddaughter. Though the old man seemed unusually calm as he recounted this story, Lin Yanting could still sense the despair in his words and his endless worry for Qianqian. Moreover, listening to the old man's account, Lin Yanting couldn't shake the feeling that Qianqian's parents' deaths weren't as straightforward as they seemed. So he asked, Qianqian's father had an accident at the construction site. Didn't Zhixi Construction Company compensate them? At the mention of compensation, Qianqian's grandfather smiled. A bitter smile. Compensation? What compensation? They said it was my son who violated safety protocols on the construction site. Not only did it cause severe damage to the site, but it also delayed the construction schedule. They said, out of humanitarian considerations, they waived their claims against us. What else could I say? Hearing this, Lin Yanting grew increasingly convinced something was fishy about this whole affair. However, Lin Yanting chose not to pursue the matter further. Because he knew, with his current capabilities, he simply couldn't intervene in this matter. He could only wait until the day when his wings had grown strong enough, before he could begin investigating it. Therefore, Lin Yanting decisively stated the purpose of his visit. Old friend, I've actually come to discuss something with you. Things have been unsettled lately. I'd like to bring you and Qianqian to live in the city. This way, not only will Qianqian's commute time be significantly reduced, Qianqian could also use the time she'd otherwise waste commuting for studying and rest. What do you think? Upon hearing this, the old man showed no sign of delight. Instead, he fell silent and sank into deep thought. After a long pause, he finally spoke. I may not have much education, but I can sense you're a good person. And Qianqian seems to like you very much. If you wish to adopt Qianqian, I can agree. But as for me, an old man, forget it. If you can adopt Qianqian and give her a secure future, that alone would be a tremendous kindness to this old man. We're not related, taking me in would only be a bother to you. Besides, if I'm gone, who's going to tend these dozen or so acres? This land was left to me by my father. Lin Yanting heard this. Seeing that Qianqian's grandfather hadn't fully grasped his meaning, he was about to explain further, when suddenly, a cry rang out. Qianqian, who had been doing her homework inside the house, suddenly ran out. Crying, she said, Grandpa! Qianqian won't leave. Qianqian wants to stay by Grandpa's side. 93 Qianqian? The future top student in the liberal arts. The two of them hadn't expected their conversation would be overheard by Qianqian. Mom and Dad are gone. Qianqian will stay by Grandpa's side forever. Originally, Qianqian's grandparents had planned to wait until she was a bit older to tell her about her parents. Qianqian's grandfather had planned to wait until she was a little older before telling her. Unexpectedly, Qianqian overheard the conversation. Qianqian's grandfather immediately spoke up. Qianqian, don't cry. If you like this big brother, just go live with him in the city. And come back to visit Grandpa whenever you have time. This is for your own good. But Qianqian wasn't willing. Qianqian really liked the big brother. But I don't want to leave Grandpa either. Qianqian wants to stay with Grandpa forever. Seeing Qianqian crying harder and harder, Lin Yanting couldn't bear to watch any longer. He gently rubbed Xianxian's little head. Xianxian, don't cry. Big brother isn't trying to separate Xianxian from grandpa. Big brother has a shop in the city. It's about to open and we're short-staffed right now. Big brother wants to invite grandpa to work for him as a logistics manager. That way, grandpa can earn money while helping big brother. But also spend time with Xianxian. Most importantly, it won't be so hard on him. Upon hearing this, Xianxian's crying abruptly stopped. Though he didn't understand what logistics management meant. But as long as I can be with grandpa, that's all that matters. Xianxian's grandfather, however, was deep in thought. After pondering for a while, he finally spoke. Young man, can you really help an old man like me find work? Seeing the old man was still half believing, half doubting, Lin Yanting offered a slight smile. Yes. Rest assured, old man. Plus, it comes with free room and board, 5,000 yuan a month. Year-end bonus. And all required benefits will be provided without exception. And I'm willing to pay to lease your dozen or so acres of farmland. 60,000 yuan a year, what do you think? I'll hire dedicated staff to manage everything. This way, earning over 100,000 yuan annually with me should be no problem. And when Xianxian grows up, you'll have a dowry saved for her. Seeing that Lin Yanting didn't seem to be putting on an act, Xianxian's grandfather couldn't hide his excitement. After all, Xianxian's family owns 15 mu of land. Based on the standard agricultural land lease rates in the Great Xia Kingdom. Remote areas or low-quality land. Mountainous terrain, dry fields, etc. Annual rent per mu is approximately 200-500 yuan, totaling about 3,000-7,500 yuan for 15 mu. Wasteland, in special circumstances, as low as 30 yuan per mu, totaling approximately 450 yuan for 15 mu. Ordinary rural farmland. Medium-quality dry fields, approximately 500-800 per mu, with an annual rent of about 7,500-12,000 for 15 mu. Paddy fields or premium flatland, approximately 800-1,200 per mu, with an annual rent of about 12,000-18,000 for 15 mu. Urban periphery or areas with convenient transportation. Near national highways or suburban areas, may reach 1,000-2,000 per mu, with an annual rent of approximately 15,000-30,000 for 15 mu. Before Xianxian's father passed away, her family's land could be considered prime. But since Xianxian's father passed away, her elderly grandfather simply couldn't manage to farm over 10 mu of land. At most, he could manage the 1 mu and 3 from right outside their door. The rest of the land had long been overgrown with weeds. The annual rent, at best, barely exceeded 400 yuan. Yet Lin Yanting's offer was double the highest price. A full 60,000 yuan a year. How could Xianxian's grandfather not be thrilled? He beckoned to Xianxian standing nearby. Xianxian, come here. Quickly, kowtow to your big brother. He's a great benefactor to our family. Xianxian was very obedient. She immediately knelt before Lin Yanting. She began to kowtow. Lin Yanting intended to help her up. But unexpectedly, Xianxian's grandfather also suddenly knelt down on the ground. This startled Lin Yanting. He hurriedly caught Xianxian's grandfather before he could kneel. Then he pulled Xianxian up from the floor. What are you two doing? I'm just desperately short-staffed. And my business has some connection to medicine, requiring large-scale cultivation of medicinal herbs. Later on, I might need to purchase or lease land. When that time comes, I'll need your help, old man, to connect me with the right people. Hearing this, Xianxian's grandfather patted his chest. No problem. Just let me know if there's any place where my old bones can be of use. I don't know how much longer this old man will live. But as long as I've got breath left in me, I'll follow your lead, young man. Seeing how resolute Xianxian's grandfather sounded, Lin Yanting could feel the sincerity in his words. Xianxian, tears streaming down her face, said, Big brother. Xianxian will study hard. When I grow up, I'll repay you. Lin Yanting responded with a smile. Just then, Xianxian's grandfather seemed hesitant to speak. Seeing this, Lin Yanting asked, Old man, is there anything else you're dissatisfied with? Hearing Lin Yanting's question, Xianxian's grandfather hastily waved his hands. Nothing. Nothing at all. It's precisely because you've been so kind to us that this old man is a bit curious. Why would you go out of your way to help us like this? Regarding Xianxian's grandfather's puzzlement, Lin Yanting didn't get angry. After all, Xianxian is now his only family. A certain degree of wariness was only natural. Seeing this, Lin Yanting spoke frankly. If you ask me the most direct reason, it's because I believe Xianxian is extraordinary. Her future holds boundless promise. In 9 years' time, I believe Xianxian will top the college entrance exams. She'll be the top scorer. That's right. The moment Lin Yanting first heard the name Xianxian, he recalled his past life. 9 years later, in the college entrance exam, the top scorer in the liberal arts track was also named Xianxian. Back then, Lin Yanting happened to be bored and paid a little attention to this Shin Shanshan. Now, piecing together what he'd learned. The little girl crying before him was none other than the top humanities student 9 years in the future. Investing in a future top humanities student. Lin Yanting didn't think it was a bad deal. Shanshan's grandfather never imagined Lin Yanting would have such confidence in her. Moreover, based on his decades of experience in judging character, the young man before him didn't seem like someone who would lie. Although Shanshan's grades are indeed quite good. But even her grandfather couldn't say for sure whether she'd come home as top scholar. Still, since the other party holds such high hopes for Shanshan, as her grandfather, he was naturally very pleased. What Shanshan's grandfather hadn't anticipated. Lin Yanting continued. Of course. This is merely the most fundamental exchange of interests. What truly made me decide to help Shanshan was that big white rabbit milk candy Shanshan gave me at the station. So sweet and delicious. Shanshan's grandfather looked into Lin Yanting's sincere eyes. He saw it at a glance. That Lin Yanting seemed to carry a story within his heart. Perhaps something Shanshan did reminded this young man of someone important. That's why he wanted to help Shanshan. Well, it's fine. When Shanshan grows up, she can repay him properly then. But 9-year-old Shanshan didn't have such complex thoughts. When she heard that Lin Yanting had decided to help them because of that big white rabbit milk candy, she said to Lin Yanting, "Big brother, when Shanshan grows up, she'll buy you lots and lots of big white rabbit milk candies." Looking at the innocent Shanshan before him, Lin Yanting ruffled Shanshan's little head once more. "Well then, big brother thanks you." After chatting for a while longer, Lin Yanting then left Shanshan's home. Lin Yanting promised to find a place for Shanshan and her grandfather to live as soon as possible. Once everything was settled, he would bring them to live in the city. In the meantime, Lin Yanting would be responsible for picking Shanshan up from school and taking her home. On the way back, Lin Yanting began mulling over this spur-of-the-moment idea. Since these foreign companies were jointly targeting Huaxi, and even targeting raw materials, then I'll just grow my own. But these issues were secondary. As long as the public could witness the marvels of Huaxi products, all problems will be easily resolved. Once the Beauty and Wellness Center opens, we'll pair it with a live broadcast. I will make Huaxi's name re-enter the public eye. 94 Divine Calculator? The Ultimate Wingman. That very evening, Lin Yanting began contacting Wei Zhixi. He asked her to help find an apartment near the school. He was confident this minor task would be a piece of cake for Wei Zhixi. What Lin Yanting hadn't anticipated was, in less than 10 minutes, he received a call from Su Qingyin. She mentioned that Yi Group happened to have an apartment available, and even waived the rent for Lin Yanting. Seeing this, Lin Yanting immediately arranged for the apartment to be furnished overnight. Early the next morning, he swiftly brought Shanshan and her grandfather to the apartment. Neither grandfather nor granddaughter could have imagined that Lin Yanting would handle things with such efficiency. They had been told it would take several more days to handle. But unexpectedly, the issue was resolved in just one night. Seeing Lin Yanting's sincerity, he didn't hesitate for a moment, and completed all the paperwork for employment and land lease with Lin Yanting. That very evening, Lin Yanting invited Shanshan's grandfather and Shanshan to his residence for dinner. It served as their formal introduction. Just then, Wei Zhixi, laden with bags of groceries, entered the house. Shanshan, ever the little angel, stepped forward to help carry the groceries. "Sis, let me help you with those." Hearing this, Wei Zhixi offered a faint smile. "Thank you, but you're my guests today. Let me handle it." Seeing this, Lin Yanting quickly stepped forward to Wei Zhixi's side. He directly took the dishes from Wei Zhixi's hands. "Let me handle it." Seeing Lin Yanting being so considerate, a flicker of tenderness crossed Wei Zhixi's eyes. For a moment, their eyes met. It was at that very moment Shanshan's grandfather, who had remained silent all along, seemed to sense the subtle atmosphere between them. He immediately gave Shanshan a meaningful glance. Shanshan instantly understood. Then, a voice brimming with childlike innocence suddenly rang out. "Sister, you're so beautiful. Surely lots of people must like you? But my mom once told me to be careful, lots of boys like to deceive people. You absolutely mustn't let them fool you." The moment those words left her mouth, the awkward tension between them vanished instantly. Seeing Shanshan's earnest expression before her, Wei Zhixi couldn't help but giggle. "All right. I'll definitely be careful. I won't let those boys fool me," Wei Zhixi said. She also deliberately glanced at Lin Yanting. Seeing this, Lin Yanting immediately grew displeased. "What do you mean all guys like to deceive people? I'm known as a total suck-up." "Put. No, wait. I should be famous for being loyal." Thinking of this, Lin Yanting was about to say something. But before he could utter a word, Shanshan suddenly changed the subject. "But big sis can trust Ting Ji. Brother Ting is such a great guy. And he's incredibly handsome. If sister and brother Ting end up together, their future baby is bound to be gorgeous too. As soon as she said this, Wei Zhixi, who had been giggling away, flushed instantly. Lin Yanting hadn't expected Shanshan to say something like that. Just as the two stood dumbfounded, Shanshan's grandfather, who had been standing nearby, stroked his long beard as he approached. His gaze grew deep as he studied the bone structure of their faces. His fingertips traced an invisible arc from their noses to their earlobes as he spoke with the calm authority of an elder. Shanshan is absolutely right. This old man knows a thing or two about the art of divination. I see this young lady bears the jade vein pattern at the bridge of her nose, while her husband's lower jaw reveals the golden vault. This is precisely the dragon bone holding the pearl configuration described in the Book of Harmonious Features. Now, young lady, observe the faint vermilion mole 3 inches from the outer corner of your left eye. It perfectly aligns with the lying silkworm mark beneath young Master Ting's right cheekbone. Together, these marks form the Big Dipper's ladle pattern, a sign of karmic bonds from past lives. That you two have met in this lifetime is a karmic bond predestined from a past life. This lifetime is destined for you to achieve true union. At these words, Lin Yanting's pupils dilated in shock. He stared at Grandpa Shanshan in utter disbelief. How did he know I had lived another life? And he could even foresee my past life's connection with Zhixi. Could it be that some indescribable mystical force truly exists in this world? Yes. There must be. Otherwise, how could I have been reborn into this life? But at that moment, Wei Zhixi clearly hadn't noticed Lin Yanting's astonished expression. Her face grew increasingly flushed. What are you two talking about? I'll go cook now, she said. Wei Zhixi snatched back the 2 bags of groceries Lin Yanting had just taken from her. Then she plunged straight into the kitchen. Meng Shishing, who had been watching the scene unfold, saw Wei Zhixi enter the kitchen. He immediately walked up to Lin Yanting and gave him a thumbs up. Boss, you rock. Damn, that worked. Did you see how my sister-in-law looked just now? Her face was as red as a ripe red apple. But Lin Yanting was still reeling from the shock of Shanshan's grandfather's words. He still hadn't regained his composure. Seeing that Lin Yanting hadn't acknowledged him, Meng Shishing didn't dwell on it. He simply assumed that Lin Yanting, upon learning of his connection with Wei Zhixi, and was simply too overwhelmed. Therefore, Meng Shishing bowed respectfully to Grandpa Shanshan beside him. You're truly a divine being, old master. Could you please read my fortune too? So I can find a girlfriend like Delay? Upon hearing this, couldn't help but roll his eyes. He quickly covered Shanshan's ears, fearing this fellow's lecherous words might corrupt Shanshan. Aren't I just helping young Master Ting here? I'm no fortune teller. I just crammed last night from that ancient text passed down in my family. Just as he was about to explain, the doorbell suddenly rang. Lost in thought, Lin Yanting instinctively walked to the door and opened it. To his surprise, it was Su Shuyun. Lin Yanting said, somewhat surprised. Why are you here? What brings you here? Seeing Lin Yanting's distracted state, a fleeting trace of disappointment crossed his eyes. Isn't the entrepreneurship competition about to start? As your mentor, I came to check on your progress with the presentation. Hearing this, Lin Yanting nodded instinctively. All right then. We're about to have dinner. Why don't you join us for dinner? With that said, Lin Yanting turned and headed toward the kitchen. Seeing this, Su Shuyun assumed Lin Yanting had seen her arrive and wanted to cook for her personally. For a moment, a flicker of delight crossed Su Shuyun's eyes. Shanshan's grandfather, ever observant, caught this subtle hint. He immediately gave Shanshan a meaningful glance. Shanshan nodded solemnly. She quickly ran back to Su Shuyun and said, Sister, you're so beautiful. Surely lots of people must like you? But my mom once told me to be careful, lots of boys like to deceive people. You absolutely mustn't let them fool you. Su Shuyun froze for a moment upon hearing this. Then a faint smile touched her lips as she replied, Little sister, don't worry. Big sister knows who can't be trusted and who is trustworthy. As she spoke, her eyes instinctively darted toward the kitchen. Immediately after, Shanshan spoke again. Does sister really know? Shanshan didn't know about others, but she knew Brother Ting. Brother Ting is such a good person. And he's really handsome. If sister and Brother Ting were together, their future baby would definitely be beautiful too. At these words, Su Shuyun blushed bright red. Little sister, what are you saying? Big sister is teacher Ting's schoolteacher, not the kind of relationship you're thinking of. But before Su Shuyun could finish her sentence, Shanshan's grandfather approached, twirling his long beard as he did so. His gaze grew intense as he studied the bone structure of Su Shuyun's face. The 3 lines between your brows are not a sign of a husband-killing face, but rather the keyhole to the 3 lives lock. You, young lady, are a water dragon unfurling its tongue. Young friend Ting is a fire tiger coiled upon the mountain. Though seemingly clashing, they secretly align with the water and fire mutual assistance formation described in the secret essentials of zipping. Simply position your bedhead toward the southeast to gather wood and fire energies. After the spring equinox next year, the red phoenix star will stir. You two are destined by heaven. Meng Shishing, standing nearby, was utterly dumbfounded at that moment. Holy crap! This actually works? No harem, just forcing it? This old man is the ultimate wingman. 95 misunderstanding. The doorbell rang again. Su Shuyun rubbed the three-pronged wrinkle between his eyebrows. For a moment, she was at a loss. Though born into a scholarly family, she still held some belief in divination and fortune-telling. Once, a street fortune-teller had told her. The three-pronged crease hidden between her brows signified a husband-killing aura. Any man who entered her life would face misfortune. Coincidentally, just before this, a young man had just confessed his feelings to Su Shuyun. The very next day, he was hospitalized with serious injuries. This only strengthened Su Shuyun's belief that she possessed a husband-killing aura. She immediately rushed to this street fortune-teller, seeking a way to break the curse. Unexpectedly, at that very moment, the fortune-teller pulled out a printed QR code. He handed it to Su Shuyun and said, "Scan me for 50. Without a second thought, he scanned the code directly. The result? The fortune-teller on the street merely left an ambiguous remark. Heaven's secrets shift with the stars, undercurrents rise in their own time. Ask not if fortunes rise or fall, await the North Star to guide your way." Su Shuyun was born into a scholarly family. He naturally understood the meaning behind those words. It simply told him to wait. Don't dwell on matters of romance. Would someone one day guide her through the maze? Su Shuyun held this belief with unwavering conviction. From that day forward, Su Shuyun sealed her heart with concrete. He devoted himself to his studies. And that's how she got into Peking University. Until he was bullied by Ji Xiong on the bus. In the depths of despair, she encountered Lin Yanting. Only then did a flicker of emotion stir within her long-dormant heart. And now, the words of this old man. Didn't they echo the fortune-teller's words from that street corner all those years ago? My destiny was already predetermined. That's why I was destined to be with others but not meant to be. At this realization, a beautiful light shimmered in Su Shuyun's eyes. Lost in thought, seeing Su Shuyun remain silent, Meng Shishing feared she was upset. He hurriedly explained. "Teacher Su, don't take it seriously. Old Shin was just joking." But unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Shanshan's grandfather. He puffed out his cheeks. "I'm not talking nonsense. This is all part of my family's secret divination techniques. I neglected it before because I was too busy with farming. Now that I'm with young Master Ting, this family art must not be neglected. I shall use this art to lend young Master Ting a helping hand." Upon hearing this, Meng Shishing finally understood. The old man was afraid the boss would grow tired of him as he aged. So he's finding every trick to suck up to the boss and build his harem. As long as he kept the boss happy, both he and Shanshan would be under the boss's protection. He'd actually thought the old man was genuinely capable. Turns out it was all ing bull. Alright. Mr. Shin, just give it a rest. Dinner will be ready soon." Seeing that the executioner seemed to have guessed his thoughts, old man Shin immediately went on high alert. "No way. I'm too old, old man. I can offer little help to young Master Ting. If I want young Master Ting to protect Shanshan long term, I must win his favor. Finding him a suitable match would be a great start. Once they become a couple, this old man will naturally become young Master Ting's matchmaker who brought them together. Even after I pass away, by virtue of this favor. Given young Master Ting's character, he'll surely look out for Shanshan. 2 isn't enough. Not secure enough. We must cast a wide net." At this thought, a resolute gleam flashed in Shanshan's grandfather's eyes. They were poor folk to begin with. They'd seen the world's kindness and cruelty firsthand. Some might help you out of a moment's kindness. But over time, if you fail to show gratitude and give back, others will gradually see you as a burden. To ensure Shanshan has someone to rely on in the future, Shanshan's grandfather had no choice but to do this. Although Lin Yanting once claimed he saw potential in Shanshan, and believed she could become the top scorer in the college entrance exam. But who could be certain about something that hadn't happened yet? At that moment, Su Shuyun smiled faintly, seeming to take none of the recent events seriously. With so many people eating, Lin should be pretty swamped in the kitchen, right? I'll go help him. Upon hearing this, Meng Shishing suddenly raised an eyebrow. He hurriedly interjected. "Professor Su, perhaps you should take a seat first? How could we possibly let our guest do the cooking?" To this, Su Shuyun remained perfectly calm. "No problem. An extra pair of hands is always welcome. I heard from Zixuan that she'll be coming over shortly to discuss the details of our collaboration with Lin. If I help out, we can get more done. With that, she ignored Meng Shishing's attempts to stop her. She headed straight for the kitchen. Seeing this, Meng Shishing slapped his forehead. Boss. That's all I can do. You'll have to figure it out yourself. Su Shuyun, who had just arrived at the kitchen door. Originally, he thought Lin Yanting was the only one in the kitchen. But unexpectedly, through the transparent sliding door of the kitchen, he discovered Wei Zhixi was there too. And seeing the two of them chatting and laughing together, this scene instantly sparked a sense of unease in Su Shuyun's heart. What exactly is the relationship between Lin and Wei? They seem incredibly close. And they seem to be seen together all the time around campus. No way. I have to figure out exactly what their relationship is. With that thought, Su Shuyun pushed open the sliding door. She walked into the kitchen with a smile on her face. Seeing Su Shuyun enter, Wei Zhixi didn't think much of it. After exchanging greetings, she went back to her own business. Lin Yanting, however, seemed somewhat surprised. Teacher Su, what brings you to the kitchen? Dinner will be ready soon. Hearing this, Su Shuyun replied calmly. Oh, it's like this. Zixuan should be coming soon too. So I thought I'd come help prepare a few more dishes. In case Zixuan and Qingyin arrive and we don't have enough to eat. Hearing Su Shuyun say this, Lin Yanting nodded non-committally. Alright then. With Lin Yanting's approval, the three of them got busy. However, due to Su Shuyun's arrival, the atmosphere between Lin Yanting and Wei Zhixi had shifted from what it had been earlier. Noticing this, Su Shuyun tentatively inquired. Oh, right. Lin and Wei, what's your relationship? I often see you two inseparable around campus. Wei Zhixi was taken aback by Su Shuyun's direct question. She immediately lowered her head without a word. But the corner of her eye deliberately or inadvertently glanced toward Lin Yanting. Lin Yanting noticed this. He too was at a loss for words. Though he was well aware of Wei Zhixi's feelings for him. And he too was fond of Wei Zhixi. But this was a teacher asking the question in school. Wei Zhixi was easily embarrassed. Plus, he had never formally confessed his feelings or confirmed their relationship with her. If he simply declared Wei Zhixi his girlfriend, she might feel disrespected. After deep contemplation, Lin Yanting finally spoke up. We're just good friends. Miss Su, please don't be as gossipy as everyone else. Hearing Lin Yanting say he and Wei Zhixi were just good friends, Su Shuyun's heart was filled with joy. So that meant she still had a chance. She immediately started making moves to get closer to Lin Yanting. Alright. The teacher was being nosy. But then the conversation took a sudden turn. Hey, Ting. Your meat slices are way too thick. They won't absorb the flavor like this. Let me show you how it's done. Saying this, he took the knife and meat right out of Lin Yanting's hands. Then he began slicing it himself. Seeing that Su Shuyun's knife skills were indeed quite good, Lin Yanting began observing carefully. Mr. Su seems to be quite skilled in the kitchen. Besides millet porridge, everything else I make is just so-so. Zhixi has been cooking for me every day lately. I might as well take this chance to learn some proper skills. And cook her a meal for her birthday. As Lin Yanting was thinking this, he failed to notice the fleeting disappointment in Wei Zhixi's eyes beside him. Am I really just a buddy to him? I can clearly sense his feelings for me. Why did he deny it in front of Teacher Su? Could it be? Wei Zhixi stole a glance at the two chatting and laughing. A suspicion began to form in her mind. Could it be that Ting likes Teacher Su? No wonder he stepped in to help on the bus back then. Su Shuyun shared the same sentiment. He doesn't seem to dislike me. Could it be he's interested in me too? Yes. That must be it. After all, we're destined by heaven. As the three in the kitchen each harbored their own thoughts, the doorbell at Lin Yanting's residence rang once more. 96 continue? Does the boss have a left-hand palm line? Hearing the doorbell ring, Meng Shishing hurried over to answer the door. The visitors were none other than Yi Zixuan and Su Qingyin. After spending time together recently, Meng Shishing had already become quite familiar with the two. He greeted them warmly. Ms. Yi. Ms. Su. Welcome. Come on in and take a seat. Dinner will be ready shortly. Hearing this, Yi Zixuan and Su Qingyin nodded in agreement. Perfect timing. We haven't eaten yet. We were planning to discuss the cooperation details with your boss. And then grab a quick bite back at the office. Never expected we'd get to piggyback on a meal now. Yi Zixuan said, rubbing her stomach. Su Qingyin glanced around before speaking. Then she spoke up. Ha? Where are Lin Yanting and Shuyun? Where are they? Meng Shishing pointed toward the kitchen. They're both helping out in the kitchen. Upon hearing this, Yi Zixuan couldn't help but freeze in surprise. Shuyun's cooking skills are truly exceptional. She rarely cooked. Who would have thought she'd come to assist Lin Yanting in the kitchen? How peculiar. Just as Yi Zixuan was puzzling over it, Su Qingyin also noticed Qianqian and her grandfather nearby. Ha! Who are this elderly gentleman and this little girl? Why haven't I seen them before? Immediately, Meng Shishing recounted their backgrounds to Yi Zixuan and Su Qingyin once more. Upon hearing this, Yi Zixuan suddenly understood. Oh, so that's how it was. No wonder Lin Yanting asked me yesterday to find him a place to stay. It was for this grandfather and grandson. Hearing Yi Zixuan say this, Qianqian and her grandfather instantly understood each other's identities. So you're Mr. Yi. Thanks to your help and young Master Ting's assistance, you've truly solved a major problem for us. This old man has little to offer in return, but as a token of gratitude. How about this? How about I read your fortunes? Upon hearing this, Meng Shishing beside him slapped his own face. Damn it! Not again. But this time, old Deng's miscalculated. Mr. Yi has been navigating the business world for so long. How could he be as easily fooled as the boss's wife and teacher Su? But Yi Zixuan and Su Qingyin were intrigued. Who knew the old gentleman could read palms? Why not start by reading mine? Seeing Yi Zixuan didn't object, Grandpa Qianqian began to scrutinize her carefully. However, compared to before, this time, Grandpa Qianqian was clearly much more attentive. After a moment of deep thought, he finally spoke. Mr. Yi, is the inward fold in your right ear caused by that well accident when you were young? Upon hearing this, Meng Shishing immediately sneered repeatedly. Old Deng really has some nerve. By saying that, he's just giving himself away. Who do you think Mr. Yi is? He's lived in luxury since childhood. How could he possibly fall into a well? But what Meng Shishing hadn't anticipated was, upon hearing Qianqian's grandfather's question, a flicker of surprise also passed through Yi Zixuan's eyes. Old gentleman. You can tell that? This mark was indeed left during my childhood. But if you insist on calling it a well, it's close enough. That year, some scoundrel stole the manhole cover by the roadside, and I happened to sneak out alone to play. And in a moment of carelessness. As she spoke, Yi Zixuan found it hard to bring up the incident of falling into the sewer as a child. For a moment, Su Qingyin also wore an expression of disbelief. She knew about this incident too. Who would have thought the old man before them could even foresee this? Meng Shishing's eyes widened in shock. He could foresee that too? Could it be that this old man isn't a true sage, but a wolf in sheep's clothing? Does that mean I can ask him to predict Miss Delay's future again? The others didn't notice Meng Shishing's lecherous grin. Instead, they listened intently as Grandpa Qianqian continued his story. Mr. Yi, please hear me out. In the realm of physiognomy, this is the heavenly consort's tribulation seal. If you can find a partner with a broken line on their left palm to fill the gap, this feature not only brings prosperity to family members but also foretells a dragon phoenix imperial decree 30 years from now. Seeing Qianqian's grandfather speak with such conviction, Yi Zixuan couldn't help but ask. What does a broken line on the left palm mean? What does Dragon Phoenix Imperial Decree mean? Seeing that Yi Zixuan didn't quite grasp his meaning, Qianqian's grandfather patiently explained. This left palm with a broken line refers to a broken palm line on a man's left hand. It signifies command over military affairs, representing authority and decisiveness, but can also indicate a tendency toward extremes. To put it simply, a man with this palm line in ancient times might be a general commanding military power. But in modern society, such a man is likely to be a gang leader with his own crew. This is evident from the subsequent traits of authority and decisiveness, yet prone to extremes. Such individuals are prone to veering down dangerous paths. As for you, though you bear the heavenly consort's tribulation seal, your fate is fraught with adversity. You may bring misfortune to your father. You are prone to early death. You might even meet an untimely death. But if you can meet the man I mentioned earlier, the one with the broken palm line on his left hand, you two will complement each other, transforming the intangible into tangible, the weak into the strong. In ancient times, the Dragon Phoenix Imperial Decree signified both spouses receiving noble titles, symbolizing the union of dragon and phoenix. Your family would gain immense prestige through you. To call it priceless would be no exaggeration. But in the present day, it remains an auspicious union of dragon and phoenix, truly marvelous. Your joint business achievements will know no bounds. Yi Zixuan, who had initially taken it as mere amusement, after hearing Qianqian's grandfather's account, her expression turned solemn. For what this elderly gentleman described mirrored her own life story almost exactly. Though born into wealth, her life had been filled with unending hardships. Her father passed away when she was very young. And not long ago, she had faced a major crisis at the Guojin Tower. Had it not been for Lin Yanting's intervention, she likely wouldn't have escaped unscathed. For some reason, as Qianqian's grandfather recounted the story, whether it was Yi Zixuan, Su Qingyin, or Meng Shishing, all saw Lin Yanting's face in their minds. If the description held true, A gang boss with his underlings. Wasn't that exactly who Lin Yanting used to be? Though Lin Yanting had come dangerously close to truly walking this path. If Lin Yanting hadn't suddenly decided to go straight. With his capabilities, he could have easily become a major underground figure. Now he's formed a partnership with Wei Zhixi. Everything is moving in a positive direction. It was hard not to make the connection. Just then, Meng Shishing blurted out instinctively. I wonder if the boss has a broken palm line on his left hand. The moment these words left his lips, instantly drew the attention of everyone present. Seeing everyone staring at him, Meng Shishing hastily waved his hands. Why are you all staring at me? I was just speaking off the cuff. Hearing this, Wei Zhixi spoke up. Just for a laugh. No need to take it seriously. Though Wei Zhixi said this, a flicker of curiosity still stirred within her. I wonder if Lin Yanting has a broken palm line on his left hand. If I get the chance, I'll take a look. Of course, I'm just genuinely curious. Not that I have any ulterior motives. Yeah. Right. That's exactly it. Seeing Wei Zhixuan's displeased expression, Shanxian's grandfather thought his words had upset her. He immediately rushed to explain. As Ms. Yi said. This is just for fun. Whether it's accurate or not, I really don't know. I just happened to flip through an old book of physiognomy passed down by my ancestors last night. Today, with nothing better to do, I thought I'd show off a bit. Everything I just said is based on the book's analysis. If I've offended you in any way, please don't take it to heart, Mr. Yi. Upon hearing this, Wei Zhixi didn't get angry. Instead, she smiled and said, You're just interpreting things by the book too, old man. Don't worry about it. Seeing Wei Zhixi didn't take offense, Shanxian's grandfather finally let out a long sigh of relief. But before he could fully recover, Su Qingyin beside him hurriedly spoke up. Old master, could you please take a look? 97 Grandpa. It seems like you meant well but ended up making things worse. Seeing everyone's keen interest in his divination skills, Shanxian's grandfather grew even more enthusiastic. He immediately began scrutinizing Su Qingyin's facial features. But after just a moment, Grandpa Shanxian furrowed his brow. After the incident with Wei Zhixi earlier, Grandpa Shanxian had learned a lesson. That is, one must never speak so bluntly. So, Grandpa Shanxian chose his words carefully. Has everything been well at Secretary Su's home lately? Upon hearing this, a flicker of unease crossed Su Qingyin's eyes. But she concealed it well. My family? What about my family? Is something wrong? I'm the type who can eat alone without worrying about the whole family going hungry. Nothing should go wrong, right? Upon hearing Su Qingyin's words, Meng Shishing, standing nearby, nodded in agreement as if it were only natural. That's only logical. If he's right again, then this old fool would truly be a fortune teller? Shanxian's grandfather heard Su Qingyin's words. Didn't seem too concerned. He chuckled to himself. He'd only crammed some fortune-telling techniques the night before. His original intention was simply to help Lin Yanting charm a wife. As a way to repay the favor. He hadn't held out much hope for its accuracy anyway. But just then, Wei Zhixi, standing nearby, suddenly spoke up. Ha! That doesn't add up. Xiaosu, don't you have a younger sister? Better safe than sorry. Let the old gentleman explain it clearly. For a moment, Shanxian's grandfather was taken aback. Then he spoke up. Secretary Su, what I'm about to say is just reading from the script, don't take it personally. Su Qingyin said nothing more, merely nodding in response. Seeing this, Shanxian's grandfather finally continued. Secretary Su's position is shrouded in black mist, heavenly fire scorches the home, earthly waters flood the fields. Days ago, a blood relative suffered the calamity of retrieving chestnuts from the fire and licking honey from the blade. Hearing this, Su Qingyin's heart trembled. Though she found it all rather vague and confusing, but connecting it to her sister's kidnapping, she instantly grasped the meaning behind Grandpa Shanxian's words. He really figured it out. No! Yi Zong mustn't find out. If Mr. Yi finds out, he'll definitely step in to help rescue her. But every move Yi Group makes is under constant surveillance. It's easy for those people to catch wind of it early. If that happens, Xingyan will be in danger. I wonder if there's any news from Lin Yanting's side. Wei Zhixi was unaware of Su Qingyin's thoughts at that moment. She asked immediately. Could the old gentleman be more explicit? What does that even mean? Shanxian's grandfather didn't think twice. He spoke instinctively. Simply put, it means Secretary Su's family members might be held hostage to threaten him. Hearing this, Wei Zhixuan's expression also turned serious. Although Su Qingyin was her subordinate, years of working together had forged a bond between them as close as sisters. If Su Qingyin had truly been kidnapped, she would spare no effort to help. But when she looked at Su Qingyin, she found the other woman's expression unchanged. Not a hint of unease. Ha! Old man, you've got it all wrong this time. My sister is perfectly fine, how could she possibly be kidnapped? If something like that really happened, I'd definitely ask our CEO Yi for help. Hearing Su Qingyan say this, Yi Zixuan nodded in agreement. Exactly. If Su Qingyan really had been kidnapped, Xiao Su would definitely come to me for help. How could she possibly act so nonchalant now? Regarding this, Xianxian's grandfather didn't seem to mind. He said it quite calmly. Ha ha. We're just showing off, showing off. Everyone, just take it as a bit of fun. Just then, the kitchen door suddenly opened. Su Shuyun appeared, hands laden with a steaming pot of braised pork knuckles. She hurried toward the dining table. It's so hot. So hot. Quick, give me a hand. Meng Shixing saw this and was about to step forward to help. But unexpectedly, Su Shuyun seemed to have taken too big a step. He stumbled over something. He fell backward. The freshly cooked braised pork knuckles were about to land right on Su Shuyun's face. Remember, freshly cooked dishes are piping hot. If it really landed on Su Shuyun's face, it would likely leave him with severe burns. Those nearby watched in panic. They simply couldn't intervene in time. Just as the situation reached a critical moment, a figure appeared, one hand holding a tray, catching the braised pork knuckle with steady precision. The other hand immediately braced Su Shuyun's waist. For a moment, Su Shuyun's mind went blank. Just as she stood frozen in shock, a magnetic male voice suddenly sounded by her ear. Ms. Su? Are you okay? Lin Yanting stared at Su Shuyun in his arms with a puzzled expression. But as she gazed upon that handsome face mere inches away, Su Shuyun's heart began to race uncontrollably. It wasn't until Meng Shixing cleared his throat twice. Su Shuyun finally snapped back to reality. Oh, I'm fine. Seeing this, Lin Yanting didn't think much of it. After placing the pork knuckle on the dining table, he turned to head back to the kitchen to continue serving dishes. But unexpectedly, as he turned, his gaze locked with Wei Zhixi's eyes. Lin Yanting felt an inexplicable tremor in his heart. She instinctively opened her mouth to explain. But Wei Zhixi calmly walked around Lin Yanting. She carried another dish to the dining table. Lin Yanting, witnessing this scene, was filled with question marks. What's gotten into Zhixi? I don't think I've done anything to offend her. Why does she seem to be avoiding me? Noticing the awkward tension among the three, Meng Shixing hurriedly grabbed a pack of tissues. He handed it to Su Shuyun. Ha! Ms. Su. Look at you. Every time we're in class, you tell us to be careful and pay attention. Today you're the one spacing out and nearly tripping over yourself. If my boss hadn't happened to be passing by and caught you, you'd have been in real trouble. Hearing this, Wei Zhixi suddenly halted in her tracks. But she didn't linger long, returning to the kitchen to continue serving dishes. As for Su Shuyun, the person involved, her eyes flickered with emotion. Her eyes fixed intently on Lin Yanting. Yes. This time, it was all thanks to Lin. If it weren't for you, I might have been scalded. I'll find a chance to properly thank you. Lin Yanting didn't make a big deal out of it. Instead, he casually remarked. It's no big deal. Don't worry about it. With that, he followed Wei Zhixi into the kitchen. Sigh. Su Shuyun intended to follow Lin Yanting into the kitchen. But he was stopped directly by Meng Shixing. Teacher Su. You're our guest. Please stay seated here. Just wait for them to serve the dishes. With that, Meng Shixing paid no heed to whether Su Shuyun was willing or not. He simply pulled Su Shuyun over and seated him at the dining table. Yi Zixuan and Su Qingyin, watching from the side, were also somewhat surprised by Su Shuyun's reaction. When did Su Shuyun and Lin Yanting become so close? And what was that look she gave Lin Yanting? At that moment, only Meng Shixing, who had witnessed everything, understood the situation. The moment Meng Shixing noticed Su Shuyun's gaze fixed on Lin Yanting, that gaze brimming with affection, he knew. Miss Su had fallen head over heels. This spells trouble for the boss. He knew Lin Yanting's heart best. The boss only has eyes for Wei Zhixi. There's no room for anyone else. Now, with this mess, not only has Wei Zhixi misunderstood him, but the boss has also been unfairly blamed for something he didn't do. Thinking of this, Meng Shixing couldn't help but exchange a helpless glance with Qianxian's grandfather. Little did he know that old Master Shin noticed Meng Shixing's gaze. He instinctively raised an eyebrow, as if to boast, see. How well did this old man's wingman perform? He just took down one of your top men for you. Seeing this, Meng Shixing helplessly slapped his forehead, not knowing what to say. But little Qianxian, upon witnessing this scene, she gently tugged at her grandfather's sleeve and whispered softly, Grandpa. Looks like you meant well but messed things up. Originally beaming with pride. After Qianxian's reminder, a hint of embarrassment flashed in his eyes. Ha? No way. 98 What a mess. Mengo, what's wrong? In the kitchen, Wei Zhixi had just grabbed 2 damp cloths, preparing to lift the clay pot filled with pork rib soup. Lin Yanting walked in. Let me handle it, Zhixi. That's hot. Saying this, Lin Yanting walked straight up to Wei Zhixi's side. He reached out to take the cloth. But Wei Zhixi raised her hand, stopping Lin Yanting's movement. Let me do it. If Teacher Su misunderstands later, it won't be good. With that, Wei Zhixi paid no attention to Lin Yanting's bewildered expression. Instead, she walked straight out of the kitchen carrying the clay pot of spare rib soup. At that moment, Lin Yanting's mind was filled with question marks. Misunderstood by Teacher Su? Misunderstood what? I was just helping carry a hot pot, what could she possibly misunderstand? Besides, if she misunderstood, so be it. Lin Yanting's muttering grew fainter and fainter. As the dishes were brought to the table one by one, everyone formally took their seats. Surveying the bountiful spread before them, Yi Zixuan spoke up. Lin Yanting, you really have some clout. You actually got Xu Yun to cook personally. Even when I beg her endlessly, she'd never cook for me. Hearing this, Su Shuyun shot Yi Zixuan a slightly reproachful glance. But immediately afterward, her gaze shifted discreetly toward Lin Yanting. To this, Lin Yanting paid it no mind whatsoever. His thoughts were entirely focused on Wei Zhixi at that moment. He couldn't fathom why Wei Zhixi had said those things in the kitchen just now. Seeing that Lin Yanting didn't respond, a flicker of disappointment crossed Su Shuyun's face. All of this was observed by Meng Shixing, who stood by as a bystander. Seeing this, Meng Shixing quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Everyone, let's just eat already. If we chat any longer, the food will get cold. Lin Yanting snapped back to reality at Meng Shixing's words. He promptly picked up a piece of pork knuckle, marbled with fat and lean, and placed it in Wei Zhixi's bowl. You worked so hard in the kitchen just now. This pork knuckle is packed with collagen. Eat it while it's hot. Seeing Lin Yanting serve Wei Zhixi first, a flicker of disappointment crossed Su Shuyun's eyes once more. But immediately, it was replaced by determination. What surprised everyone, though, Wei Zhixi stared at the pork knuckle in her bowl. Showed not the slightest flicker of emotion. Instead, she spoke with unusual calmness. Thank you, Lin. But I don't really like fatty foods. As she spoke, Wei Zhixi promptly transferred the pork knuckle from her bowl back into Meng Shixing's. Meng has been attending classes during the day and filming at night lately. He's been working really hard. This piece of pork knuckle should be yours. Upon hearing this, Meng Shixing glanced at the pig's trotter Wei Zhixi had placed in his bowl. Then, almost instinctively, he glanced at Lin Yanting. The observant Meng Shixing clearly saw Lin Yanting's eyebrow twitch, and was immediately alarmed. Oh no, the boss is starting to get annoyed. Guys, if you're having issues, don't drag me into it. I'm innocent. But Wei Zhixi didn't seem ready to let it go. Instead, she looked utterly perplexed and asked, why isn't Amon eating? Could it be he dislikes the food I served him? The moment these words left her lips, Meng Shixing instantly found himself caught between a rock and a hard place. Though he dared not offend his boss, Lin Yanting, he dared not offend Wei Zhixi, his future sister-in-law. What if he refused to eat the food she served? Once these two confirmed their relationship, and she felt he'd snubbed her today, and that beast of a boss would surely sacrifice him to win her favor. Weighing the pros and cons, Meng Shixing finally took a bite of the pork knuckle under Lin Yanting's murderous glare. He took a bite of the pig's trotter. But his expression was more painful than crying. Seeing Meng Shixing's expression like this, Xin Shanshan, standing nearby, tilted her little head in confusion. Meng brother, why do you look so miserable? Could it be that the pork knuckles aren't tasty? Hearing Xin Shanshan's question, as the chef responsible for this dish, Su Shuyun also turned to look at Meng Shixing. Meng, I cooked this myself. Could it be that it doesn't suit your taste? Seeing another one coming, Meng Shixing was about to say it was delicious. But unexpectedly, just as he was about to speak, his peripheral vision caught Wei Zhixi's gaze. His heart skipped a beat. What on earth happened in the kitchen just now? Where had that gentle, kind-hearted sister-in-law gone? Why did she suddenly seem like a completely different person today? And she and Teacher Su seem to be locked in a standoff. Why is everyone ganging up on me? For a moment, Meng Shixing's mind raced. He definitely couldn't cross his sister-in-law. Nor could he afford to offend Teacher Su. My credits depend on her. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Meng Shixing's mind. He spoke up. Professor Su. It's like this. I've been eating too much rich food lately. The doctor said my blood lipids are high. I need to cut back on greasy foods. So lately, I've been eating pretty light every day. My taste preferences have shifted a bit. I can't quite put my finger on it. Saying this, he scooped a spoonful of the stir-fried edamame Wei Zhixi had made nearby. This kind of light dish really suits my taste buds. Seeing this, a faint, barely perceptible curve lifted at the corners of Wei Zhixi's mouth. But it didn't escape Meng Shixing's keen eyes. Thus, Meng Shishing let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. Hearing Meng Shishing's words, Su Shuyun, however, seemed unconcerned. She merely gave a slight nod. Then he addressed Lin Yanting. Ting, the dishes I prepared today are to thank you for stepping up and protecting me from that thug on the bus last time. I'm not sure if they suit your taste. If they're not to your liking, just tell me straight up. Tell me what you'd like to eat, and I'll learn how to make it. Earlier, Su Shuyun had already told Yi Zixuan and Su Qingyin how she met Lin Yanting. So the two of them didn't think much of it at the moment. They simply assumed Su Shuyun wanted to thank Lin Yanting. But Meng Shishing, who'd been quietly eating his meal, couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine for Lin Yanting. Boss, don't make a mistake. Miss Su is clearly trying to figure out your preferences. And a woman willing to learn cooking for a man. That's obvious as hell. Meng Shishing thought to himself. He frantically shot Lin Yanting meaningful glances. Because the moment Su Shuyun spoke, Wei Zhixi appeared to be eating. Her peripheral vision had already locked onto Lin Yanting. Meng Shishing knew full well. If this question wasn't answered properly, his boss would definitely suffer the consequences. But Lin Yanting didn't even glance in Meng Shishing's direction. But Xin Xianxian, her mouth dripping with grease, noticed Meng Shishing's unusual behavior once more. Curious, she asked. Meng Gu, what's wrong with your eyes? Why are they twitching non-stop? Are you sick? The moment she spoke, everyone's gaze turned toward Meng Shishing. Seeing everyone staring at him, Meng Shishing could only offer an awkward smile. Ha, well. My eyes were just a bit dry. But I'm fine now. Seeing this, everyone withdrew their gaze. After this brief interruption, the crowd's attention had long since drifted elsewhere. They paid little further attention to Su Shuyun's question. However, Su Shuyun clearly had no intention of letting it go. Instead, he pressed on with his inquiry. Ting? What's your take? Upon hearing this, Lin Yanting replied almost without hesitation. Teacher Su's cooking is absolutely fantastic. Her dishes are every bit as good as those made by hotel chefs. Hearing Lin Yanting's high praise, Su Shuyun broke into a bright smile. Her eyes locked onto Lin Yanting's. Seeing this, Meng Shishing slapped his forehead. He inwardly cursed his luck. He began to sneak glances at Wei Zhixi's current state out of the corner of his eye. Wei Zhixi, however, remained as calm as ever. She continued eating her meal without a care. Yet Meng Shishing couldn't shake the feeling that an unsettling aura of lethal intent now radiated from her entire being. For a moment, Meng Shishing shot a glance at his incompetent boss. Seeing him still babbling on about how skilled Su Shuyun was at cooking, Meng Shishing blurted out instinctively, "What a moron." The words had barely left his mouth. Meng Shishing immediately covered his mouth. But it was too late. Lin Yanting had already turned to look. Meng? Who the hell are you calling a pig-brained idiot? Facing his boss's accusatory gaze, a cold sweat trickled down Meng Shishing's forehead. At that moment, his boss stood a mere 70 centimeters away. If the boss were to turn on him now, the odds of winning would be roughly 30% to 70%. The boss could kill him 7 times in 3 minutes. But after 4¼ seconds, Meng Shishing prepared to tell a lie. To escape this hellish battlefield, Meng Shishing opened his mouth, his face blank with confusion. Oh, I shouldn't have eaten that leftover pig brain yesterday. Now look. My stomach's acting up. All these delicious dishes are off limits to me now. With that, Meng Shishing dashed straight into the restroom. For a moment, Lin Yanting was left speechless. But Su Shuyun beside him seemed unwilling to let it go. Hey Ting, you didn't finish what you were saying. 99 wait. Let nature take its course. Watching Su Shuyun's face brimming with expectation, Wei Zhixi's gaze grew increasingly dim beside them. But what she hadn't anticipated was, Lin Yanting suddenly changed the subject. Teacher Su, your cooking rivals that of a professional chef. And the flavor is impeccable. But eating them once or twice is enough. Eating it too often might spoil your palate. Compared to that, I still prefer simple home-style stir-fries. Besides, Zhixi takes such good care of me every day now. So Teacher Su doesn't need to worry. Best to channel that extra energy elsewhere. As for what happened on the bus earlier, it was just a small favor. Mr. Su, please don't dwell on it. Su Shuyun, having received Lin Yanting's reply, the smile on her face froze instantly. But it quickly returned to normal. Oh, I see. Since Lin has Wei to look after him, I can rest easy too. But what I want to say is, though Lin's act of stepping forward may have been just a casual gesture, I'll never forget this kindness. With that said, Su Shuyun said no more. Beside him, Yi Zixuan sensed the awkwardness in the air. He also hurried out to smooth things over. Oh my goodness. You two just keep chatting away. The food's getting cold. Eat up, everyone. As the one who started it all, Xianxian's grandfather naturally sensed something was off. He'd been too afraid to speak up until now. Until Yi Zixuan spoke up. He finally dared to chime in. Yeah. Eat up. After the two of them smoothed things over. And with no one bringing up the topic again. The atmosphere that followed was actually quite harmonious. Wei Zhixi, who had been feeling troubled, never imagined Lin Yanting would refuse so bluntly. He even mentioned her. Her mind immediately began racing with wild thoughts. What does a ting mean by this? Teacher Su's words already made her intentions crystal clear. Yet he not only flatly refused. He even brought me into it. What is he trying to say? At this thought, Wei Zhixi also stole a glance at Lin Yanting. But that single glance made Wei Zhixi's heart race wildly. For when she turned her gaze toward him, Lin Yanting was looking right at her. Their eyes locked. Wei Zhixi quickly averted her gaze. Seeing Wei Zhixi looking somewhat flustered, a faint smile curved the corners of Lin Yanting's mouth. Meanwhile, Meng Shishing, who had earlier taken advantage of the chaos to slip away, seeing the matter resolved, finally emerged from the restroom. Come on. Let's get back to eating. Soon, the meal was finished. Everyone dispersed in their own directions. Seeing Wei Zhixi rise, Lin Yanting spoke without hesitation. I'll walk Zhixi home. It's too late and it's unsafe for a girl to be out alone. Wei Zhixi was about to say something. But Lin Yanting didn't give her a chance to speak, pulling her out the door. Su Shuyun, who witnessed this scene, couldn't help but understand Lin Yanting's intentions. Though he didn't know why Lin Yanting had called Wei Zhixi his buddy back in the kitchen. But judging from everything that had just happened, it was clear Lin Yanting had feelings for Wei Zhixi. This realization left Su Shuyun, who was trying to navigate romance for the first time, feeling particularly disheartened. Beside her, Yi Zixuan seemed to have picked up on her best friend's feelings. She immediately placed her hand on Su Shuyun's shoulder. Some things just can't be forced. Come on. I'll drive you both home. Su Shuyun said nothing. She merely nodded. Seeing Qianqian and her grandson also preparing to leave, Yi Zixuan turned and said, Mr. Shen, your place is on our way. Shall we go together? Seeing this, Qianqian's grandfather gladly accepted. Soon after they stepped outside, they spotted a Rolls-Royce Phantom limousine parked right outside Lin Yanting's residence. Grandpa Qianqian's eyes widened in astonishment. When had he ever seen such a magnificent car? And now he could actually ride in one. He was genuinely overwhelmed by the unexpected luxury. Seeming to notice Qianqian's grandfather's awkwardness, Yi Zixuan spoke up. Mr. Shen, there's no need to be so formal. We're all friends here. Come on in. Hearing this, Qianqian's grandfather no longer hesitated. He promptly helped Qianqian into the car. But to everyone's surprise, just as Su Qingyin was about to get in, Yi Zixuan stopped her. Xiao Su, I just remembered I left some important documents in my office. Could you please go back to the company and retrieve them for me? Hearing this, Su Qingyin didn't think twice. Instead, she turned around and hailed a cab, heading straight for Yi Group. The moment Qianqian's grandfather helped her into the Rolls-Royce, Yi Zixuan also asked, Mr. Shen, there's something I've been meaning to ask you. Seeing this, Qianqian's grandfather didn't think twice. Go ahead, Ms. Yi. Yi Zixuan got straight to the point. Mr. Shen, you mentioned earlier that Xiao Su's sister was kidnapped. If we want to rescue Xiao Su's sister, what should we do? Hearing this question, Qianqian's grandfather looked puzzled. Isn't it said that Secretary Su's sister is safe and sound now? Why would Mr. Yi ask that? Hearing this, Yi Zixuan didn't intend to explain anything. Oh, I just want to be prepared for any eventuality. In case we ever face such a situation, I'd like to see what the old gentleman thinks. Seeing that the other party was merely curious, Qianqian's grandfather suddenly understood. So that's how it is. It seems Mr. Yi has quite a fondness for divination and numerology. Very well. To be able to entertain Mr. Yi is also a way to repay the honor he has bestowed upon us grandfather and grandson. He might as well continue with the previous interpretation. To break the deadlock. Remember, the white tiger's wound shall ultimately turn to wealth. Await the night of the full moon, when you hear the seeds of the Polonia tree fall in the courtyard, that shall be the signal arrow, transforming calamity into opportunity. Upon hearing this, Yi Zixuan immediately asked, what does this mean? Qianqian's grandfather continued. The solution to breaking the stalemate is actually quite simple. If what I mentioned earlier actually happens, all we need is to wait for someone with the white tiger destiny pattern. Secretary Su's sister will be saved. Upon hearing white tiger destiny, a flicker of confusion crossed Yi Zixuan's eyes. Seeing that she didn't understand the meaning of the white tiger destiny, Qianqian's grandfather immediately explained. The white tiger resides in the west, associated with metal, and governs slaughter and destruction. The so-called white tiger piercing the hall brings ruin to the family and death to its members. Those with the white tiger destiny carry an overwhelming aura of destruction, inevitably bringing calamity upon their family. Thus, those with this destiny are often orphans. They are also prone to straying onto the wrong path, leading to irreversible ruin. To counter the white tiger's malevolence, one must counter evil with evil. However, such individuals possess a strong character and a sense of justice. And they themselves require the calamity energy of others to neutralize their own white tiger energy. Therefore, once this person intervenes, the calamity aura on Secretary Su's sister will be neutralized. Hearing this, Wei Zhixi couldn't help but recall the previous commentary Grandpa Qianxian had given her. Is the man with the broken palm line connected to this white tiger destiny? And why does this so-called white tiger destiny sound more and more like Lin Yanting? 100, lick like crazy. Watch out or you'll turn into a jet fighter. They chatted all the way. Soon they arrived at the residence Wei Zhixi had arranged for Qianxian and her grandfather. After the grandmother and grandson got out of the car, Su Shuyun remained lost in the disappointment of Lin Yanting's rejection. She couldn't help but notice Wei Zhixuan's unusual behavior. She immediately asked, Zhixuan, what's wrong with you? Ever since we got in the car, you've been deliberately distracting Qingyin. And kept asking about Qingyin's past the entire ride. What exactly happened? Seeing that her best friend had noticed her thoughts, Wei Zhixi didn't hide anything. Instead, she spoke directly. Xiao Su has been acting strangely lately. So I started investigating her discreetly. Sure enough, I discovered that Xiao Su has been leaking confidential information about G Group to outsiders. Upon hearing this, Su Shuyun was utterly shocked. How could that be? Qingyin has always been utterly loyal to you. How could she do such a thing? To this, Wei Zhixi didn't argue. Instead, she nodded solemnly. Indeed, Xiao Su has been utterly loyal to me. Wei Zhixuan's almost contradictory statement left Su Shuyun utterly baffled. Seeing Su Shuyun's puzzled expression, Wei Zhixi explained. When I first discovered Xiao Su's issue, I was actually furious inside. I treated her like a sister, how could she betray me? But I soon realized I'd misunderstood her. Although Xiao Su leaked a lot of information about the Yi Group, it was mostly trivial information. As my personal secretary, if Xiao Su had wanted to obtain core secrets of the Yi Group, it wouldn't have been too difficult. Yet she didn't do it. This indirectly suggests that Xiao Su was coerced. She had no choice but to act this way. At this point, Su Shuyun suddenly understood. I get it now. Someone kidnapped Qingyin's sister. To blackmail her. Wei Zhixi nodded again. Exactly. I hadn't considered this possibility before. But considering all factors, I didn't expose this to Xiao Su. Instead, I let her proceed as she wished. I trust she wouldn't actually do anything to harm me or the Yi Group. Even if she did something like that, under my watch, she couldn't possibly leak any truly critical intelligence. It wasn't until we arrived at Lin Yanting's residence and encountered old Master Shen. His remarks jolted me back to reality. The old Master Shen mentioned that when little Su was kidnapped, Xiao Su showed no unusual signs. Others couldn't detect it, but I could see subtle shifts in her demeanor. Having been together so long, not only does she understand me, but I understand her too. I could sense that when old Master Shen spoke those words, Xiao Su was forcing herself to stay calm. This only solidified my belief that Xiao Su's sister had truly been kidnapped. Therefore, my sole purpose now is to rescue Xiao Su's sister. Just then, Su Shuyun seemed to have thought of something. She suddenly addressed Wei Zhixi. Zhixuan, could the person with the white tiger destiny that old Master Shen mentioned be Lin Yanting? What he described bears an uncanny resemblance to Lin Yanting's life story. Could it be possible? Qingyin never came forward to tell you the truth. Mainly because she feared that if you took action, the people who kidnapped her sister would notice. After all, the Yi Group is a massive conglomerate with countless eyes watching it from the shadows. But given Qingyin's temperament, she would never sit idly by and wait for disaster to strike. And Lin Yanting had once been involved in the underworld. Perhaps Qingyin had already sought Lin Yanting's assistance. It's just that Lin Yanting hasn't mentioned it. After Su Shuyun's reminder, Wei Zhixi instantly understood. Indeed. Besides me, the only person who could help her was Lin Yanting. Perhaps I need to have a proper conversation with Lin Yanting. Meanwhile, Lin Yanting was walking Wei Zhixi home. Wei Zhixi had remained silent the entire way. Finally, Lin Yanting broke the silence. You seemed upset earlier? Hearing this, Wei Zhixi, who had been walking ahead, suddenly stopped in her tracks. She turned to look at Lin Yanting. She looked utterly bewildered. Angry? Why would I be angry? Why would I be angry? The sudden barrage of 3 questions. It left Lin Yanting completely dumbfounded. Not me means, why did you suddenly seem a bit? But before Lin Yanting could finish his sentence, Wei Zhixi cut in. What did I have? I've always been like this. Seeing Wei Zhixi still stubborn as ever, Lin Yanting knew. Asking like this wouldn't get him anywhere. He immediately shifted his approach. Zhixi, I don't know what I did to upset you. But I know it must be my fault. I'm counting on you to cook for me every day. Please don't stay angry. Hearing this, Wei Zhixi, though her displeasure had largely dissipated due to Lin Yanting's sincere apology. Her displeasure had largely dissipated. But out of pride, she didn't show it. Wei Zhixi twirled a strand of hair that fell naturally across her chest with one hand. While speaking with a hint of insincerity. Teacher Su just said that you should tell her what you want to eat. Even if there's a dish she doesn't know how to make, she'll take the time to learn it. Why would I need to cook for you at all? Seeing Wei Zhixi speak like this, Lin Yanting chuckled heartily. He said with a cheeky grin. Oh my. Didn't I tell you? Miss Su's cooking just doesn't suit my taste. I only love the food you make. Will you keep cooking for me forever? Seeing Lin Yanting's sincere and expectant gaze, Wei Zhixi's heart began to pound violently once more. Wei Zhixi knew that if this continued, Lin Yanting would definitely notice something was off. She immediately turned her back to Lin Yanting. Oh my goodness. I'm not bothering with you, you scoundrel. If you really want to eat my cooking, then you'll have to earn it from now on. If you dare to tease me again or upset me, watch out, I might slip laxatives into your food. Turn you into a super-powered jet fighter. Lin Yanting never imagined that Wei Zhixi, who'd always been so soft and gentle, could actually utter such words. He couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. But he knew that he had just passed that test. Wei Zhixi had forgiven him. Seizing the moment, Lin Yanting pressed his advantage. Tomorrow is the weekend. Remember that invitation from Jin Yunche to visit his mountain retreat? Get some sleep tonight. My ghost fire is back. I'll pick you up first thing tomorrow morning. 101 Jealousy. How come Lin Yanting is everywhere but with me? The next morning, after carefully getting ready, she stood waiting downstairs at her residence for Lin Yanting's arrival. Leaning against the blue brick wall, the glow of morning dew, not yet dried, washed over the hem of her flowing skirt. Her misty blue chiffon gown resembled clouds dyed by the dawn glow, while delicate silver thread embroidered half-open lily of the valley blossoms at her neckline, faintly visible as they climbed her collarbone with each breath. The soft curls at her hairline were tousled by the morning breeze. A mother-of-pearl hairpin adorned her half-up, half-down jet-black hair, like a star that had accidentally fallen to earth. I don't know why. Ever since yesterday's incident, Wei Zhixi, who rarely adorned herself, the thought that Lin Yanting would come to pick her up today, she found herself wanting to present her most perfect self to him. She secretly hoped to see his reaction when he saw her today. But what Wei Zhixi hadn't anticipated was, as the roar of an engine grew louder from afar, Wei Zhixi saw a bright yellow sports car pull up in front of her. As the scissored doors lifted, Wu Liang emerged from the car, holding a bouquet of flowers. He then strode quickly toward Wei Zhixi. The moment he recognized Wei Zhixi, Wu Liang's eyes widened in astonishment. Wei Zhixi possessed innate beauty. Even without makeup or adornment, she was already campus beauty material. At this moment, Wei Zhixi had not only carefully dressed herself, she had even applied a light touch of makeup. If Wei Zhixi was once a lotus untouched by the mud, then the Wei Zhixi of today is a peony that outshines all others. Seeing Wu Liang staring at her so intently, without uttering a word, Wei Zhixi felt an inexplicable discomfort. Mr. Wu Liang? Is there something you need? Hearing Wei Zhixi's voice, Wu Liang finally snapped out of his stunned admiration. Zhixi, you look absolutely stunning today. This bouquet is for you. He extended the bouquet toward Wei Zhixi. But Wei Zhixi calmly took a step back. Mr. Wu, thank you for your kind gesture. But these flowers are too precious. I can't accept them. Seeing Wei Zhixi's refusal to accept the flowers he offered, Wu Liang immediately wore a look of disappointment. Zhixi, we're friends, right? Can't you even accept a bouquet? Seeing this, though Wei Zhixi was kind-hearted, she knew what accepting these flowers would signify, so she couldn't take them. But back when she was bullied by Jin Yunche at school, Wu Liang had stepped in to speak up for Wei Zhixi. Therefore, Wei Zhixi didn't want to hurt Wu Liang. After a moment of deep thought, she finally spoke up. I'm sorry, Wu Liang. I'm allergic to pollen, so I really can't accept these flowers from you. Hearing Wei Zhixi say this, Wu Liang was a bit taken aback. After all, he'd known Wei Zhixi for so long. He had no idea she was allergic to pollen. But since Wei Zhixi had made her position clear, Wu Liang felt it was inappropriate to say anything more. Still, he hadn't given up on trying to win her over. Dressed up so beautifully today, did you know I was coming to pick you up? Yun's summer retreat was still quite a distance away. Would I have the honor of escorting our esteemed Miss Wei part of the way? He said. Wu Liang, as if afraid Wei Zhixi didn't know he'd driven a sports car over. He even pressed his car key fob for emphasis. His sports car responded with 2 sharp beeps. Seeing this, Wei Zhixi could only offer an awkward smile. Just as Wei Zhixi was pondering how to decline Wu Liang's offer, a series of beeps sounded nearby. Wei Zhixi turned to look. There stood Lin Yanting, dressed in casual attire, riding his Ghostfire motorcycle, parked not far away. He was honking the horn at Wei Zhixi. Seeing this, Wu Liang, standing nearby, also noticed Lin Yanting. He immediately cursed inwardly. So Lin Yanting was planning to pick up Wei Zhixi too. But that's fine. That jerk drove over in a cheap old Ghostfire worth less than $2,000. And I'm driving a sports car worth over 800,000. Let Wei Zhixi see the gap between Lin Yanting and this young master. Sports car or beat-up old clunker, anyone can tell which one to choose. Just as Wu Liang thought he'd finally gained the upper hand in front of Wei Zhixi, little did he know. The moment Wei Zhixi laid eyes on Lin Yanting, her face lit up with a radiant smile. She broke into a light jog and dashed straight toward Lin Yanting. As she passed by Wu Liang, she merely left a parting remark. Sorry, Wu Liang. A ting and I already have plans. Then, he didn't give Wu Liang a chance to speak. Not even his prized 800,000 yuan sports car. Wei Zhixi didn't spare it a single glance the entire time. She simply sat down behind Lin Yanting. Why'd you take so long? I've been waiting for you forever. Lin Yanting couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Ah. Yesterday, when Yi Zixuan heard we were going to the suburban summer resort today, she kept saying that I'm now her partner. And that driving this beat-up ghost was too embarrassing. So she gifted me a Lamborghini. She said it would be delivered this morning. But I waited forever and no one showed up to deliver it. I was afraid you'd be waiting too long, so I just rode this Ghostfire over. Hearing that Yi Zixuan had actually taken the initiative to send Lin Yanting a car, a complex flicker crossed Wei Zhixi's eyes. Didn't Mr. Yi already give you the payment we agreed on earlier? Why bring up delivering a car now? Could it be she has feelings for you too? Though Wei Zhixi was seated behind Lin Yanting at that moment, he couldn't see her expression. But Lin Yanting knew without a doubt that Wei Zhixi was probably overthinking things again. He immediately explained. You're overthinking it. He's the president of the Yi Group, worth billions. If she were looking for someone, it would definitely be a scion from a prominent family or major corporation, someone of equal standing. The reason she gave me the car is because after hearing my quasi-operational plan, she wants to increase her investment, but fears I might refuse. So she tried to bribe me this way. Hearing this, Wei Zhixi's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled a little. Alright. Although Wei Zhixi hadn't dwelled on this matter constantly. After last night's events, after witnessing Su Shuyun's attitude toward Lin Yanting, Wei Zhixi began to feel insecure and anxious. Though she genuinely liked Lin Yanting had never explicitly expressed his feelings to her. Although Lin Yanting often teased her in their daily interactions, she vaguely sensed his affection for her. She still feared it was all just wishful thinking on her part. Especially after yesterday's remark in the kitchen, "We're just good buddies," only deepened Wei Zhixi's worries. Later, Su Shuyun even directly expressed her feelings for Lin Yanting. Coming from a scholarly family, Su Shuyun, she possessed not only the grace of a well-bred young lady but also a mature charm. Wei Zhixi knew full well that many boys these days were drawn to Su Shuyun's type. There was no guarantee Lin Yanting wouldn't feel the same way. One Su Shuyun was already enough to make Wei Zhixi anxious. If Yi Zixuan were to enter the picture now, Wei Zhixi truly wouldn't know what to do. But Lin Yanting, in his current state, couldn't possibly fathom Wei Zhixi's delicate feminine thoughts. Seeing that Wei Zhixi wasn't pursuing the car incident further, he immediately waved to Wu Liang, who was frozen in place. Mr. Wu Liang, I'm taking Shiba with me. Goodbye. With that said, Lin Yanting twisted the throttle and the Ghostfire motorcycle shot forward like an arrow released from its bow. Watching the duck slip through his fingers, Wu Liang was furious. His hatred for Lin Yanting burned ever brighter. Lin Yanting, why are you everywhere? Seeing the two had already gained some distance, Wu Liang quickly jumped into his car, revved the engine, and gave chase. 102 Fabrication. Wu Liang added again. Because of this sudden dash, Wei Zhixi was startled out of her wits. Compounded by the force of inertia, her entire body clung to Lin Yanting's back. Coming to her senses, Wei Zhixi snapped back irritably. You scared the life out of me. Regarding Wei Zhixi's complaint, Lin Yanting remained unconcerned. Instead, he asked a question that left Wei Zhixi feeling both baffled and impressed. You've been eating a lot of papaya lately, haven't you? Hearing this, Wei Zhixi immediately retorted. What do you mean? Seeing Wei Zhixi ask, Lin Yanting merely chuckled. Then he fell silent. With her mind filled with questions, Wei Zhixi saw that Lin Yanting had no intention of answering her. She immediately pulled out her phone to search for information about papaya. When Wei Zhixi saw the words breast enhancement, she finally realized that due to the momentum from earlier, her chest was pressed firmly against Lin Yanting's back. Only then did she realize what Lin Yanting had meant earlier. She immediately placed her hands on Lin Yanting's waist, creating a slight distance between herself and his back. But how could Lin Yanting let Wei Zhixi get away with it so easily? Before Wei Zhixi could create even 2 seconds of separation, Lin Yanting suddenly slammed on the brakes. The powerful inertia sent Wei Zhixi crashing back against Lin Yanting's back. In that instant, Wei Zhixi was both embarrassed and furious. She immediately punched Lin Yanting in the back. "You jerk! Taking advantage of me." But Lin Yanting wasn't about to admit it. He feigned confusion. "What advantage? A kitten darted out in front of us just now. If I hadn't hit the brakes, I would have hit it." Seeing Lin Yanting's righteous expression, Wei Zhixi retorted irritably. "Who'd believe you?" And so the two bickered all the way to the summer resort. But what they didn't know was, this entire scene had been witnessed by Wu Liang, who had been following them the whole time. Though he couldn't hear their words, the sight of their extreme intimacy, a surge of anger flared in Wu Liang's heart. Especially when he saw Wei Zhixi wrap her arms around Lin Yanting from behind. It drove Wu Liang mad with jealousy. "Wei Zhixi, I was willing to give you one last chance. But you still chose the wrong path. If that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless." All the way, Lin Yanting slammed on the brakes countless times. Either a stray cat or dog darted across. It was either large rocks blocking the way, or the sunlight was too blinding. In short, Lin Yanting had used every excuse he could think of. Wei Zhixi, fully aware she was being taken advantage of, was somewhat helpless at first. But as Lin Yanting's advances grew more frequent, Wei Zhixi found a way to fight back. That was to cross her arms and shield her chest. Whenever Lin Yanting slammed on the brakes, Wei Zhixi's elbows would drive straight into Lin Yanting's back. Though doing so, Wei Zhixi's hands would ache slightly from the force of inertia. But Lin Yanting's back would hurt even more. Immediately after, Lin Yanting, up to his old tricks again, was also hit hard by Wei Zhixi's elbow. The pain nearly brought tears to his eyes. Seeing this, Wei Zhixi smirked triumphantly. "Well, still want to slam on the brakes?" Seeing that Wei Zhixi had found a way to counter him, Lin Yanting dared not press on any further. She immediately said through gritted teeth, "You little brat, you hit way too hard. I told you, I didn't mean to. The road was terrible, what could I do?" But Wei Zhixi wasn't buying it. Instead, she shrugged indifferently. "Whatever. I'm not going to care about the road conditions anyway." Seeing this, Lin Yanting could only concede defeat. "I just checked, only the section up ahead seems to have rough road conditions. The rest should be fine." Hearing Lin Yanting say this, Wei Zhixi, seated behind him, finally broke into a triumphant smile. But immediately afterward, Wei Zhixi recalled the conversation Lin Yanting had with Wu Liang when he took her away earlier. To Wu Liang, "That moment just now when you called me Shibao in front of Wu Liang? When did I ever get such a nickname?" Hearing this, Lin Yanting replied with a carefree expression. "What? We're such good friends. Can't I give you a nickname?" Seeing Lin Yanting's lack of seriousness, Wei Zhixi retorted with a sigh. "Who said we're close? But since you got me that store manager job, I'll let you have your way." Though she said this with her mouth, Wei Zhixi was actually overjoyed inside. Because in her view, she must still hold a certain place in Lin Yanting's heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given her such an intimate nickname. As if something occurred to her, Wei Zhixi continued. "Since you've already started calling me Shibao, then from now on, I'll call you Tingbao. That's only fair." Hearing this, a faint smile curved the corners of Lin Yanting's mouth. "Fine." For a moment, the atmosphere between them grew slightly awkward. Though it was just a simple 2-word response, Wei Zhixi felt an unprecedented sense of happiness wash over her. Tingbao truly wished this moment could last forever. Forever by your side. Just like that little garden where we first met. On the other end. After all, Wu Liang was driving a sports car. Even though Lin Yanting had started first, he was still easily overtaken. He was left far behind. Especially when he saw Wei Zhixi and Lin Yanting looking so intimate. He stepped on the gas even harder. While Lin Yanting and Wei Zhixi were still dawdling along the road, Wu Liang had already arrived at the summer resort. At that moment, many Zhiguang students had already gathered. When Wu Liang drove his sports car into view, it instantly caused a sensation. "Look! Who's this arriving? What a gorgeous sports car! I'd say this thing's worth at least $500,000. 50,000? This is a freaking Audi RS5. Starting price, 852,800 yuan. This car is no joke. 295T, 450 horsepower V6. It can hit 100 km/h in under 4 seconds. Wonder whose ride this is." Just as everyone was buzzing with speculation about the car's owner, Wu Liang calmly stepped out of the car. Seeing this, everyone gasped in shock. "Holy crap! It's Wu Liang, the chairman. Who knew the Wu family was so well connected? They actually got young Master Wu such a high-end car. Many female students, upon seeing this, immediately swarmed around Wu Liang. They cooed in sweet, high-pitched voices. Young Master Wu. Your car is so gorgeous. Yeah. Mr. Wu. Could you take me for a spin in such a gorgeous car later? If we'd known Mr. Wu's car was this gorgeous and flashy, we'd have come looking for a ride with you. Hearing this, Wu Liang merely smiled politely. You're all too kind, everyone. It's just a means of transportation, nothing special. The more modest Wu Liang was, the more the girls around him felt he was truly impressive. Mr. Wu, stop being so modest. This nearly $1 million sports car is the first I've ever seen. Though Wu Liang spoke with modesty, deep down, he was already over the moon. His vanity was immensely satisfied. The unpleasantness he'd felt earlier because of Lin Yanting and Wei Zhixi had dissipated considerably. Just then, a dashing young man in a tailored suit, his right arm wrapped around a beautiful girl, strolled up to Wu Liang. He said with a broad smile, Liang, didn't Yunche tell you to pick up Wei, the campus beauty? Why are you here alone? As he spoke, the young man glanced toward the car. Hearing this, Wu Liang, whose mood had just begun to lift slightly, began to darken once more. He immediately cursed inwardly. That Ren Ziqian. Why bring up the very thing I'd rather forget? Exposing my past in front of all these people. Early in the morning, I drove my sports car to pick up Wei Zhixi, only to have some beat-up old car cut me off. Don't I have any dignity? If your dad weren't a school board member, I'd make your life miserable. Though he thought this to himself, Wu Liang still spoke up. What can you do? When I went to pick up Zhixi, I ran into Lin Yanting. Lin Yanting insisted Zhixi ride his ghost fire. I didn't want to put Zhixi in an awkward position, so I had no choice but to give in and come straight to the summer resort. I reckon they're still on their way. Just as Wu Liang, desperate to avoid losing face, and began fabricating the truth, a furious female voice suddenly cut through the air. What? My brother Wu Liang personally went to fetch Wei Zhixi? And she still dares to be so shameless? 103 The Lin family. Lin Ji. In an instant, everyone turned toward the source of the voice. A girl decked out in designer labels approached. When the crowd recognized who it was, they couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Wasn't that Lin Ji, the daughter of director Lin? Who would have thought she'd come too? Indeed. Word had it that Lin Ji had always harbored feelings for Wu Liang. But Chairman Lin never approved of them dating. He even sent Lin Ji to another school. Otherwise, they probably would have been together long ago. Now that Lin Ji found out Wu Liang drove out specifically to pick up Wei Zhixi, trouble's bound to come when Wei Zhixi shows up. Don't forget who Lin Yanting is. Wei Zhixi and he are so close, how could he just stand by and watch her get bullied? Who cares? It's none of our business anyway. As soon as Ren Ziqian caught sight of Lin Ji, he immediately backed away 3 steps. He had no desire to provoke this lunatic. But when Ren Ziqian heard Lin Ji's threatening words, he found it intriguing. He was dying to see what would happen when this lunatic went up against Lin Yanting. As the crowd murmured among themselves, Lin Ji approached Wu Liang. Brother Wu Liang, I heard you were visiting Jin Yun's summer retreat, so I cleared my entire schedule just to see you. But the moment I arrived, I overheard you saying you drove out specifically to pick up some other girl and she actually turned you down. That's like slapping me in the face. Hearing this, Wu Liang hurriedly explained. Xiao Ji, don't misunderstand. I was just passing by and thought I'd give her a ride. Don't read too much into it. Though Wu Liang said this, but inside, he was cursing furiously. What the hell is Jin Yunche playing at? Why did he bring that lunatic Lin Ji? With him here, how am I supposed to carry out my plan? At that moment, Lin Ji remained oblivious to Wu Liang's thoughts. Seeing Wu Liang actually speak up to explain things to her, Lin Ji was overjoyed. Brother Wu Liang. I knew it. You do care about me. It must be that woman Wei Zhixi who seduced you. Don't worry. When she shows up, I'll teach her a lesson. Though Wu Liang felt extreme disgust toward Lin Ji, he dared not offend her. So when Lin Ji spoke like this, he could only offer an awkward chuckle, tacitly accepting her claim. Just then, Kim Yunchiak also emerged from the room. Haha, my apologies for the poor hospitality. My apologies. Today, my fellow students have come to visit my summer retreat. I've already prepared a party here at the villa. All expenses are on me. Eat well and have fun. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but get excited. Jin Yunche glanced around the area. Yet he couldn't spot Wei Zhixi or Lin Yanting among the crowd. His gaze immediately shifted to Wu Liang. Wu Liang, of course, understood the meaning behind Jin Yunche's gaze. He promptly spoke up. Lin and Wei are riding the Ghostfire motorcycles. The journey takes a bit longer, but they should be here soon. Should we wait for them to join us? As soon as he said this, Kim Yuncheol was about to agree. After all, this whole setup was orchestrated for Lin Yanting and Wei Zhixi. The thought of being able to toy with Wei Zhixi it will soon. A surge of excitement welled up inside him. Compared to that, what did a little more waiting matter? But before Jin Yunche could speak, Lin Ji, who had already harbored resentment toward Wei Zhixi, showed displeasure on his face. Young Master Jin. That's not right. What about him, Lin Yanting, and Wei Zhixi? Why should all of us have to wait just for those two? Do they even deserve it? Meanwhile, Ren Ziqian, standing nearby, relished the drama. He quickly chimed in. Exactly. How can it be fair that all of us have to wait for just two people? I say we go in and have some fun first. And see what they say when they arrive. Seeing that the two most prominent young masters and young ladies had spoken, a flicker of anxiety crossed the eyes of Jin Yunche and Wu Liang. Everything at the party had been meticulously planned in advance. If everyone went in first, their arrangements could easily be ruined. In that case, the elaborate scheme they'd invested so much effort and money into would be wasted. As if catching the worry in Wu Liang's eyes, a hint of displeasure flickered in Lin Ji's eyes. Could it be that brother Wu Liang truly fancies that Wei Zhixi so much? And now he expects everyone to wait for them? Wei Zhixi is nothing but a little who's just riding on the coattails of her campus beauty title. And what does that Lin Yanting think he is? Just some thug who thrives on violence and intimidation in society. Even his grandfather was nothing more than a dog we kicked out of the Lin family. And his father? Nothing but a drug dealer. Does such scum even deserve for me, the legitimate daughter of the Lin family, to wait for him? The moment these words left her lips, everyone stared at Lin Ji in utter disbelief. While everyone knew Lin Yanting had once been involved in underworld activities, they knew nothing about his family background. Yet from Lin Ji's words just now, they had just uncovered a shocking secret. Lin Yanting's grandfather had actually been disowned by the current Lin family. Doesn't that mean Lin Yanting is also a member of the Lin family? Even Wu Liang, Jin Yunche, and Ren Ziqian were all utterly stunned. Seeing the expressions on everyone's faces, Lin Ji remained utterly unconcerned. All just trivial matters of the past. I never intended to bring this up again. But I recently received word that Lin Yanting seems to have hit a dead end in the underworld. He's got the nerve to try his hand at business like others. So I fear that a scheming scoundrel like Lin Yanting might exploit the Lin family name to swindle and defraud others. For the sake of our Lin family's reputation, I feel it's necessary to share this matter with everyone here today. Soon, the crowd snapped out of their daze from the news they'd just received. Shocked to the core. Their eyes brimmed with contempt and disgust. No wonder Lin Yanting ended up in the underworld. It turns out the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Who could argue with that? He was involved in the underworld, his father dealt drugs, and his grandfather was expelled from the Lin family probably for some misdeed of his own. Not a single decent soul in that family. As he took in the disgusted stares around him, Wu Liang and the crowd couldn't help but smile. He thought Lin Ji's sudden arrival might ruin the carefully laid trap he'd set. But unexpectedly, it turned out to be a stroke of luck. Now Lin Yanting was branded as the son of a drug dealer. Everyone would now view him through tinted glasses. This development made his future plans all the more convenient. Even if something went wrong, who would believe the son of a drug dealer? Just as the crowd was buzzing with speculation, a casual voice suddenly drifted into their ears. Damn, I forgot to check the almanac before heading out today. Just arrived here and already I see someone spewing filth. Truly, the stench spreads for miles. The crowd turned toward the source of the voice. There stood Lin Yanting, who had just parked his Ghostfire motorcycle, now walking this way with Wei Zhixi in tow. Seeing this, Lin Ji frowned. He immediately snapped angrily. Lin Yanting, how dare you insult me? Who do you think you are? Even your grandfather was nothing but trash kicked out of the Lin family. How dare you act so arrogant in front of this young lady? Look at your pathetic, penniless state. You think you can start a business like everyone else? I bet you just want to use the Lin family name to scam people. Put. Just as Lin Ji was ranting and raving at Lin Yanting, the subject of the tirade, couldn't help but burst out laughing. As if sensing Lin Yanting's contempt and disdain, Lin Ji, the Lin family's young miss, turned dark with anger. Before she could continue, Lin Yanting's voice, dripping with contempt, rang out once more. If the Lin family today is filled with scum like you, then the Lin family would surely be finished by the time it reached your generation. 104 Deep Roots. Head-to-head confrontation. In a past life. After Lin Yanting became a formidable figure in the underworld, he naturally learned some truths about his own family. Lin Yanting's grandfather, Lin Yifu, was indeed born into the Lin family. He was the full brother of the current head of the Lin family, Lin Xiuyu. Though for reasons unknown. Decades ago, Lin Yifu was expelled from the Lin family and severed all ties with the Lin family thereafter. Lin Yanting had never met his grandfather. but a veteran of the War of Resistance who was willing to shed blood and sacrifice his life for his country. Could he possibly be a man of questionable character? Therefore, Lin Yanting held absolute faith in his grandfather. If his grandfather had been wrong to be expelled from the Lin family back then that fault must lie solely with the Lin family. Though he knew the Lin family possessed considerable wealth, it was still a family of the highest standing. Lin Yanting harbors not a shred of ambition to curry favor with the powerful. When his grandfather left the Lin family years ago, he took not a single penny with him. As his grandson, Lin Yanting naturally harbors no expectations of the Lin family either. What puzzled Lin Yanting, however, from birth to his execution in his previous life, he had never had the slightest contact with the Lin family. Even when Lin Yanting encountered members of the Lin family at upscale venues, and they knew his identity, they would pretend not to recognize him. They deliberately kept their distance. But what was happening now? Especially this Lin Ji. He'd always looked down on everyone. Even when Lin Yanting from the previous life could easily destroy the Lin family. When Lin Ji saw Lin Yanting, his eyes brimmed with contempt. Every gesture radiated an indescribable sense of superiority. As if Lin Yanting was inherently inferior to her. Back then, Lin Yanting was preoccupied with underground power struggles and paid little heed. But now, in comparison, although Lin Ji's every word and sentence belittled Lin Yanting could sense that the superiority Lin Ji had exuded in his previous life had vanished completely. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination. Lin Yanting even sensed a hint of apprehension emanating from Lin Ji. In his previous life, he had never managed to make Lin Ji display such an emotion. So what was going on now? Moreover, Lin Yanting couldn't shake the feeling that Lin Ji had come after him today. Last lifetime, that idiot looked at me like I was an ant. Now not only did he volunteer this secret, he deliberately belittled me in front of everyone. What the hell is she playing at? But by now, Lin Ji was already seething over Lin Yanting's earlier remark. He was furious, even feeling a bit broken. He hadn't noticed Lin Yanting's current thoughts. All that filled Lin Ji's eyes was rage. She immediately continued her furious tirade. Bull! Once the Lin family passes into my brother's hands, he will take the Lin family to new heights. As for you, don't even dream of getting your hands on anything belonging to the Lin family. Everything we possess is beyond your reach for all your life. Facing the enraged Lin Ji, Lin Yanting remained utterly unmoved. Yes, the Lin family is vast and powerful. No matter how much you two-good-for-nothings mess around, you'll never starve in this lifetime. How enviable indeed. The sarcasm in Lin Yanting's words. Anyone could hear it. Lin Ji was so enraged she gritted her teeth. But as the young lady of the Lin family, how could she possibly admit defeat so easily in public? She immediately shifted her tone. Oomph. This young lady can't be bothered to argue with you. But a lowlife is a lowlife. Look at this crappy ghost fire of yours. How much time have you wasted on everyone? Don't you owe everyone an apology? It seemed that just scolding Lin Yanting wasn't enough to vent his anger. Lin Ji then turned to Wei Zhixi and said, "And you? My brother Wu Liang personally drove out to pick you up. And you're being ungrateful. You refused to ride in a perfectly good Audi RS5. You insisted on riding in Lin Yanting's beat-up Ghostfire? Are those two even comparable? I'm genuinely curious, are you just a jerk?" Lin Yanting finally understood. Lin Ji was clearly targeting him, Lin Yanting, today. He wasn't even sparing Wei Zhixi by his side. But the Wei Zhixi appeared soft and innocent on the surface. She was actually incredibly strong-willed. Faced with Lin Ji's humiliation, she certainly wouldn't let him have his way. She immediately spoke up. "Miss Lin, I care not what ties exist between the Lin family and Lin Yanting. What grudges the previous generation may have held. What I want to say is, the reason I associate with Tingbao is because of his character and integrity. Not some shallow money. I respect him even if he were a beggar, I'd still be his friend. If I despise someone, even if they're the world's richest person, driving luxury cars and living in mansions, I wouldn't give him a second glance." As Wei Zhixi spoke these words, Wu Liang, standing nearby, couldn't help but felt Wei Zhixi was taking a dig at him. Especially when he heard Wei Zhixi actually call Lin Yanting Tingbao. Wu Liang's face involuntarily twitched. Jealousy surged wildly within him. Meanwhile, Lin Ji never could have imagined. Wei Zhixi knew she was the Lin family's eldest daughter, yet she dared to defy her. Fury burned within her heart. But it wasn't over yet. Wei Zhixi continued speaking. "Miss Lin, while I cannot predict whether the Lin family's future will truly unfold as Lin Yanting just described, if the Lin family's descendants are as shallow as you, then I can only say the Lin family's traditions and teachings are nothing to write home about. They might even be worse than the so-called rejected heir you mentioned." At these words, Lin Ji seemed struck at her core. He immediately abandoned all decorum and propriety. He took 2 quick steps forward and raised his hand to slap Wei Zhixi. What a hypocrite! Don't think this will catch brother Wu Liang's attention. Today I'll show you how I'll teach you a lesson, you little. Seeing Lin Ji advancing with fierce momentum, Wei Zhixi was so frightened she closed her eyes. She didn't know what had come over her. She'd never been this confrontational with anyone before. But hearing Lin Ji constantly belittle Lin Yanting, whether intentionally or not, it made Wei Zhixi feel deeply displeased. Those words just slipped out without thinking. Even if she might get slapped for it, Wei Zhixi wouldn't regret it. Only, no one noticed Lin Yanting, who stood with his hands in his pockets at that moment. His eyes had already narrowed. With a slight flick of his foot, the pebble at his feet shot out like a bullet, hitting Lin Ji squarely on the ankle. Everyone assumed today's campus beauty, Wei, would surely fall into Lin Ji's clutches. But unexpectedly, before taking 2 steps, Lin Ji suddenly dropped to his knees before Wei Zhixi. The onlookers nearby were all utterly dumbfounded. What's going on? Wasn't Miss Lin about to slap Wei, the campus beauty? Why did she just kneel down instead? Who knows? This is ridiculous. Listening to the murmurs around her, Wei Zhixi, who had closed her eyes in fright, slowly opened her eyes, only to see Lin Ji kneeling before her, his face contorted in agony. Wei Zhixi immediately looked puzzled. Miss Lin, what is this? Before Wei Zhixi could finish her sentence, Lin Yanting's mocking voice rang out once more. Kneel at a moment's notice. Truly worthy of being a Lin family lady. Admitting fault so swiftly. Such high self-awareness. But rest assured, my little Shibao would never hold it against you. Lin Ji could clearly feel the pain radiating from her ankle. She could distinctly feel that her ankle had been struck by something. That's what caused her to lose her balance and kneel down. Though she herself couldn't figure out what had happened. But Lin Yanting's mocking tone and challenging gaze made it obvious. This had to be Lin Yanting's doing. First, he'd gone head-to-head with her. Now, using some unknown trick, he'd made her kneel before Wei Zhixi, making her, the Lin family's young miss, lose all face in front of everyone. How could she possibly swallow this humiliation? Lin Yanting, you dare to stab me in the back. You better believe I can make sure you have no place to be buried. Hearing this, Lin Yanting feigned alarm and patted his chest. Oh my goodness, that was terrifying. Like I'm scared. Seeing this, though the people around them knew Lin Ji was the Lin family's young miss, they dared not openly mock her. They were still stifling their laughter. This made Lin Ji feel like a complete clown. With that thought, Lin Ji scrambled to her feet. She knew that if she really came to blows with Lin Yanting, she'd be the one left holding the bag. But she still wanted to salvage some dignity. So, her face twisted with resentment, she pointed at Lin Yanting and shouted. Lin Yanting, don't think you're all that just because you've been on the streets for a while. Just you wait. You're nothing but scum who can only afford to ride a ghostfire bike your whole life. You'll always be stuck at the very bottom of society. I've got 1,000 ways to take you down. Don't even mention my brother. Brother Wu Liang alone is 10,000 times better than you. Look at your beat-up ghostfire. Now look at brother Wu Liang's Audi RS5. That's the gap. A gap you'll never bridge in a lifetime. Seeing Lin Yanting say nothing, Lin Ji assumed Lin Yanting had no rebuttal. Finally, he felt a bit more relieved inside. Just then, a tow truck hauling a light blue supercar entered everyone's field of vision. Some sharp-eyed onlookers instantly recognized the model of that turquoise supercar. Good heavens! It was the latest Lamborghini Aventador. The base model starts at 4 million yuan. 105 a gift? My dad bought it for me. Holy crap! A 4 million yuan supercar? Who's this tycoon? To actually get this Lamborghini Aventador and have it delivered right to your doorstep. Are you out of your mind? This is young Master Jin's summer retreat. Delivering it here means it must be young Master Jin's purchase. The moment those words left his mouth, everyone's gaze turned to Jin Yunche. Seeing this, Kim Yunche kept waving his hands. Hey, don't get the wrong idea. This Lamborghini Aventador wasn't bought by me. My dad taught me from a young age to be low-key and frugal. This car is way too flashy, it's not my style. Even though I say that. But deep down, Kim Yun-cheol was green with envy. After all, at around 20 years old, who could resist such a sleek supercar? Though the Kim family, like the Lin family, served as board members of Jiguang Academy, they lagged far behind the Lins in terms of resources. Therefore, the Kim family placed particular emphasis on the appreciation value and cost-effectiveness of their possessions. How could they possibly let a younger generation member spend 4 million on a supercar that depreciates the more you drive it, serving no purpose beyond showing off and flaunting wealth? The reason they say this. It was nothing more than vanity at play, merely seeking an excuse for himself. Hearing Jin Yunche speak thus, immediately exchanged skeptical glances. If it wasn't bought by young Master Kim, then who bought this car? For a moment, The group's gaze began to sweep back and forth between Rin Ziqian, Wu Liang, and Lin Ji. After all, in their understanding, the only people with the means to afford such a luxury car were these three men plus Kim Yuncheol. Now that Kim Yuncheol had denied it, therefore, the owner of the car must be among these three. Under everyone's gaze, Rin Ziqian and Wu Liang both shook their heads. They explicitly stated they hadn't purchased the vehicle. Rin Ziqian maintained an aloof demeanor throughout the entire incident. It was Wu Liang, though he denied it with his words. But inside, he was dying to have it. If only he could just admit it outright and show off in front of Wei Zhixi. Perhaps Wei Zhixi would then see the difference between him and Lin Yanting and develop feelings for him. Then he wouldn't have to carry out those later schemes. But unfortunately, the car's owner had it transported here. So the owner himself must be at the summer resort. If I impersonate him and get exposed, wouldn't that be utterly humiliating? If word of this reached the school, I'd become the laughingstock of the entire school. Therefore, he absolutely would not pretend to be someone else. But what Wu Liang failed to notice was, Lin Ji beside him suddenly lit up. Brother Wu Liang loves sports cars. Yesterday I begged Dad to buy me one, today I'll give it to Brother Wu Liang as a gift. But Dad scolded me for being love-struck. Now that I think about it, even though Dad looked displeased yesterday, he didn't actually refuse my request. And the only people who can afford this kind of supercar. There are only a few of us here who could afford such a supercar. Now that they're all denying it, there's no way this car is for me. It must have been my father who ordered it for me. Once he grasped this realization, Lin Ji's smug expression grew even more pronounced. What's the big deal? It's just a sports car. Is it really that big of a deal? The moment he said this, all eyes immediately turned to Lin Ji. They certainly understood the implication in Lin Ji's words, though they had long suspected as much. But upon hearing Lin Ji's almost definitive answer, he asked with some surprise, Xiao Ji, did you buy this car? Seeing Wu Liang's slightly surprised expression, Lin Ji gave a slight smile. Brother Wu Liang, this car is my gift to you. Hearing this, Wu Liang's eyes lit up. This is a gift for me? Lin Ji nodded slightly. At these words, the surrounding crowd erupted in astonishment. No way! A 4 million yuan sports car as a gift for Chairman Wu Liang? Truly the heiress of the Lin family. What a gesture! Wow! We've long heard that the Lin family's daughter has feelings for Chairman Wu Liang. Who knew it was all true? Listening to the murmurs around him, Lin Ji felt thoroughly gratified. Seeing this, how could Wu Liang possibly refuse? He gazed at Lin Ji with deep affection. Little Ji, you've been so kind to me. I truly don't know how to repay you. Hearing this, Lin Ji's heart trembled. Brother Wu Liang, I don't need you to repay me. I know you love sports cars, so I specially had my father order this for you, because you deserve the very best. With that said, her gaze shifted once more to Lin Yanting, who stood nearby. Unlike someone who's just plain trash, he'll never get something like this. That's the difference. A level that someone could strive for their entire life and never reach. Facing Lin Ji's mockery, Lin Yanting seemed completely oblivious. Instead, his gaze was fixed intently on that 4 million yuan Lamborghini Aventador. The more I look at this car, the more it resembles the one Yi Zixuan said she'd give me. Is this a coincidence? But to Lin Ji, this scene was interpreted as Lin Yanting's envy and longing. He immediately let out a cold laugh. Yeah, take a good look. Perhaps this is the only chance you'll ever get in your life to admire such a luxury car up close. After all, this car isn't like your beat-up old Ghostfire, it's not exactly common on the streets. Seeing Lin Yanting still say nothing, Wu Liang, who had been watching the whole scene unfold, assumed Lin Yanting had been struck by Lin Ji's words. He immediately stepped forward. Hey, Lin! Don't take it to heart. Some things just are what they are. What's meant to be will be, and what's not meant to be shouldn't be forced. I believe if you keep striving for another 70 or 80 years, you might just get your chance. But Lin Yanting didn't even acknowledge him. He walked straight toward the supercar. He began to inspect the car from top to bottom. Occasionally, he'd run his hand lightly over the bodywork. Seeing this, Lin Ji flew into a rage. Lin Yanting, who gave you permission to touch this car? If you scratch the paint, can you even afford to pay for it? Immediately after, Wu Liang chimed in with a sarcastic tone. Yeah, Lin, I know. This sports car is super cool. But it's not yours after all. How could you touch it without permission? Seeing Lin Yanting remained unmoved, Lin Ji could no longer hold back. Lin Yanting, get your hands off me. Don't make me call the police. Witnessing this scene, couldn't help but shake their heads. What's gotten into Lin Yanting? Everyone's told him to stop, yet he just won't let it go? Exactly. Lin Yanting is usually quite proud. How could he be so shameless today? If I were humiliated like this, even if they put the fanciest luxury car right in front of me, I'd pretend not to care. By acting like this, isn't he just rubbing his own face in the dirt? Seeing that no matter what he said, Lin Ji also walked straight toward Lin Yanting. Lin Ji walked straight up to Lin Yanting. Lin Yanting, how many times do I have to tell you? Get your filthy hands off it. This is the gift I gave to brother Wu Liang. As he spoke, Lin Ji prepared to shove Lin Yanting aside. But unexpectedly, Lin Yanting merely sidestepped slightly, evading Lin Ji's shove. In that split second of evasion, Lin Yanting also timed his foot perfectly, which tripped Lin Ji's foot. Thud! Lin Ji crashed flat onto the ground. Furious, Lin Ji paid no heed to his own disheveled state. His face twisted with rage as he pointed an accusing finger at Lin Yanting. You bastard! Not only did you covet the sports car I gave to brother Wu Liang, but you even dared to lay a hand on me. This time, you're dead meat. But what Lin Ji didn't expect was, Lin Yanting instead flashed a mocking smile. He remarked with a hint of amusement. Miss Lin is quite the powerhouse. You actually took my car and gave it to Wu Liang? Just a moment ago, you kept saying your dad bought it for you. Anyone listening would have thought I was your father. But I certainly don't have a daughter as dumb as a pig like you. 106 flip. The info you entered is wrong. Hey! Did you hear that? Lin Yanting claims this Lamborghini is his car. How could that be? This car is worth 4 million. Could Lin Yanting possibly afford it? But Lin Ji, who had been mocked by Lin Yanting, didn't get angry, he just smiled. Lin Yanting, are you delusional? You claim this is your car? Why don't you take a good look at yourself in the mirror? You don't even have 200 bucks to your name. And you're telling me this 4 million yuan supercar is yours? You must be hallucinating from seeing a sports car you could never afford in a lifetime. Ha! Wu Liang, upon hearing this, adopted a sanctimonious air and declared, I know. Lin must have loved this car too. But this car was bought by Xiao Ji specifically for me. Even if I were generous, I couldn't possibly give you a 4 million yuan supercar. Here's what we'll do. If you really love this car, just tell me. I can let you hop in for a quick spin to experience the allure of a top-tier supercar. Wu Liang may have sounded generous on the surface, but inside, he was thrilled. Humiliating Lin Yanting like this had finally released a lot of the pent-up frustration he'd been holding in all this time. Meanwhile, Kim Yuncheol, who had been listening nearby, naturally wouldn't pass up this chance to mock Lin Yanting. Recalling how Lin Yanting had forced him to kneel at school last time, made his teeth itch with rage. Although their plan targeting Lin Yanting and Wei Zhixi hadn't begun yet, it didn't stop him from collecting some interest first. Young Master Wu sure is generous. Such an expensive sports car, and you're actually willing to let Lin Yanting get in? But everyone knows what kind of person Lin Yanting is. They're simply not on the same social level. If he accidentally damages anything, he couldn't possibly afford the repair costs. In my opinion, better not. Lin Yanting is still better suited to Ghostfire. For a moment, everyone stared at Lin Yanting with strange looks. Most people had no grudges against Lin Yanting to begin with. But witnessing him claim someone else's property as his own today, they couldn't help but develop a negative impression of him. Only Ren Ziqian, who had stood by the entire time. His lips curved slightly, yet he remained silent, as if he were an outsider to it all. Lin Ji and Wu Liang, who had expected Lin Yanting to look uncomfortable under the disapproving stares of the crowd, would at least look uncomfortable. But to their surprise, not a single flicker of emotion crossed Lin Yanting's face. As if the clown in everyone's eyes wasn't him at all. Lin Yanting walked slowly to the front of the Lamborghini. Pointing at the license plate, he asked, Do you recognize this license plate? Lin Ji heard this. A cold smile appeared on his face. Lin Yanting, are you really that stupid? You don't even recognize the license plate anymore? Jian Alyt 88. If you can't read, I suggest you go back to elementary school. Oh, right. You're way past the age for 9 years of compulsory education. I doubt any elementary school would take you now. Ha! Kim Yuncheol, standing nearby, was just about to laugh along. But then he caught Wu Liang's rather unpleasant expression. He immediately asked, Young Master Wu, what's wrong? Why the grim look? Upon hearing this, Wu Liang also whispered, What are the initials of Lin Yanting's name? Hearing Wu Liang's inexplicable remark, Jin Yunche didn't dwell on it. After a moment's thought, he replied, Lyt. What's up? But the moment those words left his lips, Kim Yuncheol froze in shock. Because the license plate of this supercar was Jian Alyt 88. And the letters Lyt were the initials of Lin Yanting's name. No way. Could it be a custom license plate? Could this car really belong to Lin Yanting? Wu Liang and Jin Yunche weren't the only ones who caught on. After Lin Yanting pointed it out, the others noticed it too. Wasn't this car supposed to be a gift from Miss Lin to Chairman Wu Liang? But why does the license plate bear Lin Yanting's initials? I'm completely confused. I'm a bit confused too. Let's just wait and see. I'm curious to hear what Miss Lin has to say. Lin Ji naturally overheard the surrounding murmurs. Her expression darkened considerably. She hadn't expected that the license plate of the car her father had ordered for her would bear the initials of Lin Yanting. Though this deeply annoyed Lin Ji. What exactly did it prove? With that thought, Lin Ji spoke up. What are you trying to imply? The license plate has your initials on it, it's just a coincidence. Does that mean every time I see a luxury car on the road with a license plate bearing my initials, that car must be mine? Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Exactly. It's just a coincidence. It doesn't prove anything. Besides, everyone knows exactly what kind of financial standing Lin Yanting has. He could never afford such a luxury car. Seeing this, Wu Liang and Jin Yunche exchanged glances. And both wore expressions of sudden realization. Damn! We almost fell for Lin Yanting's trick. Just then, the truck driver responsible for transporting this Lamborghini stepped down from the trailer holding a checklist. The latest Lamborghini Aventador. Please accept delivery, owner. Hearing this, Lin Ji shot Lin Yanting a disapproving look. Then, with a smug look on his face, he walked toward the delivery driver. I'm the owner. Seeing Lin Ji step forward, the delivery driver showed no unusual reaction. Instead, he pulled out a delivery slip and handed it to Lin Ji. Please sign here. Seeing this, everyone became even more certain that this 4 million yuan supercar belonged to Lin Ji's family. Their gaze toward Lin Yanting once again turned to the contempt they had held before. Lin Yanting remained unfazed by this. He stood there, eyes fixed on his nose fixed on his heart. To the others, Lin Yanting's demeanor was interpreted as sheer bewilderment after being caught in a lie. As for Lin Ji, after receiving the inspection form, he promptly signed his name and began filling out the remaining details on the form. Only after completing everything did he hand the form back to the delivery driver. The delivery driver then began verifying the details. Immediately after, Lin Ji shot Lin Yanting a knowing look. It seems the Lin family made the right decision expelling your grandfather back then. Otherwise, if our Lin family had someone like you, a phony scoundrel who tries to show off by hitching rides on others' cars, we'd have truly lost all face. Hearing this, Lin Yanting remained silent. He merely smiled as he looked at Lin Ji. But to Lin Ji, Lin Yanting's smile felt deeply unsettling. Just then, the delivery driver, who had been verifying the information nearby, suddenly furrowed his brow. He looked at Lin Ji and said, Miss, are you certain you're the owner of this vehicle? Hearing the delivery driver's question, Lin Ji was taken aback. Yes. Is there a problem? But now the delivery driver looked suspicious. He looked at Lin Ji and said, but the information you filled out is all wrong. 107 the owner. It really is him. The information is wrong? How could that be? This is the car my dad ordered for me. Faced with the delivery driver's words, Lin Ji seemed unable to believe it. His father was the one who cherished him most. Whenever he ordered anything for her before, he always used her information. But why was the information wrong this time? Others, however, didn't give it much thought. They simply assumed Miss Lin Ji had been spoiled rotten by Chairman Lin. She couldn't even remember the delivery details. But Lin Yanting wasn't about to indulge her. He immediately spoke up. Miss Lin sure is something. She keeps saying this sports car was bought by you. Yet now she doesn't even know the acceptance details? This is truly hilarious. For a moment, Lin Ji seemed to be affected by Lin Yanting's words. His expression began to darken. Just as he was about to confront Lin Yanting, he was pulled back by Wu Liang beside him. Xiao Ji, don't get worked up. It's just a delivery confirmation. It's perfectly normal to forget something like that for a moment. Just give Uncle Lin a call and ask him. Wouldn't that be fine? Though Wu Liang appeared to be looking out for Lin Ji, he had ulterior motives. Lin Ji just said it too. This was ordered by her and sent to me by Chairman Lin. A $4 million supercar given away so casually. This proves my standing in Chairman Lin's heart. He must be extending his affection to me. He's already considered me his son-in-law. Though I never liked Lin Ji previously, because of the Lin family, I didn't even dare provoke her. But things are different now. Since Wei Zhixi and I are completely over. Why not ride the wave and latch onto the Lin family's powerful connections? If I can get Chairman Lin to personally acknowledge my status over the phone, not only would I make a splash among my classmates now, but if word gets out later, my standing in the Wu family will surely rise accordingly. Lin Ji remained unaware of Wu Liang's true intentions. Hearing Wu Liang speak thus, Lin Ji's eyes lit up. Exactly. Why didn't I think of that? Why not just ask father directly? As if another thought struck him. Wu Liang continued to whisper in Lin Ji's ear. Remember. Make sure to turn on the speakerphone. Only then can we really slap Lin Yanting in the face. With that said, Lin Ji pulled out his phone and dialed his father's number. The call connected almost immediately. A middle-aged man's voice echoed through the room. My dear daughter. Weren't you supposed to be at the Jean family's summer retreat today? Why did you suddenly think to call your father? Hearing his father's voice, Lin Ji felt a surge of confidence. She immediately replied in a slightly coquettish tone. Dad. Didn't you order me a 4 million yuan Lamborghini? The car's here, but when I put my info on the delivery slip, it didn't match. Hurry up and send me the correct details so I can sign for it. Lin Ji had assumed that given his father's affection for him, would send him the delivery details without hesitation. But what Lin Ji hadn't anticipated was, after a long silence on the other end of the line, a voice full of confusion came through. What car? I didn't order anything for you, did I? The moment these words were spoken, everyone's gaze instantly turned to Lin Ji. Compared to before, their gazes now held a distinctly peculiar quality. Such gazes made Lin Ji feel quite uncomfortable. Seeing this, Wu Liang beside him froze for a moment. But soon, a look of realization flashed across his face. He leaned close and whispered to Lin Ji. Uncle Lin handles countless matters daily. How could he possibly remember such a minor detail? Just give him a gentle reminder. He might just remember. Upon hearing this, Lin Ji wholeheartedly agreed. He immediately added, Dad. Yesterday, didn't I ask you for a Lamborghini to give to brother Wu Lian? Did you forget? But before he could finish, the voice on the other end of the line spoke up again. Now that you mention it, I do remember. With that, Lin Ji and Wu Liang both breathed a sigh of relief. But immediately after, the voice on the other end abruptly changed its tone. You silly girl. Can you get your love-struck brain under control? Everyone in high society knows what kind of scoundrel Wu Liang is. He's nothing but a good-for-nothing playboy who chases after naive girls everywhere. Do you really think I'd spend 4 million on a Lamborghini for him? Alright. I've got a meeting to attend. Gotta go. With that, without waiting for Lin Ji's reply, the dial tone sounded on the other end. But at that moment, neither Lin Ji nor Wu Liang had no time to care. The arrogance had vanished from Lin Ji's face. His complexion had darkened to the color of a sooty pot bottom. He muttered under his breath. How could this be? How could this happen? This car wasn't even ordered for me by my father. Wu Liang beside him also looked exceptionally grim. He had thought he had earned the approval of Lin Ji's father. That's why the other party had been so generous. He'd even planned to use the man's words to show off. But not only was the car not even ordered by him, he'd even been publicly humiliated in the process. Damn it! What the hell is wrong with Lin Ji? He couldn't even confirm if it was his own father who booked the car. This has completely ruined my reputation. Though he thought this inwardly. But to ease the tension in the room, Wu Liang still spoke with a humble expression. It seems Uncle Lin has a rather deep misunderstanding of me. But don't worry, Xiao Ji. I believe time will reveal true character and Uncle Lin will surely come to accept me. At that moment, Lin Ji's mind went completely blank. When Wu Liang spoke, he merely nodded blankly. Just then, the delivery driver spoke up with some dissatisfaction. Miss, if you didn't order the car, you should have said so earlier. Aren't you wasting my time? Saying this, the delivery driver began scrolling through his phone for the recipient's number. Seeing this, a buzz of murmurs filled the air. No way. This truck wasn't ordered by the Lin family. The other young masters also said it wasn't theirs. So who ordered this car then? Who knows? Ren Ziqian, who had remained silent the entire time. For some reason, he instinctively glanced at Lin Yanting. He had this feeling something interesting was about to happen. Sure enough, after a while, the delivery driver finally found the recipient's phone number. He immediately dialed the number without hesitation. Ring ring. A sudden ringtone echoed through the air. Everyone couldn't help but glance over. Because at this point, everyone knew. The owner of this ringtone was the real car owner. But what no one could have anticipated was this. When they looked in the direction the sound came from, Lin Yanting was slowly pulling his phone out of his pocket. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but roll their eyes. I'm speechless. Lin Yanting's phone rang at just the right moment. He almost had me fooled. Now it seems the real owner probably isn't even here. Observing the murmuring crowd, Lin Yanting said nothing. He silently tapped to answer the call. Then he simply said, I'm here. It was just a simple sentence. But the next second, the crowd stared at the delivery driver in utter disbelief. On the delivery driver's phone, which had already been set to speakerphone, suddenly echoed Lin Yanting's words, I'm here. In that instant, everyone was left speechless with shock. Holy crap! The owner of this car really is Lin Yanting. 108 Confrontation. Lin Ji and Wu Liang's humiliation. Impossible. How could he possibly afford a 4 million yuan supercar? Absolutely impossible. Even with the facts staring him in the face, Lin Ji still refused to believe it. But Lin Yanting couldn't care less. He walked straight up to the delivery driver. He swiftly filled out the necessary information. After a brief verification, the driver nodded in agreement. Yes. All the information is correct this time. Mr. Lin, here are the car keys, the vehicle insurance policy, and all the related documents. Along with the vehicle registration details all right here. Upon hearing this, Lin Yanting, he politely accepted the items. Thank you. Once the items were delivered, the delivery driver immediately drove off with the trailer, leaving behind a crowd of stunned faces. No way. That truck really belongs to Lin Yanting. Of course. Isn't it obvious? The license plate is the abbreviation of Lin Yanting's name, and only Lin Yanting knows the inspection details. If it's not his car, whose else could it be? What's up with this Lin family heiress? She didn't even buy the car herself, yet she insists it's a gift to Chairman Wu Liang. TSK. If I were her, I'd be wishing the ground would swallow me whole right now. Who wouldn't agree? Listening to the surrounding whispers, Lin Ji's face turned from pale to crimson in an instant. Just then, whether Lin Yanting did it on purpose or not. Beep beep. It seemed Lin Yanting had pressed a button while fiddling with his car keys. The lake blue Lamborghini, accompanied by the flashing of its headlights, emitted a series of sounds. Once again, it drew gasps from the crowd. Holy crap! This car is way too cool. Yeah. If only Lin could take me for a spin in that Lambo. Get real. Wei, the campus beauty, is right there. You'd never get a chance. Hearing the murmurs around them, both Lin Ji and Wu Liang's expressions darkened considerably. Meanwhile, Lin Yanting simply shrugged his shoulders and casually remarked, "Oh, sorry about that. I accidentally pressed it." Wei Zhixi, who had been standing beside Lin Yanting all along, couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle softly. Based on her understanding of Lin Yanting, given his unwillingness to be at a disadvantage, this move was undoubtedly deliberate. His sole purpose was to humiliate Lin Ji and Wu Liang. She immediately whispered in a voice only she and Lin Yanting could hear, "You're such a jerk." Watching Wei Zhixi giggle uncontrollably at Lin Yanting's antics and Lin Yanting basking in the spotlight, Wu Liang felt a surge of resentment so intense it made his teeth itch. No way. That car really belongs to Lin Yanting. He's just a lowlife, how could he possibly afford a sports car like this? Kim Yunchio looked utterly incredulous. After all, even though his family was wealthy, his father would never buy him a sports car like this. Meanwhile, Rin Ziqian beside him wore an expression of pure fascination, his eyes darting back and forth as he studied Lin Yanting. Lin Yanting. Don't you dare gloat in front of me. I don't know how you managed to get your hands on this sports car. But with your situation, can you really afford to keep it? It seemed to be because of the earlier discussions among the crowd. Lin Ji, the eldest daughter of the Lin family, suddenly felt her face grow hot with embarrassment. After a moment of silence, she spoke up again. As the saying goes, buying a car is easy, but maintaining it is hard. A supercar worth 4 million yuan like this one comes with hefty annual maintenance and repair costs. Hearing this, Wu Liang, who had always resented Lin Yanting's showboating, seemed to have finally found his opening to strike back. He began speaking in a tone meant to sound concerned for Lin Yanting's well-being. Mr. Lin. Honestly, I don't think you need to go to such lengths. Mr. Jean invited everyone to the mountain resort to relax. His original intention was simply for us to relax together. 4 million isn't a small sum. It's not worth taking on such a huge debt just to show off for a moment. Besides, Xiao Ji is right. That sports car is an absolute money pit. Don't end up in a situation where you haven't even paid off the loan for the car. You won't even be able to keep up with the maintenance costs. Facing Wu Liang's sarcastic remarks, anyone with half a brain could hear the subtext. He was mocking Lin Yanting for pretending to be wealthy when he couldn't afford it. Borrowing money to buy a Lamborghini and show off in front of classmates. Lin Yanting, however, couldn't care less. Instead, he smiled at Wu Liang and Lin Ji and said, "No need for you two to go out of your way. I, Lin Yanting, may not be destined for greatness. I can make my own decisions about my own affairs. As long as it makes me happy, I'll buy whatever I want. A mere 4 million yuan Lamborghini? I can certainly afford it. Even if I can't afford something, I won't envy others for it. Or shamelessly claim others' possessions as my own. But I must admit, I'm genuinely surprised. Who knew Miss Lin needed her father's approval just to buy a car? Sometimes I really wonder, does Miss Lin even need her father's permission to buy a Barbie doll?" The moment those words left his mouth, Lin Ji's face darkened so much it looked like it could rain. Some classmates couldn't help but burst out laughing. Lin Yanting's meaning was crystal clear. You, Lin Ji, boast about being the Lin family's legitimate heir? Why do you need parental approval to buy a sports car? Especially that last line, a blatant jab at Lin Ji, implying he was a spoiled brat kept under the family's wing, incapable of making any decisions on his own. Faced with Lin Yanting's counterattack, Lin Ji wanted to retort, but found herself at a loss for words. Feeling utterly frustrated, could only glare angrily at the crowd around her who were laughing. In that instant, the crowd who had been mocking Lin Ji because of Lin Yanting's words were jolted back to their senses. The Lin family was no ordinary clan. They weren't people like these could afford to provoke. They quickly suppressed their smiles, daring not to meet Lin Ji's gaze. Seeing this, Lin Ji finally felt a bit better. Wu Liang, standing nearby, understood clearly that if they continued to dwell on the sports car issue, their faces would only be dragged through the mud by Lin Yanting. Without delay, Wu Liang changed the subject. He hurriedly turned to Kim Yunche beside him. Young Master Kim. Look. Everyone's here. Let us in already. We can't just stand at the door forever, can we? Hearing this, Kim Yuncheok instantly understood Wu Liang's meaning. He immediately slapped his forehead. He adopted a self-reproachful expression and said, "What a memory I have. My apologies. My apologies. Please come in quickly. Refreshments and drinks have been prepared for everyone inside the mountain villa. I hope you all have a wonderful time." With that, Jin Yunche led the group toward the villa. Seeing this, Lin Yanting couldn't be bothered to argue with them anymore. Instead, he followed the group into the estate. At this moment, Wu Liang's expression remained unchanged. But as he watched Lin Yanting's figure, a bitter hatred flared within him. Lin Yanting. Just you wait. After today, I'll make sure your reputation is ruined. 109A dance-off? Bring it on. Upon entering the interior of the summer resort, everyone was stunned by the facilities inside. Dance halls, karaoke rooms, golf courses, professional shooting ranges. In short, every conceivable entertainment facility was available. The dining options, of course, were equally impressive. Wine, beverages, and snacks were plentiful. Holy crap! Mr. Jean, your summer retreat really has it all. Is this what the extravagant life of a rich kid looks like? If I could live like this every day, I'd probably wake up laughing in my dreams. Overhearing the surrounding chatter, a smug look spread across Kim Yuncheol's face. Not at all. If everyone enjoys it, I can organize more gatherings like this to keep the fun going. Hearing this, the crowd erupted in cheers. Mr. Kim is so generous. Being classmates with young Master Jean must mean I did something good in a past life. Amidst the classmates' constant praise, Jin Yunche began to lose himself. Everyone ate their fill, played their hearts out. Today we're going all out. In an instant, Kim Yuncheol's words sent the entire venue's atmosphere soaring to a fever pitch. Only Lin Yanting and Wei Zhixi didn't join in the commotion. As soon as they entered, Lin Yanting pulled Wei Zhixi toward the food area, as if whatever the others were doing had nothing to do with them. Seeing this, Lin Ji's face couldn't help but twist into a series of cold sneers. Typical small-minded person from the lower classes. All they think about is eating. Hearing this, Wu Liang chimed in from the side. Xiao Ji, what you're saying is completely wrong. Young Master Jean invited everyone to the summer resort today, just so everyone could relax and unwind. Lin, eating a little food isn't such a big deal. Seeing Wu Liang actually speak up for him, a flicker of confusion crossed Lin Yanting's eyes. But immediately afterward, the confusion vanished instantly from Lin Yanting's eyes. Wu Liang suddenly changed the subject. Not everyone comes from a family like yours, Lin, with such strict upbringing. You shouldn't hold special cases like Lin to the same standards as the upper class. Any discerning person can see through this. Wu Liang was subtly implying that Lin Yanting lacked proper upbringing and belonged to the lower echelons of society. Sure enough, Lin Ji responded with utter disdain. Brother Wu Liang, you're absolutely right. He's just a cast-off from the Lin family. What would he know about upper-class etiquette? It was my mistake to compare him to us. Having said that, both of them simultaneously turned their gaze toward Lin Yanting. But Lin Yanting paid them no mind whatsoever. He maintained his detached demeanor, continuing to eat as if nothing concerned him. Seeing their words had not the slightest effect on Lin Yanting, Lin Ji and Wu Liang couldn't help but feel a surge of irritation. Lin Yanting, of course, took in the entire scene. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he understood their thoughts all too well. They were merely trying to provoke him with their words, to make him lose his composure, even resort to violence, thus making him look utterly ridiculous. But Lin Yanting knew that the more they provoked him, the less he should engage. He simply treated them as if they were invisible. That way, the clown wouldn't be him, it would be those 2 brainless idiots talking to themselves. And just as Lin Yanting had anticipated, the expressions on their faces turned rather grim. Seeing this, Jin Yunche, he quickly changed the subject. Oh, right. I heard Miss Lin Ji is preparing to enter the entertainment industry soon. Not only is she stunningly beautiful, but she's also a dual prodigy in both singing and dancing. It seems a new star is bound to rise in the entertainment world before long. Hearing this, Lin Ji's expression instantly brightened. Even the corners of her mouth couldn't help but lift upward. Then, feigning modesty, she said, "Oh, no. It's just a hobby, nothing to mention." Wu Liang, standing nearby, quickly chimed in with praise. "Xiao Ji, stop being so modest. I've seen your dancing with my own eyes. To describe it as graceful as a soaring swan, elegant as a gliding dragon couldn't be more fitting." But before Wu Liang could finish his sentence, "Put!" A burst of laughter erupted involuntarily. "Ha! That's hilarious. Graceful as a startled swan, elegant as a gliding dragon? More like a clumsy goose, oozing like pus." From childhood, she's been showered with family resources, and only now has she barely earned a chance to enter the entertainment industry. Seems Miss Lin's talent isn't up to par. At these words, everyone instinctively turned toward the source of the voice. There stood Lin Yanting, chewing his food, while speaking with utter nonchalance. This scene sent Lin Ji into a rage. He immediately snapped back in a furious tone. "Lin Yanting, what do you mean by that?" Hearing this, Lin Yanting, holding the plate, merely shrugged. First, he speared a piece of steak with his fork and took a bite. Then, without a hint of urgency, he said, "Nothing much. Just saying your cooking sucks. Not only are you bad at it, but you have the nerve to flaunt it in front of others." Lin Ji had studied various dance forms since childhood and had been taught by numerous renowned instructors. Now, not yet 20 years old, he already possessed the talent to break into the entertainment industry. Describing her as exceptionally talented would be no exaggeration. Yet here was Lin Yanting, daring to call her unskilled. This pushed Lin Ji past the brink of her anger. Just as she was about to speak, she was stopped by Wu Liang beside her. Seeing Wu Liang give her a meaningful glance, Lin Ji forced herself to suppress her fury. Seeing this, Wu Liang finally turned to Lin Yanting and said, "Mr. Lin's assessment of Miss Lin is so unfavorable. He must be quite the dance master himself. How about this? Since everyone's here today, why don't you two have a dance-off? To liven things up for everyone?" Lin Ji heard Wu Liang's suggestion. He immediately understood Wu Liang's intention. "Didn't you say Lin Yanting lacks talent? Then let's see who dances better." If Lin Yanting refused in front of everyone, he'd look like a guy who only talks big and maliciously puts others down in his classmates' eyes. Conversely, if Lin Yanting accepted, Wu Liang was certain. If he actually dances against Lin Ji, who's been trained by masters since childhood, Lin Yanting would make a complete fool of himself. He simply couldn't believe that Lin Yanting, who had grown up in difficult circumstances, could possibly have any real skill in dance. Wei Zhixi, who had stood by Lin Yanting all along, hadn't given it much thought. Having known Lin Yanting for so long, she had never once seen him dance. She gently tugged at Lin Yanting's sleeve. But Lin Yanting merely gave Wei Zhixi's hand a light pat. "Shibao, don't worry." Seeing Lin Yanting's confident smile, for reasons Wei Zhixi couldn't quite pinpoint, a strange sense of reassurance welled up inside her. Seeing Lin Yanting's prolonged silence, a mocking smile gradually spread across Lin Ji's face. She grew increasingly certain that Lin Yanting's earlier words were merely a retaliation against her and Wu Liang's earlier mockery of him. That was why he had spoken those words, to retaliate against her. But those words not only failed to achieve their intended effect. Instead, he only set himself up for a fall. "What? Lin Yanting? Is all you good for is talking big? Don't you even have the guts to dance with me?" As the commotion grew louder, some classmates nearby started cheering them on too. Seeing this, Lin Yanting gave a slight smile. "Dance battle? Bring it on. 110 Lin Ji, I'm still in." Seeing Lin Yanting accept the dance-off challenge, the atmosphere in the entire venue surged to a new peak. The smugness on Lin Ji's face grew stronger by the second. "Don't say I'm picking on you. Ballet, Latin, waltz, street dance, you pick." Lin Yanting didn't even look up, continuing to eat. He mumbled with a mouthful, "Whatever you want. I'm game." Seeing Lin Yanting so reckless, whether it was Lin Ji, Wu Liang, or Jin Yunche, a barely perceptible look of schadenfreude flashed across their faces. So Lin Ji put on an air of magnanimity and said, "Someone like you will probably never get to experience elegant dances like ballet, Latin, or waltz in this lifetime. How about this? You're always hanging out on the streets, right? You must have seen street dance. Let's have a street dance battle. How about it?" Hearing this, Lin Yanting nodded without a moment's hesitation. "All right." Lin Ji didn't think much of it, just figuring Lin Yanting was putting on a brave face now. Perfect. He could use this dance-off to thoroughly crush Lin Yanting's arrogance. With that thought, Lin Ji turned to Jin Yunche and asked, "Mr. Jin, could you show me to the changing room? This outfit I'm wearing isn't ideal for dancing." Hearing Lin Ji's request, Jin Yunche didn't hesitate for a moment. He summoned a maid and led Lin Ji toward the changing room. Meanwhile, Kim Yun Cheol didn't linger either, immediately directing the servants to prepare the dance-off venue. Soon, a dance-off stage brimming with street style was set up. Seemingly infected by the street vibe of the scene, everyone began to get excited. Lin Yanting stood with his arms crossed. He stood silently at the center of the dance-off arena, waiting for Lin Ji. Suddenly, the crowd beneath the neon graffiti wall parted to form a pathway. As the surrounding speakers blasted out electronic bass, Lin Ji slid into the battle circle, his baseball cap turned backward. The metallic silver chains on her waist-cinched cargo pants rattled with each stomp. A helicopter spin into a one-arm freeze. Her left hand suddenly pointed at Lin Yanting's AJ sneakers. This was the most direct provocation in the street dance scene. This single, simple move sparked a roar from the surrounding crowd. Suddenly, Lin Yanting yanks off his hoodie and hurls it toward the screaming crowd, revealing his muscular arms encased in a black tank top. He lowered his center of gravity, initiating a ground-based twist. His fingertips touched the floor like precision gears as he executed 6 rapid-fire footwork steps so swift they kicked up dust from the concrete. As Lin Ji whistled and closed in, he abruptly launched himself upward with an elbow thrust. His core muscles tensed in the split-second handstand, glistening with sweat under the lights. This display drew another wave of screams from the surrounding girls. Lin Yanting is so handsome. So cool. What should I do? I want to be Lin Yanting's girlfriend so badly. Even Wei Zhixi, who is usually as calm as a lotus flower, couldn't tear her eyes away from the dazzling Lin Yanting. As expected. No matter what you do, you're the best. Wu Liang and Jin Yunche, watching from the crowd, were now staring in utter disbelief. They never imagined that Lin Yanting, who usually kept a low profile, besides possessing overwhelming personal combat prowess, also possessed such remarkable skill in street dance. Not only did he fail to make Lin Yanting look foolish this time, but instead allowed him to steal the spotlight. Seeing this, a look of utter astonishment flashed across Lin Ji's eyes. Clearly, he hadn't expected that Lin Yanting possessed such street dance skills. At this point, it was impossible to save face for Lin Yanting. The only thing left to do was to give it his all. Steal the spotlight from Lin Yanting. With that thought, Lin Ji gritted his teeth. My turn. Suddenly, Lin Ji flung her dreadlocks aside, biting down on her hair tie, and abruptly cut into Lin Yanting's rhythm. Her robotic dance like electric current deliberately stalled at her collarbone, while her fluorescent painted fingers provocatively traced Lin Yanting's Adam's apple. But the moment he seized her wrist, she changed her move. Her entire body folded back like origami from the knee bend. Her extreme backbend, her head nearly scraping the floor, drew gasps from the entire crowd. Lin Yanting abruptly ripped off his wristband and wrapped it around his palm. Within the whirlwind of a Thomas full spin, the muscles in his calves and arms erupted with unparalleled power. When Lin Ji stepped into his spinning blind spot, he abruptly halted mid-rotation on the fourth turn. Planting one hand on the floor, he split his legs into a perfect sharp angle, the sole of his shoe mere inches from Renault's. Most astonishingly, Lin Yanting's toe still caught on the silver chain that had snapped from Lin Ji's body at some point. The fight had reached this point. The victor was now crystal clear. In that instant, the entire crowd erupted in cheers for Lin Yanting. Damn impressive. That Thomas full twist just now was absolutely killer. Holy cow. Who would have guessed? Lin Yanting actually has street dance skills like this. He could probably win any competition he enters, right? Miss Lin dances well too, but she still seems to fall short compared to Lin Yanting. That's pure talent. A hair's breadth makes all the difference. Miss Lin had renowned teachers guiding her from childhood, while Lin Yanting had none. Yet now Lin Yanting has outshone Miss Lin. The gap between them speaks for itself. Listening to the murmurs around him, though Lin Yanting's expression remained utterly unchanged. But inside, he was overjoyed. Ha! Challenging me to a dance-off? That's just asking for humiliation. In my past life, after dominating Jianing City's underworld, I accidentally saved a world-class dance master. To repay my life-saving favor, he poured out every last bit of his dance skills. Every dance style throughout history, from east to west, flows effortlessly from my hands. Even when asked to cross-dress and perform the graceful swan dance, I executed it with effortless grace. And now, I'm at the peak of my physical prime. How could mere street dance pose any challenge to me? Lin Ji stared blankly at his own hands. He uttered in disbelief. I lost. I actually lost. How could this be possible? Faced with Lin Ji's shock, Lin Yanting, however, seemed completely unfazed as he stood back up. He handed the broken silver chain to Lin Ji. I'll say it again. If you're not good enough, practice more. Clang. Clang. Hearing this, Lin Ji also waved his hand. He knocked the silver chain Lin Yanting had handed over straight to the ground. Lin Yanting, don't get cocky. You're just a street dancer. I'm going to keep competing with you. Lin Yanting, however, couldn't care less as he scratched his ear. Fine. Whatever you want to compete in, I'm game. Seeing this, Lin Ji continued. I admit, your dancing skills are indeed superior to mine. But when it comes to lyrics and melody, I don't believe you can beat me. What I want to compete in is live lyric and melody composition. Then, in front of all our classmates, I'll perform and sing the song I create on the spot. 111 Go on. Let me show you what a dimensional strike looks like. Hearing Lin Ji's demand, Lin Yanting couldn't hold back and nearly burst out laughing. Truth be told, when it came to songwriting and lyric composition, Lin Yanting certainly couldn't hold a candle to Lin Ji, who had been nurtured with the Lin family's full resources. But what could be denied was that Lin Yanting had an incredible voice. In his previous life, Lin Yanting, who spent every day fighting and killing, actually felt profoundly empty inside. So in his spare time, he would strum his guitar and sing songs. Through daily practice, Lin Yanting mastered many singing techniques without formal instruction. Sometimes, he'd search online for resources and teach himself music theory. And don't forget, Lin Yanting was a reincarnated soul. It's safe to say he knows every song released over the next 20 years like the back of his hand. And now Lin Ji actually wants to compete with him in this? But at this moment, Lin Ji was completely unaware of the gravity of the situation. He didn't even care whether Lin Yanting agreed or not. He immediately pulled out a USB drive and said, "This contains backing tracks I composed myself. Today, I'll show you all the depth of the Lin family's expertise." Seeing this, Wu Liang chimed in from the side. "Xiao Ji. Truly worthy of the Lin family lineage. To compose an entire accompaniment on your own at your age. Such musical talent is truly rare." Not far away, Jin Yunche also praised. Who could disagree? With such an heir to carry on the Lin family legacy, how could they not rise to greater heights? Many who sought to strengthen ties with the Lin family chimed in with Wu Liang and Jin Yunche. Listening to the flattery around him, a smug expression returned to Lin Ji's face. He had completely forgotten how thoroughly he'd been defeated by Lin Yanting in the dance-off just moments ago. Lin Ji even shot Lin Yanting a defiant look. "Lin Yanting, you wouldn't back down, would you? If you're afraid, just say so no one will laugh at you. After all, the gap in our foundations is plain for all to see." Seeing Lin Ji's relentless pressure, even Wei Zhixi, standing nearby, couldn't bear to watch any longer. "Miss Lin, isn't this a bit too much? If you genuinely wish to connect through music, there's nothing to argue about. But using a competition as an excuse to put others down? That's just tacky. Besides, you yourself just said the contest is about composing lyrics and music on the spot. Yet you've brought out a pre-recorded backing track. Do you really think that's appropriate?" The moment these words left his mouth, Lin Ji was furious, yet he couldn't utter a single word. After all, she had indeed made such a claim earlier. Only now, Wei Zhixi used it to slap her in the face. For a moment, Lin Ji felt like she'd shot herself in the foot. Wu Liang, standing nearby, sensed the tension escalating. He quickly stepped in to smooth things over. "Isn't that essentially the same thing? Miss Lin's point about live creation is simply to ensure both lyrics and composition are entirely her own work, right? Given the Lin family's prestige and heritage, they'd never resort to hiring ghostwriters and then claiming the work as their own. So there's no contradiction between the two." Though Wu Liang had smoothed things over for her, Lin Ji still felt like she'd been slapped in the face. Because she knew full well that the backing track on the USB drive wasn't her own creation. It was exactly as Wu Liang had said. She had hired a ghostwriter and then claimed the original work as her own. Her motive was simply to earn her grandfather's respect. To make him believe she wasn't completely useless. But now that Wu Liang had laid it all out like this, she certainly wasn't about to foolishly admit it. After all, what she wanted most right now was to really step on Lin Yanting. Brother Wu Liang was absolutely right. What I mean is, let's compete on originality. If Lin Yanting has original work, he can just bring it out directly. Seeing how shamelessly Lin Ji and Wu Liang were twisting the concept, Wei Zhixi was about to argue her case. But Lin Yanting stopped her. "Never mind. Since Miss Lin wants to compare, then let's have a contest." Hearing Lin Yanting say this, Wu Liang, Jin Yunche, and Lin Ji all lit up with delight. But Ren Ziqian remained silent, watching with keen interest. Seeing this, Wei Zhixi feared Lin Yanting might agree to the contest impulsively. She tried to speak up to stop him. But Lin Yanting raised his hand to silence her. "Shi Bao. We've known each other for so long, yet I've never sung for you. Today, I'll sing for you just this once." Seeing the sincerity in Lin Yanting's eyes, Wei Zhixi swallowed the words she had been about to speak. Then Lin Yanting shifted his tone. He addressed Lin Ji. "In that case, Miss Lin, please go first." Upon hearing this, Lin Ji first handed the USB drive in her hand to the servant beside her. Then, with a smug look on her face, she declared, "Watch closely then." With that, Lin Ji walked straight toward the nearby performance stage. The servant who had received the USB drive from Lin Ji also made his way straight to the media equipment. He inserted the USB drive into the device, loading the pre-recorded backing track. Immediately, upbeat music blared through the speakers, filling the air. Lin Ji grabbed the microphone. "Let's all meow together. Let's meow together." Act all cute in front of you. Ouch meow. My heart's pounding. I'm hooked on your mischievous grin. If you don't say you love me, I'll just meow. Light-hearted, easy-going musical melody. Paired with simple, easy-to-understand lyrics and body movements. Instantly energizing the atmosphere. Many female classmates began mimicking Lin Ji's dance moves from the song. Seeing this, Wu Liang was overjoyed. That infectious energy. How could Lin Yanting possibly compare? The thought of finally being able to outshine Lin Yanting. He felt an indescribable thrill. Ha! Finally, I'll get to see Lin Yanting eat humble pie. Meanwhile, Wei Zhixi's face was etched with tension. Clearly, she had noticed the atmosphere around her. She was clearly caught up in Lin Ji's rhythm. This made her heart skip a beat for Lin Yanting. As Lin Ji finished his song, the entire venue erupted in deafening applause and cheers. It was absolutely beautiful. My body couldn't help but move along with the rhythm. Lin Ji is truly a rising star in the music world. Yes. She's bound to make her mark in the Chinese music scene. Listening to the surrounding crowd's praise for Lin Ji, Lin Yanting almost burst out laughing. But Lin Ji was thoroughly enjoying it. But when Lin Ji's gaze swept over Lin Yanting's smirking expression, a sudden surge of inexplicable anger flared up in her chest. What does that look on Lin Yanting's face mean? Does he look down on me? This is a song I paid a fortune to have written for me. How dare he mock me? Just you wait, I'll show you. With that thought, Lin Ji remained unflappable as he addressed Lin Yanting. How about it? Now it's your turn. Come on. Wu Liang chimed in with a sarcastic tone from the side. Little Ji, what's the rush? How could live creation be that fast? After all, not everyone is like you back then. You created this beautiful song in just a few hours. Lin Yanting heard this. He couldn't hold back again. This guy really does speak his mind, doesn't he? But since you insist on rushing your faces right up to me for a punch, I'll gladly oblige. 112 performing. A rendition of Blue and White Porcelain stunned the entire audience. Lin Yanting ignored the others' mockery. Instead, he turned to Kim Yuncheol and asked, Young Master Kim, you should have a guitar, right? Upon hearing this, Kim Yuncheol instinctively replied, Sure I do. What do you need a guitar for? But Wu Liang beside him instantly understood. Isn't it obvious? Mr. Lin must have already composed a song and wants to play and sing it. I can't wait to hear Lin's masterpiece. Hurry up and get someone to bring another one. Lin Yanting understood perfectly what Wu Liang meant. He was just trying to flatter him to death. First, he'd be blown up to the heavens. Once the piece he sang failed to meet everyone's expectations, he was sure to face humiliation. But Lin Yanting couldn't care less. Just then, the servant brought the guitar right to Lin Yanting. Lin Yanting didn't hesitate. He took the guitar in one swift motion, then calmly walked onto the stage. Wei Zhixi was deeply worried. She ultimately chose to trust her darling Teng. After getting into position, he addressed the microphone. Next, I'll perform a song that hasn't yet appeared in the music scene. Its name is Blue and White Porcelain. With that said, Lin Yanting couldn't help but think to himself. Saying it this way shouldn't count as plagiarism, right? After all, Blue and White Porcelain truly hasn't appeared in this era's music scene yet. My apologies, King of Pop. But the crowd around him had no idea what was going through Lin Yanting's mind. They all looked utterly perplexed. Blue and White Porcelain? They'd never heard of it. But that title is way too generic. It doesn't seem particularly memorable. Just as the crowd was murmuring among themselves, Lin Yanting had already begun his performance. A beautiful prelude filled the air. At first, the crowd didn't pay much attention. But moments later, everyone became completely immersed. To the audience, the song's intro unfolded like a slowly unfurling inkwash painting. With minimalist Eastern charm, it sketched an ethereal realm. The crisp, faint notes of the porcelain flute echoed like the subtle patterns beneath the blue and white glaze, veiled in mist. Strings like brushes dipped in ink, staining the blank spaces with the dampness of Jiangnan's misty rain. Holy crap! Lin Yanting is amazing. He actually composed a piece like this. Soon, connoisseurs, unable to contain their delight, began praising Lin Yanting. This left Wu Liang and Lin Ji's crew feeling thoroughly annoyed. It's only just begun. What can you possibly tell from this? What if he starts strong but fizzles out? Hearing this, the classmate who had just praised Lin Yanting paid no mind to Wu Liang. Instead, he remained immersed in the music. Soon, as Lin Yanting played on, the song entered its vocal section. The moment Lin Yanting opened his mouth, the astonished crowd's eyes widened in amazement. The plain porcelain outlines blue and white patterns, brushstrokes thickening then fading. The peonies painted on the vase resemble your first makeup. Sandalwood incense wafts through the window, revealing my thoughts. The brush on Xian paper pauses mid-stroke. The glazes hues render the maiden's charm a private treasure. Yet your radiant smile blooms like a bud about to open. A wisp of your beauty drifts away to places I cannot reach. accompanied by Lin Yanting's rendition. Just these few lines of lyrics. Many people are already completely overwhelmed. Oh my god. It's just too beautiful. This melody, these lyrics, they're a perfect match. At this level, Lin Yanting has already surpassed countless professional singers. At this point, even if Lin Ji and Wu Liang refuse to admit it, others won't just ignore them. Instead, they'd start questioning Lin Ji's musical taste. Immediately after, as the music's emotional intensity built, Lin Yanting's performance surged directly into its climactic section. The sky's azure awaits the misty rain, while I wait for you. Rising smoke curls in the distance, across 1,000 miles of river. At the bottom of the bottle, I write Han-style clerical script, imitating the grace of past dynasties. Consider it a prelude to our meeting. The sky waits for the rain, and I wait for you. Moonlight is fished from the river, blurring the ending. Like a timeless blue and white porcelain, beautiful in its own right. Your eyes held a smile. As the final word fell, the entire venue erupted in thunderous applause. This song is simply too beautiful. Both the composition and lyrics are top-notch. Especially that line, the sky waits for the rain, and I wait for you, absolutely perfect. I felt like I heard a tragic love story unfold through this song. Yes. Using adjectives meant for blue and white porcelain to weave a love story, you're a genius. Not a single mention of love, yet every line carries its weight. At that moment, Ren Ziqian, who had been watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but praise aloud. The lyrics are masterful, the melody is masterful. The melody is a masterful translation of Eastern aesthetics into modern pop music. Its pentatonic framework subtly weaves the rhythmic patterns of Song dynasty poetry into its transitions, while the dialogue between piano and guzheng creates classical pauses reminiscent of rain on banana leaves. The chorus's melody flows as smoothly as blue and white porcelain brushstrokes, each ornamentation resembling the textured glaze of overglazed decoration. The sudden key change mirrors the unexpected glaze flow during kiln transformation. The most exquisite touch lies in the bridge's melodic fracture, mimicking the delicate crackling glaze of porcelain. This masterful use of modern compositional techniques perfectly interprets the Eastern philosophy of beauty in imperfection. The entire composition feels like an auditory blue and white porcelain piece fired from musical notes, rebirthing millennia of culture through its rhythmic pulse. The crowd chattered endlessly about Lin Yanting's just performed piece, Blue and White Porcelain. Every word of praise and admiration from the classmates felt like a merciless giant hand, furiously lashing the cheeks of Lin Ji, Wu Liang, and the others. The worst part was, they couldn't even argue back. Though the classmates, out of respect for the Lin family's reputation, and refrained from drawing comparisons between the two. But everyone knew there was no comparison between the two. Lin Ji's singing was barely passable at best. Before the comparison, it was tolerable. But the moment Lin Yanting performed Blue and White Porcelain, it was already certain that Lin Ji would be utterly crushed. Lin Yanting returned the guitar to the same servant. But the look in that servant's eyes as he gazed at Lin Yanting was now filled with admiration. He then walked over to Lin Ji. He remarked nonchalantly, "So this is the cultural depth of your so-called Lin family heir? Your lyrics are as mundane as a daily log. And the melody? Just mediocre." Facing Lin Yanting's direct confrontation, Lin Ji instantly erupted in fury. "You." Yet he only said the word you. Yet to her astonishment, she found herself utterly unable to refute Lin Yanting. After all, compared to the poetic lyrics and melody of Blue and White Porcelain, Lin Ji's song was utterly unpresentable. For a moment, Lin Ji felt his face burning with embarrassment. Seeing Lin Ji remain silent for so long, Lin Yanting showed no intention of letting him off the hook. "What's wrong? Why has Miss Lin gone quiet? Still want to compare something? I'm ready anytime." As Lin Yanting uttered these words, Lin Ji could take no more. Without a word, she turned and fled toward the exit as if escaping. Seeing this, Wu Liang hurried after her. Xiao Ji. Xiao Ji. 113 playing cards? You chose this yourselves." The others weren't fazed by Lin Ji's departure. Instead, they all started cheering, urging Lin Yanting to sing a few more songs. To this, Lin Yanting could only admit, "My skills aren't up to par yet. I'm afraid to embarrass myself in front of everyone again." The others simply took it as Lin Yanting's modesty. Little did they know, Lin Yanting was speaking the absolute truth. Ren Ziqian even walked right up to Lin Yanting and handed him a business card. "You're the most talented singer-songwriter I've ever seen. This is the business card for our entertainment records. If you're interested, come to my company. I guarantee I can turn you into the next rising star of the Chinese music scene." Upon hearing this, Lin Yanting politely accepted Ren Ziqian's business card. "I'll think it over." Seeing this, Ren Ziqian didn't press Lin Yanting for an immediate answer. Instead, he said casually, "Take your time considering it. Even if you decide against it, that's perfectly fine. After all, I'm simply appreciating your talent and offering you another path for the future. I enjoy making friends with talented people like you. This request isn't unreasonable, is it?" With that, he extended his hand toward Lin Yanting. Seeing this, Lin Yanting returned the smile. Then, without a moment's hesitation, he grasped Ren Ziqian's hand. This signified his acceptance of Ren Zihan as a friend. According to Lin Yanting's memories from his previous life, this Ren Ziqian, though outwardly dissolute, but in reality possessed exceptional talent. In the future, his entertainment company would produce numerous top-tier singers and professional actors. Making friends with someone like this was definitely worth it. Moreover, he could tell that Ren Ziqian hadn't joined Lin Ji, Wu Liang, and Jin Yunche in targeting him. His words to him earlier were spoken with genuine sincerity. But Lin Yanting had no intention of pursuing that path. He might have a beautiful singing voice, but his songwriting and composition skills were truly lacking. Especially since he just used Zhou Xianyu's upcoming release of Blue and White Porcelain to publicly humiliate Lin Ji. That alone made him feel somewhat embarrassed. After all, he couldn't justify using his time travel advantage to deprive these talented future singers of their achievements. He knew all too well how unfair that would be to the original creators. So Lin Yanting stopped at just the right moment. Still, he couldn't resist approaching Wei Zhixi. He asked tentatively, "Shibao, how did I sing just now?" What Lin Yanting hadn't expected was, Wei Zhixi didn't answer him directly. Instead, she kept blinking those big eyes. Then, with a hint of pride, she said, "Not bad." Hearing this, Lin Yanting replied with a hint of disappointment. "In your eyes, it's only not bad?" Put. Seeing Lin Yanting's dejected expression, Wei Zhixi couldn't help but laugh. "Just kidding, you sing beautifully. Then you have to sing for me often from now on. Is that okay?" Hearing Wei Zhixi say this, Lin Yanting instantly beamed with joy. "No problem." Just then, Wu Liang, who had just rushed out to chase after Lin Ji, returned. Seeing Wu Liang alone, everyone understood that Lin Ji couldn't bear the humiliation, which was why he'd stormed off in anger. After all, what had just happened was utterly humiliating. Her proudest strength had proven utterly powerless before Lin Yanting, especially since Lin Ji's song had been prepared in advance. Yet it was utterly crushed by Lin Yanting's impromptu composition. No one could endure such a crushing blow. Earlier, when Wu Liang rushed out after him, he not only got a scolding from Lin Ji but also became his punching bag. So Wu Liang's face was grim when he returned. Especially when he saw Lin Yanting and Wei Zhixi acting so intimate. It made his jealousy burn even hotter. But the moment he thought of his plan, Wu Liang quickly composed his expression. Then, as if nothing were amiss, he spoke up. "Miss Lin, I must take my leave now. Let's not bother with her. Let's keep having fun." Hearing this, the others didn't take it too seriously either. Seeing this, Wu Liang's eyes darted about before he spoke up. "We've sung our songs and danced our dances. Why don't we play some games?" Hearing Wu Liang's suggestion, Kim Yunchul stepped forward to show his support. "The mountain villa even has a game room. Play whatever you like. Food, barbecue, snacks, drinks, and alcohol are all unlimited." In an instant, the atmosphere reached another high point. Just then, Wu Liang suddenly turned to look at Lin Yanting. "Hey, Lin, how about we play a couple of rounds?" Hearing this, Lin Yanting scratched his head. "That wouldn't be right, would it? We're still students, after all." Seeing this, Kim Yunchul chimed in from the side. "You can't say it like that. We're not minors, everyone here is over 18. What's wrong with playing cards? Lin, I invited you all here with the utmost sincerity. You wouldn't refuse my invitation, would you?" Seeing things had reached this point, Lin Yanting, he couldn't very well refuse. He nodded in agreement. This time, Wei Zhixi didn't stop Lin Yanting. For she had already noticed the subtle expressions on Lin Yanting's face. She knew he was up to something again. All he needed was for Wu Liang, Jin Yunche, and the others to jump right in. Soon, the other students began to scatter throughout the mountain resort, forming small groups to enjoy themselves. Lin Yanting, Wei Zhixi, Wu Liang, Jin Yunche, and Ren Ziqian made their way to a private room. Of course, Wei Zhixi understood that Wu Liang and Jin Yunche intended to target Lin Yanting. Though she had confidence in Lin Yanting, she still felt that having one more person meant one more layer of protection. So she insisted on staying with Lin Yanting. As for Ren Ziqian, for reasons unknown, he also expressed interest in joining the card game. Given their respective statuses, Kim Yunchul and Wu Liang found it difficult to refuse. The private room featured a professional dealer and a fully equipped gambling table. Observing the scene before him, Lin Yanting couldn't help but remark, "Wow! Who knew you had such a hidden gem here? Is this setup really this complete?" Hearing this, Kim Yunchul replied with a touch of pride. "Of course. My mountain retreat has everything you could possibly need. How could I possibly invite everyone over to play without having everything ready?" Seeing the others still chatting idly, Ren Ziqian, standing nearby, spoke with a hint of impatience. "So what are we playing? Poker, 3-card poker, or baccarat?" Lin Yanting shrugged indifferently. "I'm fine with anything. You guys decide." Wu Liang, seeing this, immediately chimed in. "All right. Then let's keep it simple, play 3-card poker. Kim Yuncheok quickly chimed in. Sounds good to me. Let's agree upfront, 100,000 chips each. Winnings are yours. Before leaving the resort, you can exchange your chips for cash at the dealer's counter. But if you lose all your chips, you'll have to pay out of your own pocket. If you're broke, you'll just have to drink to pay off your debts. This is a sure win for you guys, right? Exactly. Anyone hearing this offer would be hooked. After all, it's a chance to get something for nothing. If you lose, no need to pay, just drink. And if you happen to win, you'd rake in a fortune for free. But before Lin Yanting even arrived at Jin Yun's mountain retreat, he already knew about the scheme he and Wu Liang had cooked up. It seemed their ultimate goal was to get him drunk, then find an opportunity to drug Wei Zhixi. Then make a pass at Wei Zhixi. Finally, they'd pin the blame on him, ruining his reputation and life. In his previous life, Lin Yanting was a big shot in Jianing City's underworld. How could he not understand the truth that 9 out of 10 gambles are scams? Jin Yunche dared to make such a claim because he was absolutely certain of victory. After all, this was his turf. The dealers here were all his people. For Kim Yuncheol, rigging the game was as easy as pie. But who is Lin Yanting? Having uncovered these two scoundrel schemes, how could he possibly let them succeed? Fine. You brought this upon yourselves. Dare to have ill intentions toward my Shibao? Today I'll make you pay dearly. 114 double standards. First win. Just now. While Lin Yanting and Lin Ji were battling it out in dance and song. To uncover Lin Yanting's true financial standing at this moment, Kim Yuncheol had already secretly dispatched people to investigate the origins of Lin Yanting's Lamborghini. And just as Lin Ji stormed off in anger at Lin Yanting, Kim Yuncheok finally obtained concrete information. He was both stunned and immensely relieved. What astonished him was that the Lamborghini parked at the entrance of the mountain retreat was personally ordered by Yi Zixuan, the president of Yi Group, as a gift for Lin Yanting. His relief stemmed from the fact that this proved Lin Yanting remained as penniless as ever. As for the words Lin Yanting had spoken earlier at the villa entrance, were naturally dismissed by Jin Yunche as nothing more than Lin Yanting's usual big talk. Naturally, Kim Yuncheok relayed this news to Wu Liang via his phone. Upon seeing the message, Wu Liang felt a wave of relief wash over him. But at the same time, his heart was filled with jealousy. First, he was all over Wei Zhixi. Then Yi Zixuan personally delivered a car. And back at school, I even saw Su Shuyun exchanging flirty glances with him. Why? Why does Lin Yanting have such incredible luck with women? But none of that matters anymore. After today, I'll make sure you're utterly disgraced. Then we'll see if any of these women will even look at you. This time, I'll see if you can survive. Just as Wu Liang was thinking this, the players had already taken their seats. The dealer was also in position. Soon, the game began. The dealer's shuffling technique was exceptionally skilled, smooth and swift. But Lin Yanting noticed this dealer had been doing a fake shuffle the entire time. In other words, the deck had already been pre-arranged. The dealer's shuffling was merely for show. By appearing to shuffle multiple times, they create the illusion that the cards have been thoroughly mixed. But in reality, the order of the cards hadn't changed at all. Seeing this, Lin Yanting couldn't help but let out a cold laugh inside. Sure enough, 9 out of 10 gambles are scams. But such tricks are no match for me. However, this was only the first hand. Lin Yanting wanted to gauge the dealer's skill first. So he held back from making his move. Having once been an underground boss in his past life, he knew these tricks inside out. In the first round, to lure him into the trap, the dealer would definitely deal him a strong hand. Let him taste a little sweetness first. This is what the schemers often call fattening the pig. Only after fattening the pig and making it addicted is the time to slaughter the pig. All losses begin with wins. After several consecutive rounds, the dealer will start letting the target lose a few symbolic hands. But they'll still win occasionally to create the illusion of luck. Finally, the target is dealt several exceptionally strong hands in succession. Most people would definitely get carried away at this point. Some might even sell their homes or cars just to chase one more hand. Little do they know this is the trap others set long ago. 3 kings against 3 aces across the table and you're wiped out. Lin Yanting had witnessed such scenarios countless times in his past life. The question was whether the dealer Jin Yunche had hired this time would employ the same tactics. Just as Lin Yanting was pondering this, the dealer began dealing the cards. Soon, 3 cards were dealt to each player. Each player first placed a $1,000 chip. None of the 4 looked at their cards as they placed another round of blind bets. When it came back to Kim Yuncheol's turn, he chose to look at his cards. After a brief moment of hesitation, he decided to call. Since Kim Yuncheol had seen his cards, his subsequent call required doubling his bet. Kim Yuncheol promptly placed 2,000 chip stacks in the center of the table. He had assumed that since he checked and called, someone else would check and call too. But unexpectedly, the other 3 still didn't look at their cards, simply taking turns calling with 1,000 each. Kim Yuncheok acted decisively. Since he hadn't planned to win the first hand anyway, he folded immediately. When it came to Ren Ziqian's turn, this time he didn't choose to continue with a blind bet. Instead, like Kim Yun-cheol, he chose to look at his cards. Ren Ziqian folded without a moment's hesitation. His hand was simply too weak. 2-3-6. It was arguably the second lowest possible hand. If he called now, wouldn't he just be inviting pure bad luck? Thus, only Lin Yanting and Wu Liang remained at the table. There were now 17,000 chips on the table. Wu Liang, having seen the sweet spot, was almost ready. He too chose to see his cards. He placed a 2,000 chip bet and chose to reveal Lin Yanting's hand. Lin Yanting showed no surprise at Wu Liang's move. It unfolded exactly as he had anticipated. Wu Liang's hand was AKJ not suited, so no flush, nor a straight. Lin Yanting calmly turned over his cards. Wei Zhixi, watching nearby, stared intently at the cards. When Lin Yanting revealed his cards, they showed a pair of twos and a 7 of diamonds. Seeing this, Wei Zhixi said with obvious disappointment. Ting Bao, did we lose? Hearing this, Lin Yanting froze for a moment. He quickly realized that Wei Zhixi didn't know how to play 3-card poker. She was merely observing that Wu Liang's hand contained high-value cards like AKJ, while Lin Yanting's hand contained nothing higher than a 10. Before Lin Yanting could speak, Wu Liang spoke up from the side. Zhixi, you've got it wrong. Lin won this hand. Lin Yanting then patiently explained to Wei Zhixi. Although Wu Liang's single card appears larger, it lacks a flush, a straight, or a pair. Therefore, it can only be considered an ace high. Lin Yanting's single card was smaller, but he had a pair of twos. A pair beats a single card. Naturally, Lin Yanting's pair wins. Upon hearing this, Wei Zhixi suddenly understood. She had been convinced Lin Yanting had lost the hand, which is why she'd looked so disappointed. But when Wei Zhixi learned Lin Yanting had actually won, her face instantly lit up with joy. Ting Bao. You're amazing. Wu Liang, who witnessed Wei Zhixi's expression change, instantly froze with a smile on his face. Seriously, she's not even pretending anymore, is she? Wei Zhixi. Your double standards are painfully obvious. Laugh now, but you'll be crying soon enough. To avoid alerting the enemy, Wu Liang could only force a smile to stay on his face. Ren Ziqian, who had witnessed the entire scene, observed Wu Liang's expression clearly seething with rage yet forcing himself to appear magnanimous. He found it utterly amusing. Meanwhile, Lin Yanting's side had just raked in over 10,000. This left Wei Zhixi, watching nearby, utterly speechless. That money came in way too fast. In mere minutes, he'd won what most workers earn in several months, or even half a year. Especially that rush when you see the cards. No wonder gambling is so addictive. Seeing Wei Zhixi seem to take an interest in card games, Lin Yanting, fearing she might get hooked, he quickly interjected with an explanation. That's the most dangerous part. Losing money always starts with winning. You win fast, but lose even faster. If you truly get caught up in this feeling, it won't be long before you lose everything and end up sleeping on the streets. Hearing this, Wei Zhixi couldn't grasp the meaning behind Lin Yanting's words at first. She replied with a hint of skepticism. Is it really that exaggerated? Lin Yanting didn't respond to Wei Zhixi, because he knew full well that today, Wei Zhixi would witness the scene for herself. 115 fold. I misread it. Over the next few hands, Lin Yanting didn't glance at his cards once. Just betting with his head down. Not a hint of backing down. And without exception, every single time, Lin Yanting won. In just half an hour, Lin Yanting had already raked in over 40,000. Lin Yanting's approach drew knowing smiles from Jin Yunche and Wu Liang. Because in their eyes, Lin Yanting must have thought today was his lucky day, with fortune smiling upon him. Even without looking at his cards, he could win money. That's why he kept blindly calling without ever looking at his cards. Little did he know, everything at the table was under their control. But as the saying goes, there's always someone better. If this wave of Jin Yunche and Wu Liang were on the first level, then Lin Yanting is in the stratosphere. Lin Yanting had calculated their psychology precisely, knowing the cards were always in the dealer's hands. He knew that in the earlier rounds, to get himself fired up, Kim Yun-cheol would definitely have the dealer give him the strongest cards. That's precisely why Lin Yanting dared to bet with such confidence. Since he knew he had the upper hand in this round, why would he needlessly peek at his cards and risk an extra 1,000 in bets? But as a new round began, Lin Yanting noticed the exchange of glances between Kim Yun-cheol, Wu Liang, and the dealer. He understood they'd dug the pit deep enough and were now ready to slaughter him. But Wu Liang and Jin Yunche were bound to miscalculate. After all, Lin Yanting had lived 2 lifetimes. How could he possibly fail to see through such a petty trick? After the cards were dealt and everyone had placed their ante-bets, Lin Yanting placed only a token blind bet. He looked at his cards for the first time. However, this move didn't arouse suspicion from Wu Liang or Kim Yun-cheol. After all, he'd been sitting on his hands for several rounds. Checking once was perfectly normal. Sure enough, this hand was bigger than any they'd seen before. KQ7 a pure black peach suit. Flush. It was an exceptionally strong hand. But Lin Yanting showed no sign of joy whatsoever. He knew full well that Wu Liang and Jin Yunche were about to make their move against him. Because Lin Yanting knew all too well. The vast majority of gamblers start losing big after getting a great hand. If one only holds mediocre cards, it wouldn't be enough to drive someone mad. Because the player knows full well that the hand isn't strong. So when betting, they stay calm. They carefully assess the betting patterns and demeanor of other players to gauge their hands. If things look off, they'll cut their losses promptly. They'll fold their hand. But if they hold a strong hand, just like Lin Yanting right now, holding a K-high flush, this creates an overwhelming sense of certainty. Since victory seems assured, why not raise the stakes? Though flushes are surpassed by straight flushes in three of a kind. But such hands are extremely rare. And with only 4 players at the table now, the odds of such hands appearing are even slimmer. A king-high flush is practically a guaranteed win. If it were anyone else, they'd be betting like crazy. But Lin Yanting remained unusually calm. The moment he saw his hand, he knew that in either Kim Yuncheol's or Wu Liang's hands, had a stronger hand than his K-high flush. Therefore, he was bound to lose this hand. Yet, knowing full well he'd lose, Lin Yanting still called the 2,000 yuan bet. His sole purpose was to avoid arousing suspicion from Kim Yuncheol and Wu Liang. Sure enough, upon seeing Lin Yanting call, both men's lips curled into barely perceptible smirks. Seeing this, Wu Liang spoke up. Unusual. Lin actually looked at his cards. Looks like the cards must be pretty good. I'm out on this hand. I'll let you guys play it out. When it was Kim Yuncheol's turn, he didn't look at his cards. Instead, he declared with full confidence. I don't buy it. Lin never gets lucky every single hand. I'm not looking at my cards this round. I'll see if I can reel in this big fish, Mr. Lin. I call 1000 and raise 9,000. If you see the cards, you have to call 20,000. Seeing both sides so confident, Ren Ziqian looked at his small straight of 2-3-4. Suddenly felt this hand was lost. He promptly folded without hesitation. Next, it was Lin Yanting's turn to speak. All eyes instantly turned to Lin Yanting. Just as Wu Liang and Kim Yuncheok expected Lin Yanting to call the 20,000 bet without hesitation, Lin Yanting, just like Ren Ziqian, decisively folded. He calculated it. After winning so many hands, losing one wasn't a big deal. I only have a K-high hand, so I'm not calling. Lin Yanting's move instantly stunned both Wu Liang and Jin Yunche. Because in their eyes, if they were in Lin Yanting's shoes, they would have called the 20,000 without hesitation. After all, the other 2 players had already folded. Only he and Kim Yuncheol remained at the table. Plus, Kim Yuncheol hadn't even looked at his cards. The odds of him holding a strong hand weren't high. It was safe to say Lin Yanting, holding a K-high flush, was guaranteed to win. At the very least, he'd call to see what happens. But unexpectedly, Lin Yanting folded immediately. This move was completely unexpected. At that moment, Wei Zhixi, who had observed several hands, had also grasped the rules. Seeing Lin Yanting fold, Wei Zhixi quickly spoke up. Ting Bao. Did you misread your hand? You don't have a K-high flush. You clearly have a K-high flush. Hearing this, Lin Yanting suddenly acted like a drama queen possessed. He quickly snatched back the hand he'd just been holding and scrutinized it again. He immediately began beating his chest and stamping his feet in frustration. Holy crap! I misread the cards. I actually threw away a straight flush. Damn, what a huge mistake. Ren Ziqian, sitting beside him, stared at Lin Yanting with a completely bewildered expression. Who would have thought that Lin Yanting, whom he always considered steady and reliable, would make such a rookie mistake? Keep in mind, there were tens of thousands of chips on the table right now. Throwing that hand away was an absolute killer loss. Just as Wu Liang was about to suggest, since you misread it, why not take it back and keep playing? Lin Yanting abruptly changed his tone and continued speaking. He didn't give Wu Liang the slightest chance to speak. Ah, it was fate. Spilled water can't be retrieved. Lost is lost. I guess this hand was just meant for me to lose. If I took it back to keep playing just because I misread it, wouldn't that be unfair to young Master Jin? Besides, I believe heaven has its reasons for this outcome. Who knows? Young Master Jin's hand might even be better than mine. Seeing that Lin Yanting showed no sign of changing his mind, that meant this hand was over. Jin Yunche claimed victory in this hand. Seeing this, Ren Ziqian, standing nearby, didn't wait for Jin Yunche to react. He snatched the cards right out of Jin Yunche's hand. By the time Kim Yuncheol tried to stop him, it was already too late. Ren Ziqian flipped the cards while declaring, I refuse to believe a closed hand could possibly beat this. But before he could finish, the 3 cards he revealed were a pure red peach-colored AKJ. An ace-high flush. It was just a tad higher than Lin Yanting's king-high black spade flush. Holy crap! This can't be real. Lin, you're way too lucky, bro. Seeing this, Lin Yanting patted his chest with relief. Thank goodness. Thank goodness I misread it. Otherwise, I'd be in big trouble this time. Wei Zhixi beside him also turned from worry to joy. Ting Bao. You're amazing. You dodged a bullet. Meanwhile, Jin Yunche and Wu Liang didn't notice the slightest hint of unease in Lin Yanting. They could only assume Lin Yanting had misread his cards. But Wu Liang cursed silently to himself. Damn it! This is infuriating. How the hell did Lin Yanting get so lucky? He actually dodged that? But at this point, there was nothing left to do. It was just one hand of cards. There'll be other chances later. Just as Wu Liang and Jin Yunche were trying to console themselves, Lin Yanting's voice suddenly cut through the air. Why do you two look so glum? Aren't you happy about winning money? At this remark, Ren Ziqian nearby also noticed their expressions. He immediately sensed something was off. What's going on with you two? Especially Kim Yuncheol, how could he look like that after winning money? Under Ren Ziqian's scrutinizing gaze, the two finally realized their expressions had been unnatural. So Kim Yuncheol quickly explained. After so many rounds, it was rare to finally beat Lin. Too bad he got away. What a mischance to make Lin bleed. Kim Yuncheol didn't hold back in saying this. After all, anyone who sees their hand is stronger than their opponents would think the same. There was nothing strange about saying it out loud. As long as Lin Yanting and Ren Ziqian didn't realize they were manipulating the game. Seeing this, Kim Yuncheol chimed in from the side. Yeah, I'm just surprised by Lin's luck too. I thought misreading the cards would cost him dearly, but instead, it saved his life. Lin's mouth is like it's been blessed or something. Lin Yanting heard this but said nothing, merely smiling. Seeing that the two showed no signs of suspicion, Wu Liang quickly changed the subject. Oh my! Why dwell on this hand? Let's get the next hand started. Seeing no objections from the group, the dealer gathered the scattered cards from the table and began shuffling. At this moment, Lin Yanting appeared relaxed on the surface. His mind was constantly strategizing how to break the deadlock. Though he currently held the upper hand, the cards remained in the dealer's hands. As long as this remained the case, Lin Yanting remained at a disadvantage. They could draw any card they desired. Even if Lin Yanting folded every single hand, the base bets alone would bleed him dry. He must disrupt the dealer's shuffling technique. With that thought, Lin Yanting addressed the attendant beside him. Excuse me, could you bring me a bottle of sparkling fruit juice? Thank you. 116, what's it gonna be? Show your cards or fold. Soon, the servant brought over a bottle of sparkling fruit juice and placed it before Lin Yanting. Lin Yanting began to open the bottle cap. Oh my, this cap is so tight. Seeing that Lin Yanting didn't seem suspicious about the card game just now, Kim Yuncheol and Wu Liang both breathed a sigh of relief. Kim Yuncheol even boasted aloud. This soda's imported from abroad. With excellent sealing. That's why the cap is a bit hard to open. Just give it a little more force. Watching Lin Yanting struggle to open the bottle cap, Kim Yuncheol couldn't help but chuckle. He could have easily had a butler fetch a bottle opener for Lin Yanting. But he deliberately chose not to. He just wanted to see Lin Yanting make a fool of himself. And Lin Yanting himself didn't ask for a bottle opener either. Naturally, he kept his mouth shut. He merely sneered inwardly. Just as I thought, a complete bumpkin. Doesn't even know what a bottle opener is. I'll see how long it takes you to open this soda. Ren Ziqian, standing nearby, couldn't bear to watch any longer. He was about to call for a bottle opener. But before he could speak, a popping sound suddenly erupted from Lin Yanting's hand gripping the soda bottle. The bottle cap shot off violently. It landed squarely on the dealer's hand as he was shuffling the cards. The dealer yelped in pain. The cards in his hand scattered wildly. Seeing this, Lin Yanting quickly rose to his feet and approached the dealer. He began picking up the scattered cards while apologizing. I'm so sorry. My deepest apologies. I wasn't paying attention and the bottle cap just flew out. After all, Lin Yanting was a guest. The dealer naturally couldn't say much. But when this scene fell into the eyes of Kim Yuncheol and Wu Liang, it made them feel particularly uncomfortable. Because after Lin Yanting's antics, the cards, which had been completely under the dealer's control, were now utterly chaotic. Although after a few rounds, the dealer could re-establish control over the card sequence. It meant the outcome of these hands was no longer in their control. But with things having come to this, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and keep playing. After another round of blind bets, Lin Yanting chose to check his cards. Then he called 2000. Since Lin Yanting's expression showed no obvious change, the others couldn't tell whether he truly held a strong hand or was just bluffing. When it came to Ren Ziqian's turn, he too chose to look at his cards and then called 2000. Judging by Ren Ziqian's demeanor, he clearly had a strong hand. But that was merely the surface. The reason 3-card poker is called 3-card poker, partly because it's about comparing the strength of suits, and partly because it's a psychological battle. If you've got the mental fortitude, you might even scare opponents with stronger hands into folding outright. Of course, There's also the type who pushes their luck too far. If your opponent clearly holds a winning hand, trying to intimidate them, that's simply not going to work. Therefore, you must weigh all available information to decide whether to call or fold. At this moment, both Wu Liang and Kim Yun-chul chose to call. They didn't rush to see their cards. Instead, they opted to proceed to the next round of blind betting. But Lin Yanting, seeing no one had folded, wore a distinctly sour expression. Wei Zhixi beside him urged, "Tingbao, maybe we should just fold this hand?" At her words, all eyes instantly turned to Wei Zhixi. Because Wei Zhixi's words were essentially selling Lin Yanting out. Having sat beside Lin Yanting the entire time, Wei Zhixi had seen his cards clearly. Saying this clearly showed she had no confidence in Lin Yanting's hand. If it were anyone else, they might suspect the two had colluded, deliberately feigning a weak hand to lure others into betting more. But this was Wei Zhixi speaking. Not only had they known Wei Zhixi for years without ever hearing she played cards. Moreover, judging by her demeanor, she had only gradually grasped the rules of three-card poker after watching them play a few hands. How could someone so straightforward collude with Lin Yanting? Therefore, Wei Zhixi's words were undoubtedly an unconscious thought. Especially since they'd noticed that hint of resignation on Lin Yanting's face. This only reinforced their certainty Lin Yanting's hand wasn't strong. It was Lin Yanting's turn to speak. He stared at his cards for a long moment, his face betraying a look of reluctance. Then he spoke. Call 2000. Raise 2000 to see Rin Xiao's cards. Ren Ziqian hadn't expected Lin Yanting to raise outright just to see his cards. In truth, he understood Lin Yanting's mindset perfectly. That hand was neither strong nor weak. Calling again felt like a bad deal, but folding felt like giving up too easily. Might as well see one hand's cards first. Just as Ren Ziqian was about to call Lin Yanting to fold, Lin Yanting deliberately avoided the gazes of Wu Liang and Jin Yunche, and revealed his three cards to Ren Ziqian. Seeing this, Ren Ziqian gave a helpless smile. Without showing his cards to the other two, he promptly shoved them into the discard pile. Witnessing this, Kim Yuncheol and Wu Liang didn't read too much into it. Instead, they looked at Ren Ziqian with a half smile. Young Master Ren, when did you learn to play dirty tricks? That's not a good habit to pick up. Hearing this, Ren Ziqian offered no response, merely returning a knowing smile. Seeing Ren Ziqian's expression, the two became even more certain that Ren Ziqian's earlier call was a bluff. Thus, over the next few rounds, they began their two ghosts carrying a sedan chair strategy. They didn't look at their cards at all, only placing hidden bets. Watching Lin Yanting's expression grow increasingly grim, the pair felt immense satisfaction. Because according to the rules of Bombflower, 3 players remained at the table. If one player has seen their cards while the other two haven't, the showdown is not permitted. They must either fold or call. But they knew full well that Lin Yanting, having bet so much already, would never fold. Especially since he held a hand neither strong nor weak. Meanwhile, they were aiming to take down Lin Yanting in one go. Judging by his stance, he likely only held a small pair. If he had a single high ace, he wouldn't have called so much. A significantly stronger hand was unlikely. So either one of them needed to play a winning hand to take down Lin Yanting. Opportunities to bleed Lin Yanting dry in one go were few and far between. Even without the dealer's manipulation, they couldn't care less. Soon, the chips on the table had piled up to around 270,000 to 280,000, nearly 300,000. Seeing that the situation was about the same, Wu Liang also chose to look at his cards. But what he saw sent his heart racing. Wu Liang's heart nearly leapt out of his throat. AKQ. A pure flush of hearts. A straight flush. Ha! Lin Yanting is bound to lose everything in this hand. If we milk him for a couple more hands, he'll even owe us money. Then Lin Yanting will have no choice but to drink his way out of debt. Then my plan can finally begin. With that thought, Wu Liang spoke without a flicker of emotion. My turn, right? 100,000. At these words, all eyes turned to Wu Liang. Lin Yanting's expression darkened as he spoke. Chairman Wu, isn't 100,000 a bit steep? Facing Lin Yanting's question, Wu Liang remained completely unfazed. What's wrong with 100,000? We agreed before playing that young Master Jean would provide each of us with 100,000 in chips. Winners take all, losers cover their own losses. It all comes down to skill. There's no betting limit, so why can't I bet 100,000? With that said, Lin Yanting's face darkened, but he said nothing more. Jin Yunche also realized that Wu Liang might have a strong hand. He quickly glanced at his hand. Then he folded immediately. In an instant, only Wu Liang and Lin Yanting remained at the table. It was Lin Yanting's turn again. Lin Yanting hesitated for a long time. Finally, he spoke slowly. I don't believe you have a big hand. You must know my cards aren't strong, so you're trying to bluff here. I'll call your 100,000. And raise you 200,000. But Wu Liang wasn't intimidated by Lin Yanting's bluff. Instead, he saw it as a sign that Lin Yanting was cornered. Mr. Lin, I'm giving you fair warning. While we agreed that each bottle of liquor offsets 1,000 yuan of debt. If you can't finish that much, you have to pay the full price. Are you sure you want to go with 300,000? Hearing this, Lin Yanting appeared to be in a state of intoxication. Wei Zhixi tried to intervene, but Lin Yanting stopped her. I'm sure. You all saw it. I also have a 4 million yuan Lamborghini. Even if I lose, I can use it to cover the debt. Bring it on. Hearing Lin Yanting say this, Wu Liang suddenly recalled the 4 million yuan sports car Yi Zixuan had gifted Lin Yanting. So it seems that to get Lin Yanting drunk, we must first win this car from him. But would he fall for it? But Wu Liang quickly calmed down, because Lin Yanting was already hooked. How could he possibly back down now? So Wu Liang spoke calmly and deliberately. Alright. I'll match 30 million. And I'll raise you 120 million. In an instant, the chips on the table reached 1,900,000. This wager had clearly escalated from a small-time game into a high-stakes gamble. Yet neither side showed any sign of backing down. Because Lin Yanting had put up his Lamborghini as collateral. He now held 4 million in chips. This time, Lin Yanting didn't hesitate. He simply declared, 4 million. All in. The moment he spoke, the entire room erupted in shock. No one expected Lin Yanting to go all in with 4 million. This completely caught Wu Liang off guard. Meanwhile, Rin Ziqian beside him wore an expression of pure amusement. Well, Chairman Wu, call 4 million and see the cards, or fold your 1.6 million bet? 117 massive win. Wu Liang's hand is busted. In an instant, the tables turned. Lin Yanting's face now bore no trace of the earlier resentment and fury. Only a look of amusement remained. Anyone could tell. Something was off. Could it be that Lin Yanting had been playing dumb all along? But that made no sense. If Lin Yanting was the big shot, why would he have gone after Rin Ziqian's hand in the first place? After a long moment of contemplation, Wu Liang finally reached a conclusion. Lin Yanting was bluffing. He wanted to scare me into folding. That way, he wouldn't lose anything and could pocket the over 1.8 million on the table for free. And he held an AKQ straight flush. What was there to fear? Even if Lin Yanting really has a hand, it can't possibly beat mine. Remember, an AKQ straight flush is the highest possible straight flush. Even if Lin Yanting did have a hand, I wasn't afraid. Alright. I'll call your 4 million. I've got a heart flush. Wu Liang flipped his cards first. Sure enough, it was AKQ, a pure heart flush. This instantly made Kim Yuncheol beside him cheer out loud. Wu Xiao is so awesome. You can even bluff your way to a straight flush. And best of all, you managed to reel in Lin Yanting. Your luck is off the charts. Hearing this, a smug expression spread across Wu Liang's face. Seeing Lin Yanting's sour expression at that moment, Wu Liang couldn't help but say, Lin, my friend. I didn't mean for it to turn out this way. I just got carried away earlier. But I never expected you to be so bold. Jin Yunche, standing nearby, asked with a hint of teasing. Lin, let's see what kind of card you really are. You just went all in for 4 million. Lin Yanting also let out a deep sigh. He flipped over 2 cards. A pair of 7s. Seeing this, Kim Yuncheok teased him. That's Lin for you. Even a pair of 7s is so bold. A $4 million sports car, he just went for it. Wu Liang chimed in next. Thanks for the gift, Lin. How about this? I'll count each bottle as 5,000 yuan. Hold on, Lin, drink as much as you can handle. You can pay back the rest slowly. No rush. Ha! As he spoke, Wu Liang's hand reached for the chips on the table. But Rin Ziqian stopped him. Young Master Wu. What's the rush? The last card hasn't even been revealed yet. Hearing this, Wu Liang shrugged indifferently. I have an AKQ straight flush. Mr. Lin has a pair of 7s. Isn't the outcome already obvious? Could it be that his last card is also a 7? As the words left his mouth, Wu Liang's heart suddenly gave a violent jolt. He seemed to grasp a terrifying possibility. Earlier, Lin Yanting had seen Rin Ziqian's cards. But Rin Ziqian had seen Lin Yanting's cards. Could it be? 1,000 waves surged through Wu Liang's mind at that moment. He could no longer remain calm. His eyes were fixed intently on Lin Yanting's single unopened card. Seeing this, Lin Yanting offered a faint smile. Chairman Wu. My apologies. A pair of 7s plus another 7. As the cards were turned over, Wu Liang's pupils instantly contracted. He collapsed straight into his chair. Because right before Lin Yanting's eyes lay 3 7s. How could this be? How could you possibly have 3 7s? Beside him, Jin Yunche could only stare speechlessly at Wei Zhixi. Didn't you tell Lin Yanting to discard a tile earlier? 3 7s, you wanted him to discard those too? Hearing this, Wei Zhixi clearly looked a bit stunned. But she gathered her thoughts and replied. I don't know either. When I saw Tingbao's hand, he only had 2 7s. The third card was blocked by the 2 in front. So I assumed Tingbao only had a pair of sevens and the third card was useless. That's why I made him fold. Jin Yunche and Wu Liang were both stunned. After a moment of surprise, Wu Liang instantly pieced it all together. Whether it was intentionally letting Wei Zhixi see those two sevens to mislead her into folding, or directly revealing Ren Ziqian's hand, both were Lin Yanting's schemes to make them believe his hand was weak. He was simply too invested to fold after betting so much he'd gotten carried away. Suddenly, Wu Liang felt a chill run down his spine at the thought. But in the next instant, his brain was flooded with rage at being toyed with. He slammed his hand on the table and pointed at Lin Yanting. "You're trying to trick me." Hearing this, Lin Yanting merely smiled without a word. But Ren Ziqian, standing nearby, couldn't stand by silently and spoke up. "Wu Liang. As long as you're not cheating, anything goes in card games. You say Lin Yanting outplayed you? Playing cards is a psychological game. If you're outplayed, who can you blame for losing? Besides, in a game starting at 1,000 yuan, you were the one who raised it to 10,000, then 100,000. So how can you now claim Lin Yanting outplayed you? If you hadn't played so ruthlessly when you had the strong hand, how could you have lost so much? Let me give you some advice. Leaving others an escape route is leaving yourself one." Regarding Ren Ziqian's remarks, Lin Yanting nodded imperceptibly. He too felt that Ren Ziqian, though appearing somewhat dissolute, he was actually a decent person, worth befriending. As for why Ren Ziqian spoke up so strongly for Lin Yanting, was ultimately because he owed Lin Yanting a favor. It was precisely Lin Yanting's recent move. Ren Ziqian's hand this round was no small matter. A flush with an ace. Barring a straight flush or three of a kind, it was practically a sure win. Had Lin Yanting not exposed his hand, he would have definitely gone all in. This hand alone cost him at least a couple million. The Lin Yanting's move was meant to deliberately lure Wu Liang and Jin Yunche into the trap. But as the saying goes, when judging people, we look at their actions, not their intentions, and judging by intentions alone makes no one a gentleman. Regardless of Lin Yanting's motives for revealing his cards, the other party had genuinely saved him from losing millions. This favor, he naturally took note of. And precisely because of this, Ren Ziqian, who had always remained neutral, spoke up for Lin Yanting for the very first time. And precisely because of this, Wu Liang was furious beyond measure. But at this point, he could only force himself to suppress the rage boiling within him. Seeing this, Lin Yanting echoed Wu Liang's earlier words. He declared, "As expected of Chairman Wu, flush is surprisingly bold. For million in stakes he just went for it. Truly grateful for Chairman Wu's generosity. How about this: for every bottle of liquor you drink, I'll count it as 10,000 yuan off your debt. Hold on, however much Chairman Wu can drink, that's how much he gets. The rest of the money? Pay it back slowly. No rush." Ha! For a moment, Wu Liang felt a tightness in his chest. He felt like he was about to faint. Seeing this, Lin Yanting raised an eyebrow. "Trying to fake fainting to dodge your debt? No way." In a sudden leap, Lin Yanting materialized beside Wu Liang, catching the swaying man before he fell. Then he pinched his philtrum hard. The pain made Wu Liang snap upright instantly. "Thank goodness. We almost lost our chairman to fainting. No need to thank me, President. This hand just won me 4 or 5 million. It's nothing, really." Watching Wu Liang's expression grow increasingly grim, Lin Yanting showed no intention of letting him off the hook. "Chairman Wu, it's getting late, almost dinner time. You should drink up. Otherwise, the bill might get complicated later." Seeing Lin Yanting's relentless pressure, Wu Liang's face twitched visibly. He didn't hesitate, pulling out his phone. He transferred over 5 million to Lin Yanting. "Lin, congratulations. I won't be drinking tonight. Every penny I owe you is already in your account. Hope you keep this kind of luck in the future." With that, Wu Liang turned and left the private room. After stepping out of the private room, Wu Liang's face was grim. This time, he had made thorough preparations. Yet he never expected to stumble in the gutter. That 5 million plus was 90% of his life savings. And he'd lost it all to Lin Yanting. He felt like he could spit blood. But for the sake of future revenge to destroy Lin Yanting's reputation and ruin his life, he absolutely couldn't drink away his debts. He had to stay sober. "Lin Yanting, I hope you're still lucky enough to be here later." At that moment, Lin Yanting paid Wu Liang no mind whatsoever. Instead, he began counting the remaining chips. Lin Yanting wasn't stingy. He had already won over 5 million from Wu Liang. He simply handed the remaining chips to Kim Yun Cheol's servants. This gesture, which had initially left the servants indifferent toward Lin Yanting, now held him in much higher regard. "Wu Liang, bring it on. I'll see what tricks you've got left up your sleeve. 118 straight ball? I'll give you that chance." After the card game concluded, everyone returned to the manor's main hall for a brief rest, awaiting the start of dinner. Noticing Wu Liang and Jin Yunche were absent from the hall, Lin Yanting knew. These two were definitely up to no good. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yanting vanished from the hall with a swift movement. As the saying goes, it's not the thief who steals you fear, but the thief who keeps you in mind. From the very beginning, Lin Yanting knew their goal was to ruin his reputation. And to bully Wei Zhixi at the same time. But better safe than sorry. Lin Yanting certainly wasn't going to sit idly by waiting for them to make their move. After leaving the main hall, Lin Yanting began searching the interior of the summer resort. Soon, as he passed by a rather secluded room, he heard Wu Liang's voice, tinged with near hysteria. Where did you find this idiot dealer? Didn't you say he was a master of card tricks? How can he not even handle Lin Yanting? The guy opens a soda, and the bottle cap sends his cards scattering all over the floor. This time, not only did he fail to take down Lin Yanting, but he just handed over 5 million to him. Immediately after, Kim Yuncheol's voice rang out. Who could have predicted things would turn out like this? It was just an accident at the time. Who could have predicted Lin Yanting's luck would be this incredible? He actually got 3 sevens straight off the bat. And you had a straight flush. Hearing this, Wu Liang saw that things had come to this. He forced himself to suppress his inner rage. Was it really just a coincidence? Why did I feel that poker game was downright suspicious? Lin Yanting, who had been eavesdropping in the shadows, could barely hold back a laugh at that moment. In truth, the reality was exactly as Wu Liang had suspected. That card game earlier? It wasn't an accident at all. Nor was it Lin Yanting's good luck. It was because Lin Yanting had cheated. In his previous life, Lin Yanting had been a major figure in Jianing City's underworld. Naturally encountered numerous card games. As the top dog, constantly losing at the tables would be a major blow to his reputation. Precisely for this reason, Lin Yanting had long leveraged his influence. Recruited numerous professional card cheats to teach him gambling techniques and cheating methods. Strictly speaking, Lin Yanting was now a world-class, top-tier card shark. That bottle cap that flew off during the previous game? It was entirely Lin Yanting's deliberate act. Through careful observation of the previous rounds, Lin Yanting had already thoroughly assessed the dealer's skill level. The dealer hired by Kim Yuncheol, in the eyes of ordinary people, might be considered skilled. But in the presence of Lin Yanting, a top-tier card sharp, pales in comparison. Once he disrupted the dealer's shuffling, Lin Yanting could cheat however he pleased. These people couldn't detect a single clue. Even their whole cards? Lin Yanting had them figured out long ago. That's why, from the very start of the game, even with the advantage of timing and location, Kim Yuncheol and Wu Liang were destined to lose to Lin Yanting. Soon, Wu Liang's voice echoed from within the door once more. Enough of this. I've already paid such a heavy price. Today, I must finish off Lin Yanting. Young Master Jean. Seems like fancy tricks won't work on Lin Yanting. In that case, let's get straight to the point. Once the banquet begins, we'll get Lin Yanting drunk first. Wei Zhixi will be easy to handle afterward. Once both of them are unconscious, we'll get back everything we've invested with interest. At this point, a lecherous grin flickered across Jean Yun's face. After roughly figuring out their next move, he too let out a mocking smile. The lobby's too crowded and full of prying eyes, how could we possibly pull it off? Since you want to play, I'll give you this chance. With that thought, Lin Yanting swiftly departed the area. He returned to the main hall. Just as he returned, he encountered Wei Zhixi, who had been searching for him. Ting Bao. Where have you been? I've been looking for you for ages. Hearing this, Lin Yanting glanced around. Seeing no one had noticed them, Lin Yanting quietly leaned close to Wei Zhixi's ear and whispered something. Wei Zhixi flinched at first. Then she nodded in agreement. Soon enough, it was time for the banquet. As the eldest son of the Kim family invited so many guests to the summer retreat, the presentation was naturally top-notch. Caviar, king crab, Australian lobster, and other extravagant dishes were served course after course. Numerous bottles of costly imported spirits were opened. The students chatted and dined together. The atmosphere was incredibly lively. Just then, Kim Yuncheol noticed Wu Liang's gaze from the side. He immediately stood up and said, Earlier, there were some conflicts between me, young Master Wu, and Lin. But that's all in the past now. This time, I invited everyone here primarily to apologize to Lin. We all owe this gathering to Lin. So, I'll raise a toast to Lin first. Cheers! With that, Jean Yunche downed his glass in one gulp. But only he and Wu Liang knew that what was in their glasses was merely a specially made beverage that closely resembled liquor. Seeing this, Lin Yanting also picked up the wine glass before him. Young Master Jean, you're too kind. Let bygones be bygones. We're all friends now. With that said, Lin Yanting downed the wine in his glass in one gulp. Throughout the entire exchange, Lin Yanting wore a broad smile. Not a trace of displeasure could be seen. Seeing this, the classmates all burst into applause. Meanwhile, Wu Liang, watching from the side, couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Drink up, drink up. You'll get yours later. With that, Wu Liang prepared to rise and toast Lin Yanting, intent on getting him drunk. But unexpectedly, the moment Wu Liang made his move, Wei Zhixi, seated beside Lin Yanting, suddenly slumped face down onto the table. The scene immediately drew the attention of everyone around them. Ha! What's wrong with Miss Wei, the campus beauty? Lin Yanting looked visibly anxious as he began to examine Wei Zhixi with a professional air. After a long moment, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Seems like the wine from the Jean family was just too delicious. Cece mistook it for grape juice and had a few extra glasses. She's drunk. Hearing this, everyone finally relaxed. Seeing this, Lin Yanting spoke up. Young Master Jean, could you arrange a room for Shibao to rest first? It's not proper for her to stay lying here like this. Hearing this, Jean Yunche, seeing the plan beginning to deviate, was about to refuse. But unexpectedly, Wu Liang spoke up at that moment. That's no trouble at all. Young Master Kim's summer retreat may lack many things, but it certainly has plenty of rooms. Though Kim Yuncheol couldn't fathom Wu Liang's intentions. But the look in Wu Liang's eyes made his meaning clear. Soon, a servant was summoned to guide Lin Yanting. Lin Yanting scooped up Wei Zhixi and followed behind the servant. After the two departed, Kim Yuncheok rose once more and said, Enjoy your meal, everyone. Since our beautiful hostess Wei is intoxicated, as the host, I ought to check on her. Mr. Wu, would you like to accompany me? If anyone needs help, we can lend a hand. Hearing this, Wu Liang naturally wouldn't refuse. He and Jean Yunche made their way to the back hall. Seeing no one around, Kim Yuncheok turned to Wu Liang with a puzzled look. Young Master Wu, how could we let them leave? That would ruin our entire plan. Hearing this, Wu Liang's lips curled into a wicked smile. Perfect. The hall is crowded and full of prying eyes. Plying Lin Yanting with cup after cup of liquor would be far too troublesome. He's now alone, taking Wei Zhixi away without eating anything. He must be starving by now. All we need to do now is avoid the other students and discreetly send someone to bring him some spiked food. Even if something happens later, the classmates will only assume Lin Yanting took advantage of Wei Zhixi after she got drunk. 119 trying to set me up? How dare you? I must admit, Wu Liang's ability to adapt to situations is quite impressive. He swiftly adapted his approach based on how events unfolded. Upon hearing this, his face lit up with delight. Young Master Wu. Brilliant move. This way, everything makes perfect sense. And the students outside won't suspect us at all. With that said, Kim Yunche casually summoned a servant. After instructing him on the task at hand, a look of surprise flashed across the servant's face. Ah! Young Master! This is illegal. What if we get caught? But unexpectedly, Kim Yunche's eyes flashed with coldness. Oh? Is that so? Whether it's illegal or not, I don't know. But I know your mother is critically ill in the hospital and desperately needs money, right? Once this is done, I'll give you 300,000. That should cover your mother's medical expenses. If you're unwilling, I won't force you. But if something happens to your mother in the hospital, if she dies, it won't be my problem. The servant heard this. A look of inner conflict flashed across her face. But soon, he too chose to yield. After a long sigh, she addressed Jean Yunche. Young Master, I understand. I will see this matter through to completion. Hearing the servant's words, Kim Yuncheok finally let a satisfied smile spread across his face. Rest assured. Do your best. This young master will never shortchange you. Soon, the servant withdrew. Seeing this, Wu Liang said with a hint of excitement. Ha. This time, we're not only going to get Wei Zhixi, but we'll also make Lin Yanting take the fall for us. Meanwhile, Lin Yanting and Wei Zhixi, escorted by the servants to the guest room. After the servant departed, Wei Zhixi, who had been drunk, sat up abruptly. Her face betrayed disbelief as she asked Lin Yanting, Tingbao, do you really think Wu Liang and Jean Yunche would do something like this? Earlier, before the meal began, to prevent any mishaps, Lin Yanting had already told Wei Zhixi the entire purpose behind inviting Jean Yunche and Wu Liang to the summer retreat. Though Wei Zhixi found it hard to believe that her classmates could harbor such malicious intentions. But out of trust for Lin Yanting, she decided to play along with Lin Yanting's plan. Shibao. Never underestimate the ugliness of human nature. Just because you don't provoke them doesn't mean they won't come to harm you. I hope they don't do anything foolish. Otherwise, if something happens, don't blame me. Wei Zhixi didn't grasp the meaning behind Lin Yanting's words. Just as she was about to ask, when a sudden knock echoed through the room. Knock. Mr. Lin. Our young master noticed you haven't eaten much, and sent me to bring you some food. Please open the door. Upon hearing this, Lin Yanting promptly replied, All right. I'll be right there. With that, he motioned for Wei Zhixi to keep pretending to be drunk. Then he got up to open the door. Soon, a small food cart was wheeled into the room by a servant. Seeing this, Lin Yanting smiled and said, Thank you for your hard work. The servant glanced around the room and at Wei Zhixi, who was still in a drunken stupor, and quickly exited the room. But after the door closed, he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he pressed his ear against the door, listening intently to the sounds within. After a long while, a thud echoed from inside, followed by the sound of a body collapsing to the floor. The maid quietly unlocked the door to the room where Lin Yanting and Wei Zhixi were staying, seeking to confirm the situation inside. After an unknown amount of time had passed, Wu Liang and Jin Yunche, waiting in another room, began to grow impatient. Jin Yunche even complained. Could it be that Lin Yanting caught him red-handed? Why hasn't he come back yet? Wu Liang turned to look at Jin Yunche. Young Master Jin, if he really fails, you mustn't show mercy. Everything must be pinned on that servant. Otherwise, if word gets out, never mind what happens to you and me, both the Kim and Wu families will be implicated. Upon hearing this, Jin Yunche nodded in agreement. Of course. Even if the mission succeeds, I won't spare this man. Wu Liang instantly grasped the meaning behind Jin Yunche's words. On one hand, he was somewhat surprised by Kim Yuncheol's ruthlessness. On the other hand, he felt completely relieved. Just as the two were talking, there was a sudden knock at the door. Young master, the matter is settled. Hearing this, both Kim Yuncheol and Wu Liang felt their hearts skip a beat. Then, a meaningful smile spread across their faces. Kim Yuncheol hurriedly opened the door. He inquired with the servant about the exact condition of Lin Yanting and Wei Zhixi. After the servant delivered the spiked food, it wasn't long before Lin Yanting was knocked out by the sleeping potion in the meal. Wei Zhixi, however, remained in her drunken stupor, showing no signs of waking. I have verified this multiple times, sir. Please rest assured, young master. The mere thought of Wei Zhixi's beautiful face and curvaceous figure. Jin Yunche and Wu Liang could no longer contain their desires. You handled this perfectly. Tomorrow, I'll give you that 300,000. Stand guard at the door for now. When we call you, go immediately and notify the other students. The servant nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Soon, the three arrived at the door of Lin Yanting and Wei Zhixi's room. Wu Liang and Jin Yunche entered the room directly. The servant remained stationed at the doorway. The moment they entered, they saw Lin Yanting collapsed on the floor and Wei Zhixi lying on the bed. Lin Yanting still clutched a bite-marked roast goose leg in his hand. Evidently, he had been midway through eating when the drug in the food suddenly took effect, knocking Lin Yanting completely out cold. Upon witnessing this scene firsthand, the two were instantly overjoyed. Kim Yuncheok even stepped forward and kicked Lin Yanting twice. Ha! Lin Yanting, you finally got what's coming to you. You had the nerve to make me kneel in public. Just you wait, I'll make you pay today. Wu Liang stood nearby, laughing coldly. Young Master Jin, don't worry about Lin Yanting for now. We'll have plenty of chances to deal with him later. Right now, the priority is to properly savor the beauty of Wei Zhixi. Jin Yunche nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Then he said magnanimously, since this plan was Wu Xiao's idea, you go first. I'll drag that Lin Yanting over to the side and give him a good thrashing first. I won't get in your way. Upon hearing Kim Yuncheol's words, Wu Liang was overjoyed. Then thank you, young Master Kim. With that said, Kim Yuncheol dragged Lin Yanting away to the side, leaving only Wu Liang and Wei Zhixi behind. Gazing at the alluring figure before him, Wu Liang couldn't help but swallow hard. Wei Zhixi, though I cannot win your heart, your first time is mine. With that, he prepared to extend his sinful hand toward Wei Zhixi's full curves. But then, Wu Liang seemed to hear a muffled groan. He thought it might be Jin Yunche hitting Lin Yanting too hard. He immediately voiced his concern. Young Master Jin, ease up a bit, don't wake Lin Yanting up. But before Wu Liang could turn his head, a sharp pain shot through his neck. He instantly lost consciousness. A hand swiftly grabbed Wu Liang, who had collapsed beside the bed, and tossed him aside. You think you can pull a fast one on me with these measly tricks? You're just asking for trouble. And the owner of that hand was none other than Lin Yanting, the very man who should have been knocked out by the sleeping potion. 120. A wicked grin. The evil Lin Yanting. Lin Yanting dragged Jin Yunche over like a dead dog. He tossed him carelessly beside Wu Liang. At that moment, Wei Zhixi sat up on the bed. Her gaze toward the two men on the floor was filled with disgust and revulsion. Though she had never particularly liked wealthy young masters like Wu Liang and Jin Yunche, she couldn't quite call it disgust. In fact, Wu Liang had always gone out of his way to please her and assist her. So whenever they crossed paths at school, Wei Zhixi would still greet him politely. As for Jin Yunche, though he was a bit more mischievous than Wu Liang, and sometimes even enjoyed picking on her, in Wei Zhixi's eyes, this was merely a sign of immature boyish behavior. But she never imagined these two would conspire together to plot such a heartless and insane scheme. Had they not mistaken Wei Zhixi for being drunk, and had openly uttered those unspeakable remarks, she might never have seen their true colors. Who would have thought their intentions could be so vile? Lin Yanting also spoke up. Shibao, now you know what it means that people's hearts are hidden behind their stomachs and how treacherous human nature can be. Never underestimate the depths of human depravity. There's nothing they won't do, only things you can't imagine. If I'm not by your side in the future, you must protect yourself. Hearing this, Wei Zhixi looked at Lin Yanting with gratitude. Ting Bao. I understand. This time, it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know what to do. Lin Yanting patted Wei Zhixi's shoulder. It's okay. Just keep your guard up around people and situations from now on. Just as Lin Yanting intended to use this to heighten Wei Zhixi's vigilance, Wei Zhixi suddenly blinked her big eyes, staring straight at Lin Yanting as she spoke. What about you? Do I need to be cautious with you too? At this question, Lin Yanting was taken aback. Also feeling a bit embarrassed under Wei Zhixi's gaze, he immediately sniffed awkwardly. You don't need to guard against my words. Because I'd never hurt you. As he spoke, Lin Yanting found himself feeling unexpectedly embarrassed. Seeing Lin Yanting's slightly flustered expression, Wei Zhixi couldn't help but giggle. Then, thoughtfully changing the subject. So what should we do next? Hearing this, a mischievous grin instantly spread across Lin Yanting's face. They want me to take the fall, don't they? Don't they want me to become a lecherous pervert in front of my classmates? Then they must have some kind of aphrodisiac or mind-altering drug on them. Without waiting for Wei Zhixi's reaction, he began searching their bodies. Sure enough, Lin Yanting found several pink pills in Wu Liang's upper pocket. With that, Lin Yanting's smile grew even brighter. Ha ha! This must be it. Just as Lin Yanting was about to make his move, the servant who had earlier delivered Lin Yanting's meal suddenly pushed open the door and walked in. Strangely enough, upon seeing the scene before him, he showed not a trace of surprise. Upon seeing the newcomer, Lin Yanting also let out a faint smile. He spoke up. You did well. The 50,000 I promised you, I'll transfer it to you right now. This should be enough to cover your mother's treatment. However, I advise you to take your mother out of this city first, to avoid retaliation from Jin Yunche and Wu Liang. With that, the servant stared at the text message notification confirming the 500,000 yuan had been deposited. Overcome with emotion, she knelt before Lin Yanting. Thank you. If not for you, I truly wouldn't know what to do. It turned out that after being instructed by Jin Yunche to drug Lin Yanting, he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he kept an ear out at the door. Sure enough, Jin Yunche never intended to honor his promise. Instead, he planned to use him as a scapegoat once the scheme was exposed. Even if he succeeded, he would still silence him. Earlier, when they were playing cards, this servant had also noticed Lin Yanting's generosity. He had even received a generous tip from Lin Yanting. At the same time, he had observed Lin Yanting's formidable strength. A man capable of putting both Jin Yunche and Wu Liang in their place was no ordinary figure. For the sake of self-preservation, this servant chose to come clean about everything to Lin Yanting during the meal delivery, and sought his assistance. Fortunately, the servant had chosen the right path. Otherwise, he would never have received Lin Yanting's 500,000 yuan. In fact, she might have been severely punished by Lin Yanting after delivering the meal to his room. Lin Yanting helped the servant up from the floor. No need to be so polite. This is what you deserve. I, Lin Yanting, always repay kindness with kindness and repay wrongs with retribution. Without your help, I might have had to put in more effort myself. Alright, get out of here now. The servant knew this wasn't the time for sentimentality. Because he had already betrayed Kim Yuncheol. If they didn't hurry and get his mother out of the city, they could face severe retaliation. With that thought, the servant prepared to leave. But Lin Yanting suddenly called him back. Immediately after, Lin Yanting whispered something to the servant. Upon hearing this, the servant nodded in understanding. Then he walked straight toward the main hall. Watching the servant depart, Lin Yanting produced a small pink pill. A wicked smile reappeared on his face. Ren Ziqian, still dining with classmates in the hall, sensed something odd about today's atmosphere. First, Lin Yanting and Wei Zhixi left. Then Jin Yunche and Wu Liang followed suit. The four had been gone for so long, yet not a single one had returned. It kept giving him an uneasy feeling. Oh no! Something's wrong. Everyone, hurry to the guest rooms and check. Just then, someone let out a loud shout. The entire hall was instantly startled. Recalling his earlier premonition, Ren Ziqian's heart was suddenly filled with a dreadful suspicion. Oh no! Could it be that Jin Yunche and Wu Liang had targeted Lin Yanting again? Earlier at the card table, Ren Ziqian had already sensed something was amiss. He instantly guessed that Jin Yunche had gone to such great lengths to orchestrate this elaborate scheme. Was all aimed at taking down Lin Yanting. Now it seemed he was targeting Lin Yanting again. Setting aside that Ren Ziqian already admired Lin Yanting's abilities and character. But even just considering the debt of gratitude owed at the card table, if something truly happened to Lin Yanting, He'd have to lend a hand no matter what. With that thought, Jin Yunche was the first to dash toward the guest room. The others, though somewhat bewildered by the sudden turn of events. But following the others was clearly the right move. Thus, a large group immediately followed Lin Ziqian, moving toward the guest rooms. 121 The show begins. Soon, the group arrived at the door of a guest room. At that moment, everyone stared at the guest room door with peculiar expressions. For the sounds emanating from within were truly unbearable to the ears. And every now and then, you'd hear some lecherous male laughter mixed in. Holy crap! What the hell is going on here? Could Lin Yanting be taking advantage of Wei Zhixi's drunkenness to do something worse than a beast? Hearing this, Lin Ziqian in the crowd shouted angrily. Bull! Lin Yanting isn't that kind of person. Despite Lin Ziqian's staunch defense, there were still a few classmates in the crowd who had long been bribed by Jin Yunche and Wu Liang. They began to press the issue relentlessly. Before long, the other students were swept up in the momentum. They began proposing to break down the door and force their way in. Mr. Ran, we know you'd never believe someone could be so despicable. But the truth is right before our eyes. If we linger here any longer, we fear Wei, the campus beauty, will lose her virtue. Upon hearing this, Lin Ziqian, he shot the speaker a fierce glare. After all, this is young Master Jin's territory. We're breaking down the door, shouldn't we at least inform young Master Jin? Lin Ziqian just wanted to stall for time. That was all he could do at the moment. The best outcome would be to stall until the two sobered up and got dressed. Otherwise, if they went in like this, Lin Yanting and Wei Zhixi wouldn't survive. But things didn't unfold as Lin Ziqian had hoped. Though the other party was startled by Lin Ziqian's piercing gaze. But Jin Yunche had given him far too much. He defiantly met Lin Zihan's menacing gaze and declared, Young Master Ran, the situation is critical. If that bastard Lin Yanting really ends up causing a fatality, what would you have Wei Zhixi, a young woman, do? Seeing how stubborn the other party was, Lin Ziqian grew increasingly certain this incident was connected to Jin Yunche and Wu Liang. But facing the strange looks from everyone around him, Lin Ziqian knew, if he kept obstructing like this, he might end up being seen as an accomplice by these people. Therefore, Lin Ziqian could only step aside with resignation. In his heart, he silently muttered, Brother Lin, I did my best. This trap set by Wu Liang and Jin Yunche is just too dirty. Seeing that Lin Ziqian was no longer obstructing him, the classmate who had been bribed earlier instantly beamed with delight. Lin Yanting, you despicable scum. How dare you take advantage of someone in distress? Wei, the campus beauty. Don't be afraid. We're coming to rescue you. He shouted while signaling to the others nearby. Seeing this, Lin Ziqian realized the situation wouldn't end so simply. He noticed several others pulling out their phones with malicious intent, clearly preparing to record the scene once the door was breached. To record the scene. Just as Lin Ziqian moved to intervene. Snap! The door finally burst open. Those bribed students were the first to charge in, whipping out their phones and starting to record. He was overjoyed inside. Ha! This time, young Master Wu and young Master Jin will definitely reward me handsomely. Though some claimed they were rushing to rescue Wei Zhixi, they harbored their own sordid motives. After all, live performances by beauties of the school flowers caliber were something they never got to see in their daily lives. Today, however, they have the chance to feast their eyes. How could they possibly pass it up? But as they filmed, something felt off. The footage grew increasingly jarring. Two naked bodies were entwined on the floor. But no matter how you looked at it, these two weren't a man and a woman. They were two men. Kim Yun Cheol. Wu Liang. What on earth are you two doing? Lin Ziqian, who couldn't resist coming in to see what was happening. He too was disgusted by the scene before him. In that instant, everyone recognized the two figures. It was actually Wu Liang and Jin Yunche. Watching the two lost in their passionate embrace, everyone immediately backed out with looks of disgust. Soon, a girl spoke up. That's disgusting. Who knew young Master Kim and Chairman Wu were? Oh no, I'm gonna get a sty. These two are so shameless. With all of us watching, they just kept going like nobody was there. The few who were bribed earlier are now exchanging bewildered glances. What the hell is going on here? Wasn't this supposed to be the scene of Lin Yanting and Wei Zhixi's showdown? How did it turn into Jin Yunche and Wu Liang? Just as the crowd was buzzing with speculation, the door to an adjacent guest room suddenly swung open. What's going on? Why is it so noisy? Hearing this, all turned their heads in unison toward the source of the noise. It was Lin Yanting peeking out from behind the door. Seeing this, the bribed classmates instantly realized their mistake. They had mistaken the room. But they never imagined they'd stumble upon the secret between Jin Yunche and Wu Liang. This time they'll surely kill me. To make amends, the bribed classmate gritted his teeth and pointed at Lin Yanting. Lin Yanting, What did you do to Wei, the school's top beauty? Faced with this accusation, Lin Yanting looked utterly bewildered. What could I possibly have done to her? Seeing Lin Yanting feigning innocence, the classmates sneered repeatedly. Don't think we don't know what you're up to. You just want to take advantage of Wei, the campus beauty, while she's drunk and make a move on her. Hearing this, Lin Yanting flashed a mocking smile. Oh? Who knew you had such a strong sense of justice? In that case, why don't you ask her yourself? Before the student could react, Wei Zhixi suddenly emerged from behind Lin Yanting. Her clothes were perfectly intact. What ill intentions! Don't go spreading rumors. I just drank too much wine thinking it was juice. Lin Yanting has been taking care of me the whole time. Nothing inappropriate happened. But you. Why are you so certain Lin would do something to me? At this remark, this student's expression turned grim. This plot twist is all wrong. Mr. Jean had told me. He'd already drugged Lin Yanting and we'd burst in while he was raping Wei Zhixi. But why were both of them fully conscious now? But Lin Yanting gave him no chance to think. His expression darkened as he stepped closer, closing in on her. Could it be that you've harbored ill intentions toward Wei, the campus beauty, all along? And assumed everyone else felt the same way? Hearing this, the other party immediately denied it. How could that be? I just don't trust your character. Seeing the other person still stubbornly denying it, Lin Yanting sneered coldly. Or did you already know what was going to happen in the guest room today? That's why you're saying all this. Soon. Lin Yanting's words instantly piqued everyone's curiosity. Exactly. How can you be so sure Lin Yanting will bully Wei, the school beauty? Earlier too, without even opening the door, you declared it was Lin and Miss Wei inside. Ren Ziqian had been snapped at by this guy earlier. Naturally, he was still feeling resentful. He immediately added. Yeah. And you guys too. When something like this happens, your first instinct isn't to call the police, it's to whip out your phone and start filming. Speak up. Did you plan this all along? The few bribed classmates were completely dumbfounded by this barrage of questions. They never imagined things would turn out like this. But soon, the commotion from the room before ceased. Immediately after, two blood-curdling screams pierced the air. Kim Yuncheol. How could it be you? Wu Liang. How could it be you? 122, Scandal. Wu Liang and Jean Yunche, their reputations in ruins. As the two screams faded, immediately afterward, the sound of vomiting came from inside the room. But as they vomited, they cursed each other while vomiting. Wu Liang. You lost your mind. I'm a man, for S sake. How could you do this to me? You've bruised my chest. And it's not just the bruising, you used your mouth. You've ruined my entire reputation. And I've been wanting to ask you, why did you rip my clothes off? Ouch, that hurts. I'm probably going to need proctology now. Did you think I was on my period or something? As the insults flew back and forth, both finally realized something was terribly wrong. When Kim Yuncheol and Wu Liang looked up at the crowd gathered at the doorway, everyone froze, Kim Yuncheol, Wu Liang, and the students at the doorway alike. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. Ah! The scene was simply too jarring to behold. Some girls couldn't bear it any longer. They erupted in shrill, piercing screams. It was precisely this sound that snapped everyone back to their senses. Wu Liang was the first to snap out of it. At that moment, the two were still stark naked. Completely unclothed. Seeing this, Wu Liang casually picked up the torn clothes from the ground, covering his private parts. Then he hurried to the doorway. He quickly closed the door that had been kicked open. Immediately afterward, a rustling sound came from inside the door. As if someone was getting dressed. It was during this very moment. The others began murmuring once more. Not long after, when the door opened once more, the two had already dressed themselves once more. The others instinctively fell silent once more. They all stared at Jean Yunche and Wu Liang with varied expressions. However, their clothes were visibly torn in several places. The two exchanged awkward smiles with the classmates gathered at the doorway. But when they noticed the peculiar looks the others were giving them, a sense of foreboding began to take root in their hearts. Why are you all looking at us like that? Jean and I were just doing some aerobic exercise. Wu Liang tried to explain. But the crowd only gave a couple of dry laughs. Clearly, they didn't believe a single word of Wu Liang's explanation. After all, when they burst through the door just now, they had witnessed the two in a state of complete absorption. For a moment, two words simultaneously flashed through both their minds: it's over. If word of today's events got out, not only for themselves but also for the families behind them, it would undoubtedly have a massive impact. It could even become a major scandal in high society. Yet they couldn't recall exactly what had happened. Wu Liang could only vaguely recall that just as he was about to attack Wei Zhixi, a muffled thud came from behind him. He assumed it was the sound of Jean Yunche beating Lin Yanting. He had even specifically warned Jean Yunche about it. After that, he remembered nothing else. Jin Yunche was equally in the dark. He clearly remembered beating Lin Yanting to vent his anger. How could he have suddenly lost consciousness? And then this incident with Wu Liang happened. Just as the scene descended into an unbearably awkward silence, Lin Yanting's voice suddenly rang out. Yo! Who'd have thought young Master Jin and young Master Wu would be into this kind of thing? Truly surprising. Looks like you two are having quite a good time, huh? You've been watching us for so long, yet you haven't reacted at all. The moment those words were spoken, both of them instantly turned their gaze toward Lin Yanting. Seeing Lin Yanting acting as if nothing had happened, their expressions turned as if they'd seen a ghost. Jin Yunche blurted out instinctively. Lin Yanting, how come you're completely unscathed? Hearing this, Lin Yanting wore a look of utter bewilderment. I've been in the room taking care of Wei, the school beauty. What could have happened to me? But you, young Master Jin, why do you seem so surprised to see me standing here? Or rather, did you hope something would happen to me? Seeing this, Wu Liang beside him inwardly cursed, you idiot. He was curious too, why was Lin Yanting completely unscathed? But asking like that, you're basically confessing you rigged it, aren't you? Thinking this, Wu Liang quickly interjected. Lin, you've got the wrong idea. Young Master Jin meant that you, who should have been looking after Wei, the school's top beauty, ended up here instead. Jin Yunche finally caught on. Only then did he realize his slip of the tongue. Fortunately, Wu Liang covered for him. After all, if something like drugging someone to rape them and framing them were to come to light, would be infinitely worse than any scandal about the two of them being. It could even land them both behind bars. They knew perfectly well which was the greater danger. But now, Wu Liang was slowly catching on. It seems my scheme was seen through by Lin Yanting. Not only was it seen through, but he turned the tables on me. Apart from the aphrodisiac I carry with me, there's absolutely no way I could have been with Jin Yunche without knowing it. Lin Yanting, you just wait. I won't let this slide so easily. Though Wu Liang had already mentally dismembered Lin Yanting countless times in his mind, on the surface, he still wore a smile. But Lin Yanting had no intention of letting him off the hook. Oh my, you two really are forgetful. I'm right next door. This room was specially arranged for me by young Master Jin. Strange as it may seem, after eating the meal young Master Jin sent over, I suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to sleep. It was impossible to resist. After a good night's sleep, I woke up to find a commotion at the door. Stepping outside, I saw my classmates gathered around to witness the two of them pulling off something truly astonishing. It was truly a sight to behold. And the most absurd part? Before discovering the two of them up to no good, these very same classmates had been insisting that I was bullying Wei, the school's top beauty, in my room. I just can't figure out why they were so certain before seeing it with their own eyes. It was rather peculiar, to say the least. He said. Lin Yanting suddenly wore an expression of sudden realization as he spoke. I get it now. Could it be that you lot were planning to drug and murder this Lin fellow? Only to accidentally harm Chairman Wu and young Master Jin instead. If this wasn't premeditated, how could you possibly know what was happening inside before the door was even opened? And you deliberately stirred things up in front of the classmates. Oomph. That must be it. Young Master Jin kindly invited us to enjoy the summer retreat. Yet you pulled this stunt. Young Master Jin. Why not just call the police? With police help, I'm sure we can uncover the truth. As he spoke, Lin Yanting pulled his phone from his pocket without a second thought, ready to dial 911. Just then, the students who had earlier slandered Lin Yanting were instantly startled. They waved their hands frantically, saying, No, we didn't. This has nothing to do with us. It was young Master Jin and young Master Wu who made us do it. Lin, please don't call the police. 123 compromise. Another 20 million in the bag. At the mention of calling the police, those students who had previously smeared Lin Yanting's reputation immediately betrayed their masterminds, Kim Yuncheol and Wu Liang, without hesitation. In an instant, all eyes turned back to Wu Liang and Jin Yunche. Many classmates had already grown suspicious of these individuals after Lin Yanting's rebuttal. After all, Lin Yanting was right. These individuals hadn't even witnessed what happened inside the door, yet they were absolutely certain Lin Yanting was doing something wrong in the room. They even seemed to have planned it out, pulling out their phones to record inside. Now, combined with what had just transpired, the looks the crowd now gave to Kim Yuncheol and Wu Liang were tinged with suspicion. Ren Ziqian, who had remained silent all along, had already seen through the entire affair. It was obvious that Jin Yunche and Wu Liang, those two fools, were trying to frame Lin Yanting. But Lin Yanting had seen through their scheme long ago. Not only that, but he was also dealt the same treatment by Lin Yanting. He reaped what he sowed. Facing the accusations, Wu Liang and Jin Yunche were now panicking. Yet Wu Liang's reaction was lightning fast. Though his heart raced with panic, he forced himself to steady his nerves. Soon, Wu Liang's eyes lit up. He seemed to have found some details he could use to refute the accusations. He immediately retorted angrily. You're making baseless accusations. Jin Xiao and I clearly only asked you to check if Wei Zhixi needed any help. When did we ever tell you to frame Lin? Besides, we're victims in this whole thing too. We were drugged out of nowhere. And then this happened. If we had anything to do with this, why would we harm ourselves? With that statement, the students who had been following Lin Yanting's lead to uncover the truth were once again misled by Wu Liang. Exactly. The way President Wu Liang and young Master Jin were acting just now was clearly off. They were clearly drugged. If they really planned this, why would they poison themselves too? Moreover, the student who spoke up also gave a meaningful glance at the marks left on the two men, hesitating as if he wanted to say more. Just when it seemed this matter was about to be swept under the rug, Lin Yanting feigned deep thought. After a moment, he nodded in agreement. This student's analysis makes perfect sense. But whoever framed us is utterly despicable. Not only did they try to ruin my reputation as the school's top beauty, but also directly drugged young Master Jin and President Wu, and made them commit such a shocking and outrageous act. This is utterly outrageous. Young Master Jin invited us here with good intentions, yet this person repaid kindness with betrayal. This is unacceptable. I can't let this slide. Looks like we'll have to call the police after all. The moment those words left his mouth, Wu Liang and Jin Yunche, who had just begun to relax, felt their hearts sink once more. By this point, Wu Liang had finally grasped the full meaning. His scheme had been seen through by Lin Yanting. The current predicament was entirely of Lin Yanting's making. In other words, when he and Jin Yunche had entered the room earlier, Lin Yanting had actually been feigning unconsciousness on the floor. Moreover, his conversation with Jin Yunche had undoubtedly been overheard by Lin Yanting. Therefore, their sudden loss of consciousness must have been caused by Lin Yanting knocking them unconscious. Then Lin Yanting discovered the aphrodisiac in his own pocket. Only then did he feed the aphrodisiac to himself and Kim Yuncheol. Realizing this, Wu Liang felt his molars grinding to dust. But they'd only just regained consciousness. Many traces hadn't been cleaned up yet. If the police were actually called in, the police would likely follow the trail and uncover the entire truth. With so many classmates present, they wouldn't have time to cover it up. If that really happened, they'd be finished for good. That's why Wu Liang made a decisive choice confronting Lin Yanting head-on. Wu Liang intended to pull Lin Yanting and Jin Yunche aside, but both men sidestepped him. This scene made Wu Liang's face darken. Yet Lin Yanting couldn't resist delivering a final blow. Chairman Wu, don't get the wrong idea. I'm a straightforward person, I've never been interested in that sort of thing. Had this remark been made before today, everyone would likely have laughed it off. But after what just happened, regardless of whether Wu Liang and Jin Yunche were drugged or not, their image in the eyes of these classmates had already changed. So when Lin Yanting uttered those words, the expressions on both their faces shifted repeatedly. Ultimately, Wu Liang's reason overcame his sense of shame. He addressed Lin Yanting. Mr. Lin, I have a business matter I'd like to discuss with you. Hearing this, Lin Yanting seemed to have discerned Wu Liang's intentions. He wore an amused expression. Is that so? Then let's talk. With that, the three of them walked straight to a corner nearby. Since Lin Yanting already knew everything, there was no need to beat around the bush. Wu Liang whispered. Lin Yanting, this time we're screwed. You've got us in this mess. You and Wei Zhixi haven't lost anything. Why not just call it quits? If you're willing to let it go, I'll never bother you again. Seeing that Wu Liang had finally caught on, Lin Yanting wasn't surprised. But he didn't believe a single word of Wu Liang's promise. He didn't believe that after what he'd done to Wu Liang, the latter would truly let it go. He immediately retorted. Forget it? You think I'd believe you? If I hadn't caught on early this time, my fate in Shibao's would have been far worse than yours. And while you two were enjoying yourselves, I was recording the entire thing. What impact releasing such footage would have on the Wu and Jin families I needn't elaborate, right? Hearing this, not only Wu Liang, but even Jin Yunche beside him realized the gravity of the situation. Jin Yunche immediately spoke up. 10 million. I'll give you 10 million. Let's just drop this matter. Hearing Kim Yuncheol's words, Lin Yanting sneered in disdain. Instead, he turned his gaze toward Wu Liang. Seeing this, Wu Liang instantly understood Lin Yanting's meaning. Alright. The Wu family will also contribute 10 million. That makes 20 million in total for you. This matter ends here. Plus, delete the video you have. At these words, Lin Yanting's face broke into a faint smile. Deal. It's settled. But the videos must be deleted only after the money is transferred. Neither of them objected. Soon, the three reached an agreement. In addition to giving Lin Yanting 20 million yuan, they also gave each person present 10,000 yuan as hush money, ensuring they'd keep this matter buried. This matter had nothing to do with these classmates in the first place. And with money in hand, they naturally wouldn't spread rumors. Kim Yuncheol and Wu Liang promptly pooled together the 20 million yuan for Lin Yanting, as if afraid Lin Yanting might change his mind. Lin Yanting proceeded to delete the video right in front of them. After completing all this, Lin Yanting called Mang Shishing over with a single phone call. He instructed Mang Shishing to hop on his Ghostfire motorcycle. He then took Wei Zhixi directly and drove off in the Lamborghini. As they drove away, Wei Zhixi shot him a look of utter disgust. Wu Liang knew it, his hopes with Wei Zhixi were utterly dashed. Simultaneously, his resentment toward Lin Yanting grew fiercer by the second. Lin Yanting, you just wait. One day, I'll make sure you burn in eternal hell. On the road, Lin Yanting was also deep in thought. After this incident, it meant he'd completely sever ties with Wu Liang and Jin Yunche. But it's not time to finish them off just yet. Huaxi Life's product promotion is imminent. And they desperately need the money. Fortunately, these two idiots delivered over 25 million today. Perfect timing to solve this urgent crisis. Once everything settles, it will be the end for Wu Liang and Jin Yunche. Anyone who dares to harm Shibao, I won't let a single one of them off the hook. 124 Building momentum. The power of the internet. Lately, whenever Mang Shishing had free time, he'd gather his crew to film short videos following Lin Yanting's scripts and upload them to their accounts. Since Lin Yanting possessed foresight into the next decade's internet trends, he effortlessly introduced numerous viral memes to the public ahead of their time. Their short video accounts seem to have divine insight, with every video hitting the exact sweet spot of netizens' humor and emotional resonance. For instance, their Back, viral hand gesture dance, released 2 years early with its catchy BGM, swept across the internet overnight. Even square dance antis rushed to imitate it. Another example is the absurd "Your background is so fake" storyline, which spawned countless fan-made parodies and even dialect and foreign language versions, dominating trending topics for a full week. Even more astonishingly, Lin Yanting predicted future viral trends like virtual pets, nonsense literature, and so freaking awesome memes, enabling their accounts to seize opportunities before trends even emerged. In just a few short months, their accounts' followers skyrocketed to tens of millions. Each video effortlessly racked up over 100 million views, with comment sections flooded with reactions like "I'm dying laughing" and "This meme is ahead of its time." Netizens joked, others chase trends, but they create trends. This is a whole different level. While ordinary netizens only notice the humor in their content. But many businesses keenly spotted the massive commercial opportunity hidden behind these short videos. They flooded the back end with messages. They wanted to collaborate with Lin Yanting's team, hoping to promote their own products through product placements in short videos. Yet they were flatly rejected by Lin Yanting and his team. Because Lin Yanting knew exactly what he truly needed, and it wasn't this. Overnight, the witty, humorous, and unexpected content vanished. Replacing it was a series of powerful patriotic-themed short videos. The sudden shift in style of Lin Yanting and Mang Shishing's accounts ignited an even stronger online storm. Through their Glory of Domestic Brands series, they exposed how foreign capital maliciously suppressed homegrown brands. A domestic sports shoe brand was acquired by an international giant only to be shelved due to its superior quality. A time-honored beverage formula was completely altered after foreign takeover. They even exposed how certain foreign enterprises deliberately blocked exports of domestic high-tech products through standard barriers. In their most viral video, Mang Shishing held up a domestic smartphone. Set to the BGM "If Faith Had a Color," it frame by frame compared the real parameter gaps between domestic and imported products. The final frame froze on the slogan, "What we lack isn't technology, it's confidence." The single video surpassed 300 million views, with bullet comments flooded with teary-eyed. Netizens then realized Lin Yanting had planted foreshadowing in his comedy videos all along. The plotlines involving electronic pets concealed metaphors of being choked by chip monopolies. The nonsensical dialogue subtly mocked certain foreign brands' false advertising. Businesses were stunned to discover that this team, which had refused their advertising fees, had harnessed patriotic sentiment to ignite a nationwide wave of wild consumption of domestic products. And Lin Yanting added this line to his short video: "Some money shouldn't be made, and some things must be done." The moment these words were spoken, many netizens sensed that Lin Yanting's team seemed to be playing a grand game. Thus, riding the wave of the online patriotic trend, a series of short videos titled "The Veteran's Entrepreneurial Journey" was released. In the videos, after securing victory in the War of Resistance, the veteran could have chosen to quietly enjoy his twilight years. Yet witnessing foreign companies exploiting Chinese workers like chives, and even importing chemically adulterated goods to cut costs and boost profits, the veteran resolutely decided to invest his entire life savings to establish a lifestyle products company dedicated to herbal ingredients, offering the most affordable and effective products at the lowest prices. But the good times didn't last long. Because the veteran's company encroached on the turf of those unscrupulous foreign enterprises, it faced slander and a squeeze. Watching the video, the veteran's company was driven to the brink of collapse. Many netizens were outraged. But this also brought the gradually forgotten brand Huaxi Life back into the public eye. You tell me, isn't the veteran-owned company in this video Huaxi Life? Probably not. Huaxi Life is a black-hearted manufacturer that touts herbal ingredients while actually mixing products with chemical raw materials to deceive the public. How could it possibly be the company of that patriotic veteran in the video? Didn't you see the video claims the veteran's company was framed by unscrupulous foreign investors? Maybe Huaxi Life is doing the same. Give me a break. I see it now, this blogger is clearly paid by that shady company, Huaxi Life, to whitewash their image. Hey, you! Where'd you come from, you troll? I heard the blogger turned down tons of companies wanting to collaborate. If he really wanted money, he could have just taken those deals and made a fortune. Why go through all this trouble to whitewash someone? Exactly. That's what I think too. I seriously suspect Huaxi Life was framed. Otherwise, why would their products get rave reviews at first, only for negative comments to flood in after they went viral? Put. They probably just got cocky after making money. All these so-called domestic brands are cut from the same cloth. Damn it. You just spout off without a second thought. I heard the founder of Huaxi Life still uses a basic flip phone and lives in factory dorms. If they were really making dirty money, would they live like that? Rental apartment. Scanning the rumors in the comments section, Lin Yanting couldn't help but smile. His goal had been achieved. This was exactly the effect he wanted. By leveraging viral traffic, he guided the public to uncover the truth themselves. This was precisely why Lin Yanting hadn't directly included the name Huaxi Life in the video. People tend to trust what they discover on their own more. Though some commenters with unclear motives tried to smear Huaxi Life. But none of that matters anymore. As long as it reignites the nation's memory of that once wildly popular domestic product, it's enough. Controversy breeds discussion, and discussion fuels buzz. The hype has been built up just enough. Now all it needs is one chance, a public opportunity to prove itself. And Huaxi Life can rise from the ashes. Of course, clearing Huaxi Life's name won't be achieved by mere words alone. We still need concrete evidence. With that thought, Lin Yanting turned his gaze to a document placed on the table. NQSC National Quality and Safety Inspection Certification Center. An authoritative third-party inspection body authorized by the government, independent of both producers and consumers. We are committed to providing comprehensive, impartial, and accurate product quality and safety inspection services, along with authoritative certification services. Our mission is to safeguard consumer rights, promote healthy industry development, and enhance the nation's brand image. As long as we can obtain NQSC's inspection report for Huaxi Life products, all doubts and slander would become utterly powerless. 125 Conspiracy. Jiang Zhengming Scheme. Of course. Product inspection alone falls slightly short of the mark. According to Lin Yanting's plan, the entire inspection process should ideally be completed under public supervision. Only then could Huaxi Life be vindicated to the fullest extent. There are two methods for this oversight. One is through media coverage and follow-up reporting, the other is live streaming. Conducting both simultaneously would undoubtedly be the optimal approach. Once successful, Huaxi Life will instantly be resurrected. Sales could even surge rapidly in the short term due to Lin Yanting's prior marketing and hype. But where there are advantages, there are also disadvantages. Lin Yanting doesn't believe for a moment that the foreign companies that previously suppressed and framed Huaxi Life, especially the NAS Group, will just sit back and watch. These corporations are driven solely by profit. Once they've swallowed their share of the pie, they won't spit it back out. They would definitely sabotage things. Therefore, before that happens, he must make thorough preparations. Half a month later. NAS Group. A middle-aged man in an expensive suit and gold-rimmed glasses sat in his office, scrolling through recent short videos filmed by Lin Yanting's team on his computer. This man was none other than the Chief Executive Officer of NAZ Group's branch office in the Great Xia Nation. Chief Executive Director Jiang Zhengming. At that moment, a young man bearing a striking resemblance to Jiang Zhengming, perhaps 4 or 5 parts alike, entered the office. This was none other than Zhang Feiyun, who had previously crossed paths with Lin Yanting. The calmness that had always defined Zhang Feiyun was gone. Instead, a hint of urgency had crept into his brow. Dad. Did you see it? That blogger who's been all over the internet lately. Their short videos are openly and subtly accusing us of targeting and framing domestic manufacturers. And many people have already believed them. They're starting to boycott our NAS Group products. If this continues, the public opinion will turn against us. Jiang Zhengming didn't acknowledge Zhang Feiyun as he hurried over. Instead, he was drawn to the headline of the latest video on the screen. There it was in bold letters, The Dark Secrets of Domestic Product Quality Inspection. 30 million views. Faced with such staggering viewership, Jiang Zhengming didn't get angry or lose his temper. Instead, he calmly removed his gold-rimmed glasses to wipe the lenses. But witnessing his father perform this gesture sent a chill down Zhang Feiyun's spine. He knew this was the sign his father truly lost his temper. Jiang Zhengming slowly closed his laptop, a cold gleam flashing behind his lenses. Unexpectedly, the Huaxi Life account we thought we'd crushed was showing signs of resurrection. to stir up such massive public opinion through a single short video account. The mastermind behind this is no ordinary figure. He's attempting to reshape commercial rules using the internet. Jiang Zhengming rose, drew back the curtains, and gazed down at the city lights. Looks like 3 years ago, we crushed Huaxi with quality inspection reports. Now they're trying to turn the tables using the same testing methods. How amusing. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feiyan approached from behind Jiang Zhengming. He respectfully inquired, "Father, what should we do next?" Hearing his son's inquiry, Jiang Zhengming turned around and looked at Zhang Feiyan as he asked, "Have you found out which testing agency Huaxi chose?" Hearing this, Zhang Feiyan felt a quiet sense of relief. Fortunately, he had immediately arranged for someone to investigate Huaxi Life's recent activities upon receiving the news. He immediately replied, "Dad, I just got word that Huaxi Life has chosen NQSC National Quality and Safety Inspection and Certification Center. They've also contacted numerous media outlets for full coverage and will even launch live streams via short video accounts, all under the guise of letting the public personally verify the authenticity of the inspection. If they actually uncover any issues." Upon hearing Zhang Feiyan's words, Jiang Zhengming suddenly let out a cold laugh. Then he turned and retrieved a file folder from the safe. "Take a look at this." Jiang Zhengming flung the file folder directly onto the desk. Several photographs slipped out of the opening, clearly images of Director Nia, the Quality Inspection Director of the NQSC National Quality and Safety Inspection Certification Center, at the casino. Did they really think I wasn't prepared for their little schemes? Zhang Feiyan, upon hearing this, also pulled out the photos from the file folder and began flipping through them. He froze when he reached the last one. "But the date stamped on this photo was last week? Could it be that you've long since? Then these videos and the buzz, were they also the result of your deliberate indulgence?" Beyond this explanation, Zhang Feiyan simply couldn't fathom why his father, knowing full well the true purpose behind the person releasing these videos, still chose not to suppress them. Otherwise, with Naz Group's resources, silenced a short video creator and taken down all his content before the backlash even gained traction, wouldn't that have been a piece of cake? Jiang Zhengming burned a photograph with his lighter, the flickering flames casting a sinister shadow across his profile. The business world is a battlefield. Remember, true masters don't just react to moves. As the ashes drifted down, Jiang Zhengming suddenly lifted his gaze. "But forces every move of their opponent onto your own chessboard. If they crave public opinion, I'll give them public opinion. The question is whether this public opinion will ultimately help them rise from the ashes or plunge them into eternal ruin." At that moment, shock filled Zhang Feiyan's eyes. He never could have imagined. His father had already noticed the other side's movements a week ago. He had even deduced the true purpose behind the viral short videos that had exploded in popularity recently. He had even anticipated which testing agency they intended to use. What terrified Zhang Feiyan most was, his own father had already obtained leverage over Director Nye of the NQSC National Quality and Safety Inspection Certification Center. Such tactics were enough to send a chill down the spine of even his own son. But before Zhang Feiyan could react, Jiang Zhengming continued. "And one more thing. Tomorrow, you're going to meet with that fatso Jia Zhengming." Hearing this, Zhang Feiyan's expression turned slightly puzzled. "Father, you won't let me handle the Huaxi Life matter, but why should I go see Jia Zhengming?" Seeing Zhang Feiyan ask this, Jiang Zhengming couldn't help but shake his head. "It seems your studies still aren't thorough enough. You haven't even figured this out?" At these words, Zhang Feiyan's face clouded with confusion. Jiang Zhengming didn't beat around the bush. "You probably don't know this yet, but Wei Zhixi from Yi Group has secretly formed a partnership with Huaxi Life. I had you approach Fat Jiao precisely to leverage his boardroom influence and pressure Wei Zhixi into terminating her partnership with Huaxi Life. That way, Huaxi Life would be completely isolated and helpless." Zhang Feiyan hadn't anticipated this. This Huaxi Life had been pushed to the brink of collapse by his own father. Yet somehow, they've managed to secretly connect with Wei Zhixi. How peculiar. 126 promotion. Help. To help the public better understand Huaxi Life's products. Coincidentally, the storefront on the 8th floor of Guojin Tower has just finished renovations. So Lin Yanting was preparing to choose an auspicious date for the grand opening. For this purpose, Lin Yanting specifically consulted Grandpa Chanqian days in advance to check the Chinese calendar. He discovered that the 3 days preceding the live-streamed product inspection were perfect. Ideal for opening. Without hesitation, he set the opening date for that very day. As for the shop's name, Lin Yanting had already decided long ago. It would be called Tingxi Beauty Wellness Salon. But before that, promotional efforts were still essential. With that thought, Lin Yanting immediately pulled out his phone, ready to call Wei Zhixi. He wanted to ask her opinion on the promotional strategy. Or perhaps directly entrust Wei Zhixi to handle it. After all, strictly speaking, Wei Zhixi was technically Lin Yanting's business partner. But what Lin Yanting hadn't anticipated was, He had barely taken out his phone and hadn't even started dialing. Yi Zixuan's call came through. Without a second thought, Lin Yanting answered the call. Mr. Yi. I was just about to call you about something and here you are calling me. What a coincidence. What Lin Yanting hadn't anticipated, however. Yi Zixuan on the other end sounded decidedly low in spirit. Seeing this, Lin Yanting keenly sensed it too. He asked. What's wrong? What happened? Hearing Lin Yanting's question, Yi Zixuan let out a long sigh. Oh, NAS Group has made their move. They're leveraging the partnership between Yi Group and NAS Group to pressure the board, demanding I terminate our partnership with Huaxi Life. Under duress, I had no choice but to agree for now. But the secret partnership between me and Huaxi Life is known only to a select few of us. Upon hearing this, Lin Yanting instantly grasped the implication in Yi Zixuan's words. You're implying there's a mole among us. Yi Zixuan made no attempt to conceal it. Instead, she continued. To be honest, I already know who the mole is. Hearing Yi Zixuan say this, Lin Yanting raised an eyebrow. He instinctively asked. Who is it? Though Lin Yanting asked this, he already had his suspicions. Sure enough, when Yi Zixuan uttered the name Su Qingyin, Lin Yanting wasn't surprised. How come you're not surprised at all? Looks like you already knew? At Lin Yanting's reaction, Yi Zixuan was clearly taken aback. But Lin Yanting quickly provided a direct answer. When I went to the Guojin building to sign the commercial space donation contract, didn't you have Secretary Su receive me? On the way there, Secretary Su said some strange things to me. She mentioned that her sister had run away from home after a big fight with her, and hoped I could help her find her sister's whereabouts through my connections. She even said that if I could find her sister, she'd give me all her savings. The moment I heard that, I knew something was off. But I didn't call her out on it. Instead, I asked her why she didn't come to you for help. She said you're so busy with your daily affairs, she didn't want to bother you over such a small matter. Combining this with the information you just provided, I can confidently conclude that Secretary Su's sister has likely been kidnapped. And these people are trying to use this to control Secretary Su as a corporate mole in your inner circle. After a moment of deep thought, Yi Zixuan continued. You're the real deal. Your deductions match my investigation findings almost exactly. I can now almost certainly conclude that the mastermind behind this is either the NAS Group or that fat bastard Xia Zhangming. But I have no proof. Originally, Xiao Su only leaked some harmless intelligence to the other side. But now, even my secret collaboration with Huaxi Life has been exposed. This proves beyond doubt that Xiao Su has been cornered into desperation. Otherwise, he would never have betrayed me. Seeing things come to this, Yi Zixuan still spoke up for Su Qingyin. To say Lin Yanting felt nothing would be a lie. Over the past period, I've also enlisted some contacts in the underworld to help investigate. But there was no news. Plus, after that, Secretary Su never mentioned it again, so I assumed the young lady had gone home. It wasn't until you called today that I realized how serious this matter is. So what have you found out so far? What do you need my help with? Hearing Lin Yanting ask this, Yi Zixuan sighed deeply once more. Nothing. I haven't found anything. The enemy is in the dark while we're in the light. These guys must have already taken countermeasures. That's why, after all this time, I still haven't found anything. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yanting suddenly spoke up. Perhaps I have a solution. Leave this matter to me. Hearing this, Yi Zixuan on the other end of the line paused briefly before responding with a hint of surprise. Really? You really have a solution? If it's true, you'll be my and Xiao Su's benefactor. Faced with Yi Zixuan's counter-question, Lin Yanting didn't give a definitive answer. Instead, he replied ambiguously. I wouldn't go so far as to call it a favor. Secretary Su knows too much about us. If she remains under someone's control, we'll be left in a very passive position. The decisive battle for Huaxi Life's turnaround is imminent. I want no surprises. Regarding Secretary Su, I can only say I'll do my best. I know some people who might be able to lend a hand. Upon hearing this, Yi Zixuan understood Lin Yanting's meaning. She immediately responded. Regardless, I'll convey my gratitude to Xiao Su for your assistance. I know your store is about to open. Though I can't use Yi Group's channels to help you, I do have some connections. I can leverage their connections to assist with your promotional efforts. Hearing Yi Zixuan say this, Lin Yanting was somewhat surprised. All right. We'll count on you, Ms. Yi. After exchanging a few more casual remarks, they ended the call. Staring at the darkened screen in her hand, Yi Zixuan murmured to herself. Perhaps Qianqian's grandfather was right after all. This matter truly requires someone with Lin Yanting's so-called white tiger destiny to break the deadlock. At that moment, Lin Yanting was unaware of Yi Zixuan's thoughts. Instead, after hanging up the phone, he dialed another number. After a few rings, a familiar voice answered on the other end. Hello, Lin Yanting? You're calling me out of the blue? Got news about that cross-border crime syndicate? You bet. The friend Lin Yanting mentioned was none other than the daughter of Lu Guoping, deputy director of the Provincial Public Security Department. Lu Lin. 127 Conspiracy. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Several days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, with Yi Zixuan's covert assistance, the promotional campaign for Tingxi Beauty Wellness Salon was in full swing. Meanwhile, Wei Zhixi spent every spare moment studying beauty and massage techniques. After all, as the star technician of Thunderstream Beauty Wellness Center, Lin Yanting had placed great expectations on Wei Zhixi. She naturally had to help Lin Yanting hold down the fort. At school, she spares no effort in promoting the new salon. Of course, it wasn't just Wei Zhixi, even her teacher, Su Shuyun, joined in the promotion. Coming from an educated family background, her endorsement played a significant role. Meng Shishing worked tirelessly, leaving early and returning late. After finishing his daily classes, he put in extra hours filming short videos based on the scripts Lin Yanting provided. Once filming wrapped up, he led a team of assistants armed with flyers to form a street promotion squad. They distributed flyers on major streets throughout Jianing City. Notably, Lin Yanting and Meng Shishing's accounts launched a brand new series of videos on herbal wellness. They even sparked a wave of interest in traditional wellness practices online. But Lin Yanting felt no joy. He knew all too well that this was the calm before the storm. Given the influence of the NAS group, they should have noticed his account long ago. Instead of cracking down, they let it develop freely. Such a phenomenon was anything but normal. But since Lin Yanting had already prepared to face the NAS group, he was fully ready. What remains is to meet force with force, water with earth. Soon enough, those buildings in the eastern part of the city would become abandoned projects due to funding shortages. He must accumulate sufficient capital to successfully acquire the abandoned project. Therefore, for Lin Yanting, this battle could only end in victory. Failure was not an option. Tingxi Beauty Wellness Center on the eve of its grand opening. Zhiguang Academy. Thanks to Lin Yanting and with Yi Zixuan's assistance, Zhiguang Vocational School had long since been elevated to Zhiguang Academy. This transformation filled every faculty member and student with profound gratitude toward Lin Yanting. Except for a few individuals, that is. Among them were Jin Yunche and Wu Liang. When they learned that Lin Yanting had already secured a commercial space in the Golden Finance Tower, and that the shop was about to open, they finally realized that Yi Zixuan and Lin Yanting's relationship seemed far closer than they had imagined. In other words, Lin Yanting had never been someone they could afford to provoke from the very beginning. Had they known this earlier, Jin Yunche and Wu Liang would never have dared to provoke Lin Yanting. In fact, they would have greeted him with smiles every time they met. But ever since that incident at the summer retreat, Jin Yunche and Wu Liang's lives had been completely transformed. Though they paid a hefty sum to silence the classmates present, the sheer number of students present proved overwhelming. While they all exercised discretion and never mentioned the incident in front of Wu Liang and Jin Yunche, behind closed doors, the gossip was relentless. Now, the fact that Kim Yuncheol and Wu Liang were involved in a same-sex relationship had become almost common knowledge at Zhiguang. If it were merely students discussing it among themselves, that might be tolerable. But word of this incident also reached Vice Principal Wu Rinqing and Director Jin. The repercussions of this incident were simply too severe. To protect his position as Vice Principal, he directly removed Wu Liang from his position as Student Union President. Moreover, the Wu family stripped Wu Liang of his status as heir apparent. It could be said that Wu Liang lost everything overnight. Jin Yunche wasn't faring much better either. Upon learning his son had committed such an outrageous act at his own summer retreat, he even defied his wife's pressure to bring his illegitimate son back into the Kim family. Clearly, Chairman Kim had completely abandoned his son, Kim Yuncheol. Instead, he placed all his hopes on the illegitimate son. This left Kim Yuncheol on the brink of collapse. Moreover, both of them had been prominent figures at school. One was the student council president, the other the captain of the school basketball team. It's safe to say they weren't short on female admirers. Those girls who used to trail behind them, calling them senior or big brother. But now, upon seeing them again, their eyes were filled with nothing but disgust and loathing. Each and every incident had fueled their hatred for Lin Yanting to an uncontrollable state. In the small grove behind Zhiguang's back mountain, Lin Yanting. Damn you! I will never forgive you! Jin Yunche screamed frantically, while punching and kicking a tree like a madman. Stop yelling. This won't hurt Lin Yanting in the slightest. Wu Liang, standing nearby, seemed unable to bear Kim Yuncheol's roaring. He hurriedly tried to stop him. But Kim Yuncheol remained defiant, his face twisted with refusal. Lin Yanting destroyed everything I had. Why does he get all the luck? Not only does Wei Zhixi like him, Professor Su pays special attention to him. Even Yi Group's chairman Yi favors him. While we've gone from wealthy young masters to outcasts of our own families. All of this is thanks to Lin Yanting. I will make him pay. Hearing this, Wu Liang let out a cold laugh. Revenge? What do you have to take revenge with? In terms of skill, 10 of us wouldn't stand a chance against Lin Yanting. In terms of resources, we're just 2 pawns now, while Lin Yanting has Yi Zong backing him. In terms of manpower, Lin Yanting has over 100 underlings. What do you have to fight him with? Hearing Wu Liang lay bare this brutal reality, Kim Yun Cheol slumped to the ground like a deflated balloon. Is there truly nothing we can do against him? Just as despair gripped both men, a familiar female voice suddenly rang out. Yes. Of course there is. Hearing this, both of them turned their heads in unison, looking toward the source of the voice. There, before them, stood a girl with a beautiful face. None other than Xia Bing, whom they hadn't seen in ages. Wu Liang raised an eyebrow at the sight. Xia Bing? We've all been at a loss with Lin Yanting. Could you possibly handle him? Seeing that Wu Liang seemed to underestimate her, Xia Bing cut straight to the point. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Just think about it. Who is Lin Yanting's sworn enemy? Hearing this, Wu Liang's eyes suddenly lit up. Lei Bao. Seeing Wu Liang grasp it instantly, Xia Bing's face softened into a satisfied smile. Yes. It was Lei Bao. Remember, back then, Lin Yanting nearly came to blows with Lei Bao. They nearly came to blows. Had Lin Yanting not suddenly gone off the rails, declaring he'd walk the straight and narrow, one of them would likely have vanished from this world by now. Let's not dwell on those distant conflicts. Just take the incident not long ago. Lin Yanting got Iron Hand, one of Lei Bao's men, thrown in jail. And even raided Iron Hand's turf. For this alone, Lei Bao would definitely come looking for payback. 128 Xia Bing. Back in the game? Listening to Xia Bing's meticulous analysis, both Kim Yun Cheol and Wu Liang, their eyes lit up. Right. How could we have forgotten Lei Bao, Lin Yanting's sworn enemy? I've heard that ever since Iron Hand got busted, Lei Bao's been under heavy police surveillance. Even his turf has shrunk drastically. He's been feeling pretty stifled. He's got a lot of pent-up anger with nowhere to vent it. If he finds out that Lin Yanting has actually set up a shop in the International Finance Plaza and is preparing to open for business, he'd be more than happy to pay a visit, wouldn't he? As he spoke, Wu Liang's face twisted into a vicious grin. Upon hearing this, Jin Yunche, who had been standing nearby, the gloom on his face vanished instantly, replaced by a savage grin. Ha! Lin Yanting. This time, I'll see if you can escape death. As he spoke, he instinctively grabbed Wu Liang's shoulder. But that single moment of contact triggered some rather unsettling images in both their minds. They recoiled as if electrocuted. They immediately pulled apart. We should go find Lei Bao first. Yeah, let's get moving. Clearly, the incident at the summer resort had triggered a stress response in both of them. It had also left a profound impact on their inner selves. To change the subject, Wu Liang also pulled out his phone and dialed Lei Bao's number. Soon, when Lei Bao learned the purpose of Wu Liang's call, contrary to their expectations, he didn't threaten to beat or kill Lin Yanting, nor did he show intense resentment toward him. Instead, he let out a series of cold laughs. Wu Liang. Do you take me, Lei Bao, for a fool? These words caught Wu Liang off guard. Brother Leopard. I never meant that. Why would you think that? But before Wu Liang could finish his sentence, Leopard continued. Wu Liang. Don't think I don't know. You and that kid Jin Yunche got thoroughly beaten by Lin Yanting at the summer resort. Word of your little shenanigans has reached my ears. What? Can't beat Lin Yanting, so you want me to be the one to take the fall? Hearing this, Wu Liang's face turned pale, then flushed crimson. I never imagined the summer resort incident had already reached Lei Bao's ears. If that's the case, doesn't that mean every shady character in Jianing City knows about this now? He had intended to trick Lin Yanting. But not only did Lin Yanting snatch away over 25 million yuan, he ended up disgraced and ruined. Wu Liang's hatred for Lin Yanting surged once more. Nevertheless, Wu Liang forced himself to suppress the venom in his heart. He tried his best to sound sincere. No way. Brother Bao. How could I ever let you be the one to take the fall? But we both have Lin Yanting as our common enemy. So I was wondering if we could join forces and take him down together. But Lei Bao clearly didn't want to deal with Wu Liang anymore. Alright. Enough said. Though I do want to take Lin Yanting down. It's not the right time yet. I'm already overwhelmed with my own problems. How could I possibly spare any time for Lin Yanting? Just as Lei Bao was about to hang up, Xia Bing suddenly snatched the phone from Wu Liang's hand. Wu Liang saw this. His face immediately darkened with displeasure, and he was about to protest. Xia Bing abruptly spoke into the phone to Lei Bao on the other end. Lei Bao. The only reason you're unwilling to act now is because you think this deal offers no profit. It offers you no personal gain. You'd even have to do the dirty work yourself. But I can tell you this clearly now. If you're willing to cooperate, not only will you escape police pressure, but you'll even get 100 million. Hearing this, not only Lei Bao, Even Kim Yuncheol and Wu Liang beside him were utterly stunned. This Xia Bing really has some nerve. Forget about evading police pressure. Just that 100 million alone. The extra 20 million they gave Lin Yanting for the summer resort? They scraped it together by selling everything they owned. If even they couldn't come up with 100 million, what made Xia Bing think she could? Lei Bao reacted the same way. Xia Bing? You're the kind of person who'd steal $50. And you're telling me you'll get me 100 million? Do you even believe that yourself? Facing Lei Bao's scorn, Xia Bing paid no heed whatsoever. I may not have the ability myself, but the people behind me do. I'm not afraid to tell you. Lin Yanting has now crossed the interests of some powerful figures. So his downfall is only a matter of time. If you can do something for these big shots during this process, the rewards you'd reap would be beyond your wildest dreams. What do you say, Brother Bao? I've laid it out as plainly as possible. Give me your answer. Listening to Xia Bing's confident words, Lei Bao on the other end of the line fell into a moment of silence. After a long pause, Lei Bao finally spoke up slowly. Is what you're saying all true? Hearing this, Xia Bing smiled faintly. Of course. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare make such bold claims. As long as you can bring down Lin Yanting and shut down his business, not only will you gain the protection of those behind me and have your identity cleared, but I'll also give you 100 million yuan. Finally, Lei Bao's voice came through the phone. All right. I'll trust you this once. If you dare to deceive me, you know the consequences. Xia Bing chuckled. In that case, let's make this a pleasant collaboration. After reaching a preliminary agreement, Xia Bing hung up the phone immediately. She handed the phone back to Wu Liang. Clearly, neither Jin Yunche nor Wu Liang had yet recovered from Xia Bing's confident words. They couldn't fathom it. What had changed in Xia Bing during this period? But now, having achieved her goal, she clearly had no desire to engage with Wu Liang or Jin Yunche. She simply turned and walked away. If before, a well-off young man like Wu Liang might have been her ideal type, but the current Xia Bing couldn't care less about a useless loser like Wu Liang. Especially after the incident at the summer resort came to light. Xia Bing looked down on Wu Liang even more. Wu Liang could certainly sense Xia Bing's attitude toward him. After all, they had shared a one-night stand back then. He was also curious as to why Xia Bing had changed so dramatically. He immediately followed Xia Bing discreetly with Jin Yunche. Soon, they saw Xia Bing walk straight toward a Bugatti Veyron. Once inside the car, she was like a completely different person. She immediately addressed the man in the driver's seat beside her in a sweet, girlish tone. Brother Fei Yun. The task you assigned me is already taken care of. The man in the driver's seat was none other than the only son of Jiang Zhangming, the executive director of the NAS Group. Jiang Fei Yun. Excellent. Bing Bing. You've done a tremendous job this time. 129 Kidnapping. Lei Bao's assault. Because the next day was the opening day of the Thunderstream Beauty Wellness Center. As Grandpa Chanxian was in charge of logistics management, naturally, he had to make thorough preparations. Especially whenever he recalled the kindness Lin Yanting had shown his family. Grandpa Chanxian not only felt no fatigue from the work, but instead felt full of energy. Because the next day held many tasks to attend to. Lin Yanting, Meng Shixing, and the others also departed from the Guojin building one after another. But before they departed, Lin Yanting specifically told Grandpa Chanxian to go home and rest early. But the old man insisted on inspecting the products, facilities, and cleanliness inside and out one more time. Lin Yanting could do little about Grandpa Chanxian's persistence, so he offered a few more words of advice before leaving the Guojin building. Though Grandpa Chanxian verbally agreed, he showed no signs of preparing to leave. Instead, he continued bustling about the Guojin building with Chanxian in tow. After an unknown amount of time had passed, the interior of the International Finance Center was now completely dark. Only a neon sign on the 8th floor glowed in the twilight. The giant advertisement for Tingxi Beauty Wellness Center shimmered with vibrant light. Chanxian stood on tiptoes pressed against the floor-to-ceiling window, her nose leaving a small round imprint on the glass. Grandpa, look. Our lightbox is 3 times brighter than that spa across the street. Chanxian's grandfather was crouched before the display case, meticulously adjusting the placement of products. Hearing Chanxian's call, he straightened his back, a faint crackle echoing from his lower spine. His gaze swept once more over the rows of blue and white porcelain vases lining the display shelves. These Chinese-style containers had been specially commissioned by Lin Yanting. After all, they were branding themselves as a domestic product. Naturally, they needed Chinese-style containers to hold their products. And within these jars and bottles lay the pre-prepared herbal beauty products of Huaxi Life. After confirming everything was in order, he finally turned his attention to the mischievous Chanxian. Chanxian's grandfather couldn't help but let a doting smile slip onto his face. Chanxian, don't lean out the window, be careful. Before the words had fully left his mouth, a dull thud echoed from the end of the corridor, the sound of something heavy crashing to the floor. At first, Shanshan's grandfather didn't pay it much mind. He assumed it was just some rats out scavenging at night, knocking over a trash can. But suddenly, 3 dark figures stretched out in the green glow of the emergency lights outside the window. They were heading toward the Thunderstream Beauty Wellness Center. Observing their demeanor, Grandpa Shanshan sensed they meant no good. The old man's muscles tensed instantly, the veins on his hands hardened from years of gripping a hoe bulging violently. He swiftly pulled Shanshan toward him and shoved her into the cabinet beneath the front desk, pressing the emergency alarm button at the base of the display case with the heel of his old leather shoe. Before closing the cabinet door, he specifically warned Shanshan, "Whatever you hear, don't make a sound." Shanshan nodded obediently. After completing these actions, 3 thugs appeared before Shanshan's grandfather. There they were. The leader bore a blue thunder tattoo coiled around his neck, none other than Black Scorpion, the top enforcer under Lei Bao. He approached, swinging a butterfly knife whose cold glint sliced across the old man's face in jagged patches of light. "Old man, is Lin Yanting the owner of this shop?" Shanshan's grandfather, witnessing this. He didn't answer the question directly. Instead, his hands, dotted with age spots, hurriedly reached for the utility knife hidden inside the display case. Only then did he respond evasively. "Do you have business here? This little shop won't officially open until tomorrow." Hearing this, Black Scorpion suddenly burst into laughter, plunging the butterfly knife into the glass display case beside the old man's ear. Cracks spread like a spider web across the surface. "Open for business? Well, isn't that just perfect? The 3 of us came here precisely to make sure you can't open. Guys, start smashing." With that, the other 2 men behind Black Scorpion wasted no time, immediately beginning to smash the store's fixtures. Seeing this, Shanshan's grandfather's anger surged instantly. His family owed Lin Yanting a tremendous debt of gratitude, yet now he couldn't even manage his own shop properly. With that thought, Shanshan's grandfather charged at Black Scorpion like a raging bull, raising the utility knife in his hand and lunging toward him. But Grandpa Shanshan was simply too old. He was no match for the well-trained thug and was quickly pinned down with his arms twisted behind his back on the shards of broken glass. Through the crack in the cabinet door, Shanshan saw her grandfather fall stiffly to the floor. Shanshan's scream caught in her throat, about to burst forth. She saw her grandfather glance meaningfully in her direction. Shanshan hastily covered her mouth with both hands. Tears welled in her eyes as she peered through the cabinet crack, watching outside. "You old fool! You're brave, aren't you? You actually dared to lay a hand on me. You must be tired of living." Black Scorpion grabbed a nearby stool, ready to smash it over Shanshan's grandfather's head. But he was stopped by another man behind him. "Black Scorpion, don't be impulsive. The boss sent us to wreck Lin Yanting's store. If someone gets killed, we're in deep trouble. Those cops have been watching us all along." Hearing this, Black Scorpion reluctantly lowered the stool he was holding. But he still couldn't contain his anger and kicked Grandpa Shanshan a few times. "You old bastard. You're lucky." At this point, Grandpa Shanshan was in too much pain to speak. He could only lie on the ground, helplessly at their mercy. "Take this old geezer away. I've looked into it. Though I don't quite understand it, Lin Yanting seems to have been quite kind to this old man. The boss said Lin Yanting is full of tricks. To prevent him from having any backup plans, we'll capture this old man and hold him hostage. This way, no matter how troublesome Lin Yanting gets, they'll have to think twice." Lin Yanting, Meng Shixing, and Wei Zhixi had just left the Guojin building. They were discussing where to grab a late-night snack. They could even bring some back for Shanshan's grandfather and Shanshan. But just then, Lin Yanting suddenly felt his pocket vibrate violently. When he pulled out his phone to check, his expression turned grim. The vibration was the alert from the security device he'd installed in his shop. This alarm system had been specifically recommended to him by Yi Zixuan. If any staff member encountered danger in the store, they only needed to press the alarm button. The alarm system would automatically trigger and send alerts to mobile devices linked to the system. It seems something was wrong at the shop. "Oh no! Something's wrong at the shop. Shanshan's grandfather and Shanshan are still in the store." With that said, Lin Yanting couldn't spare a thought for anything else. He turned on his heel and dashed toward the Guojin building. Hearing this, Meng Shixing and Wei Zhixi couldn't help but startle. They immediately followed Lin Yanting's lead, heading toward the International Finance Center. The trio of Lin Yanting returned to the entrance of the GFC tower. Soon, Lin Yanting sensed something was amiss. "Wait a minute. When we came out earlier, there were security guards on night duty at the entrance. All the security systems were activated. Why is the entrance completely deserted now? All the security equipment and cameras around here have been shut down."